A young boy from Blue Star tragically met his demise due to an unforeseen accident. Yet fortune smiled upon him as he found himself transported to the enchanting world of Pokémon, a realm he had long cherished. He initially aspired to join the main cast on their adventures, but was regrettably turned away due to his tender age. Just as despair began to creep into his heart, Ash promised that he would return to accompany the boy on his journey once he reached the appropriate age for traveling. This promise rekindled the boy's determination, igniting within him a fervent vow to ascend to the pinnacle of this extraordinary world. Chapter 1. What? I am Professor Oak's grandson, ***. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Charizard, Flamethrower, go! The television resonated with fervent cries, stirring the blood of those who watched. At last, was the moment of truth upon them? A boy seated before the screen watched with bated breath as the climactic battle between the 8 masters unfolded. Just as he was completely absorbed in the moment, the image on the screen suddenly froze. What on earth? Why has the television come to a halt? The boy, visibly disgruntled, approached the television and inspected it closely, finding no apparent faults. Behave yourself. With a firm hand, he struck the screen twice. In an instant, the television flickered and then succumbed to darkness. Before the boy could process this turn of events, a wave of numbness enveloped him, and he collapsed, murmuring, "So this is what Thunderbolt feels like." And then, silence fell. Accompanied by the sound of an infant's cries, a new life was heralded into existence. It's a boy, a nurse announced, cradling a newborn as she emerged from the delivery room. "Let me see my little grandson." A middle-aged man in a white coat, beaming with joy, took the child from the nurse's arms. "And my grandson is truly handsome. He will undoubtedly grow up to be a heartthrob." The middle-aged man chuckled as he playfully interacted with the infant. "Father, you should name the child," the boy's father suggested, watching his own father dote on the baby. "A name, you say? Let's call him Satoshi, Professor Oak." After a brief moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man declared, "A splendid name." The father replied, his face aglow with pride. "May our little Satoshi grow up healthy and happy." The grandfather bestowed his blessings upon the child. Time swiftly passed, and a decade went by in the blink of an eye. In Kanto, in the quaint town of Pallet, I can finally embark on my journey. An excited exclamation erupted from a small building. Satoshi stood at the edge of his bed, eagerly packing his bag for the adventure that awaited him. Having traversed into this world for 12 years, he had become the grandson of the renowned Pokémon Professor Oak. He could hardly contain his eagerness to set forth, yearning to discover the uncharted Pokémon and carve out his own legacy. "Satoshi, hurry down for dinner." Upon hearing his brother's call, Satoshi placed his travel bag on the bed and sprinted downstairs. "You're about to set off on a journey, yet you're still so fidgety. I must say, you and Ash share quite the resemblance," remarked a boy with tousled brown hair, observing Satoshi's frantic demeanor with a bemused expression. "Hee hee," Satoshi chuckled, standing there with a sheepish grin in response to his brother's words. All right, finish your meal quickly and go claim your Pokémon. Don't be tardy like Ash. I prepared a special gift for you," Kenji said, recalling Ash's first journey and smiling at the memory. "What gift?" Satoshi asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You'll find out soon enough," Kenji teased. "How boring," Satoshi muttered, sensing Kenji's reluctance to divulge more details. "That I'm done." With that, Satoshi stuffed the last of his sandwich into his mouth and dashed out of the house. He hurriedly made his way to the entrance of a research facility. "Grandpa, I'm here to receive my Pokémon," Satoshi shouted as he entered, fully aware that he had become Professor Oak's grandson, a character not present in the original narrative. When he learned of his lineage, Satoshi felt an immense sense of security. After all, his grandfather was not only a household name as a Pokémon professor, but also the first champion of the Kanto region. He was indeed a formidable ally, possessing both strength and resources. "Satoshi, you've arrived," Professor Oak greeted, pausing his work upon seeing his grandson. "Grandpa, I'm here to collect my Pokédex and my starter Pokémon," Satoshi exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. "Oh, aren't you going to pick up that child first?" Satoshi momentarily faltered at his grandfather's words. Professor Oak stepped forward, handing him a red and white Pokeball, while Satoshi remained momentarily dazed. As realization dawned, Satoshi sprinted towards the backyard, where numerous Pokémon resided. Some were cared for by trainers from Pallet Town, while others were adopted by Professor Oak, and some were wild Pokémon from the vicinity. Satoshi ran until he reached a cave, finally halting his pace. "Sharptooth, I'm here to fetch you," he called into the cavern, panting heavily. With a resounding call, a shark-headed Pokémon emerged from the depths of the cave, It leaped into Satoshi's arms, and he embraced it tightly. The Sharptooth nuzzled against Satoshi, its face alight with joy. As Satoshi beheld the exuberant Sharptooth, his mind drifted back to that fateful rainy night. The Sharptooth, then a mere baby Sharptooth, had been captured by a group of Pokémon hunters, only to be discovered and rescued by the young Satoshi, who had ventured into the forest to play. When the hunter saw a mere child, he intended to dispose of him in that perilous moment. A hefty Dragonite shielded Satoshi, standing bravely in front of him in his childhood. The elder brother exhibited remarkable maturity, while their grandfather, engrossed in his research, often had the swift Dragonite by his side for companionship. Dragonite, undoubtedly, was the ace Pokémon of Little Chen's grandfather, effortlessly capable of dealing with any Pokémon hunter. After vanquishing the Pokémon hunter, Little Chen cradled his battle-scarred Garchomp and made his way to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Throughout Garchomp's recovery, Little Chen remained steadfastly by its side. Once Garchomp had healed, Little Chen proposed embarking on adventures together, to which Garchomp eagerly consented. He subsequently established a dwelling for Garchomp in the backyard of the research facility. Now, Little Chen had returned to fulfill the promise made years ago to take his beloved Garchomp on a journey. Are you ready? Little Chen gazed at Garchomp. Garchomp, with unwavering determination, responded with a resolute gaze. All right, go forth, Pokeball. Little Chen gently tapped the Pokeball, gifted by Professor Oak, against Garchomp. With a flash of crimson light, Garchomp was drawn into the Pokeball. The ball flickered a few times before falling silent. Wonderful! I have captured Garchomp. Little Chen exclaimed joyfully, leaping in exhilaration. Come forth, Garchomp. As another burst of red light illuminated the air, Garchomp reappeared before Little Chen. Garchomp, let us strive together. Little Chen extended his fist in a gesture of camaraderie. Garchomp reciprocated with a playful claw bump that moment. A translucent panel materialized above Garchomp's head. Pokemon, Garchomp. Level, 42, Gym level. Ability, Rough Skin. Moves, Dragon Claw, Draco Meteor. This panel was invisible to anyone but Little Chen. One might say this was a quintessential manifestation of a protagonist's advantage in a fantastical world. As a child, Little Chen had been taken aback upon first encountering this panel. Return, Garchomp. After recalling Garchomp into the Pokeball, Little Chen retraced his steps, intent on claiming his own Pokédex and Pokémon. 1 to 9, Novice level, 0.10-19. Intermediate level, 0.20-29. Advanced level, 0.30-39. Elite level, 0.40-49. Gym level, 0.50-59. Champion and waiting level, 0.60-69. Champion level, 70 to 79. Sub-champion level, 0.80-89. Champion level, 0.90-99. Master and waiting level, 0.100 and above. Master level. Chapter 2. Capturing the Electabuzz. Very well, these three are the new Pokemon from the Kanto region. Have you decided which one you wish to choose? Professor Oak released 3 Pokemon from their Pokeballs, revealing Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. I've made my decision long ago, Xiaochun declared, stepping confidently toward Charmander. What is there to ponder? Of course, I'll select Charmander. Who wouldn't want a fiery companion like Ash's Charizard? Xiaochun glanced at Charmander's stats. Pokemon, Charmander. Level, 5, Novice. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Scratch, Ember. Although its level was low, it was perfectly normal for a novice Pokemon. Charmander, would you like to journey with me? Xiaochun extended his hand to gently stroke Charmander's head. Roar. Charmander let out a youthful cry, raising its tiny paw to signify its willingness. Here you go. This is Charmander's Pokeball, along with the Pokédex and these Pokeballs. Best of luck in becoming an exceptional trainer. Professor Oak patted Xiaochun on the shoulder. It seems I've missed my dear brother's Pokemon selection. From the entrance of the lab, Xiaomao approached Xiaochun, accompanied by a Pokemon adorned with black stripes and a lightning emblem on its front. Electabuzz? Xiaochun exclaimed in surprise, moving closer to examine the Electabuzz, inspecting it curiously from every angle. Do you like it? Xiaomao asked, observing his brother's excitement. Absolutely. Xiaochun instinctively replied. Then it will accompany you from now on. Xiaomao's words startled Xiaochun. You mean Electabuzz will follow me? Xiaochun inquired, astonished. Yes, this Electabuzz initially wished to accompany me. But I've been engrossed in research and lack the energy to train Pokemon. I promised that I would find a suitable trainer. Xiaomao explained. So, that trainer is me? Is this the surprise you mentioned? Xiaochun gazed at his brother in disbelief. Of course, but first, you must earn Electabuzz's approval. Its strength is formidable. A smile crept onto Xiaomao's face. Pokémon, Electabuzz. Level, 21, Elite. Ability, Static. Moves, Thunder, Thunder Punch. Indeed, quite powerful. After reviewing Electabuzz's stats, Xiaochun realized that this Pokémon was extraordinary. He had always desired to capture an Electabuzz, and now, fate had delivered it right to his doorstep. Professor Oak led Xiaochun and Xiao Mao to the outdoor battle arena. Beep beep. Electabuzz waved its hand at Xiaochun, signaling him to bring it on. At that moment, Xiaochun could barely contain his laughter. Charmander was definitely not suitable for this fight. He only had his Sharpedo at hand. Isn't this akin to battling a child? Go. Sharpedo. Xiaochun disregarded his concerns and threw out Sharpedo's Pokeball. Shark. Upon entering the battle, Sharpedo's presence exuded a commanding aura towards Electabuzz. Beep beep. Electabuzz, undeterred, unleashed a surge of electricity. Sharpedo, use Spike Cannon. Shark. Despite Electabuzz's efforts to evade, the significant level disparity resulted in it being struck by the attack. Beep beep. Electabuzz suffered considerable damage. Sharpedo, unleashed Dragon Claw. Shark. Sharpedo raised its claws and swept toward Electabuzz. Beep. Electabuzz attempted to defend with Thunder Punch, but was still sent flying. Alright, Sharpedo, perform Dragon Meteor. Shark. Sharpedo tilted its head back, gathering energy in its mouth before releasing it skyward, transforming into a cascade of meteors. Boom. Electabuzz was engulfed by the Dragon Meteor. As the smoke dissipated, Electabuzz lay on the ground, unable to battle. Xiaochun captured Electabuzz in a Pokeball, and without surprise, it was successfully caught. Hooray! I've captured Electabuzz. Xiaochun leaped in joy. Now, Xiaochun's team had gained another formidable ally. Given the vast difference in levels, and without a trainer's commands, Electabuzz managed to hold its own against Sharpedo for so long, a testament to its strength. Alright, it's getting late, it's time to set off. Professor Oak informed Xiaochun. No rush, there's still someone who hasn't arrived yet. Xiaochun replied eagerly. Oh, are you waiting for Ash? Xiao Mao quickly discerned Xiaochun's thoughts. Yes, we had made a promise. Xiaochun stated. He vividly recalled the day 3 years ago when Ash embarked on his journey. At that time, Xiaochun was only 11 years old. One had to be at least 14 to become a trainer and travel with Pokémon. Seeing Ash set off, Xiaochun insisted on joining him. However, Professor Oak and Xiaochun's parents disapproved, refusing to let him travel before reaching the appropriate age, no matter how much he protested. Ultimately, Ash promised Xiaochun that he would return to take him along once he was old enough, which led to Xiaochun's reluctant acquiescence. You don't even know. Back then you almost caused a scene and tried to run away, making Mom and Dad panic and rush back from outside. Xiao Mao teased Xiaochun. Let us not dwell on the past. Xiaochun interjected, covering Xiao Mao's mouth. The two engaged in playful banter. Pallet Town, I'm back. A voice shouted from a distance. Pulling the two from their frolicking. A boy was sprinting toward them, wearing a cap and carrying a backpack, with a yellow rodent perched on his shoulder. It was none other than Ash, who had just returned from participating in the Hoenn League. Ash! Xiaochun exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Ah, two eternal children. Xiao Mao chuckled, shaking his head. Isn't it wonderful? This is youth. Professor Oak mused from the side. It's been so long, Ash. Xiaochun playfully shoved Ash, causing him to tumble to the ground. Xiaochun, what was that for? You knocked me and Pikachu over. Ash feigned annoyance. Xiaochun certainly didn't believe that a true Pokemon master, the king of newcomers, could be easily toppled by such a gesture. Especially one who could withstand 100,000 volts daily. I just got a bit too excited after not seeing you for so long. Xiaochun laughed, scratching his head. Indeed. Ash, how long has it been since you last visited? You haven't even called. Do you have any idea how worried Hanako is? She often cries alone at night. And you have no idea how many times I've had to comfort her. Professor Oak admonished. Xiao Mao couldn't help but smirk at this. You better be genuinely comforting her, or else. I'm sorry, Professor, I'll be more mindful in the future. When I'm not around, I'll have to rely on you more. Ash responded without much thought. It's only right. Professor Oak patted Ash on the shoulder. Xiaochun, you must have received your Pokemon by now. How about a Pokemon battle? Ash had already forgotten the minor incident from earlier and extended a battle invitation to Dawn. Alright, I share the same sentiment. Let me witness the prowess of you, Ash. Chapter 3, Dawn vs. Ash, featuring Pikachu. In the quaint town of Pallet, Ash faced off against his rival, Gary, with only one Pokemon permitted for each combatant. The first to vanquish their opponent's Pokemon would emerge victorious. The battle commenced. Ash and Dawn positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena, while Gary assumed the role of referee. Go, Sharpedo. Without hesitation, Dawn sent forth her Sharpedo into battle. Sharpedo. You say? Very well, Pikachu, it's your time to shine. Ash mindlessly summoned Pikachu to the field. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 21, experienced. Ability, static. Hidden ability, actor. Moves, Thunderbolt. Quick attack. Dawn was astounded by Pikachu's stats. Wait, a hidden ability of actor? That's not the most outrageous part. After 3 years of travel, still at level 21? That's a bit over the top. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. The familiar attack initiated, demonstrating Ash's characteristic boldness. Pika Pika. Pikachu gathered electrical energy and unleashed it towards Sharpedo. Yet, Sharpedo stood resolute, unaffected by the assault. How could the attack have missed? It struck, yet Sharpedo remains unscathed. Ash's face was one of disbelief. Dawn calmly reminded the bewildered Ash, Pikachu's electric-type attack is ineffective against Sharpedo's ground typing. Given that, Pikachu, use Quick Attack to close the distance. Ash called out, Pika. Pikachu transformed into a streak of light, rapidly approaching Sharpedo. Counter with Dragon Claw. Upon hearing Dawn's command, Sharpedo's claws glowed white as it struck Pikachu, sending it flying. Pikachu skidded across the ground for several meters before collapsing at Ash's feet. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash exclaimed with concern, gazing at the fallen Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu weakly responded, attempting to rise but collapsing again. It's over, Dawn thought to herself. With the actor ability, Pikachu would find it hard to lose. Pikachu, wake up! Ash shouted from behind. Pika. With great effort, Pikachu managed to lift itself from the ground. Pikachu, muster your strength. Let them witness the bond we share. Ash cried out passionately. What? After all that, it can still stand. Not only was Dawn astounded, but even Gary, the referee, and Professor Oak were taken aback by Pikachu's remarkable determination. Pika. Pikachu emanated electric energy, fully revitalizing itself. Is this how it works? Could it be that this is the legendary Chosen One? A bond that conquers all? Pikachu used Thunder. Observing Pikachu regain its vigor, Ash hastily commanded an offensive maneuver. Pika. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Sharpedo directly. Sharpedo. The Pokémon fell to its knees, visibly injured. Are you alright, Sharpedo? Dawn, noticing its condition, expressed her concern. Sharpedo. The Pokémon responded faintly before managing to stand again. This shouldn't be happening. My Sharpedo has a type advantage over Pikachu and is at a much higher level. How could it be so severely impacted? Wait. Dawn glanced once more at Pikachu's stats. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 51, near champion. Ability, static. Hidden ability, actor. Moves, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack. What on earth? It jumped from experienced to near champion in an instant. How are we supposed to compete now? Isn't it just a matter of invoking the power of our bond to become invincible? Pikachu, unleash Thunder once more. Ash pressed the advantage. Sharpedo, evade. Dawn barely finished her sentence before Thunder struck Sharpedo yet again. Sharpedo. Dawn shouted anxiously as she watched her Pokémon struggle to rise. Sharpedo. As it let out a mighty roar, white light erupted from its body. This is an evolution? Dawn was astonished by the spectacle before her. Great White Shark. The white light faded, revealing a blue-bodied Pokémon. It bore a golden cross pattern on its snout, massive fins extending from its claws, and an imposing gaze that exuded dominance. Pokémon, Great White Shark. Level, 43, Gym level. Ability, Rough Skin. Moves, Dragon Dive, Heavenly Dragon Meteor. Great. Great White Shark has reached Gym level. Dawn felt a surge of hope for victory. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Ash commanded. Before Great White Shark could close in, Pikachu dashed forward, colliding with it like a streak of light. Great White Shark. The Pokémon howled in pain. Is the gap still too vast? Even after evolving into Great White Shark, it seems to pale in comparison to the actor Pikachu. Great White Shark, execute Dragon Dive. Dawn resolved to fight valiantly. Pikachu. Volt Tackle. Ash was equally determined, instructing Pikachu to retaliate. Pika Pika Pika. Pikachu charged towards Great White Shark, trailing sparks. Before Great White Shark could complete its Dragon Dive charge, Pikachu's Volt Tackle struck it directly. Great White Shark. The agonized cry reverberated as smoke engulfed the arena. As the smoke settled, Pikachu stood on its hind legs, panting heavily, while Great White Shark lay defeated on the ground. Great White Shark can no longer battle. Pikachu is victorious, thus declaring Ash the winner, Gary announced from the sidelines. Wonderful, Pikachu. We won. Ash joyfully lifted his weary Pikachu and twirled around. Dawn hurriedly approached and recalled Sharpedo into its Pokeball. Great White Shark, you fought valiantly, she whispered to the Pokeball, as Ash reveled in his triumph. Dawn's gaze was drawn to the exhausted Pikachu cradled in Ash's arms. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 19, normal. Ability, static. Hidden ability, actor. Moves, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack. Wait. It dropped back down after the match. And to normal level? Have you been on some sort of potion? A sudden boost in power, only to diminish once the effects wear off? Dawn's lips twitched in disbelief. Indeed, this is the essence of the Pikachu god. Dawn, that battle was truly exceptional. Your great white shark is remarkably strong, Ash proclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Pikachu is the one who is truly impressive, Dawn replied, though her inner thoughts diverged from her words. Who could possibly surpass you? With a single utterance, you demonstrate the profound bond we share. As if Pikachu has unleashed the very essence of primordial power. Such a diminutive yellow rodent can wield such tremendous abilities, delivering an electrifying therapy to my Garchomp. I dare say even a legendary Pokémon would be left quaking in its fur. What is this? Has Pikachu truly come to regard itself as a renewable energy fishing rod? After conversing for a while, Ash and his companion, Shin, agreed upon their departure time for the following day before heading home with Pikachu. Do not be disheartened. This is merely your first battle, and you will surely triumph over Ash in the future. Green approached Shin, patting him on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. I will definitely defeat Ash. Shin resolved to train vigorously with Garchomp to enhance his strength, vowing that when the time came, he would send that actor Pikachu flying with a single blow. The next day, Shin stood at the entrance of the research facility, waiting for Ash with his travel bag slung over his shoulder. They had agreed to set off early, yet the sun was now high in the sky. Indeed, Ash was late once more. I'm so sorry for my tardiness. Finally, Ash, with a mouthful of bread, ran towards them, Pikachu in tow. Ash, do you realize how late you are? Shin expressed his displeasure. I apologize. I promise to be more punctual next time. Let us hurry and set off. Ash replied earnestly. Very well, let us go. Shin decided not to dwell on it any longer. Thus, he bid farewell to Professor Oak and the others, embarking on the long-anticipated journey alongside Ash. Chapter 4, Arrival in Sinnoh, the first encounter with Team Rocket. On board the ferry bound for the Sinnoh region, a boy clad in a black trench coat stood at the bow, gazing at the receding dock with a shark-headed Pokémon by his side. Next to him stood another boy cradling Pikachu. It was Ash and Shin. Ash, I hope you consider my words carefully, Shin urged. He had just suggested that Ash not solely rely on Pikachu for their travels, but to also train other Pokémon. Each time Ash traveled to a new place, he started anew, rarely bringing along the powerful Pokémon from his previous journeys. Meanwhile, Pikachu, with its perplexing actor trait, could thrive against formidable foes yet often faltered against novice Pokémon. If only he brought along his previous companions, many troubles would be avoided. I've heard that novice trainers can be quite arrogant. A single body slam from Snorlax would surely humble them. I've heard some gym leaders possess formidable strength. I wonder how you would respond to my Charizard. Ash had turned a perfectly good script of I don't eat beef into a childish play. I will give it careful thought. Ash began to ponder, recognizing the merits of Shin's analysis. He was no fool. Bringing along his former companions not only deepened the bond with his Pokémon, but also allowed the new members to assist in training. Truly a win-win situation. If his team were strong enough, victory in the league would be well within reach. Ash resolved to ask Professor Oak to send over some of his previous partners once they disembarked. Sinnoh, here we come. Ash and Shin shouted into the distance. At the dock in Sinnoh, a boy leaned against the ground with one hand, while the other tugged at the pants of the boy beside him, creating quite a comical sight. Ash, I'm feeling quite unwell. Shin, how can you be seasick? Ash patted Shin's back reassuringly. I don't know. Shin struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of recovery, he regained his composure. All right, let us hurry. I can't wait to challenge the gyms in Sinnoh. Ash grasped Shin's hand, eager to pull him along. Wait, look over there. Ash followed the direction of Shin's finger. Ambipom, what are you doing here? It turns out Ambipom was with you all along. I wondered why I couldn't find it anywhere. Professor Oak's voice crackled over the communicator. Doctor, in that case, I'll take Ambipom along for the journey. Ash could tell from Ambipom's forlorn expression that it wished to accompany him. In that case, I'll send Ambipom's Pokeball over to you. As Professor Oak spoke, he prepared to place the Pokeball into the transmission device. Wait, Doctor. Could you also send Snorlax and Noctowl over? I want to travel with them as well. Ash recalled Shin's words, determined to abandon the notion of solely relying on Pikachu and a life dictated by chance. Finally, Ash, you've come to your senses. Excellent. I will send them over immediately. Professor Oak's excitement was evident. Ash had finally shown some maturity. Ash's previous habit of starting anew with every location, training only baby Pokémon to challenge the league, was a source of silent exasperation for the professor. While others trained their seasoned Pokémon, he would be battling with a team of fledglings. Hardly a fair contest. All right, Doctor, I've received them. Ash retrieved the Pokeballs from the transmission device. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. Professor Oak observed the glimmer of joy in Shin's eyes as he conversed with his grandson, Green, and felt a smile creep upon his face. Now, let us go grab a bite to eat. Shin concluded his conversation with Green, noticing Ash finishing up, and prepared to lead Ash outside. You go ahead. I have one more companion I wish to bring along. Ash instructed Shin to proceed first. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Shin didn't linger on the matter and stepped outside. After a short while, Ash approached Shin, holding a pokeball. Just then, a net attached to a rope flew towards Ash. Watch out, Ash! Shin shouted in alarm. Huh, Pikachu! Before Ash could comprehend the situation, Pikachu was captured by the net. Who dares? Ash seethed, anger surging within him at the audacity of someone attempting to steal his Pikachu. I heard someone asking who dares. From beyond the horizon, from the side of the great thunderstorm, a voice called out to them. Sorry to keep you waiting, Meow. The audacious flower of villainy blooms brightly, strong yet sweet. It seems we have our antagonists. Jesse, James, I am Meowth, Meow. Wherever Team Rocket goes, the world, the universe, is awaiting you, Meow. There they were, two figures accompanied by Meowth, floating in a hot air balloon above. Shin felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Team Rocket. As a diehard fan of the Pokémon anime, he was well acquainted with their antics. This trio played the role of villains, yet often extended their assistance when other Pokémon were in need, embodying that charming, yet mischievous villain archetype. Team Rocket. It's you again. Ash glared up at the sky, fixated on the notorious trio. Ha ha ha, little brat, Pikachu is now ours. With a glass container cradled in her arms, Musashi watched as Pikachu frantically unleashed Thunderbolt within its confined space, yet to no avail. Given Team Rocket's familiarity with Pikachu, all precautions against electric attacks were meticulously in place. Team Rocket, return Pikachu to me. Return it? Impossible. Pikachu is mine now, Musashi taunted Ash with a smug grin. Then go, Charizard. Ash declared, tossing a Pokeball into the air. A magnificent Charizard emerged, its massive wings flapping in the air. Charizard, you're joking. How did that little brat bring another Pokemon? Kojiru stammered in astonishment. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. With Ash's command, Charizard lunged forward, its claws aimed directly at Team Rocket. In a moment of crisis, Musashi raised the container holding Pikachu in front of her to shield against the oncoming attack, shattering the vessel in the process. Pika. Pikachu successfully escaped, leaping onto Charizard's shoulder. Good, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt to take them down. Ash shouted. Pika Pika. With a thunderous boom, the hot air balloon exploded upon contact with the electric attack. Such an irritating sensation. Team Rocket exclaimed as they soared away, leaving chaos in their wake. Charizard returned to Ash's side, carrying the liberated Pikachu. So, Ash, you were waiting for Charizard all along, Takashi realized, understanding Ash's earlier intention. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 61, Elite. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Flamethrower, Earthquake. As expected of Ash's veteran, possessing near-elite strength. Ash gazed at Charizard with fervent eyes. It's been a while, would you travel with me again? Charizard raised its head and exhaled a torrent of scorching flames, signaling its readiness. All right, let us venture towards the Sinnoh League. Ash extended his fist. Pikachu and Charizard eagerly bumped their paws against his. Ash's gaze shifted to Takashi. Let us give it our all. Takashi mirrored Ash's action, joining in their camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, a boy with purple hair was hastening towards their direction. Chapter 5, Rivals Clash, Ash vs. Shinji. I just caught a Murkrow. In a secluded forest. Ash gleefully held his newly captured Murkrow aloft. Takashi stifled a laugh nearby, having witnessed such scenes countless times in his previous life. Oh, you managed to catch a Murkrow of this caliber? A cold, emotionless voice resonated from the tree-line, followed by the emergence of a purple-haired boy, one hand clutching a Pokédex and the other several Pokeballs. What do you mean? Ash was momentarily perplexed by the stranger's words. I mean, judging from your capture battle. Your Murkrow seems only capable of using common moves like Peck and Wing Attack, and lacks even the ability to use Aerial Ace. You really caught such a useless Pokémon? The boy sneered, disdain evident in his gaze. What did you say? Murkrow is not useless. Ash retorted, anger flaring within him. For a true Pokémon enthusiast, an insult directed at their Pokémon is infuriating. Ash had always believed that no Pokémon was worthless. Only the trainers could be deemed inadequate. I am Shinji from Veilstone City. If you wish to prove yourself, are you willing to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? The purple-haired boy eyed Ash provocatively. I am Ash from Pallet Town in Kanto. If you want a battle, bring it on. I'll teach you a lesson. Ash clenched his fists tightly, seeing Ash's determination. Shinji smirked, clearly pleased. Takashi, recognizing Shinji's identity, remained silent, aware that he was the future rival Ash would face in the Sinnoh region. Let us battle in a 3 on 3 format. Each of us will use 3 Pokémon until one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. You have 3 Pokémon, right? Shinji continued his provocation. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Ash was ready to charge forward when Takashi firmly grasped his shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Ash looked bewildered but nodded in understanding, prompting a satisfied smile from Takashi. I must inform you, in the face of absolute power, all strategy is futile, Shinji declared. His expression one of condescension. Go ahead and laugh. You'll soon have reason to cry. Takashi thought with a mischievous grin, anticipating Shinji's impending misfortune. All right, I'll serve as the referee for this match. Takashi stepped forward, taking charge. Now, we have Ash from Pallet Town and Kanto battling Shinji from Veilstone City in Sinnoh. Each side will use 3 Pokémon until one side's Pokémon are all unable to battle. Neither side may substitute Pokémon during the match. Competitors, please prepare. Once Takashi finished speaking, Ash declared, You're the one, Murkrow. He tossed the Pokeball, summoning his Murkrow. Shinji followed suit, releasing a Murkrow that was noticeably larger than Ash's. Wow, that's quite a sizable one. Ash exclaimed, taken aback by the size difference. Let the battle begin, Takashi announced, disregarding Ash's surprise. Murkrow, don't panic. Use Wing Attack. Ash instructed, maintaining his composure despite the strength of his opponent. We'll use Wing Attack as well, Shinji replied coolly. As the 2 Murkrows collided, Ash's Murkrow was swiftly knocked to the ground, appearing gravely injured. How could this happen? Ash was in shock. It had only taken one move for his Murkrow to falter. Don't give him a moment's respite. Use Aerial Ace. Shinji commanded. His Murkrow transformed into a streak of light, darting toward Ash's Pokémon. Murkrow, fly up. Ash shouted in desperation. Before Ash's Murkrow could take flight, Shinji's Murkrow struck, causing Ash's to cry out in defeat as it fell, unable to continue. Murkrow is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokémon, Ash. Ash stood frozen in disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. Indeed, a trainer of worthless Pokémon is worthless themselves. Shinji observed Ash's expression with a mocking grin. Ash, Xiao Chen shouted at Xiao Ji. Only then did Xiao Ji snap back to reality. Upon noticing Xiao Chun waving at him, he recalled the task Xiao Chun had just entrusted to him. However, a sense of hesitation crept into Xiao Ji's mind. It was merely an ordinary battle. After all, there was no need for this. Xiao Ji. Before he could dwell further on his thoughts, Xiao Chen shouted again. All right. It's decided. You're up. Xiao Ji threw out a Pokeball. Let me see what kind of useless Pokemon this is. Before Shinji could finish his sentence, he was struck with astonishment at the sight before him. What? Charizard. Shinji stuttered in shock. How do you like that, kid? You're in for a tough time now. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly at Shinji's stunned expression. Wasn't he quite boastful earlier? Why was he suddenly silent upon seeing Charizard? Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. With a mighty roar, Charizard expelled a torrent of flames. Mukahawk. Caught off guard, Shinji failed to issue any commands in time, and Mukahawk was struck, losing the ability to battle. Mukahawk is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokemon, Shinji. Xiao Chen disregarded Shinji's dazed state and urged him to send out his next Pokemon. Chimchar stepped forth. Shinji, with a stern expression, threw another Pokeball. Flamethrower. Roar. As Shinji's Chimchar descended, it was immediately hit by Flamethrower, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. What? Shinji was incredulous. His Chimchar had barely emerged before being defeated. Chimchar is unable to battle. Please send out your next Pokemon. Xiao Chun observed the growing darkness on Shinji's face, eagerly anticipating the moment Shinji would admit defeat. Electabuzz, come forth. Beep beep. An Electabuzz appeared on the field. Charizard. Use Flamethrower again. Roar. Charizard unleashed another torrent of flames. Electabuzz, use Protect. Beep beep. A green protective barrier enveloped Electabuzz just in time. The Flamethrower struck the barrier, which slowly dissipated, neutralizing both the attack and the defense. Charizard, execute Dragon Claw. Roar. In the instant the barrier faded, Charizard's massive form loomed before Electabuzz, delivering a powerful strike. Thunder Punch. Shinji hastily commanded Electabuzz to retaliate. Boom. Dragon Claw collided with Thunder Punch, sending Electabuzz flying and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Beep beep. Electabuzz struggled to rise, only to collapse again, unable to continue battling. Electabuzz is unable to battle. Charizard is victorious. Thus the winner is Xiao Ji. Xiao Chen announced the outcome of the battle. I can't believe I lost. Shinji was momentarily unable to accept this result. Yay, we won. Charizard. Xiao Ji joyfully leaped onto Charizard, who raised its head and let out an excited roar. Shinji clenched his fists, veins bulging, but then released his grip. All right, you're free now. Shinji released the Mukahawk he had just battled with Xiaoji. What are you doing? Chapter 6. Verbal Duel with Shinji. What are you trying to accomplish? Xiaoji stepped forward, grasping Shinji's wrist that held the Pokeball. What does it look like? I'm releasing it. What use is there for a worthless Pokemon? Shinji shook off Xiaoji's grip, his tone icy. How can you say it's worthless? With proper training, its strength could astonish you. Xiaoji refused to back down. Does a worthless Pokemon even merit training? It would merely waste both our time. Shinji dismissed Xiaoji, pushing him away. That battle was mine. It proves that with diligent training, there are no worthless Pokemon. Xiaoji remained naively optimistic, believing that the outcome of a single battle could change deeply ingrained beliefs. Your victory simply indicates that you were lucky to encounter such a formidable Charizard. Despite your shortcomings as a trainer, Charizard's might remains undeniable. Shinji's gaze bore into Xiaoji, the implications clear. Xiaoji was incensed. You claim the trainer is inadequate, yet your Pokemon is exceptionally strong. You, as their trainer, lost to Xiaoji in battle, which implies your own incompetence. Seeing Xiaoji falter, Xiaoqin stepped forward. I merely made a mistake. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Shinji's face. A mere mistake? Why not release your other Pokemon and let them face Xiaoji's Charizard? Let us see if your so-called mistake can be redeemed. Xiaoqin pressed on. Next time, I will definitely defeat him, and you as well. Shinji ground his teeth, intending to leave. Xiaoqin blocked Shinji's path. Do you know that Charizard was once abandoned by its trainer while still a Charmander? Its actions were far worse than yours. If not for Xiaoji, Charizard could have lost its life then. But now, that once despised Charmander has evolved into a powerful Charizard. How can you be certain that the Pokemon you abandoned now one day becomes something you can only dream of? Faced with Xiaoqin's impassioned words, Shinji found himself at a loss for a response. Weren't you just so arrogant? So confident? The Pokemon you captured were all chosen for their potential, were they not? Yet now, you have been defeated by the very trainer and Pokemon you scorned. While it's true that not every Pokemon becomes strong through careful training, it is a process, one that fosters growth for both Pokemon and trainer, requiring time to yield results. Your selective capturing based solely on potential will ensure you don't go far on the path of a trainer. With that said, you may leave. Xiaoqin stepped aside, granting Shinji passage. Shinji stood frozen in place, deep in thought. After a long while, he looked up to see Mukahawk, whom he had just released, perched on a nearby tree, watching him. In that moment of shared understanding, he seemed to grasp something profound. Mukahawk, will you give me another chance? He asked, raising the Pokeball in his hand. Mukahawk. The Pokemon descended swiftly, colliding with the Pokeball and being drawn inside. Thank you. I hope when we meet again, we can have a Pokemon battle. Shinji said, not waiting for Xiaoqin's response as he pocketed the Pokeball, waved farewell, and turned away. I hope my words will inspire some change in you. Xiaoqin silently mused as he watched Shinji walk further away. Let us go? Xiaoqin turned to Xiaoji beside him. Let us. Bidding farewell to Shinji, Xiaoqin and Xiaoji embarked once more upon their journey. By the side of a meandering brook, the two sat with fishing rods in hand, casting their lines in hopes of a catch. In his previous life a king of the Air Force, Xiaoqin was eager to test whether his skills had waned upon entering the Pokemon world. Xiaoji, on the other hand, sought to ensnare a water-type Pokemon. Alas, how could there be no signs of life after such a long wait? A look of despondency clouded Xiaoji's face. For someone as impatient as him, the stillness of fishing was nothing short of torment. Come now, Xiaoji, if you don't calm down, you won't catch anything, Xiaoqin remarked with an air of tranquility. But you haven't had any luck either, Xiaoji retorted, his words striking a nerve within Xiaoqin. No more fishing, Xiaoqin proclaimed, tossing aside his rod and plopping down beside the sunbathing Garchomp. Nearby, a Charmander and an Electrode were engaged in a spirited practice session, with Garchomp offering occasional guidance. Xiaoji Snorlax lay peacefully beneath a distant tree, napping, while Pikachu and Aipom frolicked in the woods, and Charizard was nowhere to be seen. Observing this idyllic scene, Xiaoqin felt an unusual thought stir within him. The timeline had deviated significantly from what he had known in his past life since his arrival, and it seemed the moment had come. Suddenly, Xiaoji's fishing rod began to tremble after an eternity of waiting by the brook. What a tremendous force! Xiaoqin, come help me. Xiaoji strained to stabilize the rod. Xiaoqin approached from behind, joining in the struggle against the immense creature beneath the surface. Heave! They cried in unison. Yet, the unseen beast beneath the water offered no concession, and they were perilously close to being pulled in. Pikachu, unleash a thunderbolt. Xiaoqin recalled a renewable energy fishing rod he had seen in his past life, eager to witness how it would unfold. With Pikachu's thunderbolt unleashed, The creature's grip weakened significantly. Heave. Together, they pulled, bringing the submerged creature to shore. A small blue penguin emerged. Pachama, Pachama. It squawked as it shook its head vigorously, dislodging a small fish-shaped bait, its appearance suggesting it had endured quite the shock. Indeed, it's Pachama. Xiaoqing recognized the Pokémon instantly. Pachama, Xiaoji, unfamiliar with the Pokémon, looked puzzled. It's the water-type Pokémon from the Sinnoh region's starter trio, Xiaoqing explained. All right, then I shall capture you. Go, Pikachu. Xiaoji commanded as Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, landing in front of Pachama. Pika Pika. Electrical energy crackled around Pikachu. Pachama, Pachama. The creature was evidently startled. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Pika. Caught off guard, Pachama was struck by Pikachu's Thunderbolt, its skeletal structure momentarily visible as though undergoing an X-ray. After being thoroughly electrified, Pachama lay on the ground, enveloped in smoke with swirling eyes. Go, Pokeball. Xiaoji hurled the ball toward Pachama, but it merely rebounded back into his hands. Does this Pachama already have a trainer? Xiaoji wondered aloud, perplexed by the failed capture. What have you done to my Pachama? A voice cried out, drawing their attention. A girl wearing a white beret rushed towards them, her expression fraught with concern as she scooped up the incapacitated Pachama. Tears glistened in her eyes as she surveyed its injuries. What have you done to my Pachama? How could it be so hurt? She glared at Xiaoqing and Xiaoji with fury. I thought Pachama was a wild Pokémon. I wanted to capture it. So Xiaoji stammered, flustered and struggling to explain. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing stood in astonishment. The girl's appearance, demeanor, and the Pachama in her arms unmistakably identified her as Hikari, the heroine who traveled with Xiaoji in the Sinnoh region. Xiaoqing's heart raced with excitement. She was one of his favorite characters from the Pokémon saga in his past life. Hey, you over there. Why are you staring? Hikari snapped at Xiaoqing, incensed by his gaze. Are you referring to me? Xiaoji, thinking she was addressing him, was bewildered by how she knew his name. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Xiaoqing explained the sequence of events while tending to Pachama with healing spray and bandages. Oh, I see. I thought you were Pokémon traffickers. Hikari's anger dissipated as she grasped the situation. Not to worry, Pachama will heal in no time, Xiaoqing assured as he handed the freshly bandaged Pachama back to Hikari. Hikari hesitated, her eyes drifting to the patched-up Pachama, unsure of how to express herself. Seeing her discomfort, Xiaoqing felt equally embarrassed. Pachama was swathed in bandages, leaving only a narrow slit for its eyes and its mouth exposed. Haha. My first attempt was a bit clumsy. I apologize, Xiaoqing scratched his head sheepishly, wishing he could vanish into a hole. It's all right, Hikari reassured him, gently loosening some of the bandages. This is much better now. At last, Pachama looked more presentable. With the amusing moment behind them, Xiaoqing packed away the fishing rod, and he and Xiaoji prepared to continue their journey toward Orberg City, having set their sights on the Orberg Gym as their primary objective. Hikari, uncertain of her own plans, decided to accompany them out of the forest before making any decisions. Hikari, are you also planning to participate in the Sinnoh League? Xiaoji inquired, having held this question in for quite some time. The Sinnoh League? What is that? Hikari asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. You don't know about the Sinnoh League? Xiaoji exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom how someone could be unaware of such a significant event. Is it strange not to know? Why should I have to? Hikari countered, bemused. Xiaoqing lightly tapped the flustered Xiaoji to help him regain composure. Xiaoji then elaborated on the intricacies of the league competition, generously sharing his previous experiences. Haha, the league competition sounds quite fascinating. Hikari's interest was piqued. Right? The league is fantastic. You should give it a try? Xiaoji encouraged her. I plan to participate in the Pokémon contest instead, Hikari replied softly. Though intrigued by the league, she had no intention of competing in it. Little Guang's response was already well understood by Xiao Chun, as Little Guang's mother was a formidable coordinator, having won the prestigious Grand Festival Championship. Growing up in such an environment, it was only natural for Little Guang to develop an interest in the dazzling contests. What? You also participate in the dazzling contest? Ash exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Also, Little Guang gazed at Xiao Chun and Ash, ultimately fixing her attention on Xiao Chun. From Ash's earlier words, it was clear that he intended to take part in the league competition, which left Xiao Chun as the only one unaccounted for. Are you also entering the Pokémon Dazzling Contest? Little Guang inquired excitedly, surprised to meet someone else preparing for the same event. No. Xiao Chun explained that Ash's previous traveling companion had also participated in the Dazzling Contest, and had even attended the Grand Festival. Wow, she must be incredibly talented, Little Guang remarked, recognizing that coordinators who could compete in the Grand Festival were indeed formidable. Hey, How about joining us on our journey? Ash extended an invitation at that moment. Travel together? Little Guang pondered. Xiao Qin remained silent nearby. All right, then I look forward to your guidance from now on. Little Guang extended her hand toward Ash. Looking forward to it. Xiao Qin and Little Guang also raised their fists, and the three of them bumped fists together. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the distance, the sound of clashes resonating through the air. What on earth is happening? Little Guang exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. It must be Pokémon battling, Xiao Qin quickly deduced. Pokémon. Let's go check it out. Without waiting for his companions to respond, Ash dashed toward the source of the noise with Pikachu in tow. Ash, slow down, wait for us, Xiao Qin called out, hurrying to catch up with Little Guang as Ash's figure disappeared into the distance. Soon, Xiao Qin and Little Guang caught up with Ash. Ash, why are you running so fast? Xiao Qin and I could barely keep up, Little Guang complained, casting an annoyed glance at Ash. It was then that Xiao Qin noticed something amiss. Ash stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to Little Guang's words. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, also intently staring forward. Ash, what are you doing? Little Guang stepped in front of Ash, peering in the direction he was looking. Ah, Little Guang gasped, tightly covering her mouth. Xiao Qin, not daring to hesitate, rushed over to join them, equally stunned by the scene before them. The surrounding trees were either uprooted or broken at waist height, and the ground was riddled with craters, with a massive pit in the center. What on earth happened here? Ash finally found his voice. Let's go take a closer look, Xiao Qin urged, leading the way toward the giant pit. This is... Little Guang suddenly pointed at a shadow trapped beneath a large rock beside the pit. It's a Bulbasaur. Ash recognized the trapped creature immediately. Quick, let's help. Xiao Qin called to Ash, urging him to assist in moving the stone. The Bulbasaur, perhaps sensing the presence of humans, let out a faint whimper. Are you all right? Xiao Qin cradled the Bulbasaur in his arms, checking its condition. Seeing the injuries covering the Bulbasaur's body, the three felt a heavy weight in their hearts. What could have happened here? How could a Bulbasaur be so badly hurt? Ash voiced his concern, but no one had an answer. We need to get it to a Pokémon Center quickly, or it might not survive until nightfall, Xiao Qin said, his tone grave. He had noticed a capture net beneath the Bulbasaur when rescuing it, and he was certain that someone had been illegally capturing Pokémon nearby. Although he couldn't identify the culprit yet, it was clear that such actions were not those of a benevolent individual. Ash, Little Guang, we need to leave immediately. Xiao Qin suddenly recalled something and spoke urgently. Oh, just a few kids? It's not nice to meddle with other people's Pokémon. A rough male voice boomed, followed by the roar of an engine. A fierce-looking bald man drove a truck toward the three. The truck halted not far from them, and the bald man stepped out, brandishing a gun. The trio clenched their fists, their expressions darkening, not merely at the sight of the bald man, but at what lay behind the truck. There stood a massive iron cage containing several Bulbasaurs and a few Ivysaurs. In the center was a battered Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur. Level, 49 Gym level. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Leaf Blade, Solar Beam. It was evident that this bald man was a Pokémon hunter. The devastation around them was likely the result of a battle between the Venusaur and his Pokémon, having captured an entire Bulbasaur family and even defeated a gym-level Venusaur. This bald man's strength was not to be underestimated. Ash, be careful. This man is likely a Pokémon hunter. Little Guang, if a fight breaks out, you should be cautious and find a chance to escape. This isn't a battle you can handle, Xiao Qin whispered, instructing his companions. Ash and Little Guang nodded, fully aware of the threat posed by the bald man, their gazes never leaving him. Kids, don't look at your big brother with those eyes. It makes me scared. Ha! The bald man taunted, noticing the trio's expressions. The three remained silent, their stares unwavering. How boring. Leave the Bulbasaurs and all your Pokémon here, or you'll be staying with us. The bald man lost interest in banter, planning to seize their Pokémon before making his exit. He hoped they were certified trainers, as they would likely possess starter Pokémon, which would yield him a substantial profit. Don't even think about it. Go, Charizard. Ash refused to yield to the enemy, releasing Charizard first. Roar. Pikachu, perched on Ash's shoulder, stood by Charizard, glaring menacingly at the bald man. Pachima, let us go? Little Guang summoned Pachima to join the fray. Charmander, come out and fight. Xiao Qin held back a bit, opting to release Charmander instead of his strongest Garchomp. After some training, Charmander had progressed from a novice level and was now at level 13. The bald man's eyes lit up upon seeing their Pokémon. He had expected the trio to possess only 3 initial forms of starter Pokémon, but he was taken aback to see a Charizard among them. Ha ha ha, this is a jackpot. The bald man laughed heartily, completely underestimating the three, believing that while Charizard appeared strong, it was still within his control. Very well, Let us engage in a little amusement," the bald man declared, casting forth 2 Pokeballs. From them emerged an Empoleon and a Scizor, both formidable Pokémon. Pokémon, Empoleon. Level, 63, Elite. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Metal Claw. Water Pulse. Pokémon, Scizor. Level, 62, Elite. Ability, Technician. Moves, Bullet Punch, Steel Wing. 2 elite Pokémon. The bald man exclaimed. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower upon Scizor. With a fierce roar, Charizard expelled a torrent of flames aimed directly at Scizor. Empoleon, use Hydro Pump. The bald man remained unfazed, commanding Empoleon to execute the attack. The Flamethrower and Hydro Pump collided, creating a dense mist that obscured the battlefield. Both the bald man and his Pokémon vanished from the trio's sight. Everyone, be cautious, Xiaochen shouted. Just as his warning fell, Scizor seized the moment, delivering a swift bullet punch to Charizard's back, causing it to cry out in agony. Charizard, you despicable fiend. Ash seethed upon witnessing Charizard's distress. Come forth, Noctowl and Snorlax. Ash released 2 more Pokémon, his shiny Noctowl and the gluttonous Snorlax. Pokémon, Noctowl. Level, 55, near elite. Ability, Insomnia. Moves, Confusion, Detect. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, 53, near elite. Ability, Thick Fat. Moves, Body Slam, Hyper Beam. Noctowl flapped its wings, dispersing the surrounding mist. With a hoot, it revealed the bald man's figure once more. Oh, intriguing. You possess such formidable Pokémon. You've truly surprised me. The bald man's eyes gleamed with unexpected delight as he beheld the newly summoned Pokémon, particularly Noctowl, his gaze betraying a glimmer of avarice. A shiny Noctowl, this could yield a significant profit. Seize them swiftly, he commanded, realizing the urgency of the situation. The trio now had several potent Pokémon at their disposal, and he needed to act quickly to prevent attracting unwanted attention. Empoleon and Scizor advanced, engaging in fierce combat against the trio's Pokémon, though it was primarily Ash who was fighting. Xiao Chen's Charmander and Xiao Guang's Piplup proved ineffective in the face of the battle. With Charizard injured from Scizor's ambush, Ash found himself at a disadvantage. As the Pokémon clashed fiercely, a sudden burst of black flames struck Charizard. Roar! Charizard was hit once more, teetering precariously as if on the brink of collapse. The trio turned to the source of the attack, where a purple Pokémon with prominent fangs and red eyes grinned mischievously. Pokémon, Gengar. Level, 61, Elite. Ability, Cursed Body. Moves, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball. Gengar. When did it appear? Ash questioned, bewildered by the sudden appearance of Gengar. However, he had no choice but to recall the injured Charizard into its Pokeball. It must have emerged when our view was obscured by the mist, Xiaochen deduced. Correct. But alas, there is no reward for you. Now, how do you intend to respond? The bald man eyed the trio with malicious intent, already envisioning them as his prey. His Pokémon surrounded Xiaochen and his companions, leaving only Noctowl and Snorlax to endure the onslaught. Empoleon, Metal Claw. With the bald man's command, Empoleon struck Snorlax with a Metal Claw. Snorlax winced in pain, having been overwhelmed and unable to retreat due to its bulk. After enduring several waves of attacks, Snorlax succumbed to another bullet punch from Scizor and finally fell. Ash had no choice but to return Snorlax to its Pokeball. Xiaochen, what should we do? Xiao Guang's grip on Piplup tightened, trembling with fear as he witnessed Snorlax's defeat. Xiaochen, equally uncertain, had already sent out a distress signal indicating their encounter with a Pokemon hunter, but Miss Junsha had yet to arrive. Even if he were to release his Garchomp, it would not significantly alter the situation. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his final trump card. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to summon it. Very well, it shall be you. Xiaochen tossed a Pokeball into the fray. Chapter 9, Champion-Level Charizard. With a roar, the Pokeball emitted a brilliant red light, revealing an enormous Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 88, Champion. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. When did you acquire a Charizard? Ash gasped in astonishment, sensing that this Charizard's power far surpassed his own. Its sheer size dwarfed his Charizard. Xiaochen did not respond to Ash. Seeing Charizard materialize brought him immense relief. This champion-level Charizard was one of Professor Oak's premier Pokémon, entrusted to him just before his journey commenced to protect him in unforeseen circumstances. This was his ultimate ace. What? The bald man's expression soured upon witnessing Charizard's emergence. With his years of experience in Pokémon trading, he recognized that this Charizard was at least elite level, and he realized that his chances of success were dwindling. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Empoleon, everyone, attack together. The bald man resolved to make one last effort. hoping to overwhelm Charizard through sheer numbers. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed Flamethrower, sending the 3 attacking Pokémon crashing to the ground, incapacitated. What? The bald man was taken aback, stumbling in disbelief as his Pokémon were effortlessly defeated. He had intended to escape while the trio was distracted, but that plan had crumbled. With a swift motion, Charizard seized the bald man by the nape and flung him before Xiao Chun. Roar! Charizard greeted Xiao Chun. Long time no see, Charizard. Although Charizard had remained with Xiao Chun, he had refrained from releasing it, believing that if he relied solely on Charizard, he might as well forego his journey altogether. Little brother, I was wrong to act against you. If you let me go, all these Pokémon will be yours, the bald man pleaded. Pointing hastily at the Bulbasaur and his 3 defeated Pokémon in the truck, fearful of being turned over to Officer Jenny. They had exerted tremendous effort to protect you. Yet you would abandon them merely to escape for your own sake. Truly, your Pokémon are unfortunate to be under the stewardship of a trainer like you. Xiaoguang, witnessing the bald man's betrayal of his Pokémon for personal gain, was seized by a wave of indignation. The bald man, ignoring Xiaoguang's fury, cast a pleading gaze toward Xiaoqing, hoping for mercy. Oh, if I do not let you go, are they not still mine? Xiaoqing feigned a sinister expression as he looked at the bald man. The bald man turned pale upon hearing this. Indeed, his very life now lay in the hands of his adversary. What leverage did he possess to negotiate? Was he not courting further misery? Realizing this, the bald man ceased his struggles and collapsed to the ground, wearing an expression of utter despair. Moreover, unlike you, we regard Pokémon as our companions, and I would never use them as bargaining chips. With that, Xiaoqing dismissed the bald man, instructing Xiaoji to bind him securely before examining the injuries of the Venusaur in the truck. The Bulbasaur and Ivysaur aboard the vehicle had sustained only minor injuries. But the Venusaur, like the previous Bulbasaur, was on the brink of collapse. Without prompt assistance, its life was in grave jeopardy. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens echoed, and a woman on a motorcycle was followed closely by a police vehicle, approaching their direction. Good day. May I inquire if you are Mr. Xiaoqing? Upon dismounting, Miss Junsha cast a peculiar glance at the tightly bound bald man before addressing Xiaoqing. After Xiaoqing recounted the events in full, Miss Junsha praised him and his companions before departing. You claim there are no substantial rewards? Of course there are. However, they must be collected at the Pokémon Center in Heijin City. As for the Bulbasaur community, they would first be taken to a Pokémon treatment center for recovery, after which they would be returned to the wild. Well, it seems we will be camping here for the night, Xiaoqing remarked, noting the waning daylight. Both companions had no objections. Exhausted, the trio set up their tents, snacked a little, tended to their Pokémon's injuries, and then retreated to their respective tents for rest. In his tent, Xiaoqing quietly reflected on the events of the day, recalling the sense of powerlessness he felt in front of the bald man. He also remembered the formidable prowess of his grandfather's Charizard, solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. It was time to translate that ambition into action. Lost in thought, Xiaoqing soon drifted into slumber. As night quietly receded, the dawn gradually brightened the sky. In the morning, Xiaoqing busied himself at the edge of the campsite, preparing breakfast for his companions and their Pokémon. Where are you, Xiaoqing? Why haven't you shown up yet? Xiaoqing thought, feeling frantic. For Xiaoji and Xiaoguang were more inclined to consume than to contribute, leaving him to shoulder the burdens alone. He had evidently become the caretaker of the duo during their journey. Achoo! Just then, while conversing with an older sister, Xiaojiang suddenly sneezed. How strange. He wasn't even ill. Why the sudden sneeze? Upon regaining his senses, Xiaojiang noticed that the older sister he had been speaking with was engaged in conversation with a man, the two of them linking arms and preparing to dine together. Heartbroken, Xiaojiang felt as if 1,000 arrows pierced his heart. Tears of anguish streaming down his resolute face as he cried out to the heavens, I've been heartbroken again. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing completed breakfast and distributed the food to the Pokémon before waking his 2 slothful teammates. Before Xiaoqing could call her, Xiaoguang had already awakened, though she was still in the midst of tidying herself. Pachima, Bubble Beam. Pachima, hearing the sounds from within the tent. Xiaoqing couldn't help but twitch his lips. Xiaoguang was indeed unique, using Bubble Beam to style her hair, a rarity in the Pokémon world. Could it be that the inhabitants of Shinu's Twin-Leaf Town possess a similar special constitution as those from Kanto's new town? Shaking his head, Xiaoqing brushed the strange thoughts aside and decided to rouse Xiaoji. However, no matter how he called out, Xiaoji remained unresponsive. Reluctantly, Xiaoqing turned to Pikachu to wake him. Pointing at the drowsy Xiaoji, Pikachu understood. As Xiaoqing pulled back the tent flap, a blinding light surged forth. Accompanied by Xiaoji's wailing, he soon emerged from the tent. Sporting a wild hairdo and a laughing Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Xiao Guang had also finished her preparations. Xiao Qing called them to breakfast. After eating, Xiaoji regained his energy. All right, it's another vibrant day. Let us set forth towards Heijin City, Xiaoji declared, shouldering his travel bag and looking skyward. Pika Pika, Pikachu echoed in response. Observing Xiaoji, Xiao Qing couldn't help but admire the duo. They were forever brimming with vitality. Thus, the trio set off once more on their journey to Heijin City. Chapter 10, The Mysterious Cavern. Xiao Qing, Xiaoji, where are you? In a cavern, Xiao Guang cried out in anguish at the seemingly endless path before her. The surrounding darkness instilled a sense of dread within her. Regrettably, she had followed Xiaoji and Xiao Qing into this cavernous adventure, lured by their grand tales of diverse Pokémon within, only to find nothing but stones. Having lost track of her companions, she felt compelled to proceed deeper into the cave. Xiao Guang, Xiao Qing, where are you? Xiaoji leaned against a rocky wall within the cavern, moving cautiously as he called out for his friends. His Pikachu illuminated the path ahead like a beacon. Xiao Guang believed she had merely separated from the two, unaware that all three had become isolated. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing sat still, having released his Electivire for illumination. Wearing a hat equipped with a light, he was munching on a piece of bread to regain his strength, while Electivire enjoyed an energy cube. Initially, Xiao Qing and Xiaoji had intended to explore the cavern in search of new Pokémon, only to find themselves lost. No matter, Xiao Qing decided, Electivire, let us proceed in this direction. With that, he chose a path and set off. What is happening? After walking for approximately 2 hours, Xiao Qing noticed something beneath his feet, emitting a sound. He looked down to find he was stepping on a bread wrapper, his own from earlier. Could it be that I am caught in a spatial anomaly? Xiao Qing mused aloud, his voice echoing eerily in the silence of the cavern. Suddenly startled, he whipped around, only to discover that the Electivire, which had been following him, was nowhere to be found. Just then, the light from his hat extinguished abruptly. A chill ran down Xiao Qing's spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. This cannot be. We are in the Pokémon world, not some horror film. This must be the work of a Pokémon. Xiao Qing attempted to steady his nerves. At that moment, a realization struck him, and he reached for the Pokeballs attached to his waist. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that the Pokeballs were inexplicably missing. Not long ago, Charizard had been summoned by Professor Oak to return to Pallet Town for data recording and was no longer with Xiao Chun. He stood frozen in place, paralyzed by trepidation. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic sound reverberated in the previously tranquil cave, as if someone were gently tapping against the walls. Could it be that he was about to encounter something unclean? Xiao Chun pondered anxiously. Yet, mere moments later, the knocking ceased, replaced by the hurried sound of footsteps drawing nearer. This is bad. Xiao Chun felt the footsteps approaching ominously, seemingly directed towards him. His heart raced to his throat as he extended his hands in search of a weapon for self-defense, only to grasp a small, palm-sized shard of stone from the ground. He clutched the stone tightly, fixing his gaze resolutely ahead, determined to confront whatever would soon emerge. The footsteps grew ever closer until a faint light flickered into view, undulating as it advanced toward Xiao Chun. As the light approached, Xiao Chun raised the stone and hurled it at the source. Perhaps due to his nerves, the stone struck just beneath the light. A scream pierced the air. That voice sounds rather familiar, Xiao Chun mused. Ouch, that hurts, came the sound from the light. Realization dawned upon Xiao Chun. Xiao Guang, is that you? He exclaimed, a hint of excitement lacing his voice. Xiao Chun, how wonderful. Xiao Guang responded, equally exhilarated. Upon confirming that it was indeed Xiao Guang, Xiao Chun rushed forward, only to trip over the very stone he had thrown moments before. Xiao Chun tumbled forward, bracing himself for the impending pain. However, the anticipated ache never came. Instead, he found himself atop a soft body. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils as two plush, yielding forms pressed against his chest. A fire ignited within his abdomen. Another shriek emanated from beneath him. At that moment, Xiao Chun fully comprehended the situation. Xiao Guang, are you all right? I'm so sorry, I tripped over the stone. He stammered, hastily helping Xiao Guang to her feet, unwilling to linger in the momentary delight. Xiao Chun. Xiao Guang's voice trembled slightly. Are you okay? Xiao Chun inquired, appearing flustered. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. I didn't mean to, Xiao Chun attempted to clarify, but Xiao Guang remained silent. If only there were light to illuminate the scene, one would notice the flush of embarrassment on Xiao Guang's face. Is your Pokémon still with you? Xiao Chun quickly diverted the topic. They're all gone. Vanished without a trace, Xiao Guang lamented, her voice tinged with distress. Her words shattered Xiao Chen's last glimmer of hope. He slumped down onto the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from a distance. Xiao Guang, let us go investigate. Xiao Chun felt a flicker of hope. The sound suggested that Ash was nearby, accompanied by formidable Pokémon that would surely handle the situation better than the two of them. Even if it wasn't Ash, it would be preferable to remain stagnant. At least they could seek a way out. Xiao Chun grasped Xiao Guang's hand and led her toward the source of the noise. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a cave not far from the sound's origin, where a left turn would lead them closer. Pikachu, unleash a widespread thunderbolt. Pikachu, it was Ash. Xiao Guang exclaimed joyfully. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun guided Xiao Guang toward Ash. It's Ash and Pikachu. They beheld Ash surrounded by Charizard, Pikachu, and Noctowl, while Snorlax sat on the ground, evidently injured. A shadow flitted ominously in the periphery. This shadow must be the cause of all the turmoil, Xiao Chun deduced. Xiao Chun, Xiao Guang, come over here, Ash called, having noticed their arrival. The two hurried to Ash's side, finally experiencing a sense of security they had long yearned for. What on earth is happening? Xiao Chun sought clarity regarding the unfolding events and the whereabouts of his Pokémon. After we got separated, I found myself here when a shadow suddenly appeared, attempting to steal my Pokeballs. Luckily, Pikachu spotted it and intervened. I summoned my Pokémon to battle it. And then I encountered you too. Ash recounted the events. It seemed the shadow was not overly powerful. Ash should be able to confront it. The disappearance of their Pokémon was likely tied to this shadow. Noctowl, use Foresight. As Ash issued the command, Noctowl's eyes glowed brightly, momentarily illuminating the shadow. The shadow's form was revealed to all. What? It's actually Chapter 11. Do you wish to dance too? Under Noctowl's Foresight, a fully purple Pokémon materialized before them. It was none other than a Gengar. Realizing it had been discovered, Gengar ceased its evasion and grinned widely at Xiao Chun and the others. Pokémon, Gengar. Level, 83, Champion level. Ability, Cursed Body. Moves, Dark Pulse, Will-O-Wisp. It was indeed a champion-level Gengar. No wonder it had managed to put Ash and his Pokémon in such disarray. It likely had been unleashed by Gengar itself. Otherwise, it could have easily overpowered Ash. Gengar, why did you attack us? Ash finally posed his question. Gengar, with a sudden exclamation, opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue, revealing several Pokeballs resting within. Those are my Pokeballs, Xiao Guang cried, pointing at one of the Pokeballs. She had decorated it, making it easily recognizable. The others must belong to me, Xiao Chun surmised, realizing Gengar had taken his as well. All right, I'll help you retrieve them. Everyone, let us work together, Ash declared, ready to reclaim Xiao Chen's and Xiao Guang's Pokeballs. Oh, after being ganged up on for so long, I suppose I should summon some allies as well. A raspy voice emerged, sending shockwaves of astonishment through the trio, particularly Ash, who looked as though he had seen a ghost. Well, Gengar is a ghost, after all. Gengar spoke. Ash stuttered, trembling as he pointed at the Gengar. What? Is that surprising? Am I not allowed to speak just because I'm not human? Would you like to learn from that little yellow rodent? I could teach you, you know. Gengar teased, its mischievous demeanor igniting a playful banter with Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu glared at Gengar, its expression darkening. The notion of talking Pokémon is not unfamiliar to them. After all, Team Rocket's Meowth is quite the conversationalist. However, the current Gengar is far more terrifying, with Xiaoqing and his companions firmly under its control. No matter how you learn to speak, defeating you will unveil all truths. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Ash intends to communicate through sheer strength. Yet, Gengar effortlessly disperses Pikachu's attack, and as Ash's other Pokémon prepare to provide support, they are intercepted by a multitude of figures. There stand Ghastly, Haunter, Drifloon, and Shuppet, among others, numbering an estimated 30 or 40. What? So many. None of them anticipated that Gengar would summon such a formidable entourage. You relish in overwhelming the few with the many, do you not? Now, taste the bitterness of being outnumbered. Under Gengar's command, a legion of ghost-type Pokémon surged toward Ash's team. Damn it. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Noctowl, use Confusion. Ash directs his remaining Pokémon to counter the onslaught. Although the levels of the ghost types are generally low, their sheer numbers prove overwhelming. With each of Ash's Pokémon having to face 10 or more foes, the environment here grants the ghost types a distinct advantage, and more of them continue to approach relentlessly. How infuriating. This battle seems endless. Ash feels increasingly overwhelmed as the enemy numbers swell, with his Pokémon's stamina dwindling and the relentless tide of foes still advancing. Ash finds himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Jengar leans casually against a nearby rock wall, observing the battle with no intention of intervening. Roar! A furious shout erupts as Charizard unleashes a massive flame, pushing back the encroaching ghost types before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, Ash withdraws Charizard. With their stalwart ally gone, Noctowl and Pikachu's situation becomes even more dire. Xiaoqing, what should we do now? Ash turns to Xiaoqing, who is typically full of ideas. Xiaoqing shakes his head in resignation. Faced with such circumstances, he has no solutions either. Every conceivable tactic has been exhausted, and now Xiaoqing feels they must surrender to fate. Suddenly, Jengar materializes in the arena, unleashing a dark pulse that sends Noctowl crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise multiple times, but failing, Noctowl ultimately succumbs to exhaustion. Not good. Ash recalls Noctowl, leaving only Pikachu to valiantly fend for itself. I've had my fun. It's time to send you on your way. Jengar's malicious gaze falls upon Xiaoqing and the others, slowly advancing towards them. The trio instinctively takes a step back. Pikachu. Seeing Jengar approach, Pikachu exerts itself, using Iron Tail to clear away the enemies blocking its path in a desperate attempt to thwart Jengar. Yet, the encroaching ghost types quickly overwhelm Pikachu once more. What do you want, Jengar? We can't sleep. Jengar interrupts, casting hypnosis before Ash can finish his sentence. Ash and Dawn collapse to the ground, instantly unconscious. Xiaoqing feels an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his eyelids growing heavier until he too succumbs to sleep. In his final moment of consciousness, Xiaoqing glances towards Pikachu's location. Pokémon, Pikachu. Level, 501,111, continuously increasing. Ability, Actor. Moves, Volt Tackle, Thunderbolt, Actor. Being an actor is wonderful, Xiaoqing murmurs before drifting into a deep slumber. All done, Jengar remarks, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, a smile playing on his lips. Pikachu boom. The sound of an explosion reverberates as Jengar turns, witnessing his minions sent flying. Pikachu, crackling with electric energy, gazes fiercely at Jengar. Upon seeing Ash unconscious on the ground, Pikachu's expression darkens with fury, its electrical energy intensifying. Pika. Pikachu's eyes blaze with hatred directed at Jengar. Jengar, stripped of its earlier playfulness, now bears a serious expression. An altered Pikachu, is it? Let's see what you're capable of. Jengar declares, launching a Shadow Ball at Pikachu. Pika. With a swift Iron Tail, Pikachu shatters the Shadow Ball before darting towards Jengar with quick attack. Dark purple flames swirl around Jengar, but before it can act, Pikachu's Iron Tail strikes Jengar's head. The impact sends Jengar crashing against the stone wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Pikachu locks its gaze onto Jengar, determined to continue until it has knocked Jengar down. Could this be the legendary surge in power? Jengar's raspy voice emerges from the dust cloud as it reappears before Pikachu, no longer the carefree specter it once was. It bears numerous wounds. A formidable opponent indeed. Allow me to show you my ultimate move. Jengar commands its minions to gather around, channeling their energy into itself. Jengar radiates an even more potent power than before. I feel invigorated. Jengar fixes its battle-hungry eyes on Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu responds defiantly. Oh, you wish to dance as well? Chapter 12. Pikachu vs. Champion-level Jengar. Pika. Pikachu's resolve is steadfast. It is determined to defeat this adversary and avenge its trainer. Jengar raises its hands, energy swirling between them, before hurling a charged Shadow Ball at Pikachu. Unyielding, Pikachu retaliates with an Electro Ball launched from its tail. Boom. The two attacks collide mid-air, neutralizing each other. Just as Pikachu seeks to press the attack, it realizes Jengar has vanished. Pika. Before Pikachu can react, Jengar appears behind it, surrounded by several fireballs. With a wave of its hand, the fireballs surge towards Pikachu. Pika. The distance between Pikachu and Jengar is too close. Pikachu cannot evade the incoming Will-O-Wisp and must endure the hit. Little one, your reflexes are lacking, much like a barren plain devoid of pebbles. Jengar taunts, though internally, it acknowledges Pikachu's difficulty. Were it not for Jengar's extensive combat experience, it might have been bested by this small creature. Pika. Despite being battered and bruised, Pikachu rises once more. Little one, don't struggle, you cannot alter the outcome. Can you replicate that earlier surge of power? Jengar reflects on Pikachu's previous display of strength, astonished by the surge that had elevated Pikachu's capabilities. Pika. After Pikachu rose, it felt that its body had reached its limits. Had it not been for its unwavering determination, it would have long since collapsed. Suddenly, Pikachu felt a wave of weakness wash over it, and it finally succumbed and fell to the ground. At that moment, a voice echoed in Pikachu's mind, calling its name. Pikachu lifted its head and saw Ash. This instantly transported it back to the first time they had met. Memories flooded in of the trials and tribulations they had faced together during their journey. Time and again, Pikachu, alongside Ash and their other companions, had triumphed over formidable foes. They had once vowed together to become Pokémon masters. But now, it seemed, that dream had come to an end. Seeing Pikachu lying motionless on the ground, Gengar felt that the outcome was already determined. Pikachu. Gengar turned away, only to witness Pikachu slowly rising once more. Do you still wish to dance, little one? Gengar remained skeptical about Pikachu's ability to defeat it. At that moment, Pikachu radiated a dazzling array of colors, its aura intensifying. If Chuan had not fallen asleep, he would have noticed that the number 1 continuously flashed behind Pikachu's level display. Remarkably, your energy has increased once more. Excellent. Entertain me to your heart's content. Gengar glowed with magical energy, preparing to unleash a dazzling spell upon Pikachu. With a surge of electrical energy, Pikachu charged towards Gengar, crackling with electricity. The ground beneath them shattered at the moment of impact, their energies intertwining to form a swirling vortex. Very well, I, Gengar, shall deem you the strongest, it roared, feeling the tremendous power behind Pikachu's attack. Pikachu, let me show you the strength of our bond. The vortex of energy erupted violently, sending debris flying in all directions. In the aftermath, Pikachu, panting heavily, gazed at the fallen Gengar and sighed in relief before gradually collapsing. Thankfully I managed to hold on. Otherwise, I might have truly been defeated. Gengar, still shaken, approached Pikachu and poked it with a hand. Only when Pikachu remained still did Gengar breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that Pikachu might rise again, even stronger than before. In the end, this battle must count as my victory, Gengar thought to itself. At that moment, several of Gengar's minions arrived, carrying Chuan and the others to Gengar's side. While Pikachu and Gengar had been locked in battle, Gengar's subordinates had moved the unconscious Chuan and his companions to safety. Look at the mess this has caused. We have quite the ordeal ahead, Gengar sighed, glancing at the unconscious Ash and then back at the motionless Pikachu. Take them away and tend to them properly. Gengar waved its hand, signaling its minions to escort Chuan and the others away. Who understands, family? That little one charged at me, shouting about bonds, and gave me quite the beating. After the subordinates departed, Gengar stared at its hand, slightly singed from Pikachu's electric attack, feeling a sense of despair. Oh, my head is spinning. Chuan, holding his forehead, rose from the ground, finding himself amidst a dense forest. Ash, Dawn, and Pikachu lay not far from him. Chuan approached to awaken his companions. Where are we? Weren't we battling Gengar? Ash asked, still somewhat dazed. Dawn, equally bewildered, echoed his confusion. I don't know, but our Pokeballs are back. Upon waking, Chuan checked his Pokeballs, relieved to find them all returned to his waist. Although he knew Pikachu had ultimately unleashed its full power, he remained uncertain about the battle's outcome. As the group pondered their predicament, an awakened Pikachu pulled out a piece of paper that had been pinned beneath it. Pika Pika. Ash took the letter and began to read aloud. Greetings. I am Gengar. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Living in the cave has been quite dull. Whenever a trainer passes by, we engage in battle, and afterward, we hypnotize them and send them away. Sometimes, we also play little pranks on passersby. I had intended to release you all after our battle, but that Pikachu's sudden surge caught me off guard, and I couldn't contain it in time. I apologize for the trouble caused. I have prepared some small gifts as a token of my apology and hope to see you again in the future. Wow, Pokemon can write. How impressive, Dawn exclaimed, astonished by Gengar's letter. Pikachu then presented a box, seemingly the apology gift Gengar mentioned. Opening it revealed 3 evolution stones, a thunder stone, a fire stone, and a water stone. Pika. Upon seeing the thunder stone, Pikachu executed a backflip and swiftly distanced itself. What just happened? Dawn questioned, puzzled by Pikachu's strange behavior. Pikachu evolves into Raichu when it comes into contact with the thunder stone, and it certainly doesn't wish to evolve. Chuan explained, providing insight. Realizing this, Ash chose the fire stone while Dawn selected the water stone, with Chuan claiming the thunder stone. Each stone held little significance for Chuan. Any choice would yield the same outcome. It's a hellish challenge, akin to a novice's reward. The group rested for a while. All right, it's time for us to continue our journey, Chuan said, glancing at Ash. Let us go, Pikachu exclaimed. Thus, the group embarked once more on their adventure. Chapter 13, The 4 Iron Dumbbells. Welcome to Black Gold City. It's me, Ash. Ash shouted as he gazed at the city that lay just ahead. After enduring numerous trials, Chuan and his companions finally arrived at Black Gold City. Since emerging from Jengar's cave, they had traversed nearly a week, facing many hardships along the way. Chuan and Dawn stood to the side, exasperated by the peculiar glances directed at Ash. They attempted to maintain a distance, hoping that onlookers wouldn't realize they were together, while simultaneously wishing Ash wouldn't approach them. Seeing Ash stride towards them, Dawn quickly took his hand and ran away. He usually calls me impulsive, yet here he is, more eager than I, she thought. Pikachu, we need to speed up. We can't let Chuan claim the black gold badge before us. Pika Pika. With that, Ash dashed after the direction Chuan had taken. Is this the black gold gym? Ash marveled at the rock-encased structure, his heart racing with excitement. Dawn, why don't you accompany Ash for the gym challenge? I need to step away for a moment. Chuan suggested. What? You're not coming with me? Ash asked, bewildered. Not this time. My grandfather sent me something to collect at the Pokémon Center, so I must go. Although Chuan had initially intended to accompany Ash for the gym battle, he recalled his own plans and the message from Professor Oak regarding a package he needed to retrieve. Very well, I shall proceed to challenge the gym. Ash and Dawn entered the Black Gold Gym. As Xiaoqing watched their figures fade from his sight, he made his way to the Pokémon Center. Good day, Nurse Joy. I am here to collect Professor Oak's parcel. While conversing with Nurse Joy at the front desk, Xiaoqing produced his Pokédex. In the Pokémon world, the Pokédex is akin to an identification card. It does not imply that those without one are illegal, but rather serves as an electronic identity. Professor Oak, Nurse Joy said as she received Xiaoqing's Pokédex and inserted it into a nearby machine. Soon, Xiaoqing's information appeared on the display screen. Chansey, please retrieve Professor Oak's package, she instructed her companion. Mr. Chung, please hold on for a moment, she added. All right, Xiaoqing replied, stepping aside to use the communicator to call Professor Oak. Before long, Professor Oak's face appeared on the large screen. Ah, Xiaoqing, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. The moment he recognized his grandson, a broad smile spread across his face. Grandpa, did you not say you had something for me to handle? Xiaoqing remarked, slightly exasperated, wondering if the old man had forgotten his own plans due to his age. Ah, yes. I almost overlooked it, ha ha ha. Professor Oak chuckled in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. So what is it exactly? Xiaoqing queried, bemused. You'll find out soon enough. There's a surprise in store. Oh dear, my instant noodles are about to overcook. We shall discuss this later. With that, Professor Oak abruptly ended the call. Xiaoqing sighed, realizing that his grandfather might be a tad unreliable. Upon returning to the front desk, Chansey appeared before Xiaoqing, cradling a large parcel. This is the package from Professor Oak for you. Please take good care of it, Nurse Joy instructed as Chansey placed the parcel before him and departed. What could it possibly contain? With a heart full of curiosity, Xiaoqing opened the package to reveal a thick layer of protective foam. Lifting the foam cover, he discovered 4 Pokémon incubation devices before him. All 4 eggs bore a uniform appearance, their surfaces a lustrous copper hue. Pokémon eggs? Are these for me? Xiaoqing noticed a letter beside them and picked it up to read. It turned out to be a gift from Professor Oak to commemorate his journey, although it had experienced some shipping issues and could not be delivered before his departure. This color, could it possibly belong to a Copperja? Wait a moment, 4 of them? Surely not. Xiaoqing quickly prepared to use his special ability to inspect the eggs. At that moment, the 4 eggs emitted a dazzling light simultaneously. Are they about to hatch? Xiaoqing swiftly removed the eggs from their incubation devices. As the light faded, 4 small, copper-hued Pokémon resembling tiny arms emerged. They approached Xiaoqing, nuzzling against him and occasionally releasing friendly electromagnetic waves. Pokémon, Magnemite. Level 1 Novice. Ability, Magnet Pull. Moves, Tackle. Xiaoqing was overjoyed, just as he had hoped. He now possessed 4 Magnemites, which was tantamount to having a Metagross. Although they were not shiny variants, they were still quite impressive. It is worth noting that shiny Pokémon are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only 1 in 10,000 existing. Daigo's shiny Pokémon could be attributed to his family's strength and luck. Moreover, the only difference in shinies is their coloration, otherwise, they are identical. Just then, Xiaoqing noticed something beneath the package Professor Oak had sent. Upon retrieval, he discovered several high-quality magnets. He placed a few in front of the Magnemites, which immediately adhered to them, their singular eye curving into a crescent shape. These were valuable items. The energy contained within the magnets would expedite the Magnemites' progress through their novice phase, significantly benefiting their growth. Subsequently, Xiaoqing took out Pokeballs and successfully captured all 4 Magnemites without any complications. One Pokeball suddenly vanished, and Xiaoqing realized that it was due to exceeding his Pokemon limit, resulting in it being sent back to Professor Oak's lab. He used the communicator to contact Professor Oak once more. When the call connected, a Magnemite floated beside the professor. Grandpa, It seems you have received the Magnemites, Xiaoqing remarked, observing Professor Oak slurping his noodles. Indeed. What do you think of this gift? Professor Oak asked, his mouth full of noodles as he looked at Xiaoqing. I absolutely love it. I shall send one Magnemite back to you. I will take care of them until they evolve into Metagross. Xiaoqing understood that the current Magnemites lacked combat capability. They would need to rely on absorbing electromagnetic energy until they evolved, at which point their power would dramatically increase. He sent a Pokeball containing a Magnemite back to Professor Oak and exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Mr. Chung, I have another package that requires your signature, Nurse Joy announced as she approached carrying a parcel. Xiaoqing accepted the package, recalling that there had been a reward for capturing the Pokemon Hunter, and it seemed this package was it. He did not rush to open it, but planned to find Ash and Dawn first so they could unveil it together, as all three had participated in the endeavor. With matters concluded here, Xiaoqing intended to seek out Ash at the Black Gold Gym. Before he could leave, he encountered Ash and Dawn at the entrance. Ash, have you completed your challenge at the Black Gold Gym? Xiaoqing inquired, puzzled by their quick return. He had only just unwrapped a package. Sigh, I only used a Charizard. And the gym leader was defeated without much challenge, Ash replied, clearly unsatisfied, eager for a more challenging encounter. You have no idea. Before leaving, Ash told the gym leader to train his Pokemon properly for the next challenge. Dawn recounted, sharing Ash's antics with Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing chuckled, realizing that he had significantly influenced Ash. He had learned to tackle gym battles with Charizard alone. However, the gym leader was also testing challengers. Had Ash utilized his main team, victory would not have been assured. Alright, let us see what our reward for capturing the Pokemon Hunter is. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, both Ash and Dawn were drawn to the parcel in Xiaoqing's arms, and the three of them eagerly opened it together. This is actually... At the moment Ash saw the contents, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 14, The Powerful Capture Knife Minions. As the package opened, they were greeted by 3 identification cards bearing the emblem of the Black Gold City Pokemon Breeding Center. Xiaoqing immediately recognized the purpose of these items. Every city has a Pokemon breeding center, all under the unified management of the League, where numerous abandoned Pokemon reside. Occasionally, even the starter Pokemon issued to newcomers are provided by the breeding centers. Most of the Pokemon within are homeless wild creatures or those abandoned by unscrupulous trainers. With these 3 identification cards, Xiaoqing and his companions could venture to the breeding center to select 3 Pokemon. The Pokemon there vary in strength, and with a stroke of luck, they might even obtain a powerful companion. Certainly, the Pokemon within cannot be captured through battles. They must first acknowledge the trainer before being taken away. Therefore, it is paramount to demonstrate one's own strength in order to earn the trust of these formidable creatures. With that in mind, let us venture to the breeding facility to select our Pokemon. Xiaoqing handed over the credentials to Ash and Dawn, and the trio set off towards the Pokemon Breeding Center. Upon their arrival, they presented their credentials to the staff, who explained the rules before escorting them to the Pokemon living area of the facility. Wow, this place is just like the wild, Dawn exclaimed in awe. Xiaoqing explained, they've merely enclosed a section of land here. It bears no significant difference from the wilderness, save for the presence of human management. Given that the trio had no immediate intentions of capturing Pokemon, they began their search together. Each held a map, which indicated several larger Pokemon populations. Look, there's a Squirtle here. Dawn pointed excitedly at a location marked with a Squirtle symbol on the map. Do you wish to capture a Squirtle? Ash inquired. Absolutely. Squirtlets are so adorable. I must give it a try. What about you, Ash? Dawn turned to him. I think I'll pass. I already have a Squirtle. Ash replied, his expression tinged with disappointment. What's the matter with you, Ash? Dawn whispered to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing briefly recounted the story of Ash and his Squirtle to Dawn. Understanding dawned upon her. No wonder Ash bore such a countenance. It was because he was separated from his Pokemon. Ash, you've done enough already. If you miss it, just call it back. I'm certain it misses you too, Xiaoqing encouraged, giving Ash a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Ash murmured, lost in thought. Since Dawn wished to capture a Squirtle, the trio proceeded to the habitat of the Squirtle population. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of numerous Squirtlets frolicking in a small pond. Wow, there are so many Squirtlets, Dawn exclaimed, overjoyed. The Squirtlets, noticing the humans approaching, showed no fear and instead curiously gathered around them. Having lived in the breeding center for quite some time, they were accustomed to human presence and did not exhibit the same trepidation as wild Pokemon. At that moment, a mischievous Squirtle playfully sprayed Dawn with a water gun, drenching her. Rather than being upset, she simply changed into dry clothes and continued to play with the Squirtlets. Ultimately, Dawn successfully captured a Squirtle, the very one that had doused her in water. Xiaoqing, Ash, what kind of Pokemon do you wish to have? She teased, cradling her newly captured Squirtle, while Piplup looked on with envy in its eyes. I'm not quite sure yet. I suppose I'll just wander about, Xiaoqing replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He wasn't planning on capturing a multitude of Pokemon. He believed that around 7 or 8 would suffice, as he always relied on instinct when it came to selection. Moreover, he already had 7 Pokemon in his possession. Although he anticipated that his Steelix would eventually evolve into a Steelix Alpha, he did not wish to cultivate too many Pokemon, unlike his brother, Green, who had captured thousands, to the point where even he struggled to recognize them all. When Green first embarked on his journey, he captured every Pokemon he encountered, even Pidgeys in groups. Had Xiaoqing not intervened in time, Professor Oak's lab would have been overwhelmed. Suddenly, clashing sounds of metal echoed from not far ahead. The trio approached to find a Beldum and a Metong engaged in battle, surrounded by several onlooking Beldums. Pokemon, Metong level 39, Elite, Ability, Clear Body Moves, Bullet Punch. Meteor Mash Pokemon, Beldum level 29, Veteran, Ability, Clear Body Moves, Takedown, Metal Sound. The 2 Pokemon fought fiercely, with the Beldum holding its ground against the more powerful Metong, even managing to retaliate on occasion. Xiaoqing's eyes gleamed upon spotting the Beldum, and he resolved to capture it. After exchanging several blows, both Pokemon ceased their skirmish, revealing that they were merely practicing. Xiaoqing approached the Beldum and stopped before it. Beldum, would you like to travel with me? Xiaoqing inquired earnestly. The Beldum, upon noticing the human before it, immediately launched a metal claw attack. Xiaoqing managed to dodge just in time. That was close. Had I been hit, it would have been disastrous, he thought, feeling a shiver of apprehension. Not pursuing him further, the Beldum turned and walked away. How could it act so aggressively? I was merely asking. Xiaoqing, perhaps you should consider another Beldum, Dawn suggested sympathetically, glancing at the other nearby Beldums. Those Beldums displayed no aggression. Instead, they engaged with the trio playfully. Ash, you should go find the Pokemon you desire. I want to learn more about Beldum, Xiaoqing decided, intending to inquire with the staff about the Beldum's behavior. Its aversion to humans surely had a reason behind it. The pair parted ways, each seeking the respective staff member. Excuse me, are you the administrator here? Xiaoqing approached the duty room, where an elderly gentleman was reading a newspaper. Indeed, that would be me. How may I assist you? He inquired, setting his newspaper aside. I wish to inquire about that Beldum. I hope to capture it as a companion for my journey, Xiaoqing stated directly. Ah, you must be referring to that Beldum that despises humans, the elderly man replied. Yes, sir, Xiaoqing affirmed, his eyes lighting up as he realized he had come to the right person. If it is that Beldum you seek, you might as well give up. Capturing it is an impossibility. Spare yourself the effort, the administrator declared, confident in his assertion. Please, just tell me about it. I want to try, Xiaoqing implored, gazing earnestly at the elderly man. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I shall share its story with you. Chapter 15. Xiaoqing's injury. Exiting the Pokemon breeding center, Xiaoqing ventured into the nearby forest. From the elderly administrator, he had learned the reason behind the Beldum's disdain for humans. Once belonging to a trainer, the Beldum was often belittled for its perceived weakness. After a loss in a battle, its trainer abandoned it here, leaving the Beldum with a deep-seated resentment towards all humans. Furthermore, Xiaoqing learned that the Beldum was not a resident of the breeding center. He could engage it directly in battle to attempt to capture. Yet, Xiaoqing was reluctant to pursue that route, knowing that capturing it by force would only lead to difficulties in nurturing their future bond. It sought to have a serious conversation with the bladed soldier, and if it remained unwilling, then Xiao Chun would relinquish his pursuit. At that moment, a beam of pure white light shot into the sky, striking a nearby mountainside, sending debris flying in all directions. Could it be the destructive beam? Xiao Chun recognized it at once, and a thought struck him. That direction seemed to be where the bladed soldier was. Realizing this, Xiao Chun wasted no time and hurriedly ran toward that location. Upon his arrival, he found the bladed soldier in a standoff with a Pokemon resembling a mole. Pokemon, Dragonhead Mole. Level, 45, Gym level. Ability, unconventional. Skills, Dig Metal Claw. To his astonishment, it was a gym-level Dragonhead Mole. The mole looked down on the bladed soldier with an air of arrogance, as if it had never regarded it as a threat. Meanwhile, the bladed soldier was already battered and bruised, yet it continued to fight valiantly against the Dragonhead Mole, driven by sheer willpower. Nearby, a pile of berries suggested that the two Pokemon had clashed over them. The bladed soldier gazed at the formidable Dragonhead Mole, its eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit. The Dragonhead Mole, ignoring the bladed soldier, ambled over and began devouring the berries with abandon. Witnessing the berries nearly consumed, the bladed soldier surged forward, its hands emanating a white glow as it unleashed Metal Claw. The dragon head mole retaliated with its own Metal Claw, and given the vast difference in strength, the bladed soldier was knocked to the ground with a single blow. Undeterred, the bladed soldier sprang back up and charged at the dragon head mole with a headbutt. The dragon head mole merely scoffed, launching a focus energy attack that struck the bladed soldier in the abdomen. The bladed soldier was sent flying, letting out a pained cry before crashing into a large tree behind Xiao Chun. The dragon head mole then took notice of this unfamiliar human, but chose to disregard Xiao Chun and approached the bladed soldier instead. As it looked upon the bladed soldier, leaning against the tree, a glint of malice flashed in the dragon head mole's eyes. This wretched creature had repeatedly interrupted its meal. It had sealed its own fate. Raising its right hand, the dragon head mole prepared to finish off the bladed soldier. The bladed soldier, filled with despair, had no strength left to fight and closed its eyes, awaiting the inevitable blow. After a long moment, the bladed soldier felt no pain as anticipated. It slowly opened its eyes to see a young boy shielding it from the dragon head mole's attack. It was none other than Xiao Chun, who had come searching for the bladed soldier. Just as the dragon head mole's strike was about to land, Xiao Chun had leaped forward to intercept it. However, Xiao Chun had overestimated his abilities. Though he was a novice, he did not possess Ash's resilience. The moment the attack landed, he felt a searing pain in his back. A deep gash, visible to the bone, marred his back, blood streaming profusely. The dragon head mole, enraged, could not believe that this human dared to obstruct it for the sake of this insignificant creature. It was a path to certain doom. Raising its claws once more, the dragon head mole intended to eliminate this troublesome human. At that moment, a pokeball at Xiao Chen's waist began to glow. The dragon head mole, sensing the shift, retreated instinctively. Several Pokémon positioned themselves in front of Xiao Chun. The Sharpedo and Electrode glared menacingly at the dragon head mole, while Charmander stood by Xiao Chun, retrieving a healing potion from his storage ring to apply to his back wound. This storage ring had been given to him by Professor Oak at the start of his journey. Although its capacity was not as great as a travel backpack, it was far more convenient to carry. Noticing that reinforcements had arrived, the dragon head mole did not flee. Sensing the aura emanating from the group, it discerned that only the shark-headed creature posed a real threat, while the other two could easily be dealt with. Just then, another colossal figure emerged from Xiao Chen's pokeball. The moment the dragon head mole laid eyes on it, it was left dumbfounded. Why didn't you bring that one out sooner? Don't keep it hidden, it thought, realizing it was in for trouble. The majestic Charizard stood in the center, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it fixated on the dragon head mole. At that moment, Charizard was consumed by rage. During Xiao Chen's journey, his trainer had entrusted the safety of his grandson to Charizard, and now he had sustained such grave injuries. How could Charizard face his trainer after this? You vile mole, you have sealed your own fate, Charizard declared, glaring at the trembling dragon head mole before delivering a powerful slap. The dragon head mole stood frozen, unable to evade the attack, and took the blow head-on. Stunned by the strike, it felt the world spinning around it. Ultimately, the dragon head mole collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Charizard, still unsatisfied, lifted the dragon head mole and soared into the sky, releasing it with a forceful throw into the distance. The dragon head mole crashed into a thicket, its fate uncertain. Roaring, Charizard descended before Xiao Chun, concern etched on its face. Charizard, I'm fine. Just take the bladed soldier. We need to head to the Pokémon Center. Xiao Chen's voice was hoarse, and before he could finish his sentence, he succumbed to unconsciousness. His Pokémon returned to their respective Pokeballs, and Charizard gently placed Xiao Chun and the bladed soldier on its back. With a powerful kick, Charizard sped toward the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy immediately sensed something was amiss upon seeing a Charizard enter. Indeed, Charizard bore a grievously injured Pokémon and a faintly breathing young boy on its back. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the boy as the one who had recently come to collect a package. Without hesitation, Nurse Joy summoned Chansey to arrange for treatment. Soon, Xiao Chun and the bladed soldier were ushered into separate surgical rooms for their operations. Xiao Chun felt as if he were trapped in a dark, oppressive cell. Unable to see his own hands, he stretched his arms, groping around in search of an exit from the darkness. As he fumbled, his right hand suddenly brushed against an object. Believing he had found an escape, he carefully examined it with both hands. After a prolonged investigation, he discerned that the objects resembled two spherical forms, warm to the touch and exceedingly soft. Unable to resist, Xiao Chun pressed his face closer, inhaling a faint fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. Despite several attempts, he could not ascertain their nature. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to abandon his search, the spheres trembled violently in his grasp. Seizing the moment, he clutched one in each hand and squeezed tightly. A familiar scream echoed from the depths of the darkness. Suddenly, he felt something smack against his ears, accompanied by a deafening roar. Gradually, the light began to return, revealing a girl with flushed cheeks staring back at him. Chapter 16. A slap from Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang. As Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Xiao Guang, whose face was awash with a blend of embarrassment and indignation. Just moments ago, he had found himself ensnared in a realm of utter darkness. How could Xiao Guang suddenly materialize here? At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open caught his attention. Turning his head, he beheld Xiao Ji enter, carrying a bag of fruit. Xiao Chen, you're awake? Xiao Ji inquired with genuine concern as he approached. Awake? Xiao Chen echoed, perplexed. Indeed. You have no idea. When Charizard brought you back, you were covered in injuries. You've been unconscious for 3 days. We were terribly worried. It was only upon hearing Xiao Ji's words that Xiao Chun recalled the incident with the Diglett that had injured him. After witnessing Charizard dispatch the troublesome creature, his memory of subsequent events had faded. Now he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself seated on a pristine white bed, and the arrangement of the furnishings made it abundantly clear that he was in a hospital ward. You must express your gratitude to Xiao Guang. She has been by your side throughout your unconsciousness, taking care of you, Xiao Ji continued. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted back to Xiao Guang. Noticing his attention, Xiao Guang lowered her head, her hands clasped protectively over her chest. Xiao Guang, what is the matter? Have you not rested well these past few days? Xiao Ji remarked, sensing her unusual demeanor. And no, I'm fine, Xiao Guang stammered before hastily exiting the room. What is going on with her today? So peculiar, Xiao Ji mused, bewildered by her behavior. But he refrained from probing further, redirecting his focus to Xiao Chun. How are you feeling now? When Charizard brought you back, we were all terrified. You've been asleep for 3 days. You wouldn't believe it. Xiao Guang hasn't left your side, even sleeping beside your bed. Xiao Chen absorbed this information, his mind racing. 3 days? Never leaving? Sleeping beside him? He was not as naive as Xiao Ji. He quickly pieced together the implications, coupling it with the peculiar sensations he had experienced during his slumber and Xiao Guang's strange behavior. He comprehended everything. Xiao Chun, what do you think is going on with Xiao Guang? Xiao Ji remained puzzled about her earlier actions. What Pokémon did you capture at the Pokémon Center? Xiao Chen deftly diverted the topic. Ah, that. It's a remarkable creature. I was instantly drawn to it, Xiao Ji exclaimed, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and releasing a Pokémon. With a splash, a vibrant red Magikarp flopped onto the floor, its tail slapping against the ground. Pokémon, Magikarp. Level, 12, normal. Ability, Swift Swim. Moves, Splash. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the flailing Magikarp. It was just like Xiao Ji to have managed to acquire one. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. That must be Xiao Guang returning, Xiao Ji conjectured, recalling Magikarp into its Pokeball before opening the door. To his surprise, it was a Bidoof that stood at the threshold. Bidoof? What brings you here? Xiao Chen inquired, astonished, given Bidoof's notorious disdain for humans. Bidoof, it called out, entering and coming to a halt beside Xiao Chen's bed. Is there something you need? Xiao Chen asked the Bidoof. Bidoof. The creature placed a healing berry on the table beside Xiao Chen's bed and turned to leave. Bidoof, would you care to travel with me? I promise to train you into a formidable Pokémon. Xiao Chen called out, his desire to capture Bidoof unwavering. He sensed Bidoof's aspiration to grow stronger and wished to accompany it on that journey. Bidoof, it shook its head, not turning back, and left the room. Sighing, Xiao Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that fate had not destined him to bond with Bidoof. You know, that Bidoof visited you frequently while you were unconscious. I thought it wanted you to be its trainer, Xiao Ji remarked, puzzled by Bidoof's behavior. It turned out that after Bidoof was able to move about, it had begun visiting Xiao Chun. Pokémon possess unique physiology, allowing them to regain mobility immediately after receiving treatment, provided they are not gravely injured. Yet, despite their resilience, nothing could surpass Xiao Ji's extraordinary constitution. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun did not share that trait. Well, it has its own choices. We cannot force it, Xiao Chun concluded, resigning himself to the absence of a bond. After spending some more time conversing with Xiao Chun and reminding him to rest, Xiao Ji took his leave. Alone in his hospital bed, Xiao Chun found himself lost in thought, uncertain of how to face Xiao Guang. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he noted the evident handprint on his face, a mark he had justly earned. Resolving to push these thoughts aside, He picked up the fruit that Xiao Ji had brought and began to eat. Meanwhile, Xiao Guang sat on a bench outside the ward, her arms crossed over her chest. Her cheeks flushed. She was lost in reflection, replaying the events that had just transpired in the room. The memory of what had occurred made her face grow even warmer. While resting beside Xiao Chun's bed, she had been startled awake from her dreams, feeling a sense of constriction in her chest. Initially dismissing it as a minor discomfort, it soon became overwhelming, leading her to awaken abruptly and find Xiao Chun nearly pressed against her, his hands absent-mindedly roaming. Unable to contain herself, she had slapped him. And now, in hindsight, she felt a pang of regret. Given Xiao Chun's severe injuries, her reaction seemed excessively harsh. She wondered if she should apologize. Guilt gnawed at her conscience. Thus, after lying in bed for a fortnight, Xiao Chun finally regained his strength. Throughout this period, his Pokémon had remained at his side, and Bidoof occasionally came to check on him. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, busied himself training his Pokémon, aspiring to attain victory in the Sinnoh League. Xiao Guang had only hurriedly visited a few times, leaving without a word, which puzzled Xiao Ji. Whenever he sought clarification, Xiao Guang offered no explanation. Though Xiao Chun was aware of the underlying reasons, he respected Xiao Guang's silence. Now fully recuperated, Xiao Chun summoned his friends to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. The trio set off from the Pokémon Center, but just as Xiao Chun stepped outside, he was halted by a familiar voice. "Bidoof?" he exclaimed, surprised to see Bidoof blocking his path. "Bidoof." It gestured towards the Pokeball at Xiao Chun's waist, then took a few steps back, readying itself for a battle. "Are you challenging me to a fight?" Xiao Chun inferred, a smile breaking across his face. "Bidoof," it affirmed, pointing once more at the Pokeball. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Chun, and he grinned in response. "Electro Monster, it is you who I have chosen." During this period of training, Electro Monster has reached level 29, equal to the strength of the Blade Soldier. Although it faces an opponent that possesses a type advantage over it, Little Chin chooses to place his trust in Electro Monster, aspiring to emulate Ash and become a master of reverse attributes. Electro Monster, seize the initiative and unleash Thunderbolt. With a swift motion, Electro Monster twirls its arms, sending a bolt of lightning hurtling towards the Blade Soldier. The Blade Soldier, however, does not evade the attack, absorbing the hit, as the electric-type move proves to be of negligible effect. In retaliation, the Blade Soldier strikes down upon Electro Monster, delivering a blow that sends it crashing to the ground, suffering considerable damage. It seems that my aspirations of being a reverse attribute master may be in vain. Yet, Electro Monster rises again, lifting its right arm, and launches another strike with a powerful move aimed at the Blade Soldier. The Blade Soldier blocks the attack with one hand while landing a blow on Electro Monster with the other, knocking it down once more. With determination, Electro Monster struggles to its feet, a look of defiance etched upon its face, and suddenly emanates a brilliant light. What is this? Chapter 17, Capturing the Blade Soldier. Is it evolving? Before our eyes, Electro Monster's form expands, and as the radiant light dissipates, a new Pokémon emerges, adorned with black stripes and menacing fangs. Electabuzz. Level 30, Elite. Ability, Motor Drive. Moves, Brick Break, Thunder Punch. In this moment of evolution, Electabuzz gazes at the Blade Soldier with renewed vigor. Excellent, Electabuzz, let us advance. With resolve, Electabuzz unleashes Brick Break once more. The Blade Soldier, undeterred, retaliates, and the two Pokémon clash once again. Following its evolution, Electabuzz's strength has begun to overshadow that of the Blade Soldier, which senses a shift in the balance of power. The Blade Soldier leaps into the air, launching a powerful Iron Head attack aimed at Electabuzz, hoping to secure victory. Electabuzz, use Protect. Little Chin remains calm in the face of adversity. A green barrier materializes in front of Electabuzz, successfully blocking the incoming assault. Now strike with Brick Break. With the Blade Soldier momentarily suspended in midair by Protect, it is struck directly on the forehead by Brick Break. The impact leaves the Blade Soldier dazed and disoriented. Go Pokeball. Seizing the opportunity, Little Chun throws the Pokeball. The Blade Soldier is ensnared within, and the ball flashes with a vibrant red light. Little Chun holds his breath, fixated on the Pokeball, which eventually ceases its trembling, successfully captured. At last, I have captured the Blade Soldier. Overjoyed, Little Chun celebrates this long-awaited achievement. His journey to capture the Blade Soldier has been fraught with challenges. Congratulations, Little Chun, on capturing the Blade Soldier. Ash and Dawn approach, offering their heartfelt congratulations. With that, let us continue towards the next gym location. Ash readies his travel bag, eager to resume their journey. Ash, it seems we may have to part ways. Little Chun feels a twinge of discomfort. Having insisted on traveling with Ash from the very beginning, he now finds it hard to meet Ash's gaze as he contemplates leaving. What's wrong? Little Chun, do you have something on your mind? Ash inquires, puzzled by his companion's sudden desire to depart. Dawn watches intently, curious about Little Chun's intentions. After spending time traveling with you, I've come to realize that the adventure is not as idyllic as I had imagined. I don't think I am suited for constant travel. I prefer to dedicate my time to nurturing Pokémon in a specific location. Therefore, I have decided to cease my travels for now. Little Chun resolves to be honest with Ash, acknowledging his discomfort with travel. In his previous world, travel seemed delightful. But the reality is a different story. Each day involves rushing towards destinations, enduring hardships, and facing unexpected challenges and dangers. These are burdens Little Chun cannot accept. He would rather focus on training his Pokémon. Training Pokémon can be accomplished anywhere, and even those raised during travels may not necessarily be better off. Although they may gain experience in unforeseen circumstances, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. If a Pokémon were to sustain injuries in the wild, timely medical assistance is rarely available, jeopardizing their health. Moreover, the scarcity of food in the wild impedes their growth. Just like Ash's Charizard, which was the smallest upon arriving at Charizard Valley. The well-cared-for Charizards remain formidable. It would be far better to find a dedicated place for training, allowing Pokémon to develop their strength and health in a structured manner. Thus, Little Chun's desire to halt his travels emerged early on, and now he is set to act on that decision. He had previously discussed this with Professor Oak, who wholeheartedly supported his choice. With Professor Oak's guidance, Little Chun can access resources unattainable by most trainers, such as evolution stones and rare Pokémon. Many would be delivered to him if Professor Oak desired them. Will you still participate in the Sinnoh League? Ash suddenly recalls, realizing that Little Chun's decision to stop traveling may prevent him from entering the league. Ash knows of Little Chun's intention to compete and fears he might miss out on the opportunity due to a lack of understanding of the rules. I have already arranged everything regarding the Sinnoh League through my grandfather. He enrolled me in the Pokémon Academy, and given my grasp of Pokémon knowledge, graduating will be a breeze. I can participate in the league without needing badges. Little Chun has already devised a plan, ensuring he can attend the tournament without traveling. All right, since you have your own plans, I won't try to persuade you further. We shall meet at the Sinnoh League. Ash concludes, fist-bumping Little Chun, while Pikachu jumps up to high-five him. Little Chun worries that Ash's enthusiasm might result in a thunderbolt at the moment of parting. Wouldn't that be disastrous? Turning his gaze to Dawn, he finds her looking back at him, her eyes filled with reluctance. Upon hearing about Little Chun's decision to cease traveling, Dawn momentarily contemplates joining him, but her dreams of becoming a top coordinator remain paramount, and she cannot abandon them. She rushes into Little Chun's arms, and he embraces her in return. Take care, and I look forward to our next meeting, she whispers softly in his ear before stepping back. Take care, Little Chun replies, waving as he turns to walk in the opposite direction. Dawn, let us begin our journey. Ash calls out, urging Dawn to prepare for their departure. Yes, let's go. Dawn responds, adjusting her demeanor as she prepares for the journey ahead, now that Little Chun has taken his leave. Xiao Chun walked a distance before turning back to gaze at the receding figures of Xiao Ji and Xiao Guang, slowly fading from his sight. A new chapter of life was about to begin. With a soft murmur to himself, Xiao Chun turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Guang had been watching him intently. At that moment, he resolved to present a brand new self to Xiao Chun upon their next encounter. Let us embark on this new journey. Xiao Ji, undeterred by the departure of his companions, remained the same sunny and confident Xiao Ji as ever. On board a ship sailing from the Sinnoh region to the Johto region, Xiao Chun gazed longingly at the increasingly distant Sinnoh, his mind awash with emotions. Sinnoh, I, Damu Chun, shall return. Xiao Ji, Xiao Guang, await my return. Chapter 18. The fruits of Xiao Chun's special training in Masera Town. At the Damu Research Institute, a 2-on-3 Pokémon battle was unfolding in the backyard. Xiao Chun stood as the referee beside a Pokémon resembling a small dog. All right, everyone, are you prepared? It is time to showcase the results of your special training. Since Xiao Chun's return to Masera Town, he had arranged several months of rigorous training for his Pokémon, and now was the moment to test their progress. Let the battle commence, announced Xiao Chun, witnessing both sides ready for action. The Pokémon clashed fiercely. Charizard and Metagross shielded Garchomp, while Scizor faced off against its longtime rival, Electivire. The battlefield erupted with dazzling moves. Before long, Charizard succumbed to Garchomp's Dragon Claw, losing its fighting capability. Without Charizard's support, Metagross could not endure for long and was also defeated. Only Scizor continued to resist valiantly, leveraging its type advantage to momentarily suppress Electivire. However, with Garchomp's intervention, the equilibrium shattered, and Scizor ultimately fell to the combined assault of the two Pokémon, defeated in despair. Despite the loss, Scizor glared at Garchomp, full of indignation. If it weren't for that guy's sudden interference, victory would have surely been mine. With the battle concluded, Garchomp and Electivire emerged victorious, an outcome Xiao Chun had anticipated. Given Garchomp's formidable level, a loss would have been a surprise. Pokémon, Garchomp level, 64, champion level, ability, rough skin moves, Draco Meteor. Dragon Dive Pokémon, Electivire level, 55, quasi-champion level, ability, motor drive moves, Thunder Punch, Thunder Pokémon. Scizor level, 54, quasi-champion level, ability, technician moves, Bullet Punch. X-Scissor Pokémon, Charizard level, 43, gym level, ability, blaze moves, Flamethrower, Fire Blast Pokémon. Metagross level, 39, elite level, ability, clear body moves, Meteor Mash. Hyper Beam Pokémon, Riola level, 9, beginner level, ability, inner focus moves, Bullet Punch. Aura Sphere. Following Xiao Chen's special training, his Pokémon's levels and strengths witnessed remarkable enhancement. Notably, Garchomp not only surpassed the champion level but also gained the ability to Mega Evolve alongside Xiao Chen. Naturally, the resources expended to elevate their strengths were considerable. However, with Professor Oak's backing, Xiao Chen felt little pressure regarding resources. Xiao Chen's Riolu had recently been acquired through Professor Oak from the League, as he needed 6 Pokémon to participate in the Sinnoh League. Many might wonder if capturing merely 6 Pokémon was insufficient. Even Professor Oak had suggested that Xiao Chen capture more Pokémon, given the ample facilities at the Research Institute. Yet, Xiao Chen believed that 6 Pokémon was ample to handle various situations. After all, with a larger roster, he would struggle to attend to each Pokémon adequately. Unlike Xiaoji, who had captured only a few Pokémon from each region, many of which would not reappear after their travels, Xiao Chen felt that he had made the right choice. His elder brother, Xiao Mao, often captured 10 or more Pokémon at a time during his travels, and sometimes even forgot about some. This was no different from wild Pokémon. Thus, Xiao Chun decided against capturing more once his roster was full, knowing that the Pokémon Center could swiftly heal any injured Pokémon. Alright, everyone, take a break. I need to speak with Grandpa about something. Xiao Chen informed his Pokémon before leading Riolu into the Research Institute to find Professor Oak. Upon entering, Xiao Chen noticed Professor Oak diligently reading through some documents. Respecting his focus, Xiao Chen, along with Riolu, took a seat nearby and began to read a book, patiently waiting for Professor Oak to finish. After a considerable time, Professor Oak closed his notes and noticed Xiao Chen engrossed in a book not far from him. Oh, Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Do you require something from Grandpa? Professor Oak was well aware of Xiao Chen's habits. He rarely visited without a purpose, always bringing questions or requests. This time would be no exception. Indeed, Grandpa, you see, I previously arranged for my enrollment at the Pokémon School. With only a few months left until the Sinnoh League commences, I intend to take the graduation exam early to secure my qualification for the tournament, Xiao Chen stated directly, outlining his needs. Though graduating from the Pokémon School would allow him to participate in the league, he had not yet reached graduation, necessitating Professor Oak's assistance for an early graduation. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements with the Pokémon School. When do you plan to depart? Professor Oak, fully aware of his grandson's plans, had no further inquiries. I will set out tomorrow. After that, I need to visit Brother Shiba, as Riolu's level is still insufficient to face the Sinnoh League. I must seek his guidance, Xiao Chun replied, gently stroking Riolu's head. If he were to train Riolu methodically on his own, it might not be at the bottom of the ranks during the league, but it would certainly struggle against more powerful Pokémon. Xiao Chun had already contacted the renowned fighting king Shiba, hoping to train under him for a while. Shiba readily agreed, recognizing the request as coming from Professor Oak, whose reputation warranted respect. With the illustrious fighting king at his side, Xiao Chen was confident that Riolu would experience tremendous growth before the Sinnoh League. Then I will have the Pokémon School arrange transportation to pick you up tomorrow morning. Make sure to prepare adequately, Professor Oak instructed. Dr. Oak subsequently picked up the telephone nearby, preparing to make arrangements. I'll be leaving with Grandpa now, Xiao Chun said as he bid farewell and departed the research facility with Riolu. After leaving the institute, Xiao Chun made his way back home, preferring the comforts of his own residence despite the option of staying at the research lab. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a red-haired youth lounging on the sofa in the living room. Hearing the door creak, the boy turned his head. Their eyes met. Xiao Miao. Chapter 19. The Fireball Tablet and the Rampaging Charizard. Xiao Chen's expression was one of astonishment. Rising from the sofa as he noticed his younger brother's return, Xiao Miao approached Xiao Chun, tousling his hair playfully. You should call me Big Brother, you know. All right. I got it, Big Brother, Xiao Chun replied, pushing Xiao Miao's hand away and fixing his tousled hair. By the way, Big Brother, what brings you back so suddenly? Xiao Chun was puzzled by Xiao Miao's unexpected return, especially since his brother aspired to become a Pokémon researcher akin to Dr. Oak. Just days prior, during a phone conversation, Xiao Miao had mentioned being out in the field conducting Pokémon research, yet here he was, back home. Of course, it's because of you, Xiao Miao said with a mysterious smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. Me? Xiao Chun was somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Xiao Miao's words. Isn't it because I brought you something special? Xiao Miao said, beckoning Xiao Chun to follow him inside. Upon entering, Xiao Chun's composure faltered at the sight of an object on the table. This is... He picked up the stone tablet, trembling with excitement. Oh, do you recognize this? I discovered it while conducting research in a certain location. Through my studies, I found that this tablet has a significant attraction for Fire-type Pokémon, accelerating their strength enhancement. When I obtained it, several Fire-type Pokémon attempted to attack me, but I subdued them all. Xiao Miao was taken aback by Xiao Chun's fervor. Xiao Chun was exhilarated. He had never anticipated encountering the Fireball tablet here. Yes, I've seen it in an ancient text. This object is known as the Fireball tablet. Its effects on Fire-type Pokémon are immense. It not only enhances their strength and level, but even an ordinary Pokémon can soar to great heights upon obtaining it. Unfortunately, I can no longer locate that ancient text. He briefly elaborated on the Fireball tablet's significance, attributing all his knowledge to the ancient manuscript. Alas, how regrettable it is that I can't find that manuscript, Xiao Miao lamented, for as a Pokémon researcher, he possessed an innate thirst for such unknown information. So, what does this tablet mean? Xiao Chun inquired tentatively. Are you not preparing to participate in the Sinnoh League? This tablet is perfect for your Charizard. My Pokémon have all retired now, so this tablet holds little significance for me. Consider it a token of encouragement as you approach the Sinnoh League, Xiao Miao said, handing the tablet to Xiao Chun. Thank you so much, Big Brother, Xiao Chun exclaimed, clutching the tablet tightly, unwilling to let it go. Well then, I'm off to the research facility, Xiao Chun declared, not waiting for Xiao Miao to respond as he hurried toward the institute, tablet in hand. Honestly, for someone so grown, he is still so excitable. I wonder when he'll finally mature, Xiao Miao remarked, though the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Xiao Chun dashed to the research facility and made a beeline for the backyard. Charizard, come quick. The resting Charizard was roused by Xiao Chun's call. Glancing at him with confusion as he approached, Xiao Chun presented the Fireball tablet to Charizard. Upon receiving it, Charizard was instantly captivated, a profound desire igniting within him. Nevertheless, he retained his composure, lifting his head to point at the tablet, and then at himself, questioning Xiao Chun if the tablet was meant for him. Of course it's for you. Quickly, try it, and see if it enhances your abilities. Xiao Chun replied, as he had only Charizard as his Fire-type Pokémon. Who else could he give it to? Realizing it was indeed intended for him, Charizard hesitated no longer and swallowed the tablet whole. Xiao Chun barely had time to react before the tablet vanished down Charizard's throat. He had merely intended for Charizard to test its efficacy, never anticipating that Charizard would consume it outright. Charizard, why did you eat it? Are you feeling any discomfort? Xiao Chun voiced his concern, uncertain of the consequences of swallowing the tablet. At first, Charizard exhibited no immediate reaction, but soon thereafter, he began to undergo a transformation. The color of his skin shifted from a bright orange to a fiery red at a visible pace. Charizard let out a thunderous roar. What in the world is happening? Xiao Chun's heart sank, sensing something was awry as he observed Charizard's distressing transformation. Charizard's eyes were engulfed in flames, and his gaze towards Xiao Chun turned hostile. Charizard, it's me, Xiao Chun. Don't you remember me? He exclaimed, waving his hand in front of Charizard's eyes. Roaring in fury, Charizard raised his claw, preparing to assault Xiao Chun. Lycanroc, come on. At that moment, Lycanroc appeared before Xiao Chun, blocking the impending strike. Roar. Seeing his attack thwarted only fueled Charizard's rage further, and he engaged Lycanroc in battle. Despite Lycanroc's higher level, it struggled to withstand Charizard's onslaught. Charizard has lost control. We must all stop him. Xiao Chun called out to his bewildered Pokémon like Electivire. Upon receiving their trainer's command, several Pokémon joined the fray. With their collective effort, they managed to hold Charizard at bay, yet he remained unyielding. Is this the power of the Fireball tablet? Xiao Chun pondered, astonished. What is going on here? What has happened to Charizard? The commotion had already attracted Dr. Oak, who arrived just in time to witness Charizard's bizarre behavior. Xiao Chun recounted the incident of Charizard consuming the fireball tablet to Dr. Oak. So you mean to say that Charizard transformed after ingesting the tablet Xiao Miao gave you? It appears that the energy contained within the tablet is too overwhelming for Charizard to handle, causing him to lose control, Dr. Oak deduced immediately. What should we do now, Grandpa? Charizard looks like it's in great pain. Xiao Chun felt a pang of sympathy for Charizard, whose expression was a mix of agony and ferocity. It seems the excess energy within him needs to be released. Let it all out. Dr. Oak proposed a solution. Release it? All right, Lycanroc, continue to battle Charizard. Xiao Chun resolved to exhaust Charizard's energy through combat. Just as Lycanroc and the other Pokémon prepared to strike again, Charizard seized the opportunity to flap its wings and swiftly escape from the area. Oh no, Charizard has fled. If it continues like this, the residents of Shirnu Town will be in grave danger. Quick, Dragonite, we must pursue, Dr. Oak exclaimed, not daring to delay as he summoned his trusty Dragonite and took flight in pursuit of Charizard's trajectory. Lycanroc, let us go? Xiao Chun, unable to shake off his concern for his Charizard, returned his other Pokémon to their Pokeballs and hastily mounted his Garchomp to pursue. Charizard, please do not come to harm, he fervently prayed within his heart. Chapter 20, The Intervention of Suicune. Riding swiftly on his Garchomp, Xiao Chun finally caught sight of his Charizard, who was currently engaged in a tense standoff with Professor Oak's Dragonite. Grandfather, what is the situation now? Xiao Chun leaped from his Garchomp's back and anxiously approached Professor Oak. What in the world is that stone tablet? Your Charizard, originally only possessing gym-level prowess, now stands toe-to-toe with my Dragonite. It's utterly astonishing. Professor Oak gazed incredulously at Charizard, unable to fathom the transformation he was witnessing if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 93, Near Master level. Ability, Shed Skin. Skills, Ice Beam. Dragon Dive. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Xiao Chun's composure faltered. His grandfather's Dragonite was a formidable Near Master, and yet his Charizard was matching it blow for blow. With a fierce roar, Charizard lunged at Dragonite once more, engaging in a fierce battle. As Dragonite made contact, flames erupted from Charizard's body, engulfing its skin, and Dragonite let out a series of agonizing cries as it was scorched by the fire. You see, if it weren't for this circumstance, Dragonite wouldn't be so passive. Professor Oak lamented, gesturing towards the flames enveloping Charizard. The cries of Dragonite eventually subsided as it succumbed to the searing heat. This is Dragonite's ability, Shed Skin. Professor Oak explained. What should we do next? Xiao Chun was consumed by anxiety, solely concerned about his Charizard's well-being. He deeply regretted giving the stone tablet to Charizard without understanding its purpose. However, there was no remedy for regret, and he could only place his hopes in Professor Oak. We must first calm Charizard down, Professor Oak declared, intending to employ physical means to soothe the creature. At that moment, a sudden chill swept through the air, and a Pokémon, entirely cloaked in blue and reminiscent of a deer, emerged not far away. It's Suicune, Xiao Chun exclaimed, pointing in awe. Pokémon, Suicune. Level, Divine. Ability, Pressure. Skills, Mirror Coat, Ice Beam. To encounter a Suicune of divine status was extraordinary. Once a Pokémon attained such a rank, it could no longer be measured by mere levels. Suicune stepped forward slightly, casting a cerulean glow over Charizard. Gradually, Charizard's fury subsided, its skin returning to a normal state. With a sudden cry, Charizard collapsed. Charizard! Xiao Chun gasped, rushing to its side, while Professor Oak quickly approached to examine the unconscious Pokémon. Grandfather, will Charizard be all right? Xiao Chun's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at his fainted companion. There's nothing to worry about. It merely fainted from exhaustion. Do not fret too much. Professor Oak reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Relieved by the news of Charizard's condition, Xiao Chun turned to express his gratitude to Suicune for its intervention, only to find that it had vanished, likely leaving just after Charizard lost consciousness. What a pity, Professor Oak remarked, his tone tinged with regret. As a Pokémon professor, he longed to learn more about such a magnificent creature. Well then, since everything is in order, we should head back to ensure Charizard receives a thorough examination at the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak suggested, signaling Xiao Chun to prepare for their departure. Understood, Xiao Chun replied. Recalling Charizard and Garchomp to their Pokeballs, and together with Professor Oak, they soared towards the Pokémon Center on Dragonite. At the Pokémon Center, Professor Oak. This Pokémon has regained consciousness and only requires a few days of rest to fully recuperate, Nurse Joy informed, handing the Pokeball to Professor Oak. Thank you. Professor Oak expressed his gratitude before passing the Pokeball to Xiao Chun, who had been eagerly awaiting the moment. With anticipation, Xiao Chun opened the Pokeball. and Charizard materialized before him. With a joyful roar, Charizard embraced Xiao Chun. "I am so relieved to see you are all right," Xiao Chun exclaimed, overjoyed at Charizard's recovery. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 52, Near King level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Earthquake. After absorbing the Fireball Stone tablet, Charizard's level had surged to Near King status, a true blessing in disguise. "Well then, since all is well, let us return home," Professor Oak announced, pleased with Charizard's condition. "Coming, grandfather." With Charizard's safety assured, Xiao Chen's spirits lifted. 3 days later. Pallet Town, Oak's laboratory. "Xiao Chen, are you ready? The bus for Pokemon School has arrived," Professor Oak called out to Xiao Chun, who was tidying up in the lab. Due to Charizard's injury, Xiao Chun had requested a 3-day postponement from Pokemon School. Xiao Mo, too, was unable to see Xiao Chen off due to the delay, as he had urgent matters to attend to. "Coming, grandfather." Xiao Chen recalled his Pokemon to their Pokeballs, slinging his travel pack over his shoulder as he made his way outside. Upon stepping through the laboratory doors, Xiao Chen spotted a bus parked at the entrance, where a middle-aged man was conversing with Professor Oak. "Grandfather," Xiao Chen approached his side. "Ah, you're here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Teacher Duanmu from Pokemon School, who will oversee your upcoming examinations," Professor Oak said, guiding Xiao Chun through the introduction. "Hello, Teacher Duanmu. I look forward to your guidance." Xiao Chun extended his hand. "Greetings, Xiao Chun. I am pleased to meet you," Teacher Duanmu replied, shaking his hand. "All right, since you are prepared, I shall not delay any further. Let us depart," Professor Oak encouraged, ushering Xiao Chun onto the bus. Following Teacher Duanmu, Xiao Chun boarded the bus, which pulled away from Pallet Town under Professor Oak's watchful gaze. "Teacher Duanmu, what are the arrangements for us?" Xiao Chun inquired as they settled into their seats. "Professor Oak has briefed me. There will be further arrangements for you. I will expedite your examination to ensure you obtain your entry qualifications for the league as swiftly as possible," Teacher Duanmu explained. "Oh, by the way, all the students on this bus are here for the examination," he added. Only then did Xiao Chun take notice of his surroundings, observing that there were a dozen or so young individuals aboard. Although all were participating in the Pokemon School graduation examination, most would not challenge the league. After all, those who attended the Pokemon School were not ordinary individuals. They had better prospects awaiting them post-graduation. Those like Ash, who wandered around challenging tournaments, were simply ordinary individuals without connections. Although Xiao Chun could have secured a more favorable destination without attending the conference, thanks to the esteemed Professor Okido, his future as a Pokemon researcher, much like that of Xiao Mao, appeared bright. However, Xiao Chun fully understood that strength was the ultimate truth, and participating in the league conference was a dream he must pursue. After several hours of travel, the bus came to a halt before a grand entrance. Chapter 21, Graduation Examination of the Pokemon School. "All right, we have arrived at the Pokemon School. Everyone, please disembark. I will make further arrangements," announced Teacher Duanmu as he welcomed the passengers to exit the bus. As Xiao Chun stepped off, he was greeted by an imposing gate. A group of boys, appearing to be students, stood before the entrance as if awaiting something. "Ah, you're back," Teacher Duanmu greeted a refined student, adorned with glasses, who approached with a respectful bow. "Let me introduce you. This is my most outstanding student, Xian E, who currently serves as my assistant. You may refer to him as Senior Xian E, and he will be available for any questions you may have during your time here," Teacher Duanmu said, giving Xian E a pat on the shoulder as he made the introduction. "Hello everyone, I am Xian E. It's a pleasure to meet you all," he said with a smile directed at Xiao Chun and the others. "All right, Xian E, please take them to arrange their accommodations," instructed Teacher Duanmu as he directed Xian E to show everyone to their lodgings. "Xiao Chun, don't worry about the examination. I will go speak with the principal to make the arrangements for you," Teacher Duanmu assured, sensing Xiao Chun's anxiety. "Thank you, Teacher Duanmu," Xiao Chun replied, initially wishing to suggest there was no need for haste, but understanding their determination to proceed, he acquiesced. After all, the sooner, the better. Following Xian E, Xiao Chun arrived at his assigned accommodation within the Pokemon School, a solitary dormitory room. Though modest, it stood apart from the others, as those who accompanied him were assigned to shared rooms. This clearly indicated Teacher Duanmu's heightened regard for Xiao Chun. After settling in, fatigued from the long bus ride, Xiao Chun reclined on the bed and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a knock on his door roused him from sleep. "Who is it?" Xiao Chun mumbled, rubbing his bleary eyes as he rose to open the door. He had never been one to rise early, likely due to habits from his previous life. Typically, he would sleep until awakened naturally unless there was a pressing engagement. Upon opening the door, he found Xian E standing there. "Ah, Senior Xian E, is there something you need?" Xiao Chun inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Xiao Chun, it's like this. The teacher asked me to inform you that your graduation examination is scheduled for 2 p.m. this afternoon. Please be punctual. And here is the examination guideline. Make sure to read it thoroughly, Xin explained, handing Xiao Chun a book before departing. Graduation examination? It was then that Xiao Chun recalled the purpose of his arrival. After washing up, he returned to his bed, extracting the book Xin had given him to review. Wow, there is so much text. Xiao Chun exclaimed in dismay, observing the dense print on the pages. How long would it take him to read all of this? With only half a day to prepare, it seemed impossible to finish. Deciding he had no hope of absorbing it all, he tossed the book aside and lay flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Xiao Chun suddenly sprang upright in alarm. What? It's already noon. Panic set in. He had barely begun studying. He hastily gathered himself and set out for the examination venue, only to realize he was still unaware of its location. Oh no, this is a disaster, he thought, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Desperate, he sought assistance from passing students. After a series of inquiries and a few wrong turns, he finally located the examination hall. Hey, Xiao Chun, what is going on? Xin, who was maintaining order at the examination entrance, asked, noticing Xiao Chun's disheveled appearance and perspiration. Senior Xin, I didn't know where the examination hall was, so I searched for quite some time, Xiao Chun admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You shouldn't have. The examination location was clearly indicated in the guidelines I gave you, right beneath the examination time on the first page, Xin pointed out, his words striking Xiao Chun like a hammer. I didn't pay attention to that, Xiao Chun said, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Wishing he could find a hole to hide in, unable to meet Xin's gaze. He had overlooked the very information that was intended to guide him. All right, let us go inside for the examination. Xin seemed to sense Xiao Chun's discomfort and gestured for him to proceed. Thank you, Senior Xin. Xiao Chun expressed his gratitude and entered the examination hall. After a series of twists and turns, he finally found himself seated at his designated spot. With the examiner's call, the examination commenced. Xiao Chun glanced at the paper. The questions were exceedingly simple. They primarily concerned the final evolution of Caterpie and similar queries. The more challenging question asked whether Metapod could evolve into a Charizard. Is this knowledge already so widespread? Xiao Chun pondered, albeit finding these questions to be trivial. As the hour drew to a close, Xiao Chun submitted his paper early and proceeded to the next examination venue. Indeed, the graduation examination at the Pokémon school comprised 2 parts, a written test concerning Pokémon and a practical assessment of the student's command over Pokémon in battle. Upon arriving at the examination venue, several candidates were already engaged in their assessments. The arena contained 10 battle stations, accommodating 10 students simultaneously. Xiao Chun approached an unoccupied station and scanned his face on the machine, which recorded his information. The evaluator in the adjacent rest area received the data and commenced the assessment. After confirming his identity, the evaluator released a Pokémon and announced the start of the evaluation. Xiao Chun promptly summoned his Charizard, unleashing a torrent of flames that swiftly defeated the evaluator's seasoned Rhydon. The evaluator, momentarily taken aback, stared at Xiao Chun and Charizard in disbelief. That should count as a completion, right? Xiao Chun teased, observing the evaluator's dazed expression. After regaining composure, the evaluator verified Xiao Chun and Charizard's identities and origins. After all, each year, many candidates attempted to pass by using borrowed Pokémon from relatives or friends. Once confirmed, the evaluator awarded Xiao Chun a perfect score. Exiting the examination hall, Xiao Chun sought out a passing student to confirm the location of Teacher Duanmu's office. Given his limited time, he needed to complete his tasks quickly before moving on to the next destination. Xiao Chun, you arrived just in time. Your written examination results are exceptionally impressive, Teacher Duanmu exclaimed as Xiao Chun approached the office door, immediately beckoning him inside. Your score on this written examination is as perfect as your performance assessment, and the results have been submitted to the Alliance. Thus, you now possess the qualification to participate in the Sinnoh League. Teacher Duanmu's admiration for Xiaoqing was unmistakable. However, what followed was unexpected for Xiaoqing. Might you be interested in becoming a teacher at our Pokemon school? Teacher Duanmu extended an olive branch to Xiaoqing. Upon exiting Teacher Duanmu's office, Xiaoqing declined the teacher's proposal. After all, his dream of becoming a Pokemon master had never wavered. Teacher Duanmu respected Xiaoqing's aspirations and wished him success in his journey through the Sinnoh League. After resting for a night at the Pokemon school, Xiaoqing set off towards the location of Champion Shiba, following the address provided by his grandfather. Chapter 22, Champion Shiba. At this moment, Xiaoqing stood upon a solitary island. Gazing at the picturesque landscape before him, he was filled with profound sentiments. His journey to this island had been fraught with challenges, from the address given by Shiba. He had traversed by boat, by plane, and by various vehicles. In these past few days, Xiaoqing had noticeably lost weight. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have finally reached his destination. Looking around, he saw no one. Not a single soul was in sight, and the island bore no signs of habitation. Are you Xiaoqing? Just as Xiaoqing pondered whether he had arrived at the wrong place, a gruff voice resonated from behind him. He turned to find a muscular man with a bare torso, his sun-kissed skin glistening under the sunlight. No way, this must be Brock. Xiaoqing's mind was in turmoil as he regarded the man before him. What was Brock doing here instead of at the pewter gym? Shouldn't he be traveling in Sinnoh with Ash at this time? Wait, was it possible that his mere presence had caused a butterfly effect, leading Brock to become a wild man? It was worth noting that Brock was a fan of Champion Shiba, so his presence here was somewhat justifiable. Then again, due to his association with Ash, Brock had visited Pallet Town several times. Although they were not closely acquainted, they had exchanged a few words. So surely he wouldn't have forgotten Xiaoqing so soon. Furthermore, the man before him looked significantly more robust than Brock. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Xiaoqing, still not convinced that this man was Brock, politely inquired. I am Shiba, he declared without hesitation. Ah, you are the fighting champion, Mr. Shiba? I am Daiki Xiaoqing from Pallet Town. You may call me Xiaoqing. Realizing that the man before him was indeed Shiba, Xiaoqing mused internally. The resemblance between Shiba and Brock was striking. Had he not known what wisdom looked like, he might have mistaken them for father and son. You must be the grandson of Professor Oak. He mentioned you wished to train with me for a while. Shiba scrutinized Xiaoqing with keen eyes. Yes. I intend to enhance this little one's strength before I participate in the Sinnoh League, so I kindly request Champion Shiba's assistance. Xiaoqing did not conceal his purpose for being there and released Riolu from its pokeball. Training with me will be arduous. Injuries are commonplace. And you may even face life-threatening situations. I mean not just for your Pokémon, but you must also train alongside your Pokémon. Shiba did not immediately acquiesce to Xiaoqing's request. Compared to becoming stronger, those minor injuries are inconsequential. Before coming here, my companions and I were fully prepared. I implore you, Champion Shiba, to accept me. Xiaoqing reiterated, his gaze resolute. Very well, I shall accept you. But before you begin my training, allow me to assess your and Riolu's abilities. With that, Shiba assumed a combat stance. Are you not going to use your Pokémon? Xiaoqing was somewhat perplexed by the situation. Let your Riolu take the initiative. Do not hold back. Shiba beckoned to Xiaoqing with his right hand. All right, Riolu, bullet punch. Xiaoqing commanded, and Riolu surged forward, its fist aglow with white light. As Riolu charged towards him, Shiba deftly evaded the first strike with 2 quick steps back. When Riolu continued its assault, Shiba executed a backflip, narrowly avoiding the punch, and then delivered a spinning kick that struck Riolu's side, sending it reeling. Could it be that Champion Shiba was transformed from a Pokémon? Xiaoqing found Shiba's performance unbelievable. It was well known that Pokémon possessed superior physical attributes compared to humans. Not only had Shiba dodged the attack, but he had also managed to strike Riolu back. Riolu, do not lose heart. Use Quick Attack to close the distance, and then follow up with Metal Claw. Following Xiaoqing's command, Riolu swiftly approached Shiba with a flash of speed, subsequently unleashing Metal Claw. Just as it seemed Riolu would land a hit, Shiba leapt high into the air, performing a full rotation before bringing his hands together and extending one leg while retracting the other, launching an aerial kick towards Riolu. What? Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned. Could this be the legendary technique of descending kicks? Boom. Shiba landed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Riolu. It was only then that Xiaoqing regained his focus, realizing that he had been so captivated by Shiba that he had forgotten the ongoing battle. As the dust settled, Shiba emerged, holding a dejected Riolu by its right hand. Riolu, are you alright? Xiaoqing rushed over to check on Riolu, and upon confirming it was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Champion Shiba, for showing mercy. Xiaoqing understood that had Shiba not held back, that kick could have rendered Riolu unable to continue fighting. Alright, I will now show you to your accommodations. Follow me. Shiba turned and strode away. Wait, I distinctly recall Champion Shiba being quite welcoming in the original story. Why does he seem so indifferent now? Xiaoqing mused to himself, swiftly recalling Riolu into its Pokeball before following Shiba. Here is where you will be staying. Shiba led Xiaoqing into a dense forest, where a rudimentary tent came into view. Standing before the shelter, Xiaoqing felt no hint of joy. This could hardly be described as basic. The tent was merely 4 wooden posts supporting a rain cover, and nothing more. The ground was strewn with stones and leaves, leaving no clean spot in sight. Is this a place for humans to reside? Xiaoqing longed to shout, but he restrained himself. Well then, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I will come to find you for training tomorrow. With that, Shiba leapt into a tree, disappearing among the foliage with a few agile jumps. Is this truly a human? Surely, this is not a Pokémon. Despite feeling utterly incredulous, Xiaoqing began to organize his meager belongings, as he would be residing here for the foreseeable future. As night fell, Xiaoqing slumped onto the makeshift bed he had just arranged. Rather than a bed, it was essentially a mat brought by Xiaoqing, upon which he had laid a sleeping bag. After spending the better part of the day, Xiaoqing finally managed to tidy up his living space. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and nestled into his sleeping bag for some rest. After all, having a place to stay was sufficient now that he had embraced the wild. Suddenly, a thunderous noise startled him awake from his slumber. An earthquake. Chapter 23, Shiba's Special Training. Xiaoqing sprang from his makeshift bed, feeling the ground tremble beneath him. He dashed out of his tent, only to discover that there was no sign of an earthquake outside. It seemed that the tremor was confined to the interior of his tent. Doubtful of such localized seismic activity, he was about to return when a gruff voice boomed from above. Finally awake, are you? Xiaoqing looked up to see Shiba standing atop his tent like a colossus, his bare feet glowing in the sunlight, reminiscent of the robust women from the northeast. It was evident that the earlier ruckus was indeed caused by Shiba. What are you doing up there, Shiba? Xiaoqing asked, somewhat at a loss for words. The title Big Brother Shiba was one Xiaoqing had chosen himself, as Shiba had mentioned that referring to him as Shiba the King felt a bit awkward, prompting Xiaoqing to adopt this new appellation, which Shiba had accepted without objection. Are you ready for your training to commence? Shiba pointed a finger at Xiaoqing, standing atop the tent. He can't possibly think this looks cool, can he? Xiaoqing stifled a laugh at Shiba's imposing stance. If only Shiba were a bit more handsome. It might have had a semblance of dignity, but in truth, his massive frame only added to the absurdity of the scene. I'm ready, Xiaoqing declared, shaking off his amusement as the desire to grow stronger surged within him. Excellent. Then let us set forth. Without awaiting Xiaoqing's response, Shiba bounded away, covering considerable ground in mere moments. Doesn't he fear that I might lose my way? Xiaoqing thought, somewhat exasperated, before releasing Riolu to trot alongside him. Before long, they arrived at a clearing filled with an array of exercise equipment. Dumbbells, sandbags, wooden dummies, all manner of training apparatuses were laid out before them. From this moment onward, I shall commence your training. Your task for the morning is to transport those sandbags over there. Shiba kicked a sandbag at his feet while gesturing towards a distant part of the clearing. What? Xiaoqing exclaimed, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse upon him. There were at least 300 sandbags, and the designated area was nearly 100 meters away. This would surely exhaust him. You won't have lunch until the task is completed, Shiba added, observing Xiaoqing's stunned silence. Realizing he could not delay any longer, Xiaoqing hastily strapped a sandbag onto his back and, alongside Riolu, sprinted towards the destination. As he lifted the first bag, he was taken aback to discover that each weighed a staggering 25 kilograms. Initially, they managed to deliver 20 bags in one burst of energy. However, as they progressed, Xiaoqing felt his strength waning. His legs felt as though they were ensnared, refusing to lift, and a pervasive ache enveloped his entire body. Riolu, despite possessing a superior physique, was not faring much better. While it seemed to be in a better state than Xiaoqing, it too struggled. Should you fail to complete this task, you'll have to return to where you started. Don't waste time. Shiba's voice cut through the air, urging Xiaoqing onward. I will not give up, Xiaoqing panted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, delivering sandbag after sandbag to the designated spot. With a resounding thud, the final sandbag hit the ground, and Xiaoqing collapsed beside it, gasping for breath. Riolu flopped down beside him, tongue lolling out in exhaustion. Come over for lunch once you're done. If you take too long, I might just eat it all myself, Shiba called out from his seat on the ground. With great effort, Xiaoqing and Riolu dragged themselves toward Shiba, who had spread out a picnic cloth, upon which lay 2 rice balls and a small bowl of Pokémon food. Is this really all we get, Shiba? Xiaoqing asked incredulously, unable to believe that the Pokémon food was intended for him. Indeed. What's wrong? Are you not eating? It would be a shame to waste it. I might as well eat it for you, Shiba remarked, reaching for the rice balls. I'll eat, Xiaoqing exclaimed, hastily grabbing a rice ball and shoving it into his mouth. In no time, both he and Riolu had devoured the meager offerings. You may rest here for half an hour. When the time is up, I will assign you a new task, Shiba declared, seemingly in a generous mood. Xiaoqing and Riolu, upon hearing this, collapsed onto the ground, quickly succumbing to slumber, their breathing soon becoming steady and rhythmic. Seeing this scene, a faint smile flickered across Shiba's stern demeanor before he turned to depart. Riolu, Riolu. Xiaocheng was roused from his deep slumber by Riolu's gentle nudging. What is it, Riolu? I'm still half asleep, Xiaocheng murmured, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at Riolu, puzzled. Riolu. Riolu pointed, urging Xiaocheng to look. Following the direction of Riolu's gaze, Xiaocheng noticed that Shiba had mysteriously reappeared. Oh no, there's still training to do, Xiaocheng exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and rushing to Shiba. All right, your task for the afternoon is to run 10 laps around this forest. You may begin now, Shiba announced, delivering the news without a hint of leniency before striding away. Xiaocheng felt as if he might faint at the thought. The forest was at least 2 kilometers in circumference, and he hardly ever exercised. How could he possibly complete this without collapsing? Nevertheless, Xiaocheng and Riolu began to run, knowing that they must see their chosen path through to the end. As dusk settled, Xiaocheng and Riolu trudged along the forest path, moving at a snail's pace. Indeed, this is more like crawling, he muttered. Just a little longer, Riolu. I can see the finish line. Riolu, too, was nearing its limits. After what felt like an eternity of slow movement, they finally reached the destination they had long sought. You did well. It was better than I had anticipated, Shiba remarked, observing the completed task with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Xiaocheng had no energy left to respond. Now, let us proceed to the final task of the day. Shiba lifted Xiaocheng and Riolu onto his shoulders and made his way towards Xiaocheng's tent. Hearing that there was more to do nearly caused Xiaocheng to faint. Upon arriving at the tent, Xiaocheng's eyes widened at the sight of a massive pot bubbling with steam, towering nearly 2 meters high. He estimated that even with arms outstretched, it would take 3 of him to encircle it completely. What purpose does such a large cauldron serve? Could it be that a delightful feast awaits us this evening? As this thought crossed Xiaocheng's mind, a sense of excitement bubbled within him. At last, the final ingredient has arrived. Shiba positioned Xiaocheng and Riolu beside the grand cauldron. What? Ingredients? Upon hearing Shiba's words, Xiaocheng felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the steaming cauldron and then at Shiba, for the first time perceiving this imposing figure as rather terrifying. The good news is that the contents of this pot are indeed delectable. The bad news? The individual in question is set to participate as an ingredient. The sky has fallen. Who will be first? It seems to be you. Shiba seized Riolu and was about to toss it into the cauldron. No, Xiaocheng shouted at Shiba. Yet, it was too late. Plop. Riolu had already been thrown into the pot. Chapter 24. Shiba, it's time to eat. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do to my Riolu? Xiaocheng exclaimed furiously, hurling accusations at Shiba. Was the final trial truly to sacrifice his most cherished companion? This scenario felt all too familiar, reminiscent of the countless tales he had encountered in novels from his past life. Wasn't this akin to the legendary first sword of the shore, striking down a person? No, it was a Pokémon. Could it be that Shiba, having endured prolonged hunger on the island, was truly contemplating a meal? The image of Shiba drooling invaded Xiaocheng's thoughts. What on earth are you thinking? Open your eyes and see clearly, Shiba admonished, tapping Xiaocheng's head and directing his gaze into the pot. As Xiaocheng approached the cauldron, he observed Riolu, blissfully immersed in the water, seemingly unaffected by the boiling liquid surrounding it. Why don't you reach in and try for yourself? Shiba urged Xiaocheng to test it. Filled with trepidation, Xiaocheng gingerly dipped a finger into the bubbling water, only to be met with an unexpected sensation of coolness, akin to a refreshing spring, contrary to the anticipated scalding heat. This is a medicinal bath crafted from a myriad of precious herbs, designed to alleviate muscle strain and enhance vitality. Though it appears to be boiling furiously, in reality, it is as gentle as cool water, Shiba explained. Only then did Xiaocheng begin to trust Shiba's words. What are you dawdling for? Get in and experience it for yourself. If I hadn't seen your diligent training today, I wouldn't have allowed you to partake in my precious medicinal bath. You dare to insult me? Shiba glared at Xiaocheng. Haha, my apologies, brother Shiba, I misjudged you. Xiaocheng chuckled awkwardly, shedding his garments and stepping into the cauldron. Upon entering, he felt an invigorating coolness enveloping him, as if he were standing atop a lofty mountain, basking in a refreshing breeze, even though he was entirely unclothed. Humph. Stay in the pot until the water warms up. Don't ruin my medicinal bath by coming out early. With a huff, Shiba prepared to depart. Just a friendly warning. If you're still in here when it heats up, you might encounter a surprise, Shiba chuckled sinisterly before leaving. Left with only the cauldron, Xiaocheng and Riolu found the aches from their training slowly dissipating as they leaned against the pot, comfortably closing their eyes. As the expressions of enjoyment spread across their faces, the temperature of the water began to rise, transitioning from cool to warm, and continuing to climb. All right, Riolu. The water has warmed up. It's time for us to exit. Xiao Chun gently roused the still slumbering Riolu. Emerging from the cauldron, Xiao Chun felt all his fatigue vanish. Realizing that seeking out the right expertise was indeed essential. Had he maintained the intensity of today's training without this miraculous medicinal bath, he surely would have been incapacitated within a week. Training at that intensity could lead to debilitating injuries, but this medicinal bath alleviated the pains of training, rendering it manageable. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the cauldron began to bubble. Xiao Chun leaned closer, discovering that the medicinal bath was indeed boiling, radiating an intense heat and releasing wisps of steam. What could possibly be happening? Xiao Chun glanced at the equally astonished Riolu, who shook its head in confusion. Suddenly, the sound of bare feet pattering against the ground drew closer. Quick, hide Riolu. Xiao Chun urged as he and Riolu concealed themselves behind a large tree, observing quietly. A muscular figure approached the cauldron. It was none other than Shiba. No way, this guy can't still be inside, can he? Shiba murmured to himself, glancing in Xiao Chun's direction. So it is brother Shiba? Although Xiao Chun suspected the visitor was Shiba, given the lack of others on the island, he still wished to see what Shiba would do. However, Shiba's next action nearly made Xiao Chun yelp in terror. Since he is still in there, he'll be eaten directly. Shiba, having procured a large lid from somewhere, promptly placed it atop the cauldron. As if that wasn't secure enough, he then brought over a hefty stone to weigh it down, before beginning to dance around the cauldron in a manner reminiscent of ancient tribal feasts. Xiao Chun, witnessing this, felt a jolt of fear and stumbled backward, only to be caught by Riolu's quick reflexes. No way, tonight's feast is truly myself. Having often been looked down upon in his past life, he now found himself a literal dish. What would happen if Shiba realized he wasn't tea in the pot? Surely, he would meet a dreadful fate. After all, Shiba was already dancing as if the meal was set. If he were to dance in vain, it wouldn't bode well for Xiao Chun. Is it too late to jump back in the cauldron? The more he pondered, the more terrified he became, his body trembling slightly. Hey kid, you're not scared stiff, are you? Shiba's voice suddenly echoed from behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun and Riolu jumped, turning to confront Shiba's menacing expression. What do you want? I warn you not to act recklessly. My grandfather won tea, let you off easily. In that moment, Xiao Chun invoked his grandfather's name, hoping to intimidate Shiba. Hey, kid, I'm merely joking. There's no need to be so tense, Shiba replied, intending to mock Xiao Chun. However, recalling his status as a formidable champion, he felt compelled to maintain an air of seriousness. If this young one discovered he was actually quite amiable, he might take advantage of that for future training sessions. Just joking. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Yes, just a jest. I merely came to check if you had emerged. When I saw you peeking, I thought I'd have some fun. I didn't expect you to be so easily startled, Shiba added with a playful expression. What the hell is this joke? Do you jest like this with your family too? I consider you family, yet you treat me like a mere amusement. At this moment, Xiao Chun yearned to deliver a sound reprimand to Shiba. However, recalling his current inability to confront Shiba, the flames of indignation within him dwindled. Oh dear, brother Shiba. Why do you always make such jokes? It's truly infuriating, Xiao Chun exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, Riolu took a step away from Xiao Chun. Ugh, why do you speak so awkwardly, as if you're trying to suggest something inappropriate? Shiba grimaced in distaste. Xiao Chun was left speechless, a dark line forming across his forehead. That wasn't me. I was possessed by something vile, it must be. At this moment, Xiao Chun wished fervently to erase all memories of the recent events from Shiba and Riolu's minds. All right, let's finish eating and retire early. We shall resume our training at dawn, he declared. Shiba tossed 2 rice balls toward Xiao Chun and hurled a pack of Pokémon food at Riolu. Xiao Chun caught them deftly, bemused by the familiar recipe of plain white rice balls. After discarding the rice balls, Shiba departed. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Chun began to consume his meal. Once he had devoured the rice balls, he returned to his tent, lying down on his bed in preparation for sleep. As he pondered the brutal training that awaited him the following day, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the night in the forest. Not far off, Shiba, perched on a tree trunk, wore a sly grin. Who could it be? Startled from his dreams, Xiao Chun leapt up, yelling in anger, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. Chapter 25. The Confusion of the Future. Surely this cannot be true. Before Xiao Chun lay an empty expanse. Where's my tent? It was so large. To his dismay, only half of his tent remained. The other half had vanished into thin air, ignoring the peculiarities. He hastily exited his tent to investigate the situation. After surveying the surroundings, he quickly grasped the cause of the chaos. The large pot that had been in front of the tent was now shattered, its lid nowhere to be found. Not far away lay his missing tent, its fabric entangled with the pot lid. Xiao Chun trembled with anger, realizing that the disappearance of his tent was due to Shiba's reckless actions. Having carelessly placed the pot lid atop it, the steam had built up to such an extent that the pot could no longer endure, resulting in a violent explosion that had obliterated his sanctuary. Old Li, fire at will. Fire. Don't come any closer. Xiaochen recalled a classic scene from a television series in his previous life. Ultimately, he could only console himself internally before returning to bed to continue his slumber. The same refrain echoed in his mind. He currently lacked the strength to retaliate. The following morning, he was rudely awakened once again, shaken by the familiar cacophony that reverberated around him. Xiao Chun wore an expression of exasperation. Could they not employ a gentler method to rouse him? Just then, the remaining half of his tent collapsed. With a face devoid of hope, Xiao Chun resigned himself to destruction. Ha ha ha, this thing is quite the nuisance. Shiba scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. Hey, weren't we sharing a tent? How did it end up like this? And what happened to that large pot of mine? Shiba bombarded Xiao Chun with questions. Xiao Chun glared at Shiba, his anger palpable. If you hadn't placed your wretched pot in front of the tent and added a lid, would my tent have been blown away? He was on the verge of losing his temper with this insufferable creature. All right, we can discuss the tent later. Without a roof, we can still sleep, but we must not neglect today's training. Sensing the situation was amiss, Shiba swiftly changed the subject. Upon hearing that training would commence, Xiaochen refocused his mind. Today's task was to increase the required amount from yesterday by 10%. Shiba pointed at the sandbags strewn on the ground. Surely, he doesn't intend to make me move these again, Xiaochen thought. However, since Shiba had spoken, he resolved to complete the task. With determination, Xiaochun hoisted the sandbag and began to run, fueled by his desire to grow stronger. In no time, a week of training passed, leaving Xiaochun exhausted as he lay on his bed. Having endured a week of rigorous training, his body was gradually acclimating. He had repaired the tent, which was no longer drafty. Despite the medicinal baths alleviating his physical fatigue, the weariness of his mind could not be soothed by such remedies. Now, everything had fallen into place for Xiaochun, yet he found himself plagued by a common affliction among the youth of his past life, a fear of the future. As the term suggests, this fear stems from a lack of goals and aspirations, rendering one adrift in uncertainty. Although he had everything he could wish for, the cultivation of his Pokémon continued. When he first traversed into this world, he aspired to become a Pokémon master, but upon reflection, realizing that this dream was not insurmountable. With his current Pokémon, he could easily secure a spot in the top 8 of competitions, and the league did not impose stringent age restrictions. Even if he did not clinch the championship this time, there would be future opportunities. If he participated consistently, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious within 5 tries. Yet, what lay beyond that? This question tormented Xiaochen daily, leaving him restless in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Were it not for the training required during the day, which distracted him from these thoughts, he would surely be driven to madness. As anticipated, last night was yet another sleepless night. At dawn, the sun ascended slowly. Xiaochun emerged from his tent, sporting dark circles under his eyes. No longer requiring Shiba to rouse him, he would awaken at the appointed time. What's wrong with you, kid? Didn't sleep well again? Shiba observed Xiaochen's state over the past few days with concern. Xiaochen replied, his voice low. Youngsters often grapple with worries, and in this moment, he needed a confidant. Shiba tilted his head, studying Xiaochen. I'm fine, just a bit uncertain about my future, Xiaochen sighed. Ha ha. Shiba suddenly burst into laughter, causing Xiaochen to feel both confused and irritated. Soon, Shiba's laughter subsided, replaced by a serious demeanor as he regarded Xiaochen. Kid, you say you can't see your future? Isn't that rather amusing? No one's future can be perfectly foreseen, just as I cannot see mine. When I was young, my dream was to become an explorer, unbound by anyone, free to roam and discover new places. Yet now, I find myself as a champion of the league. Though my position is esteemed, it lacks the freedom I once envisioned. I have long since veered away from the dreams of my youth, but no dream remains unchanged. My current aspiration is to fulfill my responsibilities as a champion and nurture more outstanding trainers. Dreams from childhood are not truly dreams. Only those that compel you to persevere until the end can be deemed as such. Do you understand my words? Shiba, uncharacteristically verbose, awaited a response. Xiaochun remained silent. He had seen his fair share of motivational quotes in his previous life and had grown immune to such rhetoric, even though he recognized the truth in Shiba's words. Today, there will be no training. Come with me, Shiba instructed, noticing Xiao Chen's continued silence. He beckoned Xiao Chen to follow. Xiao Chen trailed behind Shiba to a stone wall. The sight before him left him speechless. The wall was covered with countless fist imprints, some shallow, others deep, some eroded by time to mere outlines, while others appeared freshly made, with traces of blood still clinging to them. What is this? Xiao Chen inquired, brushing his fingers over the imprints on the stone wall. His curiosity piqued. My first foray into adventure during my youth led me to this small island, and though it was my inaugural experience, it ultimately became my last. Following that expedition, my father urged me to journey forth as a Pokémon trainer, fulfilling a dream he had long harbored but never realized. He spent the better part of his life reaching only the top 8 in competitions, yearning for me to inherit his aspirations and seize the championship title at the league conference. At that time, I was far more impetuous than I am now, and I returned home in a fit of rage. Yet, despite my fervent desires, I was unable to resist fate, and I ultimately became a Pokémon trainer. Upon receiving my first Pokémon, I did not embark on my journey immediately. Instead, I sought refuge on this very island. I was beset by turmoil, torn between familial obligations and my own dreams. Each day, I found myself striking the rocky walls in frustration, attempting to escape my inner turmoil through this self-destructive outlet. Until that fateful day arrived. Chapter 26. The past of Shiba. Shiba's voice faltered momentarily, as if he were grappling with memories he'd rather not revisit. After a period of contemplation, he continued his narrative. One day, the grim news of my father's passing reached our home. The vessel he took to sea had encountered a malfunction and sunk. At that time, I could not comprehend why my father, a man plagued by a fear of the ocean, would venture out into the depths. After the funeral, my mother revealed the truth to me. My father had known I wasn't truly traveling when I had set out. That evening, he had pondered for a long while alone, ultimately deciding to support my aspirations. He intended to find me that day to explain everything in person, to grant me the freedom to pursue my dreams. But tragedy struck instead. As Shiba recounted this, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his formidable frame trembled slightly. I apologize for bringing up such sorrowful memories, he said. Xiao Chen had not anticipated that this robust man harbored such a concealed past. Though his struggles differed from his own, Xiao Chen was lost in uncertainty about the future. While Shiba's dream had been severed by the death of his father, he felt a kinship in their shared experiences of loss. Following my father's departure, I dedicated myself to rigorous training with my Pokémon. In time, I discovered that one could indeed be both a Pokémon trainer and a traveler. After all, a Pokémon trainer is essentially a traveler who journeys with their Pokémon. Regrettably, I realized this too late. Through the efforts of my companions and myself, I eventually fulfilled my father's wish and became the champion of the league conference, now reigning as the current champion. Yet my father was not present to witness my triumph. Young one, you are still in the bloom of youth. Do not burden yourself with thoughts of the future. Pursue what you desire in the present, and the path will naturally unfold before you. There is no need to fret over an uncertain tomorrow, Shiba reassured Xiao Chen. I understand now, brother Shiba. Thank you. Xiao Chen replied, no longer entangled in his own worries. Shiba was correct. One ought to live in the moment, and there was no sense in allowing the unpredictable nature of the future to weigh upon one's mind. As the saying goes, you never know whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will come first. Young one, you have been here for quite some time. Have you only been focused on training with Riolu? What about your other Pokémon? Shiba asked, retrieving a Pokeball from his waist and tossing it into the air, summoning a formidable Onix to the arena. This Onix was significantly larger than its brethren. Evidently, the colossal creature Shiba had captured on Richard Mountain. Pokémon, Onix level, 61, champion level, ability, sturdy moves, Iron Tail. Dig, how about a full 6-on-6 battle? Shiba proposed. Absolutely, Xiao Chen responded, feeling a resurgence of confidence and eager for a challenge. You may attack first. You can switch your Pokémon mid-battle. I hope you can withstand Onix's might, Shiba stated, placing immense trust in his Pokémon, though it was not part of his regular team. Very well, let us commence, Xiao Chen declared, sending forth his stalwart partner, Garchomp, for the first round. Knowing that if Shiba were to fight earnestly, he would likely prove a formidable opponent, Xiao Chen was determined to secure an initial victory with Garchomp. As Garchomp entered the fray, it gazed at Onix with fervor and determination. Impressive, at your age, you possess such a powerful Pokémon. I must commend you. And I look forward to witnessing your prowess, Shiba remarked, acknowledging that Garchomp's level surpassed that of his Onix. Garchomp, use Stone Edge. Xiaoqin commanded. Onyx, deflect with Iron Tail. Shiba ordered. As the command was given, Onyx's tail gleamed with a brilliant light, shattering the incoming attack. Garchomp swiftly struck with Dragon Claw. Given Onyx's massive size, it was far less agile, and Xiaoqin intended to capitalize on Garchomp's swiftness in close combat. Now use Iron Tail. Shiba remained unfazed. Thanks to its nimble movements, Garchomp evaded several of Onyx's attacks, landing a blow on its head. Roar. Onyx's towering form crumpled to the ground, but soon rose again. Onyx, use Earthquake. Shiba commanded, sensing the battle turning against him, hoping to drive Garchomp back. The colossal creature shifted its weight, unleashing tremors that radiated outward. Garchomp, affected by the seismic waves, was compelled to retreat from the epicenter of the quake. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Rage. Xiaoqin urged, having decided to employ his ultimate move. Onyx, too large to dodge, braced for the impact. The Dragon Rage struck with force, and Onyx let out a pained roar, though it quickly gathered itself, seemingly unscathed. What? Xiaoqin exclaimed in surprise, astonished that Onyx had endured such a powerful attack. Haha, my Onyx has been honing its rocky armor daily. It is not easily broken. Shiba declared confidently regarding his Pokemon's defense. Then, let us see if we can surpass that defense with Draco Meteor. Xiaoqin countered, believing that no defense is absolute. Although Dragon Rage had not severely injured Onyx, damage had certainly been inflicted. Garchomp raised its head, releasing a surge of energy that transformed into a barrage of colossal boulders raining down. Roar. Onyx bellowed in fury as it was struck by the falling debris. Garchomp, do not give it a moment's respite. Use Dragon Dance, then follow with Brick Break. Xiaoqin commanded, seizing the opportunity. Onyx was momentarily immobilized by the descending rocks, allowing Garchomp to land another hit. At this point, Onyx was nearing its limit. Onyx, use a last-ditch charge. Shiba ordered, placing his hopes on this final move. Dragon Dive. Xiaoqin responded, unafraid, and prepared to clash head-on with Onyx. The two Pokemon collided spectacularly, debris flying in all directions, dust swirling around them. As the haze cleared, both creatures re-emerged before the spectators. Garchomp stood in the arena, panting heavily, while Onyx lay defeated on the ground, unable to continue the fight. Well done. Now I shall engage earnestly. If you can defeat it, you will claim victory, Shiba said, recalling Onyx and sending forth another Pokeball. A humanoid Pokemon of a deep violet hue, possessing 4 arms, materialized on the battlefield. Pokemon, Machamp. Level, 83, Champion Rank. Ability, Guts. Moves, Brick Break, Cross Chop. What? At this moment, Xiaoqin was once again astounded by Shiba. Rather than holding back, he had unleashed his strongest trump card, Machamp, to confront Xiaoqing's modest Karami. A champion was employing his mightiest Pokemon against a mere novice. Although the odds of victory seemed bleak, Xiaoqing was resolute in his refusal to concede. He withdrew his Garchomp into its Pokeball, replacing it with Metagross. Xiaoqing intended to allow Garchomp to recuperate some energy while attempting to wear down Machamp with his other companions, hoping to find a way to defeat the formidable foe. Metagross faced the powerful opponent with unwavering determination. It unleashed Psychic. Xiaoqing decided to play it cautiously, instructing Metagross to harass from a distance. However, an alarming scene unfolded before Xiaoqing's eyes. As soon as Metagross ensnared Machamp with Psychic, Machamp effortlessly dispelled the Psychic grip with a mere flex of its muscles. Machamp. Brick Break, Shiba nonchalantly commanded. Machamp surged toward Metagross with incredible speed. Not good, Metagross ascend. But before Metagross could react, Machamp reached its zenith and delivered a crushing blow. Boom. Metagross was sent crashing to the ground by Machamp's attack. Metagross. Xiaoqing could scarcely believe that his Metagross had been defeated by a single, simple strike from Machamp. Kid, who will you send out next? Shiba inquired, eager to gauge the extent of Xiaoqing's capabilities. After recalling Metagross, Xiaoqing produced his next Pokeball. Charizard, it's your turn. Charizard materialized onto the battlefield. Charizard, Flamethrower. Xiaoqing initiated an offensive, staying true to his aggressive style. Cross Chop. Shiba barely lifted an eyelid as Machamp braced itself, arms crossed. Palms sharpened like blades, advancing towards Charizard's flames. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Roar. Charizard bellowed before collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Another move. Scyther, it's up to you. Xiaoqing was not one to surrender easily. Until the final outcome was determined, he would fight on. Scyther, he called, and Scyther, with unwavering resolve, charged at Machamp. The result was swift. It was knocked to the ground by a single strike. Xiaoqing gazed at his fallen Scyther, eyes swirling in disbelief. grinning ruefully at how his steadfast companion had rushed into battle without hesitation, only to be defeated. Xiaoqing exhaled deeply, producing another Pokeball. Now it's your turn. Electivire appeared on the field. Electivire Thunder. At this juncture, Xiaoqing had put all his hopes on this final Pokemon. He refused to believe that none of his Pokemon could touch Machamp. Perhaps due to the speed of its actions, Shiba had yet to issue a command, and Machamp was struck by Electivire's Thunder, revealing a flicker of discomfort. Excellent. Electivire, continue with Thunder. Observing the effectiveness of the attack, Xiaoqing urged Electivire to press on. Kid, don't get too greedy now. Machamp, Brick Break. Shiba chuckled at Xiaoqing's ambition. Machamp's Brick Break shattered the Thunder, maintaining its momentum as it charged toward Electivire. Electivire utilized Protect. As Xiaoqing instructed, Electivire extended its hands forward, enveloped by a green shield that blocked Machamp's assault. Witnessing the successful defense, Xiaoqing finally allowed a smile to grace his face. However, this moment of joy was short-lived as Machamp executed a rapid series of blade hands. Following Shiba's command, Machamp relentlessly assaulted Electivire's Protect. Inside, Electivire struggled to maintain the barrier, but the relentless barrage from Machamp caused a fissure to form. What? Under the continuous onslaught, Protect shattered, and a blade hand struck Electivire squarely on the forehead, sending it flying. Yet, Electivire did not succumb to defeat. Rather, it staggered to its feet, determined to continue the fight. Excellent. Keep using Thunder. Electivire surged with electrical energy, launching another attack toward Machamp. Machamp absorbed the impact, though it suffered minimal damage. However, after this last effort, Electivire collapsed from exhaustion. At this moment, Xiaoqing found himself with only Garchomp remaining. Garchomp, it's your turn. Xiaoqing summoned Garchomp once more. Though the outcome seemed inevitable, he would not abandon hope until the final moment. Garchomp, Sandstorm. As Xiaoqing's command rang out, Garchomp flapped its fins, stirring up a tempest of sand to envelop Machamp. Machamp, hindered by the swirling sands, was forced to remain stationary, refraining from launching an attack. All right, Garchomp, Draco Meteor. Xiaoqing devised a strategy to wear down Machamp from a distance. Shiba swiftly discerned Xiaoqing's intent. Machamp, charge forward. Following Shiba's command, Machamp barreled through the dual onslaught of the Sandstorm and Draco Meteor, breaking free from the attack range. Machamp, eyes glinting with malice, bore down on Garchomp. Harboring a grudge for the earlier encounters, though the damage was not significant, Machamp's pride was wounded. To be toyed with by such a small opponent was intolerable. Machamp, Cross Chop. Machamp surged forward at breakneck speed to assault Garchomp. Realizing evasion was futile, Xiaoqing commanded Garchomp to stand its ground and confront Machamp head-on. At the very moment when the two Pokemon collided, the fierce Garchomp was sent hurtling through the air. Garchomp! Xiaoqing exclaimed anxiously as he watched his Pokemon being flung away. Garchomp, using one hand to brace itself against the ground, waved the other at Xiaoqing, signaling that it was unharmed. Kid, it seems you have reached a dead end. What do you say, shall we go all out? Shiba remarked from the sidelines. Of course. I will not give up. As if in response to Xiaoqing's words, Garchomp rose from the ground. Very well, Garchomp, use Flamethrower. Garchomp exhaled a torrent of searing flames toward Machamp. However, before Shiba could issue a command, Machamp effortlessly dispersed the flames with a single palm strike. Following this, Machamp extended its right hand, making a gesture of international friendship towards Garchomp. This provoked Garchomp, who, brimming with fury, prepared to charge at Machamp. Garchomp, calm down. Xiaoqing intervened, his Pokemon glaring menacingly at Machamp, who remained unfazed and continued to provoke. Machamp, enough of this. Close in on Garchomp and finish it. Shiba decided it was time to conclude the battle. Machamp swiftly approached Garchomp, a glimmer of cold light emanating from its hand, while Garchomp found itself with no escape. In a moment of ingenuity, Garchomp burrowed underground. Xiaoqing, thinking quickly, devised a countermeasure. Seeing Garchomp vanish from view, Machamp wasted no time and slammed its palm down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth split open, and Garchomp was hurled into the air by the shockwave of the attack. What? Xiaoqing exclaimed, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Take it down. Machamp leaped high, delivering another strike. This time, Garchomp, suspended in midair, had no means to evade and was struck head-on. With a resounding crash, Garchomp fell heavily to the ground. Garchomp. Chapter 28. Qianli. Unsurprisingly, Garchomp succumbed to its injuries. You did well, Garchomp. Rest now. Xiaoqing recalled Garchomp and approached Shiba. I have lost. Your Machamp is truly formidable, Shiba, he remarked, observing Machamp striking a victorious pose nearby. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing did not feel disheartened. After all, as he had stated earlier. It would be remarkable if he could defeat Shiba at this moment. Kid, reaching this point is quite commendable, Shiba encouraged Xiao Chun, concerned he might be discouraged. Xiao Chun was unfazed by the outcome, recognizing that enduring for so long against a champion was no small feat. All right, go rest. A friend will be visiting the island tomorrow, and I'll introduce you to some broader horizons. Shiba gestured for Xiao Chun to take his leave, returning to his tent. Xiao Chun reflected on how he had constructed this shelter with his Pokémon during his leisure time, opting not to stay in the tent that Shiba had previously destroyed. This new structure was no mere tent. It was a sturdy edifice built of bricks, incomparable to its predecessor. The current dwelling was impressively solid. Although Shiba had permitted Xiao Chun to rest today, he had no intention of slacking off. Xiao Chun tended to his Pokémon's injuries from the battle before proceeding to complete his daily training. In the distance, Shiba observed the scene with a smile, remarking to himself, "This kid is truly impressive, displaying a diligent training spirit reminiscent of my own tenacity in the past." He spoke to Makhoke, who continued to strike the wooden training dummy without responding. As day turned to night, a new dawn arrived. Xiao Chun stood by the seaside with Riolu and Shiba, gazing out as if awaiting someone. "Shiba, who exactly is coming? It all feels quite mysterious." Xiao Chun, having stood in place since sunrise, was beginning to tire. Now it was midday, and he had yet to see even a shadow of another person. Beads of sweat dripped from his brow as he felt himself nearly parched under the relentless sun. Riolu, too, was panting, its tongue lolling out. "Do not rush. Patience is part of training. When faced with any situation, if you can maintain a tranquil heart, you will have passed this test," Shiba stated, remaining still and fixated on the scorching sun above. "Aren't you worried about ruining your eyes?" Finally, just as Xiao Chun felt he could no longer endure, a small boat appeared on the horizon. Though he remained under the sun's punishing glare, a wave of relief washed over him. As the boat docked, a resolute-looking man disembarked alongside a beautiful young girl and a bespectacled boy. "What? It's them." For Xiao Chun, who was well-versed in the original story, the two figures before him were familiar. The stern-faced man was Qianli, the gym leader of the Orange Archipelago, while the girl accompanying him was his daughter, Xiaoyao, the female protagonist from Ash's journey through the Hoenn region. The boy was Qianli's son, Xiaosheng. "Greetings, Mr. Qianli." Shiba extended his hand first, acknowledging the gym leader. Though Shiba was a champion, he recognized that Qianli's prowess was not to be underestimated. "I apologize for any disturbance, Champion Shiba," Qianli replied, shaking Shiba's hand as they exchanged pleasantries. "These two must be your children, Mr. Qianli?" Shiba shifted the conversation to Qianli's offspring. "Indeed, Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng, this is Champion Shiba." Qianli gestured for his children to greet Shiba. "Hello, Champion Shiba," Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng responded shyly. "No need for formality. Just call me Shiba, like this kid does," Shiba replied, feeling that the title champion was overly formal. Qianli's lips twitched at the thought of having his children address Shiba as older brother, considering their ages were not vastly different. However, Qianli's attention soon returned to Xiao Chun. "Shiba, could this be your apprentice?" Qianli inquired, having not heard about Shiba taking on any disciples. "This kid? He's the grandson of Professor Okido, here to train with me for a time," Shiba explained without concealing Xiao Chun's identity. "Hello, Mr. Qianli, I am Daiki Chun. You may call me Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun introduced himself as the topic shifted to him. "Oh, Xiao Chun, nice to meet you." Qianli was surprised to encounter the grandson of Professor Okido during his visit to Shiba. "Stop chatting with the kids. Tell me, what brings you here?" Shiba knew that Qianli was not one to visit without a purpose. There was a challenger at the gym who had a powerful Makhoke, and Xiaosheng wanted one. He is nearing the age for his journey and can start training Pokémon. "I thought since you have a group of Makhops, I'd bring Xiaosheng along to see if you might part with one," Qianli explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Qianli realized that he had traveled such a great distance merely for a single Pokémon. Although acquiring a Makhoke was not a particularly arduous task, the Makhoke, trained by Shiba, the fighting-type champion, was far from ordinary. While there had been individuals who successfully obtained Makhoke from Shiba, the Pokémon they received were invariably impressive, despite the absence of a formal classification of Pokémon qualifications. For the sake of his son, he had no choice but to humbly request a Makhoke from Shiba. Should Shiba feel uncomfortable with this, he was prepared to offer something in exchange. Noticing Shiba's lack of response, Qianli assumed he was expected to present an item of equal value for trade. However, there was no need for a trade. His Makhoke was not easily obtainable unless one could defeat him. Shiba's gaze was filled with a fervent desire for battle as he regarded Qianli. He had long heard that despite being merely a gym trainer, Qianli's prowess was comparable to that of a champion, and Shiba was eager to witness this firsthand. Thus, He accepted the challenge with due respect. After signaling for Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng to step aside, Qianli prepared for battle, holding a pokeball before Shiba. "Shall we settle this with a single match?" he inquired. "Agreed," Shiba replied, tossing his pokeball into the arena, summoning Machoke to the field. Following this, Qianli released his own Pokémon, revealing a creature resembling a gorilla, lying sideways on the ground with its head propped up. Pokémon, King of Pranks. Level, 79, near champion level. Ability, Guts. Moves, Cross Chop, Destruction Ray. Upon seeing the King of Pranks stats, Xiaoqing was taken aback. It was no surprise that Qianli possessed such a formidable Pokémon. While its strength may not surpass that of Machoke, it was certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, this King of Pranks was Qianli's trump card, and with its remarkable ability, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. As the two powerful Pokémon faced each other, they unleashed their respective intimidating presences, flooding the arena with a palpable tension. The battle was imminent. Chapter 29, Qianli teasing Xiaoyao. "Good day, Miss Xiaoyao," Xiaoqing said gallantly, extending his hand. Caught off guard, Xiaoyao hesitantly offered her hand in return. Xiaoqing gently shook her hand, while Xiaosheng was completely overlooked. Xiaoyao was the most beloved female character across various generations. As for Xiaoguang, naturally, one tends to favor whoever is present. Despite his admiration, Xiaoqing dared not overstep, especially with Qianli nearby. "Miss Xiaoyao, I have heard that you are a traveling companion of Ash in the Hoenn region." Xiaoqing intended to use this topic to further bridge the gap between himself and Xiaoyao. "Oh, you know Ash too?" Xiaoyao was surprised that Xiaoqing had an acquaintance in common with her. "Well, I suppose I am Ash's temporary travel companion in the Sinnoh region," Xiaoqing replied, engaging Xiaoyao in a conversation about her interests, which quickly flourished into an animated exchange. Xiaosheng attempted to interject several times, but was consistently interrupted by Xiaoqing, leaving him feeling rather flustered and at a loss for words. "King of Pranks, use Fire Punch," Qianli shouted. Observing Xiaoqing engrossed in conversation with his daughter ignited an inexplicable fury within Qianli, especially as he noticed Xiaoqing's hand inching towards his daughter's shoulder. Drawn by Qianli's voice, Xiaoqing and Xiaoyao turned their attention to the battle unfolding between Qianli and Shiba. With flames erupting from King of Pranks' fist, it launched itself towards Machoke. Just as the fist was about to connect, Machoke seized both of King of Pranks' hands, lifting it effortlessly. Machoke, return the Fire Punch. Machoke's other fist crashed down upon King of Pranks, delivering significant damage. What? Qianli, still fuming over Xiaoqing's interaction with his daughter, had momentarily lost focus on the battle. Now, with King of Pranks in a precarious position against Machoke, the situation had become dire, and Machoke's relentless assault continued. The advantage of having an extra pair of hands was evident. Even Xiaoqing, watching from the sidelines, began to contemplate capturing a Machoke for himself. King of Pranks unleashed Destruction Ray. Qianli knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable and he needed to turn the tide. Machoke, strike hard at King of Pranks' face. Machoke relentlessly pummeled King of Pranks, each blow landing with bone-crushing force. Yet, King of Pranks stubbornly endured, preparing to unleash its Destruction Ray. With a mighty heave, Machoke tossed King of Pranks aside. In midair, King of Pranks managed to release the Destruction Ray, but it trembled in the process and ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. "Damn it," Qianli seethed, casting a furious glance at Xiaoqing, frustrated that his focus had been compromised due to this young man flirting with his daughter. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing continued to engage Xiaoyao in conversation, eliciting laughter from her. At that moment, Xiaoqing sensed a chill as Qianli's glare bore down on him, prompting him to inch closer to Xiaoyao. They were now so close that Xiaoyao could feel Xiaoqing's breath against her face. The sudden proximity caused a blush to spread across Xiaoyao's cheeks, yet she did not protest. Qianli's heart bled at the sight of Xiaoqing leaning in towards his daughter. If not for the ongoing battle, he would have undoubtedly confronted the young man. "King of Pranks, can you still fight?" Qianli inquired, forcing himself to divert his attention away from Xiaoqing and focus entirely on the battle. After brushing off the dust, King of Pranks rose to its feet once more. "Excellent. King of Pranks, use Cross Chop." It charged towards Machoke with incredible speed, leaving onlookers unaware of its identity. "Isn't this a bit overpowered? It needs to be nerfed," Xiaoqing mused, recognizing that King of Pranks' strength would likely need balancing. Otherwise, it would skew the dynamics of the competition. "This is my father's King of Pranks. Of course it's formidable." Xiaosheng, who had been overlooked, felt a swell of pride at his father's powerful Pokémon. Unperturbed by Xiaosheng's presence, Xiaoqing seized the opportunity while Xiaoyao's attention was captivated by the battle, slyly wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Startled by his sudden move, Xiaoyao gasped. Yet Xiaoqing tightened his embrace. You. Xiaoyao attempted to push Xiaoqing away, but after realizing her efforts were in vain, she surrendered, resting her head gently against his chest. Wearing a crop top, Xiaoyao's attire inadvertently led Xiaoqing's hand to rest upon her smooth, flat abdomen, caressing it delicately. You scoundrel! What are you doing? Xiaosheng exclaimed, witnessing Xiaoqing's inappropriate behavior with his sister, clearly taking advantage of the situation. Seeing his sister's flushed face, it was evident that she was succumbing to the advances of this brazen young man. Fuming with indignation, Xiaosheng prepared to confront Xiaoqing, only to be met with a swift blow to the head that sent him staggering back. Feeling utterly helpless, Xiaosheng was at a loss for how to rescue his sister. At that moment, Xiaoyao was oblivious to her brother's plight, simply wishing to remain quietly nestled in her beloved's embrace. Qianli, noticing the commotion, could no longer contain his rage upon seeing Xiaoqing's hands on his daughter. Just as he was about to erupt, his king of pranks was again felled by Shiba's Makhoke. Mr. Qianli, shall we continue the battle? Shiba, amused by Qianli's furious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of the situation, especially since Qianli's daughter had been whisked away, leaving him in a state of vexation. However, Shiba truly admired Xiaochun for boldly pursuing his daughter in front of everyone. If it were him, he would have undoubtedly broken the boy's legs, yet it seemed that Xiaochun's own legs would soon be in jeopardy. I have been defeated. Qianli sighed, retracting his Pokémon. He understood that, given the current circumstances, he could not possibly defeat Shiba. A competent trainer would never engage in a battle knowing they would lose, especially at the expense of their Pokémon's well-being. Dad, that's slaking. Xiaosheng whispered to Qianli, aware that his father's loss meant he could no longer have the slaking. It's all right. Dad will find you another Pokémon, Qianli consoled, ruffling Xiaosheng's hair. Battling with Mr. Qianli has been immensely rewarding, so I have decided to gift a slaking to Xiaosheng, Shiba announced, having initially intended to hand the slaking to Qianli. After all, he had an entire clan of slakings and could not nurture them all himself, often entrusting them to trainers he respected. There was little difference between giving one to Xiaosheng or Qianli. If it came to nurturing slakings, Qianli would undoubtedly be second to none. I am truly grateful, Mr. Shiba, Qianli expressed his thanks. Xiaochun was equally elated at the prospect of receiving a slaking, showering Shiba with his gratitude. Ha! Laughter erupted as everyone turned to see Xiaochun sharing jokes with Xiaoyao, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Qianli's anger could no longer be contained. Da Mu Mo. Chapter 30. Xiaochun vs. Xiaoyao. Qianli glared at Xiaochun, his voice seething with rage. Now that I have the opportunity, I must teach this boy a lesson. I assure you, even Dr. Okido cannot intervene. Hello, Mr. Qianli. Xiaochun awkwardly greeted him. Qianli's eyes fixated on Xiaochun's right hand, as if he were about to commit murder. It was only then that Xiaochun remembered his hand was still around Xiaoyao's waist, and quickly withdrew it. You little rascal, you have some nerve. Qianli gritted his teeth. Xiaochun was momentarily confused, wondering if he had acted correctly or not. I will annihilate you, Qianli exclaimed, picking up a stick from the ground, ready to engage in a real-life duel with Xiaochun. Just as Qianli's stick was about to strike Xiaochun, Xiaoyao stepped in front of him. Seeing the stick nearly hit his daughter, Qianli immediately halted, the stick crashing harmlessly to the ground. Dad, what are you planning to do to Xiaochun? Xiaoyao interjected, hands on her hips, glaring at Qianli with indignation. Qianli was taken aback to see his usually obedient daughter yelling at him over a boy. His heart sank, and he felt utterly speechless, his face paling. Sorry, Dad, I didn't mean to shout. I just meant to ask why you want to hurt Xiaochun. Please don't be mad at me, Xiaoyao said, her tone softening as she linked her arm through Qianli's. As a devoted father, Qianli found it difficult to resist his daughter's charm. Seeing her act so sweetly made his color return. I'm not angry with you, Xiaoyao. It's just that this boy is exceedingly infuriating. You know what he just... Qianli halted, realizing there were others present. If he were to disclose that Xiaochun had made advances on his daughter, it would surely embarrass her. Wait a moment. It seemed that Xiaochun's inappropriate behavior had not been rebuffed by his daughter. Did this imply? Qianli dared not continue down that path of thought. Fear gripping him. The idea of his daughter being led astray by that wretched boy, distancing herself from him, was unbearable for a father so devoted to his daughter. Dad, could you please say something? Xiaoyao urged, noticing his silence. Still, Qianli remained unresponsive. All right, Qianli, let's not take this too seriously. It's merely harmless banter among children. Shiba interjected, wishing to diffuse the tension. Although he too felt the urge to break Xiaochun's legs, he recognized that this was his territory, and any trouble would reflect poorly on him. Harmless banter? Qianli thought, his temper flaring. He was ready to confront the boy, his hands on his hips, practically nose-to-nose with Xiao Chun. You dare call this banter? Yet, given the current situation, with his daughter defending that boy, he found himself at a loss. He conceded to Shiba, resolving to ensure that Xiao Chun would never have the opportunity to approach his daughter again. Indeed, that seems like a viable plan, Qianli mused, the idea growing more appealing. Humph, I want he stooped to the level of that boy. With a huff, he turned away from Xiao Chun. Now that we've completed our battle, why not let the children have a match? Shiba suggested, intending for Xiao Chun and Xiao Yao to compete, allowing Qianli to witness Xiao Chun's abilities. A match? Excellent. Xiao Yao, make sure to perform well, Qianli said, eager to observe the boy who had dared to make advances toward his daughter. If Xiao Yao were to defeat him, it would be a most embarrassing situation for the lad. You better bring your A-game, boy. As a man, you shouldn't be unable to best a girl, Qianli warned, confident that Xiao Chun would not be a match for Xiao Yao, given that he knew Xiao Chun had begun his journey much later than her. Bring my A-game? Xiao Chun pondered, feeling a sense of unease at the prospect of having to exert himself fully. What's the matter, boy? Are you afraid? Qianli taunted, misinterpreting Xiao Chun's expression as fear. Since Mr. Qianli has challenged me, I shall give it my all, Xiao Chun declared, determined to impress Qianli. Very well. I will serve as the referee, Shiba announced. As Xiao Chun and Xiao Yao squared off, Xiao Chun warned, Xiao Yao, I will use my strongest partner. Bring it on. My partner is also my strongest. Xiao Yao retorted, holding a pokeball tightly. Come forth, my partner, she exclaimed, tossing the pokeball, unleashing a Pokémon engulfed in flames. Pokémon, Blaziken. Level, 46, Gym level. Ability, Speed Boost. Moves, Blaze Kick, Flamethrower. Xiao Yao's strength was within Xiao Chen's expectations. All right, I'm ready to battle, Xiao Chen announced, releasing his own strongest partner. The King-level Garchomp facing off against the Gym-level Blaziken was sure to be a thrilling contest. This Garchomp is this boy's Pokémon. Qianli stared in astonishment at Shiba, eager to hear the confirmation he sought. Indeed, Xiao Chen mentioned that Garchomp has been his companion since childhood. Shiba replied with a smile. Not receiving the answer he hoped for, Qianli felt his spirits plummet, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. With his own strength, Qianli could sense the formidable prowess of the Mega Garchomp, a force at the champion level. His daughter's Blaziken stood no chance against it, even if it were to unleash its full power. To his astonishment, he had just allowed the opponent to go all out. At that moment, Qianli watched as Xiaoqing appeared to mock him. Though Xiaoqing seemed oblivious to Qianli's presence, his gaze entirely fixed upon Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, you may attack first. Xiaoqing gestured for Xiao Yao to commence her assault. Blaziken, do not be afraid, unleash Flamethrower. Xiao Yao noticed that Blaziken was somewhat intimidated by the sight of Garchomp, but she dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination. As Blaziken launched its attack, Xiaoqing refrained from issuing any commands, and Garchomp merely raised its arm to block the onslaught. Good, Blaziken, continue with Fire Spin. Xiao Yao observed that Garchomp took the brunt of the Flamethrower and urged Blaziken to inflict further damage. Once more, Xiaoqing chose to remain silent, allowing Garchomp to endure the hits. Blaziken, deliver the final blow with Blaze Kick. Xiao Yao prepared to defeat Xiaoqing's Garchomp with this decisive strike. At that moment, Xiao Yao was filled with elation, anticipating victory. However, the seasoned onlookers had already discerned the impending outcome. Shiba, observing Xiao Yao's confidence, foresaw the inevitable conclusion. Qianli, on the other hand, discreetly covered his eyes, unwilling to witness the impending calamity befall his daughter. At that moment, Blaziken, staring at the Garchomp within arm's reach, felt its spirits lift, having initially perceived the creature's aura as that of a formidable opponent. Yet, what transpired next left Blaziken utterly astonished. Chapter 31, Farewell. Garchomp seized Blaziken's kicking leg with ease. What? Blaziken was taken aback. Garchomp cast a shadowy glance at Blaziken, as if to say, you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. Quickly break free. Xiao Yao shouted. Garchomp, handle it yourself. Xiaoqing expressed disinterest in Blaziken, allowing Garchomp to take charge. With a powerful grip, Garchomp lifted Blaziken and slammed it into the ground. Ah! Blaziken cried out in agony. Before it could react further, it was lifted again and slammed down once more. Xiao Yao watched in distress, her concern for Blaziken intensifying. Do not worry. Garchomp knows its limits, Xiaoqing reassured as he approached Xiao Yao, taking her hand in an attempt to deepen their connection. Startled, Xiao Yao found herself pulled out of the battle zone before she could fully comprehend the situation. Am I invisible now? Blaziken thought bitterly. Let go of your filthy hands. Qianli rushed in front of Xiaoqing, glaring at the hand holding Xiao Yao's. and if given an axe, he would not hesitate to sever Xiaoqing's hand. "Dad, father." Xiaoyao stammered upon seeing her father. "Mr. Qianli." Xiaoqing released Xiaoyao's hand upon Qianli's arrival. "Humph." Qianli grasped Xiaoyao's hand and walked away, ignoring Xiaoqing entirely. Observing the scene, Xiaoqing felt powerless. As Qianli was indeed Xiaoyao's father, what could he do but endure? "Boy, are you really not afraid of Qianli's wrath?" Shiba approached Xiaoqing, compelled to acknowledge his audacity in taking Xiaoyao's hand in front of her father. "Mr. Qianli wouldn't he go that far? Would he dare strike me?" Xiaoqing replied, unabashed. "Come, let us accompany Qianli's son in choosing a Pokémon. Allow you to witness the Pokémon lineage I have cultivated," Shiba confidently declared. Individuals of their caliber often nurture numerous Pokémon, with some even cultivating entire groups for training. Intrigued by Shiba's mention of a Pokémon lineage, Xiaoqing eagerly followed him and Qianli's son into a dense forest, while Xiaoyao was sent back to the ship, genuinely fearful of Xiaoqing's intentions toward her daughter. As they ventured deeper into the woods, sloth-like Pokémon came into view, seemingly devoid of energy, many clinging to tree trunks in a state of indifference. "Here is where I house these little creatures," Shiba remarked, surveying the lethargic sloths with a sense of unexplainable pride. "Indeed, Mr. Shiba. How remarkable to possess such a multitude of sloths," Xiaoqing observed, overjoyed, knowing that one of these sloths would soon become his travel companion. Xiaoqing, puzzled by Xiaoxing's comment, had been contemplating a question since Qianli brought him along, but had yet to voice it. Logically, Qianli's ace should be a slaking, and given that he had nurtured a unique one, it was peculiar that he wouldn't possess a sloth. However, Shiba refrained from questioning Xiaoqing further. "Now, Xiaoxing, choose whichever you fancy and engage with it. If it is willing, you may take it with you," Shiba encouraged, allowing Xiaoxing the freedom to express himself. Without hesitation, Xiaoxing began searching for his desired partner. Soon, he returned cradling a sloth, which nestled against his chest, appearing quite affectionate. "Father, look, this is the companion I have chosen." Xiaoxing proudly presented the sloth to Qianli. "Very well, but you must take good care of it," Qianli replied, pleased that his son had found a Pokémon he cherished. "Is this the sloth you selected? It truly is a splendid choice." Seeing Xiaoxing's return, Shiba waved, and a lively primate descended from a nearby tree to inspect the sloth in Xiaoxing's embrace. "What is this, brother Shiba?" Xiaoqing inquired, puzzled by Shiba's actions. "Can you communicate with the primate? This primate is the leader of this sloth group, and if you take one of its members, you must inform it," Shiba explained, sensing Xiaoqing's curiosity. "What? Do you wish to have one as well?" "No, I have sufficient companions already. Acquiring more would make it difficult to care for them all," Xiaoqing replied, his team at full capacity. Shiba nodded in understanding, having encountered similar situations before. Although he possessed a vast number of Pokémon, he too faced challenges in nurturing them adequately. Much like this sloth group, where the multitude of sloths was managed by the primate, Shiba appreciated Xiaoqing's perspective. Seeing that Xiaoqing had no interest in the sloths, Shiba led Qianli and the others away from their habitat. "Mr. Shiba, thank you for allowing Xiaoxing to adopt a sloth. We shall be taking our leave now," Qianli stated, having accomplished his purpose for being there. "Very well, I wish you all a safe journey," Shiba replied, engaging in further conversation before escorting Qianli's family back to their ship. As Xiao Chun seized the opportunity to bid farewell to Xiao Yao while Qianli and Shiba engaged in conversation, Xiao Yao clung to his waist with reluctance, her delicate face adorned with glistening tears. In this fleeting moment, the young couple had already pledged their hearts to one another. "Do not worry. I shall visit you when time permits," Xiao Chun reassured, gently ruffling Xiao Yao's hair and cradling her lovely face in his hands. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he pressed his lips against hers, fervently conveying his affection. Xiao Yao, though somewhat inexperienced, reciprocated his kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. "Promise me you will seek me out once the Sinnoh League concludes. We shall travel together then," she urged, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck. "Rest assured, even if you do not come, I will find you," Xiao Chun promised, planting another soft kiss on her tender lips. Hand in hand, they strolled towards the shore. "Go on, do not keep Mr. Qianli waiting," Xiao Chun called out from a distance, where he spotted Qianli at the bow of the boat. Qianli watched helplessly as his daughter was led away by Xiao Chun, resigned to the fact that she had fallen for the young man. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yao turned back for one last glance at Xiao Chun as she embarked on the ship. He waved, signaling her to board. After lingering a moment longer, Xiao Yao reluctantly stepped onto the vessel. Set sail swiftly, Qianli instructed the crew, eager to depart from the place. As the ship drifted farther away, Xiao Yao stood at the stern, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chun. I will definitely come to find you, she called out, while he waved back, secretly contemplating their future together. Chapter 32. The Fighting Tablet. Months had elapsed since Qian Li and the others departed from the island, during which Xiao Chun and his Pokémon had diligently trained, significantly enhancing their abilities. Sharpedo had reached level 70, Electivire had attained level 63, Gardevoir had reached level 62, Charizard had climbed to level 55, and Metagross had achieved level 51. Riolu had shown remarkable progress as well, now at level 32. And Xiao Chun sensed that Riolu was on the verge of evolution. With less than 2 months remaining until the Sinnoh League commenced, Xiao Chun approached Shiba, preparing for his departure. Shiba, unsurprised by Xiao Chun's intention to leave, did not allow him to go immediately. Instead, he requested Xiao Chun to return the following day, without disclosing the reason. Yet, Xiao Chun's impatience grew with each passing hour. "Shiba, where are you?" he exclaimed, arriving at their appointed meeting place, only to find no sign of Shiba. "Stop calling." Shiba leapt down from a nearby tree. "What business do we have today, Shiba?" Xiao Chun inquired, eager to learn the purpose of his summons. "Be patient. Follow me, and you shall find out," Shiba replied, leading the way forward. With no choice but to comply, Xiao Chun trailed behind him until they arrived at the entrance of a colossal chasm. Indeed, it was a vast abyss, the depths obscured from view. Xiao Chun picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the cavern, but no sound echoed back, leaving him unable to ascertain its depth. "What is the significance of this chasm, Shiba?" Xiao Chun questioned, perplexed by the situation. "This cave story dates back to when I first discovered this island. During an exploration, I stumbled upon this cavern. Initially, I intended to delve deeper, but upon equipping myself with gear, I realized the chasm was bottomless, leading me to abandon my quest. However, 2 years later, I was astonished to find that the chasm had transformed. What was once unfathomable had become merely a few meters deep, revealing a small door at the bottom. Upon entering, I discovered a peculiar stone, which I later learned was a Mega Evolution Stone. This stone allows Pokémon to undergo alternative evolution. Yet, when I sought to return, the door had vanished. Through years of research, I have determined that this door opens on this very date each year, offering unpredictable treasures within, but only one person may enter at a time. If more than one attempts to enter, the door remains sealed. In the past, I brought someone who acquired a Pokémon egg, and I have received numerous valuable items over the years. Are you interested in venturing inside? Shiba inquired, observing Xiao Chun's reaction. Absolutely. Xiao Chun replied after a moment of contemplation, recognizing the potential opportunities Shiba had described. Perhaps he too could uncover a Mega Evolution Stone, especially since several Pokémon in his team were capable of such evolution. How do I gain entry? Xiao Chun questioned, illuminating the abyss with his flashlight. Yet failing to locate the door Shiba had mentioned. Patience, just wait a moment, Shiba suggested, gazing up at the descending sun. Complying with Shiba's request, Xiao Chun suppressed his curiosity for the time being. As the sun fully set, the moon took its place in the sky. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, accompanied by the sound of rocks collapsing from the chasm. Xiao Chun grasped his flashlight, yet the interior remained shrouded in darkness. After a prolonged silence, the commotion subsided. "You may descend now," Shiba announced, securing a climbing harness to a tree and fastening the other end around Xiao Chun's waist. Carefully, Xiao Chun navigated the chasm's edge until he reached the bottom. The scene within the chasm contrasted starkly with its previous darkness. The walls glistened, revealing a small door. Approaching the door, Xiao Chun gently pushed it open and stepped inside, finding nothing but a narrow path leading deeper. Regret washed over him for not inquiring further about the cave's mysteries, yet he pressed onward. After a lengthy journey, he finally arrived at a stone chamber, where a massive stone platform awaited him, atop which rested a box. The box, crafted from stone and adorned with peculiar patterns, captured his attention. Upon entering the chamber, Xiao Chun noticed wall paintings, the content of which eluded his understanding. He could discern a Pokémon guarding a square tablet, while many others fought over it, forcing the guardian to conceal it. With little else to glean from the artwork, Xiao Chun bypassed it, advancing directly to the stone platform. The box was unlocked, and as Xiao Chun lifted the lid, he trembled with recognition at its contents. It was a tablet. He recalled the benefits the Fireball tablet had bestowed upon Charizard. And now, as he gazed upon this tablet, his eyes gleamed with fervor. Based on its appearance, he identified the tablet's name, the Fighting Tablet. Xiao Chun was deeply troubled by the matters concerning Riolu. Despite its diligent training, Riolu's relatively short time in the team had caused it to lag behind in strength. Should it take to the field in the Sinnoh League, a grueling battle would undoubtedly await. However, the presence of this fighting plate could potentially rectify Riolu's deficiencies. Yet, Xiao Chun was no longer inclined to experiment recklessly, remembering how he lost control with his Charizard last time. He resolved to take the plate outside and study it further with Shiba. As Xiao Chun grasped the fighting plate, he felt a chilling sensation, akin to holding a block of ice. He searched the surrounding area of the stone chamber once more, but found nothing else of interest before preparing to leave with the plate. Just as he was about to depart the stone pedestal, he seemingly collided with the stone wall. Rubbing his head in a daze, he looked around but saw nothing. When he reached out again, his hand met nothing but air. After several attempts to discern the anomaly, he was at a loss until he caught sight of the fighting plate that had fallen to the ground due to the impact, and a realization struck him. Cautiously, he picked up the fighting plate and proceeded down from the pedestal, only to find himself blocked once again. It appeared that the fighting plate could not leave this pedestal. After several attempts, he began to uncover its mystery. What to do next? The inability to take the plate with him was disheartening. It pained him to consider letting go of such a fascinating artifact, uncertain if another opportunity would arise. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 33, Departure. Xiao Chun released Riolu from its Pokeball. The moment Riolu emerged, it was entranced by the fighting plate in Xiao Chun's hand. Its eyes fixated on it, as if it were gazing upon a mesmerizing beauty. It sensed the latent energy emanating from this enigmatic object. Riolu, do you desire it? Xiao Chun inquired, placing the fighting plate before Riolu. Riolu. The Pokémon gazed longingly at the plate, its hands instinctively reaching toward it. Wait. Xiao Chun intervened, recalling how Charizard had lost control upon touching the fire plate. You must consider carefully, Riolu. Touching this fighting plate could unleash the forces contained within, potentially endangering your life. Do you still wish for it? Although Xiao Chun desired to enhance Riolu's abilities, he was acutely aware of the risks involved. However, he believed in the principle of high risk yielding high reward, ultimately deciding to leave the choice to Riolu. The previous incident with Charizard lingered in his mind, and he thought it prudent to exercise caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, Riolu's expression hardened with determination as it looked at Xiao Chun, as if to convey its readiness. It yearned for strength, unwilling to become a liability in the forthcoming Sinnoh League. Xiao Chun placed the fighting plate before Riolu and summoned Garchomp and Electivire to stand by, feeling reassured that their presence would provide a safety net in case of any unforeseen events. Riolu, give it your all, he encouraged as Riolu prepared to make contact with the fighting plate. As soon as Riolu's paw touched the plate, it radiated a blinding light. In an instant, the fighting plate transformed into a beam of light and dove into Riolu's body, eliciting a pained groan from the Pokémon. At that moment, Riolu's aura surged, and it began to glow with a brilliant white light. Is it evolving? Xiao Chun murmured in astonishment. Riolu's form expanded until it ultimately evolved into Lucario. Garchomp and Electivire watched in shock, realizing that this transformation was as effortless as drinking water. Having witnessed Charizard's rapid power gain from a plate, they too contemplated requesting a plate from Xiao Chun. If only he knew how amusingly improbable that was. Returning to the present, Lucario was now absorbing the fighting plate's energy, reaching a critical juncture. It trembled, its body brimming with immense energy. Lucario, you must hold on. Do not let the energy overwhelm you. Xiao Chun felt a pang of concern as he observed Lucario's agonized expression. Lucario, it roared, before collapsing to the ground, its head drooping. Lucario, are you alright? Xiao Chun rushed to Lucario's side, gently propping it up, only to discover that it had merely fainted. Pokémon, Lucario. Level, 44, Gym level. Ability, Justified. Moves, Aura Sphere. Bullet Punch. To Xiao Chun's surprise, not only had Riolu evolved into Lucario, but it had also gained a remarkable 12 levels. And the energy within Lucario was still not fully absorbed. Once completely assimilated, Lucario's strength would likely rival that of Metagross. Relieved that Lucario had not exhibited symptoms akin to Charizard's earlier ordeal, Xiao Chun recalled Electivire to its Pokeball and instructed Garchomp to carry Lucario as they made their way outside. Emerging from the cave, he found Shiba waiting for him. Brother Shiba, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Xiao Chun said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries, just tell me what happened. What's the situation? Shiba inquired, gesturing toward the Lucario on Garchomp's back. Xiao Chun recounted his entire experience within the cave, including the encounter with the fire plate. A plate, you say? Such a marvelous object, Shiba expressed, his curiosity piqued. He wished to study it further, though it was now absorbed, leaving only the hope of discovering another in the future. Shiba's interest in the fighting plate was genuine. Even if Xiao Chun had brought it out, he would have sought to study it rather than seize it by force. Thank you so much, Brother Shiba. Without your help, Lucario wouldn't have achieved such significant growth. Xiao Chun expressed his gratitude. Shiba could easily have kept the cave's secret to himself and obtained the plate alone. Moreover, Xiao Chun had seized a rare opportunity. Items capable of enhancing a Pokémon's power without adverse effects were indeed a rare find. Don't be so polite. Hurry up and leave. I want to get back to bed. Shiba replied, not waiting for Xiao Chun's response before departing. Xiao Chun then realized that he had descended into the cave while it was still dusk. And now it was already midnight. Let us return and rest, he said, bringing Garchomp and the unconscious Lucario back to their lodging. After checking on Lucario and ensuring its well-being, he lay down and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Xiao Chun arrived alone at the usual training grounds, lifting his familiar equipment with a newfound lightness. He had resolved to leave the island the next day and wished to complete one final training session before his departure. At this moment, Shiba stood quietly atop a tree, observing the scene below, his smile reflecting the sentiments of his heart. Young one, I hope you achieve commendable results in the Sinnoh League, he remarked before departing, as a boat awaited him by the shore. Soon, twilight enveloped the sky. And after completing his final training session, Xiaocheng returned to his humble abode. Upon entering, he discovered a letter on the table, which he opened to find it was a message from Shiba. The letter conveyed Shiba's sudden departure from the island, expressing regret for not being able to bid Xiaocheng farewell in person, urging him to continue his training and wishing him success in the Sinnoh League. Xiaocheng understood that Shiba simply struggled to articulate his feelings about their parting, hence his premature departure. Well then, let us savor this final day here, he thought, taking a deep breath as he prepared his last meal on the island. The dish was once again simple sushi, yet at that moment, Xiaocheng savored an entirely different flavor. After dining, he reclined on his bed, reminiscing about the myriad experiences he had shared on the island, his heart brimming with memories. Lost in his thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Xiaocheng tidied his belongings, closed the door to his small dwelling, and cast a final glance at the place he had called home. He had already arranged for a boat to pick him up that very morning. As he boarded the vessel set for his return, he waved goodbye to the island, now receding into the distance, whispering his farewells. At the edge of a cliff on the island, Shiba stood at the summit, watching Xiaocheng's retreating figure, and waved back. Young one, until we meet again. Chapter 34. The Auction on the Ocean. A luxurious passenger ship glided across the waves. Within the opulent hull of the ship, an auction was in full swing. 1 million league coins, the auctioneer announced, endeavoring to elevate the bids for the exquisite gem on display. 1 million coins going once, going twice, going thrice sold. This beautiful gem now belongs to Mr. Number 13. The auctioneer exclaimed with excitement. Although he had not achieved the desired price, the item was merely a visually appealing stone. He glanced at the youthful victor and silently mused how effortlessly the youth's money seemed to be earned. Unbeknownst to the auctioneer, the young victor was already grinning from ear to ear. Lucario, this is fantastic. I've finally won it, Xiaocheng exclaimed to his companion, Lucario. After leaving his training island, Xiaocheng had transferred to this vessel and fortuitously encountered the auction. Initially, he had no intention of participating, but upon spotting an item on the auction list, he resolved to acquire it. The stone he had just won was not merely a beautiful gem, but rather a mega evolution stone. While its previous owner remained a mystery, obtaining it for just 1 million league coins was undoubtedly a significant bargain. Fortunately, no one aboard recognized the stone's true value. Otherwise, Xiaocheng would not have had such an easy acquisition. Earlier, a flamboyantly dressed woman had competed against him in the bidding, but upon realizing the price had surpassed the item's worth, she relinquished her pursuit. Xiaocheng had indeed struck gold. As the auction continued with items being claimed, the event neared its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence a special auction featuring 5 exclusive items provided by a single gentleman. Those wishing to remain may stay in their seats for the upcoming auction, announced the auctioneer before descending from the stage. The items that had just been claimed were being distributed to their respective winners. Xiaocheng, too, received his coveted Mega Evolution Stone. However, he had no time to inspect it as the lights in the auction hall grew even brighter, and a new figure ascended the stage. This time, it was not the previous male auctioneer, but a woman of undeniable allure, clad in a striking red qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She captivated the attention of all the men in the audience, their eyes glued to her presence. Distinguished guests, I am the auctioneer, Kajia, for this event. Now, let us unveil our first item, she began, her introduction brief, yet captivating. 2 staff members wheeled a small cart onto the stage, covered by a red cloth that hinted at a container beneath. Once the cart was steady, Kajia lifted the cloth to reveal the first item, 3 adorable Bagon eggs. Upon inspection, All 3 eggs are in excellent condition. According to the employer, their father is a champion-level Salamence, and their mother is a near-champion Pokémon. The starting bid is 1 million league coins. As Kajia's words fell, a flurry of bids erupted from the audience. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. If you can't keep up, then step aside. I bid 1,500,000. A voice called out. I represent the Yulong family, and I hope you all will grant me this favor. I bid 1,800,000. Another contender chimed in. You Yulong family are nothing. I bid 2 million. Came a counter. I bid 2,100,000. The price soared rapidly, with some bidders even resorting to threats to secure the eggs. Yet, those participating were not to be underestimated, as they possessed ample funds and understood the risks involved. Xiaoqing was astonished. Who knew Pokémon eggs could be so valuable? However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given the formidable lineage of the Bagon parents, their future potential warranted such investments. Before long, the price stabilized at 380,000, claimed by a member of the Yulong family. Seeing that a member of the Yulong family had won, many who had considered seizing the opportunity after the auction concluded abandoned their plans. Now, let us welcome our second item, Kajia announced, as another cart was pushed onto the stage. This time, the cart contained 5 blue and white eggs, each one a mini dragon egg, of comparable quality to the previous 3. The starting bid is 2 million league coins. Please begin bidding. As Kajia's words echoed, the audience erupted in astonished gasps. It was indeed remarkable to see 5 mini dragon eggs appear at once, as these Pokémon were nearly impossible to find in the wild. 3 million. 3,100,000. 3,500,000. For million. Ultimately, the 5 mini dragon eggs were purchased by a mysterious man for 5 million coins. Before the second item could leave the stage, the third item was introduced. Before Kajia could speak, the audience was already agog with astonishment. Next, we present a Dragonite. Now, for our third item. We have a near-champion level Dragonite, verified to be at level 79. Such a rarity at the near-champion tier, it is likely to ascend to the champion level soon. However, the buyer must capture it themselves. The starting bid is 1 million league coins. Before Kujia stood a colossal iron cage, within which a fierce-looking Dragonite was ensnared, its body marred by numerous wounds. The creature cast a nervous glance at the Pokémon egg that had just brushed past it. After thoroughly presenting the advantages and disadvantages of the Dragonite, Kujia commenced the auction. Xiao Chun, observing the Dragonite on stage, felt a lingering sense of foreboding. He had just witnessed the member of the Dragon clan anxiously making a phone call. A Dragonite is not a possession to be taken lightly. Its injuries hinted that the seller's means of acquisition were dubious. Coupled with the recent influx of Pokémon eggs and the demeanor of the Dragon clan member, Xiao Chun sensed impending trouble. Although the buyers also sensed the Dragonite's questionable origins, they remained undeterred, for the purchase was made here, and the identity of the seller mattered little. They could always seek redress from them. 1,500,000. 2 million. 2,500,000. 3 million. For million. This round of bidding was more fervent than the last, for this was a level 79 Dragonite, verging on the championship tier. Once captured, its worth would soar into the tens of millions. As for the means of capture, the bidders had a plethora of methods at their disposal. Everyone, please pause the auction. The member of the Dragon clan disregarded the auctioneer's attempts to maintain order and ascended the podium. Sir, please do not disrupt the auction proceedings. Kujia regarded the Dragon clan member with an icy demeanor, thinking that were he not affiliated with the Dragon clan, he would have dispatched him by now. Do you know that this Dragonite belongs to our clan? Thud. The Dragon clan member's words were abruptly cut short as a rock pierced his body, sending him crashing to the ground. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Who possessed such audacity to slay a member of the Dragon clan? Chapter 35, Encountering Danger. An elderly man, hunched over, appeared on the auction stage, followed by a Bankisha. Who dares to disrupt my auction? A fool who deserves death. All the items for bid today are provided by me. Please continue bidding. With that, the man strode towards the back, the Bankisha dragging the corpse of the aforementioned Dragon clan member behind it. Very well, please resume bidding. Kujia, recovering from his shock, signaled for the auction to continue. Yet, the audience remained enraptured by astonishment. Some had already discerned the Bankisha's formidable prowess, championship level. This was no ordinary creature, and anyone bold enough to kill a member of the Dragon clan was certainly no minor player. Xiao Chun, too, was transfixed by the Bankisha's attributes. Pokémon, Bankisha. Level, 85, championship level. Ability, Sandstorm. Skills, Destructive Light, Sharp Stone Attack. Such a powerful Bankisha. It was no wonder it could seize the Dragonite and so many Pokémon eggs from the Dragon Clan. Indeed, it was a theft. Judging by the Dragon Clan member's demeanor earlier, it was clear that he recognized this Dragonite. Moreover, the auction items were all related to Dragon-type Pokémon, leading Xiao Chun to strongly suspect that these items were connected to the Dragon Clan. Although the earlier incident had disrupted the auction, it did not deter the bidder's fervor for the Dragonite. The price surged rapidly, ultimately culminating in a staggering 8,700,000 Alliance coins paid by a single buyer. Next, we present our fourth item for auction, a Dragon Grass. Surely, you have all heard the legends of Dragon Grass, which can significantly elevate the level of Dragon-type Pokémon. Hailed as the most potent herb for Dragon-type Pokémon, the starting bid is 500,000 Alliance coins. Kujia's introduction this time failed to evoke the same astonishment as the previous items. After all, there were alternatives to Dragon Grass that could enhance a Pokémon's level, and many would prefer to allow their Pokémon to naturally progress. Thus, the bidding for Dragon Grass was not particularly fierce, stalling at 1,100,000 Alliance coins. 1,100,000 once. 1,100,000 twice. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. Just as Kujia was about to finalize the sale at 1,100,000 Alliance coins, a higher bid emerged from none other than Xiao Chun. While others may have underestimated the value of Dragon Grass, he understood its true worth. Dragon Grass not only elevated a Pokémon's level but did so without inflicting any harm to its body. After all, every herb has its toxicity, and to Xiao Chun's knowledge, no other herb offered such a risk-free enhancement. Moreover, the cultivation of Dragon Grass is exceedingly demanding. It had practically vanished from existence, with the last known specimen residing with the Dragon Clan. Hence, Xiao Chun resolved to take the risk and bid on the Dragon Grass. The competitor who had initially bid withdrew upon realizing Xiao Chun's offer exceeded his own. Very well, this Dragon Grass has been secured by that esteemed guest. Ultimately, Xiao Chun acquired the Dragon Grass. Without hesitation, he sought out the staff to immediately administer the Dragon Grass to his sharp-toothed land shark. The staff, seeing that Xiao Chun had already paid, made no objections, opting to hand over the Dragon Grass ahead of schedule. Xiao Chun requested a private room from the staff, where he presented the Dragon Grass to his sharp-toothed land shark, allowing it to absorb the herb within. This Dragon Grass was of unparalleled value, surpassing all prior auction items. Had it been given to the earlier Dragonite, it could have instantly elevated it to the championship level. Xiao Chun left a Charizard by the side of the sharp-toothed land shark and returned to the auction, for there remained one more item he wished to witness. Should it be a treasure, he could not afford to miss it. Upon his return, he discovered that the fifth auction had already commenced, featuring a vast array of items that sent shivers down Xiao Chun's spine. The auction stage was lined with transparent containers, each housing a Pokémon egg, all of which were Dragon-type eggs. The sheer quantity was at least in the hundreds. Xiao Chun realized that members of the Dragon Clan were likely on their way, as the recently slain member would undoubtedly have relayed the information back. Who else but the Dragon Clan could possess such a plethora of Dragon-type Pokémon eggs? The rules for this auction differed from those prior. Each egg constituted an individual item, open for bidding from all, and one person could bid on multiple Pokémon eggs, with each egg starting at a price of 100,000 Alliance coins. The prices for these Pokémon eggs were significantly lower than before, a veritable plunge, though the quality was likely far inferior. Xiao Chun had no intention of bidding, as these items would surely return to their rightful owners. There was no need for him to intervene. This auction persisted for half an hour, culminating in a heated competition, after which each egg found its new owner. I just secured 5 eggs in one go. No one contested me, and I only spent 100,000. Many who had successfully acquired Pokémon eggs joyfully shared their triumph, while those who had missed out wore glum expressions. Just then, the elderly man accompanied by the Bankisha ascended the auction stage once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please collect your purchased items from the auctioneer later. But you must submit your payments now. The old man's voice was slightly raspy. There's no such thing as paying first. It's always cash on delivery. If you insist on payment first, I might just give you half. At that moment, a rotund man stepped forward, sensing the old man's urgency for funds and intending to negotiate a lower price, especially since he had just purchased 7 Pokémon eggs. Thud! Before the rotund figure could react, his enormous head fell from his shoulders, a greedy expression lingering on his face. Everyone, pay up, or this unfortunate fellow shall be your fate, the elder proclaimed coldly. Surveying the crowd below, there were those who contemplated resistance, but upon witnessing the terrifying aura emanating from Banjira behind the elder, they obediently complied. Banjira's tail was still stained with blood, remnants from the moment it had severed the fat man's head. You shall be responsible for collecting the payments, the elder instructed, turning to the now subdued crowd and motioning for Kajia to assist in gathering the funds. The assembly formed an orderly queue, and Xiaochen, wishing to discreetly make his exit, was unexpectedly spotted by the elder. "Ah, young one, I recall you captured the Shenlong grass. Do you intend to skip out on your bill?" the elder inquired, fixing his gaze on Xiaochen. "Esteemed elder, I have already settled the payment for the Shenlong grass," Xiaochen replied respectfully, wary that the elder might fly into a rage. The elder glanced at Kajia, who nodded in affirmation that the payment had been collected. "Since the payment has been made, let us collect once more," the elder remarked with a sigh, eyeing Xiaochen disapprovingly. "Isn't this a bit excessive, esteemed elder?" Xiaochen retorted, his anger rising. Was the elder deliberately antagonizing him? "If you refuse to comply, then you may forfeit your life." The elder signaled for Banjira to act. Banjira's tail shimmered with a white light, evidently preparing to unleash its iron tail. With a swift motion, it lashed out at Xiaochen's head. The elder, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemed to relish the imminent sight of Xiaochen's head rolling. Caught off guard by the elder's sudden aggression, Xiaochen had no time to summon his Pokémon, forced to watch helplessly as the tail barreled toward him. Was this truly how it would end? Chapter 36, The Dragon's Passage. Just as Xiaochen believed his demise was imminent, a flame erupted, forcing Banjira to retreat. "Who dares impede my affairs?" The elder fumed, clearly displeased with the interruption. At that moment, several individuals entered, each accompanied by a Dragonite. "Ah, it is you." The elder recognized them, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. "Humph, return everything you have stolen from the Dragon Clan, and we shall allow you to leave with your life intact," the leader of the Dragon Clan, a middle-aged man, declared. Indeed, the Dragon Clan had arrived with remarkable speed. Xiaochen had anticipated their appearance, but was taken aback by their promptness. Now distanced from the auction stage, he hoped to avoid any collateral damage should a confrontation ensue. "Humph, what right do defeated subordinates have to speak? Do you think you can keep me here?" The elder dismissed the middle-aged man with disdain, recalling how this very individual had pursued him during his escape from the Dragon Clan. Had it not been for the clan's timely intervention, the elder would have bested him long ago. "And what of me?" A voice emerged from behind the group of Dragon Clan members. A red-haired man cloaked in a cape stepped forward. You are Yulongdu." The elder stammered, his voice trembling. This was Yulongdu, the dual region champion, renowned as the Dragon King. "Banjira, block their path," the elder commanded, releasing a Murkrow in preparation for his escape. "Dragonite, deal with them." A hefty Dragonite appeared, effortlessly defeating Banjira with a single strike and halting the elder's planned flight aboard the Murkrow. "Yulongdu, do you wish for a mutually destructive outcome?" the elder bellowed. "Mutually destructive? You think you are worthy? Dragonite, take him down." Dragonite charged at the elder, swiftly ending his life, thus affirming Yulongdu's words, "Though the fish may perish, the net remains unbroken." Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 99, Near Master level. Ability, Shed Skin. Skills, Dragon Dive, Ice Beam. Truly, a Near Master level Dragonite. It concluded the battle in an instant. "Ladies and gentlemen, please return the possessions belonging to our Dragon Clan. The auction house will refund your payments," Yulongdu addressed the attendees. Though reluctant, the crowd complied, knowing they could not defy the Dragon King's decree. Meanwhile, the auction house personnel found themselves in a dismal plight, having relinquished their venue only to end up with nothing. "Young man, I have heard that the Shenlong grass is in your possession. Might you return it to the Dragon Clan?" Yulongdu inquired, having learned that Xiaochen had indeed secured the coveted herb. "I apologize, Mr. Yulong, but the Shenlong grass has already been consumed by my Pokémon," Xiaochen replied, feigning regret while secretly reveling in his swift acquisition of such a valuable item. "Best not to play coy, or you shall find yourself facing dire consequences," warned a member of the Dragon Clan behind Yulongdu. "I acquired it through a legitimate auction. If you failed to safeguard your belongings, can you truly blame me?" Xiaochen retorted, emboldened by the legitimacy of his claim. Yulongdu shot a glare at the threatening Dragon Clan member. "Young man, the Shenlong grass holds great significance for me. I can offer this Pokémon egg in exchange." Yulongdu produced a mini Dratini egg intended for the subsequent auction. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Yulong, that the Shenlong grass is indeed gone," Xiaochen reiterated, though his honesty was met with skepticism from the others. "You best not overstep your bounds. State your name, and see how I handle you," the threatening individual continued. "My name is Xiaochen, Demuchun," Xiaochen declared defiantly, unyielding in his stance. "Connections? Who among us lacks them?" The Dragon Clan member was about to retort, but was silenced by Yulongdu. "You say your name is Demuchun? What relation do you bear to Professor Oak?" The earlier threat had been instigated by Yolongdu, who now hoped Xiaochen bore no ties to the esteemed professor. Professor Oak? He is my grandfather. Xiaochen's revelation left Yolongdu in a quandary. After all, as the grandson of Professor Oak, he could not treat Xiaochen as he would an ordinary individual. May I see the Pokémon that consumed the Shenlong grass? Yolongdu requested. Certainly, Xiaochen replied, leading Yolongdu to the room where his Garchomp resided. Upon exiting the room, Yolongdu wore an expression of resignation. He had already verified that the Shenlong grass had indeed been consumed by Xiaochen's Pokémon, had it been freshly ingested. There might have been hope, but it was now well on its way to being digested. Yolongdu could not fathom that Xiaochen would be unaware of the Shenlong grass's significance to the Dragon Clan, who would use an auction item before the event's conclusion. Yet, he was left with no options. The Shenlong grass was irretrievable, and he had no desire to further antagonize Professor Oak. What a pity for the Shenlong grass, which Yolongdu had intended to use to assist Dragonite in reaching master level, now squandered on another. Yolongdu had lost the desire to remain here and left with his subordinates. Xiaochen, upon witnessing Yolongdu's departure, let out a sigh of relief. After all, without his grandfather present, he would have been incapable of thwarting any possible aggression from Yolongdu Liao. The call startled Xiaochen, prompting him to hurriedly return to his room, where he found his Liao Lu Sha had already risen. The divine dragon grass had elevated Liao Lu Sha's level to 75, and its medicinal effects had yet to be fully absorbed during this period. It was likely to experience further enhancement. As Xiaochen's most formidable Pokémon, the strength of Liao Lu Sha directly correlated to Xiaochen's own capacity for self-preservation. With Liao Lu Sha by his side, he could confidently assert that he would be safe from any adversary unless faced with a champion-level opponent. Consume this and continue to absorb the effects of the divine dragon grass, Xiaochen instructed, producing a jade green pill for Liao Lu Sha. This elixir would expedite the absorption of the residual medicinal properties lingering within Liao Lu Sha. It was a parting gift from Du, intended as an apology for the initial discourtesy displayed by the Yulong clan. Xiaochen was acutely aware that his status as Professor Okido's grandson afforded him certain privileges. Had he been an ordinary individual devoid of connections, Liao Lu Sha might have met a dire fate, and his own circumstances would have been equally bleak. Thus, the urgency to bolster his strength was paramount. Chapter 37. The Return of My Parents' Jinshin Town. I am back. With a jubilant shout, Xiaochen returned to his long-absent hometown. He ran excitedly, noting that Jinshin Town remained unchanged since his departure. Upon reaching Professor Okido's laboratory, he burst through the door to find Professor Okido engrossed in a book while munching on instant noodles. "Grandfather, I'm back," Xiaochen exclaimed. The sudden outburst startled Professor Okido, who narrowly managed to catch his noodles before they toppled to the ground. "Xiaoji, you could have at least given me a heads up before returning like this." The professor's feigned reproach was laced with genuine concern. After all, it had been some time since he last saw his beloved grandson. It was impossible not to feel a pang of longing. "I just wanted to surprise you." Xiaochen feigned innocence, resembling a dutiful grandson caught in the act of mischief. "Surprise? It's a wonder you didn't give me a heart attack," Professor Okido retorted, his tone light yet exasperated. "But there truly is a surprise. Grandfather, I encountered another stone tablet," Xiaochen revealed. "What stone tablet? What? You found another one? Where is it? Show me at once." Initially puzzled by Xiaochen's mention of a stone tablet, Professor Okido soon leapt to his feet, inadvertently dropping his noodles. His excitement was understandable. Having previously encountered such artifacts on Charizard, he was eager to conduct thorough research. "The tablet has already been absorbed by Lucario," Xiaochen explained, recounting the events related to the fighting-type tablet. "Is that all? Alas, I had hoped to study it further. Still, it's a boon for your Lucario to gain strength." Professor Okido lamented, though he recognized the merit in his grandson's enhancement. "By the way, your proof of enrollment for the Sinnoh League has already arrived from the Pokémon School. I'll hand it to you shortly." Xiaochen had passed the Pokémon School's examination, thus exempting him from the necessity of collecting 8 badges to participate in the Sinnoh League. A mere presentation of the school's certification sufficed. Moreover, he had heard that Xiao Ji had collected all 8 badges and would soon return to Jinshin Town to prepare for the Sinnoh League. "Is there anything you need to prepare?" Professor Okido inquired. "No preparations are necessary during this final stretch. Let everyone train simply in the backyard of the lab to conserve energy for the impending Sinnoh League," Xiaochen responded before making his exit. "Wait a moment. Is there something you haven't clarified, such as matters concerning the Yulong family and the divine dragon grass?" Professor Okido reminded him, keen to ensure nothing was overlooked. "Oh, that?" Xiaochen began, explaining the events surrounding the divine dragon grass to Professor Okito. You did well, Xiao Chun. If the Yulong clan mismanaged their own possessions, they have no one to blame but themselves. Our intentions are honorable, but remember, while you may be in the right, caution is essential. My reputation does not afford protection at all times. If you were to disregard my influence, you would find yourself in peril. Strength is paramount. Without it, all is but empty discourse. Professor Okito sought to instill in Xiao Chun the significance of personal power. Furthermore, Professor Okito believed Xiao Chun had handled the situation admirably. Opportunities often favor the capable. Those wishing to bully his grandson would have to contend with him first, lest the outside world perceive that he, an elder, had forsaken his martial prowess. Understood, grandfather. I will diligently work on enhancing my strength. Xiao Chun affirmed before bidding farewell and heading home to the place he had long missed. Upon opening the door, it was as if time had stood still. The house remained unchanged, the sofa still in its original place, and seated upon it was none other than the familiar red-haired figure. Xiao Mao, what are you doing here? Xiao Chun felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him. Hey, do you really need to look at me with that expression every time you come home? And now you don't even call me brother? Xiao Mao extended his hand, poised to ruffle Xiao Chen's hair. Don't you have work to attend to? Xiao Chun evaded the gesture, believing Xiao Mao should be as busy as Professor Okito, who often only had time to prepare instant noodles. What can a young man lounging at home achieve? Xiao Chen mused, though he recalled that Professor Okito also seemed to enjoy leisurely moments, even if they involved half-hour noodles that cost more than dining out. And he occasionally takes trips with Hanzi. Were it not for Xiao Ji's naivete, Professor Okito would hardly indulge in such liberties. I came back knowing you were participating in the Sinnoh League. I feared you might be nervous about your first time, so I returned to keep you company. What could be more important than my dear little brother? Xiao Mao remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Xiao Chen doubted the sincerity of Xiao Mao's words, believing his excuse for returning was rather flimsy. By the way, Mom and Dad are about to arrive home. Xiao Mao added. Arriving home soon? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. Yes, I just spoke with them. They should be at the lab by now. Glancing at his communicator, Xiao Chun felt a surge of excitement. Xiao Chen's father, Professor Okito Ten, was an expert in ancient Pokémon research, often needing to explore ancient relics for artifacts left behind by bygone Pokémon. His mother, Okito Lin, served as his father's assistant, naturally accompanying him in his work. Both of Xiao Chen's parents were deeply immersed in Pokémon research, leaving little time for family, while others might see their parents only a few times a year. Xiao Chen often went years without reuniting with his. The last time they met was 2 years prior, and even during his departure for travel. It was merely a phone call. Xiao Chun understood that their commitment to work was paramount and held no resentment towards them. However, the anticipation of reuniting with his parents filled him with joy. Let us go. Mom and Dad have arrived. Xiao Mao, having spoken, did not wait for Xiao Chen's response and promptly exited the door. Wait for me. Xiao Chen hurriedly followed suit. He trailed Xiao Mao all the way to Professor Okito's research institute. At that moment, Professor Okito was standing at the entrance, engaged in conversation with a man and a woman. Dad, Mom, Xiao Chen exclaimed, extending his arms as he dashed towards them. It had been quite a while since he last saw them, and he had grown taller. Okito Lin embraced her son, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, Xiao Chun has matured into a fine young man, Professor Okito remarked with a hint of sentiment. Dad, Mom, Xiao Mao greeted simply, embodying a personality that was outwardly aloof, yet warm within. Xiao Mao has also matured considerably, Okito Lin noted, pulling him into a hug as well. Mom, let go of me. I've grown up. Xiao Mao protested, struggling slightly. The others laughed heartily at his antics. During dinner time, the entire Xiao family gathered around the table, savoring this rare moment of reunion. After the meal, Xiao Chun returned to his room with a blank expression, knowing that his parents would be leaving early the next morning, and that this homecoming was merely a brief interlude in their work. Although a tinge of melancholy lingered within him, he understood that his parents had their own responsibilities, much like his impending participation in the Alliance Championship. Upon learning of Xiao Chen's intention to join the tournament, his parents expressed their delight and promised their unwavering support. Unlike other families that expected their offspring to inherit the family business, his parents merely encouraged him to pursue his dreams, fostering a relaxed family atmosphere. Lost in thought, Xiao Chen soon drifted into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next day to find his parents had already departed. Before leaving, his mother had penned him a letter. Xiao Chen found himself puzzled. In a world where telecommunication was readily available, why did so many prefer to write letters? He pondered this for a long time, unable to arrive at a conclusion. In her letter, Okido Lin urged him to excel in the Sinnoh League, assuring him that she would be cheering him on from the screen and reminded him to take care of his health. Anticipating the contents of the letter, Xiao Chun mused that this was what one might call the universal love of parents. Determined not to slack off, Xiao Chun commenced the final stages of rigorous training with his Pokémon for the upcoming Sinnoh League. He also sought the guidance of Professor Okido and his veteran companions, as their mentorship would undoubtedly expedite the progress of his Pokémon. Thus, Xiao Chun spent 2 enriching days immersed in training. Professor Okido, I'm back. One day, while training with his Pokémon in the Institute's backyard, an urgent voice interrupted him from outside. Recognizing the voice, Xiao Chun felt a surge of joy. He quickly made his way outside to find a familiar face, his smile widening. Ash, long time no see. Chapter 38. Dawn joins the Sinnoh League. 3 young individuals stood in front of the research institute. On the far left was a tall and robust man with dark skin and slitted eyes, none other than Brock. In the center stood Ash, who appeared somewhat goofy, yet wore a cheerful grin. To the far right was the long-missed Dawn. Ash, Dawn, Brock, it's been a while. Xiao Chun greeted them warmly. Xiao Chun, it's great to see you again. How about a battle? Ash immediately suggested, his mind still focused on competition. It's been ages. Dawn chimed in with a smile. Hello, Xiao Chun, Brock added with a nod. Xiao Chun was surprised to learn that Brock had once again traveled with Ash. Could this be what they referred to as the world's tendency towards correction? All right, everyone, let's head inside and chat. Xiao Chun beckoned his friends toward the lounge area of the institute. Wow, Ash, you're back so soon, Professor Okido remarked, his expression momentarily betraying a hint of awkwardness as he discreetly hid the flowers he had been holding. Yes, Professor Okido, I'm back, Ash replied, oblivious to the professor's unusual behavior. Isn't the Sinnoh League about to commence? When are you leaving? Professor Okido inquired, concerned that if too much time passed, the flowers would wither. I should be leaving in a couple of days. I need to prepare properly, Ash responded. Oh, what a shame. Then the flowers will go to waste, Professor Okido lamented, realizing that his plan to present beautiful flowers to a beautiful girl was coming to an abrupt end. What a waste? Ash asked, puzzled. Nothing, Professor Okido stammered, feeling a bit guilty. Xiao Chun watched his grandfather's expression with bemusement. His grandpa truly had the spirit of youth, living a vibrantly social life despite his age. Is he unaware of the saying that one should not take advantage of a friend's partner? Wait, aren't Ash and I friends? I haven't done anything wrong. But then again, perhaps that doesn't apply here? Xiao Chun shook his head, feeling overwhelmed by the tangled relationships. Ash, why did you return now, just before the tournament? Xiao Chun questioned, perplexed by Ash's sudden appearance, especially considering the distance of Sinnoh. I wanted to switch out my Pokémon and bring my mom along. She said she wanted to see me win the Sinnoh League Championship, Ash replied, his head held high as if the victory was already assured. What? That's not acceptable. Professor Okido exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong, Professor? Ash asked, bewildered by the professor's reaction. Xiao Chun facepalmed, realizing his grandfather was overly anxious. What I meant was, it would be more convenient for your mother to accompany me. Traveling with you all might complicate things. We can just take a flight together, Professor Okido quickly clarified, realizing his earlier behavior seemed odd. All right then. Fortunately, Ash was rather easygoing and didn't notice the professor's awkwardness. Well, you all continue chatting. I'm heading home, Ash announced before taking his leave. As Ash departed, Xiao Chun turned to Brock and Dawn, saying, why don't you two stay at my place? My grandfather usually isn't home, and it's just my brother and me. We have plenty of spare rooms. Truly, Professor Okido is dedicated, even working late into the night, Dawn remarked with admiration. Xiao Chun then recalled that Dawn had become a fan of Professor Okido due to some Pokemon-related haiku. He found it hard to comprehend what allure such poetry held for someone of her age. Glancing at Professor Okido, Xiao Chun mused that his grandfather was certainly not as busy as he seemed. Even if he wasn't at home, life at the institute was likely more comfortable, given that there were people to assist him. Seeing Xiao Chun's gaze, Professor Okido felt a surge of embarrassment, realizing that his grandson was aware of his activities. I'll pass. I told Ash I would stay at his house. Auntie Hannah's cooking is simply delightful, Brock exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. What did you say was delicious? Dawn asked, not quite catching his words. Oh, it's just that Auntie Hannah's dishes are fantastic. I must be off now. I'm heading to Ash's house, Brock said, hastily departing as if on a mission. Xiao Cheng was at a loss for words. It seemed this fellow shared the same secret as Professor Oak. He could hardly overlook the sight of Professor Oak, gripping a book tightly as if he intended to strike Brock down. It left him wondering how these two would manage once Ash discovered their secret. One could not deny the peculiarities of the island nation. Such matters seemed rather prevalent here. Very well, Shining, You shall stay at my home, Xiaoqing said, glancing at the solitary Shining. Okay, Shining replied softly. Xiaoqing picked up Shining's luggage and made his way home. Observing their departing figures, Professor Oak picked up the phone and dialed. Shigeru, why don't you stay at the lab for a few days? Your brother. After hanging up, a mischievous smile spread across his face. I've created an opportunity for you. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Upon arriving home with Shining, Xiaoqing discovered that Shigeru, who should have been there, was nowhere to be found. When Xiaoqing called, Shigeru merely mentioned he had matters to attend to. Xiaoqing felt perplexed. Shigeru had been at home for days, never stepping outside. Shining, you can stay here, though it may need some tidying up as it has been uninhabited for a while, Xiaoqing decided. Dismissing thoughts of Shigeru as he led Shining to the door of a room. All right, I'll handle the cleaning myself, Shining insisted, blocking Xiaoqing, and stepped into the room with her belongings. Xiaoqing, feeling somewhat aimless, settled down in the living room. Before long, Shining emerged from her room, having tidied it up, and took a seat beside Xiaoqing. The two sat in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. Xiaoqing had intended to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. How have you been lately? They both asked in unison. You go first. They again spoke simultaneously, leading to another silence. So, have you been well? Xiaoqing couldn't hold back and spoke first, still unsure of what else to say. I'm fine, Shining replied. How did your grand festival turn out? Did you win the grand celebration? Xiaoqing inquired, having followed the recent grand festival closely, yet he had not seen Shining participate. I didn't enter the grand festival, Shining confessed. What? You didn't participate? Xiaoqing was puzzled. In the original story, Shining had indeed taken part in the grand festival. Initially thinking he had merely missed her on the live broadcast, he realized she hadn't entered at all. To be precise, after you left. I didn't even enter the grand festival. I've been traveling with Ash, challenging gyms to earn badges. I've decided to participate in the Sinnoh League this time. So we shall be rivals, Shining said with a smile. Xiaoqing was taken aback by her sudden decision to join the Sinnoh League, as this was not part of the original narrative. Shining had always been steadfast in her pursuit of the grand festival. What has prompted such a change? Have you truly given up on the grand festival? Xiaoqing questioned, bewildered by what might have led Shining to abandon her previous aspirations. I haven't given up on the grand festival. I simply won't participate this time. After the Sinnoh League concludes, I will start anew. With the goal of becoming the champion of the grand festival, Shining's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. What has caused you to transform so much? Xiaoqing still struggled to understand her choice to join the Sinnoh League, especially considering Shining's mother was a renowned coordinator, and in the original narrative, Shining had aimed to follow in her footsteps. It's all for someone special. I want to defeat him in the Sinnoh League and express my feelings, Shining replied. Who could possibly occupy Shining's thoughts so profoundly? Surely it wasn't Ash, Xiaoqing jested. Shining remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiaoqing, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Once again, a heavy silence enveloped them. Xiaoqing, Shining, are you home? Ash's voice suddenly broke through the stillness from outside. Upon hearing Ash's call, Xiaoqing opened the door to find him and Brock standing at the entrance. Come in and have a seat, Xiaoqing welcomed them inside. By the way, Xiaoqing, did you know Shining is also participating in the Sinnoh League? Now we are all rivals. Ash exclaimed. Shining already informed me, Xiaoqing replied. How about a double battle among the four of us? It's been ages since we last met, and it would be great to gauge each other's strengths, Ash suggested, eager for a battle, as he always felt restless without one. Don't forget, we are all rivals now. We shall see who is stronger at the Sinnoh League. Xiaoqing was reluctant to reveal his capabilities too soon, wanting to surprise everyone at the tournament. All right then, let us head to the lab and check on the Pokémon. Ash proposed. Sounds good. I've been eager to see just how many Pokémon you have, Ash. Shining quickly agreed. It's been a while since I've seen everyone too, Brock added, having traveled with Ash since the beginning of his journey. After all, he had always been the one providing sustenance for Ash's endeavors. Seeing that everyone was keen to go, Xiaoqing decided to join them, as it would provide a perfect opportunity to discreetly assess Ash's Pokémon strength. The four of them arrived at the back garden of Professor Oak's lab, where numerous Pokémon resided. Everyone, I'm back, Ash shouted exuberantly from the grass. Pika Pika. Pikachu mimicked Ash's exuberance. Suddenly, the ground shook with a thunderous rumble as a herd of Tauros charged toward them. What? Shining was startled by the sight before her. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Brock, both having experienced this before, instinctively stepped back, with Xiaoqing ensuring Shining was pulled along. Hello, Tauros. Ash greeted the stampeding Pokémon, only to be knocked to the ground by the throng, quickly becoming enveloped by them. Xiaoqing watched the scene unfold, incredulous, as Ash seemed impervious to harm amidst the chaos. laughing joyously as he embraced one Tauros after another. Soon, more Pokémon joined the fray, including Kingler, Snorlax, and various others, surrounding Ash completely. Wow, Ash has so many Pokémon, Shining exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Xiaoqing, how many Pokémon do you have? She then turned her gaze toward him. Oh, just 6, Xiaoqing replied. Is that all you've caught? Shining observed, noting that her own collection had surpassed Xiaoqing's, as she had captured many Pokémon during her travels in preparation for the Sinnoh League. Ash relished the moments spent in the company of his Pokémon, while Dawn and the others refrained from intruding, opting instead to engage in conversation nearby. As their chatter continued, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, Xiaoqing noticed a woman approaching them. Before he could react, Brock had already stepped forward to grasp the woman's hand. Hanako, are you here to find me? Brock said, his gaze filled with affection. No, I'm here to take you and Ash home for dinner, Hanako replied, slightly flustered by Brock's hold. Let go of Hanako. Professor Oak interjected, forcefully separating Brock from the woman. What do you think you're doing? Keep your distance from Hanako. Professor Oak. Shouldn't you be the one to keep your distance? Brock retorted, his confidence unwavering. What is going on here? Dawn questioned, noticing the escalating tension between Hanako and Brock. Nothing to worry about, Xiaoqing sighed, though he was perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. While Hanako was indeed a strikingly lovely woman, such antics seemed unnecessary. Professor, what are you and Brock doing with my mom? Ash had now approached, having sensed the commotion. Upon Ash's arrival, both Professor Oak and Brock released Hanako's hand. Ash, we're going home for dinner, Hanako stated, eager to focus on her son. Oh, by the way, Hanako, let Ash and the others head to the Sinnoh League first. We can follow later, Professor Oak suggested. I thought you had already made plans with my mom, Hanako responded, caught off guard. Ash had previously heard Professor Oak mention that his mother would come along with him, leading him to believe they had arranged it in advance. Well, I suppose I'll join them too, Brock chimed in. That's unnecessary. I've only booked tickets for myself and Hanako, Professor Oak asserted, not wishing for Brock to remain, as they both understood each other's intentions. Don't worry, I'll just add another ticket later, Brock insisted, unwilling to be dismissed. Where will you stay? Do you even have a place to stay? Professor Oak continued. I can just stay at Ash's house, Brock replied nonchalantly. Ash is about to leave. It's not feasible for you to stay with Hanako, Professor Oak said, growing exasperated. Exactly, Brock. That would be quite inconvenient. We should all go together, Ash interjected. Although he didn't fully comprehend the reason behind their dispute, he recognized that Brock's behavior was inappropriate. Well, the research facility is available, isn't it? Brock suggested. Planning to stay at the lab? Absolutely not. The lab is under renovation and cannot accommodate anyone, Professor Oak countered, asserting his authority. At that moment, Red, who was inside the lab setting up his bed, felt a twinge of discomfort, as if someone were discussing him. So, if the lab can't house anyone, what does that make me? He mused. No way, my home can't accommodate you, Xiaoqing stated firmly, rejecting Brock's plea for assistance. Naturally, he sided with his grandfather. Professor Oak gave Xiaoqing an approving thumbs up, silently commending his grandson's loyalty. Seeing that no one was willing to assist him, Brock squatted on the ground, drawing circles with his finger, embodying sheer despondency. Eventually, it was Ash who pulled Brock back to his feet. Xiaoqing, you certainly know how to support your grandfather, but you need to step up, Professor Oak remarked meaningfully, glancing at Xiaoqing and then at Dawn. Xiaoqing sensed that his grandfather might be up to something mischievous, but lacked any evidence. He and Dawn then headed home. That evening, Xiaoqing prepared a sumptuous dinner for Dawn and called Professor Oak and Red to join them. However, Professor Oak advised him to seize the moment, leaving Xiaoqing feeling somewhat perplexed. After spending a few days in Pallet Town, Xiaoqing and Ash prepared to embark on their journey to the Sinnoh League. Xiaoqing, you are still too young, Professor Oak said, patting Xiaoqing on the shoulder. I created such a wonderful opportunity for you, yet you remain indifferent. Such a lovely girl. And this lad doesn't know how to seize the moment. Alas, it seems that each generation is less capable than the last. If only I were as astute as I was in my youth. Xiaoqing was utterly bewildered by his grandfather's ramblings, unsure of what he was actually saying. At the entrance of the lab, Professor Oak, Red, and Hanako were bidding farewell to Xiaoqing and his companions. Xiaoqing, work hard and strive for success at the Sinnoh League, Professor Oak encouraged. Good luck. I hope you can fulfill my dream of winning the Sinnoh League championship, Red added. Once aspiring to be a champion himself, he had ultimately chosen to pursue Pokémon research, so if Xiaoqing could achieve that championship, it would serve as a fulfillment of his own unaccomplished wish. Remember to wash your face and brush your teeth, eat well, avoid recklessness, and stay safe, Hanako urged Ash. her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite Ash's numerous travels, her maternal instincts remained steadfast, a testament to a mother's concern for her son venturing far from home. "All right, Mom. No need to worry. I know what to do. I'm off now," Ash reassured her, shouldering his bag and preparing to depart with Xiao Chun and the others. "Hanako, I'm leaving. Stay happy, take care, and remember to eat," Brock called out, tears streaming down his face. "How can I live without you, Hanako?" Brock lamented, attempting to rush back but was firmly held back by Xiao Chun, forced to keep pace with him, distancing himself from his beloved Hanako. Brock turned back repeatedly, finding Hanako with her head down, weeping, while that detestable Professor Oak had his arm around her shoulders, comforting her. Brock seethed with anger, yet was unable to break free from Xiao Chun's grip. Xiao Chun was determined not to let Brock ruin his grandfather's moment, having already witnessed Professor Oak consoling Hanako. Thus, the group reassembled and set forth toward the Sinnoh League. Chapter 40, The Hualan Gym. Wow, is that the Hualan Gym up ahead? There are so many people. Are those all trainers here to challenge the gym? Dawn exclaimed, observing the throngs gathered outside the Hualan Gym, mistakenly believing them to be challengers. Xiao Chun, however, knew that these spectators had likely come to witness the Hualan Sisters Water Ballet performance, which was immensely popular, so much so that even he could hardly contain his excitement. Originally, the group intended to head straight to the Sinnoh region for the Lily of the Valley Conference. But upon learning that a grand water ballet performance was about to be held at the Hualan Gym, Brock had implored Ash and the others, citing his long-awaited reunion with Misty as the reason for their detour. Given that Brock had been disheartened by not staying in Pallet Town, Xiao Chun and the others begrudgingly agreed to visit Hualan City first. After all, they still had time before the Sinnoh League, and this could serve as a welcome respite. Where did Brock run off to? Dawn suddenly noticed that Brock, who had been standing beside her, was now missing. "Look, isn't he over there in line to buy tickets?" Xiao Chun pointed, and following his gesture, they spotted Brock animatedly dancing and gesturing at a promotional poster featuring the Hualan sisters, muttering something about big sisters. "Let us proceed this way." Xiao Chun beckoned to Xiao Guang and Xiao Ji as they ventured into the Challenger's passage leading into the gym. This corridor was devoid of any soul, for everyone else was drawn to the allure of the aquatic ballet. Xiao Guang had considered summoning Xiao Gang, but Xiao Chun halted her, understanding that his focus lay solely on the performance. Upon entering the Hualan Gym, they encountered not a single staff member along the way. It appeared that all personnel were preoccupied with the aquatic ballet performance. Xiao Chun was at a loss for words. These gyms were periodically assessed by the League, and failure to meet standards could result in closure. If the League inspectors were to witness this scene, it would spell disaster for the Hualan Gym. As they continued, the trio arrived at a rather dimly lit battle arena. "Is this truly the battle arena? Why is it so dark?" Xiao Guang inquired, glancing around nervously. "Are you challengers?" A girl's voice rang out, followed by the sound of a switch being flipped, illuminating the entire arena. "Ah, how blinding!" Xiaoji exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sudden brightness. "Who are you?" Xiaoji. The girl's expression shifted to one of disbelief upon recognizing him. "Ah, it's Xiaoxia. It has been quite some time." Xiaoji, having traveled alongside her before, quickly identified her. "Xiaoxia, it has been too long," Xiao Chun remarked, as he had met Xiaoxia during her visits to Masera Town. "Oh, it's Xiao Chun. You've embarked on your journey as well," Xiaoxia noted, spotting the pokeball at his waist. "Hello, I'm Xiao Guang," she introduced herself shyly. "Yes, hello." Xiaoxia embraced Xiao Guang warmly, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoxia led them to a rest area for a chat. "So, you all are preparing for the upcoming Sinnoh League," Xiaoxia observed, her eyes glimmering with a hint of longing upon learning of their participation in the Lilac Conference. Who wouldn't dream of traveling freely? Yet, she was burdened by her 3 troublesome sisters. If she did not take over the gym, it would likely face closure soon. "By the way, is Xiao Gang still traveling with you?" Xiaoxia inquired, noticing his absence and assuming he was no longer with Xiao Ji. "Xiao Gang is with me, but he has gone to watch your sister's performance," Xiao Ji revealed. "Ha ha ha, that guy hasn't changed a bit after all this time." Xiaoxia laughed heartily at the thought of Xiao Gang. "I am about to head to the Pokémon Center to retrieve the new Pokémon distributed by the League. Would you like to join me to see the aquatic ballet?" she suggested. Generally, new Pokémon are distributed by local research facilities. In their absence, they might be given out at Pokémon centers or gyms. However, tickets must surely be sold out by now, with such a crowd. "They must have been snatched up long ago," Xiao Chun said with a hint of disappointment, curiosity piquing his interest in what made the performance so captivating. "Such trivial matters. Look what I have." Xiaoxia suddenly produced several tickets for the aquatic ballet. I always reserve a ticket for such events, just in case. And these are front row seats. With a mysterious smile, she handed the tickets to Xiao Chun and his companions before departing. The trio then made their way to the venue, which was teeming with people. Many waving banners for the Hualan sisters and cheering boisterously. My, these folks are truly enthusiastic, Xiao Ji remarked, observing the almost frenzied crowd. Where's Xiao Gang? Xiao Guang scanned the area but found no sign of him. Perhaps he is waiting in some corner to watch the performance, Xiao Chun speculated, unknowingly hitting the mark. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang sat in a shadowy nook, silently shedding tears. Why am I so unfortunate? I can't believe I missed out on a ticket. When his turn came at the ticket booth, he was informed that tickets were sold out, and despite his attempts to barge in, he was promptly ejected. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chun and the others, Xiao Gang was in distress. As the aquatic ballet performance was about to commence, the surrounding men instinctively rose to their feet. Fixated on the stage. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the venue, obscuring visibility. As the mist dissipated, 3 graceful figures appeared on stage, clad in delicate swimsuits, bowing slightly to signal the commencement of the performance. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. The Hualan sisters swayed their lithe forms, captivating the audience's attention. Seizing the moment, they dove into the adjacent glass water tank, dancing gracefully beneath the surface. Even Xiao Chun, with his extensive life experiences, was entranced by the spectacle. Xiao Ji, too, found himself drooling at the sight, while Xiao Guang, overwhelmed, covered her eyes and lowered her head, finally grasping why the audience was predominantly male. Before they knew it, the performance concluded, leaving the audience yearning for more. As the Hualan sisters exited, the crowd began to disperse. The trio returned to the gym, where they encountered the freshly finished Hualan sisters and the now-returned Xiaoxia, alongside a rather dejected Xiao Gang, who was awkwardly circling the sisters, causing them considerable embarrassment. What on earth is happening here? Xiao Chun inquired, pointing at Xiao Gang in confusion. Oh, you know how he is around girls, Xiaoxia sighed, fully aware of Xiao Gang's antics from their travels together. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of the Frogget's prowess that Xiao Gang's embarrassing behavior was curtailed. However, upon discovering that Xiao Chun and the others had secured front-row seats for the aquatic ballet, his tears flowed anew. Why is it always me? Xiao Gang lamented, sobbing in place. Just leave him be. That's how he is. Xiaoxia gestured to her sisters, indicating they need not concern themselves with Xiao Gang's plight. Subsequently, Xiaoxia took Xiao Chun and the others on a tour of her Pokémon breeding facility. The visit was less about sightseeing and more about enlisting their help to settle the newly dispatched Pokémon from the league. As they entered, Xiao Guang was instantly captivated by the sight before her. Oh, how adorable! She exclaimed as she watched a group of light yellow Charmanders frolicking together, occasionally spouting tiny sparks. Nearby, several Bulbasaurs were nestled together, soundly asleep. A comical scene unfolded with a group of Squirtless, who were inexplicably lying on their shells with their bellies up, flailing their limbs in the air but unable to right themselves. They are truly delightful, Xiao Ji remarked, clearly amused. All right, everyone, stop dawdling and lend a hand. Especially you over there, squatting on the ground and crying. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, unable to contain her anger as she looked at the sobbing Xiaojing. After her shout, Xiaojing finally regained some semblance of normalcy. After considerable effort, they managed to settle the little ones down. All right, everyone follow me. Let us take a moment to rest. Xiaoxia beckoned as she prepared to leave. Just then, a roar accompanied by crashing sounds erupted, and Xiaoxia seemed to remember something. Oh no. Chapter 41, Gyarados. Xiaoxia cried out in alarm, swiftly heading toward the source of the noise. Let us go. We need to check it out together, Xiaocheng said, sensing that trouble was brewing. The group followed Xiaoxia's lead to the origin of the commotion. Xiaoxia halted at a massive doorway that appeared exceedingly heavy, as though it was meant to withstand something formidable. What's wrong, Xiaoxia? Hurry, open the door and see what is happening, Xiaoji urged, unable to resist as he listened to the increasing commotion from within. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoxia finally steeled herself and forcefully pressed the button to open the door. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy door began to rise, revealing a gigantic tail looming before them. Watch out, Xiaoqing shouted. The tail crashed down violently where the group stood, ripping apart the floor in an instant. Phew, that was close, Xiaocheng sighed in relief. Just before the tail struck, he and Xiaojiang reacted quickly, pushing Xiaoguang and Xiaoxia to safety while tackling Xiaoji to the ground. What on earth is that? Xiaoguang asked, gazing at the creature that had just attacked them. Roar. They all turned to look, only to see a vast pool of water within, where a colossal beast with a fierce expression floated, roaring at them. It's Gyarados. Xiaocheng exclaimed as the creature swung its tail again, and he deftly rolled out of the way to avoid the attack. Go, Electabuzz. Realizing that remaining passive was not an option, Xiaoqing released Electabuzz to retaliate. Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Upon his command, Electabuzz unleashed a powerful thunderbolt that struck Gyarados. Roar. The Gyarados let out a pained roar as the intensity of the thunderbolt increased, causing it to struggle against the assault. Wait. Xiaoxia suddenly interjected, and Electabuzz ceased its attack. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados dove beneath the water's surface. What on earth is going on? Xiaoqing questioned, perplexed as to why Xiaoxia halted their offensive. However, understanding it was her territory, he knew they couldn't act recklessly. Although Gyarados had submerged, capturing it would not be difficult. Electabuzz's power could easily blanket the pool with Thunderbolt, forcing Gyarados to surface. It was a Pokémon left to me by my father, Xiaoxia explained to the group. It turned out this Gyarados had been bequeathed to Xiaoqing by the previous Cerulean Gym leader, who was Xiaoxia's father. Yet, this Gyarados had become increasingly aggressive ever since Xiaoxia's father passed away, refusing to heed their commands despite numerous attempts to communicate, ultimately resulting in it being confined. What do you plan to do now? We can't keep it locked up forever, Xiaoqing stated indirectly, but he was ready to have Electabuzz incapacitate Gyarados if Xiaoxia agreed. I want to give it a try. Xiaoxia's previously hesitant expression transformed into one of determination as she resolved to subdue Gyarados through her own strength. Xiaoqing, recognizing her resolve, decided to let her attempt it. Be careful, he cautioned, releasing Scyther to ensure that if Electabuzz were to strike again, Xiaoxia would remain unharmed. After all, this Gyarados, left by her father, was not to be underestimated. Pokémon Gyarados. Level, 64 Elite. Ability, Intimidate. Moves, Rain Dance, Hydro Pump. This Gyarados, a legacy from Xiaoxia's father, possessed elite-level strength, and the consequences of any misstep could be dire. With a splash, Xiaoxia dove into the water with her Pokémon, Starmie, swimming toward the submerged Gyarados. As she drew closer, everyone held their breath, anxious about any potential misstep. Gyarados noticed her approach, glaring at her with its fierce eyes. Suddenly, it lunged toward Xiaoxia. Just as Gyarados opened its massive jaws to swallow her whole, Xiaoxia leaned back just in time to evade the attack. On the shore, Xiaoqing and the others watched in trepidation, silently urging Xiaoxia on. If Gyarados struck, the outcome could be catastrophic. Gyarados, recognizing its attack had missed, twisted its massive body in preparation for another assault. Starmie, Ice Beam, Xiaoxia commanded, attempting to immobilize Gyarados. Starmie spun and unleashed an ice beam toward Gyarados, encasing it in a thin layer of ice and slowing its movements. Great, it worked, Xiao Wang exclaimed, delighted to see Gyarados restrained. Not yet, Xiaoqing warned, knowing that Starmie's power was insufficient to fully contain Gyarados. As if to validate his concerns, Gyarados stirred, shattering the layer of ice encasing it. Roar. Gyarados, now enraged, opened its mouth to unleash a dark energy blast. Oh no, it's Dark Pulse. Xiaoji shouted in alarm. Starmie, seeing its trainer in danger, bravely stepped forward to shield Xiaoxia from the impending attack. The water erupted in an explosion, sending a pillar of light skyward as Starmie was slammed against the wall. For a moment, its condition remained uncertain. After Starmie fell, Gyarados showed no signs of relenting, charging straight towards Xiaoxia, still preoccupied with Starmie's fate. She only realized Gyarados was upon her when it collided with her, sending her crashing into the edge of the pool. Xiaoxia, Xiaoji cried out, his bond with her compelling him to leap into the water to save her. Wait, Xiaoji, look. Xiaoqing stopped him, pointing into the pool. Xiaoji turned to see Xiaoxia atop Gyarados, gripping its horns tightly. Xiaoxia's face was suffused with fury. How dare this colossal creature inflict such damage upon her beloved starfish? It was nothing short of a death wish. The Gyarados thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Xiaoxia from its back, yet no matter how vigorously it writhed, Xiaoxia remained steadfast as a mountain. With no other recourse, Gyarados repeatedly hurled itself against the walls in a desperate bid to throw Xiaoxia off. Clinging to Gyarados' horn, Xiaoxia deftly maneuvered around its eyes to evade the impacts. After such relentless collisions, Gyarados began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaoxia slid down Gyarados' body to its tail, grasping it with both hands, and astonishingly lifted Gyarados into the air. Wait a moment, is this even possible for a human? Xiaoqing mused, genuinely intrigued by the physical capabilities of humans in the Pokémon world. Were they all humanoid Pokémon? Gyarados must weigh several hundred kilograms. Could one truly lift such a beast? However, the subsequent scene left Xiaoqing even more astounded. Xiaoxia swung Gyarados' tail in circles before her, creating a whirlpool upon the water's surface. Faced with the undeniable prowess of this human, Gyarados prepared to unleash a dragon rage in a last-ditch effort. Yet, Xiaoxia had no intention of granting it that satisfaction, swinging Gyarados' tail with renewed vigor. Gyarados' attack failed to reach Xiaoxia, but instead spun around in a dizzying 360-degree arc, threatening all in its vicinity. Xiaochen and the others scrambled to avoid the onslaught, fearful of being caught in the turmoil. Xiaochen dodged frantically, while Ash and the others seemed to possess some extraordinary resilience. Ash, struck by Pokémon attacks multiple times, bounced back to life as though invigorated, as if a mere thunderbolt was akin to a therapeutic shock for him. Brock, with a seemingly unyielding constitution, had withstood the relentless pokes from his troublesome Frogadier, merely enduring a brief discomfort. And what of Dawn, who among the girls could bear the bubble beam cascading upon their heads? Xiaochen dared not test his luck, recalling how he had lain unconscious for days after a single blow from a ground-type Pokémon. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Gyarados' dragon rage came hurtling towards him, unerringly aimed at his head. I'm finished. How can I possibly react to this? Chapter 42, Sweet Dragon TNTN. Just as Xiaochen braced for impact, the Electabuzz leapt in front of him, using Protect to shield him from the impending strike. Electabuzz, thank goodness you arrived in the nick of time. Xiaochen felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Had he been struck, he surmised he would have to start anew. With a resounding crash, Xiaoxia hurled Gyarados into the air, where it landed heavily upon the ground. How dare you harm my starfish? She exclaimed, placing her foot upon Gyarados' head, her indignation palpable. You, Gyarados, once ruled the waters, yet now you lie here in defeat, while my starfish remains embedded in the wall. Xiaoxia, are you all right? Ash inquired, concern etched upon his face. Oh, I'm fine, really. Xiaoxia waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Xiaochen thought to himself that she hardly seemed fine. Gyarados lay submissively on the ground before her. Xiaoxia had intended to deliver a stern lesson to Gyarados, but, upon seeing its pitiful state, she hesitated. For Gyarados was a Pokémon gifted to her by her father, and she could not bring herself to be harsh. By the way, Ash, could I trouble you with a favor? After dealing with Gyarados, Xiaoxia led the group to the lounge of the Hualan Gym for tea. What is it? Ash asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I've received a mission from the League to assist the neighboring city with some tasks, and I need someone to keep an eye on the gym while I'm away. My 3 sisters, as you may know, are all busy preparing for their upcoming performances, and I have yet to recruit any apprentices. You are my only hope. Xiaoyao pleaded with Ash and the others. But we don't have any qualifications, Xiaochen interjected. Besides the gym leader and apprentices, anyone else wishing to substitute for the gym leader in battles required a certification, a measure the League had implemented to prevent slacking off by some gyms. While 1 or 2 unregistered battles might go unnoticed, repeated infractions would result in penalties for both the gym leader and the substitute if discovered. Don't worry, I can register you as apprentices at the Hualan Gym. Besides, Brock is already a gym leader in Pewter City, so temporarily stepping in at Hualan Gym should pose no issue. Please, I beg of you. Xiaoxia looked at Xiaochen and the others with imploring eyes. Why don't we just stay for a few days? The tournament doesn't start for a while, and it would be a perfect opportunity for you to train your Pokémon, Brock suggested after a long silence. Seeing Brock's willingness to help, the others quickly agreed. Xiaoxia seemed to have anticipated their compliance, producing several documents to hand over, which turned out to be apprentice certifications for the gym. Xiaoxia, you had these prepared all along? Ash asked, astonished by the documents she presented. Hee, I took care of it when I went to the Pokémon Center to retrieve my Pokémon, Xiaoxia replied, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. So you had it all figured out. Why even bother asking for our opinion? Xiaochen remarked, slightly exasperated that she had meticulously arranged everything without consulting them beforehand, only to seek their input in the end. Wasn't that a discussion? Xiaoxia pouted. The group exchanged incredulous glances. The most astonishing part came next when Xiaoxia, having packed her belongings, exchanged a few parting words, and without so much as a backward glance, boarded a prearranged vehicle, leaving the Hualan Gym. Her sisters had long departed, leaving only Xiaochen and his friends behind. Standing at the entrance of the gym, they stared in bemusement as Xiaoxia's vehicle receded into the distance. Just then, a timid voice broke the silence. Excuse me, is this the Hualan Gym? As they stood in the wind, a petite girl with pink hair shyly approached the entrance, her cheeks flushed and utterly endearing. Hello there. The trainers at Hualan Gym are currently away. We are the apprentices here. What brings you to Hualan Gym? Dawn gently inquired, feeling an inexplicable urge to protect this little girl. Not only Dawn, but Xiaochen and even the usually slow-witted Ash felt compelled to approach, though Dawn was quicker. For some reason, Xiaochen felt an overwhelming desire to scoop up this little girl and squeeze her tightly, but he quickly suppressed the thought, Such actions were simply not appropriate. Only Brock remained indifferent, as his interests lay solely with older girls. Hello, big sister. My name is Tien Yulong, and I am a novice trainer just starting my journey. The girl introduced herself, gazing up at Dawn. Are you here to challenge the gym, Tien? Xiao Guang continued to inquire, astonished to discover that Yulong Tian was merely a novice trainer embarking on her journey. Beside her, Xiao Qin squinted. It was evident from the name that Yulong Tian belonged to the Yulong clan, with whom he had previously experienced some discontent. Nevertheless, he would not conflate the Yulong clan with the endearing Yulong Tian. Such was his double standard. Sister Xiao Guang, I have come to challenge the Hualan gym. May I engage in a gym battle now? Yulong Tian blinked her beautiful large eyes, gazing at Xiao Guang. Certainly, sweet sister, please follow me, Xiao Guang replied, utterly charmed by Yulong Tian, as they made their way to the battle arena of the gym. In the battle arena, Xiao Guang and Yulong Tian stood opposite each other, while Xiao Gang took his place at the referee's table, ready to officiate this gym battle. We shall now commence the gym battle between apprentice Xiao Guang and challenger Yulong Tian. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon in combat until one side's Pokémon are all rendered unable to fight. Only the challenger may substitute Pokémon during the match. Let the gym battle begin. With Xiao Gang's announcement, the battle officially commenced. Sister Xiao Guang, I hope you will unleash your full strength against me. I am quite formidable. Yulong Tian stated just as Xiao Guang prepared to release her Pokémon. Very well, in that case, I shall employ my strongest Pokémon for this battle. Xiao Guang replied, initially intending to decline Yulong Tian's request due to her status as a novice trainer. She found herself swayed by the unwavering determination reflected in Yulong Tian's eyes. Unbeknownst to Xiao Guang, once the battle began, Yulong Tian shed her previously endearing demeanor, exuding an aura of confidence. I entrust you with this, Blastoise, Xiao Guang declared, sending forth her first Pokémon. Is this the very Squirtle from earlier? Xiao Qin inquired of Xiao Ji. Indeed, that little fellow has matured considerably, Xiao Ji remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Pokémon, Blastoise. Level, 50, near champion level. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Hydro Pump, Rocket Headbutt. Alright, my dear, it's your turn, Yulong Tian said, raising her delicate hand to release a Pokeball, from which emerged a robust Pokémon. Dragonite. Both Xiao Chun and Xiao Ji exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this rookie trainer possessed such a rare Pokémon. Dragonite was regarded as a quasi-divine creature, boasting not only immense strength, but also a lengthy training period, making it remarkable for a trainer to have one. Furthermore, this particular Dragonite was at an exceptionally high level, surpassing Xiao Guang's Blastoise. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 56, near champion level. Ability, Multiscale. Moves, Draco Meteor, Ice Punch. It was clear that this would be a challenging battle for Xiao Guang. Xiao Qin silently mused as he observed Xiao Guang preparing to engage with Yulong Tian. With both sides ready, the battle was on the verge of igniting. Dragonite. Use Draco Meteor. Yulong Tian initiated the attack. Blastoise withdrew into its shell to shield itself from the onslaught. Xiao Guang recognized that Blastoise's speed was insufficient to evade Dragonite's assault. Boom. The sound of Dragonite's Draco Meteor echoed as it struck Blastoise's shell. Now, Dragonite. Lift Blastoise into the air. Yulong Tian commanded, seizing the opportune moment. Xiao Guang momentarily failed to react. By the time she regained her senses, Blastoise was already airborne, cradled by Dragonite. Sister Xiao Guang, maintaining focus during battle is crucial. Distractions can lead to mistakes. Yulong Tian reminded her. Noticing Xiao Guang was still in shock, Blastoise, use Hydro Pump to attack Dragonite. Xiao Guang finally snapped back to attention and prepared her counterattack. The 2 dark cannon ports on Blastoise's shell turned towards Dragonite, ready to unleash their torrent. Dragonite, meanwhile, prepared to release Blastoise. Boom. Before Blastoise could launch its attack, Dragonite hurled it to the ground, causing Blastoise to emit a pained cry. Blastoise, are you alright? Xiao Guang inquired. A hint of worry etched on her face as she observed Blastoise's distress. Blastoise, it called out, mustering the strength to rise once more. Alright, now it's our turn to strike back. Hydro Pump, Xiao Guang commanded, as the powerful water column erupted from Blastoise's cannon, surging toward Yulong Tian's Dragonite. Dragonite, use Ice Punch. Yulong Tian smirked slyly, instructing Dragonite to execute the move. The Ice Punch collided with Blastoise's Hydro Pump, swiftly freezing the water into solid ice, ultimately encasing Blastoise within. Witnessing her plan unfold successfully, Yulong Tian continued, Dragonite, unleash superpower. Dragonite's superpower shattered the ice, slamming into Blastoise. Struck by the force of superpower, Blastoise succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Tian is indeed impressive. She hardly resembles a novice trainer, Xiao Guang acknowledged. Recalling her earlier underestimation of Yulong Tian. Hee, Sister Xiao Guang, were you intimidated by my prowess? Yulong Tian teased playfully. Blastoise has lost its ability to battle. The gym trainer may now send out their next Pokémon, Xiao Gang remarked, equally astonished by Yulong Tian's capabilities. Go, Swampert. Xiao Guang called forth her next Pokémon, Swampert. Xiaochen recalled that in the original series, Xiao Guang had captured a Marshtomp, likely due to its fondness for battle. While Xiao Guang's goal was the Grand Festival, therefore, she had traded her Marshtomp for a tail-wagging Pokémon with Xiaoji. Perhaps she did not trade with Xiaoji after all. This Swampert was caught by Xiao Guang at the riverbank, having evolved from Marshtomp. This child possesses remarkable combat talent. Xiaoji explained to Xiao Chun. Pokémon, Swampert. Level, 52, near champion level. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Water Jet, Water Gun. Clearly, Xiao Guang had not participated in the Grand Festival this time, thus avoiding trading Pokémon with Xiaoji. Dragonite, use Hyper Voice. Yulong Tian launched the next offensive. As Dragonite emitted a piercing sound. Swampert, dive underwater. Xiao Guang instructed, aiming to have Swampert evade Dragonite's attack by submerging, taking advantage of the water-based battleground, which provided a natural advantage for water-type Pokémon. Sister Xiao Guang, do you think hiding underwater will keep you safe? Dragonite, unleash Ice Beam over a wide area. Yulong Tian's face radiated confidence. Dragonite, a barrage of beams erupted from Dragonite's mouth, enveloping the entire battlefield. What? Swampert, quickly come out of the water. Xiao Guang shouted anxiously, fearing that being frozen underwater would render her unable to fight. Yet, it was still a moment too late. Just as the dive weasel was about to emerge from the water, the ice beam had already enveloped the entire battlefield in a crystalline frost, trapping the lower half of the dive weasel in a solid grip of ice. What? Xiao Guang gasped, astonished. To freeze such a vast expanse of water in such a brief moment required monumental strength. Who would have anticipated that this Dragonite had attained such mastery over its energy control? The dive weasel struggled desperately on the ice surface, yet found itself utterly helpless. Dragonite. Finish her off with Dragon Claw, came Yulong Tian's command. With that, Dragonite swiftly advanced and struck the dive weasel with a claw, shattering the ice beneath it and sending the dive weasel hurtling away, incapacitated. The dive weasel has lost its ability to battle. Please send out the next Pokémon, Gym Trainer. Xiaojing announced. Come back, dive weasel. This was my blunder. Now it is up to you to redeem my defeat. Xiao Guang acknowledged her misjudgment, realizing she had failed to showcase the dive weasel's true capabilities before being overcome by her opponent, but she was not one to concede easily. As the Pokeball hit the ground, a robust Pokémon resembling a penguin materialized on the field. Pokémon, Empoleon. Level, 59, Elite 4 level. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Metal Claw. Hydro Pump. Xiaocheng was taken aback upon seeing Empoleon. In the original storyline, Pachima had stubbornly refused to evolve, always carrying a Everstone, yet here it was, evolved. Clearly, the plot had veered completely off its original course. Empoleon, use Ice Beam to bring down Dragonite, Xiao Guang commanded, directing Empoleon to attack the airborne Dragonite. Dragonite, evade its attack swiftly. Yulong Tian urged. Let us see how you evade this. Empoleon, unleash a wide-range Ice Beam. Xiao Guang intended to return the favor. Despite Dragonite's efforts to dodge Empoleon's assault, it was inadvertently struck by an Ice Beam on its wing, causing intricate ice crystals to form instantly, forcing Dragonite to descend from the sky. Now is your chance. Empoleon, use Surf. Xiao Guang seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Dragonite. Do not panic, Dragonite. Counter with Flamethrower. Yulong Tian commanded, striving to stabilize her Dragonite's emotions. Empoleon, engage in close combat with Metal Claw. Xiao Guang observed that she needed to wear down Dragonite's stamina before executing a decisive strike. Dragonite, retaliate with Dragon Claw. Yulong Tian responded defiantly. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely. Both being relatively large, the battle consisted of reciprocal blows, each exchanging hits, with the victor determined by who could endure the longest. Dragonite, use Dragon Tail. Yulong Tian noted that her Dragonite was beginning to tire after several battles, and seized the moment to strike Empoleon on the head with its Dragon Tail. Empoleon. The latter was knocked to the ground but quickly rose, appearing disheveled. Dragonite was not faring much better, already on its last legs. Very well. Let this move determine the victor. Dragonite, use Draco Meteor. Yulong Tiantian's fighting spirit surged to its zenith. Empoleon, unleash Hydro Pump. Xiaowang recognized that she was destined to lose this matchup. Even if she somehow managed to win this round, her opponent still had 2 fully capable Pokémon waiting in reserve. Nevertheless, she refused to concede easily. With a resounding boom, the attacks from both Pokémon collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a gaping crater in the ice. Both Empoleon and Dragonite fell, incapacitated, and Xiaojing stepped forward to announce the outcome of this thrilling battle. The victor of this match is challenger Yulong Tiantian. What an exhilarating battle. Sister Tiantian, your strength is remarkable, Xiaowang remarked as she recalled Empoleon and approached Yulong Tiantian. Sister Xiaowang, your prowess is equally formidable. I have learned so much from you, Yulong Tiantian replied, her demeanor inexplicably reverting to a shy demeanor after the battle. Was there another personality that emerged only during combat? While Xiaoqing and the others were puzzled, they refrained from prying too deeply. Sister Tiantian, this is your proof of defeating the Hualan Gym, the droplet badge. Please accept it. Xiaowang presented a badge shaped like a droplet of water to Yulong Tiantian. Thank you, Yulong Tiantian beamed, placing the droplet badge into her badge collection case, which contained only this one badge, indicating that Hualan Gym was her first challenge. Xiaoqing and the others approached, engaging Yulong Tiantian in conversation. As teasing such a cute yet timid girl proved to be an amusing endeavor. Though it was somewhat mischievous, Xiaoqing reveled in playing the role of the villain. Just as they were enjoying their banter, an inopportune voice interrupted. Yulong Tiantian, so this is where you are. I truly question the necessity of challenging the weakest gym in Hualan. Chapter 44, Yulong Tian. A haughty voice echoed from the entrance of the battlefield, unabashedly expressing disdain for the Hualan Gym. A slender man with fiery red hair strode in, and upon spotting Yulong Tiantian, a smirk involuntarily crept across his face. Oh, Yulong Tiantian, are you not hailed as the prodigy of the Yulong clan, succeeding Yudo? How could such a genius stoop to challenge the weakest gym? Are you seeking to bring shame upon our Yulong lineage? The man berated Yulong Tiantian loudly, his gaze brimming with contempt. Tiantian, what is going on? Xiaoqing gently inquired, noticing the tears welling in Yulong Tiantian's eyes. His name is Yulong Tian. Yulong Tiantian whispered, recounting her history with Yulong Tian. Xiaoqing and the others learned of the reasons behind Yulong Tian's harsh demeanor towards her. Yulong Tian and Yulong Tiantian hailed from 2 distinct branches of the Yulong family, and their paths had not crossed until a conflict arose during the selection of Pokémon. Children of the Yulong clan would receive a dragon-type Pokémon provided by the family to train once they reached a certain age. But the selection process was not based on their own choices. Instead, the Pokémon chose them. The family offered a variety of Pokémon, and the children would be unaware of which Pokémon would be available until the moment of selection. On that occasion, their luck was extraordinary as a Dratini hatched, and it was included among the selections. Even within the Yulong clan, not everyone had the opportunity to capture a Dratini, and its final evolution, Dragonite, was almost synonymous with the Yulong family Pokémon, making it a coveted prize among many children. Yulong Tian was no exception. He too desired the Dratini, and perhaps due to favorable fortune, it seemed to gravitate towards him. Yulong Tian believed that Dratini had undoubtedly chosen him, but then Yulong Tiantian appeared. The moment the Dratini spotted Yulong Tiantian, it immediately abandoned Yulong Tian, who was waving at her, and dove into Tiantian's embrace. Although Yulong Tiantian was taken aback, who could resist the charm of a Dratini? Thus, the Dratini became her Pokémon. Its innate talent was remarkable. Not only did it grow in strength rapidly, but it also allowed Tiantian to surpass Yulong Tian within the Yulong clan. Whenever the clan members discussed Yulong Tian's abilities, they would invariably mention a more formidable Yulong Tiantian. Ever since that incident, Yulong Tian regarded Tiantian as a rival, deliberately targeting her in every situation, instilling a sense of dread in Tiantian towards him. As Yulong Tiantian embarked on her journey, Yulong Tian was relentless, following her closely. Unable to match Tiantian's prowess, he resorted to verbal attacks, while Tiantian, due to her gentle nature, continued to endure. Upon learning of this situation, Xiao Chun and his companions felt a deep sympathy for Tiantian, harboring a genuine disdain for Yulong Tian. Hey, Yulong Tiantian, speak up. What? Challenging such a worthless gym and you can't be criticized? Yulong Tian remained obstinate. Tiantian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hey, you rude fellow, what are you doing here? Unable to bear it any longer, Ash glared at Yulong Tian. Not just Ash, but that remark about the worthless gym ignited the ire of the crowd. Yulong Tian had belittled the Hualan gym multiple times. You are from the Hualan gym, right? I'm here to challenge it. Is that a problem? Yulong Tian spoke arrogantly. Oh, challenging the gym? Have you made a reservation? Xiao Chen inquired coolly. No, I just walked in. Is that not allowed? Yulong Tian shrugged off the concern. Entering a gym without permission means I can take you down right now, Xiao Chen retorted, visibly annoyed. And what if I did? I didn't expect the so-called pathetic Hualan gym would harbor a loser like you, Yulong Tian sneered, stepping closer to Xiao Chen with contempt. What can you do about it? I could slap you, Xiao Chen declared, not willing to tolerate Yulong Tian's insolence, and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Ah, my mouth. Yulong Tian fell to the ground, clutching his face and wailing. You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Yulong Tian rose from the ground, ready to confront Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen had no intention of letting him off easily. He kicked Yulong Tian in the abdomen, sending him crashing back to the floor. Bastard, I'll kill you, he yelled, retrieving a pokeball from his waist to retaliate. Xiao Chen charged forward, snatching the pokeball from Yulong Tian's grip and delivering a few more blows that knocked several of Yulong Tian's teeth out. Just wait. I won't let you off so easily. Yulong Tian, with a swollen mouth, struggled to articulate his threats. As if I would let you go now, Xiao Chen said, dragging Yulong Tian by his hair towards the gym entrance. He released Charizard, climbed onto its back, and instructed it to take Yulong Tian to the police station. Determined to teach him a lesson this time. Seeing Xiao Chen depart with Yulong Tian, Ash hurriedly called for the others to follow. Upon arriving at the police station, Miss Junsha, preparing to go out on a mission, noticed Xiao Chen landing with Charizard, who was still holding an utterly beaten Yulong Tian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she inquired, what happened here? This person trespassed into the Hualan gym without permission, ignored warnings, and insulted the gym and its staff. I apprehended him and brought him here for you, Miss Junsha, Xiao Chen explained succinctly. Miss Junsha sighed in relief, initially fearing a brawl. If Yulong Tian had been beaten for trespassing, that was understandable. Just as she prepared to take Yulong Tian away, he interjected, I'm from the Yulong clan. Yulong Du is my cousin. I've already informed my clan, and they are on their way. Yulong Tian's tone implied that he had connections, suggesting Miss Junsha should tread carefully. Miss Junsha glanced at Xiao Chen, hesitating upon hearing Yulong Tian's background. While her family was not intimidated by the Yulong clan, she felt that offending them over such a trivial matter was unnecessary. Miss Junsha, I'm the grandson of Professor Okido. I hope you can handle this matter fairly, Xiao Chen asserted, leveraging his own lineage. Miss Junsha was caught in a dilemma, unsure how to proceed. Both individuals had considerable backgrounds, and whatever decision she made could easily offend the other. Moreover, the incident had escalated, with neither side showing any inclination to resolve it amicably. Miss Junsha, I am a trainer from the Nibi Gym, here to accuse Yulong Tian of trespassing and insulting the Hualan Gym. If you do not address this, I will escalate the matter to the League, Brock announced as he and Ash arrived. At this point, Miss Junsha truly regretted her delayed departure. She had not anticipated being confronted by so many people over such a vexing issue. Perhaps you all should wait inside for a moment. I need to consult my superiors about this matter, she suggested, realizing her only option was to summon higher authorities to handle the situation, as she dared not make any rash judgments. Insulting a gym was no trivial matter, especially since they were all League-certified gyms. Failure to handle the situation properly would undoubtedly lead to grievances from other gyms. Who has the audacity to lay hands on someone from my Yulong clan? At that moment, a Dragonite soared toward them, carrying a gray-haired elder. Grandpa, you finally made it. Yulong Tian exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. I'm right here, where are you shouting to? Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to slap Yulong Tian again, causing him to see stars. How dare you? Chapter 45, furiously cursing Yulong Jinan. Witnessing his grandson being struck before him, was instantly consumed by rage. Unfazed, Xiao Chen continued to press his foot down on Yulong Tian's face, thoroughly ruining what little charm he had left. Let go of Tiana, you brat. Yulong Jinan jumped off Dragonite, glaring furiously at Xiao Chen. Oh, your grandson did wrong. And I can't punish him? Xiao Chen stood his ground, refusing to budge. Even if you are Professor Okido's grandson, you must adhere to reason. You cannot insult my Yulong clan like this. Yulong Jinan trembled with anger, his finger shaking as he pointed at Xiao Chen. He had known from the moment he arrived that the one who attacked his grandson was Professor Okido's grandson. But what of it? Even Professor Okido's grandson had to be reasonable. Reasonable? Your grandson trespassed into another's gym without permission, ignored warnings, and continued to act recklessly. Is it so unreasonable for me to teach him a lesson? Moreover, how can a worthless wretch like your grandson represent the esteemed Yulong clan? When has a mere failure ever stood as a representative? Xiao Chun scoffed disdainfully, pressing down on Yulong Tian's foot with increasing force. You seek death. Yulong Zhennan's fury reached a boiling point. If Xiao Chen's earlier disdain was merely a slight, now it felt like a slap to his face. Rapid Dragon. Unleash Flamethrower. In a fit of rage, Yulong Zhennan commanded his Rapid Dragon to attack Xiao Chun and his companions. With a swift kick, Xiao Chun sent Yulong Tian hurtling forward, shielding himself from the oncoming flames. Ah, I'm done for. Yulong Tian screamed in agony as the flames scorched him. Tianer. Yulong Zhennan rushed forward to extinguish the flames engulfing Yulong Tian, but in that brief moment, the boy had already been severely burned. His once vibrant red hair was now singed away, and the scent of charred flesh lingered in the air. You wretch, I shall end your life. Yulong Zhennan, witnessing his grandson's suffering, was ready to charge forward in a fit of desperation. Humph, kill me. You, a mere level 67 Elder Dragon, dare to be so audacious? Today, I shall show you what true power looks like. Xiao Chun had already discerned that Yulong Zhennan's Rapid Dragon was only level 67, a level of strength that posed no threat to him. I entrust the battle to you, Sharp Fongland Shark. Xiao Chun summoned his Sharp Fongland Shark. Upon its arrival, the creature let out a formidable roar directed at Yulong Zhennan and his Rapid Dragon. This, Yulong Zhennan, a man seasoned by the storms of life, could clearly perceive the overwhelming might of the Sharp Fongland Shark, realizing he was likely no match for it. Rapid Dragon. Unleash Flamethrower. Despite knowing he might be outclassed, he still launched an attack against Xiao Chun. Ha! Sharp Fongland Shark, respond with Flamethrower. The two Pokémon clashed, their flames colliding, but due to the disparity in levels, the Rapid Dragon's stamina faltered. Rapid Dragon. It cried out in surprise before being struck by the Sharp Fongland Shark's Flamethrower, sustaining considerable damage. Sharp Fongland Shark, finish it off with Dragon Claw. As Xiao Chen's command echoed, the Sharp Fongland Shark's claw struck the Rapid Dragon, which could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. Rapid Dragon. Yulong Zhennan stood in stunned silence as his Pokémon fell. Oh, is that not a member of the Yulong clan? Have all these years of training led to nothing? At your age, you can't even defeat a novice trainer like me. Truly, you and your grandson are both worthless. Xiao Chen taunted, unyielding before Yulong Zhennan. You are simply intolerable. Yulong Zhennan felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. It is indeed you who is being intolerable. Xiao Chen retorted. Oh, who dares to bully a member of the Yulong clan? At that moment, another man arrived, riding a Rapid Dragon. Yulong Du. Xiao Chen realized that the situation had become precarious. Xiao Chun, we meet again, Yulong Du greeted with a broad smile, making it appear to outsiders as if they were good friends. Indeed, we meet again. But does no one in your illustrious Yulong clan teach you proper etiquette? Xiao Chun disregarded Yulong Du's status and struck him with a verbal blow. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Yulong Du's expression stiffened, ready to retaliate. But recalling the missteps of his own people, he restrained himself. What they did was wrong, but you have already punished them. If you could grant me some leniency, we could consider this matter settled. Yulong Du wished to avoid offending anyone over this issue. Do you think your authority is so great? You can just decide as you please? I'm sorry, but you hold no sway here. For reasons unknown, Xiao Chun, who had no particular grievance with Yulong Du, found himself wishing to oppose him. Must you make this so absolute? Yulong Du ground his teeth in frustration. What do you mean by that, Mr. Yulong Du? I fail to comprehend. I merely wish to address this matter according to the rules. Xiao Chun cared little for Yulong Du's current feelings. He detested those who wielded power to bully others. Very well, Yulong Du laughed through clenched teeth. Yulong Tian. As a member of my Yulong clan, how dare you assist outsiders in bullying your own kin? Do you not recognize your guilt? Yulong Du redirected his ire toward Yulong Tian, who stood frozen in shock, clutching her clothing tightly, her fingertips turning pale. What a temper you have. Yulong Du, what right do you have to question her? Even if she were your mother, you would have no authority to interrogate her. Xiao Chen stepped protectively in front of Yulong Tian, grasping her hand to calm her, and then unleashed a tirade against Yulong. Do you seek death? Yulong Du roared, his Rapid Dragon stepping forward, exuding an oppressive aura directed at Xiao Chun. The Sharp Fongland Shark barely managed to withstand the pressure radiated by the Rapid Dragon. Pokémon, Rapid Dragon. Level, 97, Quasi-Master level. Ability, Marvel Scale. Skills, Dragon Dive. Ice Beam. Xiao Chun could not deny that while Yulong Du might be unsatisfactory as a person, the strength of his Pokémon was formidable, nearing the Master level. Surely, The world does not revolve solely around your whims, Yulongdu. Are you so arrogant as to believe you can act above the law and strike whomever you please? Despite knowing the risk of provoking Yulongdu, Xiaoqun stood undaunted before him. Though this world values strength, it is not devoid of law. There are many ordinary people without power, and no one has the right to strike another at will. Typically, few would dare to violate this law, as the weaker among them would steer clear of those with great power to avoid conflict. Today, Xiaoqun aimed to see if this law could restrain Yulongdu. Should he dare to make a move, his hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. You shall perish, Yulongdu bellowed, his rapid dragon's gaze sharpening as it lunged toward Xiaoqun. Not good. Xiaoqun, taken aback by Yulongdu's sudden assault, found himself unable to react in time as the rapid dragon closed in. Chapter 46. Professor Oak takes action. Flamethrower. Just as the rapid dragon was about to strike Xiaoqun, a torrent of flames surged toward it, forcing the rapid dragon to abandon its attack. Yulongdu, I never expected you would resort to violence against a child. At that moment, a small elderly man in a white lab coat approached Xiaoqun. Grandpa. Xiaoqun exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing the old man as his grandfather. It was fortunate his grandfather arrived in time, otherwise, that blow might have left him at the mercy of his adversaries the following day. Professor Oak. Yulong Tian was also taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, not expecting that just as he had aimed to strike his grandson, the esteemed professor would appear. Yulongdu, why did you attempt to harm my grandson? Professor Oak glared at Yulongdu with fury. Professor Oak's rapid dragon stood poised against Yulongdu's. Though it was somewhat inferior in strength, it remained undaunted. I attacked him. Perhaps you should inquire what your grandson has done. The issue raised by Yulongdu was pushed back once again. What have I done? Yulongdu, how dare you speak? What have you just done? You sheltered criminals, oppressed the weak, and disregarded the laws of the Alliance. It would be more fitting for a dog to hold the title of champion than you. With the backing of Professor Oak, Xiaoqun felt emboldened. You insolent brat. Yulongdu retorted, Professor Oak, have you not seen how your grandson disrespects the champion of the Alliance? Are you going to let this go unpunished? Yulong Tian was nearly driven to madness by rage. Yulongdu, I believe Xiaoqun has a point. I had already familiarized myself with the situation before my arrival. Are you here to shield those from the Yulong clan who have committed crimes? And as for respecting the champion of the Alliance, a champion who protects criminals does not deserve respect. That is quite absurd. Professor Oak regarded Yulongdu with a smile that belied the tension. Do you really wish to sever ties with me, Oak? You might come to regret it. Yulongdu threatened. Xiaoqun, what should we call someone who shelters criminals? Professor Oak ignored Yulongdu and posed the question to Xiaoqun. Someone who protects criminals is committing a crime themselves, and therefore, they too are a criminal. Xiaoqun answered while casting a challenging glance at Yulongdu, unabashed in his provocation. Very well, we shall see. With that, Yulongdu mounted his dragonite and departed without a second thought for the beseeching Yulong Zhunnan and his grandson on the ground. Though Yulongdu longed to teach Professor Oak and his companions a lesson, he refrained, aware that many eyes were upon him. Any act of aggression today would invite retaliation from the Alliance tomorrow, especially given the strength and esteemed title of Professor Oak. Furthermore, Professor Oak possessed not only his own formidable power but also the support of his old friends and students, should a conflict arise. Even the Yulong clan would find it difficult to contend. Thus, Yulongdu had no choice but to abandon the plight of Yulong Zhunnan and his grandson and leave in frustration. Miss Junsha, I leave these two in your hands. Judge them as you see fit, Professor Oak instructed, gesturing towards Yulong Zhunnan and his grandson as Yulongdu departed. Understood, Professor Oak, Miss Junsha replied, finally regaining her composure after the shocking events, particularly with the audacious confrontation initiated by the young man and the unprecedented involvement of the usually elusive Professor Oak. She feared for her own safety now. All right, Xiaoqun, explain what is going on, Professor Oak said with a hint of exasperation, as he needed to understand the full context of the situation regarding Yulongdu. Xiaoqun recounted the entire sequence of events, causing Professor Oak to furrow his brow. So the primary conflict was instigated by this young lady? Professor Oak inquired, glancing at Yulong Tian, who stood nearby. Yes, I'm sorry, Yulong Tian stammered, becoming increasingly flustered under Professor Oak's gaze. Grandfather, this has nothing to do with me. It was Xiaoqun who objected to their behavior. Xiaoqun pulled Yulong Tian behind him protectively. You're too hasty, my boy. I harbor no ill will towards this young lady. I only wish to remind you not to act so impulsively in the future. One must think before they act. Had I arrived, even a moment later, do you know what consequences you might have faced? Professor Oak admonished Xiaoqun. If I were in trouble, I trust you would seek vengeance for me. Xiaoqun replied with a cheeky grin. Sigh, you must understand that I am growing old and cannot always protect you. You must learn to consider the outcomes of your actions before acting. Professor Oak continued to impart his wisdom to Xiao Chun. I understand, grandfather. I am confident that one day I will stand upon Yulong Du, and I believe that day is not far off. Xiao Chun declared with unwavering confidence. Having already surpassed most seasoned veterans in strength, unafraid of any challenge posed by Yulong, do just ensure you are aware of your own limitations, Professor Oak sighed, seemingly recalling something and pulling Xiao Chun aside. Is there something else, grandfather? Xiao Chun queried, puzzled. Do you have something going on with that girl from the Yulong clan? Professor Oak asked with a teasing glint in his eye. There's nothing between us. We are merely friends, Xiao Chun replied, taken aback by Professor Oak's observation. Do you think I'm naive? The way you two were acting just now was far too intimate to be mere friendship. And that young lady was quite attentive to you. I mean no harm. But I have heard that you seem to have some history with the daughter of the Qianli Pavilion Master. You know his temperament. If anything were to go awry, I cannot guarantee your safety, Professor Oak warned his troublesome grandson. I understand, Xiao Chun acknowledged, initially wanting to clarify but deciding against it, realizing that the more he spoke, the more complicated it would become. After finishing his admonitions, Professor Oak departed. Xiao Chun and his companions returned to the Hualan Gym, and following the recent incident, Yulong Tian decided to abandon her plans to continue challenging gyms, joining Xiao Chun and the others back at the Hualan Gym. At the entrance of the Hualan Gym, Xiaoji declared, let us go? It's time to head to the Sinnoh region. Indeed, the Lily of the Valley conference is about to commence, Xiao Wang chimed in. Having spent a week at the Hualan Gym, and with Xiaoxia having returned a few days prior, it was indeed time for them to set off. Let us four embark towards the Lily of the Valley conference. Xiaoji shouted enthusiastically. Foolish Xiaoji, we are now 5. Xiao Chun shot him a glance. Noticing the pink-haired little girl standing shyly beside him, Yulong Tian, not knowing where else to go, she had requested to accompany Xiao Chun and his group to the Sinnoh Alliance. Seeing such an adorable little girl wanting to travel with him, Xiao Chun quickly agreed. And the others had no objections either. All right, our next destination is the Lily of the Valley Conference in the Sinnoh region. Let us set off. Chapter 47. The opening of the Lily of the Valley Conference. In a grand arena, a dazzling display of fireworks illuminated the sky, heralding the commencement of an event. Fantastic. The Sinnoh Alliance is finally underway, exclaimed a boy with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Xiaoji, you're far too eager, Xiao Chun remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed the excited boy. After departing from Hualan City, Xiaoji had hurried everyone along and arrived days before the commencement of the Sinnoh Alliance. With the opening ceremony concluded, the Lily of the Valley Conference officially commenced. In the center of the venue stood a massive screen displaying the matchups for the first round. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he found himself scheduled for the very first match. Xiao Chun and Xiao Guang would face an unknown challenger, while Xiao Zhi's opponent was none other than the Pokémon bard, Shou Zhi, from the original series. The arena featured numerous battlefields, allowing many matches to occur simultaneously. All right, we should head back to prepare our Pokémon for tomorrow's battles, Xiao Chun called to his companions. Prior to the Alliance battles, competitors were required to register their participating Pokémon. The initial rounds would consist of 3-on-3 battles, transitioning to 6 Pokémon after the top 16. Xiao Chun had no intention of holding back. He was prepared for the 3-on-3 battle, sending forth Lucario, Garchomp, and Electivire. After all, prudence is the mother of safety. And many competitors initially refrained from deploying their strongest Pokémon in order to conserve their strength, only to find themselves unable to unleash their full potential by the end of the match. Thus, Xiao Chen's starting lineup consisted of Lucario, Garchomp, and Electivire as his safety net. If he were to lose with this team, he would have no recourse left. Among the competitors, the one who instilled the most trepidation in Xiao Chun was the formidable Dacto, who possessed both Darkrai and Latios. In the original series, he had claimed victory in the Lily of the Valley Conference using only 2 Pokémon. While many speculated that the other 4 unutilized Pokémon were Rattata, none had ever laid eyes on them, and the potential presence of a legendary Pokémon would be catastrophic. Xiao Chun was not particularly concerned about Ash or Shinji. With Garchomp on his side, defeating them seemed a trivial matter. His Pokémon had attained impressive strengths. Garchomp at level 79, Electivire at level 68, Galade at level 67, Charizard at level 61, Metagross at level 58, and Lucario at level 51. Thanks to their relentless efforts, all his Pokémon had reached levels surpassing that of gym leaders. And with the near-champion prowess of Garchomp backing him, a loss seemed implausible. The quartet of Xiao Chun arrived at the Pokémon Center to register their Pokémon for the tournament. Xiao Chun, is that you? Turning around, Xiao Chun spotted Professor Oak entering the Pokémon Center with Hanako, their attire suggesting they had just returned from a journey. Grandpa, you're here. Where's Shigeru? Xiao Chun inquired, puzzled by his older brother's absence at such a crucial moment. Shigeru mentioned he had something to attend to and would cheer for you from in front of the television, Professor Oak replied. As expected, Xiao Chun surmised that this fellow would likely not show up. If he had to characterize Shigeru, he would say he was the quintessential otaku. Nothing would lure him from his room, even if the sky were to fall. How are your preparations, Ash? Have you managed to rest well? Hanako expressed her concern upon seeing Ash. Sister Hanako, are you referring to our date? If so, it's all gone wrong. Brock, caught between Ash and Hanako, chimed in just as Hanako appeared at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, their mischievous Frogadier intervened, delivering a swift blow to Brock's kidneys, leaving him momentarily paralyzed before being dragged away. Seeing Brock whisked away, both Hanako and Ash released a sigh of relief. It's time for dinner. Let us eat and chat, Professor Oak announced, leading everyone to a nearby restaurant. However, just as Xiao Chun and the others were enjoying their meal, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, a mechanical arm reached through the window, snatching Pikachu from beside Ash. Pikachu, what is happening? Ash exclaimed in alarm, hastily abandoning his food to rush outside, with Xiao Chun and the others quickly following suit. Who are you people? Ash demanded as he spotted several oddly dressed individuals controlling a robot that had seized his Pikachu. Who do you think we are? Before they could respond, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards them. The assailants staggered back, their identities unveiled before Xiao Chun and his companions. Team Rocket, you scoundrels again. Ash growled, anger evident in his voice. These miscreants seemed to be on an unrelenting pursuit of his Pikachu. You insolent little brat. How dare you interrupt our monologue? I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Musashi seethed, ready to retaliate. Without wishing to waste time with Team Rocket, Xiao Chun commanded Charizard to unleash another torrent of flames, sending the trio soaring into the sky. With Team Rocket vanquished, Ash successfully rescued Pikachu. This minor episode did not dampen the spirits of Xiao Chun and his companions. The first match of the Lily of the Valley Conference commenced, with Takaru from Sinnoh on the left and Xiao Chun from Kanto on the right. I declare the match to begin. As the referee's voice echoed, both Xiao Chun and Takaru released their Pokémon. Lucario, you shall take the stage. Geodude, I entrust you with this battle. The Pokémon materialized on the battlefield, and the disparity in their prowess was immediately apparent. Pokémon, Graveler. Ability, Sturdy. Level, 31 Elite. Moves, Rollout, Earthquake. Xiao Chun gazed at his opponent as Pokémon, bemused. Were the competitors truly resorting to such tactics? Was everyone employing weaker Pokémon to conserve their strength? Little did Xiao Chun know, not all competitors possessed powerful Pokémon. For many, simply training a Pokémon to the elite level was a notable achievement. After all, the resources required for Pokémon training were substantial, and the food they consumed directly influenced their growth. Ordinary trainers could not compare to Xiao Chun or Ash. As Professor Oak's grandson, Xiao Chun had access to abundant resources. He could easily seek out Professor Oak for assistance. While Ash lacked the same background as Xiao Chun, he was still regarded as a promising trainer by Professor Oak, benefiting from a fair share of resources, especially with Brock, a Pokémon breeder, accompanying him on his journey. Similarly, Dawn had a mother who was a top-notch coordinator, so she too had no worries regarding resources. Thus, Xiao Chun and his friends were viewed as the second generation, competing for championship titles against ordinary trainers. Takaru's expression turned grave as he stared at Xiao Chun's Lucario, sensing its formidable strength. His Graveler hesitated, yet he was aware of the arduous journey it had taken to reach this point. He was unwilling to concede without a fight. Perhaps he could even emerge victorious. Yet, often, the idealistic visions of victory clash with the harsh realities of battle. None of Takaru's Pokémon could endure even a single round against Lucario, and thus, Xiao Chun advanced to the top 128. After the referee announced the result, Xiao Chun turned to leave. He had no time to spare for idle chatter with his opponent. Unlike Ash, who often lingered to exchange pleasantries. Well done, Xiao Chun. Winning so swiftly. Xiao Chun encountered Ash, who was preparing to take the stage next. Wishing you victory. They exchanged fist bumps before heading to the spectator area to observe Ash's battle against Shinji. Shinji was a trainer who balanced both Pokémon League competitions and Pokémon contests, also serving as a minstrel. Xiao Chun recalled that Ash had expended considerable effort to defeat Shinji in the original series. Yet he felt that Ash should be able to triumph easily this time around. Indeed, influenced by Xiao Chun, Ash sent out Snorlax first, effortlessly defeating Shinji's Pokémon with a single blow. Xiao Chun, have you seen Dawn? After finishing his match, Ash turned to Xiao Chun inquiringly. Xiao Chun. Ash. Before Xiao Chun could respond, Dawn came rushing over, breathless and flushed. Dawn, what's the matter? You're not panicking because you lost, are you? Ash asked, eyeing her red face. No, it's just Dawn struggled to catch her breath. Take a sip of water, don't rush it. Xiao Chun offered her a bottle of mineral water. Xiao Guang took a sip of water, pausing momentarily before continuing. Just now, I witnessed an individual who defeated his opponent using only one Pokémon. He exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Isn't that rather commonplace? Ash remarked, puzzled by Xiao Guang's surprise. As both he and Xiao Chun had similarly triumphed with a single Pokémon. What Pokémon did he utilize? Xiao Chun, sensing that Xiao Guang's reaction was unusual, began to formulate a hypothesis in his mind. He employed a Darkrai. Chapter 48, Dark Duo. Darkrai? Ash echoed, somewhat perplexed, as he was unfamiliar with this Pokémon. Darkrai, the pitch-black Pokémon, possesses the ability to lure its foes into deep slumber, inducing nightmares and driving them from its territory. It is often referred to as the God of Nightmares, Xiao Chun explained. The God of Nightmares? It must be quite formidable, Ash responded, excitement bubbling at the prospect of facing a powerful adversary. Xiao Chun glanced at Ash, contemplating how he might react upon discovering that this dark duo had vanquished his 4 Pokémon with merely 2. Let us seek out the footage of his match, Xiao Chun suggested, eager to uncover the mystery surrounding this Darkrai. Both Ash and Xiao Guang expressed keen interest as well. Xiao Chun approached the event staff and obtained the battle tape featuring Darkrai's confrontation. The trio gathered to watch the match, observing as Dark Duo released Darkrai, which appeared unremarkable until, in an instant, the opponent collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave upon witnessing the footage. This was an occurrence not depicted in the original series. If he failed to comprehend it, encountering such a scenario could prove troublesome. He decided to take the battle video to Professor Oak for further analysis, while Ash and Xiao Guang planned to investigate the profiles of other competitors to prepare for their next match. Arriving at Professor Oak's room in the Pokémon Center, Xiao Chun knocked on the door, which was unlocked, and upon receiving no response, he entered. The sight before him left Xiao Chun utterly flabbergasted. The room was in disarray, with books and cups strewn about. At that moment, Professor Oak was reclining on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Had it not been for the rise and fall of his chest, Xiao Chun might have suspected something dire had occurred. Grandfather, what has happened here? Xiao Chun inquired, stepping closer to Professor Oak, who appeared distressed. Alas, Hanako has vanished, presumably taken by that rascal Brock. I cannot reach her. Am I truly inferior to that boy? Professor Oak seemed utterly despondent. Grandfather, there is no need for such worry. Once the Lily of the Valley conference concludes, Aunt Hanako will surely return to Pallet Town. When that happens, Ash will embark on his journey once more, and Aunt Hanako will need your care, right? As for Brock, you need not fear him, Xiao Chun reassured, surprised that Professor Oak was so disheartened over such a trivial matter. Indeed, that means I may act as I please. Professor Oak brightened at Xiao Chun's words. Oh, by the way, did you come here for something specific? After a moment of cheer, he recalled that Xiao Chun had indeed sought him for a reason. Grandfather, look here. Xiao Chun inserted the battle video tape into the television, and the footage of Darkrai's battles unfolded before their eyes. Wow, this Darkrai is rather powerful, Professor Oak remarked, astonished as Darkrai dispatched its opponents with a single move in each match. Indeed, what should I do, Grandfather? Xiao Chun asked anxiously, as the possibility of facing such a foe seemed daunting. One must not judge solely by appearances, judging by the power of its moves. This Darkrai likely does not possess a very high level. If you were to face it, you should not encounter significant issues, Professor Oak replied calmly. At this moment, Xiao Chun recalled that in the original series, Ash's Lizardin had indeed defeated Darkrai. Although strategy played a role, in most cases, sheer strength cannot be substituted by numbers. Just as a champion Pokémon may not necessarily triumph over another champion. Most of Ash's Pokémon in the original series were captured locally and were not of high level, leading Xiao Chun to conclude that Dark Duo might not be as formidable as initially thought. True to form, my grandfather possesses a keen eye. Xiao Chun felt his earlier apprehensions dissipate. However, he remembered that Dark Duo had only showcased Darkrai thus far. What if its other Pokémon were even stronger? You must remain cautious, Professor Oak reminded Xiao Chun, hoping he would not grow complacent. Understood, Grandfather, Xiao Chun acknowledged, aware that Dark Duo also possessed a Latios. While he was uncertain about the other 4 Pokémon, they were unlikely to be exceedingly powerful. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, Xiao Chun made his way to the competitors' lounge, where he encountered Ash and his companions, who were poring over competitor profiles. So what have you discovered? Any noteworthy opponents? Xiaochen approached them. Ah, Xiaochen, you've returned. We've uncovered quite a bit, though I wonder if there are hidden talents among them, Ash replied, pulling up profiles on the computer. Shinji Kawaii. And Dark Duo? Xiaochen mused, contemplating the information. Having analyzed Dark Duo with Professor Oak, he felt it was no longer a significant concern. As for Shinji, he posed little threat if Xiaochen exerted his full strength, while Kawaii was merely a tactician whose strategies would falter against absolute prowess. As Xiaochen continued to ponder, he felt a soft embrace around his arm. Looking down, he saw Yulong Tiantian, who had approached him unnoticed, giggling as she hugged his arm. Tiantian, how many times must I tell you not to cling to me like this? Xiaochen sighed, having repeatedly asked her to refrain from such behavior, yet she persisted. Noticing Xiaochen's apparent displeasure, Yulong Tiantian quickly released her hold, lowering her head in a pitiful manner. All right, Tiantian, I apologize. It was wrong of me to scold you. Please don't be upset, okay? Xiaochen comforted her, for when she displayed such a forlorn expression, he found himself utterly helpless. I'm sorry, Tiantian, please don't be angry. Upon seeing no response, he pulled her into an embrace. Both Yulong Tiantian and Ash's group were taken aback by this unexpected display. Xiao Guang, noticing the scene, turned away, clearly feeling a twinge of jealousy. The onlookers observed the unfolding drama with expressions of intrigue. Xiaochen felt Yulong Tiantian tremble slightly in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed adorably. Yulong Tiantian remained still, hesitant to move. After a long moment, Xiaochen found himself reluctant to release her, uncertain how to break the silence, and indeed, it felt quite comfortable to hold her. Tomorrow's matchups have been announced, Ash suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaochen released Yulong Tiantian from his grasp. Let me see who I'll be battling tomorrow, he leaned in eagerly. Xiaochen and Xiao Zhi's adversary remained an unidentified passerby. However, Xiao Guang's opponent left everyone astounded. Darkrai. Chapter 49, Xiao Guang's defeat. The moment the crowd laid eyes on Xiao Guang's opponent, shock rippled through them. They could scarcely believe that Xiao Guang would face Darkrai. What should I do? His Darkrai is exceedingly formidable. Xiao Guang felt hopeless against Darkrai, convinced he had no chance of victory. Do not fret, Xiao Guang. How can you know unless you try? Have faith in yourself. Xiao Zhi encouraged him from the sidelines. Xiao Gang and Yulong Tiantian also lent their support, cheering for Xiao Guang. Yet, Xiaochen was aware that Xiao Guang stood no chance of winning. The strongest Pokémon in his roster was merely a newly ascended King Nabo. Indeed, just before the Lily of the Valley conference commenced, King Nabo had achieved its breakthrough. Although this advancement had significantly bolstered Xiao Guang's strength, if Darkrai were to be defeated by someone possessing only a single elite-level Pokémon, then he would not be worthy of the title God Beastman. Despite the comforting words from his companions, Xiao Guang remained restless. And as the day of the battle approached, he appeared increasingly dispirited. Xiao Guang's battle was scheduled for the final match. Xiao Chun and Xiao Zhi swiftly dispatched their opponents to advance to the top 64. They arrived at the battlefield designated for Xiao Guang's match, a bustling area teeming with spectators, many of whom had come to gauge the prowess of Darkrai, revealing their apprehension towards it. Xiao Guang, do not worry. We will be cheering for you from the stands. You must. Xiao Zhi continued to encourage him. Suddenly, Xiao Guang turned his gaze towards Xiao Chun. Go for it. Xiao Chun raised his right hand, gesturing a sign of encouragement. Xiao Guang nodded and proceeded to the contestant preparation area. Xiao Chun, do you think Xiao Guang will win? Xiao Zhi inquired after Xiao Guang had departed. It's quite difficult, Xiao Chun replied succinctly. He had intended to say that victory was utterly impossible, yet one could never predict the outcome of a match. Who knew if any changes might occur in this duel? Seeing Xiao Chun's demeanor, Xiao Zhi chose not to press further and focused on the arena, awaiting the match to commence. The final match of the second round of the Lily of the Valley Conference was about to begin. On the left stood the contestant Xiao Guang from Twinleaf Town, and on the right was Darkdo, who wielded Darkrai. I declare the match now begins. With both contestants prepared, the referee signaled the commencement of the battle. Despite Xiao Guang having mentally prepared himself extensively before the match, upon seeing Darkdo, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to calm himself. He could only ascertain his capabilities through the fight. It's you. Xiao Guang sent forth his first Pokémon, Blastoise. I leave it to you. Darkdo spoke nonchalantly. Yet as he threw his Pokeball, a wisp of black smoke emerged, obscuring the Pokémon's form. As the crowd observed in confusion, the smoke gradually coalesced into the shape of a Pokémon. Darkrai had made its entrance. Blastoise, Water Cannon. Xiao Guang aimed to seize the initiative. The twin cannons on Blastoise's shell targeted Darkrai, unleashing two surging torrents of water towards it. Yet, Darkdo issued no commands. In a shocking turn of events, the water cannon passed directly through Darkray's form and struck the battlefield, leaving Darkray unscathed. At that moment, Xiao Chun discerned the potency of this Darkray. Pokémon, Darkray. Level, 65, Elite. Ability, Bad Dreams. Skills, Dark Pulse, Ice Beam. As anticipated, Darkray's level was not excessively high. Its previous swift victories were merely a result of facing weaker opponents. Use Hypnosis. Darkdo waved his hand, and Darkray lunged toward Blastoise. Unable to evade, Blastoise succumbed to Darkray's hypnosis and fell into slumber. Blastoise, wake up! Xiao Guang cried out in desperation. It's futile. Darkray, use Dream Eater. Darkdo chuckled, signaling Darkray to attack. Darkray's eyes glowed red as it unleashed the Dream Eater skill. Blastoise, the Pokémon suddenly roared, only to lose consciousness shortly thereafter. The spectators observing the match gasped in astonishment, deeply wary of Darkray's might. Blastoise has lost the ability to battle. Darkray is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon. Xiao Guang, the referee announced, indicating Darkray's triumph. With no choice but to proceed, Xiao Guang reluctantly sent forth his next Pokémon. Frogadier, I entrust you with this. Xiao Guang's second choice was the spirited Frogadier. Darkray, Dark Pulse. Darkdo commanded as soon as Frogadier entered the fray. What? Xiao Guang was caught off guard, and Frogadier was struck, sustaining considerable damage. Counter with Water Gun. Xiao Guang instructed Frogadier to retaliate. Darkray, use Black Hole. Darkdo replied with a calm smile. Darkray waved its hands, summoning a black hole that engulfed Frogadier. Frogadier, Xiao Guang shouted in alarm. Soon, the black hole dissipated, revealing Frogadier incapacitated on the ground. Frogadier has lost the ability to battle. Darkray is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon, Xiao Guang. The referee's voice jolted Xiao Guang back to reality. Clenching his fists, he realized he was on the brink of defeat, with only one Pokémon remaining while his opponent still had three. No, I cannot give up. I must fight until the very end. He resolved to make a final stand. Go forth, my strongest partner. Xiao Guang summoned King Nabo, who was brimming with determination. King Nabo, Water Jet. King Nabo enveloped itself in water, transforming into a torrent aimed at Darkray. Block it, Darkdo ordered, and a faint black barrier appeared before Darkray, halting King Nabo's advance. King Nabo, use Water Pulse. Seeing his attack thwarted, Xiao Guang urged King Nabo to launch another offensive. Darkray, use Shadow Ball. Darkdo remained unfazed, as if he had never taken the match seriously. Nabo. King Nabo was struck by the Shadow Ball, suffering significant damage. Finish it off with Shadow Claw. Darkdo commanded, aiming to conclude the battle with a single blow. Unable to evade, King Nabo was hit once more. Nabo. King Nabo knelt, but did not succumb. Can you still battle? Xiao Guang asked anxiously. Nabo. King Nabo let out a cry and rose once more. All right, let this final attack determine our fate. King Nabo, unleash Hydro Pump. Xiao Guang understood that given King Nabo's current condition, failure to land this blow would spell certain doom. Darkray, use Dark Pulse. Darkdo prepared to counter. Boom. The clash of their attacks unleashed a surge of energy that filled the arena. The Emperor Napo suffered defeat in battle. Thus, the ultimate victor is the contestant Darkdo. The referee approached, gazing at the panting Darkray and the fallen Emperor Napo, announcing the final result of the match. Chapter 50, Xiao Guang, you are truly beautiful. Xiao Guang retracted her gaze from Emperor Napo and slowly made her way backstage. Xiao Qing and the others, noticing Xiao Guang's unusual demeanor, hurriedly awaited her at the exit. After a while, they saw Xiao Guang emerge, yet her expression appeared rather gloomy, and she swayed as if she might fall at any moment. As she approached them, she stumbled and nearly collapsed, but Xiao Qing, quick of reflex, caught her. Xiao Guang, are you all right? Xiao Qing inquired. Concern etched on his face at her weary appearance. She had seemed perfectly fine before stepping onto the stage. How could she have changed so drastically? I'm fine. Xiao Guang replied weakly, one hand resting on Xiao Qing for support. Xiao Guang, a single loss does not signify anything. Take a look at Ash. He has lost countless times, yet still wears a smile every day. Xiao Qing attempted to comfort her using Ash as an example. Meanwhile, Ash, who had intended to offer words of solace, froze in place, his expression stiffening. Brock and Yulong Tian nearby stifled giggles. Why does this always come back to me? Ash exclaimed. Enough of your antics, Xiao Qing said, exasperated, as he observed the mischievous exchanges among his companions. Even you, little one, have been led astray. He pinched Yulong Tiantian's delicate cheek, but her next action shocked everyone. In that moment, Yulong Tiantian spun around and fell into Xiao Qing's embrace. Xiaoqing found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by this girl's behavior. She always sought refuge in his arms during moments of distress. As a normal man, the recent contact elicited a reaction from him, and had it not been for the current setting, he would have certainly given Yulong Tiantian a piece of his mind. They lingered in the venue for a while longer, as Xiao Wang's match was the last of the day, and the next round's groupings for the 64-32 matchups were about to be announced. Ash's opponent remained an unknown bystander, while Xiaoqing's contender was Caoping. Xiaoqing, your opponent is Caoping. I've heard that every Pokemon he uses in battle has a type advantage over his foes, and his strategic prowess is quite remarkable. You must be cautious. Ash expressed his concern upon learning of Xiaoqing's opponent. Oh, it's just Caoping, in the face of absolute strength. His so-called strategies are nothing but a joke, Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly. Oh, so Mr. Xiaoqing is quite confident about tomorrow's battle, I see. A chilling voice interjected, and the speaker was none other than Caoping, Xiaoqing's daily rival. To be honest, Xiaoqing found Caoping rather irritating, with his all-green attire, green hair, and those glasses that framed his smug face. He seemed to embody the very essence of underhandedness, always prattling on about his self-proclaimed tactics. Dealing with you will be a piece of cake, Xiaoqing retorted, showing no courtesy towards Caoping. Oh, while Mr. Xiaoqing has only utilized Lucario since the Bellflower Conference. The details of your other Pokemon are still accessible. Based on my years of competitive experience, I foresee your defeat at my hands. Caoping adjusted his glasses, as if Xiaoqing's downfall was already predetermined. And what if you do know about my other Pokemon? A competitor with years of experience who has likely never even reached the top 8, only capable of concocting petty tricks, thinks he can defeat me? You must be dreaming. Xiaoqing replied, genuinely irritated by Caoping's presence. Oof, we shall see tomorrow. Caoping stormed off, his previously carefree demeanor replaced by agitation, for Xiaoqing had struck a nerve, exposing his repeated failures in competitions due to unforeseen circumstances, and indeed, he had never managed to break into the top 8. Xiaoqing, why did you speak so harshly about Caoping? He hasn't done anything wrong, Ash remarked, puzzled by Xiaoqing's derogatory comments, as he had no prior grievances with Caoping. Brock nodded in agreement, feeling that Xiaoqing's behavior was somewhat inappropriate. However, Yulong Tiantian, as Xiaoqing's loyal supporter, had no objections to his actions. Enough of this. Ash, you should return and prepare for tomorrow's battle. I'll escort Xiao Wang back. Xiaoqing dismissed Ash and the others, leading Xiao Wang back to her room. Xiaoqing observed Xiao Wang, who sat on the bed, silently wiping away her tears, and he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Xiao Wang. Xiaoqing approached her and sat down, intending to offer comfort, but Xiao Wang suddenly lunged into his arms. Her petite form pressed against him reignited the embers of desire that had been stirred earlier by Yulong Tiantian. Xiaoqing, caught off guard, felt his resolve wavering as he gazed upon Xiao Wang's pitiful expression. The words of consolation he had intended to utter morphed into a fervent kiss pressed against her delicate lips. Xiao Wang found it difficult to breathe, her hands clinging tightly to Xiaoqing's neck. The spark of youthful passion ignited, as they tasted the forbidden fruit of their burgeoning romance. The following morning, Xiaoqing awoke feeling refreshed in bed. He beheld the enchanting sight of Xiao Wang still slumbering in his arms, and couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on her lips. Xiao Wang stirred awake from the unexpected peck, and upon realizing it was Xiaoqing, she lowered her hands, which had been poised to push him away. What are you doing so early? Xiao Wang murmured softly. Xiao Wang, you are truly beautiful, Xiaoqing declared, his gaze fixed on her. Flustered by his compliment, Xiao Wang lowered her head shyly. Seeing her bashful demeanor brought joy to Xiaoqing, and he playfully began to tease her. After a while, Xiaoqing released Xiao Wang, dressed himself, and prepared to leave, for he had not forgotten that he still had a match against that insufferable adversary. You should rest well in your room for the next few days. I'm off to the competition, Xiaoqing said, planting a kiss on Xiao Wang's pristine forehead. All right, you must do your best too, Xiao Wang replied, returning the kiss on Xiaoqing's cheek. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wang, Xiaoqing made his way directly to the venue. With some time still remaining before his match, he did not spot Ash or the others, likely occupied with their own battles. Well, if at ISNT Mr. Xiaoqing, I wonder if you can defeat me today, whom you consider a joke. Caoping appeared seemingly out of nowhere, today sporting dark circles under his eyes and looking even more disheveled than usual. Xiaoqing had no intention of engaging, choosing to walk away instead. Caoping clenched his jaw in frustration as he watched Xiaoqing's retreating figure. After returning home, he had specifically researched this rival of his. Aside from Lucario, there was no information on any other Pokemon he could find. Even in the gym challenge matches, there was no trace of Xiaoqing to be found, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Cao had endured a sleepless night due to the stress of this situation. What he did not know was that Xiaoqing had entered the tournament directly through the Pokémon school, and aside from the Pokémon he used in the competition, information on any of his other Pokémon was virtually non-existent. Xiaoqing lingered in the competitors' lounge for a while but, finding no sign of Ash and the others, decided not to wait any longer as his match was about to commence. Cao, I hope you will enjoy the surprise I have prepared for you. Chapter 51, The Mockery of Cao. Next in battle are the esteemed contestant Xiaoqing from the Kanto region and the challenger Cao from the Sinnoh region. Each side is allowed to employ 3 Pokémon, and the match is set to commence. At this moment, Xiaoqing stands resolute at one end of the battlefield, preparing for the confrontation that is uniquely theirs. Xiaoqing declares, "Let me show you how I shall defeat the one you so disdain." His previous remarks had indeed provoked Cao, who was determined to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. "Well then, we shall see if you possess the ability," Xiaoqing retorts dismissively, having never regarded Cao as a threat. "Teach him a lesson, Venusaur." Cao's first Pokémon is Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur. Level, 42, Gym level. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Solar Beam, Leaf Blade. As expected, Xiaoqing observes that Cao relies solely on his so-called strategy, and now it is time for him to realize that no tactic can prevail against absolute power. Let us have Garchomp join the fray. Xiaoqing resolves to utilize Garchomp to give Cao a taste of his own medicine. Upon Garchomp's entry, Cao immediately feels the weight of pressure, not merely because he underestimated Xiaoqing's choice of Pokémon, but due to the overwhelming strength emanating from Garchomp. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade. Cao commands, intending to gauge Garchomp's capabilities. After all, mere confidence does not equate to true power. Garchomp, unleash Flamethrower, Xiaoqing calmly instructs. As Garchomp releases a torrent of flames, it not only incinerates Venusaur's Leaf Blade to ashes, but also strikes Venusaur directly. The latter, caught unprepared, succumbs to the overwhelming force and loses its ability to battle. With Venusaur incapacitated, Garchomp emerges victorious. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Cao. As Cao remains in shock over Venusaur's swift defeat, the referee's voice cuts through the silence, intensifying the pressure on Cao. His once proud strategy has proven futile, and he cannot ascertain the true extent of Garchomp's might. If he were to measure it, Cao suspects even his 6 Pokémon combined may struggle against this formidable foe. Hey, bespectacled kid, aren't you the one who prides himself on strategy? Why not continue your calculations? Xiaoqing taunts, observing Cao still lost in thought. Cao snaps back to reality, a surge of indignation rising within him. This arrogant youth, emboldened by his own strength, has repeatedly insulted him, and he is determined to teach Xiaoqing a lesson. I entrust this battle to you, Sceptile. Cao's next Pokémon is Sceptile. Pokémon, Sceptile. Level, 45, Gym level. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Solar Beam, Bullet Seed. Xiaoqing cannot help but acknowledge that Cao possesses a plethora of Pokémon, having trained numerous creatures for his so-called strategies. Should Cao desire, he could employ various Pokémon throughout this Lily of the Valley conference. However, despite the multitude of Pokémon, their strength is lacking. In a legitimate Pokémon battle, quality outweighs quantity. Sceptile, unleash Bullet Seed. Cao commands, frustrated by Xiaoqing's indifference and his disdainful demeanor. Sceptile's barrage of seeds strikes Garchomp, yet Xiaoqing does not instruct Garchomp to evade. Due to the level disparity, Sceptile's attacks are virtually inconsequential. How infuriating. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade on Garchomp. Cao exclaims, attempting a change in strategy. Why the rush? You've had your turn, now it's my turn. Garchomp, seize him. Xiaoqing responds, his tone nonchalant. What? Cao gasps, witnessing Garchomp effortlessly catch Sceptile's Leaf Blade with one hand, while gripping Sceptile's neck with the other, rendering the latter unable to escape. Sceptile, use Solar Beam. Cao shouts, desperate to command his struggling Pokémon. Hearing Cao's plea, Sceptile ceases its struggle, opening its mouth wide to gather energy. Now, let us see how you react to a point-blank Solar Beam, Cao posits, adjusting his glasses. You must be daft, you think you're clever with your tactics? If I have Garchomp turn Sceptile's head, wouldn't that be disastrous for you? Xiaoqing observes Cao, bemused, as Garchomp shifts its grip slightly, aligning Sceptile's head directly towards Cao. What are you planning? Cao panics, realizing that if Solar Beam is unleashed, his fate is sealed. The referee prepares to intervene, ensuring the safety of the competitors. At that moment, Garchomp launches Sceptile into the air and follows up with Dragon Pulse, sending Sceptile crashing back to the ground. Sceptile is unable to battle. Please send forth your next Pokémon, Cao. With the referee's announcement, Cao breathes a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Damn it. I entrust this battle to Scyther, he declares, summoning his final Pokémon. Upon seeing Scyther, Xiaoqing almost chuckles. This Scyther is weaker than the previous two, merely at the elite level, and Xiaoqing feels a surge of mischief. Scyther attempts to strike Garchomp with Fury Cutter. Xiaoqing, resigned to his fate of defeat, merely hopes to redeem some dignity by at least landing a hit on Garchomp. Xiaoqing still does not command Garchomp to retaliate, allowing Scyther's attacks to land one after another. As Scyther tires, Garchomp remains unfazed, standing resolute. Scyther use Solar Beam. Xiaoqing commands, emboldened by Xiaoqing's inaction. You think you're impressive after a single hit? Garchomp, give it a slap. Xiaoqing observes Xiaoqing's smug expression, unable to contain himself. Following Xiaoqing's command, Garchomp delivers a powerful slap to Scyther, who is still charging Solar Beam, sending it flying and leaving it severely injured. Scyther, Xiaoqing cries in dismay as his Pokémon is sent sprawling. To think it could barely withstand a single slap before losing its ability to battle. Xiaoqing, your Pokémon are as inept as you are. No, even I, a novice trainer, surpass you in skill. You are the very definition of a failure, Xiaoqing mercilessly taunts, causing the referee to squirm in discomfort. Though he cannot intervene as Xiaoqing has not broken any rules. Xiaoqing's fists clench tightly, his nails digging into his palms as he trembles with rage. Unable to endure Xiaoqing's derision. Trembling, he raises a hand towards the referee. I concede. Chapter 52, The Fracture of Friendship. I concede. Despite his profound reluctance, there was no choice left for Xiaoqing but to concede defeat at this moment. Was he to remain on the arena, subjected to the whims of Xiaoqing? With Xiaoqing's resignation, victory in this contest was awarded to Xiaoqing, a declaration by the referee that also signified Xiaoqing's advancement to the top 32. As Xiaoqing, humiliated by Xiaoqing, slowly descended from the battlefield, he stumbled on the steps and fell to the ground, subsequently falling silent. Ah, someone has fainted, exclaimed the surrounding spectators, murmuring amongst themselves. Referee, surely that fellow has lost his combat capability? Xiaoqing inquired with a smile, observing the referee who was attending to Xiaoqing. The referee cast a glance at Xiaoqing, remaining silent, and instead gestured for the staff to assist. What an impolite individual, Xiaoqing thought, chuckling to himself before turning away. The referee, suppressing the urge to reprimand Xiaoqing, returned to examine Xiaoqing. With his hands in his pockets, Xiaoqing exited the competition venue, encountering Xiaoji and his companions on his way. Yulong Tian walked silently beside him, skillfully intertwining her arm with his. Xiaoqing, rather pleased by this affection, found it quite enjoyable to be embraced by a beautiful girl. Xiaoqing, how could you have caused Xiaoping to faint? Xiaoji asked anxiously, having observed the match from the spectator stands, where he witnessed Xiaoqing's continuous belittling of his opponent. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. As a gym leader, he disapproved of Xiaoqing's behavior, believing it unbecoming of a true trainer. I simply find him unlikable, Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly, asserting that he needed no justification when dealing with those he despised. How can you behave like this? Xiaoji began to criticize Xiaoqing, with Xiaoqing occasionally chiming in regarding Xiaoqing's missteps, which left Xiaoqing increasingly irritated. All right, have you finished? If you're here to lecture me, there's really no need. To be honest, you're hardly in a position to educate me. Xiaoqing expressed his displeasure at their interference, feeling that his actions were none of their business. What has happened to you, Xiaoqing? Xiaoji remarked, feeling a sense of estrangement from the current version of Xiaoqing. Upon hearing Xiaoji question his transformation, Xiaoqing realized it likely began after that encounter with Yulong Tian and his granddaughter. Those with powerful backgrounds could act so arrogantly. Since he had the formidable backing of Professor Okido, why shouldn't he embrace a bit of arrogance himself? His burgeoning strength naturally afforded him the freedom to act without the caution that came from weakness. Such behavior was commonplace among individuals of his caliber. Ignoring Xiaoji and Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing departed with Yulong Tian, grateful for her unwavering support. After a meal at a restaurant, Xiaoqing and Yulong Tian returned to the venue to check the matchups for the following day, and with nothing more to do, he intended to find Xiaoguang. Tomorrow's opponent remained an unremarkable contender. Approaching Xiaoguang's room, they crossed paths with Xiaoji and Xiaojing, who had just exited. Xiaoji extended his hand, but hesitated, ultimately retracting it. Xiaoqing took no notice, passing by them with Yulong Tian, confident that he had done nothing wrong and would not bow to them. What are you thinking about, Xiaoguang? Xiaoqing asked as he entered Xiaoguang's room, where he found his friend deep in thought on the bed. Xiaoguang snapped back to reality, his gaze lingering on Yulong Tian's hand entwined with Xiaoqing's arm. Yulong Tian, noticing this, instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Xiaoqing tightened his grip. their fingers interlocking in a tender embrace. Xiaoqing, I heard you've had a falling out with Xiaoji and the others. Would you care to share the reason? Xiao Wang inquired, a hint of shadow crossing his eyes as he observed the intimacy between Xiaoqing and Yulong Tiantian. Having just spoken with Xiaoji and Xiaojing, Xiao Wang was already somewhat aware of the situation but sought clarification from Xiaoqing. Sensing Xiao Wang's curiosity, Xiaoqing decided to be forthcoming, recounting the events in their entirety. Xiaoqing, this is your, Xiao Wang began, only to be interrupted by Xiaoqing. Do you also believe this is my fault? Xiaoqing was taken aback that Xiao Wang, someone with whom he shared a deeper connection, would hold him accountable, igniting a spark of anger within him. That's not. Xiao Wang noticed something amiss in Xiaoqing's demeanor and attempted to explain. If you think that way, then there's nothing more to discuss, Xiaoqing concluded, swiftly taking Yulong Tiantian's hand and departing before Xiao Wang could react. Xiao Wang sighed in resignation, watching helplessly as Xiaoqing walked away. As Xiaoqing and Yulong Tiantian made their way back to his room, his frustration simmered. Why was it that everyone assumed he was in the wrong when he had done nothing? Once back in his room, Xiaoqing remained perplexed by the situation. Tiantian, do you think I did anything wrong? He grasped her hands, which were playing with a water bottle on the sofa. Unlike Xiaoji and the others, who resided in standardized single rooms, Xiaoqing was accommodated in a specially arranged suite, all thanks to Professor Okido. No, Xiaoqing Gij would never be wrong. I support you in whatever you do, Yulong Tiantian affirmed resolutely. All right. No wonder you're my Tiantian, he exclaimed, pulling her into a warm embrace, finally feeling reassured. Yulong Tiantian, nestled against his chest, felt her cheeks flush, rendered momentarily speechless. Xiaoqing, captivated by her softness and the enchanting fragrance that enveloped him, felt a stirring within himself. Swallowing hard, Tiantian, he whispered softly, drawing her attention. Their eyes met, and in that moment, unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned in and kissed her. Yulong Tiantian gasped, but the kiss silenced her cries. After a prolonged moment, Xiaoqing released her, noticing her breathless state. He swiftly lifted her into his arms, carrying her toward the bedroom. Chapter 53. The overbearing female CEO falls for me. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting its bright rays on Xiaoqing's face, rousing him from slumber. Glancing down at the tear-streaked face of the girl in his arms filled him with a deep sense of contentment. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, he tightened his embrace around her, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little one, who had cried throughout the night. Xiaoqing's movements stirred Yulong Tiantian, who was lost in a sweet slumber. With a soft murmur from her tiny lips, she opened her enchanting eyes. Good morning, Tiantian. Xiaoqing gazed with profound satisfaction at the drowsy Yulong Tiantian nestled in his embrace, wishing that such a life could continue indefinitely. Good morning, Xiaoqing Gij. Yulong Tiantian rubbed her eyes and, wrapping her arms around Xiaoqing's neck, whispered softly in his ear. Her actions tickled Xiaoqing's ears, causing him to instinctively pull her closer. Xiaoqing Gij, I can hardly breathe. Tiantian found herself slightly breathless from his embrace. Hearing this, Xiaoqing quickly loosened his grip. Tiantian, I'm off to participate in the competition. Will you be all right resting here alone? He said, gently ruffling her little head. All right, Xiaoqing Gij, you must do your best, she replied, wishing to accompany him, but realizing her body felt unwell and uncooperative, leading her to abandon the idea. Such a good girl. After planting a kiss on her small face, Xiaoqing departed. Today, Xiaoqing's opponent was an individual of rather ordinary strength, with their strongest Pokémon merely at the elite level. It seemed sheer luck had brought them this far into the top 32, as Xiaoqing effortlessly dispatched them to advance to the top 16. The matchups for the top 16 were soon announced, and his opponent was none other than his old acquaintance, Shinji. Upon entering the top 16, the number of Pokémon allowed in battle increased from 3 to 6, and the battlefield would shift if one side lost more than 3 Pokémon. Xiaoqing, we meet again. A voice called out, halting Xiaoqing in his tracks. Oh, it's you, Shinji, he replied, turning to see his opponent for tomorrow. They hadn't crossed paths since their last encounter when Xiaoqing educated him. I watched your battles. You were quite formidable, especially that match against Kohei. It was truly astonishing. Shinji remarked with a hint of intention. Oh, what are your thoughts on that battle? Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, suspecting that Shinji might share the same critical disposition as Ash. Well, I believe you are absolutely right. Someone who has traveled for years yet resorts to cunning tactics is hardly worth anything. If I were in your shoes, I would do the same, Shinji stated calmly. Xiaoqing was taken aback, surprised that Shinji viewed his actions in a positive light. Tomorrow, I shall defeat you and demonstrate that I am not a worthless individual like Kohei. I will bring my strongest Pokémon to battle you, Shinji declared, his eyes filled with determination. Very well, I look forward to our match tomorrow, Xiaochen responded before leaving. He knew that Shinji's true strength had not been fully showcased in the original series, with powerful Pokémon, such as his Grotle and Drapion, remaining hidden. If he had unleashed his full potential, Ash would have been easily defeated without the need for Darkray's intervention. Truth be told, Xiaochen now found Shinji to be even more reliable than Ash, realizing that Ash was, in fact, an unyielding do-gooder, meddling in all affairs. After parting with Shinji, Xiaochen decided to seek out Professor Oak, as he found himself without anyone else to turn to in this place. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's residence, he knocked on the door and, receiving a response, entered. Professor Oak was seated at his desk, engrossed in a book, a testament to his scholarly dedication. And Xiaochen silently marveled at his focus. However, his astonishment waned upon reading the book's title, The Domineering Woman Always Falls for Me. Xiaochen felt as though the sky had fallen. His grandfather read such literature. Noticing Xiaochen's gaze, Professor Oak hastily tucked the book into a drawer and pulled out another tome related to Pokémon. Xiaochen, what brings you to see your grandfather? He asked, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiaochen's lips twitched. He had not anticipated his grandfather's theatricality. Nothing much, I just came to check on you, he replied, suppressing the urge to laugh. You must be unsure of whom to seek now, right? I've heard about your matters with your friends, Professor Oak began, as it was impossible for his grandson's affairs to remain hidden from him. Xiaochen scratched his head, at a loss for words. Sigh. We are from the same town. There's no need to make it so awkward, Professor Oak continued with a lengthy lecture that lasted several minutes. Xiaochen, feeling helpless, eventually left after enduring the lecture. Back in his room, he found Yulong Tian joyfully rolling about in her blanket on the bed, which instantly lifted his spirits. This little girl truly retained the essence of childhood. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Xiaochen pounced on her, enveloping her in his arms. Yulong Tian shrieked in surprise at his sudden action. It's me. He planted a kiss on her small face. You bad boy, always bullying me, she protested playfully, lightly punching his shoulder before clinging tightly to him. Embraced by her warmth, Xiaochen felt utterly relaxed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister plot was quietly unfolding against him. How are preparations coming along? A rough male voice emanated from behind a curtain in a dark, concealed room. Sir, everything is ready, but if we act, will that old man from the league? A cloaked figure knelt before the curtain, anxiety apparent. What are you afraid of? Should anything arise, there will be those who will protect you. Don't forget that gentleman's identity, the voice behind the curtain reassured. Yes, I understand. The man kneeling recalled the identity of the gentleman mentioned, and his concerns dissipated. Behind the curtain, a middle-aged man grasped a small knife, his eyes seething with fury as he stared at a photograph on the table. Father, son, I will avenge you and eliminate this brat. With that, he plunged the knife into the head of the person in the photograph, who was none other than Xiaochen. How refreshing. I slept straight through to now. Xiaochen awoke in Yulong Tian's embrace, having slept until the following morning. After bidding farewell to her, he set off alone for the competition venue. Fully aware of his impending battle with Shinji, his observations from the previous day indicated a notable transformation in Shinji, likely bolstering his strength beyond what was depicted in the original series. At this moment, Xiaochen felt a genuine anticipation for their confrontation. Chapter 54, Xiaochen vs. Shinji, Part 1. Upon arriving at the venue, Xiaochen spotted Shinji not far away. After exchanging nods, the two entered the waiting room for competitors simultaneously. The next competitors to take the stage are the esteemed contestant Xiaocheng from the Kanto region's Shinshin town and the formidable Shinshur from the Sinnoh region's Curtain City. Each contender may utilize a roster of 6 Pokémon, and the match will conclude when one side's Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. The contest commences now. With the referee's authoritative command, the battle between Xiaocheng and Shinshur officially begins. Xiaocheng, I have eagerly anticipated this confrontation, Shinshur declares, his eyes ablaze with determination. Let us allow our true strengths to reveal themselves. Go, Lucario. Xiaocheng chooses Lucario as his first Pokémon, intending to gauge Shinshi's prowess with this initial selection. In response, Shinshur sends forth his own first Pokémon, Infernape. Xiaocheng observes Infernape and ponders, so this is the very Infernape that Ash possessed in the original series. However, Shinshur has chosen not to release it, thus Ash has no opportunity to encounter it. Pokémon, Infernape. Level, 50, Elite 4 level. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower. This Infernape's strength should not be underestimated. It strikes first, unleashing Flamethrower. Shinshur commands Infernape to initiate the attack. Lucario deftly evades and retaliates with Aura Sphere. Lucario. Xiaoqing calls out as the Flamethrower hurtles toward Lucario. Lucario leaps back, successfully dodging the fiery assault, and counterattacks with an Aura Sphere aimed at Infernape, which, caught off guard, takes the hit. Infernape, are you alright? Shinshur inquires, concerned for his Pokémon. Xiaoqing, witnessing this display, can't help but admire Shinshi's transformation. He has indeed changed significantly, now expressing care for his Pokémon. Infernape retaliates with Mach Punch. Shinshur, reassured by Infernape's condition, encourages it to continue the assault. Lucario responds with Bullet Punch. Xiaoqing resolves to engage Shinshur head-on, determined to discover who will endure to the end. The two Pokémon exchange blows in a fierce struggle, trading punches for dozens of rounds until they collide, each staggering back several meters. Indeed, Xiaoqing, your strength is formidable. Let us resolve this with one decisive blow. Infernape. Use Flare Blitz. Shinshur shouts, his voice filled with fervor. Precisely my thoughts. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Xiaoqing counters, both combatants poised for the climactic clash. Their attacks collide, generating a colossal shockwave that engulfs the arena. All eyes are riveted on the spectacle, eager to witness the outcome. Ultimately, amidst the collective gaze of the audience, Infernape falters and collapses. Infernape is unable to continue, and Lucario emerges victorious. Please, Shinshur, send forth your next Pokémon to battle, the referee announces, signifying that Xiaoqing has claimed the first victory. Well done, Infernape, you fought valiantly. I entrust the remainder to your companions, Shinshur says, recalling Infernape, surprising Xiaoqing with his show of compassion toward his Pokémon. Next to enter the fray is Teddiursa. Pokémon, Teddiursa. Level, 57, Elite 4 level. Ability, Guts. Moves, Solar Beam. Hammer Arm Lucario, can you continue to fight? Xiaoqing queries, noting that Teddiursa's strength surpasses that of Lucario significantly and contemplating a retreat for recovery. Lucario, it nods affirmatively, signaling its readiness for battle. Excellent. Lucario, use Bullet Punch. Xiaoqing commands, inspired by Lucario's tenacity to launch the first offensive against Shinshur. Teddiursa retaliates with Hammer Arm. As Shinshur opts for a straightforward confrontation, the two Pokémon collide with a resounding impact. Lucario, lacking the strength to withstand Teddiursa's might, is sent flying. Teddiursa, do not grant it a moment of respite. Utilize Takedown. Shinshur commands, intent on swiftly incapacitating Lucario. Lucario, realizing evasion is futile, launches an attack of its own with Bone Rush. Boom. The skills clash, sending Lucario crashing into the wall of the arena, leading to its incapacitation. However, Teddiursa, due to the recoil from Takedown, sustains some damage as well. Lucario is unable to battle. Teddiursa claims victory. Xiaoqing, please send forth your next Pokémon, the referee declares, announcing the outcome of this bout. Alright, the stage is yours, Xiaoqing says as he recalls Lucario and releases his next Pokémon, Charizard. Charizard seizes the initiative, unleashing Flamethrower. Xiaoqing initiates the attack first this time, and Teddiursa, unable to evade due to its size, is struck. Damn it, Teddiursa, use Hammer Arm. Shinshur commands, as Teddiursa's arms glow with a radiant light, charging toward Charizard. Charizard, let's counter with Dragon Claw. Xiaoqing instructs, as Charizard's claws also shimmer with brilliance. The two Pokémon engage in a fierce confrontation. After a flurry of strikes, Teddiursa ultimately succumbs to Charizard's superior power. Teddiursa is unable to battle. Charizard claims victory. Please, Shinshur, send forth your next Pokémon, the referee announces. This battle is yours to win, Shinshur remarks as he tosses out a Pokeball, summoning his third Pokémon, Mismagius. Pokémon, Mismagius. Level, 60, Champion level. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Shadow Ball, Ice Beam. Mismagius, use Shadow Clone. Shinshur commands, and in an instant, Mismagius multiplies into numerous copies, all advancing toward Charizard. Charizard, ascend and unleash Air Slash. Xiaoqing counters, instructing Charizard to take flight, evading Mismagius's assault while preparing to strike from above. Charizard's Air Slash detonates, with only 3 of the Mismagius clones managing to evade the onslaught, revealing the true one among them. Mismagius, use Ice Beam. Shinshur orders, as Mismagius fires a chilling beam at Charizard, catching it off guard and resulting in several areas of Charizard's body becoming temporarily frozen, forcing it to land. Mismagius, pursue and use Night Slash. Shinshur commands, Charizard, retaliate with Ancient Power. Xiaoqing counters, and the attacking Mismagius is struck by Charizard's Ancient Power, sustaining significant damage. The battle continues back and forth for over 10 rounds, both Pokémon panting heavily. Charizard sees it with Earthquake. Xiaoqing suddenly shouts. Shincher, caught off guard, has no immediate strategy. Mismagius is lifted into the air by Charizard. Mismagius, unleash Ice Beam with all your might. Shincher commands, as Mismagius complies, launching a powerful Ice Beam that disrupts Charizard's Earthquake. Yet the Ice Beam engulfs both Pokémon, sending them crashing toward the ground. With a thunderous impact, they land heavily, leaving a massive crater in their wake. As both Charizard and Gyarados succumb to their battle capabilities, the referee announced a change of venue to a water-themed arena, given that Shinji had lost 3 Pokémon. The transition required a brief intermission, allowing the competitors a moment of respite. Xiaoqing settled onto the ground, intending to rest for a while. Chapter 55, Xiaoqing vs. Shinji, Part 2. The match resumed, and both competitors were instructed to release their Pokémon. With the new battlefield set, the referee declared the continuation of the contest. Xiaoqing, it shall be you. He summoned his 3rd Pokémon, Metagross. Shinji, come forth to battle. His 4th Pokémon, Electivire, emerged. Pokémon, Electivire. Level, 64 Elite. Ability, Motor Drive. Moves, Thunder Punch, Thunder. In the aquatic arena, Shinji's Electivire held a distinct advantage, while Xiaoqing's Metagross boasted formidable resistance against electric attacks. Electivire, unleash Thunder. Shinji initiated the confrontation. Xiaoqing, Metagross, use Psychic. The 2 attacks clashed and neutralized each other. Metagross, obliterate the ice with Hyper Beam. Xiaoqing intended to deliver a decisive blow, prepared for the possibility of mutual destruction. As Metagross gathered energy for the Hyper Beam, it spun its body, determined to shatter all the floating ice on the water's surface. Electivire employed Protect. Although Shinji understood Xiaoqing's strategy, he found himself unable to intervene. With Metagross's assault concluded, the surrounding ice had been entirely destroyed, leaving merely 2 small pieces beneath the feet of both Pokémon. Metagross, use Meteor Mash. Electivire, block with Thunder Punch. Shinji had no alternatives. Since Electivire lacked the ability to hover like Metagross, dodging would result in it plunging into the water. Thus, it had to absorb Metagross's attack. For a moment, the lower-level Metagross managed to overpower Electivire in their struggle. Let us see how many times you can evade. Metagross, continue with Meteor Mash. Observing signs of breaking ice beneath Electivire, Xiaoqing urged Metagross to persist in its assault. Desperate for a solution, Shinji commanded, Electivire, use Fire Punch. Seizing the moment while Metagross attacked, Electivire struck with its Fire Punch before Metagross's blow could land, sending Metagross hurtling backwards into the water. Excellent. Electivire, unleash Volt Tackle on the submerged Metagross. Shinji found another opportunity. What? Xiaoqing watched helplessly as his Metagross was relentlessly assaulted by Electivire's Volt Tackle. The water amplified the attack's ferocity, leaving Metagross unable to escape. Ultimately, it succumbed to the onslaught and lost its combat capability. Metagross has fainted. Electivire emerges victorious. Xiaoqing, please select your next Pokémon for battle, the referee announced. Salamence, you shall take the stage. Xiaoqing declared, sending forth his 4th Pokémon. Salamence immediately exerted pressure upon its opponent due to the considerable disparity in strength. Electivire used Thunder. Xiaoqing, Salamence, unleash Flamethrower. The 2 Pokémon engaged in a ranged exchange of attacks. Salamence utilized Draco Meteor. Suddenly inspired, Xiaoqing devised a strategy. A surge of energy erupted from Salamance's mouth, exploding into the sky and raining down colossal boulders. Damn it! Electivire, dive into the water. Shinji, out of options, saw several boulders plummeting towards Electivire, but knew it could not evade them all and had no choice but to seek refuge in the water. Do you think that will allow you to escape? You are far too naive, Xiaoqing taunted Shinji with a smile. Oh no. Shinji realized the gravity of the situation too late. The descending boulders shattered the floating ice where Electivire had been, encasing it within the water. Salamence unleashed Dragon Rage. A powerful shockwave shot forth from Salamence towards the ensnared Electivire. Trapped in the water, Electivire was powerless to evade the attack, helplessly awaiting its fate. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted beneath the surface, and Electivire's body surfaced lifelessly. Electivire has lost its combat capability. Salamence claims victory. Shinji, please send forth your next Pokémon for battle. The referee proclaimed. Come forth, Scizor, use Ice Fang. Shinji commanded as Scizor emerged midair. Scizor's Ice Fang swiftly froze a significant portion of the water's surface once more. Pokémon, Scizor. Level, 69, Elite. Ability, Unknown. Moves, Bullet Punch, Fire Fang. Salamence, utilize Dragon Dive. Xiaoqing commanded, sending Salamence to launch an all-out assault on Scizor. Scizor countered with Bullet Punch. As the two Pokémon collided, they engaged in a fierce struggle of strength. Scizor, use Toxic Spikes. Upon hearing Shinji's command, Scizor's tail lashed out, launching toxic needles at Salamence. Salamence, counter with Dragon Tail. Xiaoqing directed, and Salamance's Dragon Tail swept aside Scizor's toxic spikes. Scizor attempted another strike with Poison Jab. But Shinji's plan failed as Xiaoqing commanded Salamence to endure the attack and retaliate with Dragon Rage. Salamence was bitten on the shoulder by Scizor's Poison Jab, but it unleashed Dragon Rage at close range. Scizor, overwhelmed by the force of the attack, was sent flying but managed to rise again, displaying its resilience. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Xiaoqing aimed to conclude the encounter with this strike. Scizor countered with Bullet Punch. Perfect. Now, use Reversal. Xiaoqing seized the opportunity, redirecting Salamance's attack into a reversal. Scizor, unable to react in time, was sent sprawling, ultimately losing its combat capabilities. Scizor has fainted. Salamence prevails. Shinji, please dispatch your next Pokémon for battle, the referee announced. Shinji clenched his fists, for he was left with only a single Pokémon, while Xiaoqing still had 3 remaining. I leave the rest to you, Shinji declared as he released his final Pokeball, summoning Torterra. Pokémon, Torterra. Level, 69, Elite. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Solar Beam, Frenzy Plant. Salamence, Unleash Flamethrower. Xiaoqing knew well that Fire-type moves were the best counter to Grass-type Pokémon. The Torterra unleashed the move Frenzy Plant. Its colossal size rendered Shinji powerless, forcing him to allow Torterra to absorb the impact of the formidable Blast Burn and retaliate with its own attack. Torterra let out a pained howl as it was struck by the flames. Meanwhile, Garchomp evaded the assault. However, as Xiaoqing prepared to direct Garchomp to dodge the attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Garchomp was suddenly engulfed in black energy, evidently a remnant effect of the Venomoth's poisonous fangs, leaving it paralyzed. Unable to evade, Garchomp was hit by the Frenzy Plant. Curse it! Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Xiaoqing commanded as Garchomp lunged towards Torterra, slashing its claws against the creature's back. Now, Torterra, utilize Energy Ball. Shinji countered, and Torterra responded fiercely, launching an Energy Ball that struck Garchomp squarely. After several exchanges of attacks, both Pokémon were panting heavily, their stamina nearly depleted. Let us determine the victor with this final strike, Shinji proposed, aware that even if he triumphed over Garchomp, he could not hope to defeat Xiaoqing's remaining 2 Pokémon that had yet to enter the fray. Very well, as you wish, Xiaoqing acquiesced, preparing for the decisive blow. Alright, Torterra, use Rock Climb. Shinji commanded, and Torterra stomped its front foot onto the ground, causing a rocky hill to rise and launch Garchomp into the air as it charged forward. Garchomp, execute Dragon Rush. Xiaoqing instructed, as Garchomp transformed into a colossal dragon, hurtling towards Torterra. Go! Both Xiaoqing and Shinji shouted in unison. With a tremendous crash, the 2 Pokémon's assaults collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. As the dust settled, it was revealed that Garchomp stood defiantly while Torterra lay defeated on the ground. Torterra had lost its fighting capability, and Garchomp emerged victorious, declaring Xiaoqing the final winner. The referee announced the ultimate victor, and Xiaoqing successfully advanced to the top 8 of the Lily of the Valley Conference. It was a pleasure battling with you. I have learned so much. I wish you success in the Lily of the Valley Conference, Shinji said as he approached Xiaoqing, extending his hand. Let us strive together in the future, Xiaoqing replied, shaking Shinji's hand. As they departed the battlefield, they encountered Ash and Brock at the exit. Xiaoqing intended to pass by unnoticed, but Ash intercepted him. Xiaoqing, congratulations on making it to the top 8. Ash exclaimed. Thank you. How about you? Did you make it to the top 8 as well? Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly. I did. We might face off against each other, Ash said excitedly, as he had promised Xiaoqing to compete against him in the Lily of the Valley Conference. As they conversed, the screen in the venue displayed the matchups for the quarterfinals. Ah, it seems our opponents are indeed each other, Ash shouted in realization. Well, I should head back to prepare, Xiaoqing said, not waiting for Ash to continue. Seeking an excuse to leave, as he wished to avoid further interaction with Ash and his companions. Xiaoqing had reflected on his interactions and realized they simply did not resonate. Shinji followed Xiaoqing out, equally disinterested in conversing with Ash. Ash attempted to stop Xiaoqing but was restrained by Brock, who understood Xiaoqing's reluctance to engage with them and prevented Ash from pursuing a futile endeavor. After parting ways with the others, Xiaoqing arrived at Professor Oak's office, as the professor had requested his presence following the conclusion of his match for reasons unbeknownst to Xiaoqing. Before Xiaoqing could knock, Professor Oak emerged, appearing somewhat flustered as he hurriedly gathered his belongings. "Grandpa, where are you off to in such a rush?" Xiaoqing inquired, puzzled by the professor's demeanor. "Oh, Xiaoqing, I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot remain to watch your match." "Do your best. I will be cheering for you from home," Professor Oak replied, attempting to leave. However, Xiaoqing grasped his arm firmly. "Grandpa, what is happening? You have never been this anxious before." Xiaoqing searched the professor's eyes, desperate for an explanation. "Oh, it's nothing you need to worry about. There has been an issue with Shigeru that requires my immediate attention. You must be cautious during your matches. And make sure to return to Pallet Town promptly after they conclude," Professor Oak explained, patting Xiaoqing on the shoulder before departing with his luggage. Xiaoqing watched the professor leave, an uneasy feeling settling in his chest. In his memory, Professor Oak had always been a composed individual. What could have transpired with Shigeru to cause such distress? But with the professor gone, Xiaoqing had no way to inquire further. However, he devised a plan of his own, retrieving his communicator to dial Shigeru's number. Beep, beep. The line rang incessantly, with no one answering. Just as Xiaoqing was about to lose patience, the call was finally answered. "Hello, this is Shigeru's assistant. How may I assist you?" Came a voice on the other end, though it was not Shigeru. "Is this not Shigeru's number? I am his brother. May I ask who you are?" Xiaoqing asked urgently, aware that Shigeru would never share his communicator with anyone. "I am a colleague of his. Recently, we were attacked." "And Shigeru?" The voice explained the situation in full. Xiaoqing could hardly recall how he ended the call, his heart heavy with anxiety. The assistant's words echoed in his mind. Shigeru's team had been assaulted by unknown assailants, their strength formidable, resulting in injuries among many who tried to defend against the attack. Shigeru had confronted multiple adversaries alone and sustained serious injuries, remaining unconscious with no signs of awakening. Xiaoqing's hands clenched tightly. Shigeru had been in a coma, unaware of the identity of their attackers. Professor Oak's distress was likely due to this incident, and his decision not to disclose the truth was to shield Xiaoqing from undue worry. Shigeru was no weakling, and with Professor Oak's support, it was rare for someone to have the audacity to threaten him. The nature of these attackers was indeed alarming. With a heavy heart, Xiaoqing returned to his room. "Xiaoqing, you're back," cried Yulong Tiantian, who had been feeling bored in the room. Her face lit up with joy as she rushed into Xiaoqing's embrace. Xiaoqing held Tiantian silently on the bed, lost in thought. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Tiantian wriggled out of his arms and climbed onto his back, kneading his shoulders. "Xiaoqing, why do you look so down? Did something happen in your match?" "It's all right." Tiantian comforted him, mistakenly believing that Xiaoqing had lost. The soothing sound of Tiantian's gentle voice and the warmth of her touch began to alleviate the heaviness in Xiaoqing's heart. He lifted Tiantian, placing her on his lap, burying his face in her neck and inhaling the sweet fragrance unique to her. Yulong Tiantian embraced Xiaoqing's neck, allowing him to act freely. The two maintained this posture, neither willing to disrupt the beauty of the moment. After a considerable time, Xiaoqing finally lifted his head, gazing into the eyes of Yulong Tiantian. "Xiaoqing Gidge, what's wrong?" she timidly inquired, noticing his intense stare. "Once the Lily of the Valley conference concludes, I plan to return to Jinshin Town and cease my travels. Will you accompany me?" Xiaoqing gently cradled her delicate face, locking eyes with her. Although the thought of not traveling anymore was a recent revelation, he found it quite agreeable. After all, he had accomplished all he set out to do in the Pokémon world, capturing his own Pokémon, journeying alongside them, and participating in the Lily of the Valley conference. Xiaoqing felt a sense of fulfillment. "Indeed, no matter what decision you make, Tiantian will unconditionally support you," she affirmed with a determined blink. Seeing her charming demeanor, a faint smile graced Xiaoqing's lips as he tightened his embrace and whispered in her ear, "Tiantian, having you by my side is truly wonderful." Chapter 57, Xiaoqing vs. Xiao Ji, Part 1. The first battle of the quarterfinals in the Lily of the Valley Conference was about to commence. "Participants, please take the stage," echoed the announcement through the venue's speakers, heralding the imminent start of the match. The competitors were Xiaoqing and Xiao Ji, both hailing from Jinshin Town in the Kanto region, each allowed to deploy 6 Pokémon. The battle would conclude when one side's 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to fight, at which point the arena would be changed. As the referee's words resonated, the audience erupted in cheers, excited for a clash between 2 boys from the same hometown. "Xiaoqing, I've been eagerly anticipating this battle," Xiaoji declared, his fighting spirit evident. "Yes, I understand," was Xiaoqing's understated response. Xiaoji felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at Xiaoqing's demeanor, puzzled by his friend's behavior. Yet, he recalled what Xiao Gang had said the previous day. If he could defeat Xiaoqing today, Perhaps his friend would return to his former self. Unbeknownst to Xiaoji, Xiao Gang's words were merely a casual remark, intended to alleviate his friend's overthinking. All right, you're up, Xiaoji shouted, sending forth his first Pokémon, a Pidgeot. Pokémon, Pidgeot level, 57, elite, ability, keen eye moves, hurricane, wing attack. Xiao Chen observed Pidgeot, deep in thought. It appeared that Xiaoji had recalled his previous Pidgeot. Without Xiao Chen's reminder, it might have languished in the wild, a testament to Xiaoji's shortcomings as a trainer, who had forgotten his promise to retrieve it. Leave it to you, Xiao Chen declared, sending out his first Pokémon, Metagross. As both Pokémon entered the arena, they regarded each other with fierce resolve. The battle poised to erupt. Use Hurricane, Pidgeot, commanded Xiaoji. Metagross, follow up with Iron Head. Xiao Chen countered. Pidgeot's attack was deftly blocked by Metagross's powerful arms, while Metagross's Iron Head struck Pidgeot squarely. Ugh! Pidgeot recoiled in pain, soaring backwards. Don't let it escape, Metagross. Use Meteor Mash. Xiao Chen urged, pressing the advantage. After dodging, Pidgeot retaliated with a flamethrower. Xiao Chen shouted, Metagross, use Comet Punch to send it flying. With a single blow, Metagross sent Pidgeot hurtling away. Feeling parched, Xiao Chen found the back-and-forth nature of the battle somewhat tedious, yet he recognized that few could truly synchronize with their Pokémon's thoughts. Even a trainer as skilled as Xiaoji could not comprehend every word uttered by his Pikachu. Back in the arena, Pidgeot lay severely injured on the battlefield. Unable to continue, Pidgeot has lost its fighting capability. Metagross wins. Please have Xiaoji send out his next Pokémon, the referee announced. Impressive as always, Xiao Chen. Now it's your turn, Xiaoji remarked as he threw out a Pokeball, revealing his second Pokémon, Snorlax. Pokémon, Snorlax level, 60, champion, ability, thick fat moves, Giga Impact, Body Slam. Snorlax, use Giga Impact, commanded Xiaoji. Xiao Chen observed Snorlax's massive fist swinging towards Metagross with a hint of intrigue, surprised by the speed of the seemingly lumbering creature. Metagross, use Comet Punch, Xiao Chen instructed. The two moves collided, and to Xiao Chen's astonishment, Snorlax's strength overwhelmed Metagross. Don't engage it directly, retreat, and use Flamethrower. Xiao Chen realized that a head-on confrontation was unwise. After dodging Snorlax's attack, Metagross unleashed a torrent of flames, striking Snorlax and eliciting a howl of pain. Damn, Snorlax, are you alright? Xiaoji exclaimed, noticing his Pokémon still suffering from the flames. Metagross, pursue relentlessly, use Psychic. Xiao Chen commanded, as Metagross executed the move, lifting Snorlax's hefty form and slamming it repeatedly into the ground before sending it flying. Snorlax, get up, Xiaoji shouted, urging his downed Pokémon. To Xiao Chen, this seemed a futile endeavor. If it could still fight, it would fight, and if it could not, mere shouts would not revive it. However, he underestimated the bond between trainer and Pokémon. As Snorlax rose again, fury etched across its face, eyes dark and menacing. Excellent, Snorlax, use Giga Impact, Xiaoji commanded, confidence surging anew. Metagross, will use Giga Impact as well. Xiao Chen sensed the challenge posed by Snorlax, its bulk formidable and speed deceptive. The two Giga Impacts collided, resulting in an explosion that obscured the view of both Pokémon. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Xiaoji's voice pierced through the smoke. Amidst the haze, Snorlax's silhouette lunged at Metagross, catching it off guard and pinning it down. With Metagross immobilized, Snorlax unleashed another Giga Impact. Metagross, use Giga Impact. Xiao Chen knew there was no escaping this time. It was a do-or-die situation. Don't let it go, Snorlax. We'll use Giga Impact too, Xiaoji commanded simultaneously. In that moment, two Giga Impacts erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing both Pokémon. As the dust settled, Snorlax stood battered yet resolute, while Metagross lay incapacitated. Metagross has lost its fighting capability. Snorlax wins. Please have Xiao Chen send out his next Pokémon, the referee declared. The creature was both formidable and dangerous. It was clear that this opponent exceeded expectations and would require a significant adjustment. Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim as he prepared to summon his Pokémon for battle. His second Pokémon, the previously unutilized Scyther, was ready to take the stage, as Xiao Chen believed every Pokémon deserved a chance to shine. Electabuzz, feed me peanuts. Scyther readied itself, while Snorlax continued to employ its signature move, Heavy Slam. Ash was brimming with confidence, convinced that this tactic would secure his victory. Since Scyther had been summoned, it was time for a decisive strike with Guillotine. Xiao Chen intended to deliver a powerful blow to Ash. Scyther brandished its blade towards the airborne Snorlax, which, unfortunately, was struck mid-air and crashed heavily to the ground. Snorlax lost its ability to battle, and Scyther emerged victorious, prompting the referee to announce that Ash should send forth his next Pokémon. Let it be you, Ash declared as he recalled Snorlax and called upon his third Pokémon, Sceptile. Level 66, Elite. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Solar Beam, Seed Bomb. As Sceptile took the field, its eyes glimmered with determination, locking onto Scyther. Scyther, not to be outdone, retaliated with a provocative glare. The two Pokémon were brimming with spirit, ready for an epic clash. Chapter 58, Xiao Chun vs. Ash. Sceptile, use Leaf Blade, Ash commanded, sliding his hands in a dramatic flourish. Xiao Chun watched in bemusement, questioning the theatrics of Ash's gestures. However, he had no time to ponder, for Sceptile's attack was already upon them. Scyther, counter with Fury Cutter, Xiao Chun instructed, mimicking Ash's flamboyant movements. Ash retorted, this is absurd, I'm going to cry. The two Pokémon engaged in a flurry of strikes, creating a lively spectacle as they exchanged blows. Sceptile, unleash Seed Bomb, Ash shouted. Scyther, block it with Fury Cutter, Xiao Chun commanded. The battle raged on, each Pokémon trading powerful attacks, neither willing to concede. Sceptile, use Solar Beam, Ash urged, recognizing that both Pokémon had expended considerable energy in their earlier exchanges. He aimed to end the battle with this decisive blow, unaware that his strategy had unwittingly presented Xiao Chun with an opportunity. Scyther, after a flash, execute Guillotine, Xiao Chun ordered, seizing the moment as Sceptile charged its Solar Beam. Scyther swiftly closed the distance, leaping high to deliver a guillotine strike upon the still-charging Sceptile. The impact caused Sceptile's Solar Beam to explode, and it fell, defeated. Sceptile lost its battle capability, and Scyther claimed victory. With Ash having lost 3 Pokémon, the next match would take place in a Rock-type arena, as announced by the referee. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun sighed in relief. He had no desire for another Water-type arena, where only Electabuzz would hold an advantage. With the terrain changed, the referee urged the competitors to continue. Hoot Hoot, you are the one. Ash called forth his fourth Pokémon. Pokémon, Hoot Hoot. Level 63, Elite. Ability, Insomnia. Skills, Hypnosis, Confusion. Hoot Hoot, take the initiative with Air Slash, Ash commanded. Hoot Hoot flapped its wings, sending razor-sharp gusts towards Scyther. Scyther, shatter them, Xiao Chun replied, and Scyther deftly sliced through the oncoming assault. Hoot Hoot, after a quick attack, use Wing Attack, Ash ordered. Hoot Hoot moved with incredible speed, closing in on Scyther. Xiao Chun smiled, having anticipated this moment. Scyther seized Hoot Hoot before the attack could connect. What? Ash exclaimed in disbelief, caught off guard by Xiao Chun's readiness. Scyther retaliated with a headbutt, sending Hoot Hoot flying, followed by a devastating hyper beam. Xiao Chun shouted, eager to capitalize on this opportunity to eliminate Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot, evade, Ash cried in desperation. However, dazed from the headbutt, Hoot Hoot could not escape in time and was struck by the hyper beam, crashing against the rocky terrain. Hoot Hoot succumbed to its injuries, and Scyther triumphed once more, prompting the referee to announce that Ash should send forth his next Pokémon. Charizard, you are the one, Ash proclaimed, calling forth his fifth Pokémon. Pokémon, Charizard. Level 72, Near Champion. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Earthquake. Return, Scyther. Xiao Chun decided to withdraw Scyther, recognizing that it had already exhausted itself in its previous victories. Now, it's your turn. He sent forth his third Pokémon, Garchomp, the only one capable of matching Charizard's level. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower, taking the offensive. Garchomp, respond with Flamethrower as well, Xiao Chun challenged, initiating a fiery exchange as both attacks collided, neither yielding an inch. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. In the midst of their stalemate, Ash sought a new opportunity. Garchomp, counter with Dragon Claw, Xiao Chun replied, prepared to match Ash's strategy blow for blow. The two Pokémon clashed fiercely, but Garchomp's raw power began to dominate. Charizard struggled to evade Garchomp's relentless onslaught, nearly being struck several times. Charizard, unleash Primal Force, Ash exclaimed, recognizing that his Pokémon was faltering. Garchomp, utilized Dragon Rush. Xiao Chun countered, as Garchomp evaded Charizard's attack and lunged forward, crashing into Charizard's abdomen with a devastating blow. Charizard winced in pain from the impact, and Ash urged, Charizard, are you alright? As he watched his Pokémon struggle to rise, the Charizard let out a fierce roar, unwavering in its determination despite its injuries, as it fixed its gaze intently on the Garchomp. Alright, Charizard, let us settle this with one decisive move. Unleash Flamethrower. Ash seemed to grasp Charizard's intent, feeling a surge of resolve. Xiao Chun, witnessing this scene, could only sigh in exasperation. What does he mean by one decisive move? His Garchomp had barely sustained any damage. Even if it were to endure that flamethrower attack, it would be unscathed. Who is he kidding with this one-move business? Garchomp. Employ Dragon Dive. Xiao Chun intended to conclusively end Ash's Charizard with this maneuver. With a resounding crash, Garchomp's Dragon Dive obliterated Charizard's flamethrower, colliding directly with Charizard's body, sending it crashing to the ground. Charizard had lost its fighting capability, and Garchomp emerged victorious. Please, Ash, send forth your next Pokémon to battle, the referee announced. Ash recalled his defeated Charizard, fists clenched tightly, for he now had but one Pokémon left, while Xiao Chun still possessed 5. Pikachu, it's you who will take the stand, Ash declared, though he had only one Pokémon remaining. He was determined to fight until the very end. Chapter 59, The Setup. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped from Ash's side, landing gracefully at the center of the battlefield. Xiao Chun, wary of Garchomp's demeanor, cautioned against complacency, aware that this little creature was formidable. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash initiated with his usual opening move. The Thunderbolt struck Garchomp. Yet the effect was negligible. Pikachu swiftly followed up with Quick Attack. Observing that Thunderbolt had little impact, Ash opted for Quick Attack. Xiao Chun, however, refrained from issuing commands. And Pikachu's Quick Attack collided with Garchomp, but failed to inflict any damage, instead causing Pikachu to be flung back by the force. Xiao Chun, suppressing a chuckle, reflected on the scene before him. Pikachu was still merely at the elite level. Without a significant power boost, how could it contend with Garchomp? What did it have but a few pounds of rodent flesh? Pikachu unleashed thunder. Ash, undeterred, insisted that he could still inflict pain upon Garchomp. Finish it, Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun decided to end the charade. Pika. Pikachu was swept off its feet by Garchomp's claw, receiving a barrage of hits before being sent crashing against a rock. Pikachu. Ash shouted in despair as he watched his Pokémon being launched away. Get up, Pikachu, he urged desperately. Pikachu, trembling, managed to rise but faltered again after just a few seconds. Wake up, Pikachu. Remember our goal? Please awaken. Ash continued his fervent pleas. Xiao Chun, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, questioned why Ash was still shouting when Pikachu lay motionless. And what of the referee? Standing idly by as if merely watching a performance? This Pokémon was sprawled on the ground, yet the referee hesitated to declare the outcome. In other battles, the moment a Pokémon closed its eyes, it was deemed incapable of continuing. Why was this different? Was he waiting for Pikachu to wake up? Garchomp approached to deliver another Dragon Claw. Seeing that everyone seemed to be waiting for Pikachu to regain consciousness, Xiao Chun took matters into his own hands. Garchomp relentlessly struck at the fallen Pikachu, but no signs of life emerged. You said it was made of iron, didn't you? Even iron would shatter after taking so many hits. Pikachu, please wake up. Ash continued to cry out in desperation. Garchomp, use Dragon Tail. Garchomp's tail struck Pikachu down once more, yet Pikachu remained unresponsive. Xiao Chun's patience wore thin. Referee, he began, but before he could finish, Pikachu stirred. A faint spark of electricity flickering across its body, visibly intensifying. Pika. Slowly, Pikachu opened its eyes. Are you trying to trick me? It must be a ploy. That rodent is finally awake. Xiao Chun's mind seethed with indignation. Pikachu. With renewed vigor, Pikachu stood, enveloped in crackling electricity, as if possessed by the spirit of thunder itself. Marvelous, Pikachu. Ash exclaimed, elated to see his companion rise once again. The surrounding audience erupted in jubilant cheers at this thrilling moment, yet Xiao Chun's mood soured. Watching Pikachu's level rapidly ascend from elite to the pinnacle of champion level, Xiao Chun found himself wishing to unleash a torrent of curses. How could anyone compete under such circumstances? Excellent. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash shouted, exhilarated and ready for action. Dodge. Garchomp. Xiao Chun yelled, recognizing the gravity of the situation. This was an attack from a champion-level Pokémon, and even Garchomp would feel the impact. However, Pikachu's assault came swiftly, and Garchomp was unable to evade, receiving the full brunt of the electric shock, emitting a pained roar. As the electricity dissipated, Garchomp knelt in agony. Pikachu, use Volt Tackle. Ash commanded. Wait, how did you know Pikachu could use Volt Tackle now? Did you spoil the surprise? Garchomp, use Dragon Dive. Xiao Chun, left with no choice, prepared for a final stand. With a thunderous clash, the two attacks collided, enveloped in a whirlwind of energy. Witnessing the spectacle, Xiao Chun understood the battle was about to explode. As the energy faded, Pikachu and Garchomp stood amidst a captivated audience. Suddenly, Garchomp collapsed, while Pikachu remained steadfast. Garchomp has lost its fighting capability. Pikachu is victorious. Please, Xiao Chun, send forth your next Pokémon to battle, the referee declared. Remarkable, Pikachu. Truly, you are extraordinary. The audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Pikachu, I adore you. Pikachu, Pikachu. Xiao Chun glared at the referee, incredulous. You announced Garchomp's defeat immediately. Yet you let him rest for a while. Are you perhaps Ash's father, come to officiate after all these years? The audience's fervor was baffling. When I, the commander, triumphed with a swift strike, their enthusiasm was muted. Now, as Pikachu defeated my exhausted Garchomp, the uproar was deafening. Was there a personal vendetta at play? Trying to render me deaf? Your turn, Electivire. Xiao Chen sought to escape the cacophony of the crowd, eager to conclude the battle. Upon Electivire's entrance, Xiao Chen noted with interest that Pikachu's level had reverted to elite. Clearly, the temporary power boost had expired. With Pikachu now exhausted and unsteady, Electivire readied its attack. Electivire, use Brick Break. Teach that little rodent a lesson. Xiao Chen commanded. Though puzzled by his trainer's expression, Electivire obeyed, charging forward to confront Pikachu. Pikachu could no longer evade the relentless onslaught of the Electabuzz, which continued to strike with unyielding force. Observing this spectacle, Xiao Chen's previously pent-up frustration began to dissipate somewhat. Ultimately, under the barrage of attacks, Pikachu succumbed, collapsing to the ground amidst wisps of smoke. With Pikachu rendered incapable of fighting, Electabuzz emerged victorious, thus declaring Xiao Chun as the ultimate victor of the match. The referee stepped forward to announce the final outcome of the battle. At that moment, Xiao Chun felt a surge of elation. Wasn't Pikachu supposed to unleash its full potential? Yet, his buoyant mood was soon soured. The audience showed little enthusiasm for his triumph. And Xiao Chen even overheard someone remarking on the absurdity of using such a formidable opponent against a diminutive Pikachu, calling it utterly shameless. Scanning the crowd, Xiao Chun vowed to confront this individual should he find him, eager to give him a piece of his mind. After a fruitless search, Xiao Chun stormed out of the venue, leaving behind the source of his vexation. Those people had already sealed their own fates. Chapter 60, The Past of the Bug-Catching Boy. Xiao Chun rushed out of the venue in a fit of rage, colliding with Shinji, who was approaching. Shinji, what brings you here? Xiao Chun inquired. What is the matter? Did you win the match and still find something to be unhappy about? Shinji observed, noticing a smile on Xiao Chun's face. It's nothing. Just some thoughts that are hard to be happy about, Xiao Chun replied nonchalantly. He couldn't possibly divulge to Shinji that Pikachu had pretended to play dead. Who would believe him? After all, such extraordinary feats were commonplace in the Pokémon world. I want to be watching your next match. I'm about to commence my next journey. Best of luck to you, Shinji declared, having come to bid farewell to Xiao Chun. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. Xiao Chun extended his hand. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways. Following his separation from Shinji, Xiao Chun arrived at the Pokémon Center, where his Pokémon required treatment for the injuries sustained during the battle. Additionally, he sought to gather information on his semifinal opponent. For those who had reached this stage were undoubtedly formidable. While waiting for his Pokémon to be healed, Xiao Chun logged into his contestant account on the computer to review the profiles of the other 3 semifinalists. Upon completing his research, a perplexed expression crossed Xiao Chun's face. His opponent for tomorrow was none other than a bug-catching boy. Among the 4 semifinalists, aside from himself and Darkrai, there was a man possessing a quasi-elite Pokémon. And then there was the bug-catching boy, Xiao Qiu, who had seemingly stumbled into this position by sheer luck. The strongest Pokémon in Xiao Qiu's arsenal was a Beedrill. And while his opponents were all closely matched in strength, he had secured victories through the narrowest of margins. However, there was no way he could hope to triumph against Xiao Chun tomorrow. As Xiao Chun prepared to conclude his inquiries, the outcome of tomorrow's match altered unexpectedly. The contestant named Xiao Qiu had opted to forfeit, thereby allowing Xiao Chun to advance directly to the finals the day after. This was an unexpected turn of events. Having reached this point, how could his opponent lack the courage to fight even once? Xiao Chun chose not to dwell on it. After all, a day of rest was a welcome respite. Having been irritated by those people today, it was indeed fortuitous that he wouldn't have to witness their faces again tomorrow. After retrieving his Pokémon from Nurse Joy, Xiao Chun left the Pokémon Center. He sought out a restaurant, purchasing some delectable food to bring back for Yulong Tiantian, who must have grown weary of the monotonous fare provided at her current residence. It was time for a change in flavor. The thought of Yulong Tiantian's adorable little face dispelled any lingering frustration from his mind. As Xiao Chun exited the restaurant, carrying the food he had procured for Yulong Tiantian, he encountered a familiar figure approaching him. Xiao Qiu. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chun recalled that this was indeed the boy who was supposed to be his opponent. Each contestant had a headshot, and he had seen Xiao Qiu's face while reviewing his information. Hello, do we know each other? Xiao Qiu responded politely. albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. I'm Xiao Chun, your opponent for tomorrow. He introduced himself. Ah, you're Xiao Chun. I apologize. But I've decided to forfeit the match tomorrow, Xiao Qiu explained, assuming Xiao Chun was unaware of his decision. I just learned of your forfeiture. But I'm curious, having made it this far, why not choose to fight with all your might one last time instead of giving up? Xiao Chun expressed his confusion. If it were him, he would fight to the bitter end, regardless of the odds. After all, miracles could happen. Alas, I too wish to continue. But having watched your battles, I recognize that any of your Pokémon possess immense power. Against you, I would be outmatched, even if I fielded all 6 of my Pokémon. I am acutely aware of my own limitations. Reaching the top 4 was a stroke of pure luck. Continuing would serve no purpose, Xiao Qiu replied, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. After all, who did not dream of being a champion? Yet he understood his own strength, and even having reached this point, he could not dare to envision himself as champion. Would you like to hear my story? Xiao Qiu asked earnestly, gazing at Xiao Chun. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Xiao Chun was inclined to listen to the tale of this boy's life. I was born into a relatively affluent family. My parents were engaged in maritime trade, and there was enough wealth in our family to last generations, even if we spent it lavishly every day. I lived a carefree life until I turned 6 years old. I vividly recall that day. It was my birthday, and my entire family was joyously celebrating. However, a band of uninvited guests crashed the festivities. A group of men clad in black invaded our home, killing indiscriminately. Our household guards could not withstand even a single round against them. My father was a trainer of elite caliber, but he and his Pokémon fought valiantly to hold off the leader of the assailants, buying time for my mother and me to escape. Yet, we had not fled far when the black-clad men caught up with us. My mother hid me within the hollow of a tree and confronted the intruders herself. After fruitlessly inquiring about my whereabouts, they cruelly murdered her. I overheard their motives for attacking our family. Can you believe it? They sought to seize our wealth. After that day, I often heard that those who had slain my parents were searching for me, forcing me to live in hiding, adopting a false identity, and fleeing to distant lands, never daring to reveal my true name. I spent all the money I had brought with me from home to buy a new identity, naming myself Xiao Qiu to one day avenge my family. Yet, even now, I remain unaware of the identities of those who invaded my home. Over the years, I've come to terms with my inability to seek vengeance. I believe my parents' spirits would not wish for me to throw my life away. Therefore, I plan to live a good life after the Lilac Conference, leaving thoughts of revenge behind. As Xiao Qiu recounted his tale, tears streamed down his face. I'm sorry to have brought up such painful memories, Xiao Qin remarked, astonished to learn of the tragic events that had befallen this young man. No worries. I must express my gratitude for your willingness to be my confidant. Voicing my thoughts has indeed provided me with considerable relief. Xiao Qiu bowed to Xiaoqing before turning to leave. As Xiaoqing watched Xiao Qiu's retreating figure, he suddenly recalled that he had brought some food for Yulong Tiantian, only to find it had already gone cold. With a sigh of resignation, Xiaoqing returned to the restaurant to purchase another meal. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqing, a figure clad in black was speaking into a communication device, having tracked down the elusive target from years past. Chapter 61, The Soul Collecting Hall. Xiaoji, let us take our leave. Even if you go, he will pay you no heed, remarked Xiaojing, observing Xiaoji hesitating at the doorway of Xiaoqing's room, preparing to knock. But Xiaoji began, only to be interrupted by Xiaojing. Have you not noticed how he has distanced himself from us? There is no need for us to present our warm faces to his cold indifference, Xiaojing retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Sigh. Very well, Xiaoji sighed, reluctantly turning away with Xiaojing. Xiaoji had intended to discuss forthcoming competitions with Xiaoqing, yet he found himself at a loss for words. What should have been an exhilarating Lily of the Valley conference had become the end of the friendship between Xiaoji and Xiaoqing. Furthermore, Xiaoji harbored a secret desire to invite Xiaoqing to continue their travels together after the conference, though he was acutely aware that Xiaoqing would likely decline. Nonetheless, he wished to make the attempt, for he deeply wished to salvage their friendship. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Since he had a free day tomorrow, he intended to fully indulge in relaxation today. As night fell, the sounds of Yulong Tiantian's pleas echoed through the room. The following morning, a knock resounded at Xiaoqing's door. Annoyed, Xiaoqing reluctantly released his embrace of Yulong Tiantian to answer the door, only to find Miss Junsha standing before him. Good day, Miss Junsha. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xiaoqing asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice, for her appearance indicated that matters were not trivial. Mr. Xiaoqing, I require your assistance regarding certain matters. Please accompany me. Miss Junsha gestured invitingly. May I first return to my room to tidy myself? I must also inform Tian Tian, or she shall surely worry, he replied, shaking his head as he adjusted his sleepwear. Very well, but please be prompt. My time is limited, Miss Junsha urged. Returning to his room, Xiaoqing was met with the sight of Yulong Tian Tian, who was peeking shyly from behind the door, her little head appearing adorably naive. Tian Tian, what are you peeking at? Xiaoqing scooped her up and brought her back to bed, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cherubic face. Yet, Yulong Tian Tian was not in high spirits. She had just seen Miss Junsha, who had mentioned taking Xiaoqing away. Where does she intend to take you? She asked, her voice quivering with concern. Fear not, my dear Tian Tian. Simply rest here. I shall return to keep you company as soon as I am finished, Xiaoqing reassured her, gently smoothing her hair. Miss Junsha awaited Xiaoqing's emergence, hastening to lead him to the precinct. Having researched Xiaoqing's background prior to her arrival, she was already aware that he was the grandson of Professor Okido and had provided him with pertinent information. As they journeyed to the precinct, Xiaoqing learned of the grave news. Xiaoqiu had perished. The incident had instilled a sense of unease among all attendees of the Lily of the Valley Conference, prompting the league to postpone the semifinals by 3 days, marking the first delay in the history of the league conference. However, this unexpected turn of events afforded Xiaoqing an extended holiday of 4 days instead of 1. Upon arriving at the precinct, Xiaoqing was directed to a room to provide his statement. Initially, Miss Junsha had regarded Xiaoqing as the prime suspect in the murder case due to his rivalry with Xiaoqiu, whose death could yield direct benefits for Xiaoqing. Furthermore, they had discovered that Xiaoqiu was murdered shortly after conversing with Xiaoqing, leading them to scrutinize him closely. Yet, this assumption was swiftly overturned. As they recognized Xiaoqing's abilities far surpassed those of Xiaoqiu, it would be illogical for Xiaoqing to eliminate an opponent he could easily defeat. Additionally, discrepancies in Xiaoqing's identity emerged, suggesting alterations had been made to conceal his true background. This only deepened the enigma surrounding Xiaoqiu's murder. Recalling Xiaoqiu's recounting of his own past, which was meant to remain confidential, Xiaoqing resolved to share with Miss Junsha everything Xiaoqiu had confided in him the previous day. Miss Junsha was elated to receive this information, as it provided her team with critical leads for their investigation. Mr. Xiaoqing, we are immensely grateful for the information you have provided. However, for your safety, we must ask you to stay in the accommodations we have prepared for you until the case is resolved. Our officers will ensure your protection, she stated before departing. Xiaoqing understood that this arrangement, ostensibly for his safety, was, in fact, a means to keep him nearby while they verified the accuracy of the information he had disclosed. Trapped within the precinct, he lamented that what he had hoped would be a restful few days had devolved into an ordeal of confinement. On the third night of his stay at the police station, an officer brought him alarming news. The individual responsible for Xiaoqiu's murder had been apprehended, and more shockingly, this perpetrator was affiliated with the same organization that had brutally slaughtered Xiaoqiu's family. The murderer belonged to a mysterious group known as the Soul Collecting Hall, infamous for their heinous crimes, including murder and robbery. The same organization had decimated Xiaoqiu's family, having learned of their wealth and subsequently eliminating everyone except Xiaoqiu. They had been relentlessly pursuing him, adhering to their principle of uprooting the grass to eliminate the roots. Tragically, Xiaoqiu had recounted his past to Xiaoqing within earshot of a member of the Soul Collecting Hall, sealing his fate. Xiaoqing mourned for Xiaoqiu, who had seemingly moved past his vendetta, only to fall victim to the Soul Collecting Hall's malice. However, hope flickered as Miss Junsha had dispatched a team to the Soul Collecting Hall's headquarters, intent on dismantling this nefarious organization. Just half an hour prior, Miss Junsha had reported that all members of the Soul Collecting Hall had been subdued, save for the leader. This news alleviated the tension among the officers, who had been working tirelessly on the case. Suddenly, amid their light-hearted banter, an explosion echoed nearby. As the officers prepared to investigate, one stumbled in, clutching his wounded arm. Ignoring his injuries, he gasped, pointing towards the door. The Soul Collecting Hall's leader has come to attack. Chapter 62, The Mad Sky. With that, another explosion erupted outside. How dare you threaten the Soul Collecting Hall? Today, I, Quang Tian, shall obliterate your precinct and send it to the grave alongside the Soul Collecting Hall. A coarse yet commanding voice reverberated through the air. Several officers exchanged glances, releasing their Pokémon as they ventured outside, determined to teach the intruder a lesson. For their adversary had already reached their doorstep. Xiao Chun, observing the departing officers, understood their futile endeavor. They were merely going to deliver a meal. Previously, Xiao Qiu had mentioned that even his father, a master of the champion level, could only barely withstand the threat, and with the passage of years, Who could ascertain the true strength of the Soul Gathering Hall's leader? Soon, Xiao Chen's suspicions were confirmed as the officers and their Pokémon were swiftly overpowered and sent back. A resounding crash echoed as an entire wall collapsed before Xiao Chen, narrowly avoiding injury by evading the falling debris. Following this calamity, a burly man strode in with heavy steps, accompanied by a robust Nidoking. Pokémon, Nidoking. Level, 75, near champion level. Abilities, Vital Spirit. Moves, Giga Impact, Poison Jab. Upon witnessing the prowess of Nidoking, the tension within Xiao Chen dissipated. He felt confident he could manage this formidable opponent. As the man entered, the officers promptly took refuge beneath the table, fearful of being spotted by Kuang Tian. "Hey, are you one of them?" Kuang Tian remarked, noticing Xiao Chen standing still and observing him. I was brought here by them and have been detained for several days," Xiao Chen replied, feeling playful. Boredom had consumed him over the past few days, and he decided it was the perfect opportunity to tease Kuang Tian. Since you were captured by them, you should join my Soul Gathering Hall and help avenge our fallen brothers." Without waiting for Xiao Chen's consent, Kuang Tian dragged him into the Soul Gathering Hall. Xiao Chen found the situation amusing. Although Kuang Tian's name sounded imposing, he appeared somewhat foolish. "Do you have a Pokémon? Avenge our brothers requires strength," Kuang Tian inquired, recalling Xiao Chen's abilities. "Oh, I do have some Pokémon," Xiao Chen responded, tossing a Pokeball in his hand. "Let me see them," Kuang Tian exclaimed with excitement. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate," Xiao Chen declared as he released his Garchomp. Garchomp let out a mighty roar that caused Kuang Tian's Nidoking to instinctively take a step back. Xiao Chen's Garchomp had recently ascended to champion level following a battle with Ash's Pikachu. "Is that a near-legendary Garchomp?" Kuang Tian gawked in awe. "Ahem. Since you possess such a powerful Pokémon, you shall henceforth be my vice leader, second only to me in the Soul Gathering Hall," Kuang Tian stated, seemingly regaining his composure after a fit of excitement. Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Kuang Tian's abrupt shift from vengeance to casual conversation while the officers remained cowering beneath the table. "I have little interest in being a vice leader, however, you." Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on Kuang Tian. "What do you want?" "I'm your leader," Kuang Tian stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine as he recognized the audacity of being intimidated by a mere boy. "Might I respectfully ask you to sit in the station for a while?" Xiao Chen asked with a grin. "Sitting in the station?" Kuang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Before he could process the situation, Xiao Chen swiftly clamped handcuffs onto his wrists while he was distracted. "Are you in cahoots with them?" Kuang Tian finally reacted. "No, I am not allied with them," Xiao Chen teased. "If you aren't, then what are you doing?" Kuang Tian raised his cuffed hands. "I am not with them. But I certainly have ties to your Soul Gathering Hall," Xiao Chen replied coolly. "Do you mean to say you are one of us?" Kuang Tian's expression shifted as he realized Xiao Chen was joking. "I misspoke. It is more accurate to say I have connections to your hall's downfall. Without the information I provided, your hall would not have been extinguished in such a short time." Kuang Tian's smile vanished upon hearing this. "Are you implying that my Soul Gathering Hall fell because of you?" He seethed through gritted teeth. "Not entirely, but you ought to know that your hall is no more. And now even you are captured," Xiao Chen remarked, pointing at the handcuffs with a teasing smirk. "You're courting death. Nidoking, eliminate this brat," Kuang Tian bellowed in fury. Yet, to his shock, Nidoking did not respond. When he turned around, he discovered Nidoking had collapsed, incapacitated by a surprise attack from Garchomp while it was unguarded. "Hey, are you officers or am I?" Xiao Chen kicked the table in frustration, having noted the officers still hiding beneath it since Kuang Tian's entrance. At last, the officers emerged, astonished that this young man had effortlessly subdued their formidable adversary, the leader of the Soul Gathering Hall. "I leave this fellow in your care. Inform Miss Junsha upon her return." "I shall take my leave now," Xiao Chen remarked, gesturing toward the struggling Kuang Tian on the floor. Without lingering further, he departed toward his residence, realizing it was already past midnight and he needed rest. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Chen refrained from turning on the lights. As he approached the bed, he noticed the drowsy Yulong Tian sweet and felt a mischievous urge to play. He reached out and pinched her petite nose. Initially unresponsive, her head began to sway slightly, and her eyelashes fluttered as if she were awakening. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his hand, and Yulong Tian sweet inhaled deeply, returning to her slumber. Just as Xiao Chen contemplated teasing her again, he failed to notice a hand approaching his face. Smack! A resounding slap echoed throughout the room. Chapter 63, Xiao Chen vs. Darkrai. Startled by the noise, Yulong Tian sweet awoke, quickly turning on the lights. Upon seeing Xiao Chen standing at the foot of her bed, she sighed in relief. "Brother Xiao Chen, you're back," she exclaimed with joy. Xiao Chen remained silent, merely covering his face. Yulong Tian Sweet noticed something amiss and gently moved his hand to reveal a clear handprint on his cheek. "Brother Xiao Chun, what happened? Who did this?" she asked, her voice tinged with rare indignation. Xiao Chun continued to remain silent, merely gazing at her. "Brother Xiao Chun." As Yulong Tian noticed Xiao Chun gazing at her in a daze, she called out to him once more. Xiao Chun slowly lifted Yulong Tian's hand and placed it upon his face, where it perfectly aligned with the imprint of her palm. "Ah, I'm so sorry. Brother Xiao Chun," Yulong Tian exclaimed, realizing what had transpired, connecting the tingling sensation in her hand with the mark on Xiao Chun's face. It was evident that in her slumber, she had inadvertently struck him. Observing Yulong Tian's flustered demeanor as she clutched his hand, Xiao Chun decided not to tease her any further, instead lifting her into his embrace as they settled down for the night. The highly anticipated finals of the Lilac Conference were imminent, featuring the competitors from Kanto's Jinshin Town, Xiao Chun, and the formidable Dak Duo, who possessed the nightmarish Pokémon, Darkrai. As the contestants took the stage, the audience erupted with excitement. After several days of intense battles, the champion of the Lilac Conference was about to be determined, and the cheers of the crowd were deafening. Xiao Chun stepped onto the battlefield, followed by Dak Duo, who approached with his hands casually tucked in his pockets. "Xiao Chun, I have observed your previous battles. Your skills are quite impressive," Dak Duo remarked. "But your prowess is also formidable, Mr. Dak Duo." The two engaged in a brief exchange of compliments before preparing for the match. With the referee's signal, the final showdown commenced. "It's your turn," Xiao Chun declared as he tossed a Pokeball, summoning his first Pokemon, Electivire. "Now, it's time for you to make your entrance," Dak Duo responded, releasing Darkrai as his first Pokemon. Pokemon, Darkrai level, 67, elite level, ability, Bad Dreams moves, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse. Xiao Chun was not surprised by Darkrai's level. After all, it had been defeated by his Lizard King, which indicated a certain limitation in its strength. "Electivire, you may take the lead," Dak Duo stated dismissively, as though he did not regard Electivire as a threat. "Humph, I'll show you what I can do," Xiao Chun thought, determined to curb Dak Duo's overconfidence. "Electivire, unleash thunder," commanded Xiao Chun. Electivire swung its arms, hurling a massive bolt of lightning toward Darkrai. "Darkrai, evade and counter with Ice Beam," Dak Duo instructed, as Darkrai deftly dodged Electivire's attack and retaliated with an Ice Beam. "Electivire, use Protect," Xiao Chun countered, and a shimmering shield rose before Electivire, blocking Darkrai's assault. "Now, Electivire, use Thunder," Xiao Chun called out again. Electivire unleashed another bolt of lightning, striking Darkrai directly, causing it to stagger back, clearly affected by the attack. "Curse it, Darkrai. Retaliate with Dark Pulse," Dak Duo shouted, realizing that his opponent was not to be underestimated. After successfully defending against Darkrai's strike, Electivire launched a powerful Thunder Punch at Darkrai. Xiao Chun remained unfazed by Dak Duo's aggression, a smile creeping onto his face as he noticed Dak Duo's increasing anxiety. Prior to the match, Electivire had reached level 70, officially entering the realm of a near champion. Darkrai's assault was thwarted once more, and it was met with another hit from Electivire. "Unacceptable," Dak Duo seethed, witnessing Darkrai being dominated. "Don't give it a moment to breathe. Electivire, use Thunder." With Darkrai wavering, Xiao Chun was determined to secure victory. However, Dak Duo suddenly recalled Darkrai, declaring, "Your strength is impressive, I must admit, but this is where your performance ends." With a swift motion, Dak Duo threw another Pokeball forward. A chilling wind swept across the arena, revealing a striking, blue, deer-like Pokemon. "This is Suicune." Xiao Chun's smile evaporated instantly, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Pokemon, Suicune level, 95, near master level. Ability, Pressure moves, Water Pulse, Ice Beam. Xiao Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dak Duo possessing a Suicune of such caliber. The audience erupted in exhilaration, for Suicune was a legendary Pokemon that many would never have the chance to witness in their lifetime. "Electivire, quickly use Thunder," Xiao Chun commanded. Aware that with Suicune in play, he was at a distinct disadvantage. He hoped to wear down Suicune's stamina while Electivire held the type advantage. Yet the Thunder attack barely fazed Suicune. "Futile. In the face of absolute strength, all your efforts are in vain," Dak Duo remarked with a wicked smile. "Electivire, use Thunder Punch." Xiao Chun remained undaunted, determined to land a blow on Suicune. Electivire's Thunder Punch struck Suicune, electric currents enveloping the majestic creature, yet Suicune remained unfazed, staring intently at its adversary. "You've made several attempts. Now it's my turn," Dak Duo stated, as Suicune locked its gaze on Electivire, sending a chill down Xiao Chun's spine. Electivire, retreat. Xiao Chun yelled, and Electivire complied, swiftly backing away. Trying to escape? Too late. Suicune, unleash Water Pulse. With that, Suicune expelled a massive sphere of water toward the retreating Electivire. Boom. The Water Pulse struck Electivire, who collapsed helplessly to the ground. Electivire is unable to battle. Suicune is the victor. Please send out your next Pokémon. Xiao Chun, the referee announced. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, not merely due to the one-sided battle, but because of the awe-inspiring presence of Suicune. It's your turn now, Xiao Chun declared as he summoned his second Pokémon, Lucario. Despite Lucario's enthusiasm, Xiao Chun remained cautious. After all, this was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and a single misstep could lead to defeat. Chapter 64, A Beating from Suicune. Lucario, use Bone Rush. As Dactywo remained silent, Xiao Chun decided to take the initiative. Lucario charged at Suicune, wielding a bone in each hand. Suicune, use Water Pulse. Dactywo commanded, allowing Suicune to unleash the Water Pulse to terminate Xiao Chun's remaining Pokémon. Lucario, block Water Pulse with your bone. Realizing that Lucario could not evade the impending Water Pulse, Xiao Chun instructed Lucario to intercept the attack. Boom. The Water Pulse collided with the bone, resulting in an explosion. Once the dust settled, Lucario lay on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Lucario is unable to fight. Suicune is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon, Xiao Chun, the referee proclaimed. Another decisive blow. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they witnessed a familiar spectacle. It was undoubtedly a thrilling moment. Although Xiao Chun felt a twinge of helplessness regarding Shui Jun's formidable power, he resolved to persevere in the battle. Xiao Chun's third Pokémon was Metagross. As soon as Metagross emerged onto the battlefield, it let out a fierce roar directed at Shui Jun. Despite sensing the overwhelming aura of its opponent, Metagross stood undaunted. Even in the face of a powerful adversary, one must possess the courage to wield their sword against them. Observing Metagross's unwavering spirit, Xiao Chun couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. His Pokémon showed no signs of fear, yet he, the trainer, had faltered first. How unbecoming. Very well, Metagross. Use Meteor Beam. Xiao Chun shouted with fervor. Tidal Wave, Shui Jun, unleash Water Pulse. Dactywo merely commanded Shui Jun to execute its Water Pulse attack. The Water Pulse collided with the Meteor Beam midair, swiftly dispersing the latter before continuing its trajectory toward Metagross. Metagross, use Protect. Xiao Chun yelled, fully aware that if Metagross failed to withstand this blow, it would likely succumb to the same fate as his previous companions. Boom. Metagross successfully activated Protect, absorbing the hit. But its stamina was critically diminished. Metagross, it's time for you to return, Xiao Chun said, retrieving Metagross into its Pokeball, but Metagross shook its head defiantly, refusing to yield. The determination in Metagross's eyes made Xiao Chun's heart ache. Metagross, give it your all, and use Hyper Beam. Xiao Chun recognized that Metagross aimed to deplete Shui Jun's energy for the sake of its comrades. Against all odds, it managed to withstand Shui Jun's attack. But it was only a matter of time before the next Water Pulse would come. Dactywo was somewhat taken aback that Metagross could endure a blow from Shui Jun. But he dismissed the thought. Shui Jun howled into the sky, summoning another water ball to strike Metagross. Boom. Ultimately, Metagross could not withstand the onslaught and collapsed, losing its fighting capability. With Metagross defeated, Shui Jun emerged victorious. As Xiao Chun's three Pokémon have all been incapacitated, the battlefield will now transition to the grass terrain. Both competitors, please prepare, the referee announced. Seizing this opportunity during the terrain change, Xiao Chun pondered strategies to counter Shui Jun, but no matter how he racked his brain, he could not conceive a means to vanquish a pseudomaster-level Shui Jun. At that moment, he recalled a phrase from his mentor, stating that in the face of absolute strength, any strategy becomes futile. Xiao Chun let out a resigned smile. The terrain was now ready, and the referee's voice broke through Xiao Chun's contemplation, drawing his attention back to the battlefield. It's time for Slash Commander. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun sent out Slash Commander to face the challenge. Slash Commander, use Soundwave. Taking the initiative, Xiao Chun launched the first attack. Shui Jun, however, regarded the Soundwave with indifference, as it posed no threat whatsoever. Slash Commander, use Fury Cutter. Slash Commander advanced, wielding its blades to slash at Shui Jun. Shui Jun, use Double Kick, Dactywo calmly instructed. Shui Jun lifted its hooves and landed a kick on Slash Commander, sending it flying. Slash Commander soared through the air, only managing to halt its backward momentum by embedding its blades into the ground. Damn it! Xiao Chun clenched his fists, watching Shui Jun remain unscathed after multiple encounters. The appearance of this Shui Jun had shattered all his previous preparations. Now, not only was winning the championship a distant dream, but even defeating Shui Jun before him seemed an insurmountable task. Shui Jun, finish it with Water Pulse. Dak Duo, seemingly bored, initiated the next assault. Boom. As expected, Slash Commander succumbed, losing its fighting capability. With Slash Commander incapacitated, Shui Jun claims victory. Please, Xiao Chun, send out your next Pokémon for battle, the referee declared. Sighing deeply, Xiao Chun felt the stark gap in strength, realizing he was utterly powerless. Now it's up to you, he said, throwing out another Pokeball, revealing his fifth Pokémon, Charizard. Roar. As Charizard entered the fray, it unleashed a massive fireball from its mouth. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Xiao Chun decided to maintain the offensive. Charizard lifted its mighty maw, spewing forth a torrent of flames. Yet, Shui Jun stood unfazed, absorbing the fiery assault as if it posed no harm. You're already at a disadvantage. And with the type mismatch, victory is even more unattainable, Dak Duo remarked coolly. Damn it. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun refused to be disheartened. He was determined to at least inflict some damage. Overestimating your abilities, Shui Jun, continue with Water Pulse. Dak Duo observed Charizard charging toward Shui Jun with disdain. The Water Pulse collided with the advancing Charizard, sending it hurtling backward. While it did not lose its fighting capability outright, it was significantly weakened. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun shouted, knowing full well the odds, but still wanting to try. Shui Jun, use Water Pulse. Dak Duo commanded, watching the oncoming Charizard. Charizard made a valiant effort. Despite being struck by Shui Jun's Water Pulse, it managed to land a blow with its Dragon Claw on Shui Jun. Charizard was sent flying, collapsing onto the battlefield. Charizard has lost its fighting capability. Shui Jun wins again. Please, Xiao Chun, send out your next Pokémon for battle, the referee announced. Xiao Chun recalled Charizard, glancing at Dak Duo, whose confident demeanor stirred a sense of unease within him. He had once exuded that same confidence, but now, at that moment, he felt a slight tremor from the Pokeball at his waist. It was Garchomp, and even through the Pokeball, Xiao Chun could sense its fighting spirit. Indeed, if Garchomp hasn't given up, how can I afford to surrender? Xiao Chun resolved, retrieving Garchomp's Pokeball and hurling it with determination. Garchomp, it's your turn. Chapter 65, Mega Garchomp. Garchomp emerged, not immediately focusing on its adversary Shui Jun, but rather on Xiao Chun. They exchanged a silent understanding, both recognizing the significance of their bond. Xiao Chun lifted the cover of his wristwatch, revealing a radiant, multicolored gem that shimmered with mysterious patterns. Unbeknownst to many, an identical stone appeared on an unnoticed earring adorning Garchomp's ear. The spectators watched in bewilderment as this duo of trainer and Pokémon engaged in an inexplicable ritual. Some even speculated that Xiao Chun had lost his wits. Even the referee and Dak Duo were perplexed by this display. Hey, what are you doing? If you're going to concede, just admit it already and stop wasting time. Dak Duo assumed that Xiao Chun, recognizing his defeat, was merely attempting to garner attention with a theatrical display. He held such disdain for this kind of behavior, which left him feeling rather displeased. Respond to me, Garchomp. Mega Evolve. Xiao Chun raised his wrist high, shouting at the Mega Sharpedo, Mega Sharpedo. The Mega Sharpedo let out a thunderous roar, and beams of light erupted from the gems adorning its earrings. When combined with the dazzling radiance from Xiao Chun's own gem, the form of Mega Sharpedo underwent a remarkable transformation, its body expanding in size. Soon, a more imposing and formidable Mega Sharpedo emerged onto the battlefield. Indeed, it was now referred to as Super Mega Sharpedo. This was Xiao Chun's first experience with Mega Evolution, and he had not anticipated such a seamless success. What has happened to Mega Sharpedo? The surrounding spectators erupted in a cacophony of discussions. Not only the audience, but even the seasoned judges and hosts had never witnessed such an astonishing sight. What exactly is that gem you have given to Mega Sharpedo? Dak Duo observed with furrowed brows. He could distinctly sense a surge in Mega Sharpedo's power, understanding that it was undoubtedly linked to the gem worn by Xiao Chun and Mega Sharpedo. Pokémon, Super Mega Sharpedo. Level, 87, Champion Class, Temporary. Ability, Rough Skin. Skills, Draco Meteor, Dragon Dive. Xiao Chun gazed at Super Mega Sharpedo with exhilaration. The Mega Stone he had implored Professor Oak to acquire had finally proven its worth. This special evolution method from the Kalos region allowed Pokémon to undergo Mega Evolution using a Mega Stone and a Keystone. As Xiao Chun explained this Mega Evolution to the onlookers, their eyes sparkled with fervor. After all, this was an opportunity for Pokémon to evolve once more. Who wouldn't desire such a boon? However, This evolution was not permanent and could only be sustained for a limited duration, causing a slight wave of disappointment among the crowd. Nevertheless, the prospect of temporarily enhancing their strength ignited aspirations among many to venture to Kalos in search of megastones. But even with mega evolution, can you defeat Suicune? Dacto, observing Xiao Chen's Mega Sharpedo stealing the spotlight, felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Suicune was meant to be the star of the show. We'll find out. Mega Sharpedo, unleash Flamethrower. With Super Mega Sharpedo at his side, Xiao Chun was undeterred by the presence of Suicune. He was ready for battle. Suicune withstood the attack. Dacto remained skeptical, dismissing the power of mere Mega Evolution. Flamethrower struck Suicune, causing it to falter slightly. It had sustained injury. If it can take hits, let it take a few more. Mega Sharpedo, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen's hands formed into claw shapes, synchronizing his movements with Mega Sharpedo. Suicune used Protect, and Dacto, wary of letting Suicune absorb any more damage, realized that it could not withstand much more. Mega Sharpedo's Dragon Claw was thwarted by Suicune's Protect, halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Dacto commanded Suicune to unleash Water Pulse. Mega Sharpedo, counter with Dragon Tail. Xiao Chun, undaunted, instructed Mega Sharpedo to retaliate against the approaching Water Pulse. Suicune attempted to use Dazzling Gleam, but Dacto, seeing one attack fail, planned another. Don't let it find an opening. Mega Sharpedo, strike back with Dragon Rage. Xiao Chun was equally proactive, launching an offensive in response to Dacto's consecutive attacks. The collision of their respective skills resulted in a resounding explosion, sending both Pokémon reeling back from the shockwave. Suicune, Water Pulse. Dacto commanded. Mega Sharpedo, unleash Dragon Rage. Both trainers issued their commands in unison, and the clash of their Pokémon's abilities erupted in a dazzling display, transforming Suicune's Water Pulse into a cascade of droplets, causing a gentle rain to fall upon the battlefield. Xiao Chun extended his hand to catch a few falling droplets, feeling a refreshing sensation that ignited his fighting spirit. This is the exhilarating battle I have always yearned for, he exclaimed. Mega Sharpedo, use Dragon Claw, he shouted, resolute in his determination to not retreat. Suicune, use Double Kick. Dacto, equally determined, urged Suicune to respond. The clash of Mega Sharpedo's Dragon Claw against Suicune's back did not deter Suicune, which retaliated with Double Kick. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, neither yielding to the other. After another fierce exchange, both Mega Sharpedo and Suicune retreated, visibly fatigued. It seemed the time had come to determine the victor. Xiao Chun looked up at Dacto, only to find Dacto gazing back at him. They exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's intentions. Final strike, Mega Sharpedo. Use Dragon Dive. Xiao Chun bellowed, signaling their most powerful move. Suicune, use Hydro Pump. Dacto commanded, as he observed the impending assault of Mega Sharpedo. The two figures collided with a resounding crash, generating an immense wave of energy that uprooted the grass on the battlefield and sent it scattering in all directions. The resulting explosion engulfed both Pokémon in a blinding light. Mega Sharpedo, Suicune, Xiao Chun and Dacto shouted in unison, but the silence that followed offered no response from their Pokémon. After a moment, the silhouettes of both Pokémon emerged, battered and panting heavily. The outcome would now depend on whose willpower would endure the longest. As both Xiao Chun and Dacto, along with the surrounding audience, held their breath, fixated on the battlefield, only the labored breaths of the two Pokémon filled the air. With a resounding crash, one of them faltered first. Chapter 66, The Lily of the Valley Conference concludes. Mega Sharpedo was unable to continue battling, earning Suicune the victory. Thus, the ultimate champion of the Lily of the Valley Conference was declared to be our contestant Dacto. Let us extend our congratulations to him. The judge stepped onto the stage to announce the final result of the battle. In this fierce confrontation, Suicune emerged victorious, and the once mighty Mega Sharpedo returned to its original form. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. This was undoubtedly the most intense battle they had ever witnessed. Both the legendary Suicune and Super Mega Sharpedo were unlike anything they had encountered before. Did I really lose? Xiao Chun felt a pang of disappointment, unable to accept that he had not even managed to defeat one of Dacto's Pokémon. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace. After all, considering his own capabilities, it was commendable to have faced a Suicune at such a level. As the audience's attention remained fixed on Dacto and Suicune, Xiao Chun quietly exited the venue. Despite his attempts to console himself, the defeat weighed heavily on him, for he had firmly believed the championship was within his grasp. Just as he reached the venue's exit, a figure interrupted his contemplative state. Xiao Chun, brother. It was the spirited Yulong Tian Tian, who called out excitedly, running to embrace him. Yulong Tiantian was well aware that Xiao Chun was competing in the finals today, and throughout the entire match, she fervently supported him from the audience. Xiao Chun, in a spontaneous gesture, wrapped his arms around Yulong Tiantian, finding solace in her presence, which seemed to alleviate even his worst moods. Not far from them stood 3 young individuals. Xiao Ji, Xiao Gang. Let us go, Xiao Guang remarked to her companions as she observed Xiao Chun embracing Yulong Tiantian. She had just witnessed the entirety of Xiao Chen's match, intending to console him after a potential loss, but it was clear that her comfort was no longer necessary. Noticing the lack of response from her companions, Xiao Guang turned and departed alone. Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang exchanged glances of resignation before reluctantly following her. At the venue of the Bellflower Conference, Miss Julan, the champion of the Shino League, personally presented the championship trophy to Dakdu, the victor of the Bellflower Conference. Amidst the envious gazes of numerous participants, Dakdu accepted the trophy, heralding the official conclusion of the event. After the closing ceremony of the Bellflower Conference, Xiao Chun, with his travel bag slung over his shoulder and Yulong Tiantian by his side, proceeded to check out, as the conference had come to an end, and he planned to return to Masera Town with her. Once the checkout was complete, Xiao Chun took Yulong Tiantian's hand and walked outside, where they encountered Dakdu approaching them. Xiao Chun, are you preparing to leave? Dakdu inquired, observing the hand-holding between Xiao Chun and Yulong Tiantian. Yes, we intend to return to my hometown, Xiao Chun replied, a smile gracing his face as he held Yulong Tiantian's hand. Wishing you both happiness, I look forward to our next battle. Dakdu expressed his best wishes. Thank you. And I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Xiao Chun replied before parting ways with Dakdu. Xiao Chun felt a growing urgency to return to Masera Town, concerned about Shigeru's situation, of which he was still unaware. Yulong Tiantian, where are you headed? A raspy voice called out, halting Xiao Chun and Yulong Tiantian in their tracks. Turning around, Xiao Chun saw an elderly woman with a hunched back. Who are you? He asked, noticing that the old woman seemed to recognize Yulong Tiantian. Yulong Tiantian froze, unable to meet the old woman's gaze. You may not know me, but the young lady beside you is quite familiar with me, the old woman said, smiling at Yulong Tiantian. Sweetie? Xiao Chun looked quizzically at Yulong Tiantian, unsure of the old woman's words. Grandma. Yulong Tiantian stepped closer to the old woman, addressing her. Grandma. Xiao Chun was taken aback by Yulong Tiantian's response, realizing that the old woman was indeed her grandmother. Now that you know I am your grandmother, why didn't you say a word to me when you left with your little sweetheart? The old woman teased Yulong Tiantian. Yulong Tiantian stood there, clutching her hands, speechless. Sweetie. Grandma here, I am Daiki Chun, but you can call me Xiao Chun. He introduced himself nervously upon learning that the elderly woman was Yulong Tiantian's grandmother. I am Yulong Tiantian's grandmother, Yulong Mako. Daiki Chun. I've heard of you. You are the grandson of Professor Okido, the one who had several run-ins with my Yulong clan. You certainly managed to provoke Wataru quite a bit. Yulong Mako commented with a smile. Xiao Chun could only chuckle awkwardly, as Yulong Mako's words were indeed the truth. Young man, I see you are both carrying luggage. Are you planning to take my granddaughter Sweetie away? Yulong Mako's eyes glinted with a keen interest as she scrutinized Xiao Chun, feeling a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Xiao Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. I intend to take Sweetie back to Masera Town, he mumbled, unable to meet Yulong Mako's eyes. Oh. You plan to take my granddaughter to Masera Town? What do you intend to do there without my knowledge? Is it truly appropriate for you to take her home like this? Yulong Mako's tone suddenly turned frosty. Xiao Chun stammered, unsure how to respond. Forget about taking her to Masera Town. Today, I'm taking her back to the Yulong clan, Yulong Mako abruptly declared. Her words left both Xiao Chun and Yulong Tiantian in shock. No, I don't want to go. I want to stay with brother Xiao Chun in Masera Town. Yulong Tiantian exclaimed, stepping forward before Xiao Chun could say anything. Sweetie, have you learned to speak back to Grandma now? Yulong Mako was taken aback by her usually timid granddaughter standing up for a man. Even if you are his grandmother, I will not allow you to take her away against her will, Xiao Chun stated firmly, exchanging glances with Yulong Tiantian before confronting Yulong Mako directly. And if she is unwilling, what then? Can you truly protect her? Yulong Mako's tone sharpened. I can, Xiao Chun declared resolutely. Yulong Mako remained silent for a moment before throwing a Pokeball into the air, summoning a Dragonite. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 89, Champion level. Ability, Inner Focus. Skills, Draco Meteor. Ice Punch. Given my status within the Yulong clan, you claim you can protect Sweetie? What do you have to back that up? Yulong Mako inquired, as Dragonite unleashed a pressure that bore down on Xiao Chun. Chapter 67, Yulong Tiantian's Departure. Xiaoqin felt himself being pushed back by the pressure emanating from Dragonite. Grandma, what are you doing? Yulong Tiantian stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaoqin. Seeing Yulong Tiantian shield Xiaoqin, Yulong Mako hastily commanded Dragonite to retract its pressure. Are you going to hide behind a woman? Yulong Mako glared at Xiaoqin, but could not advance further with her granddaughter in the way. If you dare to harm Xiaoqin, I will never forgive you, Yulong Tiantian declared, standing her ground once more. Yulong Mako found herself at a loss, for this was her cherished granddaughter, raised by her since her parents had passed away when she was young. Young man, what must I do for Sweetie to come with me? Yulong Mako presumed that Xiaoqin had somehow influenced her granddaughter into defying her. Grandma, it's not about what I can do. As long as Sweetie wishes to come with you, I won't obstruct her, Xiaoqin replied, yielding the choice to Yulong Tiantian in light of Yulong Mako's insistence. I won't go? Yulong Tiantian shook her head firmly, expressing her determination not to leave. Sighing, Yulong Mako gestured for Yulong Tiantian to step aside with her for a private conversation. Yulong Tiantian glanced back at Xiaoqin, who nodded in encouragement. Before she walked over to Yulong Mako, Xiaoqin stood rooted in place, uncertain of what to do as he watched the two move aside. Grandma, what are we doing here? Yulong Tiantian asked once her grandmother had come to a halt. Sweet Tiant, your ability to find someone who treats you well would indeed bring great joy to your grandmother. However, do you understand why I cannot allow you to accompany that young man and instead insist on taking you back to our Yulong clan? Naturally, Yulong Jinzi can discern from her granddaughter's demeanor that the young man cares for her, for she has never witnessed her granddaughter in such a state. Why, you might ask? Sweet Tian herself is equally curious about her grandmother's motives for taking her away. The reason lies in the troubles that have befallen that young man's family. Upon his return, he may struggle even to ensure his own safety. Yulong Jinzi gazes at Sweet Tian as she speaks. How could this be? Shinjuku Town is his home. And with Professor Okito present, how could anything possibly happen to him? Sweet Tian expresses her disbelief, suspecting her grandmother is merely using this as an excuse to bring her home. Believe it or not, while I am with you, there may be little danger, but that young man remains unaware of this. The choice is yours to make. Yulong Jinzi does not intend to elaborate further. This matter has been directly orchestrated by Yulong Du, and she cannot intervene. Her only course of action is to take her granddaughter away for her protection. Very well. I shall return with you, but I must first bid farewell to brother Xiaoqing. Sweet Tian reluctantly concedes, fearing she might endanger Xiaoqing. Go ahead, but do not divulge our conversation to him. It would not benefit him. Yulong Jinzi breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing her granddaughter's agreement to return. For had Sweet Tian insisted on staying, the situation would have posed a significant challenge. As Sweet Tian rushes back, her beloved Xiaoqing greets her with a smile. Tian, you're back, he exclaims with excitement, taking her hand in his. Brother Xiaoqing, I have come to say goodbye. Sweet Tian gazes at him with tear-filled eyes, her heart aching at the thought of parting from her beloved. Yet she understands the necessity of not letting her presence jeopardize his safety. Have you decided to leave with your grandmother? Xiaoqing struggles to comprehend the situation. Yes, I have made my decision. I cannot allow my presence to affect you. Sweet Tian's voice trembles with emotion. What influence could you possibly have on me? Tian, has your grandmother spoken to you about something? Do not take it lightly. Xiaoqing exclaims, his agitation manifesting as he paces anxiously. Sweet Tian remains silent, embracing Xiaoqing tightly, shaking her head repeatedly as tears cascade down her cheeks. Xiaoqing, engulfed by his anger, gradually calms and wraps his arms around Sweet Tian, burying his face in her soft, pink hair. Your grandmother is right. At this moment, I cannot protect you. Go with her, and when I become stronger, I will come to find you. Xiaoqing states resolutely, aware that Yulong Jinzi must possess knowledge of certain dangers, compelling her to hastily take Sweet Tian away. After all, had Sweet Tian not followed him all this time, why would she not intervene? Xiaoqing surmises that this matter is undoubtedly connected to his return to Shinjuku Town, yet he does not intend to pry further into Yulong Jinzi's silence. I will wait for you, Sweet Tian replies, lifting her gaze to meet his. Their eyes lock, and they share a heartfelt kiss. Ahem, Yulong Jinzi clears her throat, interrupting the moment. The two pull away, feeling shy, with Sweet Tian lowering her gaze. Unable to meet her grandmother's eyes, Yulong Jinzi observes their demeanor with an exasperated expression, thinking, you two were just so brazen before me, and now you appear like this. How am I to process witnessing such behavior at my age? Come now, Tian. Yulong Jinzi summons the fast dragon, signaling for Sweet Tian to mount it. Brother Xiaoqing, I must take my leave. Sweet Tian looks back at Xiaoqing with reluctance. Yes, go ahead, he replies, gazing at her intently. You must promise to seek me out. Sweet Tyant implores, fearing he may never return. I promise, no matter what happens, I will come for you, Xiaoqing assures her firmly. Fast dragon, let us depart. Yulongzhenzi, unable to bear the lingering scene any longer, commands the dragon to take flight. As the fast dragon ascends, Sweet Tyant and Xiaoqing maintain their gaze upon one another until they can no longer see each other. In the end, she has truly left. Xiaoqing murmurs to himself, watching Sweet Tyant fade into the distance. As she departs, she whispers a warning to him about potential dangers, though Xiaoqing cannot fully grasp it. Yet he knows to remain vigilant. Soon, however, Xiaoqing dismisses such thoughts, vowing to retrieve Sweet Tyant once he possesses the strength to do so. Who could possibly thwart their reunion when he becomes unrivaled? Aboard a ship, Xiaoqing stands at the stern, gazing upon the tumultuous waves, his heart heavy with unease. What on earth has transpired in Shinjuku town? Why was my grandfather so frantic? What dangers did Sweet Tyant speak of? The answers to these pressing questions elude him. As Xiaoqing approaches the Kanto region, he silently declares, Tyant, I will definitely come for you. Shinjuku town, I have returned. Chapter 68, Trouble in Shinjuku town. After several days of travel, Xiaoqing finally arrives back in Shinjuku town. Yet, the sight that greets him feels alien. The once familiar homes now stand as mere remnants, charred and crumbling, with lingering smoke enveloping the air. What could have possibly occurred? The more he observes, the more his heart races. He has yet to encounter a single intact building. Strangely, there is not a soul in sight. Ordinarily, Shinjuku town bustles with life, yet now it is eerily deserted. Xiaoqing makes his way to the Okido laboratory, only to find it reduced to a few dilapidated walls. As he surveys the scene, a sense of foreboding washes over him. Why has the Okido laboratory fallen into such disarray? Upon entering, he discovers the once orderly laboratory of Professor Okido now lies in utter chaos. The storage room, previously brimming with Pokémon, is utterly empty. Determined, Xiaoqing ventures into the backyard, where the once vast expanse of grass now resembles a battlefield, ravaged and pockmarked. Not a single Pokémon remains. After searching the Okido laboratory for what feels like an eternity, Xiaoqing finds no trace of Professor Okido. Just as he prepares to leave, he spots remnants of uneaten meals on a shattered table. Though the food has cooled, it remains fresh, indicating that someone must have dined here not long ago. Xiaoqing scours the premises once more, yet finds no signs of life. With a heavy heart, he turns towards home, hoping to reunite with his family. He hastens his pace, but what he discovers next exceeds his worst fears. The once towering building has crumbled into a heap of ruins. Stopping in his tracks, Xiaoqing feels lost, unsure of what to do next. Are you Xiaoqing? A voice, slightly aged, calls out from behind him. Grandma Ingzi. As Xiaoqing turned around, he was astonished to find that the newcomer was none other than Granny Ingzi from Shinshin Town. Since Ingzi's grandson is also a Pokémon trainer, she frequently visits Professor Okido at the laboratory to see the Pokémon her grandson has captured, hence Xiaoqing and Ingzi share a certain familiarity. Granny Ingzi. What on earth has transpired in Shinshin Town? Observing Ingzi's disheveled appearance, with her garments caked in mud and her demeanor frail, it was evident she had not eaten for several days. They have all been taken away, all of them. Upon mentioning the events in Shinshin Town, Ingzi trembled violently, her grief spilling over in tears. Xiaoqing, seeing her distress, felt compelled to console her. Granny Ingzi, could you please elaborate on what exactly has occurred in our Shinshin Town? After a moment, as Ingzi's emotions stabilized slightly, Xiaoqing inquired nervously, hoping to avoid unwelcome news. Just 2 days ago, a group of individuals arrived in our Shinshin Town, each riding a yellow dragon-like Pokémon, one that your grandfather, Professor Okido, possesses. Upon entering the town, they began wreaking havoc, their Pokémon breathing fire indiscriminately and capturing anyone they came across. Professor Okido rushed out to intervene, but was intercepted by their leader. In the end, he was no match for them, and both his Pokémon and the villagers of Shinshin Town were taken captive. During their confrontation, I believe I heard the leader mention something about the Yulong clan. After abducting Professor Okido and the villagers, they left some of their members behind to guard our village, as if they were awaiting someone. Now, aside from the trainers traveling outside, only I and one child remain, hidden in my cellar, having narrowly escaped. My poor little grandson as well. Tears flowed freely down Ingzi's cheeks as she recounted her tale. Xiaoqing clenched his fists, deducing the identity of the assailants from her words, the Yulong clan. One day, I shall ensure that the Yulong clan pays dearly for their transgressions. Xiaoqing vowed silently, realizing at last the reason behind Yulong Shenxi's urgency in whisking away Yulong Tiantian. She must have anticipated the Yulong clan's intentions towards Professor Okido. Granny Ingzi, did you not seek assistance? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. Given that the Okido laboratory is situated nearby, there is a police station not far from here. And with such a commotion, they should have dispatched help long ago. Someone did go to the police station to seek aid, only to be turned away by Miss Junsha. Ingzi replied indignantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The Yulong clan was not the only party involved. Shadows that should not have appeared suddenly emerged amidst what should have been a straightforward affair. Though the police station is controlled by the Junsha family, the League still possesses the authority to mobilize them. Given Professor Okido's status as a League researcher, their inaction suggested that the League had tacitly approved of the Yulong clan's actions. As Xiao Chen contemplated this, a wave of helplessness washed over him. In the face of such a colossal entity as the League, he felt like nothing more than a feeble insect. Moreover, he was utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of Professor Okido and the villagers of Shinshin town, leaving him feeling completely powerless. Granny Ingzi, did you not mention that there was still one child who had not been captured? Where is he now? Xiao Chen suddenly recalled Ingzi's earlier mention of another child. Oh, you mean Xiao He? I had intended to venture out to find some food for that child, but I forgot after encountering you. He is in my cellar. Not far from here. I shall take you to him. Ingzi, remembering the child she had neglected, felt a pang of guilt. Having been away for so long, she feared the child might venture out, and if discovered by nefarious individuals, it would spell trouble. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed nearby, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Xiao He, recalling the child still outside, Xiao Chun and Ingzi dared not delay and hurried towards the source of the explosion. At that moment, in front of a dilapidated house in Shinshin town, a young man was gripping a small boy by his collar, laughing boisterously, accompanied by several other young men who joined in his mirth. Ha ha ha, little brat, you thought you could hide so well. Did you come out just to amuse me because you sensed my boredom? The young man regarded the boy as if he were prey, relishing the last moments of his struggle. Let me go? Though the boy was held firmly, he fought desperately to break free. Oh, let go. Very well. The young man hoisted the boy high before releasing him. As the surrounding laughter echoed, the boy shut his eyes tightly. Just as he was about to plummet to the ground, a shadow swooped in to rescue him. Who is it? Chapter 69, The Escape from Shinshin Town. Enraged that his captive had been saved, the young man seethed. The rescued boy slowly opened his eyes, expecting to feel pain, but finding none. Instead, he was greeted by the imposing visage of a Lucario. Lucario. The boy had seen this Pokémon on television, and upon realizing it was his savior, he felt a surge of joy. Who is it? The young man was furious. It is I. At that moment, Xiao Chen stepped into view. Xiao He. Ingzi rushed towards the boy, embracing him tightly. Just as the young man was about to strike Xiao He, Xiao Chen arrived and commanded Lucario to intervene. Dai Mu Chun. The young man spat Xiao Chen's name with venom. You know me? Xiao Chun was perplexed. He had never encountered this individual before. How could he possibly know his name? Know you? You are the reason my brother and grandfather are languishing in a dreadful prison. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would recognize you. You are Yulong Jinnan's grandson? You are Yulong Tian's brother? Upon hearing the young man's words, Xiao Chun recalled the Yulong family. Indeed, I have been waiting here specifically to avenge my grandfather and brother. However, even though you have sent them to the police station, they will be released in no time. Ha ha! The young man burst into laughter. Xiao Chun felt a wave of despair wash over him. What had previously been mere speculation about the League's alliance with the Yulong clan was now confirmed by the young man's words. It was clear that not only the League but several other influential families were likely siding with the Yulong clan. Where have you taken my grandfather? Xiao Chen demanded furiously, still unaware of Professor Okido's whereabouts. Oh, are you referring to Professor Okido? Ha ha, he has been invited to our Yulong clan as a guest. Do not worry. We will treat him well. Ha 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 ha. You, Xiao Chun glared furiously at the young man. Oh, rather than fretting about Professor Okido, perhaps you should be more concerned for yourself. Surrounded by so many of us, you have nowhere to flee. After the young man's taunt, the others around him unleashed their Pokémon. One dragon-type Pokémon after another materialized, encircling Xiao Chun and the others in a menacing formation. You seek death. Xiao Chun endured time and again, yet these ruffians continued to overstep their bounds. He released all his companions from their Pokeballs, and one by one, the Pokémon stood resolutely before him, shielding him from harm. Eliminate them all. Xiao Chen's fury was palpable as he glared at Yulong Di and his entourage. A battle erupted between Xiao Chen's Pokémon and those of Yulong Di, but the latter's lackluster strength swiftly turned the tide in Xiao Chen's favor. Before long, Yulongdi's Pokémon lay defeated on the ground, encircled by Xiao Chen's formidable companions. What do you intend to do? We are members of the Yulong clan. Yulongdi, sensing the precariousness of their situation, hastily invoked the name of his lineage. The Yulong clan, you say? Had you not mentioned your affiliation, I might have spared your lives. But since you insist on flaunting your lineage, your end is inevitable. Xiao Chen's gaze was icy as he regarded Yulongdi and his companions, akin to staring at the dead. Leave no one behind. With that, he turned away, escorting Yingzi and Xiao He from the scene. As Xiao Chen departed, the anguished cries of Yulongdi and his companions echoed behind him. Though his actions were ruthless, Xiao Chen's heart remained as tranquil as still water, as if he had merely extinguished a few insignificant ants. He was not a murderer. But those who dared to provoke him and continued to press their luck were beyond redemption. Soon, all of Xiao Chen's Pokémon returned to him, and he prepared to escort Yingzi and Xiao He away. Stop right there. A voice halted the trio in their tracks. The roar of a motorcycle filled the air as a three-wheeled vehicle came to a stop before them. A woman clad in a blue uniform dismounted, her demeanor imposing. Are you Damuchin? Come with me. Miss Junsha coldly commanded, comparing a photograph to Xiao Chen's visage. Why? Xiao Chen remained rooted, refusing to budge. Why? It is your duty to cooperate with my official duties. Her gaze turned increasingly hostile. Cooperate? There must be a reason. You wish to take me without explanation. How is that official business? Moreover, are you unaware of what transpired in Jinshin Town? Previously, when Jinshin Town sought your assistance, you dismissed them. Now, with the town in such disarray, where is your investigation? Have you donated your eyes to those in greater need? As public servants, do you truly hold the populace in your hearts? Have you become the pawns of unscrupulous elements for your own gain? Xiao Chen's fearless words flowed forth. What a sharp-tongued brat. It seems I must take matters into my own hands to make you submit. A glimmer of malice flickered in Junsha's eyes as her Houndoom glared menacingly at Xiao Chen. Pokémon, Houndoom. Level, 56, Elite level. Ability, Flash Fire. Moves, Flamethrower, Fire Spin. Feel free to try. Xiao Chen summoned his Garchomp, standing defiantly against Junsha. Kid, this is your last chance to come with me willingly, and we shall pretend nothing has happened. Otherwise, you will face charges of assaulting an officer, a crime you cannot bear. Realizing she was outmatched, Junsha attempted to leverage the authority of the League against Xiao Chen. The League? Huh. What is the League to me? Garchomp, attack. Xiao Chen dismissed the League's threats, choosing action over words. Garchomp struck decisively, swiftly incapacitating Houndoom, while Junsha found herself bound to a tree. Xiao Chen had no intention of killing her. He needed clarity on the unfolding circumstances, and to eliminate Junsha would only complicate matters. He recognized that lingering in Jinshin Town was no longer feasible and quickly departed with Yingzi and Xiao He. Although many questions remained unanswered, Xiao Chen felt no obligation to remain. Shortly after his departure, Junsha's Houndoom awoke and gnawed through her bindings. Rising from the ground, she grasped her communicator, her hands trembling as she dialed a number. What is it? After a brief wait, a gruff voice answered on the other end. The brat appeared, but he slipped away. Useless. A scathing rebuke echoed through the communicator, causing Junsha to lower her head in submission. No matter the means, you must capture him for me. I give you 3 days. If you fail, do not return. The voice concluded, severing the connection. Junsha exhaled in relief, her back damp with sweat, acutely aware that a single word from that individual could spell her doom. Regaining her composure, Junsha redialed. Hello, this is Junsha. Just now, Damuchin attacked me in Jinshin Town. Place him on the wanted list as a level 1 criminal and issue a warrant throughout Kanto. He must be apprehended. She hastily labeled Xiao Chen a criminal, setting the wheels of pursuit in motion. How infuriating. Since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for the consequences. Junsha trembled at the thought of Xiao Chen's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had left Jinshin Town behind, leading Yingzi and Xiao He to a secluded harbor. With numerous tasks ahead, it was imperative that he ensure their safety. After a brief wait by the shore, a small boat approached, revealing a burly man at the oars. Brother Shiba. It has been too long. A radiant smile broke across Xiao Chen's face upon seeing the familiar figure. Indeed, it was Shiba. Having now fully positioned himself against the League, Xiao Chen found himself uncertain of where to seek assistance, turning instead to his old mentor, Shiba. He chose Shiba not only for familiarity, but also for the trust he held in Shiba's character, wary that others may have succumbed to darker influences. What's the matter, kid? Have you run into trouble? Shiba observed Xiao Chen's anxious demeanor and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Xiao Chen recounted the recent events, and Shiba sighed, having already heard whispers of the situation due to his status as a League champion. Yet, He felt powerless against the colossal entity that was the League. Even as a champion, his influence felt inadequate. Do you wish for me to take them to the island, so that you may resolve your matters first? Shiba inquired, glancing at Ingzi and Xiao He. Yes, you are my only hope, Brother Shiba. Xiao Chen's eyes conveyed a plea. Very well, I will temporarily ensure their safety. You need not worry. Shiba ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Chen's request. Thank you, Brother Shiba. Xiao Chen bowed deeply in gratitude. Shiba guided Ingzi and Xiao He onto the boat, bidding farewell as he departed with them. Finally, Xiao Chun felt unshackled, ready to act decisively. As Xiao Chun gazed at the retreating figures of Shiba and others, he murmured to himself, "It is time for me to commence my killing spree." At that moment, on the streets of Masera town, 3 young boys and girls ambled along, their travel bags slung over their shoulders. They gazed in astonishment at the desolate state of what was once Masera town, unable to comprehend how it had come to this. How could this have happened? A boy, donned in a cap with a Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, looked at the remnants of his home, now ravaged by flames. In disbelief, "Brock, do you have any idea what transpired here?" Misty, equally perplexed by the scene before her, inquired. Brock shook his head. The strangeness of the situation was overwhelming. Such devastation rarely befell an entire town, especially one that housed a professor. Indeed, these were Ash and his companions, who had returned from the Lilac Conference, arriving just after Xiao Chun. Ash's heart sank as he beheld the ruin of his home, filled with concern for his mother. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar. "Let us go check it out," Ash declared, sprinting towards the source of the sound, sensing that answers awaited him there. Brock and Misty, seeing Ash rush ahead, had no choice but to follow. Xiao Chun, witnessing the sparks erupting from the explosion, felt a flicker of madness in his eyes. What had once been a police station was now unrecognizable amidst the chaos. "Destroy everything here, leave no one alive," he commanded his Pokémon, as he observed officers struggling for their lives on the ground. After sending Ingzi and Xiaohong away, he caught sight of a wanted poster issued by Junsha, igniting a furious blaze within him. Having limited knowledge of the events in Masera town, he decided to use Junsha to extract the information he desired. "What on earth are you doing, Demuchin?" Junsha shouted at him from her position atop Charizard. "What am I doing?" "You're the one who loves to accuse me of assaulting officers, so allow me to demonstrate," Xiao Chen replied, a peculiar smile playing on his lips as he regarded Junsha, who was now struggling to fend off his advances. "Seize her. Eliminate the rest," he commanded, pointing at Junsha. And his Garchomp swiftly obeyed, capturing her while the remaining officers were mercilessly slain. Thud. Junsha fell to her knees before Xiao Chun, her situation dire. "Speak. Why did you attack Masera town? What are the masterminds after?" He gazed intently into her eyes, desperate for answers. "Heh, do you truly wish to know?" "I shall remain silent," Junsha retorted, a smirk of derision crossing her face, convinced that Xiao Chun would not dare to harm her. Suddenly, with a mere glance from Xiao Chun, Garchomp violently tore one of Junsha's arms from her body. "Ah!" she cried out in agony. "You don't honestly believe I wouldn't act against you, do you?" Xiao Chun taunted, patting her face as she writhed in pain on the ground. It dawned on Junsha that he had eliminated even members of the Dragon Clan and had just annihilated an entire police station. This was a man who might indeed kill her. "I will give you one last opportunity. Disclose everything I wish to know, and I shall spare you, otherwise," Xiao Chun threatened, his expression menacing. Junsha, sensing the gravity of her predicament, prepared to divulge information but quickly recalled the formidable figure behind the scenes, prompting her to clamp her mouth shut. In that moment of hesitation, Garchomp seized her other arm, tearing it away as well. The excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm her consciousness. Yet she remained resolute in her silence. "This is your final chance. Speak, or face death," Xiao Chen declared, pressing his foot upon her delicate face, the soul grinding against her skin. "Stop." Just as he prepared to deal the final blow, a voice interrupted him. Chapter 71, The Three Fools. Xiao Chun was ready to end Junsha's life, but was halted by an unexpected shout. "Ash." He looked up to find Ash approaching, flanked by Brock and Misty. "What are you doing, Xiao Chen?" "This is Miss Junsha," Ash exclaimed, pushing Xiao Chen aside to assist the fallen Junsha, aghast at her dismembered limbs. "Xiao Chen, you must understand, she has lost too much blood. We need to get her to the hospital immediately. How could you be so inhumane?" Brock chided, casting disapproving glances at Xiao Chun. Misty remained silent, but her disappointment was palpable as she gazed at Xiao Chun. Brock gently lifted Junsha onto his back, while Ash supported her from behind, preparing to rush her to the hospital. Xiao Chen regarded this absurd scene, a group of self-righteous fools. Ash, true to his foolish reputation, acted without a shred of thought. Brock was nothing more than a lovesick fool, blinded by appearances and chasing after beauty. Xiaoqin questioned whether Junsha was truly that captivating. Misty, lacking independent thought, simply followed along. Hey, you can't take her away without my permission. Is this how little you regard me? Xiaoqin's voice was low and threatening. No one has time for your nonsense. Miss Junsha is in this condition because of you. If anything happens to her, even Professor Oak won't save you from my wrath. Brock rebuked fiercely. Nonsense. Why don't you ask your beloved Junsha what she has done? Xiao Chun retorted, exasperated by their ignorance. As they remained blissfully unaware of the darkness surrounding them. Even if she has done something wrong, it doesn't justify your actions. Brock insisted, believing Xiao Chun merely sought attention. Is it not a reason to harm her? Have you seen the current state of Masera Town? Xiao Chun challenged. We have seen it. There's no one left. But what does that have to do with Miss Junsha? You can't seriously blame her for what happened. She embodies justice. Brock vehemently defended her. Are you all fools? You rushed to her defense without understanding the situation. I tell you now, the residents of Masera Town were taken by the Dragon Clan. Your precious Miss Junsha not only failed to intervene, but also protected the criminals and attempted to have me captured. Do you still believe she is the good person you think she is? Xiaoqin could no longer contain his frustration, pointing an accusatory finger at Ash and his companions. Even so, that doesn't justify your harming her. She's lost her arms. How will she survive? Ash murmured, attempting to defend himself despite grasping the situation. Beside them, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Guang nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Xiaoji's words. Xiao Jiang was nearly amused to the point of laughter by these three dimwits. Conversing with such individuals was an utter waste of breath. Xiaoji, your mother, Aunt Hanako, was also taken away alongside the villagers of Masera Town. Do you not wish to know her current whereabouts? Xiao Qing gazed at Xiaoji, awaiting his response. I do wish to know, but resorting to such tactics is unacceptable. Surely, we can discuss this matter amicably. Xiaoji maintained his stance, believing that Xiao Qing's approach of using force to resolve issues was misguided. Are you genuinely devoid of intelligence or merely pretending? Your mother, who painstakingly raised you, has been captured. Your Pokémon companions have been taken. Your childhood home has been destroyed. And you still dare to utter such words? Truly, you are a fool. Xiao Qing could no longer contain his frustration. Xiaoji stood frozen, stunned by Xiao Qing's harsh words. How can you speak to Xiaoji like that? He is only looking out for your best interests, Xiao Guang interjected, having remained silent until now. Xiao Qing shot him a disdainful glance. Indeed, another brainless individual. Previously, he had not deemed Xiao Guang to be so dim-witted. Could it be that prolonged association with Xiaoji had dulled his wits? I have no desire to engage in further discourse with you. Leave Kuncha with me, and you may retreat as far as possible. Xiao Qing felt that remaining in the presence of these individuals would only render him equally foolish. Xiao Jiang, facing Xiao Qing, tightened his embrace around Miss Kuncha. Unwilling to let Xiao Qing jeopardize the precious opportunity, he had to be close to her. Unbeknownst to everyone, Xiao Jiang had devised a plan long ago, to find a way to marry into either the Kuncha or Joy families. After all, Xiao Jiang's background was not particularly illustrious. And due to his father's circumstances, his gym lacked prominence among its peers, limiting the resources available to him. However, if he could marry into either the Joy or Kuncha families, those issues would be effortlessly resolved. Therefore, regardless of whether Miss Kuncha could hear him, Xiao Jiang had to first establish a favorable impression. That's out of the question, Xiao Qing remarked, observing the trio's unfriendly expressions. What do you intend to do? Xiao Jiang recalled that Xiao Qing had dared to harm Miss Kuncha, and he and his companions were no match for him. This is your final chance. Leave Kuncha or remain entirely. Choose wisely. Xiao Qing replied coolly, as his 6 Pokémon encircled Xiaoji and the others. Let it go. It was he who harmed Miss Kuncha. The police will deal with him later. There is no need for us to engage in a futile struggle. Xiao Jiang said to Xiaoji and Xiao Guang, realizing he was not foolish enough to provoke a confrontation that would surely end in their disadvantage. Very well, we shall leave Miss Kuncha with you. But you must keep your word. Xiao Jiang gently set Miss Kuncha down, cautiously retreating with Xiaoji and Xiao Guang, their eyes fixed warily on Xiao Qing. Fearful of any sudden change in his intentions, Xiao Qing watched the trio depart with a look of disdain. Moments ago, they had been so indignant. Yet now they seemed to vanish without a trace, unable to stand their ground. Nevertheless, he paid them no mind. To him, they were merely fools, unworthy of concern. Xiao Qing's gaze returned to the unconscious Kuncha. Since she refused to divulge any information, there was no longer a reason to keep her alive. He placed a foot upon her neck, and with a crunch, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, signaling the end of her existence. Just as Xiao Qing prepared to leave, a communicator on Kuncha's person began to ring. He approached and picked it up, listening intently. Miss Kunsha, we have located Professor Okito at the Pokémon Center. Should we proceed with the arrest? Chapter 72, The Trail of Xiaomao. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's anger surged, and he crushed the communicator in his hand. Fortunately, he now had news of his brother, Xiaomao, and could finally grasp the origins of the recent turmoil. Without further delay, he mounted Charizard and hastened toward the nearest Pokémon Center. Both the police station associated with Kunsha and Joy's Pokémon Center operated under separate jurisdictions. Thus, the Pokémon Center mentioned in the communicator must surely be the nearby one. Before long, Xiaoqing arrived at the Pokémon Center, where the advantage of flying on a Pokémon became evident, allowing him to traverse the distance swiftly. As Charizard landed, Xiaoqing recalled him into his Pokeball, quickly disguising himself before entering the building. After all, he was now a wanted man, and striding through the streets unabashedly would be tantamount to courting death. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Xiaoqing immediately sensed something amiss. He observed several suspicious individuals scattered throughout the lobby, each clutching a newspaper. Yet their gazes remained fixed on the entrance, as if awaiting someone. Was it not blatantly obvious that they were laying a trap? Even Joy at the front desk appeared tense, glancing nervously side to side, which only heightened Xiaoqing's suspicions. Just as he contemplated a deeper investigation, the entrance was breached by 3 familiar figures. What the hell? How did Xiaoqing end up like this? He suddenly seemed poised to attack us. Xiaoji entered the Pokémon Center with a disgruntled expression. He only dares to act arrogant because he possesses a modicum of strength. How dare he lay a hand on Miss Kunsha? He must truly have a death wish. Poor Miss Kunsha is likely suffering at his hands right now. Xiaojiang expressed his indignation, heart aching at the thought of Miss Kunsha potentially harmed by Xiaoqing. Xiao Guang remained silent, walking alongside them quietly. Meanwhile, the individuals in the lobby, having overheard Xiaoji and the others, approached, encircling the trio. What do you mean that Miss Kunsha has been harmed? The leader of the group questioned Xiaojiang. Who are you? Why should I divulge anything to you? Xiaojiang replied, irritation evident on his face, still fuming from the earlier events. I am Dayu, and we are police officers. We have been unable to contact Miss Kunsha. Please explain what you mean by her being harmed. The man displayed his badge to Xiaojiang. Ah, you are officers? Well, in that case. Xiaojiang's demeanor shifted entirely, adopting a sycophantic tone as he recounted the events that had transpired, particularly painting Xiaoqing in the most sinister light. In Xiaojiang's narrative, Xiaoqing transformed into a quintessential villain, accused of harming Miss Kunsha, severing her limbs, and disregarding warnings, even launching an attack. Xiaoqing observed this unfold. Realizing that allowing Xiaojiang to go free had been a grievous error, he should have dealt with him decisively. Is that truly the case? Dayu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder they could not reach Miss Kunsha. Something terrible had indeed occurred. However, that individual named Xiaomao was far too brazen, daring to raise his hand against Miss Kunsha. Wait a moment, did you say Xiaomao? Dayu suddenly connected the dots, seeking confirmation from Xiaojiang. Yes, is there a problem? Xiaojiang replied, somewhat confused. Dayu chose to disregard the inquiry. He retrieved a small booklet from his pocket, flipping to a page and handing it to Xiaogang. Are you referring to Professor Oak's grandson, Demuchin? He inquired, the page containing pertinent information about Xiaochun. Indeed, Xiaogang responded, puzzled. Could there possibly be another Demuchin? Haha, splendid. With Xiaogang's affirmation, Dayu and several others exhibited palpable excitement. This was indeed Demuchin, and with Professor Oak currently incapacitated at the Pokémon Center, capturing Demuchin would constitute a significant achievement, an opportunity practically served on a silver platter. Hurry, you must immediately commence the pursuit of Professor Oak. It is imperative that he is apprehended. I shall dispatch additional personnel to widen the search and locate Demuchin as well. Dayu commanded his subordinates eagerly. Officer Dayu, you just mentioned Professor Oak, Xiaoji interjected suddenly. Yes, Professor Oak, like Demuchin, is a wanted fugitive. Capturing him would indeed be a considerable triumph. Dayu replied with a smile, finding the prospect of accolades from these eager young individuals increasingly appealing. And he felt no hesitation in conversing with them further. Observing that Dayu had commanded several others to ascend the stairs, Xiaoqing felt a sense of urgency. He dared not linger, opting for the adjacent corridor to make his way upstairs. He needed to locate Xiaomao before they did. Upon reaching the second floor, Xiaoqing found that the others had already arrived ahead of him and were currently searching each room one by one. The group possessed the requisite credentials, unlike Xiaoqing, who could not afford the luxury of methodical searches. They were aware of his identity. Should he wander aimlessly, it would risk exposing him before he could find Xiaomao. Thus, he concealed himself in the break room, observing the unfolding situation outside, planning to act once they discovered Xiaomao. as he awaited the opportune moment. A commotion erupted in the corridor. "Hurry, that's Professor Oak. Everyone, pursue him and don't let him escape," a police officer shouted, pointing at a fleeing figure, prompting the others to rush after him. Xiao Chen leaned out to glimpse a red-haired man sprinting down the hallway, with the officers closing in. Xiao Chen instantly recognized that the man being pursued was not Xiao Mao. After all, he and Xiao Mao were brothers. If he couldn't identify his own brother, his existence would be rendered meaningless. Although the man bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Mao, it was unequivocally not him. After a brief chase, the impersonator found himself cornered against the wall by several officers. "Hey, why have you stopped running?" They laughed, approaching the man, their eyes glimmering with the prospect of impending success. Just then, the man portraying Xiao Mao gritted his teeth and leaped through a nearby window. "Not good, he has escaped. Quick, pursue him," an officer yelled, glancing out to see the man fleeing into the distance, urgently summoning his colleagues to chase after him. With the officers occupied, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to investigate the room from which the impersonator had emerged. After all, the real Xiao Mao was likely still inside. As Xiao Chen approached the door, it suddenly swung open, and a hand reached out, pulling him inside. He stumbled to the floor, pain shooting through him as he glared at his captor. Chapter 73, The Beginning of Everything. Xiao Mao. Upon recognizing his captor as Xiao Mao, the pain was momentarily forgotten as Xiao Chen rushed to his brother's side. Xiao Mao, clad in a hospital gown, appeared pale and weary, a button having been torn from his garment during the earlier struggle, revealing his bandaged chest. Leaning against the wall, he looked utterly drained. What on earth happened? What is going on? Xiao Chen demanded, anger surging within him at the sight of his brother's condition. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Tai Kong can't delay for much longer. We need to leave quickly, Xiao Mao replied, evading Xiao Chen's question and urging him to hasten their departure. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chen quickly assisted Xiao Mao in exiting. It was evident that the guards stationed at the Pokémon Center's entrance had vacated, their attention consumed by the impersonator, providing the two brothers with a prime opportunity to escape. "Wait, we need to retrieve my Pokeballs from Joy." Xiao Mao weakly gestured towards Joy, who was crouched on the ground, trembling. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen approached Joy and demanded the return of Xiao Mao's Pokeballs. Joy, intimidated by Xiao Chen's fierce demeanor, complied without resistance, handing over the Pokeballs. Once outside the Pokémon Center, Xiao Chen released Charizard. They needed to vacate the area immediately, for Joy had undoubtedly alerted the officers, who had been misled by the impersonator. Remaining any longer could lead to complications. Supporting Xiao Mao, Xiao Chen helped him onto Charizard's back as they took flight towards the horizon. Just as they departed, three figures emerged at the scene. It was Xiao Ji and his companions, who, upon witnessing Xiao Chen and Xiao Mao exiting the Pokémon Center, decided to follow. "What should we do?" Xiao Guang inquired, glancing at his companions. "Of course, we must follow and see where they go. They are both wanted fugitives, and we can report their whereabouts to the police." "This could be a significant achievement," Xiao Gang replied, envisioning the accolades and admiration he would receive from the older girls should he capture Xiao Chen and Xiao Mao. However, he had momentarily forgotten that his abilities paled in comparison to Xiao Chen's, as desire clouded his judgment. "Xiao Ji, release your Pokémon so we can pursue them, otherwise they'll get too far away," Xiao Gang urged, noticing Xiao Ji's hesitation. Reluctantly, Xiao Ji released Charizard and Pidgeot, and the trio mounted their Pokémon, racing after Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Tai Kong was being relentlessly pursued by a group of officers. He was utterly exhausted yet refused to halt, knowing that every second he could delay the officers increased Xiao Mao's chances of escape. As Tai Kong continued to run, he suddenly found himself surrounded by several police officers. Realizing he had nowhere left to run, he stopped, removing his disguise and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. "Hey, weren't you quite the runner? What's the matter? Can't run anymore." Officer Du taunted, approaching the sprawled figure. "Wait, Captain, this guy isn't Professor Oak." A police officer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing that they had been chasing the wrong person. Du stepped closer for a better look and consulted his booklet again, soon realizing something was amiss. "Oh no, we've been played. Quickly, return to the Pokémon Center," Du exclaimed, recognizing their blunder as he hurriedly led his team back, unaware that they were already too late. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Xiao Mao soared through the skies on Charizard's back. "All right, Charizard, let us find a place to rest," Xiao Chen instructed. After a rigorous journey, he noted that Charizard was showing signs of fatigue and deemed it necessary to pause. Charizard descended into a secluded grove, providing both a suitable resting spot and ample cover. Xiao Chen helped Xiao Mao settle against a sturdy tree, offering him a water bottle to hydrate and recuperate. Xiao Mao, what on earth is happening? What about Grandpa and Jinshin Town? At this moment, Xiaoqing finally seized the opportunity to pose the question that had been weighing heavily on his mind. Previously, he had been limited by the scant information he possessed, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding the underlying reasons. Sighing, he listened intently as Xiao Mao recounted the events that had transpired. As the narrative unfolded, Xiaoqing instinctively clenched his hands. Initially, he had presumed that the turmoil stemmed from his confrontations with the Dragon Clan, but he soon grasped the depths of their shamelessness. Xiaoqing originally believed the Dragon Clan's aggression towards Professor Okido and Shinshin Town was a reaction to his seizing of their divine dragon grass and his subsequent confrontations with their members. He had pondered why the Dragon Clan was behaving so small-mindedly. The true catalyst, however, lay within Xiao Mao's account. It all began when Xiao Mao stumbled upon a gemstone while investigating a relic. This stone contained immense dragon-type energy. Immediately, he sought the expertise of a dragon-type specialist, who revealed that the gemstone could significantly accelerate the training of dragon-type Pokémon, and that the energy within was extraordinarily potent. If a Pokémon were to consume it, their strength could potentially surge to remarkable heights. Knowing Xiaoqing had previously experienced instances where his Pokémon gained power by consuming tablets, Xiao Mao intended to present the gemstone to him after the expedition. However, unbeknownst to him, word of the gemstone had leaked, drawing the attention of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's leader, Yolongdu, personally dispatched a group to ambush Xiao Mao and his companions midway, resulting in Xiao Mao sustaining severe injuries. In a desperate bid for survival, he produced a similar gemstone to deceive Yolongdu, allowing him to escape with his companions. Upon his escape, Xiao Mao promptly informed Professor Okido and returned to Shinshin Town, hoping that Yolongdu would exhibit restraint due to the professor's influence. To his shock, Yolongdu launched a direct assault, overpowering the town and seizing Professor Okido after he reported the situation to the Alliance. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, Professor Okido concealed Xiao Mao in a cellar and provided him with a Pokeball before confronting the enemy alone. Despite the limitations in battle power due to his Pokémon being injured from the earlier ambush, Professor Okido left one Pokémon behind to safeguard Xiao Mao. Ultimately, the outcome was tragic. Professor Okido, alongside the townsfolk, was captured, and Shinshin Town lay in ruins. Nonetheless, the Alliance arrived shortly thereafter, and Xiao Mao initially believed they would rescue him and bring the Dragon Clan to justice. His hopes were dashed when he emerged from hiding only to witness the Alliance members colluding with the Dragon Clan. Surrounded and outmaneuvered, Xiao Mao felt betrayed, but he was saved by the Pokeball containing one of Professor Okido's prized Pokémon, Charizard. With Charizard's assistance, he managed to break through the encirclement, albeit at a cost, as Charizard sustained significant injuries in the process. Determined to find a safe haven for recovery, Xiao Mao knew Charizard's wounds required urgent attention to avert irreparable harm. Reluctantly, he took the risk of bringing Charizard to the Pokémon Center, only to be betrayed by Nurse Joy, resulting in their encirclement by the police. In a stroke of fortune, a doctor named Tai Gong, who had previously received assistance from Professor Okido, disguised himself as Xiao Mao to divert the police's pursuit, leading him to encounter Xiaoqing, those despicable Dragon Clan members, and the treacherous Alliance. I will ensure they pay dearly for their actions, Xiaoqing exclaimed in a fit of rage. Suddenly, Xiao Mao covered Xiaoqing's mouth and looked skyward. Two Pokémon soared overhead, and upon noticing the figures atop them, Xiao Mao expressed his confusion. Is that Ash? Chapter 74, The Enigmatic Gemstone. Xiaoqing followed Xiao Mao's gaze, recognizing Ash and his companions who had pursued them. What are they doing here? He pondered. Once Ash and his group had passed, Xiao Mao released his grip on Xiaoqing and inquired, why would they be here? Isn't it obvious? We're the wanted criminals. Capturing us would surely benefit them, Xiaoqing replied dismissively. Surely not. I trust Ash wouldn't betray us like that, Xiao Mao insisted, aware of Ash's integrity. Xiaoqing understood Ash would act honorably, yet he remained wary of Brock, whom he deemed less trustworthy. We must leave this place at once. We can't afford to linger, Xiaoqing urged, realizing that if Ash and his friends had followed, the police would not be far behind. Xiao Mao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly gathered himself, and together with Xiaoqing, they set their course for the research facility of Dr. Otomaki in the Hoenn region. Professor Okido had advised Xiao Mao to seek Dr. Otomaki's assistance should trouble arise. After 3 days of rapid travel with Charizard, they finally arrived at Dr. Otomaki's research facility. Xiaoqing directed Charizard to descend at the entrance. As they disembarked, a staff member in a white lab coat approached them. I am Jinan, a researcher at the Otomaki Institute. May I inquire who you are? he asked, eyeing Xiaoqing and Xiao Mao with curiosity. Greetings, we hail from the Kanto region and seek Dr. Otamaki regarding an urgent matter, Xiaoqing replied, hesitant to disclose his name for fear of drawing unwanted attention. Regrettably, Dr. Otamaki has been summoned by the Alliance and is currently absent from the Institute. If you have any matters to discuss, I can relay them to him upon his return, Jin and I responded. No, thank you, Mr. Jin and I. We shall take our leave, Xiaoqing said, realizing that Dr. Otamaki's absence meant their quest was in vain. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, an individual within the Institute observed them intently, comparing their likenesses to a photograph in hand. After Xiaoqing and Xiao Mao left, the figure moved to a communicator to make a call. I have located the whereabouts of the wanted criminal, Takashi's brother. Alas, it seems the Alliance has acted before us, Xiao Mao lamented, aware that they had anticipated their search for Professor Okido's allies. It was likely that many of those close to Professor Okido had already fallen under the Alliance's control. What shall we do now? Xiaoqing inquired, glancing at Xiao Mao. I am at a loss. We can only navigate one step at a time, Xiao Mao replied, resigned to their fate. How infuriating. If only I possessed the strength to instill fear in the Alliance, they would dare not lay a finger on us. Xiaoqing fumed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. It was power that he desperately lacked. At that moment, Xiao Mao looked at Xiaoqing and reached into his pocket to produce a small box. Presenting it to him. What is this? Xiaoqing asked, puzzled by Xiao Mao's offering. Without uttering a word, Xiao Mao gestured for Xiaoqing to open the box. Upon doing so, Xiaoqing discovered a brilliant gemstone within, radiating an overwhelming energy. This is the gemstone imbued with dragon-type energy, the very source of all the turmoil that has transpired, Xiao Mao reflected. A twinge of regret surfacing as he contemplated whether surrendering the gemstone to Yolongdu from the outset might have averted the ensuing chaos. However, the events have already transpired. And all of this is mere idle chatter. Why not release your Gyarados and allow it to test the gem? I recall that when you obtained that counterfeit gem, you were so eager to feed it to your Dragonite. Listening to your words, Xiaoqing unleashed his Gyarados. Upon its emergence, Gyarados was immediately captivated by the gem in Xiaoqing's hand, its gaze filled with longing, reminiscent of its reaction upon encountering the dragon grass. At that moment, Gyarados breathed heavily, as if entranced by an extraordinary beauty, fixated on the gem. Gyarados? Gyarados, do you wish to devour it? Xiaoqing called out twice before Gyarados responded, indicating its desire to consume the gem, a testament to the gem's immense allure. Is that permissible? Xiaoqing glanced at Xiao Mao, for the gem indeed belonged to him. This is prepared for you. Why the reluctance? Xiao Mao chuckled at Xiaoqing's hesitance. Go ahead, Gyarados. Xiaoqing extended the gem towards Gyarados. In an instant, Gyarados seized the gem and swallowed it whole. Xiaoqing and Xiao Mao watched intently, eager to witness Gyarados' reaction. After consuming the gem, a surge of dragon-type energy radiated from Gyarados, its aura gradually intensifying. No wonder Yolongdu went to such lengths to acquire this gem. Its power is truly astonishing, Xiaoqing exclaimed in awe. Just then, Gyarados unexpectedly sat cross-legged on the ground, its aura abruptly vanishing, startling both Xiaoqing and Xiao Mao, who hurriedly approached to investigate. They soon realized that Gyarados had merely entered a state of slumber, and they breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth is happening? Xiaoqing asked in confusion, looking to Xiao Mao for answers. It appears that the energy contained within the gem is overwhelmingly potent, necessitating Gyarados to enter a deep slumber to assimilate the power within. Xiao Mao elucidated. Gyarados, this is a critical moment for us. Xiaoqing lamented, for Gyarados was his strongest asset in battle, and its slumber would significantly diminish his combat capabilities. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene, as Gyarados had already commenced this process. A bow once drawn cannot be unstrung, and they could only await Gyarados' complete absorption of the gem's energy. We must not allow them to escape this time. Just as Xiaoqing fretted over Gyarados, a group of individuals, led by Dayu, who had previously been lured away by Tai Kong, pursued them. They've actually tracked us to Hoenn. We must flee. Xiaoqing recalled Gyarados into its Pokeball, summoned Charizard, mounted its back, and reached for Xiao Mao, preparing to depart. However, Xiao Mao stood resolutely, unmoving. You go ahead. I will buy you time, he urged, understanding that escape was now futile. Let's go together. You still need Charizard from Grandpa, right? With it, we can surely fight our way out. Xiaoqing shouted desperately to Xiao Mao. It's futile that Dayu possesses a Pokémon from the Alliance that rivals Charizard's strength. I must remain behind to hold them off so that you may have a chance to escape, Xiao Mao declared, his gaze unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the approaching adversaries, showing no sign of fear. Xiao Mao, we can go. Charizard, take Xiaoqing away. Do not let my efforts be in vain. Xiaoqing attempted to stay with Xiaomao, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiaomao's firm command. Charizard, grasping the gravity of the situation, heeded the order without hesitation and took flight with Xiaoqing. Xiaomao, Xiaoqing called out, watching as Xiaomao prepared to face numerous enemies alone. Take care. Xiaomao silently wished as he released Charizard, his expression brimming with resolve as he faced the oncoming foes. Come, let us battle. Chapter 75, Orange Flower Gym. Xiaomao stood unflinchingly as the enemies advanced, directing Charizard to engage. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. He commanded, using Charizard to block those pursuing Xiaoqing. Damn it, you're seeking death. Since you're so eager to perish, I'll deal with you first before capturing that boy. Dayu seethed, recalling the near miss of Charizard's Flamethrower, which almost left him bald had he not reacted swiftly. At Dayu's command, all pursuers abandoned their chase of Xiaoqing and encircled Xiaomao instead. Charizard, let us fight them. Despite being surrounded, Xiaomao displayed no fear, leading Charizard into a fierce conflict, the scene descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, hastily fleeing, was torn with conflicting emotions. He longed to return and support Xiaomao, yet feared undermining his friend's sacrifice. If he returned now, what would be the point of Xiaomao's efforts to buy him time? After a fervent internal struggle, Xiaoqing resolved not to squander Xiaomao's noble intentions, for Xiaomao had stayed behind to confront their foes so that Xiaoqing could escape. He decided to seek allies and return with assistance to rescue Xiaomao. In the Hoenn region, the first ally that came to mind was the gym leader of the Orange Flower Gym, Qianli. Although Xiaoqing was not particularly familiar with Qianli and had even had minor disputes with him, he believed that, through Xiaoyao, Qianli would be willing to lend his aid. At this point, Xiaoqing felt somewhat desperate. Resolved, Xiaoqing mounted Charizard and soared towards the direction of Orange Flower City. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaomao supported himself with his hands on the ground, barely managing to remain upright. Beside him lay his severely injured Charizard, unable to continue fighting. Kid, weren't you quite formidable just now? What do you intend to use to fend us off now? Dayu taunted, reveling in the sight of Xiaomao's predicament. Xiaomao ignored Dayu's taunts, lost in thought as he gazed in the direction Xiaoqing had fled. Xiaoqing, you should be far away by now, he murmured. Damn that kid. Seize him, Dayu ordered as he noted Xiaomao's inattention, instructing his subordinates to take Xiaomao captive. Boss, that kid has already vanished. What should we do now? A subordinate reported to Dayu. Let him go. The credit for capturing that boy will suffice for our efforts. We can enjoy a good rest back home, Dayu replied, elated at the prospect of their forthcoming accolades. The others, seeing their leader's delight, laughed as they departed. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, propelled by Charizard's swift flight, finally arrived at the entrance of the Orange Flower Gym. Just as he dismounted, several individuals emerged from within, one of whom Xiaoqing recognized. Xiaosheng, he called out. Xiaoqing turned at the sound of his name, gazing at Xiaoqing with a hint of disbelief. Xiaoqing, he replied, struggling to recognize him, for Xiaoqing's current appearance was scarcely human. For days, Xiaoqing had been on the run, either fleeing or devising means to escape, leaving him no time to tend to his appearance. Now, his clothes were tattered, and his face was smeared with dirt, making it no wonder Xiaoqing initially failed to recognize him. Indeed, it is I. I wish to speak with Mr. Qianli about certain matters. Might I trouble you to take me to him? Upon recognizing Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing hastened to convey his intentions. Perhaps you should first find a place to freshen up and tidy yourself. I must go to the airport to pick up my sister. Xiaosheng, unable to tolerate Xiaoqing's disheveled appearance, suggested that he take a shower first. Is Xiaoyao also present? Upon hearing that Xiaoyao was there, Xiaoqing exhibited a clear sense of excitement, as he had not seen her in quite some time. You dare address Xiaoyao so informally? Do you not consider your own standing? Are you here to beg for alms from Mr. Qianli? Before Xiaosheng could respond, a man behind him interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoqing. How dare you? Xiaoqing seethed, prepared to retort, but was interrupted by Xiaosheng. Enough, Xiaoqing. Go find a place to clean yourself up, while we head to fetch my sister. Xiaosheng, wishing to avoid further conflict, led the group away. Before departing, Shiza cast a provocative glance at Xiaoqing, aware that he still needed Mr. Qianli's assistance. Xiaoqing opted to refrain from confronting him, recognizing that escalating the situation would be unwise. After Xiaosheng left, Xiaoqing glanced at his own disheveled state, resembling a homeless person on the street. He understood the necessity of presenting himself better, especially if he sought Mr. Qianli's help. Xiaoqing located a modest inn where he took a refreshing shower and subsequently purchased a new outfit. After arranging himself, he set off toward the Changhua dojo. However, upon arriving at the dojo's entrance, he was obstructed by the staff, who refused him entry regardless of his explanations, displaying an exceedingly rude demeanor. This is unexpected. Why would the Changhua dojo turn away visitors? Even if I am not here to see Mr. Qianli, surely I should be permitted to challenge the dojo? Xiaoqing pondered in confusion. At that moment, a figure emerged from within. Well, if it isn't the beggar from earlier. Where did you scavenge those clothes? It was none other than Shiza, who had previously exchanged barbs with Xiaoqing. He laughed alongside the staff member who barred Xiaoqing's entrance. Realizing that the guard was in cahoots with Shiza, Xiaoqing understood their intent was to humiliate him. How dare you? Is this the hospitality of the Changhua dojo? Are you colluding with this man to bully me? Xiaoqing exclaimed in outrage. Huh. The Changhua dojo welcomes guests. Not beggars like you who think donning a decent outfit grants you entry. You dare compare yourself to young Master Shiza? He is the son of the esteemed chairman Shi Tian of Changhua City's leading enterprise. What do you possess that could rival him? The dojo staff looked down on Xiaoqing, while Shiza puffed up with pride at the flattery. Shiza? Is he really that renowned? Do you even know who I am? Xiaoqing replied coolly. Listen well. I am Demu Chun, the grandson of Professor Demu from the Kanto region. If you doubt my words, feel free to look it up. With that, he regarded the two men. Shiza and the staff, taken aback by Xiaoqing's confidence, hesitated and retrieved a communicator to search for information. Due to Professor Demu's fame, they quickly found references confirming Xiaoqing's identity, including details about him being the grandson. Upon realizing the truth, Shiza and the staff fell to their knees. Young Master Chun, we were blind to your stature. We beg for your forgiveness this time. They bowed repeatedly, fearing the repercussions of offending a figure of such renown. Very well. I shall let this slip for now, but do not expect my mercy next time. Xiaoqing, preferring to avoid causing a scene that would reflect poorly on the Changhua dojo, chose not to escalate the matter further. The two men, relieved by Xiaoqing's forgiveness, stood and bowed once more. Is it possible that a mere fugitive has frightened you? You are truly pathetic. A voice suddenly emerged from behind Shiza and the staff. Everyone turned to see Xiaoqing emerging slowly from within the dojo. A fugitive? Shiza questioned, perplexed. Demu Xiuqing's title as a professor was revoked by the League due to accusations of conspiracy to harm others. His son and daughter-in-law have been apprehended by the League. And now Demu Chun has been labeled a fugitive for the alleged murder of Miss Junsha. I never imagined a League fugitive would dare to come to my Changhua dojo. Xiaoqing approached and regarded Xiaoqing sternly. Xiaoqing stood frozen, shocked to learn that his parents had also been captured by the League. Had Xiaoqing not mentioned it, he would have remained unaware. He understood that the accusations against his grandfather were surely false, and that it was all part of a scheme orchestrated by the League and the Yulong clan. Xiaoqing could hardly fathom that the esteemed Professor Demu would be ensnared in such a trap over a mere gemstone. Am I correct in my assertions, Demuchin? Xiaoqing pressed, emphasizing the name with disdain. No, my grandfather is innocent. It is the Yulong clan and the League that are colluding. Xiaoqing protested. Silence. How dare you insult the League? Xiaoqing interrupted him harshly. Leave the Changhua dojo now, and I will overlook this incident for my sister's sake. Otherwise, you will not leave here today. Xiaoqing's gaze bore into Xiaoqing, laden with threats. Realizing that Xiaoqing was acting on Mr. Qianli's behalf, Xiaoqing understood that he was being dismissed and that Xiaoqing's leniency was merely to protect the dojo's reputation. Coming to terms with this, Xiaoqing recognized he had no choice but to depart, feeling akin to a hot potato that no one dared to touch. Though he left, Xiaoqing resolved to return under the cover of night. As long as Mr. Qianli had not explicitly denied him, he would not relent. After all, his family had been captured, and he could not rely solely on himself. Positioned not far from the Changhua dojo, Xiaoqing squatted, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes was watching him from a distance, the onlooker adjusting their glasses with a peculiar smile. As night descended, Xiaoqing sensed his opportunity had arrived. He stealthily approached the dojo's side wall, intending to scale it to gain entry. However, the wall stood 3 to 4 meters high, making it impossible for him to scale alone. Summoning Lucario, he had it lift him up, finally managing to climb over the wall. Once inside, Xiaoqing observed his surroundings. The layout resembled the traditional courtyards of his past life, complicating his search for Mr. Qianli. Being his first visit to the Changhua dojo, he was unfamiliar with the area, making the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just then, he heard faint cries for help from a distance, prompting him to investigate. Swiftly, Xiaoqing followed the sound to the doorway of a room, where he found the door ajar and the cries of a girl resounding clearly within. Xiaoyao. Upon recognizing the voice, Xiaoqing hesitated no longer and pushed the door open, rushing inside. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. There lay Xiaoyao on the bed, disheveled, with traces of unshed tears at the corners of her eyes. Xiaoqing had not anticipated that their reunion would unfold in such a scene. A radio was situated nearby, and it was from this device that Xiao Yao's voice had emanated moments earlier. Stunned, Xiao Chun realized he might have fallen into a trap. In this precarious situation, he was alone with Xiao Yao, unconscious and vulnerable on the bed. If anyone else were to arrive, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Who could be so malicious as to orchestrate such a deceit? It was evident that this was a setup designed for his downfall. Overwhelmed with concern and regret, Xiao Chun recognized there was no turning back. He needed to escape before anyone else arrived. He switched off the radio and prepared to flee through the door, but he soon heard footsteps approaching, several individuals. Among them a voice he recognized as Qian Li's. In a state of panic, he had no choice but to hide beneath the bed where Xiao Yao lay. Just then, the door swung open, and Qian Li rushed in, calling out anxiously for Xiao Yao, who remained motionless on the bed. Who could have done this? Xiao Yao's mother, Mei Junzi, hurried to adjust her daughter's clothing, cradling her in her arms as she wept. I swear I will find whoever is responsible, Qian Li shouted in righteous fury. Beneath the bed, Xiao Chun trembled, fearful of being discovered. Mr. Qian Li, Miss Xiao Yao is unharmed. She has likely been drugged, spoke one of Qian Li's companions. The voice sounded familiar to Xiao Chun, though he could not place it. Is that so? Mei Junzi instructed Qian Li and the others to step outside while she examined Xiao Yao, relieved to find that her daughter was indeed all right. Soon after, Qian Li and his companions re-entered. Seeing Mei Junzi nod in affirmation that Xiao Yao was safe brought relief to Qian Li as well. Mr. Cao Ping, you mentioned that a criminal might attempt to infiltrate the Changhua dojo tonight. Do you have any leads on who it might be? Qian Li asked, directing his gaze at Cao Ping. At that moment, Xiao Chun finally recalled Cao Ping. He had not expected to encounter him here. I do not know who the perpetrator is, but given that they incapacitated Miss Xiao Yao without committing further harm, it is likely that the assailant is still nearby, perhaps even in this very room, Cao Ping remarked, glancing towards the space beneath the bed with a knowing smile as he adjusted his glasses. His words reverberated like thunder in the ears of those present, and they began to scan the room, their gazes converging on the area beneath the bed, the only hiding place available. Xiao Chun, startled by Cao Ping's statement, inadvertently knocked against the bed leg, producing a slight sound. His heart raced, praying that Qian Li and the others had not noticed. However, contrary to his hopes, the subtle noise caught the attention of the group, all of whom were now fixated on the bed's underside. Who is there? Come out at once, Qian Li bellowed, his voice laced with anger. Realizing he had been discovered, Xiao Chun had no choice but to emerge from his hiding spot, hoping desperately that Qian Li would listen to his explanation. Chapter 77, Cao Ping's Conspiracy. Trembling, Xiao Chun crawled out from beneath the bed under the scrutinizing gaze of Qian Li and the others. It's you, Qian Li exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Qian Li, do you know her? Mei Junzi asked, astonished. You scoundrel. Xiao Sheng pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Chun. Mr. Xiao Chun, what a pleasure it is to see you again, Cao Ping remarked with an expression akin to that of an old friend reuniting after years apart. Each member of the group displayed a distinct reaction upon seeing Xiao Chun. Good evening, everyone, Xiao Chun feigned calmness, waving at Qian Li and the others, preparing to make his escape through the door. You, how did you get in here? What have you done to Xiao Yao? If you do not clarify your actions, you shall meet your end here. Qian Li stood menacingly in front of the door, his eyes ablaze. Xiao Chun, attempting to maintain his composure, replied, if I were to recount what I witnessed upon entering, would you believe me? Do you take us for fools? Is someone else attempting to frame you? Qian Li shouted, his fury directed at Xiao Chun, who had dared to trespass into the Changhua dojo and, it seemed, had the audacity to harm his daughter. Hearing Qian Li's words, Cao Ping, standing nearby, instinctively adjusted his glasses, a habitual gesture. Calm down, Mr. Qian Li. I came here seeking your assistance. I merely stumbled into this room upon hearing the commotion. I assure you, your daughter's predicament has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chun pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Qian Li coughed, enraged, as Mei Junzi hurriedly patted his back, concerned for his well-being. Seeing that he could not clarify his innocence, Xiao Chun seized the opportunity to push open the door and escape. Mr. Qian Li, I swear this has nothing to do with me. I must leave, he shouted as he fled. Scoundrel, after him. Do not let that boy escape, Qian Li ordered, pointing in the direction Xiao Chun had taken. Xiao Sheng and Cao Ping exchanged glances and hurried after him, leaving Mei Junzi to tend to Qian Li. As Xiao Chun ran, he pondered who could be plotting against him, yet he could make no sense of it. Suddenly, he jolted to a halt, narrowly avoiding a collision with the wall. He summoned Road Card Liu, preparing to scale the wall and escape. Do not run. You have nowhere to go. You must answer to my sister." Just as Xiao Chun was about to take flight, Xiao Sheng and Cao Ping caught up with him. "I told you. I have no connection to your sister's state. I am truly being wronged." Xiao Chun insisted, feeling more wronged than a parched man in a drought during June. "Who would bother to wrong you? You dare to act yet refuse to admit it," Xiao Sheng retorted, but was interrupted by Cao Ping. Stepping forward, Cao Ping adjusted his glasses once more and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun. "Indeed, Miss Xiao Yao's situation is not your doing." Cao Ping's words left Xiao Sheng momentarily speechless, and Xiao Chun was equally taken aback. "Brother Cao Ping, what do you mean by that? You were the one who alerted my father that someone intended to harm my sister. If the true culprit is not him, then who could it be?" Xiao Sheng questioned, bewildered by Cao Ping's implications. "That person is me," Cao Ping declared, meeting Xiao Sheng's gaze. "What? You must be joking," Xiao Sheng exclaimed, stunned by Cao Ping's revelation. Convinced that he was merely jesting, Xiao Chen also wondered if Cao Ping had lost his mind. Why, even with everyone placing the blame squarely on him, would he still choose to reveal the truth? Cao Ping ignored Xiao Sheng's protests and turned his gaze toward Xiao Chun. "In truth, I orchestrated this entire affair. Earlier today, when I saw you preparing to infiltrate the Changhua dojo, I meticulously devised this elaborate game for you. I initially disguised myself as a challenger to gain entry into the dojo, subsequently requesting Mr. Qianli for a chance to stay overnight. Once settled, I seized the opportunity to incapacitate Miss Xiao Yao, transporting her to that room, and then employed certain technical means to modify her voice, broadcasting it through a radio. I lay in wait at the dojo, and when you entered, the recording lured you into that room, allowing me to notify Mr. Qianli. Ultimately, you would fall victim to his wrath. Although there was a slight hiccup in the final act, the essence remained unchanged. Everyone would attribute the deed solely to you, never suspecting my involvement. Do you still look down upon my schemes? How does it feel now that you have experienced it firsthand?" Ha! Cao Ping's laughter was tinged with madness as he divulged his entire plan, relishing in the discomfort it caused Xiao Chun, who was momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Cao Ping, is all of this true? Why would you do such a thing? My family has treated you as a guest. We offered you shelter when you claimed to have nowhere to stay, yet you repay us with this treachery. Do you not realize that your actions could tarnish my sister's honor?" Xiao Sheng shouted incredulously at Cao Ping, unable to reconcile the amiable older brother he once knew with the stranger before him. "Honor? Ha! Your parents and sister were merely pawns in my grand design. However, your sister is indeed beautiful. Had time permitted, I would have made the ruse even more convincing," Cao Ping remarked, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Xiao Chen stared at Cao Ping's grotesque expression. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could this man truly be mentally unstable? "You've revealed everything now. When Mr. Qianli arrives, won't the truth be laid bare? Can your actions truly remain hidden from others?" Xiao Chen thought Cao Ping had lost his senses, unwittingly disclosing his carefully orchestrated scheme, a path to self-destruction. "Of course, this is merely the prelude. The most critical element of my plan has yet to be executed. Once I complete this final step, you shall be unable to recover," Cao Ping said, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Chun. Suddenly, Cao Ping drew a knife from his pocket and plunged it viciously into Xiao Sheng's chest. Xiao Chen stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend Cao Ping's sudden aggression towards Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng, caught off guard, had never anticipated that Cao Ping would turn on him. By the time he realized what had happened, the knife was already buried deep in his chest, blood pouring from the wound and staining his clothing. Xiao Sheng struggled to speak, only managing to emit a few bloodied bubbles before his eyes widened, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 78. Cao Ping murders Xiao Sheng. "Lucario, attack that bastard," Xiao Chun commanded, and Lucario, seizing the moment, struck Cao Ping squarely in the face, sending him sprawling backward against the steps, where he coughed up blood. You actually killed Xiao Sheng." Xiao Chen rushed forward to examine the scene, pulling the knife from Xiao Sheng's chest, only to discover he was utterly lifeless. At that moment, Xiao Chen suspected that Cao Ping had been driven to madness. "And how do you propose to pin this crime on me?" Cao Ping replied coolly, his tone chilling. "You intend to frame me for Xiao Sheng's death," Xiao Chun exclaimed, realizing Cao Ping's sinister intent, a cold sweat breaking out across his body. "Oh, so you're not entirely foolish after all," Cao Ping said, a smile spreading across his face. "You are utterly despicable. You would go to such lengths for revenge over a mere insult on the competition stage. Not only did you drug Xiao Yao and frame me, but now you have killed Xiao Sheng." Xiao Chen could barely contain his outrage, incredulous that Cao Ping would stoop so low. "Haha, I've told you. They are all part of my plan. Is it not an honor for them to sacrifice their lives for my perfect scheme? And your trivial insult? You publicly denied my capabilities, declaring my strategies mere trifles, worthless. But now, I trust you have a different perspective on my trivialities. Cao Ping's demeanor shifted from indifference to mania. In his eyes, his plan eclipsed all else. Xiao Qin's dismissal of his tactics was an affront to his very beliefs. Xiao Qin, momentarily speechless at Cao Ping's transformation, could hardly fathom that someone would resort to murder merely because of a jibe. You have killed Xiao Sheng. When Mr. Qianli arrives, you will face the consequences. Xiao Qin pointed accusingly at Cao Ping. Me? When Mr. Qianli arrives, I'll simply claim that you killed Xiao Sheng. Who do you think you will believe, you or me? Cao Ping said, his confidence palpable. Xiao Sheng. Just then, Qianli arrived with his entourage, disbelief flooding his features as he beheld Xiao Sheng's lifeless body. Rushing to his son's side, Qianli's heart shattered at the sight of his son, eyes wide open in death. Who did this? Qianli roared in fury, his remaining sanity slipping away with the loss of his child. It was him. He killed Xiao Sheng. Everything tonight was his trap to frame me. Xiao Qin pointed at Cao Ping, who was still wiping blood from his lips, desperate to clarify his innocence. I'm sorry, Mr. Qianli. I failed to protect Xiao Sheng. This is all my fault. Cao Ping feigned agony, stumbling to kneel beside Xiao Sheng, weeping profusely. Xiao Qin scoffed at Cao Ping's theatrical performance, bemused by the man's audacity to weep so sorrowfully after having just stabbed someone. Cao Ping, tell me, who truly killed Xiao Sheng? Qianli, though suspecting the answer, pressed for Cao Ping to recount the events. It was Xiao Qin. Earlier, Xiao Sheng and I chased him here. When he realized escape was futile, he proposed a conversation. Trusting him, we approached, only for him to produce a knife and stab Xiao Sheng. I failed to protect him. Cao Ping's tears fell to the ground, his act convincing in its apparent sorrow and guilt. Cao Ping, this is not your fault. I know this is all because of that wretch. Qianli consoled Cao Ping, but his gaze bore down upon Xiao Qin, a look of murderous intent in his eyes. Xiao Qin gazed at Qian Li's expression of unwavering certainty, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. What do you even know? You're the fool being toyed with, he exclaimed. It's truly not me who killed Xiao Sheng. Why can't you believe that? And in any case, one must present evidence. If you claim I am the murderer, then produce the proof. Seeing that Qian Li remained steadfast in his disbelief, Xiao Qin resorted to a bit of trickery. Evidence. I am the evidence right here. King of Requests, eliminate this fool. Qian Li, incensed by Xiao Qin's brazen demeanor, promptly drew the King of Requests. Damn it, this has gone too far, Xiao Qin thought, realizing that his previous actions had only solidified Qian Li's conviction that he was the true culprit. Faced with the King of Requests, Xiao Qin couldn't afford to be careless. If his fierce land shark were present, he would have no fear of the king, but currently, the land shark was still within its pokeball, absorbing the energy of a gemstone, with no signs of awakening. This left Xiao Qin feeling quite challenged against the King of Requests. Reluctantly, he recalled Lucario and sent forth the Electabuzz to confront the threat. Humph, King of Requests, use Heavy Slam, Qian Li declared, casting a disdainful glance at the Electabuzz. Electabuzz, employ Thunder Punch, Xiao Qin commanded, seeing the King of Requests draw near. The two Pokémon collided, but the Electabuzz was overpowered and stumbled back several steps before regaining its footing. I shall assist you, Mr. Qian Li, Keping interjected, eager to subdue Xiao Qin, releasing his own Pokémon to join the fray. You worthless fool, Electabuzz, unleash thunder. Xiao Qin seethed at Keping's audacity. What? Keping barely had time to react before the Electabuzz thunder surged toward him. The explosion reverberated as the attack struck the ground before Keping, rendering his Pokémon unable to battle. Keping himself was left reeling, his hair singed to mere strands, and his glasses now merely a shattered frame, the lenses scattered around him. How dare you attack? Qian Li seethed, witnessing Keping's plight. King of Requests, unleash Oblivion Beam. The mention of family enraged Qian Li further. As Xiao Qin realized he could not reason with Qian Li, he prepared to retreat. He produced a smoke bomb, which he had prepared at the onset of his journey, having been assured it would envelop a 100-meter radius in smoke. Throwing the smoke bomb, the area was instantly shrouded, obscuring all vision. The King of Requests halted its charge due to the sudden lack of a target. Xiao Qin recalled the Electabuzz and released Charizard, mounting it as it ascended into the air, allowing him a moment to glance back at the smoke before departing. Before long, as the smoke dissipated, Qian Li stood seething with rage at the sight of Xiao Qin's disappearance, his son lying lifeless on the ground, and Keping in a state of disarray beside him. You little brat, no matter where you run, I, Qian Li, will hunt you down. Chapter 79, Escape from the Orange Flower Gym. After fleeing the Orange Flower Gym, Xiao Qin pressed on, fully aware that if Qianli truly pursued him, his situation would become perilous. All he could do was distance himself as much as possible. Seeking help from Qianli was a dead end. Qianli's rage was palpable, and seeking him out would be tantamount to inviting death. Thus, Xiaochen resolved to seek assistance from others. At that moment, a name flickered in Xiaochen's mind. Perhaps he could enlist his help. With a firm resolve, he and Charizard set off in a different direction. Inside the Orange Flower Gym, cries of anguish filled the air. Xiaosheng, please don't scare your mother. Wake up. In a hastily arranged mourning space, Mizuko wept bitterly as she cradled her son's lifeless body, unable to comprehend the sudden loss. Xiaosheng, please open your eyes and look at your sister. Beside her, Xiao Yao, now awake, was red-eyed from crying, grappling with the realization that she had been eternally separated from her brother in such a short span. Upon learning that the one responsible for this tragedy was the very person she had cherished, she nearly fainted again. She could not fathom that Xiaochen would commit such an atrocity against her. Their bond rendered such actions unnecessary. She steadfastly believed he would never harm her brother, as he had no motive to do so. However, with her parents and Keping as witnesses, Xiao Yao was ultimately forced to accept the grim truth that Xiaochen was indeed the perpetrator. Keping stood by her side, gently patting her shoulder and offering quiet comfort, though his battered visage was somewhat comical. From a distance, Qianli observed the scene, his usually stoic demeanor shattered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as his fists clenched tightly. The master of the Orange Flower Gym, a candidate for the title of champion, found himself powerless to prevent his son's murder within the confines of his own home, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of failure. Demuchun, I shall ensure you pay in blood for your transgressions. Qianli silently vowed. If Xiaochen were to escape death, he could never face his wife and daughter again. Days passed as Xiaochen journeyed onward, until a small island came into view. Charizard, we finally arrived, he exclaimed, exhilaration evident in his voice. Roar. Charizard echoed his excitement. This island was familiar to Xiaochen and his companions, the very one where he had trained alongside Shiba. Indeed, Xiaochen had come to seek Shiba's assistance, knowing that as a member of the Elite Four, his aid could save Xiaochen considerable effort. Soaring above the island on Charizard, Xiaochen spotted a location that ignited his enthusiasm, prompting him to direct Charizard to land. As they touched down, Xiaochen eagerly leaped from Charizard's back. He surveyed the surroundings, nostalgia washing over him. Before him stood a dilapidated little cabin, and as he approached to touch the dust-laden wooden door, he gently pushed it open. Inside, the sparse furnishings, a bed and a few small stools, captivated him with memories. This cabin was where he and his companions had constructed during their training with Shiba, and every item within was a testament to their hard work. However, Xiaochen had not lost sight of his purpose for being there. He had come to find Shiba for help. Prior to his arrival, Xiaochen had learned that Shiba had not been engaged in any official duties recently. Having spent some time with Shiba, Xiaochen was aware that he often visited this small island when he had no other business to attend to. This was the reason Xiaochen chose to come directly to the island instead of searching elsewhere. Leaving the cottage, he mounted his Charizard and began to wander around the island. However, after a considerable amount of time, he still had not spotted Shiba. Could it be that Shiba was not on the island? Xiaochen pondered this thought. Just then, he faintly heard the sounds of battle. After careful consideration, he confirmed that there was indeed a conflict occurring. Excited, he believed it most likely involved Shiba, and hurriedly instructed Charizard to fly toward the source of the commotion. Charizard landed Xiaochen at the mouth of a cave, from which the sounds of battle emanated. Recalling the uncertainty of the situation inside the cave, Xiaochen returned Charizard to its Pokeball and summoned Electivire instead, as Charizard would be ill-suited for navigating the darkness. With Electivire by his side, Xiaochen ventured into the cave. The surrounding darkness enveloped them, but fortunately, Electivire's electrical sparks illuminated the path ahead. Otherwise, it would have posed quite a challenge. Cautiously, they advanced toward the source of the noise, still uncertain whether it was Shiba or something else. Before long, they drew near to the source of the disturbance, the sounds of combat becoming increasingly pronounced. Soon, two colossal figures materialized before them, suspended in the air as they clashed with one another. Beldum? Xiaochen gazed in bewilderment at the two battling Beldums. Such rare Pokémon were typically a rarity in the wild, yet here they were, appearing simultaneously. The titanic creatures collided, sending showers of sparks flying. Despite their bodies being marred with wounds, they showed no signs of relinquishing their fierce struggle. Perhaps there was some treasure here that had drawn them into battle. The more Xiaochen considered this possibility, the more plausible it seemed. In the wild, unexpected treasures could emerge at any moment, reminiscent of the slate he had previously acquired and the gemstone given to him by Professor Oak. Both were indeed rare treasures. With thoughts of potential riches swirling in his mind, Xiao Chun decided to release his own beldam. Beldam, sense if there is anything nearby that attracts you, he instructed, knowing full well that beldam possessed a remarkably strong magnetic field. After a moment of sensing, beldam widened its eyes and gestured for Xiao Chun to look in a particular direction. Following beldam's indication, Xiao Chun noticed a small cave not far from where the two beldams were engaged in battle. The surrounding rock walls bore the scars of their conflict. Yet that small cave remained unscathed. It seemed they were deliberately avoiding harming whatever lay within. Beldam, defeat them, Xiao Chun commanded, believing it best to vanquish the two combatants before investigating the treasure. The two beldams, both of gym-level strength, were swiftly knocked to the ground by Xiao Chun's beldam in a single encounter. Ignoring the fallen beldams, Xiao Chun strode directly toward the small cave. As soon as he stepped inside, however, he found himself rooted to the spot, not from hesitation, but from an inability to move. Chapter 8. Training Pokémon. Xiao Chun's peculiar behavior instantly drew the attention of Beldam and Electivire. The two Pokémon observed him for a while, failing to detect anything amiss. It's a bit shocking. Xiao Chun managed to stammer, his words slightly garbled from the electric shock he had just experienced. Electivire, finally realizing the situation, pulled Xiao Chun out. Once freed, Xiao Chun lay on the ground for a while, recovering from the incident. He exhaled deeply, relieved that he had narrowly avoided a more serious mishap. If the voltage had been higher, he might have been rendered a charred husk. Peering back into the cave, Xiao Chun had learned his lesson. This time, he refrained from stepping in, merely stretching his head to gaze inside, as he did not wish to endure that electric sensation again. Inside the cave was a small stone chamber, at the center of which stood a massive, translucent stone pulsating with electrical energy. It seemed that the shock Xiao Chun had received was directly linked to this stone. Beldam, was that the source of your sensing? Xiao Chun inquired, looking at Beldam. Beldam nodded in affirmation. Then go ahead and try it out, Xiao Chun urged, growing impatient. Beldam used its fist to widen the cave entrance, as it was somewhat small and cumbersome for its large frame to enter easily. Once inside the stone chamber, Beldam gazed longingly at the glowing stone. After receiving Xiao Chun's consent, Beldam lay against the stone and closed its eyes in bliss. Not long after, Beldam opened its eyes and communicated with Xiao Chun before closing them again, entering a deep slumber. Beldam explained that it needed to sleep for a while to expedite its absorption of the stone's energy. This behavior was entirely contrary to that of humans. While humans often found it difficult to sleep after a meal, Pokémon required slumber to effectively absorb energy. The energy from the stone visibly surged into Beldam's body at an observable pace. Xiao Chun, witnessing Beldam's contented state, surmised that the stone must contain a significant electromagnetic force, a rare find indeed. If fully absorbed, Beldam's strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap. Typically, Beldam required a small magnet daily, but this stone, towering at 5 to 6 meters, was vastly superior. Xiao Chun estimated that it would take Beldam at least a week to absorb its energy completely. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Chun suggested to Electivire, standing beside him. Logically, Electivire, given its attributes, should also be able to absorb the energy from the stone. Electivire shook its head, indicating its inability to do so. Xiao Chun understood, recognizing that each Pokémon had its own unique opportunities, which could not be forced. Exiting the cave, Xiao Chun decided to leave Beldam inside to absorb the energy at its leisure. He instructed Electivire to bring out the two defeated Beldams, ensuring they wouldn't disturb his own Beldam. After searching the island once more and finding no sign of Shiba, Xiao Chun resolved to tidy up his previous dwelling on the island. After all, Beldam would be occupied for about a week absorbing energy, providing him ample time to train his Pokémon. The events that had transpired had left Xiao Chun with an urgent desire to enhance his strength. Take the Orange League Gym, for instance. Although he had fallen victim to the cunning schemes of that fellow, the primary reason lay in his own inadequacy in strength. If only he possessed the power to overwhelm Qianli. Could he have been ensnared? What if he had caused Xiao Yao to faint? What of it? What if he had eliminated Xiao Sheng? What then? As long as he could surpass Qianli, all of them would have to yield. Yet, despite these ruminations, Xiao Chun understood that his immediate focus must be on strengthening his capabilities. Upon returning to the training ground where he had previously honed his skills, Xiao Chun was enveloped by a wave of nostalgia. He stepped forward, hoisting 2 sandbags onto his shoulders, and began to run, only pausing after completing a full lap. It must be said that although Xiao Chun had not exercised for a considerable time, he had not lost his touch. After this round, he could only utter one word: exhilarating. Xiao Chun released all his Pokémon, but with both Gardevoir and Metagross still in seclusion. He found himself with only 4 Pokémon at his disposal. In the realm of training, Xiao Chun had meticulously devised a regimen for each Pokémon. For Charizard, he focused on enhancing its evasion skills. He had observed during battles that Charizard often fell prey to opponents' attacks due to its larger size, and unlike Snorlax, it lacked the bulk to absorb hits. Thus, it was imperative for Charizard to learn to dodge whenever possible. As for Electivire, Xiao Chun felt that its moves lacked sufficient power, so he directed it to refine its techniques and increase its attack strength. Lucario, while not possessing any glaring weaknesses, was at a lower level compared to its companions. Consequently, Xiao Chun decided to arrange practice matches between Lucario and Galade, who was already commendable in both speed and power. With all his Pokémon engaged in rigorous training, Xiao Chun could hardly afford to be idle himself. He continued to shoulder the sandbags, adhering to his former training regimen. 10 days swiftly elapsed, during which Xiao Chun and his companions diligently trained. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Shiba on the island. Were it not for the sight of his humble abode and the familiar training ground, he might have doubted his own presence on the island. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to wait. If Shiba did not return soon, Xiao Chun would have to depart. After all, in this isolated haven, he was oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. To his surprise, after a full 10 days, Metagross remained unresponsive. Concerned for its well-being, Xiao Chun resolved to investigate the cave where Metagross had been resting. Upon arriving, he discovered Metagross still in slumber. The massive boulder that had previously sealed the cave had shattered, indicating that the energy within had been fully absorbed. Yet, Metagross showed no signs of awakening. So Xiao Chun opted not to disturb it, reasoning that having already waited 10 days, a few more would not matter. With this thought in mind, he exited the cave as dusk approached, preparing to return to his abode for rest. Just as he caught sight of his home, a shadow standing before it captured his attention. Shiba, standing before Xiao Chun's dwelling, was none other than the individual he had been yearning to see. Hearing Xiao Chun's call, Shiba turned, his expression a mixture of surprise and joy. Xiao Chun. Seeing Xiao Chun, Shiba was astonished, not expecting him to arrive on the island. Shiba, it has been a long time. I apologize for coming to the island without your consent, though it was a small island without a designated owner. Xiao Chun felt it prudent to clarify, considering Shiba's long-standing presence there. This island is not only yours, but mine as well, Shiba replied, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Xiao Chun felt warmth spread through him at Shiba's words. By the way, Shiba, I came here hoping to ask for your assistance. Before Xiao Chun could finish his sentence, Shiba interrupted. I know what you wish to say. You seek my help to rescue your family, correct? Shiba had already surmised the purpose of Xiao Chun's visit. Yes, Shiba. Please help me. Xiao Chun was taken aback that Shiba could anticipate his request for assistance in rescuing his loved ones. I am aware of your family's situation. They are currently imprisoned in a particular location. Shiba paused, fixing his gaze on Xiao Chun. Where? Please tell me, Shiba. Xiao Chun urged, his eagerness palpable. They are held captive within the Dragon Clan, but with your current strength, attempting a rescue would be tantamount to folly. Shiba, recognizing that Xiao Chun would likely rush to rescue his family once he learned their location, sought to temper his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. No, I believe that if I proceed with caution, I can surely save them. Xiao Chun was convinced that with vigilance, he could orchestrate a successful rescue. Do you know what I have been doing lately? Just a few days ago, I undertook a mission for the Alliance and visited the Dragon Clan. Do you know who is guarding Professor Oak and the others? They are under the direct supervision of the Dragon King, surrounded by numerous guards. With your current strength, venturing forth would be akin to courting death. Do you think you will only have to contend with the Dragon Clan? The Alliance has also involved itself. If it were solely the Dragon Clan, Professor Oak and the others would not have been captured. The primary force behind this is the Alliance, which supports the Dragon Clan from the shadows. It is said that the Dragon King took action against Professor Oak due to a gemstone. Now, aside from you, your family members are all in custody, yet the Dragon King has still not obtained the gemstone he desires. He is currently dispatching personnel to hunt you down, and if you venture out now, it would only lead to your demise. For the time being, this island is safe. The Dragon Clan will not find you here. It is wise to focus on strengthening your abilities in this sanctuary. Shiba spoke earnestly to Xiao Chun, unwilling to watch him walk into danger. Xiao Chun stood silently, absorbing Shiba's words. Do you understand? The Dragon Clan has laid an intricate trap around Professor Oak's detention site, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Furthermore, do you believe the Dragon King is the strongest force within the Dragon Clan? Their legacy spans centuries, with countless powerful individuals. During my visit, I encountered a Dragonite far more formidable than the Dragon King guarding Professor Oak. Even if you manage to evade the Dragon King, how will you escape from it? Moreover, Professor Oak and the others are relying on you. If you act impulsively, what will happen to them? Shiba's concern for Xiao Chen's safety was genuine. Thank you, Shiba. I understand now. Xiao Chen was deeply moved by Shiba's last words. Indeed, his family could only rely on him. Now, focus on enhancing your strength here. Do not dwell on other matters. I will keep an eye out for news regarding your grandfather and the others. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Relieved that Xiao Chen had heeded his advice, Shiba shared a few final words before turning to depart. Shiba had returned to the island primarily to select a few sloth Pokémon from the Lazy Sloth clan, as they were indeed quite useful. As Xiao Chen watched Shiba leave, he resolved to bolster his strength, ensuring that both the Dragon Clan and the Alliance would pay dearly for their actions. Xiao Chen had not come to the island seeking Shiba's strength. Rather, he sought information. After all, it was unrealistic to expect Shiba to join him in confronting the Dragon Clan and overthrowing the Alliance. What he truly needed was the precise location of his family and the movements of his enemies. As for revenge, that depended on his own capabilities. After Shiba's departure, Xiao Chen further intensified the training regimen for his Pokémon, imposing stricter standards than before. He too raised the intensity of his own training, recognizing that only by holding himself to a high standard could he inspire his Pokémon to excel. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chen and his Pokémon trained earnestly on the island, and at last, Metagross emerged from its seclusion. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 70, near champion level. Ability, Clear Body. Skills, Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt. Upon absorbing the energy from the colossal boulder, Metagross astonishingly ascended to near champion level, a development that took Xiaoqing by surprise. Witnessing such a significant enhancement in Metagross's prowess brought him immense joy, yet there remained no sign of Tyranitar emerging from its seclusion. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing had resolved to train diligently on this small island to bolster his strength, for time was abundant, and the longer Tyranitar remained in meditation, the more formidable it would be upon its return. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Xiaoqing and his companions had resided on the island for 4 months. During this period, Shiba would visit every fortnight or so, bringing supplies and tidings from the outside world. Yet, these were secondary concerns. His primary worry was that Xiaoqing might act impulsively, such as recklessly charging into the Dragon Clan. However, upon observing Xiaoqing's unwavering focus on training each day, Shiba felt reassured. Throughout this training interval, Xiaoqing's Pokémon made remarkable strides in their abilities. Pokémon, Electivire. Level, 78, near champion level. Ability, Motor Drive. Skills, Thunder Punch, Thunder. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 76, near champion level. Ability, Technician. Skills, Headbutt X Scissor. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 75, near champion level. Ability, Clear Body. Skills, Meteor Mash, Hyper Beam. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 74, near champion level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Pokémon, Riolu. Level, 67, Elite 4 level. Ability, Justified. Skills, Bullet Punch, Aura Sphere. Seeing his Pokémon grow stronger filled Xiaoqing with delight, yet a shadow of concern loomed over him. Recently, Shiba had relayed troubling news. Professor Oak had been falsely accused of colluding with criminals for personal gain, embezzling from the League's resources, and suppressing other scholars to secure his position. The League was set to publicly judge Professor Oak in front of the Pewter Gym in 1 week. Chapter 82. The Machinations of the Dragon Clan. Upon learning that his grandfather faced baseless charges and impending judgment, Xiaoqing could no longer remain idle. He had to intervene. According to Shiba, the Dragon Clan had resorted to this scheme due to their inability to locate Xiaoqing, seeking to lure him out to rescue his grandfather. Initially, Xiaoqing had intended to train on the island for a year or more, but now he was compelled to revise his plans. Although Shiba was reluctant to let Xiaoqing go, he could not deter the boy's resolute determination. Xiaoqing recalled all his Pokémon save for Charizard, preparing to leave the island and strategize for the looming confrontation. While his companions had improved significantly, Tyranitar still remained in seclusion, and encountering a formidable opponent could prove exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, he knew he had to act. After all, it was his grandfather at stake. Mounting Charizard, Xiaoqing departed from the island. Watching Xiaoqing's retreat, Shiba felt a twinge of anxiety. Fully aware that the Dragon Clan had laid a trap, anticipating Xiaoqing's arrival, Shiba had contemplated assisting Xiaoqing, but given the League's involvement as a member of the Elite Four, he could not intervene. At that moment, within Pewter City's gym, a gathering of over a dozen individuals convened in the reception area, where gym leader Brock and his mentor were bustling about, serving tea and refreshments. A stern-looking man seated at the head of the table scrutinized the others. Lord Dato, everything is in place. If that boy arrives, he will undoubtedly have nowhere to escape. A member of the Dragon Clan spoke first. Dato, the leader of the Dragon Clan, refrained from responding to his kin and instead turned his attention to a middle-aged man beside him. Mr. Cheery, do you believe he will come? Dato inquired. Aware that Cheery held a grudge against Xiaoqing, one rooted in the tragic loss of his child. As Dato and his associates prepared this trap for Xiaoqing, Cheery had approached Dato, expressing his desire to partake in the scheme. His condition was that Xiaoqing must be delivered to him in the end. Dato, without hesitation, acquiesced, recognizing Cheery's desire for vengeance as merely a means to an end, as he sought the gemstones that would serve his own interests. I trust he will come. After all, he previously sought my assistance regarding Professor Oak's situation, and with the professor here now, Xiaoqing has every reason to appear, Cheery asserted. As he uttered Xiaoqing's name, an unmistakable fury radiated from him, though the others chose to remain silent, wary of provoking any ill fate. This plan must succeed without fail, otherwise, it would invite scandal. At that moment, an elder spoke up. Rest assured, Mr. Widor, our preparations are meticulous, and we will not encounter any errors. Dato replied, infusing his words with a hint of respect. Widor was not only an ally sent by the League, but also a formidable individual in his own right, thus warranting Dato's courtesy. Pleased with Dato's response, Widor nodded, satisfaction evident on his countenance. For Widor, the League's interests outweighed all else. Failure would not only result in his accountability, but would also tarnish the League's reputation. Initially, the League had no intention of intervening against Professor Oak, as he was a renowned figure, while Dato, the champion of the League, had the backing of numerous scholars. However, the Dragon Clan had offered terms that the League could not refuse, prompting their involvement. With the primary tasks arranged, the assembly reconvened to deliberate over finer details. Meanwhile, Brock discreetly pulled aside his father, who had been serving tea with a smile. Do you truly believe inviting them to our territory will pose no problems? Brock asked, concern etched on his face. Originally, Dato had intended to bait Xiaoqing out by staging the trial of Professor Oak elsewhere, but Brock had volunteered to take on this role, suggesting they draw them to Pewter City. After some consideration, Dato had acquiesced, for Pewter City lay close to Pallet Town, providing an optimal setting to lure Xiaoqing, while simultaneously illustrating the fate that awaited those who opposed the Dragon Clan. What issues could possibly arise? Surely you don't think that Xiaoqing fellow can stir up any real trouble? Brock retorted, glancing at his father. Brock's father remained silent, clearly apprehensive about Xiaoqing's potential. After all, Xiaoqing's prowess had been on full display during the Lily of the Valley conference, and if conflict ensued, he and his son would likely be no match for Xiaoqing. There is no cause for concern. Once the esteemed leaders apprehend Xiaoqing, all our troubles will resolve themselves. Furthermore, should this matter be successfully resolved to the satisfaction of those esteemed adults, and if they generously bestow upon us a modicum of favor, slightly elevating our status, then the future of the Nibi Gym would undoubtedly shine brightly. Xiaoqing patted his father's shoulder, urging him to relax. At that moment, he was already immersed in the splendid future of the Nibi Gym. Xiaoqing was certain that Xiaoqing would undoubtedly appear this time, for this was an overt strategy. And with Professor Okito on their side, Xiaoqing would have no choice but to come. Once Xiaoqing was apprehended, his own advancement would be assured. Seeing his son so resolute, Wuging chose not to voice further concerns. After all, his son was the captain of the Nibi Gym, and as long as it was his belief, he would offer his unwavering support. At this juncture, Xiaoqing had arrived in Nibi City. He gazed at the Nibi Gym in the distance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Although he was aware that this was a trap set by Yolongdu and his associates, he found himself with no alternative. Should the charges be substantiated, all of his grandfather's lifetime achievements would turn to ash. At that moment, aside from Xiaoqing, another group of individuals was also watching the Nibi Gym with keen interest. This group, consisting of approximately a dozen individuals, was positioned at a different angle from the Nibi Gym, and neither party was aware of the other's presence. Mr. Jiancheng, when shall we act? One individual inquired of his leader. Their defenses must be exceedingly tight. To approach now would be tantamount to courting death. We must wait until the day of judgment commences. Only then will we have our opportunity, Jiancheng replied sternly. But Mr. Jiancheng, we are only a handful. Is it wise? The individual attempted to voice further concerns, but was interrupted by Jiancheng. There are still some reinforcements on the way. Whether you choose to join or not is your decision. Even if I am the last one standing, I will see this plan through. Jiansheng declared with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing Jiansheng's words, the individual refrained from further comments. Jiansheng was resolute. Having already steeled himself for the possibility of death, he knew he had to take action. Teacher, I will surely rescue you. Chapter 83, Yolongdu. Do you acknowledge your crimes? The day of judgment for Professor Okido swiftly arrived. A platform was erected before the Nibi gym, adorned with several tables and chairs, where Yolongdu and his companions took their seats. Surrounding the area were several cameras, as this trial of Professor Okido was to be broadcast live. Below the platform stood dozens of powerful Pokémon. While their individual strength was not formidable, their sole task was to safeguard the scene and maintain order. A throng of spectators encircled the area, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, for this was indeed the trial of Professor Okido, naturally attracting a large audience. Xiaoqing was present as well, his face obscured by a black cloth, leaving only his eyes visible. He observed Yolongdu and the others on the platform, his anger barely contained. Yet he forced himself to remain calm, for Professor Okido had not yet arrived, and any premature action would certainly alert the enemy. At that moment, Xiaoqing ascended the platform with a microphone, embodying the role of the Nibi Gym's leader, exuding confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xiaoqing of the Nibi Gym. Shortly, we shall commence the trial of the accused, Professor Okido. Xiaoqing began with a self-introduction, subsequently enumerating the charges against Professor Okido. As Xiaoqing's voice resonated, the audience erupted into fervent discussion. Some insisted that Professor Okido was wrongfully accused, while others proclaimed that he deserved his fate. The two factions engaged in an intense debate, and despite Xiaoqing's attempts to quell the uproar, the crowd remained unruly. Silence. Yolongdu rose, addressing the bickering crowd with an authoritative tone. The audience, sensing his presence, ceased their quarrels. Yolongdu then directed his gaze towards Xiaoqing, granting him permission to continue. Now, let us introduce our trial subject, Professor Okido. As Xiaoqing's words fell, two individuals assisted Professor Okido onto the platform. The professor appeared pale, his gait unsteady, a stark contrast to the vigorous figure he once was. It was evident that he had endured considerable suffering during this period. Xiaoqing gazed at his grandfather's gaunt visage, his inner fury threatening to erupt. Yet reason dictated that now was not the optimal moment to act. He needed to wait until the trial concluded, and they attempted to escort Professor Okido away. When their defenses would surely be less vigilant, that would be the perfect opportunity for him to strike. While Xiaoqing enumerated the fabricated charges against Professor Okido, the audience displayed a myriad of expressions. Some were swayed by the League's deceitful narrative, hurling insults at the professor, while others, who knew of his character and the League's convoluted machinations, cast disapproving glances at Yolongdu and his associates. Just as Xiaoqing passionately continued his speech, an untimely voice broke through. Nonsense. This is sheer folly. Is this how you, as the gym leader of Nibi, engage in slander? You are truly a disgrace to the title. An elderly man clad in a lab coat pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a blatant insult. But upon recalling his support from the League and the Yulong clan, his initial trepidation dissipated. Elder, your words require substantiation. These charges against Professor Okido are derived from official League documents. Surely, you must trust the League, if not me, Xiaoqing replied with a faint smile. Recognizing the importance of maintaining decorum in this public setting, as reputation was paramount for a gym leader. Evidence. Do you think I am unaware? It is precisely because Professor Okido's grandson, Okido Shigeru, acquired a gemstone coveted by Yolongdu that he could not contend with Professor Okido alone. Instead, he colluded with the League to coerce Professor Okido into surrendering what Yolongdu desired, and you, merely a sycophant seeking to curry favor, are but a lapdog. The elder looked down upon Xiaoqing with disdain. This proclamation left the audience in shock. Those unfamiliar with the situation felt as though a new world had been unveiled before them. Their curiosity piqued, while those in the know regarded the elder's boldness with admiration. Astonished that he dared to voice such truths publicly, Xiaoqing gazed at the elder with admiration, pondering whose subordinate he might be. Xiaoqing, caught off guard by the elder's retort, found himself momentarily speechless, as if placed upon a scorching pyre. Dr. Jinchuan, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter as well? Yolongdu rose, his expression darkening as he regarded Jinchuan. Those aware of the situation were few, and even among them, few would dare to speak out. Yet now, Jinchuan had brought the issue to light, subjecting both the League and Yolongdu to considerable pressure. After all, Yolongdu's actions had resulted in the downfall of a formidable figure like Professor Okido, instilling fear in others that they might be next, prompting them to unite against him. Furthermore, this elder was not an ordinary individual. He was a genuine Pokémon research PhD, albeit less renowned than Professor Okido, yet still possessing significant influence, even causing Yolongdu to regard him with some trepidation. I never speak without basis. I will not claim what is untrue. Since you have committed these acts, do you fear the truth being revealed? Despite facing the formidable Yolongdu, Jianchuan's spirit remained unyielding. His dear friend, Professor Okido, had been unjustly accused by this group, and Jianchuan felt compelled to stand up and vindicate his old companion. Jianchuan, Professor Okido, witnessing his friend's bold defiance against Yolongdu, was moved to tears. Rest assured, Okido, I will rescue you, Jianchuan vowed, his own eyes glistening with emotion as he reflected on the suffering his old friend had endured during this trying time. Seize Professor Jianchuan and escort him away. Yolongdu, sensing the situation slipping from his grasp, hastily commanded his subordinates to remove Jianchuan from the scene. As two powerful Pokémon advanced menacingly towards Jianchuan, a flicker of panic crossed his face. After all, Jianchuan was merely a researcher of Pokémon, lacking the championship prowess of Professor Okido, and thus was not equipped to confront such threats. Wait, a voice suddenly interrupted the unfolding drama. Yolongdu, already irate at the incessant interruptions, glared at the source of the voice. A middle-aged man approached Jianchuan, flanked by two individuals who blocked the advancing Pokémon. Yolongdu, do you know your crimes? The man boldly accused, pointing directly at him. The assembly was taken aback by the man's audacity. Who was this brazen figure? Mr. Jianxing, what brings you here? Jianchuan exclaimed in astonishment at his unexpected savior. Jianxing was a student of Professor Okido and had served as his assistant. It was surprising to see him here, especially since all of Okido's assistants had been taken under the Alliance's control. Jianchuan, there's much to discuss, but first, let us address the immediate crisis. Jianxing urged, acutely aware of the threat posed by Yolongdu, the champion of the Alliance. What crimes have I committed? Yolongdu retorted coldly, his eyes narrowing at the man questioning him. Were it not for the public setting, he would have silenced his detractors long ago. Have you no shame? Professor Okido is a man of selfless dedication, and yet you have slandered him for your own gain. Is that not a crime? Jianxing's voice rang out, unwavering in the face of Yolongdu's contempt. The guilt of Professor Okido is not for you to determine. It is the Alliance that establishes such judgments. Do you dare challenge the Alliance? Yolongdu scoffed, dismissing Jianxing's defiance with disdain. The Alliance? Everyone knows it is merely a profit-driven organization. You claim the Alliance has condemned Professor Okido, but how much have you bribed them to frame him unjustly? Jianxing's fury ignited as he confronted Yolongdu, prepared to confront the consequences of his words. How dare you question the Alliance? At this juncture, Waiduo, representing the Alliance, could no longer remain silent. He rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Jianxing. You insolent cur, where do you hail from? Jianxing shot back, undeterred. I am a special envoy of the Alliance. You dare to insult me? You have sealed your fate. Waiduo trembled with rage. A special envoy? The Alliance is hardly virtuous. And you, a mere envoy, are no better. Jianxing couldn't suppress a chuckle at Waiduo's indignation. Do you dare speak ill of the Alliance? Do you know how many starter Pokémon are prepared each year for novice trainers? Is it not the Alliance that maintains order across the regions? Waiduo fumed, his beliefs shaken by Jianxing's words. Do all new trainers receive a starter Pokémon at the appropriate age? Jianxing challenged. Cultivating these Pokémon requires time and resources. Only a select few novice trainers are fortunate enough to receive them. Waiduo dismissed Jianxing's assertion, oblivious to the impact of his words, which would serve as a sharp weapon against the Alliance. Only select trainers receive them? I believe it is only those who can afford to pay you who are granted such Pokémon. Jianxing's declaration shocked those around him, yet he pressed on undeterred. Who does not know that only those trainers with connections or substantial sums of money can acquire a starter Pokémon from you? Meanwhile, those without power or wealth must venture into the wild to find Pokémon themselves, facing perilous dangers that have cost many their lives. And as for your claim of maintaining order, that is absurd. The true order is upheld by gym leaders, elite trainers, and countless grassroots workers, while you, the upper echelons of the Alliance, are nothing but leeches. You in the upper echelons often abuse your status, oppressing others and seizing what is not yours. In the Alliance, one must offer you favors to advance. Otherwise, they remain stagnant forever. Under your management, how many ordinary people have a chance to rise? It would be better to overthrow your Alliance. Taking a deep breath after his passionate speech, Jianxing turned to address the crowd. Though he had finished speaking, the audience remained in stunned silence, grappling with the weight of his words. While they were all aware of the Alliance's misdeeds, None had dared to voice such accusations publicly until today. Not only the audience present, but also those watching the live broadcast were stirred by Jianqing's words, unleashing pent-up grievances against the alliance. Xiaocheng gazed at Jianqing's tall figure, exclaiming in admiration. Seeing the crowd's growing unrest, Waiduo felt a surge of panic and turned to Yolongdu for assistance. Subdue all troublemakers. First, apprehend those instigating this disturbance. Yolongdu commanded his subordinates, who began to disperse the crowd and move towards Jianqing and his allies. Yolongdu, you dare to act against us in public, Jianqing shouted, pointing an accusing finger at him. Your recent words have marked you as traitors to the alliance, attempting to commit acts of treason. I must detain you for questioning, Yolongdu declared, undeterred by Jianqing's defiance. Yolongdu, do you think we came unprepared? Jianqing shouted to his allies, who emerged from the crowd, standing resolutely before Yolongdu's advancing subordinates. To Yolongdu's shock, nearly 100 individuals stood in defiance, a mix of Jianqing's allies and those who had long harbored discontent towards the alliance. Are you attempting a rebellion? Yolongdu seethed, his anger boiling over at the unexpected turn of events. What's the matter? Brothers, today we shall confront these scoundrels together, Jianqing bellowed, taking the lead as he charged towards the Yulong crossing, with his comrades following closely behind. Hold nothing back. Kill them all. At this moment, Yulong Crossing's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Once these individuals were eliminated, none would dare to resist. The two factions unleashed their Pokémon, clashing violently, while the onlookers scattered in panic. No one anticipated that a trial would devolve into such chaos. Among the crowd, Xiao Chun observed the fierce battle and recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. He stealthily navigated through the throng towards the stage. Chapter 85, The Melee. Unlike the skirmish outside the Nibi city gates, within an office, an elderly gentleman nearing his 80s reclined comfortably on a sofa, savoring a glass of red wine. A strikingly beautiful young woman approached, carrying a tray adorned with a bottle of exquisite wine. Another girl noticed that the elder's glass was empty and promptly poured him more from the tray. Before him, 3 elegantly garbed ladies danced gracefully to the music, while the old man's hands mirrored their movements. He relished the service, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Master Ball, there's trouble. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as one of the elder's subordinates rushed in, clutching a laptop in a state of alarm. What is it? The elder frowned at the apparent thoughtlessness of his subordinate, but permitted him to report. There have been complications regarding the matter with Dr. Oki at the Yulong Crossing. Please, look at this. The trembling subordinate placed the laptop before the elder and began to play a video. The footage displayed Jianqing's remarks during the trial presided over by Dr. Oki. Upon concluding the video, the elder furiously slammed the laptop to the floor, shattering the screen into pieces. How infuriating. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What are Wider and Yulong Crossing doing? And that rabble causing unrest? Are they seeking rebellion? The elder trembled with rage, his subordinates too fearful to speak, lest they incur his wrath. You will inform Wider and the others at once. Suppress everyone on site. Those who dare to resist shall be executed. The elder's voice brooked no dissent. Understood. His subordinate, not daring to speak further, hurriedly departed to relay the orders. The elder watched as his subordinate left, then turned his gaze back to the 2 frightened young women who had been quaking in fear moments before. A smirk returning to his lips. Those who dare oppose me shall learn the meaning of demise. With that, the elder drained his glass in one swift motion. At the entrance of the Nibi gym, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Jianqing, flanked by 2 men, struggled to hold back Yulong Crossing. Meanwhile, Wider found himself entangled in a standoff with several opponents. The situation for Jianqing was dire, as Qianli, a formidable adversary, rampaged through the crowd alongside his Pokémon. Wreaking havoc, Xiao Chun had already ascended the stage, using his electrode to carve a path through the chaos. Grandfather, Xiao Chun reached Dr. Oki and commanded his electrode to sever the handcuffs binding him, hastily assessing his injuries. Thankfully, Dr. Oki had not sustained any harm. His weakness stemmed merely from the environment and lack of nourishment. Xiao Chun. Dr. Oki gazed at Xiao Chun, tears streaming down his face. Yet he was too feeble to move. Come on, grandfather, I will take you away. Xiao Chun supported Dr. Oki, preparing to flee. You cannot take him. He is a criminal. At that moment, Brock stepped forward, blocking Xiao Chun's path. The trial against Dr. Oki had already failed. He could not allow Xiao Chun to rescue him again, lest he jeopardize his position as gym leader. The electrode delivered a swift slap to silence Brock. Ignoring Brock, Xiao Chun commanded the electrode to attack. With a resounding crack, Brock was caught off guard, feeling a burning pain on his cheek. followed by being launched into the air, landing headfirst in a trash bin. Seeing his son soar through the air, Wu Neng hastily pursued him. Although Xiao Chun had dealt with the annoying Brock, his actions attracted Yulong Crossing's attention. Not good. That kid intends to rescue Dr. Oki. Stop him. Yulong Crossing shouted to his subordinates, initially intent on intervening himself, but was firmly blocked by Jian Cheng and his allies. Curse it. Yulong Crossing cursed under his breath, continuing to command his Pokémon to engage Jian Cheng's team. Several of Yulong Crossing's subordinates, freed from their engagements, received his orders and began to encircle Xiao Chun. However, these lesser opponents were no match for Xiao Chun. The Electrode unleashed a thunderbolt, sending several adversaries sprawling. Xiao Chun pressed on, determined to extract Dr. Oki from the fray. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, Qianli blocked Xiao Chun's path. Mr. Qianli, Xiao Chun exclaimed in surprise, realizing they had yet to resolve their previous encounter. Kid, we have unfinished business to settle, Qianli growled, teeth clenched. He had long awaited this day, thirsting for vengeance against Xiao Chun for the sake of his son. Charizard, take my grandfather to the island. I will come for you. Xiao Chun knew that no matter what he said, Qianli would not listen. So he released Charizard to carry Dr. Oki away. Charizard secured Dr. Oki upon its back and soared into the sky. Qianli, what are you doing? Oki is escaping. Yulong Crossing shouted in desperation as he witnessed Dr. Oki's imminent departure. Seemingly ignoring Yulong Crossing's cries, Qianli's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chun. For him, Xiao Chun was the true target. Capturing Dr. Oki while allowing Xiao Chun to escape would be a grave error. Scoundrel! Yulong Crossing, seeing Qianli's inaction, vented his fury on Jian Cheng and his companions, intensifying their struggle. Recognizing that escaping would not be easy with Qianli in his way, Xiao Chun decided to strike first. Electrode, use Thunder. Xiao Chun commanded. Please, use Meteor Fist. Qianli, dismissing the threat posed by Electrode's attack, ordered his own Pokémon to retaliate. Meteor Fist shattered Electrode's thunder, landing several blows that forced Electrode to retreat. Are you alright, Electrode? Xiao Chun inquired, concern etched on his face. Electrode shook its head, indicating that it was unharmed. Xiao Chun directed Electrode to counterattack, but the battle was becoming increasingly unfavorable for him and his Pokémon. With the powerful Garchomp currently in seclusion, Xiao Chun was at a distinct disadvantage against Qianli. He sought an opportunity to escape, yet Qianli's relentless focus left him with no chance to flee. As Xiao Chun found himself at a loss, a figure abruptly positioned themselves in front of him. You, boy, take your leave. I shall handle this. Chapter 86, President Jiaxi. Dr. Jian Chuan. Xiao Chun gazed in astonishment at the elder who stood before him, shielding him from Qianli. He felt a surge of gratitude for this man, who had just spoken up for his grandfather, and was unexpectedly moved by his willingness to assist. You still haven't left? I cannot hold him off, Jian Chuan urged, noticing Xiao Chun's hesitation. Thank you, and please be careful, Xiao Chun replied, recalling his electric beast into its Pokeball and summoning his Metagross before swiftly fleeing the scene. If one were to escape, flying would undoubtedly be swifter. After all, this was a truth Xiao Chun had personally verified. Qianli, witnessing Xiao Chun's retreat, intended to pursue him, but was impeded by Jian Chuan. Dr. Jian Chuan, do you intend to obstruct me? Qianli queried, his tone laced with irritation. It was not that Qianli feared Jian Chuan. The latter's strength was not formidable, and Qianli could easily overpower him. However, out of respect for the esteemed doctor of the Alliance, he refrained from acting. What do you think? Jian Chuan remained steadfast, blocking Qianli's path. His actions spoke volumes. Move aside, Dr. Jian Chuan. Qianli gritted his teeth. The King of Vacations unleashed a powerful blow, incapacitating Jian Chuan's Pokémon. Just as Qianli prepared to chase after Xiao Chun, Jian Chuan clung to his legs, causing Qianli to stumble. Damn it! Qianli could no longer contain his frustration and began to kick Jian Chuan, blood trickling from the elder's head. Despite his injuries, Jian Chuan's grip on Qianli did not waver. Seeing that Jian Chuan still refused to relent, Qianli continued his assault. After several relentless kicks, Jian Chuan finally succumbed and collapsed, releasing his hold. Yet, Qianli no longer harbored any intention of pursuing Xiao Chun, for he realized he had already lost his chance. Casting a glance at the unconscious Jian Chuan and then at the ongoing battle, Qianli, fueled by fury, charged into the fray alongside his comrades from the King of Vacations, eager to unleash his wrath upon the adversaries. With Qianli's intervention, Jian Cheng's side was overwhelmed, leaving him as the sole survivor. Despite the fallen comrades surrounding him, Jian Cheng mustered the strength to stand tall, determined to fight alongside his Pokémon until the very end. Let us go, Jian Cheng cried, launching a final assault against the Dragon King, his Pokémon attacking with fervor. Yet, it proved futile. Jiancheng and his Pokémon were ultimately felled, unable to rise again. Curse you, Qianli. Why did you let Demu escape? The Dragon King approached Qianli, seething with anger. If Demu had not been rescued, an explanation could have been provided to the higher-ups since Demu was still in their grasp, and their adversary's plan had failed. However, due to Qian Li's interference, Demu had been saved. What do you mean I let Demu escape? I'm not your subordinate. Why should I heed your commands? Qian Li retorted, his temper escalating since he had failed to apprehend Xiao Chun. He had no intention of submitting to the whims of a champion from another region, especially when he hailed from the Hoenn region. Gentlemen, perhaps we should consider how to explain this to our superiors, came a voice from Wider, who intervened before the two could come to blows. Only then did the Dragon King assess the battlefield. Although they had secured a victory, many had fallen, and punishment from above was inevitable. Where is the gym leader of the Nibi Gym? The Dragon King suddenly recalled. I am here, stammered a half-conscious Brock, his face swollen and bruised from an earlier encounter with an electric beast, losing several teeth in the process. You are the leader of the Nibi Gym? The Dragon King had seen Brock before, but the state he was in made him barely recognizable. If the Nibi Gym hasn't switched leaders, then I suppose that would be me, Brock replied, fear evident in his voice, worried that he might lose his position as gym leader, leaving him with nowhere to vent his sorrow. The Dragon King, bemused by Brock's comical appearance, reluctantly accepted this reality. He had intended to confront Brock regarding the rescue of Dr. Demu, but considering Brock's current state, it seemed more a case of workplace injury, and the Dragon King hesitated to blame him for the mishap. Nevertheless, he knew that their defeat would not go unpunished by the higher-ups. Unbeknownst to them, the Alliance's upper echelons were embroiled in turmoil due to the current situation, too preoccupied to address their concerns. In a vast office, 5 elderly figures sat in solemn silence, their expressions grave. What on earth transpired? Numerous civilian trainers have incited riots across various regions, and our officers are losing control. If this continues, we will lose our grip on these areas. An elderly woman in police attire spoke up, unable to contain her anxiety. Indeed, several Pokémon centers in regions where our control is tenuous have already been breached. If this continues, our losses could be catastrophic. Elder Bear, you must devise a strategy, chimed in another elderly woman dressed as a nurse. Alas, what can be done? Riots are erupting in many locations, and our personnel must not only quell these disturbances, but also guard against sudden attacks from those dark organizations. Our forces are stretched perilously thin. Moreover, the unrest is not confined to the Kanto region. Other areas are also exhibiting signs of turmoil, and their authorities are demanding accountability from us. If it weren't for that incompetent Dragon King, we wouldn't be in such a precarious position, Elder Bear remarked, casting a glance at an elderly man beside him, Dragon Mingyang, the grandfather of the Dragon King. Alas, given the current state of affairs, further debate among us is futile. Our immediate priority is to address the situation at hand. Dragon Mingyang acknowledged, fully aware that the chaos had been instigated by his grandson. The allure of the gemstone's power, which could swiftly enhance the strength of dragon-type Pokémon, was too great for the Dragon Clan to resist. Otherwise, Dragon Mingyang would not have personally intervened, sacrificing numerous interests to secure the support of the 4 elders in order to take action against Dr. Demu. Yet, even if given another chance, Dragon Mingyang would not alter his course. He would still choose to seize. The 4 continued their heated discussion, each deflecting blame, as none wished to bear the burden of failure. Sigh. At that moment, the elder seated at the head of the table let out a weary sigh. The arguments ceased instantly, and all eyes turned to him, filled with respect. This elder was none other than Jiaxiai, the president of the Kanto Alliance and the region's most formidable force. Chapter 87. Lurking. Enough, everyone. This incident is not something we desired, but since it has occurred, delving into blame serves no purpose. I propose we temporarily set aside the oversight of those malevolent forces. After all, they have remained relatively quiet during this period and should not pose any significant threats. Instead, let us mobilize all available forces to suppress the revolts across various locations. What do you all think? Jiaxiai, unwilling to see the ongoing disputes among the crowd, proposed a plan. Although this plan was somewhat audacious, Jiaxiai found himself devoid of superior alternatives. Observing that Jiaxiai had put forth a proposal, the others, recognizing their own lack of better options, acquiesced. With the situation temporarily managed, Jiaxiai breathed a sigh of relief. Although the plan had yet to be implemented, the united efforts of the Alliance would surely quell the rebellions in those regions. Little did Jiaxiai know, however, that a certain faction was already stirring with intent. In the underground chamber of the Changpan Dojo, the decor was opulent, radiating an aura of grandeur. At this moment, a man of imposing stature lounged on an extravagant sofa, accompanied by a Pokémon resembling a lioness. He was engrossed in the television before him, which displayed the events transpiring outside the Nibi Dojo. Raising a glass of red wine from the table, he downed it in one gulp, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The alliance has truly shot itself in the foot this time. How amusing, he exclaimed. At that moment, a woman clad in uniform entered the room. Boss, she greeted, bowing respectfully to the man on the sofa, who was none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Banmu, also serving as the dojo master of Changpan Dojo. The fact that the head of a nefarious organization could operate under the Alliance's scrutiny as a dojo trainer was a testament to Banmu's formidable capabilities. Jin Yao, instruct Apollo and the others to mobilize everyone. Remember, do not engage those causing trouble for the Alliance, but unleash hell upon their members. We will raid their nurturing centers, banks, and so forth. This time, I aim to stir the waters and observe how these old-timers react, Banmu commanded, referring to the higher-ups of the Alliance. His intention was to plunge the entire Alliance into chaos, allowing Team Rocket to reap greater rewards amidst the turmoil. Understood, Zhen Yao replied before departing to carry out her orders. This could be our opportunity to dominate the Kanto region, Banmu mused, gently stroking the head of his Meowth, a smile curling on his lips. It was not only Team Rocket seeking to exploit the Alliance's vulnerabilities, even local gangs were seizing the moment, rendering the Alliance hard-pressed to respond. On a small island, Xiao Chun and Professor Ohm had arrived, but Shiba was notably absent. Xiao Chun had previously informed Shiba that he would bring Professor Ohm to the island after rescuing him. As a member of the Alliance's Elite Four, Shiba could not afford to be seen on the island. Xiao Chun led Professor Ohm to his modest dwelling, allowing the professor some much-needed rest after his harrowing experiences. During this time, Xiao Chun contemplated his plans. Although he had successfully rescued Professor Ohm, his parents and brother remained in the clutches of Yulong Du, and the Pokémon belonging to Professor Ohm and the others had been confiscated. These matters required Xiao Chun's urgent attention. Yet, he understood the necessity of patience. With Professor Ohm present, he could seek counsel on numerous issues. A day later, Professor Ohm finally awoke, having rested adequately for the first time in months. During his captivity with the Yulong clan, he had faced relentless interrogations and deprivation, with even sleep on the cold floor being a luxury. Pushing open the wooden door of the cottage, he emerged into the glaring sunlight, which felt warm and welcoming. Grandfather, how do you feel now? Xiao Chun inquired, observing the professor's awakening. Much better. This period has truly taught me the meaning of hardship, Professor Ohm responded with a hint of self-deprecation. Have you any news about Xiao Mao and my parents? Xiao Chun asked anxiously, concern etched on his face. Though his grandfather had been rescued, his other family members were still at the mercy of the Yulong clan. Xiao Mao and the others, Sai? They are still held by the Yulong clan. However, given the commotion you stirred, it seems Yulong Du is temporarily preoccupied with you. So they should be safe for the time being. We have time to devise a strategy, Professor Ohm reassured him. He knew Xiao Chun would be eager to rescue his family, but he also recognized that, with Xiao Chun's current strength, confronting the Yulong clan would be akin to stepping into a fire without hope of survival. Xiao Chun remained silent, acutely aware of his inadequacy to rescue his loved ones, feeling a deep sense of guilt. Listen, my child, I understand your urgency to save your family, but one must always rely on strength. If I were to send you to rescue them now, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. You must consider what sacrifices have been made for you. This situation could have been avoided entirely when Yulong Du sought that gemstone from Xiao Mao. Had Xiao Mao simply handed it over, would Yulong Du have targeted us? Not only would he have refrained from acting against us, but he would have likely offered us something in return for the favor. Yet, in his desperation to bring back that gemstone for you, Xiao Mao was captured because of you. Do you truly believe that Yulong Du's intent is to judge me? What benefit would he gain from that? His only aim is to draw you out for the gemstone in your possession. Professor Ohm placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder, tears streaming down his weathered face. Xiao Chen's eyes glistened with emotion. He had previously believed that Yulong Du's actions were solely motivated by greed for treasures. But now he grasped that it was all due to his own choices. That is all I can say. If you still wish to go, I will not stop you. Professor Ohm concluded, retreating into the room. At that moment, Xiao Chun gazed at the closed door, the professor's words echoing in his mind. If I were captured, no one would be left to rescue them. Clenching his fists, he resolved to bide his time, diligently honing his strength until he was capable of rescuing his family. Wait for me. I will come to save you. To the Yulong clan and the Alliance, Prepare for my vengeance. This wait shall not be long. Chapter 88. The Impact of the Ohm Incident. A month had elapsed since the trial of Professor Ohm, and its ramifications continued to ripple across various locales, inciting numerous adverse reactions. In Chintzy Town, once a picturesque settlement, it now lay ravaged by the scourge of war. Quick, seek reinforcements, Miss Junsha cried, her face etched with anxiety as she beheld the encroaching enemy forces. That very morning, the townsfolk had merely begun their day, only to find Chintzy village besieged by these assailants. However, they had yet to launch an attack. The mayor promptly contacted Miss Junsha. Yet, as soon as she and her officers entered Chintzy Town, the attackers suddenly sprang into action. Caught off guard, Miss Junsha had anticipated that the group surrounding the town was merely a minor gang, prompting her to bring along only a handful of officers, alongside the town's few Pokémon trainers and the mayor. However, Miss Junsha was taken aback to discover that the strength of the gang leader was surprisingly on par with her own, coupled with the overwhelming numbers of adversaries. She found herself struggling to fend off their attacks. With no other recourse, Miss Junsha led the townsfolk to withdraw to the center of the town, directing the residents to seek refuge in the mayor's residence while she and the mayor rallied to counterattack the nefarious thugs. Miss Junsha, our forces are utterly incapable of pushing back, the mayor shouted at her, all the while commanding his Pokémon to retaliate. Alas, aside from Miss Junsha and a few officers she had brought along, the mayor and his cadre of trainers possessed virtually no combat prowess. Had it not been for Miss Junsha, the town would have already succumbed to the onslaught. Curse it, is there truly no way out? A flicker of despair glinted in Miss Junsha's eyes as she beheld the swelling ranks of enemies approaching, their reinforcements arriving in a relentless stream. While the status of her own support remained uncertain, just as Miss Junsha and her compatriots appeared on the brink of encirclement, a voice resonated from the skies above. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. With those words, the encroaching foes were repelled by a torrent of flames, prompting the gang leader to hastily retreat with his subordinates. Descending from the heavens upon his Charizard was a young boy, accompanied by a Pidgeot, upon whose back sat a boy and a girl. My heartfelt gratitude to both of you. Were it not for your timely intervention. Miss Junsha extended her hand, intending to shake hands with her savior, only to be abruptly interrupted by an unexpected newcomer. A young man with dark skin stepped forward, grasping Miss Junsha's hand with an exuberant grin, his eyes inexplicably morphing into heart shapes. Hello, Miss Junsha, I am Brock. There's no need for thanks, but might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? The dark-skinned youth leaned closer to Miss Junsha, who was momentarily taken aback, wishing to evade his advance, but finding it impossible. She could only watch helplessly as he drew nearer, preferring to face the earlier gang instead of this unexpected suitor. Enough, Brock, this is exceedingly rude. At that moment, the girl among them stepped forward, tugging at Brock's ear and pulling him away. Indeed, the trio who had come to Miss Junsha's aid were Ash, Brock, and Misty. Meanwhile, the Pokémon League, overwhelmed by crises erupting across various regions, found themselves stretched thin. While they had previously managed to maintain a semblance of order, the recent resurgence of Team Rocket had begun to wreak havoc on League facilities everywhere. The League, left with no alternative, called upon trainers affiliated with them to assist in combating the escalating threats. Ash and his companions had responded to the League's summons, arriving at the locations in dire need of support. Observing Misty drag Brock away from her, Miss Junsha felt as though she were gazing upon her saviors. Meanwhile, Brock, being led away by Misty, wept openly, his heart shattered as he watched the distance between himself and Miss Junsha grow. What is the situation here, Miss Junsha? Ash inquired as he approached. It's just a local gang causing trouble. It turns out their leader possesses formidable strength. A sudden and unexpected change from their previously weak leader. I find myself at a loss, Miss Junsha confessed, a shiver of fear coursing through her. Had Ash and his friends not arrived in the nick of time, she might have met her end today. However, what puzzled Miss Junsha was how a previously inconspicuous gang could suddenly acquire such a powerful leader, while the rest of the gang's members remained quite ordinary. It felt as if unseen hands were orchestrating the events behind the scenes. Yet, she had no time for further contemplation and had to adhere to the directives from above. Having resolved the crisis in Morningstar Town, Ash and his companions set forth towards their next destination in need of assistance. Similar incidents unfolded across various locales, with some towns succumbing entirely to malevolent forces due to the League's delayed support. At that moment, in the League's conference room, the higher-ups convened once more, united in their mission to eradicate the nefarious elements plaguing the regions. Junsha, you mentioned that your police department has been at it for over a month without any tangible results. while the rebel factions grow ever more brazen. What exactly is your department doing? The League invests a significant amount of money into your department each year. Are you merely maintaining a cadre of individuals who consume resources without taking action? Baylor was the first to chide the leader of the Junsha clan, responsible for maintaining order within the League. What do you expect us to do? You are well aware of the League's current predicament. It's not just the local gangs rebelling. Even Team Rocket has entered the fray. With the personnel at my disposal, how can we withstand such an onslaught? Junsha, having bottled up her frustrations for some time, finally found an outlet for her pent-up anger. Meanwhile, Nurse Joy sought to soothe the two, urging them to maintain a calm dialogue. Yulong Mingyang sat quietly at the head of the table, choosing not to engage in the debate, knowing that any involvement would draw the ire of the others, preferring instead to observe the ensuing discord. Enough, everyone. How long will we continue this bickering? Jia Si interjected, stepping up to restore order, as he often did in moments of discord. Indeed, following his words, the argument subsided. I understand that everyone has faced significant challenges during this peacekeeping operation, but I believe that the solution should not be insurmountable for us all, Jia Si stated, glancing around at the other 4 individuals present, choosing not to elaborate further. Chairman Jia Si, your words seem rather facile. We currently lack personnel and resources. We are at a loss when it comes to dealing with these lawless individuals, Junsha retorted, spreading her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Is it truly a lack of options, or do you simply wish to avoid jeopardizing your own interests? Jia Si's voice grew icy, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Junsha. Feeling a chill run down her spine under Jia Si's intense scrutiny, Junsha found herself unnerved, while the others present sat upright, acutely aware of the formidable presence of the League's strongest member. Chapter 89, The Plan of Banmu. In that moment, the assembly sat before Jia Si in silence, hesitant to meet his gaze. Jia Si regarded the 4 individuals seated before him, fully aware that they had not unleashed their full potential. He knew that if these seasoned veterans were to truly engage, even the formidable Team Rocket would have to tread carefully. However, they were reluctant to reveal their trump cards, believing that the League's crises were of little concern to them. After all, even in the League's absence, their own powerful families would prevail. These hidden strengths were only to be employed in the direst of circumstances. To utilize them now would lead to detrimental repercussions in future resource allocations and confrontations with adversaries. Such capabilities were closely guarded by the major factions, and they would not be deployed unless absolutely necessary. Among the 4, only Baylor remained composed. Having been personally elevated by Jia Si and fully aware that Jia Si's words were directed at the other 3, recognizing that his intimidation tactics had borne fruit, Jia Si adjusted his posture and continued, I understand that each of you is considering the welfare of your respective families, but the League is not solely mine. It belongs to all of you. Should calamity befall the League, I trust that none of you will fare well in the aftermath. Thus, I implore each of you to exert your utmost efforts and assist the Alliance in navigating through this tumultuous period. I beseech you all. After expressing his sentiments, Jia Si bowed to the other 4 individuals, recognizing the gravity of Jia Si's words. The others dared not be remiss and promptly pledged to dedicate themselves fully to the cause. Their willingness to act stemmed primarily from their respect for Jia Si. Should the Alliance falter in this endeavor, the consequences would be of little consequence to them, as their lives would remain unchanged. However, if the Alliance were to persevere, they would inevitably face Jia Si's reckoning, and they harbored no illusions that he would spare them for their inaction. Reluctantly, they consented to take action. Upon witnessing their resolve, a smile graced Jia Si's wrinkled visage. As the meeting concluded, the returning members unleashed their formidable abilities to methodically confront the insurgents. Under the relentless onslaught of these individuals, the rebellious factions had been substantially quelled in less than 2 months. After all, the primary insurgents were merely a cadre of untrained civilians, despite their numbers. Their strength was lacking. By capturing a few notable figures as examples, the remainder would naturally comply and refrain from further insurrection. Even those with considerable prowess paled in comparison to the might of the regular forces. At the Iwaki dojo, Banmu was attentively listening to Zhun Yao's report. The Alliance's response had indeed been swift. Within a mere 3 months, they had managed to suppress numerous regions. It seemed that Team Rocket was significantly outmatched by the Alliance. Banmu mused, astonished at the Alliance's depth of strategy. He had initially anticipated that it would take at least a year, if not longer, to quell the insurrections, especially since he had enlisted members of Team Rocket to contribute to the chaos. The Alliance's rapid progress was unexpected, not only in quelling the revolts, but also in resulting in considerable losses for his own Team Rocket. Zhun Yao, Withdraw all our personnel. Their continued presence serves no purpose and will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices, Banmu instructed, noting that the majority of regions had already been reclaimed by the Alliance. Allowing Team Rocket members to remain would only exacerbate casualties. Moreover, Banmu's objectives had been met. The Team Rocket members dispatched during this period had plundered a significant amount of resources belonging to the Alliance, leaving him quite satisfied. Wait, Banmu called out just as Zhen Niao was about to depart to carry out his orders. Zhen Niao, noticing Banmu's lingering concern, closed the door he had just opened and returned to await further instructions. I recall that we have a group of Pokémon left behind in the Devil's Forest due to a failed experiment, correct? Banmu inquired, gazing at Zhen Niao. Indeed, boss. Following Dr. Mu's failed Pokémon experiment, those Pokémon, which were designated as test subjects, have since eluded our control and remain in the Devil's Forest, Zhen Niao replied respectfully. Team Rocket had been conducting an experiment to develop a new type of serum that would exponentially enhance a Pokémon's power upon injection. Initially, the researchers were elated. But the experiment ultimately ended in disaster, with all injected subjects becoming uncontrollable, resulting in significant losses for Team Rocket. Although the plan was to eliminate these failed specimens, some of them exhibited extraordinary strength, with the most formidable reaching champion level, including one near master level Pokémon. Curiously, these Pokémon, despite belonging to different species, managed to coexist within the same territory. It is worth noting that even Pokémon of the same species often engage in fierce battles upon encountering one another in the wild, let alone those of disparate breeds. Furthermore, these Pokémon demonstrated a united front. Any outsider entering their vicinity would be met with ferocious aggression, particularly directed at humans. This realization prompted Team Rocket to reconsider their plan to dispose of them, as their formidable strength and strong sense of community meant that a direct assault would likely result in losses for Team Rocket as well. Thus, it would be wiser to keep them, as they might serve an unexpected purpose in the future. Ultimately, Banmu decided to confine them within the Devil's Forest, ensuring that provisions were periodically supplied to guarantee their survival. The Devil's Forest, where these experimental Pokémon were held, lay not far from Otani Town in Iwaki City. With this in mind, since the experiment had already failed, maintaining these failed specimens would only deplete resources. This time, let us grant them their freedom. Zhen Yao, you are tasked with leading a team to expel these experimental subjects from the Devil's Forest, allowing them to roam the wild in the cities, where they can vent their pent-up fury. Simultaneously, have our personnel prepare, for when the Alliance falters, it shall be the day that Team Rocket rises to take their place. Banmu declared, his hands gesturing decisively as he finalized the fate of these Pokémon, a fervent ambition igniting within him to usurp the Alliance. Yes. Zhen Yao bowed to Banmu before turning to leave. Alliance, may you delight in this gift I bestow upon you. Banmu's eyes gleamed with madness. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and his Pokémon were on a small island receiving guidance from Professor Oki. Under the tutelage of such a formidable mentor, Xiao Chun and his companions experienced rapid growth in their abilities. Observing Xiao Chun training alongside his Pokémon, Professor Oki felt a twinge of melancholy. He wondered where his own Pokémon might be at that moment and how his old companions were faring. Chapter 90, Experimental Subjects. Time flew by, and a month slipped away quietly. Within the Yulong clan, Yulong Mingyang sat at a tea table sipping from his cup, awaiting news. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and shortly thereafter, Yulong Du appeared before him, breathless with urgency. Great-grandfather, something terrible has happened, Yulong Du exclaimed anxiously, startling Yulong Mingyang, who inadvertently sprayed tea across Yulong Du's face. Stunned into silence, Yulong Du stood motionless, neglecting the tea dripping from his visage. You little rascal, are you trying to frighten your grandfather to death in hopes of inheriting the family fortune? Yulong Mingyang chided with a chuckle, their bond having always been strong. After the passing of Yulong Du's parents, Yulong Mingyang had raised him, fostering a close relationship between them. Grandfather, this is truly grave, Yulong Du insisted, his expression still fraught with concern. Oh, could it be that the insurrections have not been fully quelled? Yulong Mingyang had anticipated receiving news of the unrest's resolution, but the severity of Yulong Du's demeanor suggested otherwise. Grandfather, a number of Pokémon with extraordinary strength have appeared from somewhere, including some at the champion level. Yulong Du's face was alight with disbelief, as it was indeed surprising for anyone to encounter such formidable adversaries unexpectedly. Even the emergence of champion-level Pokémon in the wild should not invoke such shock. Perhaps they had emerged from a previously undiscovered location. As the champion of the Alliance, how can you be so flustered? Young ones still have much to learn. Yulong Mingyang chuckled softly, lifting his teacup once more to take a sip. However, chaos ensued as these Pokémon wreaked havoc in several towns, with multiple settlements succumbing to their relentless assaults. Yulong Duyu made a startling revelation, causing Yulong Mingyang to sputter the tea he had just ingested. Once again, Yulong Duyu found himself drenched in tea. "What did you say?" Yulong Mingyang exclaimed, rising to his feet, his expression one of disbelief. How could a swarm of wild Pokémon suddenly launch an attack on human habitats? The wilderness was not devoid of formidable Pokémon. Historically, these creatures coexisted peacefully with humans, only attacking if their territories were encroached upon, and they never ventured into human domains. A massive congregation of Pokémon had united to assault several towns, prompting Junsha to dispatch law enforcement. Yet the formidable Pokémon within had inflicted substantial losses on her team. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yulong Duyu's brow, not out of fear of the Pokémon, but due to the daunting numbers that made the situation precarious. After all, many ants can take down an elephant, and Yulong Duyu hesitated to act rashly. Just as Yulong Mingyang was about to speak, he was interrupted by the shrill ring of a communicator. He composed himself before answering the call. Moments later, he set the device down, his demeanor grave. "Grandfather, what has happened?" Yulong Duyu inquired, perplexed by the unusual expression on his grandfather's face, having never seen him display such concern before. It seemed the matter discussed over the phone was serious. "Chairman Jia Ci has summoned me. His undercover agent within Team Rocket reported that they are preparing for battle, and their intentions appear nefarious." At this moment, Yulong Mingyang could only hope that Team Rocket would not act recklessly, as there had already been too many tumultuous events within the League, leaving no room for further complications. Yulong Duyu felt the weight of pressure from his grandfather's words. As the champion of the League, he was certain that he would be among the first to face any repercussions. Yulong Mingyang patted Yulong Duyu on the shoulder and made his way outside. Noting the urgency in Jia Ci's voice on the communicator, time was of the essence. In the exclusive conference room for League executives, Yulong Mingyang hurriedly arrived, finding Jia Ci, Junsha, Joy, and Wei Duo already in attendance. "Now that everyone is here, Junsha, please elaborate on the situation," Jia Ci prompted, directing his gaze toward Junsha. "I believe everyone is somewhat aware of the recent events. Out of nowhere, a group of exceptionally powerful Pokémon has appeared, wreaking havoc in places like Giant Mouth Town, Clearpond Town, and Yixing Town. The personnel I dispatched have suffered considerable losses, yet they also uncovered some peculiarities about these Pokémon. They seem to exhibit extreme aggression, particularly towards humans, becoming even more frenzied upon sighting us. Consequently, I managed to capture one and handed it over to Joy." Junsha recounted the situation to the assembly, then turned her attention to Joy. With all eyes upon her, Joy produced a document and distributed it among the attendees. "I conducted a thorough dissection of the Pokémon Junsha brought, discovering that a potent energy within them is influencing their nervous systems. However, this energy has become fully integrated with the Pokémon, rendering it nearly impossible to extract for further study. I suspect these Pokémon were previously subjected to experimentation, as their strength should not have been so formidable. It appears that their previous captors used them as subjects to enhance their abilities for some ulterior motive, attempting to control them. Yet, the experiment failed, leading to their current state of abandonment." Joy shared her findings with the group, prompting contemplative expressions among the others. Most of them had engaged in experimentation on Pokémon at some point, albeit discreetly. They would never attempt such large-scale experiments. Minor transgressions might go unnoticed, but the current situation posed a significant threat that could not be ignored. These League executives kept a watchful eye on one another, aware that any disruption of balance could result in a collective backlash against the disruptor. However, it was evident that the current Pokémon uprising was not instigated by anyone present, as it bore no benefit to any party involved. To experiment on such a vast number of Pokémon with the intent to control them reveals a grander scheme at play. Yulong Mingyang interjected. "A grander scheme indeed. Do you think they intend to conquer our Kanto region?" Wei Duo laughed, attempting to alleviate the somber atmosphere. Yet, the others remained serious. Extracting a critical piece of information from Wei Duo's words, "Conquer Kanto." Suddenly, the name of a certain organization surfaced in their minds, Team Rocket. Chapter 91, Fierce Battle in Oda Town. Team Rocket, they exclaimed in unison, realization dawning upon them. It was no surprise to connect the Pokémon upheaval with Team Rocket, as they had long been a thorn in the side of the League, with everyone eager for their downfall. The League was well aware of Team Rocket's ambition to seize control of the entire Kanto region, as they all had their eyes and ears within the enemy camp. "Everyone, I trust you now have a clearer understanding of the situation," Jia Ci addressed the group. The others nodded in agreement, indicating their comprehension. "In that case, The task of quelling this Pokémon insurrection falls to Yulong Mingyang and Junsha. You must act swiftly to subdue these Pokémon. The rest of you should prepare, as we are likely to face a fierce confrontation ahead. Jia Ci organized the assignments, mindful of the potential threat posed by Team Rocket, ensuring that not everyone would engage with the rampaging Pokémon. The others had no objections to Jia Ci's directives and proceeded to execute their roles. Meanwhile, in Oda Town, Ash and his companions strolled through the streets. Just ahead lay Giant Mouth Town, and the thought of battle ignited Ash's enthusiasm. "I'm pumped for this fight," he exclaimed. They had received word from the League that a Pokémon uprising was underway, requiring powerful trainers to assist. Upon hearing the news, they promptly set off. Ash was eager for battle, while Brock sought fame and fortune, knowing that the League would reward their efforts afterward. Misty, seeing her friends join the fray, decided to accompany them as well. "Let us be cautious. I've heard these rampaging Pokémon are quite powerful. We might not stand a chance," Misty expressed her concerns, unsure if their skills would be enough to face the onslaught. "Don't worry, Misty. Who knows? We might even capture some powerful Pokémon along the way," Ash replied, his excitement for Pokémon overshadowing all other considerations. Ash was not mistaken. Both he and you possess considerable strength, and as the gym leader of Nibi City, our trio is simply invincible. A mere horde of rampaging Pokémon would be effortlessly subdued by us. Brock was brimming with confidence in their abilities. If Dawn were present, she would undoubtedly scoff at Brock's words, for among the three, his strength was undeniably the weakest, leaving one to wonder about his audacity. While Ash and his companions were engaged in cheerful conversation, a blinding beam of formidable energy swept past them from the left, instantly toppling numerous buildings. Was that a destruction beam? What on earth is happening? Brock instantly recognized the attack as a destruction beam. As the onslaught concluded, the ground began to tremble. "Look over there," Dawn exclaimed, prompting Ash and Brock to gaze ahead. Before them, on the street, emerged a battalion of robust Pokémon, their eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson hue, their expressions fierce and terrifying. Could they be the rampaging Pokémon? Ash pondered aloud. They must be. They have wreaked havoc all the way here, obliterating everything in their path. They likely came from the devastated Kuriguchi town, Brock deduced. Those colossal beasts advanced with reckless abandon, led by a massive Tyranitar, as if they owned the streets. The surrounding crowds, witnessing such destruction, fled in terror, leaving only Ash and his companions behind. "All right. In that case, Charizard, you are up," Ash declared, unfalteringly sending forth his ace, Charizard, to face the approaching army of Pokémon. "I leave it to you, Onix. Go, Kingdra." Brock and Dawn also released their Pokémon to prepare for the impending battle. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Onix, use Rock Throw. Kingdra, use Water Pulse. The trio unleashed their attacks upon the advancing Pokémon, and under the weight of their fierce onslaught, the horde quickly faltered, leaving behind a few incapacitated Pokémon. The rest of the army retreated in disarray. "What the heck? They ran away so quickly. I was expecting a proper battle," Ash lamented, watching the retreating Pokémon with lingering disappointment. Charizard let out a roar, seemingly in agreement with Ash's sentiments. "Who are we? It is only natural for a mere group of Pokémon to flee at the sight of us," Brock remarked with a sense of pride, simultaneously producing Pokeballs to capture the incapacitated Pokémon. The League would reclaim them, and rewards would be granted for their submission. Little did they know, the fleeing Pokémon were now amidst a forest, conversing with a towering behemoth. The colossal creature listened intently as the Tyranitar spoke before unleashing a thunderous roar, turning towards the direction of Ash and his friends. With each step it took, the very ground trembled beneath it. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still reveling in their recent victory. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed as the earth began to quake violently beneath them, and a massive pale green behemoth materialized before their eyes. "Begone!" Brock's eyes widened in terror, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of the creature. "It's so enormous," Dawn gasped, struck dumb by the sheer size of the Bagon. "Haha! Let me witness the power of this Bagon," Ash exclaimed, completely unfazed by the creature's strength. The more powerful the opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. Whether they could defeat it was inconsequential. They needed a formidable adversary to warm up against. If Dawn had been there, she would have recognized that this Bagon was a champion-level Pokémon. Ash and Charizard charged towards Bagon with eager excitement, but reality proved harsh. As Charizard lunged at Bagon, it was swiftly struck back by a powerful slap. "Charizard!" Ash shouted in alarm as he watched his companion being sent flying. Charizard stood up, shaking its head in bewilderment. Undeterred by the setback, with a fierce roar, it charged at Bagon once more, only to be caught and subjected to another brutal beating. Ash, we need to leave quickly. We are no match for this Bagon, Brock urged, his eyes filled with trepidation. It seems we cannot escape, Dawn pointed out, her voice trembling as she surveyed their surroundings. They were encircled by a multitude of Pokémon, finding themselves at the very center of this encirclement. We are surrounded. Chapter 92, The Severed Onyx. Ash and his companions found themselves trapped by the Pokémon. What should we do now? Dawn gazed at the encircling Pokémon, despair evident in her expression. We must take a gamble. Capture the leader first, Brock commanded, signaling Ash and Dawn to launch an attack on Bagon. Understanding Brock's intent, Ash and Dawn directed their Pokémon towards Bagon, but their efforts proved futile, resulting in their Pokémon being severely battered instead. Damn it! Ash glared at Bagon, feeling utterly powerless. Brock scanned the surrounding Pokémon, noticing their apparent reluctance to engage, and devised a plan. Release all our Pokémon and let them attack together, he shouted to Ash and Dawn, promptly releasing the Pokémon he had on hand. Following suit, Ash and Dawn unleashed all their Pokémon. The surrounding Pokémon, startled by the collective roar of their comrades, grew wary and vigilant. Roar! Bagon released a fearsome bellow, silencing the surrounding Pokémon instantly. Brock observed the scene with a smile, realizing that Bagon aimed to confront all their Pokémon at once. This thought rekindled his confidence. Everyone attack! Brock, Ash, and Dawn commanded their Pokémon as they charged at Bagon. The clash was fierce. Although their numbers were greater, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Bagon swatted away their Pokémon with ease. Damn it! Brock watched in fury as Bagon sent his Flareon flying, but when he turned to face Bagon, he was frozen in horror. Bagon had grasped the two segments of Onyx's body and was mercilessly pulling them apart. Onyx let out a pained roar. Onyx, you fiend, let go of Onyx! Brock shouted in rage, rushing forward to kick at Bagon in a futile attempt to rescue his Pokémon. Bagon merely kicked Brock away, sending him crashing to the ground. However, he had no time to assess his injuries as he scrambled to his feet, desperately seeking to save his Onyx. Yet, as he had just risen from the ground, he was met with a scene that nearly shattered his composure. The formidable Onyx, its body sculpted from stone, was ruthlessly severed under the exertion of Tyranidar's grip. After letting out a mournful cry, Onyx's head fell, lifeless. Tyranidar, bored, nonchalantly tossed aside the severed segments of Onyx's body. Brock dashed to the side of his fallen companion, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Onyx had been his very first Pokémon, his most cherished ally, and now its lifeless form lay before him. However, Tyranidar did not afford Brock much time to grieve. It stood upon a circular Pokémon beneath its foot. Flareon! Brock roared in fury, for the creature beneath Tyranidar was none other than his beloved Flareon. With a thunderous stomp, Tyranidar crushed Flareon in an instant. Thud! Witnessing the demise of two of his Pokémon in quick succession, Brock collapsed, his vision fading to black. Brock! Ash shouted, but the unconscious Brock could not respond. Ash and Dawn commanded their Pokémon to counter Tyranidar's assault while moving closer to Brock. Upon reaching his side and confirming that he only had fainted, Ash let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was unharmed. A deafening roar erupted from Tyranidar, sending Ash and Dawn's Pokémon hurtling through the air. It had grown weary of its sport and was prepared to conclude this farce. Tyranidar's jaws gaped wide, energy coalescing within, signaling the imminent release of its devastating hyper beam. This is it, are we finished? Dawn observed helplessly as Tyranidar loomed over them. Ash stood frozen, paralyzed by inaction. With a resounding roar, the hyper beam shot forth from Tyranidar's maw, hurtling directly towards Ash and Dawn. They closed their eyes, resigned to the impending doom. Boom! The ground shook with a violent explosion, debris scattering in all directions. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Ash cautiously opened his eyes to behold a gigantic Dragonite standing resolute. Having intercepted Tyranidar's attack, a man emerged from behind Ash. Champion Drake! Ash exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the newcomer. Drake nodded, casting a glance at the unconscious Brock before silently instructing Dragonite to engage Tyranidar. Despite contemplating capturing Ash as well, Drake, in light of Brock's protection, deemed it unnecessary to waste time on a mere novice like Ash. Under Drake's command, Tyranidar was swiftly subdued. The colossal beast collapsed to the ground, and Drake retrieved it with a pokeball. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the surrounding Pokémon prepared to flee, but they found themselves encircled by Drake's men, rendering escape futile. Drake paid them no mind, leaving their capture to his subordinates. His gaze drifted towards a distant mountain range, where Dragonite sensed a Pokémon of comparable strength lurking. In no time, the chaotic Pokémon were subdued, When the League took decisive action, these creatures posed no threat. After his subordinates had tidied the battlefield, Drake prepared to advance deeper into the mountains. At that moment, Ash stepped forward to block his path. "Champion Drake, I wish to join you. I can be of assistance," Ash implored eagerly, awaiting Drake's response, while Dawn remained behind to tend to the still unconscious Brock. Drake considered Ash for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ash's strength surpassed that of many of his subordinates, and his inclusion would bolster their ranks. Together, Ash followed Drake and his team into the depths of the mountains, their mission to eradicate the Pokémon threat once and for all. Meanwhile, in the guest lounge of the Pewter Gym, "Boss, they're here, right outside," Jinri reported to Takashi. "Show them in," Takashi instructed. With Takashi's command, Jinri stepped outside. Takashi was in high spirits, as the individuals he was about to meet were not to be taken lightly. "Come in," Jinri welcomed the pair, a distinguished elder and a young boy, into the lounge. "Professor Oak, I have awaited your arrival," Takashi exclaimed, his smile widening upon seeing the visitors. Chapter 93, Joining Team Rocket. Takashi invited the two to sit on the couch before him, his smile unwavering. After all, the visitors were none other than the renowned Pokémon professor, Professor Oak, and his assistant, Shin. A week prior, Shin and Professor Oak had concluded their intensive training on the small island, their spirits buoyed by a significant revelation, one that nearly sent them into a frenzy. Just a week ago, Shiba, who had not returned to the island in quite some time, suddenly appeared, delivering grim news to Shin and Professor Oak. Upon hearing the devastating news, Professor Oak collapsed, fainting on the spot, while Shin was crushed by sorrow. The residents of Pallet Town, including Shin's family, had been executed by the Drake clan. Indeed, executed, with not a soul spared. This included Shin's parents, Green, and all the villagers taken from Pallet Town. After Professor Oak rescued Shin, Drake, realizing he had no hope of acquiring the coveted gem, decided against keeping the captured townsfolk alive, as it would only incur further expenses. Yet, he could not simply release them. Having imprisoned them, they would harbor resentment and seek vengeance when the opportunity arose. Thus, after conferring with the League's higher-ups, Drake resolved to eliminate this liability discreetly. However, this matter could not escape the keen awareness of Shiba, who promptly returned to the island upon receiving word, informing Shin and Professor Oak of the tragedy. Consumed by despair, Shin and Professor Oak contemplated following their families into the afterlife. But Shiba's counsel and their desire for vengeance sustained them. Yet, the question of how to avenge their loved ones weighed heavily on Shin. Without Professor Oak's Pokémon, he could hardly stand against their foes alone, necessitating the search for allies. Though Professor Oak's reputation had waned, he could still rally some support. Unfortunately, genuine aid was scarce for both Shin and Professor Oak, leading them to consider enlisting the help of nefarious forces, with Team Rocket emerging as their prime candidate. Initially, Professor Oak harbored doubts about the feasibility of approaching Team Rocket. However, Shin was aware of the whereabouts of their leader, leading to today's fateful meeting. Little Chun was intensely curious about the leader of Team Rocket. After all, it was evident that this leader treated his subordinates with a kindness that surpassed that of any other organization. He noted how Meow Meow and the others had been idling about, yet the leader, Banmu, had shown them no reprimand. "Greetings, Professor Oak. I am Banmu, the leader of Team Rocket. Is it true that you wish to join us?" Banmu inquired with a hint of anticipation, for he recognized the stature of a genuine doctor, one whose name was well known throughout the Pokémon League. "Indeed, it is not just myself, but also my grandson, Little Chun. Might you consider accepting us?" Professor Oak asked with a friendly smile, appreciating that Banmu, in his capacity as the leader of Team Rocket, treated him with such humility. As one who had nowhere else to turn, Professor Oak felt compelled to respond warmly. "Certainly, young Chun is quite accomplished, having secured the position of runner-up in the Sinnoh League at such a tender age. His future is indeed promising," Banmu remarked, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he regarded Little Chun. He had already arranged for an investigation into Little Chun's capabilities, which were undoubtedly impressive. With Professor Oak's inclusion, it felt like a 2-for-1 deal, a tremendous gain for Banmu, especially since he had plans to take action against the League soon. The addition of both individuals would provide significant support. However, before you hastily agree, we have certain requests, and fulfilling them may prove challenging. Little Chun interjected, ready to present his conditions to Banmu. "Oh, what requests might you have, Mr. Chun? I shall do my utmost to accommodate," Banmu replied, narrowing his eyes. Sensing that there was more to this than met the eye, the nature of the request hinted at complexity, and he feared that these two might not be as easily recruited as he had hoped. "Banmu, you are aware of the deep-seated enmity between my grandfather, myself, and the League, as well as the Dragon Clan. I require Team Rocket's assistance in seeking vengeance against them, Little Chen stated earnestly, locking eyes with Banmu. Banmu was taken aback by the simplicity of Little Chen's demand. It was not overly demanding, in fact. It aligned perfectly with his own plans for an imminent offensive against the League, which included targeting the Dragon Clan. To Banmu, Chen's ultimatum was almost inconsequential. What is the matter? Is it too much to ask? Little Chen observed Banmu's contemplative demeanor, mistakenly believing that his conditions were overly burdensome. Not at all, Mr. Chen. You jest. Team Rocket gladly accepts your request. Now, as for the two of you, Banmu replied with a cheerful acceptance, turning to Professor Oak and Little Chen. His intentions clear. Since you are so agreeable, we shall henceforth serve under you. Banmu. Both Little Chen and Professor Oak inclined respectfully towards him. Oh, no need for such formalities. Professor Oak will conduct research for Team Rocket from now on. Surely, you can continue your experiments seamlessly, even in a new environment? Banmu jested, looking at Professor Oak. And as for you, Mr. Chen, you shall serve as a senior officer by my side, following my command, Banmu assigned, clearly valuing Little Chen's presence. Little Chen recognized that being appointed as a senior officer was a significant honor, especially given that Banmu had 4 generals under him, followed by other officers. His immediate elevation to such a high rank spoke volumes about Banmu's regard for him. We shall follow your arrangements, Banmu, both Little Chen and Professor Oak affirmed. Haha, congratulations on your induction. Banmu raised his glass of red wine toward them. Little Chen and Professor Oak reciprocated by raising their glasses and drinking deeply. Now, I have some intriguing matters to discuss that I believe will captivate your interest, Banmu said. Though his delight was tempered by the serious nature of what he had to convey. Both Professor Oak and Little Chen straightened in their seats, ready to listen. In 1 month's time, I plan to launch an offensive against the entire Kanto League, aiming to seize control as swiftly as possible. The weight of Banmu's declaration left both Little Chen and Professor Oak momentarily speechless. It was evident that Banmu had long been preparing for this move, and it was not merely a spur-of-the-moment decision made in response to their arrival. However, this revelation rendered Little Chen's request seemingly moot. Yet, he remained steadfast, unwilling to backtrack on his word, for he was not one to act in bad faith. Jin Yao, please show them the documents we are preparing to release. Banmu chuckled, observing their astonished expressions. Little Chen received a file from Jin Yao, which detailed Team Rocket's deployment plans and operational procedures. They were particularly astonished to discover that Team Rocket had already arranged Pokémon to create disturbances against the League. But Professor Oak furrowed his brow at the sight of the Pokémon intended for this purpose, which were, in fact, failed experimental subjects. He had always held a keen interest in conducting experiments on Pokémon, though he had never done so due to the League's prohibitions. It was not that he lacked the desire. Rather, he was deterred by the severe penalties for such actions. Oh, Professor Oak, are you interested in research on living Pokémon? Banmu asked, noticing Professor Oak's lingering gaze on the failed specimens. Indeed, I have yet to attempt such experiments, Professor Oak admitted, drawn to the prospect of directly enhancing Pokémon capabilities. If you wish to try, I can arrange for you to visit the Pokémon research facility immediately. You may conduct your studies there without interruption, Banmu offered. Professor Oak glanced at Little Chen, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to accept the invitation. Little Chen, you should remain at the Tokiwa gym. During this time, our Team Rocket officers will be gathering here. And Tokiwa City will serve as the starting point for our unification of Kanto, Banmu declared, brimming with ambition. Yes, Little Chen responded, feeling exhilarated at the thought of the impending conflict. Jin Yao, please escort Professor Oak to the Pokémon research facility and arrange a room for Little Chen at the Tokiwa gym, Banmu instructed. Understood, boss. Professor, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Jin Yao led the way. As Little Chen and Professor Oak departed, Banmu's lips curled into a slight smile. With the addition of these two individuals, Team Rocket would grow even stronger, and he felt increasingly confident about the plans he was about to execute. After bidding farewell to Professor Oak, who was headed to the research facility, Little Chen remained in Tokiwa City, awaiting the commencement of Banmu's plans. Following Jin Yao, he arrived at a designated room, where she briefed him on the necessary protocols at the Tokiwa gym before taking her leave. There is little to note, except for the necessity of masquerading as a disciple of the gym, ensuring that one's affiliation with Team Rocket remains undisclosed. Xiaoqing entered the room, which was quite austere, furnished only with a bed, a table, and a chair. However, for Xiaoqing, these amenities sufficed, as his foremost priority was avenging his family. It is noteworthy that the Garchomp within the Pokeball had already exhibited signs of restlessness prior to arriving at the Tsukishima gym, occasionally trembling slightly. Yet it did not emerge from its confines. Although Xiaoqing could not fathom the reason for Garchomp's behavior, he felt reassured as long as it was not in distress. Xiaoqing had been at the Tsukishima gym for over half a month, dedicating this time to training his Pokémon in the battle room. Following his recent rescue of Professor Oak, he felt an urgent desire to grow stronger, and his training regimen for his Pokémon had never ceased. Remarkably, the progress of his Pokémon's abilities had been significant. Electivire, level 79, near champion. Galade, level 78, near champion. Metagross, level 77, near champion. Charizard, level 76, near champion. Lucario, level 68, elite. However, Garchomp still showed no inclination to emerge. On this particular day, while Xiaoqing was engaged in training with his Pokémon, he was approached by a messenger bird, which led him to Banmu's office. Upon knocking on the door and receiving a response, Xiaoqing entered. "Boss, have you summoned me for something specific?" he inquired, a thrill of anticipation igniting within him as he speculated that the time for Team Rocket's assault on the League may have arrived. "Xiaoqing, I have a mission that I need you to undertake, and I wonder if you would be willing to accept it," Banmu said, extending a file towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing refrained from replying immediately, instead perusing the contents of the document. Banmu patiently waited, offering no prompt. After closing the file, Xiaoqing grasped the general nature of the mission. Acknowledging its considerable difficulty, Team Rocket required the transport of a batch of specialized experimental reagents to Tsukishima City, which were crucial for the success of their forthcoming plans against the League. However, these reagents had attracted the League's attention, and operatives were already dispatched to track them, posing a risk of interception. Thus, it became imperative to send someone to ensure safe passage. "Is there a challenge?" Banmu inquired, having noted Xiaoqing's hesitation. "Rest assured, I will dispatch 2 elite teams to assist you, with you as their captain. They will aid you in successfully completing the mission." Banmu understood the mission's gravity. Initially, he had intended to send a general for the task, but leaks had compromised their plans. Given the League's heightened surveillance over Team Rocket, many personnel were rendered immobile, forcing Banmu to entrust this operation to Xiaoqing. After all, the League was unaware of the specifics of Team Rocket's cargo and was unlikely to deploy formidable forces against them. Xiaoqing's capabilities should suffice. "Rest assured, I will accomplish the mission," Xiaoqing vowed. Banmu smiled at his confidence. "Very well, prepare yourself immediately. You will depart at once. I will send you the location of the personnel tasked with escorting the reagents shortly. The 2 teams will await you in the forest outside Tsukishima City. I wish you success." Banmu encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "Yes," Xiaoqing replied, striding out. With little to prepare, he exited Banmu's office and made his way towards the outskirts of Tsukishima City to rendezvous with the individuals appointed by Banmu. Chapter 95. Xiaoqing enters the fray. Upon leaving Tsukishima City, Xiaoqing arrived at the designated location provided by Banmu, where he encountered the 2 elite teams awaiting him, standing vigilantly by a large tree. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing approached them, revealing his presence. They noticed him immediately. "Who are you?" A man stepped forward, eyeing Xiaoqing with suspicion. "I am the captain assigned by Boss Banmu to lead you on this mission. My name is Damo Chun," Xiaoqing declared. "Captain Damo." The 6 members respectfully bowed to him, having no doubts regarding his identity, as they had been informed about the leading personnel and their counterparts when accepting this task. Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction at the 6 individuals before him. Their demeanor indicated they were undoubtedly elite members of Team Rocket, far superior to the trio of fools he had previously encountered. "Please introduce yourselves, so I may assess your strengths," Xiaoqing requested, recognizing the necessity of understanding his teammates' capabilities for their impending endeavor. One by one, the 6 members presented themselves. With each introduction, Xiaoqing's approval deepened. Their skills were commendable. Among them, aside from the 2 team leaders, the remaining 4 boasted Pokémon all at the elite level, a remarkable feat among ordinary members. The 2 team leaders comprised a burly man with a fierce appearance but a gentle disposition named Daong, and a somewhat effeminate, slender man named Lingfeng. Both possessed 3 gym-level Pokémon each, and while their strength paled in comparison to Xiaoqing's, they were distinguished within Team Rocket. "Excellent, let us proceed," Xiaoqing commanded, leading the 6 towards the route provided by Banmu. Their objective was to secure the experimental reagents from their comrades and return them to Tsukishima City. This was their mission. After a day's journey, the group arrived at a quaint town where they halted. Xiaoqing then retrieved the route map provided by Banmu, studying it meticulously, aware that caution was paramount. Just moments prior, news from the messenger bird indicated that the individuals responsible for transporting the experimental reagents had sent out a distress signal before going completely silent. Their last known location was the very town they now occupied, known as Town. It was crucial to note that those assigned to escort the reagents were meticulously selected, their abilities likely matching or exceeding those of Xiaoqing's current team. The fact that they had only sent a single distress message before vanishing suggested that they had encountered adversaries of considerable strength. "Captain, I have news." Lingfeng, whom Xiaoqing had dispatched to gather intelligence, returned, breathless, as if bearing grave tidings. "Calm down and speak slowly," Xiaoqing urged, offering Lingfeng a cup of water as a gesture of encouragement. This morning, two factions clashed at the town's entrance. Their identities remain unknown. But the victorious group departed with Officer Junsha, who showed great respect towards their leader. It appears they were likely affiliated with the League. The opposing force, based on descriptions, seems to be ours. 2 members have been captured, while 2 others are unaccounted for and likely in hiding. Ling Feng recounted all the intelligence he had gathered to Xiao Chun. Have they concealed themselves? Xiao Chun pondered, momentarily perplexed. It was now almost certain that those apprehended were indeed the individuals responsible for escorting the experimental agent from Team Rocket. However, Xiao Chun was eager to ascertain whether the experimental agent had been intercepted by the Alliance or was still in the hands of the 2 who managed to escape. If the Alliance had already seized it, there would be no reason for him and his companions to linger here. He could simply return home. Conversely, if the 2 fugitives still possessed the agent, Xiao Chun was resolute in his determination to locate them. "Why don't we just visit the police station and inquire about the 2 who were captured?" De Jong suggested at that moment. "Are you a fool? Do you honestly think you can waltz into a police station and say, 'I'm with Team Rocket, may I have some tea with you?' Do you believe you could walk out afterward?" Ling Feng chastised his witless companion. "Go in." Xiao Chun suddenly found merit in De Jong's words. "Indeed, we can enter the police station and ask," he exclaimed with delight. "Captain, you haven't caught De Jong's stupidity, have you? One cannot simply walk into a police station," Ling Feng remarked, stepping back 2 paces, wary of contracting De Jong's foolishness. Throughout the day, they had come to understand Xiao Chen's character and shared light-hearted banter with him. "What I mean is, we could provoke the police to arrest us, thus granting us access to the detained individuals," Xiao Chen explained, eyeing his 2 dim-witted teammates. "Captain, are you suggesting we cause a ruckus to get arrested?" Ling Feng quickly grasped the plan. They then gathered together to discuss the specifics of their scheme. Ultimately, it was decided that Xiao Chun would lead De Jong and the other 2 inside, while Ling Feng would remain outside, monitoring the Alliance's movements and searching for the 2 who had evaded capture. Inside a restaurant in Lin Town, the establishment was bustling with diners at the dinner hour. Xiao Chun sat at a table, leisurely sipping tea and humming a cheerful tune, reveling in the moment. At that juncture, De Jong approached with 2 of his companions, and the surrounding patrons instinctively parted to make way for him. De Jong and his 2 underlings reached Xiao Chen's table, observing the defiance etched on his face, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Without further ado, Xiao Chen splashed his cup of tea all over De Jong. "You insolent brat! How dare you douse me with tea? Have you a death wish?" De Jong seethed, his expression one of fury. "Is it my fault you lack awareness? If I have an itch, should I expect you to scratch it?" Xiao Chen retorted disdainfully. "Good lad. Brothers, seize him," De Jong declared, raising his fist and lunging at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun deftly dodged De Jong's punch and began to flee throughout the restaurant, with De Jong and his lackeys in hot pursuit. In the course of their chase, they knocked over several items within the establishment, prompting the owner to swiftly call the police. Before long, officers arrived on the scene and apprehended the heatedly arguing Xiao Chun and his companions. "Now, what on earth is happening here?" one officer queried coldly, his patience wearing thin after being pulled from the comfort of his air-conditioned office to deal with these ruffians. "It was him. He started it. Don't you dare slander me. Clearly, it was you." The argument intensified among the group, much to the officer's chagrin. "Cuff them all and take them away." Ultimately, Xiao Chun and his companions found themselves precisely where they had hoped to be, inside the police station. After their arrest, one officer did not follow the main group, but instead headed towards a secluded alley. In the alley, Ling Feng awaited the arrival of the officer. "Deliver this to the individuals who were just taken in. This is your advance payment. Once the task is completed, the rewards will be substantial," Ling Feng said, handing the officer a storage ring along with a stack of Alliance currency. "I may be bold in asking, but what is your true intention?" the officer inquired, his eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of the currency. Though a deal had been struck, his curiosity regarding Ling Feng's motives was piqued. "The money is yours. Refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you," Ling Feng replied coldly. Though the officer felt slighted, he recognized the importance of maintaining discretion, aware that inquiring about a client's objectives was a grave breach of protocol. After finalizing the details of their arrangement, Ling Feng departed. Quickly, this will be your cell. Behave yourselves, an officer instructed as he locked Xiao Chun and the others into a disheveled cell, its walls adorned with cobwebs, clearly neglected for an extended period. After securing them, the officer left the vicinity. Captain, what shall we do now? De Yong inquired, disliking the need for critical thought and instead seeking Xiao Chun's guidance. Wait. Xiao Chun replied with a single word, then calmly settled into a cleaner corner to meditate. Wait. Although De Yong was confused, he understood that following Xiao Chun's orders was all he needed to do. At that moment, an officer approached their cell. De Yong and the others immediately grew vigilant. But Xiao Chun remained unmoved. The officer reached the front of their cell, glancing around before addressing them. Who is the leader here? Ling Feng instructed me to deliver something to your boss, but he did not specify who that was. And who are you? De Yong questioned, still on guard. I am their leader, Xiao Chun declared, stepping forward to confront the officer. This is what your associate asked me to give you. Please take it. The officer surveyed the area once more, ensuring no one was watching, before handing over the storage ring to Xiao Chun. After receiving the ring, the officer exited. Xiao Chun opened the storage ring, revealing several Pokeballs, all belonging to him and De Yong's group. Once each member had stowed their respective Pokeballs, they awaited the arrival of nightfall, for it is often said that darkness facilitates their endeavors. As the hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, and by midnight, Xiao Chun recognized that the moment had arrived. He released his commander, who effortlessly cleaved the impenetrable cell door open. The four of them stepped out, making their way toward the duty room. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chun and his companions, they were still unaware of the whereabouts of their captured friends. Instead of searching aimlessly, it would be more prudent to inquire directly. Arriving at the duty room, they found only one officer still awake, though he appeared drowsy and on the verge of sleep. Xiao Chun approached the officer and tapped on the surface of the desk where he was slumped. The sudden noise startled the officer awake, and upon seeing Xiao Chun and his companions, his face registered shock. How did you escape? The officer exclaimed, instinctively reaching for the Pokeballs at his waist. However, before his hand could reach the Pokeball, De Yong seized him forcefully, pinning the officer down onto the table. What on earth are you planning to do? Do you even realize you are committing a crime? The officer struggled desperately. Xiao Ching and the others exchanged amused glances at this, thinking it absurd. Crime? What good would it do to tell Team Rocket that? Be honest, where are the two individuals you captured earlier? De Yong demanded fiercely, pressing the officer's head down. You had better not play tricks, or I shall make your life a living hell. Xiao Ching gestured to the nearby Commander Slash, who stepped forward and plunged a knife into the officer's thigh. The officer let out a blood-curdling scream at the sudden agony. Will you speak? Xiao Ching asked, watching the officer with growing impatience. I'll talk. The officer, unable to bear the pain any longer, produced a set of keys and revealed their location to Xiao Ching. De Yong yanked the officer up, dragging him along, warning that if the officer dared to deceive him, he would surely face dire consequences. Following the officer's directions, Xiao Ching and his companions arrived in front of a cell, where two individuals lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. Had it not been for the rising and falling of their chests, Xiao Ching might have thought them dead. He opened the cell door and approached to confirm their identities. Having received their photographs prior to this encounter, recognizing them was quite effortless. Illuminating their faces with a flashlight, he immediately confirmed that they were undoubtedly members of Team Rocket. Wake up, Xiao Ching urged, shaking the bodies on the ground. The two individuals slowly opened their eyes, surprised at the sight before them. After all, De Yong was still clutching the bleeding officer, and Xiao Ching and his crew did not appear to be benevolent saviors. Damn it, Chun, one of them exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing Xiao Ching. Oh, you know me? Xiao Ching replied, taken aback by the recognition. I am Lian Heng, and this is De Heo. We are responsible for escorting the experimental agents, and I am their captain. The information about the support personnel sent by headquarters included you, he explained, gesturing to himself and then to his companion. He had not anticipated that Xiao Ching and his team would arrive to rescue them so promptly. Xiao Ching nodded thoughtfully at his words, realizing he had almost forgotten about the shared intelligence between their factions. This isn't the place for conversation. Take them with you. We must leave. Xiao Ching instructed his two subordinates. Captain, what shall we do about this guy? De Yong asked, lifting his arm, still gripping the terrified officer. Kill him. Xiao Ching replied coldly. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. The officer cried out in terror, struggling as he could not comprehend why Xiao Ching would want him dead after complying with his demands. Ignoring the officer's pleas, De Yong swiftly snapped his neck, and the officer ceased his struggles. The group cautiously made their way outside, but as they neared the entrance, a swarm of officers suddenly appeared, leading to a tense standoff. Charge! With swift determination, Xiaoqing led his subordinates to launch an attack against the encroaching officers. In an instant, the unprepared officers were caught off guard, and upon realizing they were outmatched, they fled in disarray. Xiaoqing paid no mind to them and hurriedly departed the scene with his group. Once outside the precinct, Xiaoqing returned to their temporary base in Mulan Town, where Lingfeng awaited their arrival. "Captain, you're back." Lingfeng greeted Xiaoqing and the others. "Are these two brothers?" he inquired, eyeing Xiaoqing. "Indeed. They are responsible for escorting the experimental agents," Xiaoqing clarified. "By the way, I didn't have a chance to ask, where are the experimental agents you were escorting?" Xiaoqing turned to Lianheng, as the agents were the ultimate reason for their mission. "The agents are with our other two companions, but we are unaware of their current whereabouts." Lianheng replied helplessly, explaining that he and Deheo had been captured while attempting to protect the others during their escape. Xiaoqing felt a wave of dread wash over him. The whereabouts of the two agents were now a mystery, and it was uncertain whether they were still in Mulan Town, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "What shall we do now?" Lingfeng asked Xiaoqing. "We will take it one step at a time," Xiaoqing replied. Feeling at a loss, "Captain, there's a situation." At that moment, a subordinate sent by Lingfeng to gather intelligence rushed back, breathless. "What is it? Did I not tell you to be cautious? You're acting like a fool." Lingfeng chastised his subordinate, who was certainly tarnishing his reputation with such behavior. I have news about the experimental agents." The young man gasped, finally regaining his breath to relay the information. "What? Don't just gasp. Tell me where they are?" Lingfeng exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he gripped the young man's collar. "Calm down, Lingfeng. Be steady. Don't act rashly," Daon quipped, observing Lingfeng's anxiousness. However, Lingfeng had no time for banter, his excitement over the news of the experimental agents overshadowing everything else. "Enough, Lingfeng. Let him go. You're choking him." Xiaoqing intervened, pushing Lingfeng aside as he glanced at the nearly asphyxiated young man with exasperation. After allowing the young man a moment to recover, Xiaoqing inquired again about the experimental agents. It turned out that as Xiaoqing and his group exited the police station, two individuals carrying the experimental agents had been outside, intending to rescue Lianheng and Deheo. But they were preemptively caught by Xiaoqing's team. Unfortunately, the duo outside had been mistaken for accomplices of Xiaoqing's group and were now being pursued by the police. "What are we waiting for? You and Lianheng stay here. The rest of us will go," Xiaoqing ordered, leaving the still recovering young man and the injured Lianheng behind as he prepared to set out for a rescue mission. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, two men were sprinting, breathless and desperate to evade their pursuers. "Wuqin, these people are like hounds. No matter how we try, we can't shake them off. What should we do?" Homing asked, glancing back at the approaching officers. "What to do? The agents are no longer with us, and since we can't escape, we must fight," Wuqin declared, halting and drawing his pokeball, determined to face the oncoming officers head-on, aware that there was no chance of escape. Seeing his companion stop, Homing also released his Pokémon, ready to stand and fight alongside him. "Why aren't you running?" A police officer cast a frigid gaze upon Wu Qi and Hong Ming, for it was these two rascals who had led him on a wild chase across half the town in the dead of night. Wu Qi and Hong Ming offered no reply to the officer's words. Instead, they exchanged a knowing glance, preparing for a confrontation. Just as they were about to strike, a group of individuals burst forth from behind the officers. It was none other than Xiao Chun and his companions who had come to their rescue. With their Pokémon in tow, they surged into the midst of the officers as if entering an uninhabited realm, and within mere moments, the officers fell one after another to the ground. Wu Qi and Hong Ming exchanged another glance filled with joy, fully aware that these individuals were their reinforcements. "Are you two all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" After dispatching the foes, Xiao Chun approached Wu Qi and Hong Ming, inquiring about their condition, having already recognized their identities upon seeing them. "Thank you, Captain Damo, for your timely assistance. We are unscathed." Wu Qi and Hong Ming expressed their gratitude to Xiao Chun, who they too had recognized. "Let us be off. This is not a suitable place for conversation. We should return," Xiao Chun urged, beckoning his subordinates to follow him. Upon returning to their stronghold, Wu Qi and Hong Ming were met with an emotional embrace from Lianheng, and the three of them wept tears of joy. Xiao Chun, observing from the side, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "What on earth is wrong with you people? All right, enough of your sentimentalities. We have a mission at hand," Xiao Chun reminded them, not forgetting the purpose of their visit. Hearing this, the four who were previously entangled in an embrace quickly disentangled themselves. "By the way, who among you has the experimental reagent? Hurry and produce it," Lian Heng inquired, turning his gaze upon Wu Qi. Captain, the experimental reagent isn't with me, Wu Qi admitted with a sheepish scratch of his head. Not with you? Then it must be with Hong Ming. Don't you see what time it is? Stop fooling around and hand over the experimental reagent, Lian Heng said, exasperated, as he admonished his two subordinates for their levity at such a serious moment. The experimental reagent is not in my possession either, Hong Ming chimed in. Not in your possession? Lian Heng's expression froze, quickly transforming into fury. What are you two doing? Were you not instructed to keep the experimental reagent on your person at all times? Where have you stashed it now? Lian Heng shouted at his subordinates, raising a nearby stool as if to strike them, completely disregarding the camaraderie they had just shared. Seeing Lian Heng's anger, Wu Qi and Hong Ming immediately knelt before him, their heads bowed. Calm yourself. Let them explain the situation, Xiao Chun interjected, preventing Lian Heng from acting impulsively, and then turned his attention to the two kneeling figures. You two fools, hurry and explain what transpired. Lian Heng pointed at them, his frustration palpable. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce. The experimental reagent is at the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. Wu Qi stammered, his voice quaking. The Zijin Chamber of Commerce? How did the experimental reagent end up there? Xiao Chun inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. With no choice but to reveal the entire sequence of events, Wu Qi recounted the story. It turned out that after Lian Heng and his companion were captured, Wu Qi and Hong Ming had intended to mount a rescue. However, the thought of carrying the experimental reagent with them posed a risk. If they too were captured, it would fall into the hands of the Alliance. Thus, Wu Qi devised a plan to temporarily store the experimental reagent at the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. After all, it was more convenient to keep the reagent there and retrieve it when needed. The dawn is breaking. Let us take a brief respite, and once the sun rises, we will head to the Zijin Chamber of Commerce to ensure we recover the experimental reagent, Xiao Qin declared, leaning back on a nearby sofa to rest. Having toiled throughout the night, Xiao Chun and his companions were weary yet still without the experimental reagent in their possession. However, the storage ring containing the reagent was equipped with a specialized mechanism crafted by Team Rocket's experts. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a mere ordinary storage ring. Only when brought to Banmu could the contents be retrieved. Thus, Xiao Qin felt assured that no one could access its contents. As dawn broke, Xiao Chun roused everyone, preparing them for their journey to the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. Following Wu Qi's lead, they arrived at a towering edifice adorned with the four characters, Zijin Chamber of Commerce. Gazing up at the imposing structure, Xiao Chun had little inclination to admire it. His sole focus was on locating the experimental reagent to fulfill Banmu's assignment. Upon entering the Zijin Chamber of Commerce, the sight of Xiao Chun and his entourage prompted the staff to mistake them for troublemakers, leading to the swift summoning of the manager. Once the manager learned that Xiao Chun and his companions were merely there to retrieve stored items, he breathed a sigh of relief and dispatched his subordinates to fetch what Wu Qi had stored. Meanwhile, the manager remained to attend to Xiao Chun and his group. Before long, one of the manager's subordinates returned, hurried and visibly perturbed. Leaning close to the manager's ear, he whispered a few words, causing the manager's expression to darken. Sir, may I request that you and your companions step into the private room? There seems to be a minor issue with the items you entrusted to us, and I would like to discuss it with you in more detail. The manager gestured politely toward Xiao Chun and the others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun and his companions understood that the experimental reagent had likely encountered a problem. He exchanged a glance with Wu Qi before following the manager to the prepared private room. Wu Qi, noticing Xiao Chun's glance, shrank his neck and followed suit. Once inside the private room, the manager offered them fine tea and began conversing with Xiao Chun and his companions, deliberately avoiding mention of the experimental reagent. Manager, do enlighten us regarding the whereabouts of the items we stored here. Or shall I assume you have misplaced them? Xiao Chun inquired bluntly, lacking patience for idle chatter. My apologies, sir. Due to our oversight, your items have been lost. The manager lowered his head, feeling embarrassed to face the guests, having lost their belongings. What do you mean, lost? Why would my items be missing? Is this the level of service provided by the Zijin Chamber of Commerce? Wu Qi erupted in outrage. For the experimental reagent was a matter of life and death for him and his comrades. If they could not retrieve it, he was certain they would meet their end. The manager, on the receiving end of Wu Qi's tirade, refrained from arguing back. After all, it was indeed his side's fault. He merely hoped to resolve the matter with minimal repercussions. Manager, do explain what exactly transpired. Xiao Chen's voice was icy as he addressed the manager. Upon sensing Xiao Chen's inquiry, the manager felt a wave of relief, having recognized him as the leader of the group. He had been on edge during Xiao Chen's silence, fearing for his own safety. Now that Xiao Chun had taken the initiative to inquire, the manager divulged the entire story. It turned out that the items stored here were registered only by name and not secured. The previous day, there had been an auction featuring a storage ring as one of the items, and coincidentally, the seller of that storage ring had stored it at the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. Even more fortuitously, the cabinet where the seller's storage ring was kept was adjacent to Wu Qi's cabinet. The staff, being inexperienced, had made an error, failing to notice the distinction, and mistakenly handed Wu Qi's storage ring to the buyer as if it were the auctioned item. After listening to the steward's explanation, Xiao Chun continued to fixate on him, as he now needed to locate the buyer to retrieve the item. Noticing the steward's lack of response, Xiao Chun unleashed an electric beast, and its imposing aura permeated the surroundings. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Xiao Chun inquired, casting a steely gaze at the steward. If eliminating the person before him would ensure the return of the experimental potion, Xiao Chun would act without hesitation. I will immediately send someone to investigate the buyer's information. The steward promptly called for his subordinates to look into it. Although this was against protocol, he could hardly ignore the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Chun. Moreover, the prowess of Xiao Chun's Pokémon left the steward feeling apprehensive. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the steward cautiously engaged in conversation with Xiao Chun. Before long, the stewardess subordinate returned with a piece of paper, which the steward took and handed directly to Xiao Chun. Upon examining the document, Xiao Chun discovered details regarding the buyer who had acquired the storage ring. From Lin Town, Xiao Chun was astonished to find that the buyer originated from Lin Town, significantly easing their efforts. Sir, we are currently unable to contact this buyer, so you will have to seek him out yourselves, the steward said apologetically. Originally, it should have been their responsibility to retrieve the item, but for the sake of the guild's reputation, the steward felt compelled to allow Xiao Chun and his companions to handle the search themselves. Let us go. Xiao Chun led his subordinates out of the Zijin Guild. As they departed, Wu Qi shot a fierce glare at the steward, thinking that if it weren't for them, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. As they walked along the street, their imposing group attracted considerable attention. Xiao Chun and his companions were supposed to remain low-key, especially after the commotion they had caused the previous day, which had surely prompted the police to hunt for them. However, Xiao Chun's sole focus was on retrieving the experimental potion. Following the information provided by the steward, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, where laughter and merriment echoed. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun stepped forward and knocked on the courtyard's door. The jovial sounds within ceased abruptly at the sound of his knocks. After knocking for quite some time without any response, Xiao Chun stopped De Yong from kicking down the door and continued to knock. Although Team Rocket was not a benevolent force, and Xiao Chun did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, they were there to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. So he aimed to adhere to decorum, hoping for a smooth retrieval of the experimental potion. Finally, just as Xiao Chun's patience began to wane, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a shocking sight. It was a child holding a bottle. Chapter 99. The Tenacious Grandson and Grandfather. Xiao Chun stood before the little boy, who clutched the bottle, his two small eyes staring up at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Hello, little friend, may I come in? After a brief hesitation, Xiao Chun spoke up. This is my home, what do you want to do? The little boy replied in a high-pitched voice, positioning his small frame firmly in front of the door, showing no intention of letting Xiao Chun in. I say, little rascal. De Yong was about to push the boy aside to force his way in when Xiao Chun stepped in front of him, soothing the tearful child who had been startled by De Yong. Please don't cry, we are not bad people. This uncle is just a bit anxious. Xiao Chun attempted to calm the child's emotions, yet the child was unresponsive, beginning to wail loudly. Who are you? Let go of my brother. Just then, a youth burst out from the courtyard, pushing Xiao Chun aside and standing protectively in front of the little boy. Xiao Chun fell to the ground, staring at the youth who had shoved him. Brother, they are bullying me. The little boy cried, running into the youth's embrace. Don't be afraid, your brother is here. The youth comforted the boy. Xiao Chun and his companions exchanged glances, perplexed as it seemed they had done nothing, yet the youth was already acting defensively. Captain, are you all right? Kid, are you looking for trouble? Ling Feng helped Xiao Chun to his feet, glaring at the youth. However, Xiao Chun did not respond to Ling Feng. Ling Feng waved his hand in front of Xiao Chun's face, believing him to be dazed from the fall. The others, seeing someone assault their leader, approached the youth menacingly. Wait. Xiao Chun raised his voice to halt them, his gaze still fixated on the youth, or more accurately, on the peculiar ring adorning his finger. The ring bore enigmatic patterns, but the conspicuous letter R was unmistakable. Xiao Chun immediately recognized that this ring was precisely what they had been desperately seeking. Realizing their captain's intent, The group exchanged confused glances until Xiao Chun pointed at the ring on the youth's hand. It's a storage ring, Wu Qi exclaimed. Wu Qi stepped forward, preparing to seize the ring from the youth. The youth quickly withdrew his hand, concealing the ring behind him, eyeing Wu Qi warily. Kid, hand over the ring, or you'll regret it, Wu Qi demanded. No way. This ring is mine. Why should I give it to you thugs? The youth retorted defiantly. I can offer you money in exchange, Wu Qi suggested, holding out some alliance coins. No, I won't trade it for anything. The youth maintained his stance. You're not listening to reason, are you? It seems I'll have to make you bleed, Wu Qi declared, ready to take action. Miss Junsha, help me. The youth shouted towards the distance. Wu Qi glanced back, but found nothing. You fool, he has escaped. Ling Feng scolded Wu Qi. Turning around, Wu Qi saw that the youth had vanished, and with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. You dare to play tricks on me? You're asking for trouble. Wu Qi roared, kicking the door repeatedly, but it remained unyielding, causing his legs to tingle from the impact. Move aside. Xiao Chun released his electric beast, shouting for Wu Qi to step back. Wu Qi complied immediately, and Xiao Chun commanded the electric beast to charge the door. The door crashed to the ground after being struck by the electric beast. With the obstruction removed, Wu Qi surged forward into the courtyard, followed closely by Xiao Chun. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Chun spotted the youth sprawled on the ground and the little boy, still sobbing while clutching his bottle. The ring had already found its way into Wu Qi's hands. Just then, a little girl was stealthily making her way towards the door. Xiao Chun signaled to his subordinates attempting to intervene, reasoning that a mere child posed no threat. Taking the storage ring from Wu Qi, Xiao Chun scrutinized it closely, confirming it was indeed the item he sought, and let out a sigh of relief. After so much effort, they had finally located it. Let us go? With the item secured, Xiao Chun prepared to lead his companions away. You can't leave. That ring is mine, the youth exclaimed, rushing forward to cling to Xiao Chun's right leg as he attempted to depart. Xiao Chun clutched his foot, attempting to shake off the boy. Yet he found it an impossible task. How much is this ring? I will give you double, he proposed, noticing the boy's stubbornness. Having surveyed his surroundings upon entering, Xiao Chun discerned that this courtyard housed merely 2 dilapidated houses, and the ragged clothing worn by both the boy and the child indicated a dire financial situation. Although Xiao Chun was curious why a boy from such a humble background would possess the means to purchase such an expensive storage ring instead of opting for a relatively affordable travel backpack, he pressed on. I refuse. No matter how much you offer, I will not part with my ring, the boy insisted, unwavering in his determination. Let me tell you, you did not acquire this ring. It was a mistake made by the Merchant Guild. You can go verify it at the guild and see if this ring truly belongs to me. Xiao Chun regarded the boy, who initially appeared taken aback, but quickly resumed shaking his head. Regardless, I will not relinquish my ring. I beg you, please return it to me. The boy wept bitterly, his tears flowing freely, prompting the younger child beside him to wail in fear at his brother's distress. Do you enjoy lying on the ground? Very well. I shall grant you one final chance. Either take your money and leave, or I will ensure you spend your life flat on the ground, Xiao Chun declared, his patience wearing thin. He lifted his left foot and struck the boy's head, which met the ground with a resounding thud, blood immediately staining his face. Yet the boy remained silent, clinging tenaciously to Xiao Chun's right foot. Do not harm my grandson. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached Xiao Chun. She gazed at her bloodied grandson, tears welling in her eyes. You arrived just in time. Make your grandson release his grip. Xiao Chun addressed the old woman. I heard your conversation. It is you who attempted to seize my grandson's belongings, so leave the ring and you may go. The old woman retorted, your belongings? Have you even considered your circumstances? With your family's means, could you possibly afford this storage ring? Indeed. I wonder if the funds for that ring were obtained through dubious means. Wu Qi and Ling Feng chimed in, eliciting laughter from the others. Although Xiao Chun found their behavior distasteful, the pair were indeed bothersome. Had he not wished to avoid bloodshed, they would have long since met their end. Perhaps it was the mockery that incited the elderly woman, as she trembled with indignation and struck Wu Qi across the face with her cane. This ring was given to Xiao Xian by Miss Tian Tian. What gives you the right to take it? Chapter 100, An Unexpected Reunion. Upon hearing the old woman's mention of Tian Tian, Xiao Chun was suddenly reminded of the long-lost Tian Tian from the Yulong family. A smile of happiness gracing his features. Wu Qi, having been knocked to the ground by the old woman's cane, struggled to rise, 2 of his teeth having been dislodged, leaving a long bruise across his face. You old hag, are you seeking death? Feeling the sharp pain on his cheek, Wu Qi raised his fist to retaliate against the old woman, who faced him fearlessly, meeting his punch with her already battered visage. Ah! Wu Qi's fist collided painfully with her bone, causing him to cry out in agony, while Ling Feng and the others stifled amused chuckles at the spectacle. Did you think you could steal what was given to Xiao Xian by Miss Tian Tian? Now you understand the consequences of your actions. The old woman, despite her bruised face and bleeding lip, remained defiant. Even Xiao Chun, witnessing the scene, pondered whether the old woman had somehow procured a protective charm, as Wu Qi had also suffered injury. Miss Tian Tian, what is your connection with her? Did she truly gift that to your grandson? Perhaps he pilfered it? Ling Feng jested, shifting the focus onto Wu Qi. You speak nonsense. My grandson and Miss Tian Tian share a wonderful friendship. She gifted him the ring because she appreciates him. The old woman argued vehemently. Huh, you nearly made me choke with laughter. Your grandson? With your family's circumstances. Even a dog would turn away. You believe a girl would favor him simply because he is kind? That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Ling Feng laughed so hard he nearly fell over, needing support to remain upright. The old woman's face flushed with anger, yet she continued to defend her position. Miss Tian Tian is not that kind of person. She genuinely likes my grandson. Why else would she give him a ring? Just because she bought a ring does not imply affection. Has she explicitly expressed her feelings for your grandson? Perhaps she merely pities your family's plight, Ling Feng scoffed, having encountered many individuals who misinterpreted kindness for romantic interest. The old woman found herself at a loss for words, her retorts caught in her throat. Silence. The boy, who had been gripping Xiao Chen's foot, finally released it and threw a punch at Ling Feng's face, catching him off guard and causing blood to spill. You shall not speak of Sister Tian Tian. You will not bully my grandmother. The boy, named Xiao Xian, shouted defiantly. Sister Tian Tian? She likely has no notion of your existence. Xiao Chun interjected, stepping in as he had intended to prevent further escalation, but found himself agreeing with Ling Feng's observations. When Wu Qi was first struck, Xiao Chun had refrained from intervening, curious to see the old woman's intentions, but witnessing his subordinate being struck again compelled him to act. He could not allow his position as captain to be undermined. Enough of this, Xiao Chun exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Xian's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Brother, Grandma, are you all right? I'll fetch Sister Tian Tian. These villains will soon face their comeuppance. At that moment, the little girl who had just departed returned, tears streaming down her cheeks as she beheld her injured brother and grandmother. Wonderful. With Sister Tian Tian here, these ruffians are finished. Xiao Xian glared fiercely at Xiao Chun and his companions. Unable to tolerate the sight any longer, Xiao Chun stepped onto Xiao Xian's head, grinding his face against the ground, resulting in a grotesque, bloodied visage. Xiao Chen's sympathy for this shameless family plummeted to an all-time low as he contemplated their audacity to lure a girl into such peril. Suddenly, sounds of a scuffle echoed from outside, likely involving the aforementioned Miss Tian Tian and his two subordinates left behind. Releasing his foot from Xiao Xian's face, Xiao Chen expressed, "Brat, I shall deal with you upon my return," before striding towards the commotion outside. At that moment, two figures burst through the door, landing right in front of Xiao Chen. They were indeed the two subordinates he had left outside. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the entrance. Just then, a petite girl with pink hair entered, accompanied by a colossal dragonite. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Chen's pupils flickered in astonishment. Sweetie. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was his beloved dragon, Sweetie. Drawn by his call, Sweetie, too, was momentarily startled, but soon dashed toward him, leaping into his arms. Xiao Chen caught Sweetie, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, showering her with kisses. The two held each other closely, as if trying to convey all the longing they had felt during their time apart. Wu Qi and the others were utterly astonished by this scene, bewildered at how their leader was embracing and kissing this suddenly appearing woman. The two subordinates lying on the ground observed Xiao Chun and Sweetie in their tender reunion, realizing that their beating had been in vain. Xiao Xian was equally taken aback, witnessing the affectionate display between Xiao Chun and Sweetie, his fists clenched in anger. After a while, Xiao Chun and Sweetie separated. Sweetie, how did you end up here? Xiao Chun inquired, gazing at her. Oh, it's a long story. In the Dragon Clan. I learned about what transpired between your grandfather, Professor Okido, our Dragon Clan, and the Alliance. I realized it was a trap set by them, and fearing for your safety, I slipped away from my grandmother's watchful eye and made my way here. I saved a boy who was about to set off on a journey. And since I had nowhere to stay, his grandmother kindly offered me shelter, which I couldn't refuse. Just as I was about to leave, the little girl from their family found me, saying someone was trying to bully them and intended to kill her brother, so I rushed over. By the way, Xiao Chen, have you seen those bad guys? Sweetie recounted succinctly, her expression adorably innocent, completely oblivious to the terrified gazes of Xiao Xian and the others lying nearby. Oh, the bad guys they mentioned must refer to me. Chapter 101, An Unusual Sweetie. Xiao Qian's words left Sweetie momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, he regarded the girl who had just returned, his expression cold as ice. Indeed, none of this family were virtuous. The girl had left unscathed, and now they were accusing him of murder without any justification, trying to pin the blame squarely on him. At that moment, Sweetie also noticed the bloodied elderly man and boy sprawled on the ground. Grandma Ji, Xiao Xian, what happened to you? Who did this? Sweetie exclaimed, bewildered, as she saw the state they were in. It was him. He came in without saying a word, snatched the things you gave me, and started hitting people. Truly, ordinary people have no rights. Xiao Xian lamented, touching the blood on his face with a bitter smile, as if bemoaning his fate. Indeed, Sweetie, this scoundrel not only struck Xiao Xian, but even assaulted me, a mere old woman. You mustn't be deceived by him. Grandma Ji added. You mustn't speak ill of my brother Xiao Chun. He is not that kind of person, Sweetie retorted, her body trembling with indignation at the audacity of those who dared to tarnish Xiao Chen's name. Xiao Xian and his grandmother were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless by Sweetie's fierce defense. Xiao Chun, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but smile faintly. His Sweetie had not changed one bit. Sweetie, he stepped forward, pulling her into his arms, gently caressing her back to soothe her. What if I told you that what they said was true, that I did all these things? Xiao Chen said, looking into Sweetie's innocent face. To convince her, he kicked Xiao Xian once more, emphasizing his point. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Sweetie stood frozen, unable to comprehend. How could her brother Xiao Chen have committed such acts? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reconcile this reality with her beliefs. What if I told you I've even joined Team Rocket? Xiao Chun added another shocking revelation, recounting everything that had transpired since Sweetie's arrival. Sweetie's mind momentarily went blank. Struck by disbelief, she gazed at Xiao Chun, her expression one of utter incredulity. Xiao Chun awaited her reaction, his heart heavy with anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, Sweetie finally moved. She approached Xiao Xian and kicked him squarely in the face. How dare you speak ill of my brother Xiao Chun? Even if he hit you, so what? You should just endure it. I have no feelings for you whatsoever. Giving you the storage ring was merely my gratitude for your hospitality. We're not even acquaintances. And yet you dare to tarnish my brother's name. Had I known you were such a person, I would never have saved you, Sweetie exclaimed, her anger unabated as she delivered another harsh kick to Xiao Xian's head, causing him to crash back to the ground, blood spilling profusely. Xiao Xian was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how the once amiable girl he knew had transformed into such a fierce defender. The atmosphere changed dramatically, leaving everyone around them in shock. The adorable girl who had just been in Xiao Chen's embrace was now a force to be reckoned with. Even Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback, questioning if this was truly his Sweetie. Sweetie, it was our fault. Please spare Xiao Xian. Grandma Ji rushed forward, pleading for her grandson's life. You must have been involved in this as well. Stay away. Sweetie kicked the old woman aside as she crawled toward her feet. Xiao Chen stepped forward, gathering Sweetie in his arms, carrying her to a corner. Woo, brother Xiao Chun, I swear I have nothing to do with that guy. I had no idea people like that existed. You have to believe me. Sweetie cried, terrified that her brother Xiao Chun would abandon her. Don't cry, Sweetie, I believe you, Xiao Chen said, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb. Let's deal with these people. He took Sweetie away, instructing his subordinates to handle the family. De Yong, seeing his leader leaving, cast a sinister grin at the family sprawled on the ground. As Xiao Xian and the others perceived their impending doom, they uttered their final cries, which were abruptly silenced. With this task completed, Xiao Chen prepared to return to the city of Shijian with his companions. Sweetie, are you truly certain about this? He asked her as she expressed her desire to join him in Team Rocket, having made her decision clear. Although Team Rocket had its merits, often proving superior to the hypocritical righteous factions, Xiao Chen hesitated, unsure if he should allow Sweetie to join their ranks. I've made up my mind, brother Xiao Chen. I won't be separated from you. Don't worry, you know my strength, right? Moreover, isn't it true that you can protect me? Yulong Tian discerned Xiao Cheng's hesitation and affectionately clung to his arm. As for the Yulong clan, this was, in fact, what troubled Xiao Cheng the most. The Yulong clan is of no concern to me. I am who I am, and they have no authority over my choices. Yulong Tian replied, somewhat displeased. Xiao Cheng sensed an unusual undertone in her words, but refrained from inquiring further. Acknowledging Yulong Tian's insistence, Xiao Cheng acquiesced to her desire to join Team Rocket. He mounted his Pokémon alongside his companions, speeding back to Shijian City. Upon arrival, He dispersed the group and took Yulong Tiantian to the Shijian gym to report on their mission. Guided by Zhen Yao, Xiaoqing made his way directly to Banmu's office. After knocking and receiving a response, he entered with Yulong Tiantian in tow. "Boss, here is the target of our mission, successfully retrieved. Please take a look." Xiaoqing presented the storage ring to Banmu. Without uttering a word, Banmu accepted the ring and examined it closely, a smile creeping onto his face. "Excellent work. This mission has been completed commendably. The points will be credited to your account, and all participants will receive double points," Banmu proclaimed, waving his hand at Xiaoqing. Hearing this, Xiaoqing could not help but smile, for the points within Team Rocket could lead to numerous advantages. These points were primarily accrued through completing missions and contributing to the organization. They could be exchanged not only for wealth, but also for items essential for training oneself and one's Pokémon, as well as rare items seldom found elsewhere. With enough points, even the most elusive Pokémon could be obtained. Thus, all Team Rocket members regarded these points with utmost importance. "Oh, Xiaoqing, why don't you introduce this young lady behind you?" Banmu inquired, glancing at Yulong Tiantian, who stood timidly behind Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing turned to look at the somewhat apprehensive Yulong Tiantian and smiled knowingly as he took her hand. "Boss, this is my girlfriend, Yulong Tiantian. She wishes to join our Team Rocket, and her strength is considerable." Xiaoqing briefly introduced Yulong Tiantian to Banmu, adding the remark about her strength to facilitate Banmu's acceptance. After all, formidable prowess would garner respect anywhere. "Yulong Tiantian? From the Yulong clan?" Banmu remarked, observing her closely. In truth, he had already received detailed information about Yulong Tiantian upon her arrival with Xiaoqing. Otherwise, he would not have permitted a stranger to enter his office. "Rest assured, boss. Although Tiantian is from the Yulong clan, she has resolved to sever ties with them. I kindly ask you to accept her," Xiaoqing implored Banmu. "Very well. Since you vouch for her, let her join our Team Rocket, and she shall work under your guidance," Banmu decided, looking at both Xiaoqing and Yulong Tiantian. "Thank you, boss." Xiaoqing expressed his gratitude. Banmu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Xiaoqing need not be so formal, and then straightened himself to discuss matters of importance. "Our operations against the Alliance are about to commence. Most of the executives have arrived in Shijian City, and tomorrow we will hold a meeting in the Shijian Gym's conference room to arrange the specifics of our actions. Be sure to attend," Banmu instructed Xiaoqing. "Understood," Xiaoqing replied, exiting with Yulong Tiantian. "Alliance, prepare to face my wrath," Banmu mused, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he fiddled with the storage ring Xiaoqing had provided. Upon returning to his quarters at the Shijian Gym with Yulong Tiantian, Xiaoqing, finding no arrangements made by Banmu, decided to let Yulong Tiantian stay with him, as they had shared living quarters before. After a profound discussion on life with Yulong Tiantian throughout the night, Xiaoqing awoke refreshed, remembering that significant events were to unfold today. After briefly informing Yulong Tiantian, he made his way to the conference room of the Shijian Gym. The conference room was quite spacious, featuring a central podium surrounded by numerous seats, each marked with a corresponding name. At this moment, the room was already filled to capacity, with many seats occupied by hundreds of Team Rocket executives. If the Alliance were to appear unannounced now, Team Rocket would be in dire straits. Yet, Xiaoqing thought, the presence of such formidable strength gathered here indicated that if they were to be wiped out, it would reflect a lack of strength on Team Rocket's part. Dismissing further thoughts, Xiaoqing found his designated seat and sat down. "Hello." Just as Xiaoqing settled in, a tall, muscular man sitting nearby greeted him. "Greetings. You must be Professor Okido's grandson, Okido Xiaoqing, right?" The man introduced himself as Tian Sheng, the head of the experimental base assigned by Professor Okido. Upon recognizing Xiaoqing's name on the seating chart, he had deduced his identity. "Yes, I am Okido Xiaoqing. It's a pleasure to meet you," Xiaoqing replied. After a brief exchange of introductions, they engaged in casual conversation while waiting for the meeting to commence. "Haha. The mere thought of engaging the Alliance in a real showdown excites me." Tian Sheng laughed heartily. Xiaoqing observed Tian Sheng and the other Team Rocket executives, all of whom appeared thrilled at the prospect of launching an attack on the Alliance. The exuberance of these executives made it clear that the Alliance was indeed in decline. Just then, the gathering gradually quieted down. Xiaoqing glanced towards the main podium, where Banmu had taken his seat. Recognizing this, Xiaoqing ceased his conversation with Tian Sheng and sat up straight, awaiting Banmu's address. Banmu surveyed the room, noting that everyone was now focused, and with a gesture, signaled Zhen Niao to bring forth a box. All eyes turned towards the box, as anything brought forth by Banmu was sure to be of significance. With a click, Banmu opened the box amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, revealing several tiny test tubes, each containing a few drops of a pale green liquid that appeared to be bubbling. Everyone must be quite curious about the contents of these test tubes, right? Allow Dr. Nemu to enlighten you, Banmu announced, addressing the audience. Though no one spoke, their expressions clearly conveyed their intrigue regarding the liquid within the tubes. Subsequently, an elderly man in a white lab coat ascended the stage. Xiaoqing regarded Dr. Nemu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Dr. Nemu, known to Xiaoqing, was once a distinguished researcher specializing in Pokémon evolution within the Alliance. However, upon being discovered conducting experiments on Pokémon, he was stripped of his doctoral title and placed on the Alliance's wanted list for the alleged crime of endangering these creatures. Yet, he managed to elude capture. Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. How could one study Pokémon evolution without causing some harm to the Pokémon themselves? It was merely a matter of Dr. Nemu's research infringing upon the interests of certain individuals within the Alliance that led to his downfall. After surveying the crowd, Dr. Nemu picked up a test tube. Have any of you heard of Mega Evolution? He inquired, casting a glance around the room. The mention of Mega Evolution left the audience puzzled, as they were familiar with the concept of evolution but had never encountered this term before. Dr. Nemu wasn't surprised, after all. Mega Evolution was predominantly recognized in the Kalos region, and most people in Kanto were oblivious to it. Mega Evolution, also referred to as Bond Evolution, occurs when a Pokémon and its trainer reach a certain level of intimacy, facilitated by a Pokémon-specific Mega Stone and a Key Stone, allowing the Pokémon to temporarily evolve. This process significantly enhances the Pokémon's power for a brief period, after which it reverts to its original form. Pausing, Dr. Nemu glanced at Banmu. Although the audience grasped the essence of Mega Evolution through Dr. Nemu's explanation, they remained largely unacquainted with it. At that moment, Banmu spoke up. In fact, we have a member in Team Rocket who can use Mega Evolution, and he is right here among you. He paused, directing his gaze to a particular spot. The surrounding Team Rocket members exchanged glances, looking around to identify the individual in question. Xiaoqing, please come up and demonstrate for everyone. Banmu called out. Xiaoqing was taken aback by the sudden request, and seeing Banmu's expectant gaze, he reluctantly stood and made his way to the stage. Tiansheng, seated beside him, gasped in astonishment. They had just been discussing Mega Evolution and the identity of its practitioner, only to discover that the very person was sitting beside him. Upon reaching the stage, Xiaoqing remained silent, looking at Banmu. Release your Pokémon so everyone can witness the legendary Mega Evolution and broaden their horizons, Banmu urged him. With no choice, Xiaoqing reluctantly summoned his Pokémon. Since his Garchomp had yet to emerge from its Pokeball, he opted to release his Charizard, with whom he had recently achieved Mega Evolution. Charizard Mega Evolve, Xiaoqing shouted, as the key stone on his wrist began to glow. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a fierce cry, the Mega Stone at the tip of its tail illuminating in response. The two beams of light connected, and Charizard's form began to grow. As the brilliance faded, Charizard had transformed entirely, now cloaked in black. With a thunderous roar, the Mega Evolved Charizard filled the arena with its might. As if eager to unleash its full power, the spectators were left in awe, their jaws dropping at the spectacle, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Even Banmu and Dr. Nemu wore expressions of curiosity, as this was their first encounter with Mega Evolution. That will suffice, Charizard, Xiaoqing said, observing that the audience had seen enough. He returned Charizard to its Pokeball, while Dr. Nemu watched longingly, as he had hoped to gather more data on Charizard. Boss, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xiaoqing said to Banmu, eager to end the demonstration. Banmu nodded in acknowledgement, as Xiaoqing returned to his seat. The crowd remained captivated by the stunning display he had just presented. Can you teach me how to achieve Mega Evolution? Tiansheng inquired eagerly the moment Xiaoqing sat down. But Dr. Nemu just said that Mega Evolution requires a Mega Stone and a Key Stone. Without these fundamental components, how can you hope to Mega Evolve? Xiaoqing replied, bemused by Tiansheng's urgency. Could you at least tell me where to find a Mega Stone and a Key Stone? Tiansheng pressed on, refusing to relent. The Mega Stone I possess was found by my grandfather. If you're keen on searching, you might try your luck in the Kalos region, Xiaoqing advised, seeing Tiansheng's determination. Thank you so much, Tiansheng exclaimed, elated at Xiaoqing's guidance, already plotting a trip to Kalos in hopes of uncovering one. Watching Tiansheng revel in his newfound hope, Xiaoqing shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, Banmu addressed the assembly. Now that you have witnessed what Mega Evolution entails, I trust you are all impressed, he remarked, observing the lingering astonishment among the crowd. Banmu gestured to Dr. Nemu. prompting him to speak. Indeed, each of you has the potential to attain abilities comparable to Mega Evolution, Dr. Nemu declared, eliciting fervent interest from the audience. As who wouldn't desire to enhance their own strength? Xiaocheng, however, discerned an underlying implication. Comparable suggested a significant gap remained. This is the potion that will grant you the ability to experience a form of Mega Evolution, which I have dubbed the Mega Evolution Water, Dr. Nemu proclaimed, raising a small vial above his head. The audience's eager eyes were drawn to the elixir. Even Xiaocheng was incredulous. Could this potion truly allow Pokémon to Mega Evolve without the need for a Mega Stone and a Keystone? Though this potion could facilitate Mega Evolution, its effects were limited to half an hour. During this time, your Pokémon would gain considerable strength, but once the duration elapsed, they would revert to their original state. And a period of incapacity would follow, rendering them unable to battle. Importantly, this potion posed no harm to the Pokémon themselves. Dr. Nemu expounded on the potion's effects, and the audience's desire for it intensified. While the potion may not be as effective as using a Mega Stone and a Keystone, it offered a comparable experience, akin to a one-time trial. If sufficient quantities were available, it could rival the traditional method of Mega Evolution. Furthermore, each Pokémon's Mega Stone is unique, and many Pokémon lack a Mega Evolution altogether. Dr. Nemu's Mega Evolution Water, however, had no such restrictions. Any Pokémon that consumed it would see an immediate boost in power. Having concluded his explanation of the Mega Evolution Water, Dr. Nemu stepped aside, as Banmu prepared to address the group. As you all know, we are about to launch our offensive against the Alliance. In this battle, strength is paramount, so I will distribute one vial of this potion to each of you present. I hope you will utilize it wisely, Banmu stated, signaling for Zhun Niao to commence the distribution of the potions. The crowd could not help but erupt in joyous cheers, for such extraordinary treasures were seldom within their reach. Before long, the distribution of the Super Evolution potions was complete, each individual clutching their precious vial tightly, fearful that it might be snatched away at any moment. Xiaocheng scrutinized the small bottle in his grasp, astonished by the remarkable power contained within just a few drops of liquid. Now, let us discuss our forthcoming plan of action, Banmu announced, pulling the crowd from their euphoria and replacing their expressions with solemnity as they fixed their gaze upon him, all acutely aware of the gravity of the tasks ahead. I intend for our forces to expand outward from Shurjian City, ultimately seizing control of the entire league. Do you all comprehend your respective assignments? Banmu meticulously outlined the tasks. The primary mission was to extend the influence of Team Rocket, launching assaults on cities under the league's dominion, while endeavoring to recruit as many individuals into Team Rocket as possible during their operations. This time, aside from those lacking combat capabilities, all members of Team Rocket were to be deployed. The organization would split into 5 factions, with each of the 4 generals leading a team, while Banmu himself would command one. Xiao Chun was assigned to Banmu's team, whereas Professor Okido, having lost all his Pokémon, was tasked with remaining at the Pokémon research facility to continue his studies. Very well, everyone, prepare yourselves. I hope that when we commence our plan tomorrow, each of you will perform at your utmost. I firmly believe we can triumph over the League. Let's give it our all. Banmu proclaimed to the assembly. Victory is ours. The crowd responded in unison. Chapter 104, the plan commences. Upon exiting the conference room, Xiao Chun began to make his way out. Xiao Chun, wait for me. A familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Professor Okido rushing toward him, panting heavily. You rascal, are you trying to wear your grandfather out? I called for you several times, yet you didn't even glance back. You nearly exhausted this old man. Professor Okido huffed, bent over, and gasping for breath. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Didn't you head to the Team Rocket Pokémon research facility? Xiao Chun queried, perplexed. Today marks an important meeting for Team Rocket. Do you truly think I, as the team as professor, would miss it? Professor Okido shot Xiao Chun a look, exasperated by his grandson's lack of foresight. However, Professor Okido had another task that he had yet to disclose to Xiao Chun. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Chun scratched his head. Grandpa, why don't you come sit with me for a while? That sounds good. I've heard you brought home a little girlfriend, as your grandfather. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her yet. It's a perfect opportunity to take a look and keep an eye on you, Professor Okido said, his face adorned with a mischievous smile, amused by his grandson's patience. If he were in Xiao Chun's position, he would have rushed to introduce his girlfriend to his family. Right this way, Grandpa, Xiao Chun replied, leading him toward his room, bemused by the old man's curiosity. Upon opening the door, Xiao Chun was greeted by the cheerful sight of Yulong Tiantian, who had heard the commotion. Brother Xiao Chun, you're back, she exclaimed, leaping into his arms. Xiao Chun caught her effortlessly, and she snuggled against him, completely unaware of Professor Okito's presence behind them. Observing this scene, Professor Okito's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but marvel at the youthful exuberance. Ahem. Not wishing to witness the affectionate display between the two any longer, he cleared his throat. Startled, Yulong Tian turned to see the professor and instantly blushed, clinging tightly to Xiao Chun, too shy to reveal herself. Xiao Chun chuckled softly, gently pulling her away from his embrace, but Yulong Tian still dared not look at Professor Okito. Tian, this is my grandfather. There's no need to be afraid. Xiao Chun reassured her, ruffling her hair affectionately. Hello, Grandpa. Yulong Tian greeted bashfully. Ha ha ha, so you are my grandson's little girlfriend? Quite delightful. A charming young lady indeed. Professor Okito assessed Yulong Tian, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Yulong Tian remained shy, her head bowed, hesitant to speak. Haha, I shan't intrude on your youthful romance any longer. I shall take my leave, Professor Okito chuckled, turning to exit and leaving the young couple to their privacy. Brother Xiao Chun, did I upset your grandfather? Yulong Tian asked, her voice trembling with concern once Professor Okito had departed, fearing that she had displeased him. Not at all. Tian, you were so well behaved that Grandpa was pleased. He wouldn't be upset with you. Xiao Chun replied, pinching her cheek affectionately. Moreover, he is not just my grandfather. He is our grandfather. Hearing that Professor Okito was not angry, Yulong Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Tian, we are about to embark on the execution of Team Rocket's plan. Should we? Xiao Chun said with a mischievous grin, looking at Yulong Tian. That might not be appropriate. It's still daytime, she replied, taking a cautious step back, intimidated by Xiao Chun's expression. Good things should be seized early. There is no such thing as too soon. Come here, Xiao Chun declared, sweeping Yulong Tian into his arms and heading towards the bed. Enjoying another splendid day amidst her pleas for mercy. The following morning, as dawn broke, a multitude of individuals clad in matching uniforms emblazoned with the letter R filled the battle arena of the Shurjian gym. Banmu surveyed his subordinates, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the Team Rocket he envisioned. Are you all prepared? Banmu called out to his troops. Ready. The resounding voices of Team Rocket echoed thunderously. Excellent, let us depart. Banmu commanded with a sweeping gesture, and Team Rocket members dispersed under the guidance of their respective leaders. However, a contingent remained stationary, awaiting orders. This time, Team Rocket had divided into 5 teams, each with its own commander and mission. As their objective encompassed the entirety of the Kanto region, the teams would expand outward from 4 directions, each named in accordance with their attack vector. The Eastern Front would be led by General Athena of the East, while the Western Front would be commanded by General Vorlin of the West. The Southern Front would see General Famas leading the charge, and the Northern Front would fall under the command of General Fubuki of the North. The remaining members, however, were under Banmu's direct supervision, serving as a backup support unit, also referred to as the ambush team, ready to assist the other 4 teams should they encounter difficulties, allowing Banmu to oversee the entire operation. Little Chun was assigned to the reserve support unit under Banmu's command, leading a small team of over 10 members, all of whom had previously executed missions alongside him. This contingent was to heed only Banmu's directives. All right, it's time for us to set off. The entire army move out. Banmu bellowed from the platform. Under his leadership, the unit advanced closely behind the forces commanded by Athena, as their primary objective was the location of the Alliance's headquarters situated in the east. Little Chun followed the procession eastward, albeit at a pace slightly slower than that of Athena's troops, a deliberate strategy devised by Banmu to minimize the risk of detection by the Alliance. For this unit held significant potential. How are you feeling, Tian? Little Chun inquired of the usually reticent Yulong Tian, who had remained silent since morning. Everyone seems quite exuberant. She responded softly, her proximity to Banmu making her somewhat apprehensive. Little Chen's team effectively served as Banmu's guard, stationed close by. Indeed, the members of Team Rocket have long harbored grievances against the Alliance. The prospect of a grand coalition is certainly exhilarating, he elucidated to her. At that moment, a member of Team Rocket dashed to Banmu's side. Heeding the elder's words, Banmu raised his hand, signaling for all to halt. For Athena's vanguard had engaged in combat with the Alliance. Chapter 105, A Crucial Mission. Upon learning of the frontline situation, Banmu summoned Little Chun and several other officers. Athena's forces had encountered fierce resistance from the Alliance, struggling to breach the defensive lines. What strategies do you propose to break this stalemate? Banmu surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately resting on Little Chun. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Little Chun felt a wave of dread wash over him. Little Chen, what are your thoughts? Banmu's inquiry drew the attention of everyone present to him. I have no solutions, Little Chen muttered, lowering his head, genuinely devoid of a plan to resolve the impasse. Though you may feel helpless, I am certain there is someone who can provide assistance, Banmu replied, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Little Chen. Little Chen, perplexed, pondered who Banmu might be alluding to. Professor Oak, please share your insights with them. Banmu called out to the rear, and an elderly gentleman clad in a lab coat emerged, none other than Professor Oak. Grandfather? What are you doing here? Little Chen questioned, puzzled that his grandfather had not returned to the Pokémon research facility of Team Rocket. Haha, it seems that Banmu believes this old man still has some value, which is why I was brought along, Professor Oak chuckled, having come to appreciate that Team Rocket was indeed preferable to the Alliance. Initially apprehensive, he had feared that Team Rocket was comprised of nefarious individuals, only to discover they were, in fact, quite approachable in their daily lives. Although Banmu's leadership played a significant role, the stark contrast to the Alliance, where many held disdain for the common folk, was undeniable. Given Professor Oak's esteemed reputation within the Alliance, I wish for him to rally those discontented with the Alliance to join Team Rocket and stand alongside us in our struggle. Banmu elucidated to Little Chen. Understanding dawned upon Little Chen. Those befriended by Professor Oak were either fellow scholars, accomplished trainers, or notable figures in various fields. Their support would certainly bolster Team Rocket's dominance in Kanto, especially given the disparity in strength between Team Rocket and the long-established Alliance. What is our plan moving forward? Little Chen inquired of Banmu and Professor Oak. I will dispatch others present to reinforce the front line. Not far from here in Shosha Town resides the Inoue family, whose maritime industry is a vital force within Kanto's water transportation sector, even earning the Alliance's respect. I have heard that their patriarch, Taro Inoue, is a friend of Professor Oak's, and I wish to enlist his support for Team Rocket. What say you, Professor? Banmu asked, eager for Oak's perspective. Recognizing that gaining the entire Inoue family's allegiance would significantly enhance Team Rocket's strength, Banmu had brought Professor Oak along, anticipating his connections would prove beneficial, and the opportunity had arisen sooner than expected. This is your friend, after all, he thought, contrasting his approach with the Alliance's typically rigid and authoritarian stance. Banmu, I have no objections, Professor Oak readily acquiesced, understanding that the governance of Kanto was merely a change of hands, and their capabilities would ensure they remained welcome wherever they went. We must limit the number of participants for this operation, as Shosha Town is still under Alliance jurisdiction. Therefore, I propose that Little Chen lead his team to accompany Professor Oak. I will additionally assign 100 men for reinforcement. Remember, safeguarding Professor Oak's safety is paramount. Banmu instructed, emphasizing the importance of this mission. After assigning the tasks, Banmu permitted Little Chen and Professor Oak to depart, as he continued to allocate responsibilities to the remaining members. Once they left, Little Chen gathered his subordinates and, after a brief assembly, set off toward Shosha Town. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a coastal town inhabited entirely by the Inoue clan, whose presence was essential for its existence. In Shosha Town, numerous individuals busied themselves unloading cargo from vessels at the seaside, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding turmoil of battle. On their journey, Little Chen and his team had traversed the battleground between Apollo's forces and the Alliance, a scene so horrific it could only be described as unbearable. The ground was stained crimson with blood, lifeless bodies of both trainers and Pokémon littered the area, remnants of the conflict that had claimed many lives. Amidst severed limbs and dismembered forms, the grievously injured lay helplessly on the ground, their plight unnoticed by the engaged fighters around them, left to succumb to despair. Even Little Chen, seasoned by the harsh realities of life and death, found it nearly impossible to suppress his nausea at the sight. Yet he understood this was the essence of war, the unyielding brutality of conflict. In order to expedite the conclusion of this ordeal, Team Rocket must secure victory with utmost urgency. Xiao Chun, look over there, Dr. Oak remarked, gently tapping Xiao Chun on the shoulder as he gestured towards the distance. As Xiao Chun pondered, he followed Dr. Oak's pointed direction and beheld a group of individuals, previously engaged in work, now encircled by a cadre of uniformed personnel. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the League, currently surrounding the laborers, with one stepping forth to address them. At the heart of Shosha Town stood a vast estate belonging to the Inoue clan, now graced by a most unwelcome assembly. Inoue Patriarch, have you given any thought to our proposition? You must understand that this is the singular choice for the survival of your clan. A man bearing a prominent scar loomed before the Inoue Patriarch, flanked by a colossal Charizard. The scarred man spoke with an air of intimidation, his words laced with veiled threats. Chapter 106. The Inoue Family. Seated in the principal position, Inoue Taro remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he regarded the scarred man. Shinda, you overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the Inoue clan can be so easily cowed? An elder of the Inoue family, standing beside Taro, interjected with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Shinda. Since when did you assume the authority to speak here? Silence him. Shinda commanded with a fierce glare directed at his Charizard. With a swift motion, the Charizard struck the elder, sending him crashing against the wall, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. What have you done, Shinda? How dare you perpetrate violence against our clan? The higher-ups of the Inoue clan expressed their outrage, pointing accusingly at Shinda. Unperturbed, Shinda surveyed the defiant individuals before him, his dissatisfaction evident as he turned to his Charizard. Roar. The Charizard understood its trainer's intent and let out a thunderous roar that quelled the dissenters, rendering them momentarily submissive. Humph, Inoue Patriarch. I offer you one final opportunity. Submit or face annihilation, Shinda declared, his eyes glinting ominously as he surveyed the Inoue clan, poised for confrontation. His subordinates mirrored his readiness, adopting combative stances. Sighing, Inoue Taro shook his head, dismayed by the unfolding situation. The sudden assault by Team Rocket on the League had left the latter scrambling for a response, and the necessary reinforcements to counter Team Rocket had yet to be assembled. Consequently, the League resorted to conscripting local forces, presenting it as a summons, but in reality, it was akin to drafting soldiers. Those who voluntarily allied with the League were welcomed with open arms, while those who awaited the League's approach found themselves in the precarious situation the Inoue family now faced. Have you reached a decision, Inoue Patriarch? Shinda's impatience was palpable. Sigh. Inoue Taro began, contemplating submission to the League for the sake of his clan. Yet his resolve was thwarted by the fervent protests from his kin. Patriarch, we fear not death. Let us fight. Do not acquiesce to them. Our warriors are unafraid. We have long resented the League's tyranny. We would rather join Team Rocket in rebellion. Patriarch, let us stand and fight. The Inoue clan united in their refusal to submit, preferring to die standing rather than live on their knees. You seek death? Charizard, eliminate these insolent fools. Shinda was incensed, particularly at the notion of the Inoue clan joining Team Rocket, which would pose a significant threat to the League. Charizard lashed out with its tail at the shouting clansmen. Do you think I can be ignored? Inoue Taro bellowed defiantly, stepping forward. Charizard's tail was intercepted by a Bulbasaur, Taro's ace Pokémon, matching Charizard's prowess. Are you truly prepared to rebel? Shinda, still clinging to a thread of hope, realized that failure to persuade the Inoue clan would lead to dire consequences upon his return. Moreover, facing Taro on his own turf, where their strengths were comparable, the outcome of an altercation remained uncertain. You leave me no choice, fellow clansmen. Charge. Taro rallied, leading his kin into battle against Shinda. Instantly, a fierce confrontation erupted. Unbeknownst to them, several individuals had stealthily approached their location. Grandfather, it seems a battle has commenced inside. Xiaoqin remarked to Dr. Oak, as they had just detected something amiss with the Inoue clan. They had gathered a few allies to discreetly infiltrate and ascertain the situation. Keep your voices down. Let us observe. It appears Taro and his clan are in dire straits. Dr. Oak motioned for silence, leading the group forward. Within the Inoue estate, the skirmish gradually subsided, with Shinda's faction emerging victorious. Despite the Inoue clan's considerable resources, their strength lay in financial backing rather than martial prowess, as they typically employed guards for protection. Now, confronted by the League, those guards had deserted them. The Inoue clan gathered around Taro, whose Bulbasaur valiantly fought on. Yet it was clear that it could not withstand the remaining Pokémon opposing them. Although Shinda had secured victory, he felt no joy, as his own forces had suffered significant losses. Well then, how shall you meet your demise? Shinda's gaze bore a chilling intent as he surveyed the Inoue clan members. Clansmen, together let us fight to the last. Taro cried, leading his people into the fray, determined to take down at least one adversary. Foolhardy, kill them all. Shinda commanded his subordinates. Just as the two factions were about to clash, their confrontation was interrupted by a new arrival. Eliminate this band of League dogs. Xiaoqin, leading his group, burst forth from the entrance of the Inoue estate, effectively cutting off Shinda's retreat. Quickly, counterattack. Faced with the formidable advance of Xiaoqin and his allies, Shinda's heart quaked with trepidation. It seemed escape was no longer an option. Despite his subordinates' desperate resistance, they were no match for Xiaoqin's forces, and soon, they were all vanquished, leaving only Shinda standing. Do not approach. I am a special envoy of the League. Should you act recklessly, the League will not spare you. As Xianda observed the approaching group led by Xiao Chun, he felt a surge of fear and hastily summoned the Alliance in an attempt to intimidate them. Little did he know, as the foremost rebel against the Alliance, Xiao Chen's presence would only lead Xianda to a more tragic demise. The Alliance, huh? With a mocking smile upon his face, Xiao Chun took the knife handed to him by his subordinate and advanced step by step towards Xianda. Do not come closer. I am a special envoy of the Alliance. You cannot kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I will never speak against you again. Xianda's voice shifted from threats to desperate pleas, yet Xiao Chun remained unwavering, his grip on the knife unyielding. Upon reaching Xianda, without uttering a word, Xiao Chun swiftly severed his head. Chapter 107. The Inoue family joins Team Rocket. As Xianda's head rolled to the ground, he could hardly fathom that he had been slain so easily by Xiao Chun. The members of the Inoue family exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether Xiao Chun's group was friend or foe. Thank you for saving us, my lord. Inoue Taro, not inquiring about Xiao Chun's identity, was the first to bow in gratitude, aware that without them, the Inoue family would cease to exist after today. With their chieftain leading, the other members of the Inoue clan followed suit, bowing and expressing their thanks. Inoue, how have you fallen so low in just a few years? Bowing to a mere junior? At that moment, Professor Okubo stepped forward, teasing Inoue Taro for his show of deference. Okubo, what brings you here? Inoue Taro was taken aback by the sudden appearance of his old friend. Of course, I'm here to help you. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't dare to wade into such murky waters, Professor Okubo replied. Oh, by the way, this is my grandson. He has something to discuss with you. Okubo gestured towards Xiao Chun with a hint of pride. Inoue Taro, upon realizing that Xiao Chun was the grandson of Professor Okubo, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, knowing that his earlier bow could provide Okubo with material for endless jest. Unaware of Inoue Taro's discomfort, Xiao Chun expressed the purpose of their visit to the Inoue family. Are you implying that you have come to invite us to join Team Rocket? Inoue Taro turned to Professor Okubo, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Mr. Inoue. We at Team Rocket extend a sincere invitation to you and your family to join us. The Alliance has set its sights on your clan, and together we can resist their encroachment, Xiao Chun articulated confidently. I need to contemplate this matter further, Inoue Taro replied, not immediately acquiescing to Xiao Chun's proposal. Chieftain, perhaps we should join Team Rocket, interjected a member of the Inoue clan. Silence. This matter cannot be decided hastily. Inoue Taro rebuked the clan member. After being chastised, the member stood in silence, while others who had considered voicing support for joining Team Rocket hesitated to speak up. I apologize for the inconvenience, but this matter is of great significance. I need to deliberate carefully. Please allow me some time to discuss this with my clan. Inoue Taro addressed Xiao Chun earnestly. Understood. Xiao Chun nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the weight of Inoue Taro's responsibilities as the clan leader, who must consider the welfare of his people. If he were solely concerned for himself, he could have fled when Xianda approached. Inoue Taro gathered all members of the Inoue clan to confer, while Xiao Chun and his companions awaited the outcome of their deliberation from a distance. Soon, Inoue Taro returned, walking towards Xiao Chun. After discussing with my clan, we are willing to join Team Rocket, he proclaimed. Upon hearing Inoue Taro's affirmation, a smile broke across Xiao Chun's face. The addition of the Inoue family would significantly bolster Team Rocket's strength, bringing them closer to overthrowing the Alliance. Inoue, you are as indecisive as ever. Truly, you've grown old, Professor Okubo chuckled, patting Inoue Taro's shoulder. Okubo, how dare you chide me? Are you not an old man yourself? Inoue Taro retorted playfully. Xiao Chun observed the banter between the two elderly gentlemen, stifling a laugh, aware that any display of mirth might provoke their ire. At that moment, a member of Team Rocket approached Xiao Chun, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Chun's smile widened. Reports from the front lines indicated that the Alliance's defenses, which had been obstructing Team Rocket's advance, had been utterly dismantled. Surveying the surroundings, Xiao Chun realized that Team Rocket's main forces were en route to this location, rendering it unnecessary to evacuate the Inoue clan. All right, I will leave some of my men here. The main forces of Team Rocket will arrive shortly, and I will introduce you to Leader Banmu, Xiao Chun declared before stepping outside, eager to meet Banmu, who was presumably already on his way. As Xiao Chun reached the entrance of Chosha town, he spotted a troop advancing towards him, with Banmu at the forefront. Xiao Chun and his subordinates stood erect, awaiting Banmu's arrival. Before long, Banmu approached, and his entourage had already begun to take control of Chosha town. So, Did the Inoue family agree to join Team Rocket? Banmu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Boss, everything has been settled, Xiao Chun reported, detailing the intricacies of the mission. Excellent. Take me to meet the leader of the Inoue family. Banmu requested, elated that the Inoue family had consented to join Team Rocket and eager to engage in meaningful discussions. Xiao Chun led the way, guiding Banmu to Inoue Taro, who was equally pleased to see Banmu in person. With Banmu's approval, the Inoue family officially joined Team Rocket. Having resolved matters with the Inoue clan, Banmu and Xiao Chun continued their journey towards the headquarters of the Alliance. Half a month later, Team Rocket had made remarkable strides, capturing over half of Kanto, though both sides were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Due to the extensive front, Team Rocket faced a shortage of personnel. Nevertheless, Banmu was undeterred. He stationed only a minimal force to defend their newly acquired territories, mobilizing the majority of his troops for continued offensives. Banmu's decision to leave so few behind stemmed from his firm belief that the Alliance lacked the capability to reclaim these territories. Today, he summoned everyone for a meeting. As they had encountered a significant challenge, Athena's vanguard troops were facing fierce resistance from the enemy, resulting in heavy casualties. Consequently, Athena was compelled to seek assistance from Banmu and his forces. Xiao Chun, learning of the meeting, felt a surge of excitement, as the adversaries they faced this time were none other than the Yulong clan. The Dragon Clan has been eagerly awaited by Xiao Chun and his companions for a considerable time. Chapter 108. Infiltrating the Dragon Clan. As Banmu observed that his subordinates had gathered, he stepped forward to address them. Esteemed colleagues, we now stand before the formidable Dragon Clan. I trust you are all aware of their reputation. Currently, our General Athena is engaged in fierce combat with them, yet the Dragon Clan's might is formidable, and she is momentarily unable to breach their defenses. We require reinforcements, and I would like to know who among you is willing to lead a team to assist her. Banmu gazed expectantly at his men, awaiting their responses. I am willing to go. Xiao Chun was the first to step forward, resolute not to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Very well, since you are willing, Xiao Chun, you shall lead a contingent to assist. Remember, once you arrive, you must heed General Athena's commands. Prepare yourself accordingly. With Xiao Chun's willingness to undertake the mission, Banmu proceeded with the arrangements. Understood. Xiao Chun replied promptly and set off to prepare. Once ready, he wasted no time and marched directly to the front lines. Before long, Xiao Chun arrived at the frontline encampment of the rocket squad, where tents had already been erected, indicating readiness for a protracted battle. After securing a designated area for his team within the camp, Xiao Chun requested to be escorted to General Athena's location. Upon verifying his identity, Xiao Chun was led into Athena's tent. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight of a woman with crimson hair and a curvaceous figure, though her demeanor was icy, exuding an aura of remoteness. Reporting to General Athena, Senior Officer Demu Chun of the rocket squad, under the command of Boss Banmu, has arrived, Xiao Chun announced loudly. Athena scrutinized the youthful figure before her, her interest piqued. Demu Chun, I have heard of you. You recently joined the rocket squad alongside Dr. Demu. Athena regarded Xiao Chun with a keen expression. Indeed, Xiao Chun responded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. Very well, I have a task for you, Athena continued, noticing Xiao Chun's slight unease and deciding to forego further banter. She proceeded to disclose the entirety of the plan to him. Xiao Chun was taken aback to learn that Athena intended to commit the entire army to a decisive battle against the Dragon Clan, with the confrontation set for 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. This audacious maneuver struck Xiao Chun as exceedingly perilous. Should Athena falter or the strategy fail, the rocket squad would face catastrophic repercussions. Nonetheless, as Athena mentioned that Banmu had already approved the plan, Xiao Chun refrained from voicing further concerns. Athena's assignment for Xiao Chun involved infiltrating the Dragon Clan. During the general's offensive tomorrow, he was to create chaos behind enemy lines to assist the attacking forces in overcoming the Dragon Clan. Understanding the gravity of his mission, Xiao Chun departed to gather a team of 10 for this covert operation. Given the need for stealth, he resolved to keep the number small to mitigate the risk of exposure. The others he brought along would operate under Athena's command. Upon returning to his camp, Xiao Chun summoned his team, preparing to stealthily advance into the Dragon Clan territory. Tian, perhaps you should stay behind for this mission. Xiao Chun expressed concern for the thoughtful Tian, recognizing that the Dragon Clan was her homeland, and fearing that she might hesitate in a moment of confrontation. No, brother Xiao Chun, I am well acquainted with the Dragon Clan. I can surely assist you. Tian insisted resolutely, driven by the desire to protect her grandmother, who still resided within the Dragon Clan. With her only remaining close relative being her grandmother, Tian Tian was determined not to abandon her. Very well. Recognizing Tian Tian's unwavering resolve and the potential advantage her familiarity with the Dragon Clan could provide, Xiao Chun acquiesced to her joining the mission. Soon, Xiao Chun realized that bringing Tian Tian along was indeed a prudent decision. As the group contemplated how to bypass the guards, Tian Tian revealed a previously unnoticed, unguarded entry point. Following her lead, they arrived at what turned out to be a dark cave. Faced with the gloom, the team hesitated, uncertain of what dangers or ambushes might lurk within. However, after Tian Tian's repeated assurances, they ventured into the cave. Upon entry, regret quickly set in. The cave's narrow confines felt suffocating. The path was treacherous, littered with loose stones, making progress arduous. Inside, visibility was nearly non-existent, and the intensity of their flashlights was of little help due to the cramped space. Some areas required them to crawl. Tian Tian, being small in stature, navigated the cave with relative ease, while the larger members of the group struggled to advance, becoming stuck at times. They had no choice but to use tools to break apart the surrounding stones to escape, yet their journey remained fraught with difficulty. At long last, just as exhaustion began to take its toll, they glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead. We've arrived. The exit is just ahead. Tian Tian exclaimed joyfully as she turned to encourage the others. Leading the way, her smaller size allowed her to progress swiftly, leaving Xiao Chun and the others trailing behind. With the exit in sight, the group summoned their remaining strength to crawl toward it. Finally, through sheer determination, they emerged from the cave. Xiao Chun collapsed on the ground, gasping for the fresh air that had been denied to him in the suffocating darkness. As the group caught their breath, an unexpected voice broke the silence. Could someone give me a hand? A rough voice called out. Turning their attention, they found De Yong stuck at the cave entrance, his expression one of embarrassment. You glutton. I told you to eat less, but you never listen. Now look at you, stuck. Ling Feng remarked disapprovingly, though he and two others promptly went to assist De Yong. After resting momentarily, Xiao Chun and his team prepared to initiate their operation. With Tian Tian's guidance, they swiftly infiltrated deeper into the Dragon Clan's territory. As they beheld the Dragon Clan members scattered around them, Xiao Chen's eyes glinted with determination. Every member of the Dragon Clan, save for Tian Tian, was marked for elimination. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Courtyard. Under Tian Tian's guidance, Xiao Chun and the others arrived at a small courtyard, which was, in fact, Tian Tian's home. Will we not be discovered here? Xiao Chun inquired anxiously, noting the presence of numerous patrolling guards along the way, suggesting that Tian Tian's residence lay at the heart of the Dragon Clan, in the heart of the Dragon Tribe. Xiao Chun and his companions were perpetually at risk of exposure. There is no need to worry. Those patrolling the vicinity are responsible and will not intrude upon my home, assured Long Tian Tian, casting a reassuring glance at Xiao Chun. But what if your grandmother returns? Xiao Chen's gaze drifted apprehensively towards the house within the courtyard, dreading the moment when Long Tian Tian's grandmother might emerge from within. Rest assured, she is certainly not in the Dragon Tribe at the moment. She is likely searching for me elsewhere, Long Tian Tian confidently stated, fully aware of her grandmother's character. Once she realizes I am missing, she will undoubtedly seek me out and will not return until she finds me. Upon hearing Long Tian Tian's words, Xiao Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dispersed all his subordinates around the courtyard to better observe the situation pertaining to the Dragon Tribe. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun and his companions remained within Long Tian Tian's small courtyard, hesitant to venture outside, as the number of people in the vicinity seemed to have increased. Gathering towards a specific location, Xiao Chun quickly discerned that this location was the direction from which Team Rocket was preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the Dragon Tribe. It appeared that Team Rocket had infiltrators among them. Otherwise, how would the Dragon Tribe be aware of Team Rocket's attack plans? However, Xiao Chun was not surprised. For in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds, and it was entirely plausible that among the many members of Team Rocket, there could be a spy. Furthermore, the direction of this assault was not a closely guarded secret. Many ordinary members of Team Rocket were likely informed as well. As dusk settled, Xiao Chun resolved to take advantage of the cover of darkness to investigate the situation. He left the rest of his team in the courtyard and stealthily advanced deeper into the Dragon Tribe territory. Initially, Long Tian Tian and the others intended to accompany him. But Xiao Chun, recognizing the risk of a larger group drawing attention, declined their company. As he ventured further into the depths of the Dragon Tribe, he evaded several waves of enemy patrols and arrived beside a vast courtyard. Xiao Chun halted, taking in the sight before him. The courtyard was surrounded by numerous guards, with many individuals patrolling the perimeter. It was curious that, at such a critical juncture of conflict with Team Rocket, so many were stationed at this seemingly insignificant courtyard. It suggested that something of immense importance lay within. Intrigued, Xiao Chen's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He deftly avoided the guards and quietly slipped inside the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss. While the outside air was warm, stepping into this courtyard enveloped him in an uncanny chill, a stark contrast to the summer heat outside. Realizing this, Xiao Chen began to survey his surroundings. The courtyard appeared dilapidated, strewn with broken bricks and tiles, as if it had been abandoned for a considerable time. At its center stood a 3-story building. Rather than merely a small structure, it resembled a fortress encased in ice. Cautiously, Xiao Chen approached the building, eager to uncover what the dragon tribe might be concealing within. However, the closer he drew to the edifice, the more he felt the cold seep into his bones, as though he might soon be frozen in place. Suppressing his discomfort, Xiao Chen pressed on, noting the visible frost emanating from the building, which explained the courtyard's frigid temperature. He reached the entrance of the small building, feeling as if a thin layer of ice had formed on his skin, rendering his movements sluggish. Observing carefully, he discerned that the building appeared uninhabited, devoid of any sound. There was but a single door to enter, while the windows were sealed shut, compelling the stealthy Xiao Chen to risk entrance through the front door rather than his usual method of climbing through a window. Just as he prepared to open the door, a sudden noise interrupted him. The creaking of the door echoed as the main gate of the courtyard swung open. Xiao Chen quickly concealed himself behind a stone pillar adjacent to the small building, peering toward the entrance. A red-haired man stepped into the courtyard, and a wave of intense hatred surged through Xiao Chen at the sight. Long Du. The realization that this was the very foe who had slain his kin nearly overwhelmed him with rage, prompting a desire to confront Long Du head-on. Yet, a remaining sliver of reason held him back. Whether he could defeat Long Du was uncertain, but more critically, any rash action could jeopardize his plans for the morrow. Long Du approached the small building step by step, and upon reaching its entrance, he called out, "Ice, I am coming in." After uttering this command, he pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Chen watched in confusion. Was there a password required to gain entry? Not wishing to hesitate further, he followed suit. However, before stepping inside, he took a moment to survey the interior. The first floor was empty, and footsteps were ascending towards the upper levels. Xiao Chen cautiously entered, making his way up the staircase. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the building. No lights illuminated the interior, and only the faint moonlight filtering through provided enough visibility to navigate the sparse surroundings. The first floor was utterly devoid of furniture, giving it an emptiness that felt unsettling. Dust coated the walls, erasing any indication that someone had dwelled here. This realization intensified Xiao Chen's curiosity regarding Long Du's purpose in this desolate place. Long Du's footsteps continued upward, halting at the 3rd floor. Xiao Chen paused at the 2nd floor staircase, acutely aware that getting too close would risk exposure. "Ice. It has been a long time," Long Du's voice echoed from above. Strangely, no response followed, yet a clanking sound of chains reverberated through the building, lending the atmosphere an unsettling quality. Xiao Chen, hidden at the staircase, was perplexed by Long Du's actions and felt compelled to sneak a closer look. Acting on impulse, he crawled upward, careful to minimize the noise he made. After a laborious ascent, he reached the foot of the 3rd floor staircase. His back ached from the awkward position, and he straightened up, preparing to peek into the 3rd floor. "Get any closer, and you will die," a chilling female voice rang out, startling Xiao Chen and sending a jolt of cold sweat down his spine. He had been discovered. Chapter 110, Ice of the Dragon. At that moment, Xiao Chen dared not move, praying he had not been fully exposed. "Ice, do not be so fierce. I am merely coming over," Long Du's voice reassured him. Relief flooded through Xiao Chen. It was only Long Du speaking, not a revelation of his presence. Gaining confidence, he cautiously leaned out to observe. There stood Long Du not far from him, and before him was a woman whose limbs were bound by iron chains. No, it appeared there were 5 chains, with one more locked around her neck. The other ends of the chains were affixed to the surrounding walls, suspending the woman in midair in the shape of a large letter. Her face was obscured by her hair, rendering her features indistinguishable. Yet, Xiao Chen sensed that the chilling temperature of the courtyard was undoubtedly connected to this woman. As Xiao Chen drew closer to the woman, he felt the surrounding air grow increasingly frigid. She was, undeniably, the source of the chill enveloping the small courtyard. Yet, what astonished Xiao Chen was the realization that, despite her human form, she emitted elemental energy akin to that of Pokémon. Could it be that this woman was, in fact, a Pokémon in disguise? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He had never heard of any Pokémon capable of taking on a human guise. Such an idea was utterly preposterous. Yulong-Du, what brings you here this time? The woman's voice was slightly hoarse. Ice, the Yulong clan is facing a dire crisis. An evil organization has launched an assault against us, and they will commence a full-scale attack tomorrow. I require your assistance to vanquish them alongside me, Yulong-Du stated. His gaze fervent as he regarded the woman suspended in midair. Xiao Chun felt an overwhelming urge to interject, eager to counter Yulong-Du's claim. After all, who could be deemed the true evil organization if not the Yulong clan themselves? Assist you? Why should I? Wouldn't witnessing the destruction of the Yulong clan be a source of joy for me? The woman named Ice appeared to relish the situation, struggling against her bindings, causing the chains that held her to creak ominously. Her hair, which had obscured her face, was tossed aside, revealing her features. Xiao Chun was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Her delicate features and enchanting gaze resembled a breathtaking masterpiece. He had initially assumed her reluctance to show her face stemmed from some frightful appearance. But it seemed he had been mistaken. Yulong Bing, as a member of the Yulong clan, it is your duty to stand and fight when your clan is in need. Yulong-Du asserted, addressing her directly. Yulong Bing, it has been ages since anyone has called me that. It feels both alien and familiar. Are you referring to me? Shouldn't I be known as experiment subject, monster, or beast? Wasn't that how you all referred to me before? Yulong Bing's voice was devoid of emotion as she regarded Yulong-Du. Those were merely the careless words of our kin. Your name has always been Yulong Bing. Yulong-Du insisted, noting her unusual demeanor but unable to pinpoint the source of her distress. Be quiet. Do you think I relish being called Yulong Bing? I would rather be referred to as a monster than bear that name. I regret ever being part of the Yulong clan. Yulong Bing suddenly lost control. Thrashing violently in the air, the chains creaking under the strain as the atmosphere around them grew increasingly frigid. Frost began to coalesce in the air, forming slender icicles aimed directly at Yulong-Du. Yulong Bing, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Yulong-Du shouted, desperate to halt her actions. Yet, Yulong Bing paid him no heed, more icy energy emanating from her being. Xiao Chun felt a surge of delight at the unfolding scene. It appeared that Yulong Bing and Yulong-Du, along with the entire Yulong clan, were at odds. If a conflict erupted, he would surely benefit. But then, an unforeseen event transpired. Yulong-Du produced a remote control without hesitation and pressed a button. Suddenly, runes appeared on the chains binding Yulong Bing, radiating a crimson glow. Almost instantly, the cold energy surrounding her was drawn into the chains. Yulong Bing cried out in pain. After a prolonged moment, the runes vanished, and Yulong Bing fell silent. Stop pretending. You think I don't know that this level of pain is nothing to you? Yulong-Du accused, observing her feigned unconsciousness. And what of it? If you're aware, what can you do? I want to assist your Yulong clan. Yulong Bing retorted, her disdain evident. Indeed, I possess no means to coerce you, but let us not forget your sister. Should you refuse to cooperate, any harm that befalls her will be on your conscience. I would not hesitate to see her become the second you. Here's a pleasant tidbit. Our human experimentation has made significant strides, and we are in need of a subject to validate our findings. They are currently seeking a suitable candidate, and your sister would make an excellent choice as a successful subject. Wouldn't that be a splendid idea? Yulong-Du revealed, using Yulong Bing's sister as leverage. You dare. She is also a member of the Yulong clan. You cannot treat her that way. Yulong Bing shouted, her anger palpable as she confronted Yulong-Du. Why not? What can you do to stop me? Besides, your sister is merely an ordinary member of the Yulong clan. Who would intervene on her behalf? Contributing to the clan would be a privilege for her. Yulong-Du smirked, relishing his control over the situation. Yulong Bing was left speechless, trembling with rage. Yulong-Du observed her coldly, saying nothing further. Very well, ponder it carefully. I shall send someone to seek you out, Yulong-Du stated before departing. Upon witnessing Yulong-Du's exit, Xiao Chun hurriedly crouched by the staircase. Yulong-Du passed by him, completely oblivious to his presence. Once Yulong-Du had gone, Xiao Chun rose from his hiding place, having overheard their entire conversation. He was taken aback by the Yulong clan's cruelty, conducting human experiments and targeting their own kin. Moreover, Yulong Bing possessed formidable strength. Should she ally with Yulong-Du, the rocket team would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. With Yulong-Du's footsteps fading into silence, Xiao Chun resolved to inform Professor Oak so they could prepare in advance. Did I permit you to leave? Yulong Bing's voice suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Chun felt an icy presence lock onto him, as if daring him to move lest he be struck by the chilling energy surrounding her. This is it. I've truly become her target. Chapter 111. Collaboration with Yulong Bing. Xiao Chen slowly rose to his feet, finding Yulong Bing gazing at him with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Hello. He managed to smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than cheerful. Speak. Who are you? What is your purpose here? I recognized you the moment you entered the courtyard. Do not attempt any tricks, or else. Yulong Bing warned, her eyes glinting with an unmistakable threat. An idea sparked within Xiao Chun's mind. I am a senior executive of the rocket team, named Mu Chun, and I am here to rescue you. In an instant, he devised a clever ruse. Oh, a senior executive of the rocket team? Mu Chun? Yet, from what I gather, your organization is hardly commendable, Yulong Bing replied, scrutinizing him. While the rocket team may not be a paragon of righteousness, we are certainly less reprehensible than those who masquerade as virtuous, Xiao Chen declared. His disdain for the so-called righteous powers evident in his demeanor. Then tell me, how do you intend to rescue me? And what is it that you require of me in return? Yulong Bing responded with keen interest. Eager to learn how the young boy managed to extricate himself from the heavily guarded Yulong clan. Our team will launch a full-scale assault on the Yulong clan tomorrow night. I will rescue you before they strike, but we require your assistance in dealing with the Yulong clan. Xiao Chun laid out his meticulously devised plan. Oh, you possess such confidence in your ability to conquer the Yulong clan? Yulong Bing regarded Xiao Chun with a hint of skepticism. To be candid, our Team Rocket's ambition encompasses the entire Kanto region. If our forces were not so widely dispersed, a mere Yulong clan could be effortlessly annihilated. Xiao Chun scoffed, seemingly dismissive of the Yulong clan's significance. However, this assertion held merit. If Team Rocket focused solely on the Yulong clan, they would indeed struggle to withstand the onslaught, especially considering they were only facing one of the 5 squads from Team Rocket, not to mention the formidable Banmu, the leader of Team Rocket, had yet to make his move. Such unwavering confidence warrants my agreement to this collaboration. However, I require your assistance with a matter first. Yulong Bing acquiesced to Xiao Chen's plan, but proposed a request in turn. What matter? Xiao Chen inquired, eyeing Yulong Bing intently. I believe you overheard my conversation with Yulong Du. He intends to leverage my sister against me to compel me into battle with you. My sister is undoubtedly under his control at this moment, and I need you to rescue her. Only then can I consent to our collaboration, Yulong Bing stated. Gaze fixed on Xiao Chun. Very well, provide me with her location, and I shall go retrieve her at once, Xiao Chun replied, demonstrating his willingness. Once you have rescued my sister, do not bring her here. Simply ensure she reaches a safe location, Yulong Bing instructed, disclosing her home address, as she wished to shield her sister from witnessing her current predicament. Understood, Xiao Chen affirmed before departing. Upon leaving the small courtyard, Xiao Chen navigated to a modest wooden cabin based on the directions Yulong Bing had provided. He meticulously examined the rudimentary map she had sketched for him, confirming his route with utmost caution. How desolate! It is astonishing that a member of the illustrious Yulong clan resides in such a humble wooden dwelling, considering Yulong Tian enjoys a rather spacious courtyard. Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. Yulong Tiantian's grandmother possesses considerable strength and holds a prominent position within the Yulong clan, affording her the means to provide a suitable environment for Yulong Tian. Given that Yulong Bing had been subjected to human experimentation, her status could not be exceedingly high. Having a place to reside is a blessing in itself. Xiao Chen cautiously approached the wooden cabin, having noticed a guard stationed at the entrance. He released Lucario, who swiftly incapacitated the guard, indicating that Yulong Du had likely underestimated the importance of Yulong Bing's sister, leaving only a feeble sentinel to watch over her. Gently, Xiao Chen pushed open the cabin door, revealing a sparsely furnished interior, containing merely a small bed and a few chairs, no table in sight. On the bed lay a little girl, approximately 5 years old, soundly asleep. Upon catching sight of the child, Xiao Chen's anger ignited. Yulong Du truly was a reprehensible individual. He had assumed Yulong Bing's sister would be at least a teenager, only to discover she was so young. It was appalling that Yulong Du would subject such a small girl to human experimentation. Indeed, he was a despicable character. Xiao Chen approached and gently roused the girl from slumber. As the girl opened her eyes and saw a stranger standing at the foot of her bed, she gasped in surprise. Are you Yulong Yu? Xiao Chen asked, having learned her name from Yulong Bing and needing to confirm her identity. I am Yulong Yu. Who are you? The girl asked, her voice trembling with fear. I am your sister's friend, come to rescue you. Quickly, let us leave, Xiao Chen urged her. Sister? Okay. After a moment's contemplation, the little girl sprang to her feet, ready to depart with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen marveled at her ease in agreeing to follow him. Was it truly that simple to convince a young girl? He thought, bemused. However, He said nothing further and led Yulong Yuyu back to the courtyard where Yulong Tiantian and the others awaited. After evading several patrols, Xiaochen finally returned to the courtyard. As he opened the door, he felt the weight of multiple gazes upon him. "Do not be alarmed. It is I," he announced. At that moment, Daong and the others emerged from various concealed corners of the courtyard. "Boss, you have finally returned. We were about to go search for you," Lingfeng exclaimed, relief evident in his tone. "Who is this little girl?" The others observed Yulong Yuyu standing behind Xiaochen. "Yuyo, how did you end up here?" Yulong Tiantian gazed at Yulong Yuyu in disbelief. "You know her?" Xiaochen turned to Yulong Tiantian. "Yes, she is." Yulong Tiantian recounted her connection with Yulong Yuyu. It turned out that Yulong Tiantian had been caring for Yulong Yuyu since Yulong Bing had been taken by Yulong Du, leading to a close bond between the two. After learning of their relationship, Xiaochen shared everything he had discovered that night, as well as his collaboration with Yulong Bing, with the group. The news of Yulong Bing's strength joining their cause filled everyone with elation. Yulong Tiantian's fury ignited upon hearing that Yulong Bing had been subjected to human experimentation, extinguishing any lingering goodwill she had harbored toward the Yulong clan. "All right, dawn is fast approaching. Everyone should rest well," Xiaochen advised, recognizing the impending challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 112, The Beginning of the Plan. Outside the Yulong clan, the night deepened. Within Athena's tent, members of Team Rocket gathered, awaiting her command. Athena glanced at her wristwatch before rising to her feet. "Everyone, in 1 hour, we shall initiate our full-scale assault. Ensure your subordinates are fully prepared. We will launch our attack at 8 o'clock sharp." Athena refrained from delivering any motivational speeches, instead focusing on task assignments and signaling her subordinates to prepare. "Has there been any news from Demuchen?" Athena inquired of her personal guard. "Demuchen informed us that they have found formidable allies within the Yulong clan and will join us for the assault on schedule," her guard reported. Meanwhile, Yulong Yuyu had already been successfully delivered by Xiaochen. "By the way, have the personnel he requested been dispatched?" Athena asked again. "They have been sent and are ready to act at a moment's notice," her guard replied. Previously, when Xiaochen and his team had entered the Yulong clan through the secret passage known to Yulong Tiantian, he had requested Athena to send several hundred more personnel, who were now lying in wait within the passage. As soon as Athena led the main force into battle, they would seize the opportunity to strike in conjunction with her. Listening to her subordinate's report, Athena nodded. Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the assault. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the direction of the Yulong clan. At this moment, Xiaochen and his companions within the Yulong clan had already begun their operation. Xiaochen embarked on a solitary mission to rescue Yulong Bing, while the others proceeded to rendezvous with the troops entering through the secret passage, preparing to launch a collective assault on the Yulong clan. Initially, the group opposed Xiaochen's decision to venture alone for Yulong Bing's rescue, particularly Yulong Tiantian, who expressed her desire to accompany him. However, Xiaochen firmly declined, fully aware of the perilous nature of the undertaking, and he wished to spare Yulong Tiantian from any risk. Compared to accompanying him, it was undoubtedly far safer for her to act alongside the main force, given her commendable strength. Once the tasks were assigned, Xiaochen set forth, determined to liberate Yulong Bing before Team Rocket initiated their full-scale attack. As he traversed the path to the courtyard, he noticed numerous members of the Yulong clan, armed and visibly distraught, hastening towards the outskirts. It appeared they had become aware of Team Rocket's mobilization and were preparing for the impending assault. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xiaochen was taken aback to find the number of guards had doubled since the previous night. It seemed Team Rocket's actions had triggered a chain reaction. This unforeseen development left Xiaochen scrambling for a means of entry. Just as he contemplated a forceful approach, an opportunity presented itself. An elderly man accompanied by a dozen subordinates was making his way towards the courtyard. Recognizing this as a chance, Xiaochen stealthily approached and subdued the last member of the group, donning his attire to blend in at the rear of the formation. The others remained oblivious to the substitution of their comrade. As they reached the courtyard entrance, the guards intercepted them. "Elder Qin, may I inquire about your purpose here?" The guard captain stepped forward, positioning himself before the lead elder. "Do you not recognize me?" The elder retorted without addressing the guard's inquiry. "You are Elder Qin of the Yulong clan," the guard captain replied with utmost respect. "Then why do you not allow me entry?" The elder regarded the captain with growing impatience. "This courtyard is under strict orders from Lord Yulong. No one may enter without his command," the captain persisted, aware that the elder was displeased. Despite the elder's esteemed status within the Yulong clan, he still acknowledged the supremacy of Lord Yulong, the sole champion of the alliance. "I have been assigned to oversee the internal security of the Yulong clan. I must enter this courtyard for an inspection." Step aside at once. Elder Yulongqin glared at the obstinate guard captain. The captain hesitated, but the elder's subordinates brusquely pushed him aside, allowing Elder Yulongqin and his entourage to stride confidently into the courtyard. Realizing he could not impede Elder Yulongqin, the captain hurriedly dispatched a subordinate to notify Lord Yulong, as the individuals within were of paramount importance to him, and any misstep would bear grave consequences. Xiao Chun followed Elder Yulongqin to the small building, where the elder ascended the stairs with 2 others, leaving Xiao Chun and the rest outside. Watching Elder Yulongqin ascend, a wave of anxiety washed over Xiao Chun, fearing for Yulongbing's safety. However, a sudden realization eased his mind. After all, who was Yulongbing? It was likely that Elder Yulongqin would find himself in peril instead. Who are you, brother? I don't recall seeing you before. One of Xiao Chun's companions inquired. I am. Xiao Chun momentarily faltered, unsure of what excuse to conjure to evade scrutiny. Having not anticipated such swift detection of his anomaly. Just then, agonized screams echoed from above. This is bad. Lord Qin is in danger. We must hurry. The group swiftly ascended the stairs, only to be met with a barrage of ice spikes shooting towards them. Before they could react, the icy projectiles pierced their necks, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Wait! Xiao Chun cried out as an ice spike hurtled towards his throat. Ultimately, the spike halted a mere centimeter from his neck. The chilling aura emanating from the spike was palpable. As the ice spikes were retracted by Yulongbing, Xiao Chun swallowed hard. He had never been so close to death, and the experience was utterly terrifying. My sincerest apologies. I nearly mistook you all for accomplices, Yulongbing remarked, though her expression bore no trace of remorse. These individuals. Xiao Chun gestured towards the fallen Yulongqin and others. Oh, this Yulongqin sought greater power within the Yulong clan and approached me for collaboration. However, did he not already have you as an ally? Thus, I eliminated him, Yulongbing explained. Xiao Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had forged an alliance with her beforehand. Had he delayed, he might have met the same fate as Yulong Tian and Yulongqin, lying lifeless on the floor. Hurry and remove these heavy chains from me. They are an incessant nuisance. Yulongbing tugged at the shackles, which creaked ominously. Just as Xiao Chun intended to assist, he heard footsteps approaching. Someone was coming. Xiao Chun glanced below and felt a shiver run down his spine. Lord Yulong. Chapter 113. The Liberation of Yulongbing. Upon recognizing the approaching figure as Lord Yulong, Xiao Chun felt a pang of panic and turned to Yulongbing, hoping for her assistance. However, Yulongbing disregarded his pleading gaze, instead watching him with keen interest, eager to observe his next move. Realizing he could not rely on Yulongbing, and seeing the numerous corpses strewn about, he opted to crouch beside one of the bodies, hoping to evade detection by Lord Yulong. Soon, Lord Yulong approached, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene, momentarily taken aback. Yulongbing, what transpired here? He exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face as he surveyed the fallen. He walked directly to Yulongqin's side, placing a finger at the elder's nostrils, only to discover he had ceased to breathe, leaving him in shock. What have you done, Yulongbing? Lord Yulong questioned furiously, observing the thin layers of ice crystals adorning the wounds of the deceased, confirming her involvement. You ought to be grateful to me. Do you know why these individuals sought me out? They approached me to conspire against you, yet amidst their self-serving ambitions, I eliminated them. Consider it a roundabout way of assisting you, Yulongbing replied. Lord Yulong sighed in resignation, glancing from Yulongbing to the lifeless Yulongqin. This elder frequently opposed him within the clan, and now, during a critical juncture for their family, he had sought power. Even if he had survived this ordeal, Lord Yulong would have dealt with him. What have you decided regarding that matter? The enemy is on the verge of attacking. Will you fight for the clan? I assure you, should you agree, I will grant you your freedom after this battle. Lord Yulong's gaze was intense as he awaited her response. Is what you say true? Yulongbing inquired, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes as she regarded Lord Yulong. Of course, I keep my promises, Lord Yulong affirmed, his eyes fixed on Yulongbing. Although Yulong do professes such sentiments, the reality shifts dramatically once the battle concludes. He will not tolerate any uncontrollable power within his clan. Very well, I am willing to assist you, but you must honor your word, he declares. Yulongbing gazes at Yulongdu, resolved to toy with him for a while. Meanwhile, the prostrate Xiao Chun tenses up. Could it be that Yulongbing is about to betray them again? Yet, he knows he can only proceed cautiously at this juncture. No problem. I, Yulongdu, am a man of integrity. I shall release you now, but do not attempt any tricks, for your sister will not fare well. Yulongdu warns, still wielding the threat of Yulongbing's sister. Unbeknownst to Yulongdu, Yulong Yu has already been rescued by Xiao Chun, as he has been too preoccupied to notice her absence. Enough of this. Hurry and free me, for this place is utterly dull. Yulong Bing urges Yulong Du. With a flick of a button on the remote control, Yulong Du activates it, and the chains binding Yulong Bing emit a series of sharp clicks before falling away, liberating her from her restraints. At last, I am free, Yulong Bing exclaims, raising her voice to the heavens. She stretches her weary limbs, finally free from the iron chains that had confined her for so long. Now that you are free, you must contribute to the Yulong clan. The enemy is approaching swiftly, so come with me to the front lines. Yulong Du impatiently beckons her, confident that with this formidable creation of his, the members of Team Rocket will be no match for them. However, in the instant Yulong Du turns away, Yulong Bing conjures 3 ice spikes aimed at his vital points. Sensing the chill behind him, Yulong Du leaps forward, narrowly evading her attack. What are you doing, Yulong Bing? He questions her, perplexed. What am I doing? I am merely expressing my gratitude for transforming me into this form. Now, I shall show you my true power, Yulong Bing replies coldly. Yulong Bing, even if you disregard your own well-being, you must consider your sister's fate. She is currently in my grasp, Yulong Du retorts, resorting once more to the leverage of Yulong Bing's sister. Oh, are you certain of that? Yulong Bing smirks, finding amusement in Yulong Du's belief that he still holds her sibling. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washes over Yulong Du. You might inquire of the gentleman lying nearby. He could provide clarity on this matter. Yulong Bing gestures towards Xiao Chun, who has been inadvertently exposed. Xiao Chun, mentally cursing Yulong Bing for revealing his presence, realizes that there is no point in hiding any longer and stands up. Yulong Du exclaims in surprise upon recognizing Xiao Chun, who has repeatedly opposed him in the past. It has indeed been a while, damn it Chun. Xiao Chun responds through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with a desire for vengeance against the one responsible for his kin's demise. How did you end up here? You are with Team Rocket. Yulong Du questions, perplexed by Xiao Chun's presence among the Yulong clan, recalling that both Xiao Chun and Professor Demu had joined Team Rocket. Xiao Chun remains silent, merely smiling at Yulong Du, observing the cheerful demeanor of Xiao Chun and then glancing at Yulong Bing behind him. Yulong Du's alarm bells ring loudly. You have colluded with Team Rocket? He exclaims, incredulity etched across his face. And what of it? My sister has already been rescued. What leverage do you possess now to threaten me? Yulong Bing retorts disdainfully. How could you ally with Team Rocket? They are an evil organization. Yulong Du fumes at Yulong Bing's admission of collusion. Evil organization? Compared to you, how does Team Rocket even measure up? Yulong Bing counters, a knowing look in her eyes. Fine. Since you dare to conspire with Team Rocket, I shall cleanse our clan of your disgrace. Yulong Du declares, his gaze menacing. He throws a pokeball, summoning his Dragonite into the fray. Roar. Dragonite bellows, recognizing its adversaries in Yulong Bing and Xiao Chun, unleashing a furious cry. I have longed for a battle with you. Yulong Bing retorts defiantly, her aura is surging with power, causing the air around her to chill. The tension in the atmosphere thickens, signaling the imminent clash. Chapter 114, Crisis. As Xiao Chun observes the impending confrontation between Yulong Bing and Yulong Du, he quietly steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Feeling uneasy, he releases his electrode to guard him. Dragonite, unleash flamethrower. Yulong Du commands, initiating the assault. Yulong Bing swiftly raises her hands, conjuring a thick ice wall before her. The flamethrower collides with the icy barrier, sending steam billowing throughout the vicinity, obscuring visibility. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Xiao Chun instructs Electrode to shield him, and together they leap from a nearby window, landing in the courtyard below. Moments later, Yulong Du rides Dragonite, crashing through the building to emerge in the open air. Following closely, Yulong Bing propels herself forward, encased in a frosty aura, charging directly at Yulong Du. Dragonite, use flamethrower. Yulong Du commands once more, recognizing fire as the optimal counter to ice. Yulong Bing deftly evades the attack, closing the distance to Dragonite with impressive speed. With her fists enveloped in ice, she strikes Dragonite with formidable force, sending it staggering backward. Damn it! Yulong Du exclaims in disbelief as he witnesses his Dragonite falter against Yulong Bing's might. Xiao Chun stands by, astonished. Yulong Bing is indeed a formidable opponent, surpassing even the capabilities of a Pokémon. At that moment, an elderly figure approaches. Du, what transpired here? The elder inquires, assessing the situation. Elder Yu, assist me. The test subject has allied with Team Rocket, and I cannot subdue her, Yulong Du explains, relief washing over him at the sight of the powerful elder. Elder Yu, the mightiest of the Yulong clan next to Yulong Du's grandfather, Yulong Mingyang, stands resolute. Yulongbing. I offer you one chance. Yield willingly, or face death. Elder Yu warns coldly, blocking her path. Old man, you may certainly try. Yulongbing replies defiantly, unperturbed. Very well. I shall oblige you. Elder Yu releases his own Pokémon, another Dragonite, which towers over Yulongdu's in size. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 99, Master Level. Ability, Shed Skin. Skills, Dragon Dive. Hyper Beam. The prowess of this Dragonite still reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Master level, a mere half-step away from true mastery. Xiao Chun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow upon seeing Yu's Dragonite, uncertain if Yulongbing could be a worthy opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar. A smile crept across Xiao Chen's face. Team Rocket was commencing their operation. This is bad. Team Rocket has launched an attack. Elder Yu, I leave this place to you. I must investigate the situation over there. At that moment, Yulongdu sensed the gravity of the situation and had no choice but to entrust the battle here to Yulongyue, hurrying outside to stabilize the circumstances. Yulongbing intended to step forward to intervene, but was halted by Yulongyue. Your opponent is me, Yulongyue declared, fixing his gaze on Yulongbing. Damn it. Seeing Yulongbing obstructed, Xiao Chun muttered under his breath. Yet, in order to facilitate Team Rocket's attack, he bravely stepped forward to confront Yulongdu. What? Do you wish to rush to your demise? Yulongdu glared at Xiao Chun, displeasure etched across his face. You'll only know after we fight, Xiao Chun retorted. Dragonite. Obliterate them. Yulongdu was now utterly enraged. If he did not demonstrate his strength, even the most insignificant creatures would dare to defy him. Roar. Dragonite unleashed a thunderous roar, charging towards Xiao Chun with formidable force. Electivire, defend. Xiao Chun shouted at his Electivire as the Dragonite approached menacingly. Crash. Electivire managed to block Dragonite's strike, yet at a tremendous cost to its stamina. Xiao Chun understood that the chasm between Electivire and Dragonite was still too great. Everyone, come out. Recognizing his own inadequacy, Xiao Chun released all of his Pokémon, hoping to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to contend with Yulongdu. Heh, even if you summon a few more ants, I could still crush them underfoot. Dragonite, use Flamethrower. Yulongdu dismissed Xiao Chun and his Pokémon with disdain. All together now. Xiao Chun commanded his Pokémon. His 5 Pokémon surrounded Dragonite from different angles. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Yulong clan, an elder reported to a frontline commander, Elder. Team Rocket's assault is ferocious. We can barely withstand it. Our defenses are on the verge of collapse. The elder of the Yulong clan, upon hearing this news, felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. Just then, an even more distressing report arrived. Elder, this is terrible. A group from Team Rocket has suddenly appeared behind us and is already closing in. We're surrounded. One of the subordinates brought grave tidings that left the elder in despair. Tell me where they breached our defenses. Speak. The elder bellowed in fury. At that moment, the elder was at a loss, collapsing to the ground. Where's Yulongdu? Hurry and summon him. The elder clutched his subordinate's collar, desperately raising his voice. However, Yulongdu was currently engaged in a battle with the infiltrators, unable to extricate himself. Realizing that the situation was untenable, the elder gazed helplessly at the advancing Team Rocket, grasping his Pokeball, even if it meant his demise. He would defend the Yulong clan. Meanwhile, on Xiao Chen's side, aside from Electivire, all his other Pokémon had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen. Kid, your strength is commendable for lasting this long against me. Perhaps in a few years, you might surpass me, but you won't have that chance, Yulongdu declared, directing his Dragonite to attack. As Dragonite charged towards Xiao Chun, Electivire expended its final ounce of strength to shield him from the blow. Your Pokémon is quite loyal, but how will you resist me now? Dragonite, use Dragon Dive. Yulongdu commanded once more, unleashing Dragonite in a swift assault. As Dragonite hurtled towards Xiao Chun, he glanced towards Yulongbing, who was entangled with Yulongyue and unable to assist. In despair, Xiao Chun shut his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of pain. Yet, the anticipated agony did not come. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld a deep blue Pokémon standing before him, thwarting Dragonite's attack. Sharpedo. Chapter 115, Defeating Yulongdu. It was none other than the long-secluded Sharpedo that had come to Xiao Chen's rescue. Xiao Chun was astonished that Sharpedo, who had been in seclusion for so long, had appeared at this critical moment. Sharpedo. Sharpedo's eyes reflected a deep affection as it regarded Xiao Chun. Hey, what are you two dawdling about? Do you think I'm invisible? Yulongdu expressed his irritation at Xiao Chun and Sharpedo. Pokémon, Sharpedo. Level, 96, Quasi-Master level. Ability, Rough Skin. Moves, Dragon Dive, Draco Meteor. Observing the extraordinary strength of Sharpedo, Xiao Chun felt a surge of confidence. His gaze towards Yulongdu transformed from trepidation to fierce determination. Yulongdu, let us settle this once and for all. Sharpedo used Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun shouted. Humph, an ant attempting to shake a tree. Dragonite. We shall use Dragon Claw as well. Yulongdu scoffed at Xiao Chun. The two Pokémon collided, each retreating a step, neither gaining an advantage. Sharpedo, unleash Flamethrower. Dragonite. Evade and counter with Ice Beam. Sharpedo countered with Stone Edge. Dragonite, ascend. The two trainers commanded their Pokémon, locked in a fierce battle with no clear victor in sight. Meanwhile, Yulongbing and Yulangyue were also embroiled in a fierce struggle, with no resolution in the near future. Sharpedo Mega Evolve. Xiao Chun shouted in response to the persistent challenge posed by Yulongdu. Sharpedo. Sharpedo responded, as radiant light enveloped both of them, intertwining as Sharpedo's form elongated. Mega Sharpedo. Here I come. Pokémon, Mega Sharpedo. Level, 101, Master Level. Ability, Rough Skin. Moves, Dragon Dive, Draco Meteor. Xiao Chun gazed at his Mega Sharpedo. His eyes filled with fierce intent as he turned to Yulongdu. With Mega Sharpedo by his side, could Yulongdu still hope to prevail? Yulongdu, momentarily taken aback, was bewildered by the sudden surge in Sharpedo's strength. Sharpedo used Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun commanded. Sharpedo. With claws aglow with white light, Mega Sharpedo lunged at Dragonite. Dragonite. Counter with Dragon Claw. Despite the boost in Sharpedo's might, Yulongdu still underestimated it, an indication of his confidence as a formidable opponent. The two Pokémon clashed once more, but this time, Dragonite was sent flying. What? This is impossible. Yulongdu found it almost inconceivable that his Dragonite had been defeated. Xiaoqing, observing Yulongdu's expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. His own Garchomp now possessed master-level prowess, undoubtedly far beyond what a mere quasi-master Dragonite could withstand. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Meteor, Xiaoqing declared, intent on swiftly finishing off Yulongdu. Dragonite, dodge. Yulongdu shouted desperately, but the Dragonite was struck by Garchomp's Dragon Meteor, leaving it battered and unable to continue fighting. Curse it, everyone, attack together. Yulongdu recalled his Dragonite and summoned his remaining Pokémon. Garchomp, take them down. Xiaoqing sneered at Yulongdu's Pokémon, despite their quasi-master ranks. They paled in comparison to a true master. Before long, Yulongdu's Pokémon lay defeated on the ground, and Xiaoqing soon realized that Yulongdu had vanished without a trace. It appeared he had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the distraction caused by his Pokémon. However, Yulongdu's flight posed no threat. He was left with only a severely injured Dragonite. Xiaoqing turned his attention to the ongoing battle involving Yulongbing. Although she could not swiftly deal with Yulongdu's Dragonite, she was persistently pressuring it. Her own strength was already comparable to that of a quasi-master Pokémon. Garchomp, assist Yulongbing, Xiaoqing commanded. With a fierce cry, Garchomp charged at Yulongdu's Dragonite, which was caught off guard and suffered a significant blow. With Garchomp's intervention, Yulongdu's Dragonite quickly fell. After defeating the opponent, Garchomp reverted from its Mega Evolution, for maintaining such a state was immensely taxing. Xiaoqing and Yulongbing approached Yulongyu, who staggered backward in fear. Stay back. I am the elder of the Yulong clan. If you harm me, my clan will never forgive you. Yulongyu shouted defiantly. Huh? You think the Yulong clan will still exist after today? Xiaoqing retorted, observing Yulongyu's naivety. Even Yulongbing gazed at him as if he were a fool. You. Yulongyu could scarcely find his voice, but the impending doom of the Yulong clan plunged his spirits into despair. If you intend to annihilate my clan, then end my life first. After a moment of hesitation, he relinquished his resistance, standing tall with his hands behind his back. His gaze directed toward the chaos outside, where the sounds of battle echoed violently. Xiaoqing felt a pang of sympathy for Yulongyu, recognizing him as someone genuinely devoted to his clan. Slowly, he approached Yulongyu, preparing to show mercy to the elder who had devoted his life to the Yulong clan. To hell with that. If you wish to die, then go ahead, but spare us the pretense of righteousness. Are you not aware of the young lady beside you? How can I maintain my composure while you act so sanctimoniously? I'll teach you a lesson, old man. Suddenly, Xiaoqing delivered a kick to Yulongyu's lower back, sending him tumbling forward, and followed up with a barrage of kicks, causing Yulongyu to cry out in distress. Stop! My back is broken. Please stop! Yulongyu pleaded, struggling to evade Xiaoqing's relentless assault. As he dodged, Xiaoqing shoved his foot into Yulongyu's mouth, silencing him at once. Yulongbing, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Garchomp, incinerate him to send him on his way. After venting his frustrations, Xiaoqing commanded Garchomp to deliver a final blow to Yulong Yu. With such a powerful Pokemon at your command, why do you still seek my collaboration? Yulong Bing inquired, puzzled by Xiaoqing's willingness to ally with her despite Garchomp's evident superiority. Is there ever such a thing as too strong an ally? Xiaoqing countered. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous crash reverberated from afar, as a mountain was shattered in half. We must hurry and investigate, Xiaoqing urged Yulong Bing, for a true battle was erupting in the distance. Chapter 116. The might of Banmu. At a battlefield outside the Yulong clan, trees lay strewn about, and debris was scattered everywhere. Two individuals faced off, accompanied by their Pokémon. One side featured a formidable Dragonite, while its opponent was a common Beedrill. Banmu, do you truly intend to go to such extremes? Yulong Mingyang glared at Banmu, his fury palpable. Me extreme? You self-proclaimed righteous ones engage in deeds more nefarious than ours. You always seek the powerful. Yet have you ever spared a thought for the common folk? This time, I shall eradicate you toxic weeds for their sake. Banmu replied, his anger evident. As he typically concealed his emotions, his thoughts drifted to the ordinary trainers, reminding him of his own humble beginnings, having clawed his way up from the bottom. He understood the hardships faced by those struggling at the lower rungs. After all, Banmu's initial Pokemon was merely a Beedrill, much like the bug-catching boys everyone spoke of. Yet through sheer determination, he achieved his current status, aspiring to aid those ordinary individuals. Banmu, why expend such effort for those inconsequential people? Yulong Mingyang pressed. I have already arranged matters with headquarters. If you cease hostilities now, return the territories you have seized, and join our alliance. We can pretend this never happened and become one family. Family? Who wishes to be a part of your family? Today, it is either your death or mine, Banmu retorted, leaving no room for negotiation. Since you are resolute, let us battle, Yulong Mingyang declared, his temper flaring at Banmu's obstinacy. The two commanded their Pokemon to clash once more. Is this truly the end? Yulong Bing observed the unfolding scene with disbelief. Xiaoqing and Yulong Bing had arrived at the main battlefield, where Team Rocket clashed with the Yulong clan, only to find a group of Team Rocket members tidying up the remnants of battle, while the Yulong clan left behind only lifeless bodies. The conflict had concluded. Naturally, how could the Yulong clan withstand the onslaught of Team Rocket? Xiaoqing surveyed the aftermath, having long anticipated the outcome of this battle. After all, the three strongest members of the Yulong clan had either fled or perished, leaving only Yulong Mingyang engaged in battle with Banmu. The Dragon clan, having lost these three formidable forces, found themselves utterly powerless against Team Rocket. Sister. At that moment, an excited voice rang out. Yulong, with a sense of longing, rushed toward Yulong Bing, who promptly caught her sister in a tight embrace. Their foreheads pressed together as tears streamed down their faces, seemingly a cathartic release of the suffering endured during their separation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun cradled another individual in his arms, Yulong Tian, who had arrived alongside Yulong Yu. Observing her sister in another's embrace, Yulong Tian felt compelled to ensure that her brother, Xiao Chun, held her as well. Xiao Chun, looking at the joy radiating from Yulong Tian, felt a mix of helplessness, as she resembled a child in her innocence. After a while, Yulong Bing and Yulong Yu ceased their nostalgic exchange. Sister, this is Tian, who has taken great care of me within the clan. Yulong Yu introduced her sister, holding Yulong Bing's hand. Thank you for looking after my sister. Yulong Bing expressed her deep gratitude toward Yulong Tian. And you are? Yulong Bing suddenly shifted the conversation, pointing at Xiao Chun and inquiring about Yulong Tian. Ah, Yulong Tian momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Tian is my girlfriend. Xiao Chun interjected, firmly taking Yulong Tian's hand to affirm their relationship. Oh, I see. Yulong Bing pondered, the O drawn out for emphasis. However, her next statement left everyone momentarily speechless. You actually led an attack against your girlfriend's family. How surprising. Yulong Bing regarded Xiao Chun, who found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood that Yulong Tian was unconcerned. As the only family member she truly cared for in the Dragon clan was her grandmother, who was not present at that moment. All right, you all continue your conversation here. I need to go check on something over there. Xiao Chun glanced toward the area where Banmu and Yulong Mingyang were engaged in battle, his eyes gleaming with anticipation to witness the confrontation of powerful adversaries. I'll go too. Yulong Bing followed suit. Xiao Chun did not refuse her company. However, when Yulong Tian and Yulong Yu attempted to join them, Xiao Chun declined. After all, the strength of the Dragon clan was formidable. He felt confident in his ability to protect himself. In contrast, while Yulong Tian was no weakling, her power paled in comparison to Xiao Chun and his allies, making it too perilous for her to witness a battle of Ban Mu's caliber. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yulong Tian and Yulong Yu reluctantly remained behind. Xiao Chun and Yulong Bing arrived at the battleground where Ban Mu and Yulong Mingyang clashed. They beheld the two Pokémon engaged in fierce combat, with Ban Mu's Beedrill evidently holding the upper hand. Pokémon, Beedrill, level 106, Master Level. Ability, Sniper, Moves, X-Scissor, Bug Buzz. Pokémon, Dragonite, level 103, Master Level. Ability, Multiscale. Moves, Hyper Beam, Ice Punch. Witnessing Beedrill's prowess, Xiao Chun couldn't help but marvel at Ban Mu's strength. He was indeed the leader of Team Rocket. Judging solely by the levels of the two Pokémon, Dragonite was considerably outmatched by Beedrill. Yet, what impressed Xiao Chun even more was Ban Mu's dedication to raising a Beedrill to such an extraordinary level, a feat that was almost inconceivable. In the world of Pokémon, trainers often sought to replace their original Pokémon with those of higher potential once they achieved strength, a common practice. Even Xiao Chun himself selected only exceptional Pokémon for training. There was not a single ordinary Pokémon in his team. Yet, Ban Mu had consistently regarded Beedrill as his ace, nurturing it to such formidable heights, showcasing his character. At that moment, the battle reached its climax. Beedrill landed a decisive X-Scissor on Dragonite, causing the massive creature to fall. Dragonite. Yulong Mingyang cried out in despair as he witnessed his beloved Pokémon collapse, hoping for a miraculous recovery. However, the vacant eyes of Dragonite indicated its inability to continue fighting. Realizing the inevitable, Yulong Mingyang reluctantly withdrew Dragonite into its Pokeball, standing there to face Ban Mu, awaiting his fate. Yet, Ban Mu remained silent, simply observing Yulong Mingyang. Xiao Chun stepped forward with Yulong Bing. Approaching Ban Mu. Boss, the Dragon Clan has been breached. Our comrades are currently securing the area, and General Athena is pursuing the remaining enemies. Xiao Chun reported the situation. Well done, Ban Mu commended Xiao Chun, a victorious smile gracing his face as he briefly regarded Yulong Bing without uttering a word. Boss, this is Yulong Bing. She helped us restrain Yulong Du during the attack on the Dragon Clan and even eliminated Yulong Yu. Xiao Chun explained, highlighting Yulong Bing's contributions to Team Rocket. Oh, she killed Yulong Yu? This young lady possesses remarkable strength, Ban Mu remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Aware that this revelation might be hard for Ban Mu to believe, Xiao Chun decided to share the details of the inhumane experiments performed by the Dragon Clan on Yulong Bing. Upon hearing this, Ban Mu comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the Dragon Clan would be so depraved as to conduct experiments on a young girl, especially one of their own. It was evident that the Dragon Clan was not to be underestimated. Initially, Ban Mu had assumed Yulong Bing was merely Xiao Chun's new girlfriend, especially after the unexpected arrival of Yulong Tian as his companion during a mission. Alright, once this matter is settled, I must extend my gratitude to this young lady. Now that the Dragon Clan has been eradicated, she has nowhere to go. Xiao Chun, you will need to take care of her for the time being, Ban Mu stated, ostensibly expressing gratitude towards Yulong Bing while subtly indicating his desire to recruit her due to her impressive abilities. Capable of taking on level 99 Pokémon, a rarity within Team Rocket. You killed Yulong Mingyang, upon overhearing Xiao Chun and Ban Mu's conversation, incredulously pointed at Yulong Bing, unable to fathom that his brother had been slain by one of his own. Indeed, and what of it? Yulong Bing replied coolly, as if the act of killing Yulong Yu were trivial. As a member of the Dragon Clan, how could you assist outsiders in harming your own family and even slay an elder? You deserve to die? Yulong Mingyang's eyes burned with rage, unable to comprehend that his brother had met his end at the hands of his kin. Outsiders. Family. Did you consider me family when you subjected me to your experiments? A family that uses its own members for testing? I refuse to be associated with you. Creatures unworthy of the term. Even the infamous Team Rocket pales in comparison to your depravity. The Dragon Clan gazed coldly at Long Mingyang, fully aware that his consent had been sought before he was forcibly enlisted for human experimentation by that old coot. Upon hearing Long Bing's mention of the notorious Team Rocket, both Xiao Chun and Ban Mu instinctively touched their noses. At that moment, Long Mingyang found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by Long Bing's sharp retorts. I never anticipated that you, the so-called righteous Dragon Clan, would stoop to conducting human experiments on your own kin. Such acts are utterly inhumane. Ban Mu, too, began to criticize Long Mingyang. In the realm of victors and vanquished, I have no further comments. Do as you please, kill or maim, it is all the same to me. Standing still, Long Mingyang's gaze was fixed on the distant Dragon Clan territory still shrouded in smoke, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of inscrutability. Xiao Chun observed this scene, feeling an eerie sense of déjà vu, suddenly recalling that this fellow bore an uncanny resemblance to Long Yu during their final moments. Let me handle this. Do not interfere. This time, I must take the lead. Long Bing intercepted Xiao Chun, racing towards Long Mingyang. Ban Mu, bewildered by this unexpected turn, could only wonder what Long Bing was up to. Xiao Chun, however, had already surmised her intentions. It seemed she intended to emulate his earlier actions. Long Bing approached Long Mingyang from behind and delivered a fierce kick to his lower back. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Long Mingyang fell face first to the ground, his remaining old teeth striking a stone, shattering upon impact. You insufferable old fool. You dare criticize me? You, who have forsaken your humanity, would deny me the right to resist? Long Bing exclaimed, continuing to rain down kicks upon Long Mingyang. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Chun marveled at Long Bing's mastery of the craft. She had clearly learned the art of combat well enough to be deemed ready for initiation. Ban Mu watched in stunned silence, unable to reconcile the transformation of the previously demure girl into this fierce combatant. After exhausting herself with the relentless assault, Long Bing landed a few final kicks on Long Mingyang before spitting upon him and retreating to rest nearby. Xiao Chun observed Long Mingyang, sprawled on the ground and marked with footprints, noting the tremors of his still-living form. Xiao Chun, you are now responsible for Long Mingyang. I will check on the situation at the front lines, and please console Long Bing, as she has suffered greatly at the hands of the Dragon Clan, Ban Mu remarked, patting Xiao Chun on the shoulder and giving him a knowing smile before departing. Xiao Chun discerned Ban Mu's underlying message. He merely wished for him to persuade Long Bing to join Team Rocket. He had already noted the glimmer of admiration in Ban Mu's eyes whenever he gazed at Long Bing, a clear indication of his appreciation for talent. After Ban Mu's departure, Xiao Chun picked up a branch of suitable thickness, weighing it in his hands before striding towards the prone Long Mingyang. Although Xiao Chun harbored a deep disdain for Long Mingyang, he recognized the elder's bravery in standing against Ban Mu for the sake of his clan. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, Long Mingyang had chosen to shield his kin with his frail body, and though he had failed, he remained the backbone of the Dragon Clan, deserving of respect. Thus, Xiao Chun resolved to grant him a swift end. At that moment, Long Mingyang, still recovering from Long Bing's beating, lay oblivious to Xiao Chun's approach. Standing before the aged man, Xiao Chun aimed the branch at Long Mingyang's head. With a swift and powerful swing, he brought the branch crashing down. Long Mingyang let out a muffled groan before falling silent entirely. Thus, the era of a once great hero came to a close. Chapter 118, Post-War Rewards, Part 1. Having dealt with Long Mingyang, Xiao Chun discarded the bloodied branch and prepared to leave. The corpse on the ground required no attention from him. Others would undoubtedly come to tend to it. And even if they did not, the famished Pokémon would be more than willing to assist him in this matter. Summoning Long Bing, Xiao Chun prepared to depart, uncertain of how to broach the subject of her joining Team Rocket, especially considering her likely aversion to them at present. I want to join Team Rocket, Long Bing suddenly declared, catching Xiao Chun off guard. He initially thought he had misheard, but upon seeing her resolute expression, he realized she was earnest. Are you certain you wish to join Team Rocket? He asked once more for confirmation. Is that a problem? I can see your leader is quite eager for me to join, Long Bing replied, a mysterious smile gracing her face. Of course not. Come, let me take you to meet Leader Ban Mu, Xiao Chun exclaimed, realizing Long Bing was indeed serious and hastening to follow her towards Ban Mu's earlier direction. Running at full speed, Xiao Chun soon found Ban Mu, who was currently receiving reports from his subordinates. Xiao Chun, do you require something? Ban Mu inquired, momentarily dismissing his underlings as he turned to the hurried Xiao Chun and the enigmatic Long Bing behind him. Leader, Long Bing wishes to join our Team Rocket, Xiao Chun announced, his excitement palpable. Ban Mu was momentarily taken aback, but his surprise quickly transformed into uncontainable joy. Oh, this is splendid news, he exclaimed, clapping Xiao Chun on the shoulder, astonished by the speed of events that had unfolded. Bing, welcome to Team Rocket. Ban Mu extended his hand towards Long Bing. Though she remained silent, Long Bing accepted his handshake. All right, Xiao Chun, go gather everyone here. We have eliminated the Dragon Clan's greatest threat, and I wish to reward everyone. Let us convene in the Dragon Clan's assembly hall, Ban Mu proclaimed, gesturing grandly for Xiao Chun to notify the other members of Team Rocket. Eagerly, Xiao Chun set off to fulfill this task, filled with anticipation about what reward Ban Mu might bestow upon him. Soon, he had summoned the cadre of Team Rocket to the Dragon Clan's assembly hall. as the rewards for ordinary members were determined by their direct supervisors. Only those of higher rank were present. At this time, Ban Mu stood on the podium, with his assistant Zhen Yao on his left and Athena on his right. Surveying the assembled Team Rocket officers, he commenced his address. His speech revolved around the details of the recent battle against the Dragon Clan and areas for improvement, though many in the audience struggled to stay awake. Yet, with Ban Mu at the helm, none dared to truly doze off. Seated in the audience, Xiao Chun idly entertained himself by playfully nudging Long Tian, who had already been appointed as a squad leader and thus had the privilege to attend this gathering. Moreover, Long Tian's prowess is more than sufficient for her to take on the role of a squad leader. Her strength eclipses that of Shangdi Yong and Ling Feng by a considerable margin. Although Long Tian possesses a playful disposition, her ace, the Dragonite, has nonetheless reached the pinnacle of the Pokémon champion level, poised to ascend into the realm of quasi-champions at any moment. At this juncture, Yulong Bing, seated beside Long Tian, observed her blushing face, thoroughly amused by Xiao Chen's antics, feeling somewhat helpless. It appeared that Long Tian had been thoroughly captivated by Xiao Chen's charm. Meanwhile, Ban Mu had completed the first segment of his address on stage. After a brief pause, he proceeded with the second segment. However, the members of Team Rocket were far from inclined to slumber, as Ban Mu was extolling the exceptional contributions made in this battle, with only a select few deserving of his personal commendation. The remainder would receive accolades from Athena. For as the leader of Team Rocket, Ban Mu had little time to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite our foremost hero of this battle, Mu Chun, to ascend the stage. Ban Mu gestured towards Xiao Chun, who was seated below. His designation of Xiao Chun as the chief contributor was certainly well-founded. Xiao Chun had led the infiltration into the Yulong clan, enabling Team Rocket to mount a concerted assault, securing the formidable Yulong Bing as an ally. And together they had successfully thwarted two of the Yulong clan's powerhouses, slaying one and driving away another. Xiao Chun's substantial contributions were pivotal to Team Rocket's triumph. Moreover, the essence of Xiao Chen's strength was undeniable. Ban Mu had discovered that Xiao Chen's Mega Sharpedo could attain master-level prowess post-evolution, a feat surpassing any of the Elite Four's ace Pokémon. While Xiao Chen's other Pokémon might not be as formidable, achieving master level is a significant milestone. With Mega Sharpedo at his command, Xiao Chun would not falter against any of the Elite Four, and indeed, could potentially overcome them. Xiao Chun stepped onto the stage, while Zhen Yao graciously took a step back to grant him space. Observing Zhen Yao, Xiao Chun understood why she garnered Ban Mu's favor. Even this simple gesture was a lesson in itself, as Xiao Chun positioned himself beside Ban Mu. The latter commenced recounting Xiao Chen's achievements in this battle, leading troops deep into enemy territory, engaging fiercely with Yulong Du, assisting in the defeat of Yulong Yu, and other impressive feats that echoed throughout the assembly. I have decided to appoint an additional general, with Mu Chun taking the role, Ban Mu proclaimed, issuing his final decree. His words incited astonishment among the crowd. Since the inception of Team Rocket, there had only been 4 generals, with no new appointments made until now. To think that Xiao Chun had suddenly become the 5th general of Team Rocket was indeed unexpected. Xiao Chun himself stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Ban Mu would elevate him to such a rank. It is noteworthy that every general in Team Rocket possesses Pokémon of quasi-master level, with even the weakest among them, Wu Jianfeng, commanding 3 such Pokémon, while Athena's team comprises entirely of quasi-master level Pokémon. In contrast, among Xiao Chun's Pokémon, only Mega Sharpedo boasts master-level capabilities, while the others have yet to reach even champion level. Xiao Chun felt that Ban Mu had bestowed upon him an exceedingly lofty position. Put forth your utmost effort. I firmly believe you will ascend to the pinnacle of trainers in the future. Ban Mu encouraged Xiao Chun, extending a letter of appointment to him. Contemplating the honor bestowed upon him, Xiao Chun ultimately accepted the document. Given that Ban Mu had entrusted him with this role, what was there to fear? His Mega Sharpedo could indeed achieve master level, a privilege not shared by the other generals. With Xiao Chun accepting Ban Mu's decree, he was now officially the 5th general of Team Rocket. Chapter 119, Post-Battle Commendations, Part 2. After receiving his commendation, Xiao Chun descended from the stage, his spirits soaring. It is essential to recognize that the authority of a general in Team Rocket is substantial, not only affording numerous subordinates, but also granting priority access to an array of resources within the organization. The commendation ceremony for Xiao Chun concluded, yet others awaited their turn for recognition. The next individual to be honored was Yulong Bing. Upon hearing Ban Mu call her name, she approached the stage, mirroring Xiao Chun's earlier ascent, and stood beside Ban Mu. The members of Team Rocket were momentarily perplexed by the presence of this unfamiliar face, as none had previously encountered Yulongbing. In contrast, Xiao Chun had demonstrated mega evolution at the pre-battle assembly, thus he was well known to them. I suspect many of you are unaware of the identity of the person beside me. Allow me to introduce her, Ban Mu began, recognizing the bewilderment among the crowd. He proceeded to elaborate on Yulongbing's contributions during the battle against the Yulong clan. As Ban Mu detailed Yulongbing's prowess, those who had been murmuring fell silent. He proclaimed her strength as being at the quasi-master level, and indeed, an invincible force within that realm. It is worth noting that Yulongbing had previously subdued Yulong US Dragonite, suggesting her strength was akin to that of a master-level trainer. Furthermore, her capabilities were innate, independent of her Pokémon. It is essential to understand that a trainer's command over their Pokémon does not equate to control over their own body. The perspectives of Pokémon and trainers differ, and even with a deep bond, a trainer cannot always react with immediate precision during battle. However, Yulongbing faced none of these challenges. As Xiao Chun aptly described, she resembled a humanoid Pokémon. In terms of bodily control, she surpassed those trainers who relied on commanding their Pokémon. Given Yulongbing's remarkable contributions, I believe it prudent to appoint another general. With Yulongbing assuming the role, Ban Mu declared once more. The crowd was once again taken aback. Had the ranks of Team Rocket's generals become so plentiful? Barely had one been appointed, and now another followed suit. Yulongbing accepted the letter of appointment handed to her by Ban Mu, thus becoming the 6th general of Team Rocket. Xiao Chun was equally impressed by her rapid ascension to such a position. Upon his arrival, he had merely been a senior officer, earning the title of general after numerous contributions to Team Rocket. Moreover, Yulongbing hailed from the Yulong clan, which Team Rocket had only recently nearly annihilated. Yet Ban Mu had the audacity to elevate a member of that clan to the rank of general so swiftly. It was no wonder that so many willingly pledged their loyalty to Ban Mu. His boldness was commendable, a testament to his charismatic leadership. Yet, there remained skeptics among the audience, still questioning Yulongbing's abilities. Ban Mu, noticing the lingering doubt, turned to observe how the young lady would address this skepticism. Understanding Ban Mu's unspoken cue, Yulongbing directed her gaze toward the doubters in the crowd. Suddenly, her aura surged, pressing upon the assembly with palpable intensity. The onlookers found themselves immobilized, overwhelmed by her formidable presence. After a moment, as Yulongbing reigned in her aura, the pressure dissipated, leaving the crowd visibly relieved. However, no one dared to underestimate this young lady any longer. Ban Mu, witnessing her adept handling of the situation, nodded in approval. Indeed, she had managed the challenge with admirable finesse. The awarding ceremony for Yulongbing concluded, and he gracefully descended from the stage, making way for Ban Mu to commence the next round of accolades. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, the next recipient was none other than Yulong Tian. He could hardly fathom why Ban Mu would personally bestow honors upon Yulong Tian. Considering her timid nature and the fact that she had not taken any action against members of the Yulong clan this time. Upon hearing her name called, Yulong Tian nervously clutched Xiao Chen's hand. In response, Xiao Chen gently patted her small hand, signaling her to remain untroubled. Encouraged by his support, Yulong Tian summoned her courage and stepped onto the stage. Ban Mu began to extol the virtues of Yulong Tian, revealing that it was she who had led members of Team Rocket into the Yulong clan, enabling them to swiftly seize control while significantly minimizing their losses. In light of this, her commendation was indeed well-deserved, resulting in her appointment as a senior officer. After honoring Yulong Tian, Ban Mu continued to recognize several other Team Rocket officials who had made considerable contributions. Soon, Ban Mu's commendation ceremony came to a close, and he announced the adjournment of the meeting. However, the rewards dispensed were not solely in tangible positions and privileges. There were also tangible assets, including treasures and valuable items unearthed from the Yulong clan's vault. Most notably, there was the Dragon Valley, a sanctuary teeming with dragon-type Pokémon, which are rare and highly sought after in the outside world. The sheer number of dragon-type Pokémon residing in Dragon Valley far exceeds that of any other location thus far. These Pokémon would undoubtedly bolster Team Rocket's strength, and the breeding house of the Yulong clan contained numerous high-quality dragon-type eggs, ensuring a promising future for Team Rocket. Ban Mu assured everyone present that all members would share in the spoils, whether they be the Pokémon from Dragon Valley, the eggs from the breeding house, or the treasures from the Yulong clan, which elicited jubilant cheers from the crowd. At the conclusion of the meeting, Ban Mu decided to allow all members of Team Rocket to rest for 3 days in the spacious confines of the Yulong clan, which would serve as an ideal refuge. Naturally, Xiao Chun and Yulong Tian had no objections, as they could stay at Yulong Tian's home. Furthermore, Yulong Tian did not wish for Yulong Bing to return to the small wooden house with Yulong Yu, so she invited them both to stay at her larger residence. Xiao Chun, feeling playful on the way home, teased Yulong Tian about her new status as a high-ranking officer in Team Rocket. Yulong Tian, taken aback by his tone, found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Yulong Bing delivered a playful elbow to Xiao Chun, casting him a disapproving glance, indicating her discontent with his teasing of Yulong Tian. Meanwhile, Yulong Yu clapped in delight at seeing her sister's defender being reprimanded by their elder sister. The group laughed as they walked, soon arriving at Yulong Tian's home. However, upon opening the door, they were met with an unexpected sight. Grandmother. Chapter 120, Battling Yulong Zhenzi. Upon seeing her grandmother, Yulong Tian quickly released Xiao Chen's hand and rushed to stand before Yulong Zhenzi. Yet, this time, Yulong Zhenzi ignored her, fixating her gaze on Xiao Chun in silence. Although she did not utter a word, her eyes betrayed her feelings. Grandmother, Yulong Tian exclaimed, attempting to charm her grandmother by gently shaking her hand, a tactic that had previously worked wonders. However, this time, it fell flat. Yulong Zhenzi withdrew her hand from Yulong Tian's grasp, her expression stern with restrained fury. Tian, why are you associating with this boy? Not only are you engaging in mischief, but you have also joined the wicked organization known as Team Rocket, aiding those who would harm our family. Yulong Zhenzi admonished, raising her hand in anger but hesitating to strike. Yulong Tian, frightened by her grandmother's demeanor, looked up at her with tears in her eyes. Sighing, Yulong Zhenzi, witnessing her granddaughter's distress, found herself unable to voice the harsh words she had prepared. Yet, upon noticing Yulong Tian clad in Team Rocket attire, her anger rekindled. She turned her gaze to Xiao Chun, scanning the others before fixing her glare on him. Boy, I warned you to stay away from Tian, and yet you dare to approach her. Yulong Zhenzi advanced toward Xiao Chun, step by step. Xiao Chun attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Yulong Zhenzi's sharp command. Silence. If you are so intent on courting my granddaughter, then you shall face me in battle. If you win, I will not stand in your way. If you lose, you shall suffer my wrath. Her declaration left everyone dumbfounded, including Xiao Chun, who wore an expression of bewilderment. It was not that he feared Yulong Zhenzi. Rather, he questioned whether he could truly consider her a worthy opponent. Boy, are you afraid? Yulong Zhenzi misinterpreted Xiao Chen's expression as trepidation. Yulong Bing, meanwhile, took Yulong Yu aside, adopting a spectator's stance. Grandmother, please don't make things difficult for Xiao Chun, Yulong Tian pleaded, stepping in front of the imposing Yulong Zhenzi. Boy, act like a man. If you are afraid, stay away from my granddaughter. Yulong Zhenzi disregarded her granddaughter's interference, focusing her ire on Xiao Chun, her eyes blazing with fury. She had already resolved to teach Xiao Chun a lesson should he accept her challenge, making him understand the consequences of endangering her granddaughter. Very well, I accept your challenge. Xiao Chun replied, recognizing Yulong Zhenzi's insistence on testing his strength. He decided to play along with her intentions. Xiao Chun, be careful. Yulong Tian exclaimed anxiously as Xiao Chun acquiesced to her grandmother's demand. Fear not, I shall allow your grandmother some leniency, 3 moves, to be precise. You just watch from the sidelines, all right? He reassured Yulong Tian with a gentle embrace, gesturing for her to step aside. Huh? You intend to go easy on me? Such arrogance. Yulong Zhenzi scoffed, her laughter tinged with disbelief. Yet she seized the opportunity to belittle Xiao Chun before Yulong Tian. Please, after you, Xiao Chun said, gesturing for Yulong Zhenzi to commence. Once Yulong Tian and Yulong Bing had taken their positions to observe, Xiao Chun extended his hand, signaling her to begin. Fortunately, the courtyard was spacious enough. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to engage in battle there. Let me see if you've made any progress. Without hesitation, Yulong Zhenzi summoned her Dragonite, a formidable Pokémon that, despite its age, remained at level 89, standing at the pinnacle of champion-level strength. Forgive me, Granny Zhenzi. Xiao Chun exclaimed as he released his Garchomp from its Pokeball, which appeared before Zhenzi's Dragonite. Garchomp let out a ferocious roar, causing Dragonite to stagger back in shock. Zhenzi, witnessing this, could hardly believe her eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. A Quasi-Master level, she gasped, recognizing the formidable aura emanating from Garchomp, which had clearly ascended beyond the ordinary Quasi-Master level. She had never anticipated such rapid progress from Xiao Chun in such a short span. Kid, you've truly impressed me. It's astonishing how much your strength has grown in such a brief time. Although Jinzi was not entirely pleased with Xiaoqin's association with her granddaughter, she could not overlook his formidable prowess. However, a battle must be fought. She declared, "Dragonite, use Dragon Claw." Jinzi swiftly commanded, directing her Dragonite to attack Garchomp. "Garchomp, evade," Xiaoqin calmly instructed, guiding his Pokémon to dodge the incoming strike. "Dragonite, unleash Flamethrower." Seeing Garchomp evade the first onslaught, Jinzi initiated a second wave of assault. Garchomp avoided. Xiaoqin continued to direct Garchomp with unwavering composure. "Kid, do you only know how to dodge?" Jinzi exclaimed in frustration. "Dragonite, use Ice Beam." As both of her previous attacks had failed to land, Jinzi unleashed yet another offensive maneuver. "Garchomp, evade again." Xiaoqin maintained his strategy of avoidance. "Is dodging all you can do?" Jinzi's irritation was palpable. "3 attempts have passed. Now I shall unleash my full power," Xiaoqin remarked, observing Jinzi's growing exasperation. "Who said you could hold back?" "Dragonite, execute Dragon Dive." Jinzi retorted, furious with Xiaoqin, as she commanded a more ferocious assault. Out of respect for the elderly, Garchomp, seize Dragonite. Xiaoqin nonchalantly instructed as Dragonite lunged towards Garchomp. Garchomp effortlessly swatted away Dragonite's Dragon Dive and captured it in its grasp. "Cursed creature, Dragonite, break free." Jinzi shouted anxiously. "It's over." Garchomp, unleash Dragon Rage. Xiaoqin commanded, as a ball of energy coalesced in Garchomp's mouth, launching towards Dragonite. Unable to evade the point-blank blast of Dragon Rage, Dragonite was sent hurtling backward, collapsing on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Chapter 121. The four-person meeting. Jinzi and her companions looked at the defeated Dragonite with no surprise. The outcome of the battle had been predetermined from the start. Approaching, Jinzi retrieved Dragonite, astonished at the thoroughness of her defeat. Had it not been for Xiaoqin's restraint, she doubted she could have lasted even a single round. "It seems I am getting old," she mused. "Granny." Tian Sweet rushed towards Jinzi, concerned that her grandmother would be upset by the loss and seeking to comfort her. "Tian Sweet, I'm fine, but your grandmother has lost," Jinzi replied, observing Tian Sweet's downcast demeanor. Tian Sweet, embarrassed, lowered her head, unable to find her voice. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin was jubilant, feeling secure in his relationship with Tian Sweet. "Kid, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Take good care of her. If I learn you dare to mistreat her, I won't let you off lightly," Jinzi warned Xiaoqin. She then guided Tian Sweet to his side, placing her hand in his. "I will protect Tian Sweet, I swear," Xiaoqin promised, gripping Tian Sweet's hand tightly as he looked at Jinzi with conviction. Pleased with his response, Jinzi nodded, feeling reassured that her granddaughter had grown and found someone to safeguard her, allowing her to depart peacefully. "Where are you going, Granny?" Tian Sweet inquired as Jinzi prepared to leave. "Sweetheart, you now have someone to protect you for a lifetime. I can rest easy. I'm growing old, and while I can still move, I wish to explore every corner of the world. Call me when you miss me, and don't forget to inform me when you get married," Jinzi said, walking into the distance, her figure gradually fading from view. Tian Sweet, watching her grandmother leave, was overcome with tears, unable to bear the thought of parting. Xiaoqin embraced the sobbing Tian Sweet, offering her gentle comfort. Vacations are often fleeting, and soon the time off for Team Rocket's members came to an end, as they resumed their grand endeavor to conquer the league. Xiaoqin and Yulong Bing, having been promoted to generals, were assigned distinct tasks by Banmu. He felt that their current pace was insufficient for seizing the league. Banmu planned for Xiaoqin and Yulong Bing to each lead a team along the original route to expand outward, ultimately converging with Banmu's main forces in Taoyuan City. Both Xiaoqin and Yulong Bing accepted Banmu's directive. In the Yulong clan, members of Team Rocket gathered, with Banmu standing before the assembled troops to address the departing teams. Xiaoqin and Yulong Bing positioned themselves to Banmu's right, while Jinyao and Athena stood to his left. After Banmu finished his speech, he signaled for the teams to commence their journey. Athena continued to lead her contingent along the predetermined path. Once Athena's team departed, it was Xiaoqin and Yulong Bing's turn. Xiaoqin, having received a nod of acknowledgement from Banmu, set off with the personnel prepared for him, following the designated route. Following Xiaoqin's departure, Yulong Bing also set his team in motion, while Banmu continued to lead a separate group trailing behind Athena's forces. Xiaoqin and his team arrived at a town named Tianming. Glancing at the map provided by Banmu, he noted the route extending from Tianming to Taoyuan City. "Charge!" Xiaoqin commanded as he surveyed Tianming, gesturing to his subordinates, who surged forward with their Pokémon. The members of Team Rocket stormed into Tianming, ruthlessly eliminating any who dared resist, leaving behind a scene of brutal carnage. Xiaoqin coldly observed the chaos, his gaze devoid of pity. He understood that mercilessness was sometimes necessary. However, beside him, Tian Sweet trembled at the grim sight, visibly unsettled. While Xiaoqin felt a twinge of compassion, he recognized that since Tian Sweet had chosen to join Team Rocket, she must endure such trials. Otherwise, if he were ever absent, she would surely be left vulnerable. Before long, Tianming fell under the fierce onslaught of Xiaoqin and his team. Tianming town is but a trivial settlement, insignificant when compared to the grand metropolises. Its defenses are nearly non-existent, and the Alliance has not dispatched any guardians to protect this place. After seizing control of Tianming town, Xiao Chun and his companions took a brief respite before continuing their journey, as speed was of the essence, especially with intriguing objectives awaiting Xiao Chun's attention. Within the conference room of the Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was palpably tense, with grim expressions etched upon the faces of those present. The room, which typically accommodated 5 seats, now bore an empty chair, transforming what was once a 5-person meeting into a gathering of 4. What shall we do now? One voice concern. The Yulong clan has been obliterated by Team Rocket. Yulong Mingyang and his entire lineage have perished, leaving only Yulong Du with Team Rocket's formidable strength. How shall we respond? Seeing that the other 3 remained silent, Ball, after exchanging a confirming glance with Jia Xi, rose first to speak. Yet, the others continued to hold their tongues. Jia Xi took a deep drag from his smoking pipe, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, while Jun Sha and Xiao Yi glanced at him, their dissatisfaction evident. Yet they remained mute. Jun Sha, how many members can your clan still deploy? Jia Xi inquired, directing his gaze toward her. Since the assault by Team Rocket, my Jun Sha clan has dispatched personnel to various locations for defense. I currently have no one available, Jun Sha replied, understanding that Jia Xi sought reinforcements. However, she wished to safeguard her clan from significant loss, thus feigning a lack of manpower. Taking in Jun Sha's response, Jia Xi did not press further, but turned his attention to Qiao Yi. Qiao Yi, how many can your clan muster? I regret to inform you, President Jia Xi, but our Qiao Yi clan's situation mirrors that of Jun Sha's. With the outbreak of war, medical personnel are in demand everywhere, so I find myself powerless to assist you. Qiao Yi shrugged, palms upturned. Jia Xi regarded Qiao Yi, and then Jun Sha, feeling a pang of regret for having asked both, as they were evidently allied. Jun Sha, Qiao Yi, are you contemplating betrayal against the Alliance? Ball interjected, rising in indignation and pointing an accusatory finger at them. Ball, do not hastily cast such aspersions. Jun Sha retorted, her eyes narrowing at his audacity. Are you provoking us? Indeed, and what of it? Ball declared, brandishing a pokeball defiantly toward Jun Sha and Xiao Yi, undeterred by their glares. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Enough, everyone. Let us all calm our tempers. Gentlemen, Ball acted in haste. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our unity during these critical times. Jia Xi interjected, hastily stepping in as a peacemaker. He understood that both Xiao Yi and Jun Sha were merely attempting to conserve their strength. Irrespective of the Alliance's triumph or defeat, their interests remained largely unaffected. Should the Alliance prevail, they would revert to their previous state, while if it faltered, they would retain their strength, still possessing leverage in negotiations with Team Rocket. Their strategy was astutely calculated. The lack of manpower from the Jun Sha and Xiao Yi clans was something Jia Xi refused to believe. Not to mention the formidable trainers they had cultivated over the years. Even those who had entered into their families through marriage represented a significant force. Both clans typically did not intermarry outside their ranks. Suitors wishing to marry their women would need to adopt the matrilineal surname. Despite this, many sought to wed Jun Sha and Xiao Yi, and strength was an essential prerequisite for success. Moreover, these suitors had families and allies, bolstering the combat-ready personnel of the Jun Sha and Xiao Yi clans to potentially exceed that of the Alliance. Yet, none dared voice this realization aloud. However, Jia Xi found himself powerless against their reluctance to contribute. Forcing their hand could drive them directly into Team Rocket's embrace, a potential catastrophe for the Alliance. Team Rocket's objective was the annihilation of the Kanto Alliance, and should these great clans defect, they would undoubtedly be welcomed by Team Rocket. After all, engaging such powerful families would be both time-consuming and costly in terms of personnel. Why would anyone wish to engage in unnecessary conflict? While Jun Sha and Xiao Yi maintained their exit strategy, Jia Xi found himself cornered, knowing that Team Rocket would not spare him, the Alliance's foremost figure. With Jun Sha and Xiao Yi unwilling to assist, the meeting concluded hastily. Once the meeting adjourned, Jun Sha and Xiao Yi departed without lingering, leaving only Jia Xi and Ball behind. President, Are Junsha and Xiao Yi utterly oblivious to their predicament? Should we? Ball began, gesturing a throat-cutting motion toward the direction they had exited. Your antics should cease. Do you wish to exacerbate our already chaotic situation? Jia Xi retorted, his irritation toward Ball palpable. In that moment, he recognized the potential disaster that could arise should Junsha and Xiao Yi feel provoked enough to take action against the alliance. Despite the alliance's superior strength, Jia Xi preferred not to see Junsha and Xiao Yi positioned as adversaries. Had it not been for Ball's steadfast loyalty, Jia Xi might have contemplated removing him to appease Junsha and Xiao Yi. Ball, chastened by Jia Xi's admonition, lowered his head, awaiting further instructions. Coordinate our forces. Recall all personnel. Instruct the gym leaders and the administrators of various cities and towns to gather their forces for the defense against Team Rocket's advance. If they seek assistance, we must refuse. We are currently powerless. Jia Xi commanded, his gaze fixed on Ball. He now realized that he could no longer rely on others. His own forces were in constant decline, while Team Rocket's numbers swelled as many oppressed by the alliance flocked to their banner. Dispersing his forces would lead only to annihilation. Understood. Ball acknowledged Jia Xi's orders, saying nothing further, for he recognized that all he possessed stemmed from the alliance and from Jia Xi, whose directives he would dutifully obey. Once Ball departed, Jia Xi stared blankly at the table, contemplating the slim chances of turning the tide against Team Rocket. Regardless of how he calculated the odds, victory seemed increasingly elusive, especially given the rifts forming among the alliance's upper echelons. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun led his team with unyielding momentum, having conquered over a dozen towns in just a few days. Before them loomed a vast city. Upon gazing at the metropolis, Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. For intelligence reports indicated that he had several old acquaintances within its confines. The city before him was none other than Nebi City. At this moment, Nebi City was rife with panic as its inhabitants had learned of Team Rocket's arrival, fleeing in all directions. Within the Nebi gym, Brock surveyed the chaos surrounding him. Feeling utterly powerless, he stood alongside Ash, Dawn, his father, and the mayor of Nebi City, Mist. Ash and Dawn arrived to assist Brock, while Brock and his companions were compelled to remain there, as the League had issued a strict order prohibiting any gym leaders or local authorities from fleeing. Failure to comply would result in severe repercussions from the League. Thus, Brock and the others found themselves unable to leave. Ash, having indulged himself, sought to drag Dawn along to aid Brock purely out of boredom. The Rocket Gang was already approaching Nebi City, and Brock, the gym leader, pondered their next course of action. Mayor Mizuho of Nebi City, with a voice choked with fear, expressed his trepidation, having heard rumors of the Rocket Gang's mercilessness. Had it not been for the League's ultimatum, he would have preferred to avoid confrontation altogether. As the mayor, his role was primarily economic management, and he lacked any real strength. Brock ignored Mizuho and turned his gaze toward his father. His Pokémon had suffered significant losses in previous battles, and even with tenfold courage, he would not dare confront the Rocket Gang. Thus, he sought his father's assistance. Alas, we must give it our all, Wu Bing remarked, observing the grim expressions of the group. Upon learning of the Rocket Gang's impending arrival at Nebi City, he had already requested reinforcements from the League, yet no response had been forthcoming. With no support and no option for retreat, Wu Bing realized the League had abandoned them. Fear not. We are many, with unity. The Rocket Gang shall be no match for us, Ash, the ever-optimistic one, declared. The group gazed at Ash, bewildered by his naivety. Did he truly believe that united efforts could withstand the onslaught of the Rocket Gang? They surmised that they would likely be obliterated at the first encounter. Nonetheless, no one dared to contradict Ash at that moment, as his words offered a semblance of encouragement to the others. Prepare yourselves for the Rocket Gang's advance, Wu Bing sighed, addressing the group. Meanwhile, outside Nebi City, Xiaoqing surveyed the towering walls with an air of indifference. He glanced back at his poised comrades from the Rocket Gang and gestured grandly towards Nebi City. Attack! As Xiaoqing's command resounded, the Rocket Gang surged towards Nebi City. Unperturbed, Xiaoqing, along with Yulong Tiantian, advanced towards the city, having already spotted several familiar figures atop the walls. On the city walls, Wu Bing and his contingent braced themselves to repel the Rocket Gang's assault. Though Wu Bing's forces were not insignificant in number, they consisted primarily of amateur trainers, with few possessing genuine prowess. Most had been hastily summoned to Nebi City and had little expectation beyond being mere trainers. As the group beheld the Rocket Gang charging towards them like ravenous wolves, a considerable number of them succumbed to fear and fled, ignoring Wu Bing's desperate shouts. Watching his forces scatter before a fight had even begun, Wu Bing furiously struck the wall before him. Uncle Wu Bing, I understand your frustration, but taking it out on the wall is ill-advised. After all, this wall is the property of the League, and you would be liable for any damage, Ash earnestly advised. At Ash's words, the crowd turned their attention toward him, particularly Brock and Dawn. They had noticed Ash's increasingly peculiar behavior over time. It was as if he had transformed into a different person altogether, leaving them feeling a sense of estrangement. Having spent considerable time with Ash, Brock and Dawn had already sensed something amiss. When Ash had proposed coming to Nibby City for assistance, he had seemed entirely normal. However, after his unexpected fall into a cavern just before arriving, the Ash that emerged appeared fundamentally altered. Although his speech remained enigmatic, the former air of innocence had vanished, replaced by a certain indescribable quality. What are you all staring at? Ash asked, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, anxiously pondering whether his identity as a traveler might have been discovered. Indeed, the Ash of now was no longer the same Ash of yore. No, it was more accurate to say that while Ash retained his name, his soul had been supplanted by another. Currently inhabiting Ash's body was a boy named Lee Daji from Blue Star. Lee Daji was an ordinary delivery worker who, during a routine delivery, found himself in an unfortunate encounter with a dump truck. As he stood on the roadside, he noticed the truck approaching him at a slow pace. Curiously devoid of a driver, his instincts alerted him to the impending danger. Without hesitation, Lee Daji abandoned his trusty old scooter and faced the approaching truck. He remained still, watching as the truck drew nearer. Just as it was within 10 meters of him, the truck suddenly accelerated towards him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Lee Daji executed a slide beneath the truck, narrowly escaping its path. Surprisingly, the truck seemed to realize it had missed him and executed a remarkable spin to realign itself toward him once more. Lee Daji was momentarily bewildered by the truck's advanced maneuverability. However, he had little time to ponder as it charged at him again. Determined to repeat his earlier escape, he attempted to slide away once more, but this time the truck anticipated his move, veering directly towards his scooter instead. Despite lacking formal education, he understood the gravity of the situation as he witnessed his beloved scooter on the verge of destruction. In a moment of desperation fueled by adrenaline, he sprinted towards his scooter, unleashing a speed he never knew he possessed. Ultimately, he reached his scooter just in time, but the truck was merely 5 meters away. Faced with the imminent collision, Lee Daji resolutely mounted his scooter, knowing escape was futile. Even in death, I shall go out in style, he proclaimed as he revved the throttle and charged towards the truck. The collision obliterated his scooter, and true to his hopes, he was launched into the air, soaring several meters before crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment of consciousness, he recalled that he still had one delivery left to complete, but the weight of his eyelids drew him into slumber. Upon awakening, Lee Daji found himself in the world of the Pokémon anime he had watched as a child, inhabiting the body of Ash Ketchum. Overjoyed, he marveled at his transformation from an unremarkable worker to the protagonist of his own adventure. Feeling as though he had ascended to greatness, Lee Daji is an ardent Pokémon enthusiast, possessing a profound understanding of the Pokémon world that surpasses that of most indigenous inhabitants. He is thoroughly acquainted with every obscure corner of this realm. Lee Daji perceives his memories from a previous life as the proverbial golden finger spoken of by many traversers, believing that with this knowledge, he can achieve unparalleled dominance in the Pokémon universe. Resolute in his newfound identity as Ash, he is determined to carve out a legend of his own within this world, ensuring that his journey is not in vain. Despite having access to Ash's memories, Lee Daji occasionally exhibits traits that diverge from Ash's character, particularly in the company of familiar faces. This does not go unnoticed by his longtime companions, Misty and Brock. Were it not for the absence of a concept of soul possession in the Pokémon world, Ash would undoubtedly be subjected to scientific scrutiny. Misty, do you sense something amiss with Ash? She inquired, noting that this version of Ash, who was once adorably naive, has recently taken to jesting and teasing her, showcasing a stark transformation. Brock, although also aware of Ash's peculiar behavior, attributes it merely to his maturation and shifting mindset. There's nothing troubling me. You needn't overthink it, Ash reassured his companions, who, upon hearing this, dismissed their suspicions, believing they were merely overthinking the matter. Relieved that they were not pursuing the issue further, Ash felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Had they continued to press, it could have become quite challenging for him. Team Rocket is approaching. Prepare for confrontation. Wubing's voice cut through the tension. At his alert, everyone turned their gaze towards the base of the city walls, where numerous Team Rocket members, accompanied by their Pokémon, had gathered. In the air, various flying Pokémon were also making their way toward the group. Not far from them, a Fiero descended, clutching a massive boulder in its talons, which it then released, hurling it towards Wuging and his companions. Wuging's reflexes were sharp. He executed a roll to evade the boulder. However, the individuals beside him were not as fortunate, succumbing to the impact and lying motionless on the ground, clearly beyond saving. Quickly retaliate. Don't just stand there, fight back. We cannot allow them to breach the city. Wuging shouted at the now-dazed group, knowing that if Team Rocket infiltrated Nibi City, it would spell disaster. With Wuging's fervent command jolting them back into action, everyone began directing their Pokémon to counterattack against Team Rocket. Wuging approached Brock, entrusting him with his ace Pokémon before charging forth with the rest of his team against the enemy. Understanding that his son would be in grave danger without his main Pokémon, Wuging handed over his Onix. Brock, initially intending to return the Pokémon, noticed his father had already moved on and reluctantly accepted the responsibility. He released Wuging's Onix, which was akin to his own, and led both into battle outside Nibi City. The city walls were not particularly expansive, allowing only smaller Pokémon to engage in combat atop them. Larger creatures like Onix needed to fight outside to avoid harming their allies. Before long, the two sides clashed, and due to the inferior strength of Nibi City's defenders, they found themselves overwhelmed by Team Rocket's assault. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded his Pokémon amidst the chaos. Thanks to the formidable prowess of Pikachu and Charizard, they navigated through the throng of Team Rocket members as if traversing an uninhabited territory, easily dispatching foes. The thrill of battle invigorated Ash, who reveled in the sensation of invincibility. He yearned for more powerful Pokémon to join his ranks, yet all his Pokémon were housed at Professor Oak's lab. Following the devastation of Shinshin Town by the Dragon Clan, all Pokémon had been taken away, leaving Ash with only the 6 Pokémon he had brought to the Sinnoh League, which was a source of regret for him. Nevertheless, the strength of Ash's remaining Pokémon was not to be underestimated. They continued to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Soon enough, Team Rocket members took note of Ash's prowess, dispatching stronger opponents to confront him. Xiao Chun, accompanied by the Dragon Clan's Tian, weaved through the crowd, flanked by his Lucario, who dispatched any approaching enemies with ease. In the distance, Xiao Chun spotted a black man riding atop a giant sandshrew, which was using its powerful tail to send several Team Rocket members and their Pokémon flying. Pokémon, Onix. Level, 71, near champion level. Ability, Sturdy. Moves, Hyper Beam, Iron Tail. Xiao Chun was momentarily bewildered. The Pokémon panel's functionality had been quite reliable until now, yet it suddenly displayed an oddity. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Brock on the back of the Onix. Excited to see a familiar face, Xiao Chun made his way toward Brock, who remained oblivious to the impending danger, focused on directing the Onix to attack Team Rocket members. Hey, have you had enough yet? Xiao Chun called out from a short distance, observing Brock's intense focus on commanding the Onix. Brock noticed Xiao Chun and glared at him, recalling how this individual had previously inflicted a painful slap from his Pokémon, leaving his face swollen like a pig's head and discouraging him from venturing outdoors. Fueled by anger and with Wuging's Onix at his disposal, Brock felt invincible. Onix, use Iron Tail. Brock ordered, launching an offensive. Xiao Chun and Lucario leaped back to evade the Onix's attack, recalling Lucario into its Pokeball, as it would struggle against the formidable Onix. Although Lucario could hold its own, Xiao Chun had a better strategy in mind. After replacing Lucario, Xiao Chun unleashed his ace, Garchomp. Garchomp, let us have some fun. But don't finish them off too quickly, he instructed, emphasizing the latter part of the command. Arrogant fool, unable to discern the disparity between powers. I shall show you what it means to be outmatched. Onix, use Rock Slide. Brock commanded, intent on making Xiao Chun pay for his previous insolence. Xiao Chun did not issue any commands to the Sharpedo, yet it effortlessly evaded all of Onix's attacks with a mere shift of its body. The latter's movements were far too sluggish for it. If this is what you call possessing some skill, then what does that make you? I genuinely did not anticipate that a gym leader would be so inept. Surely, the position of gym leader wasn't purchased, was it? Furthermore, it seems this Pokémon of yours is not even yours. Calling upon another's Pokémon to salvage your pride while spouting grandiose rhetoric. This must be what you refer to as there are always greater talents beyond oneself, Xiao Chun remarked with derision, unabashedly disregarding the furious expression on Xiao Gang's face, as if to say that he ought to express gratitude for having his complexion restored. Do not rely solely on your tongue. Let your actions speak for themselves. Onix, use Iron Tail. Xiao Gang, infuriated by his inability to best Xiao Chun in words, resolved to take action instead. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you to the fullest. Sharpedo, entertain them well, Xiao Chun instructed, casting a knowing glance at his Pokémon. As Onyx's tail was about to strike Sharpedo, the latter seized the tail with its powerful grip. This is bad. Onyx, quickly pull your tail out. Xiao Gang realized something was amiss, but it was too late. No matter how fiercely Onyx struggled, it could not free itself from Sharpedo's grasp. Sharpedo lifted its head, a glint of mischief dancing in its eyes. The real spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 125, The Demise of Xiao Gang and His Son. Seeing Onyx ensnared by Sharpedo and unable to escape, Xiao Gang attempted to dismount from Onyx's back. However, Xiao Chun had no intention of granting him that wish. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Xiao Chun signaled to Sharpedo. Understanding its cue, Sharpedo yanked Onyx's tail with great force, causing the massive Pokémon to stumble. Xiao Gang, who had just begun to step down from Onyx's head, was startled by the sudden movement and nearly lost his balance. At that moment, Xiao Gang's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chun and Sharpedo, rigidly clinging to Onyx's head, terrified of falling and being crushed. Onyx, lie down. Xiao Gang thought of a plan. If he could get Onyx to lie down, he would land safely. Yet, Xiao Chun was not about to allow that. Observing Onyx's gradual descent, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Let Sharpedo show you the sensation of a merry-go-round. Xiao Chun directed. Sharpedo immediately comprehended the meaning behind Xiao Chun's words. It hoisted Onyx's tail high above its head and began to spin in a full circle, just as Xiao Gang was about to safely dismount. He found himself compelled to cling to Onyx's head once more due to the dizzying motion. Under the uniquely crafted whirlwind of Sharpedo, Xiao Gang felt his stomach churn uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of losing his lunch. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at Onyx's face. However, as Sharpedo intensified its spinning, Xiao Gang could no longer contain himself. Silently apologizing to Onyx, he began to vomit. Onyx, startled by this unexpected action, was drenched in the viscous substance that emanated from Xiao Gang, releasing a pungent odor. Already dizzy, Onyx's patience had reached its limit. Gazing at Xiao Gang, who was still by its mouth, it resolved that if you show no mercy, then expect none in return. With a wide-open mouth, Onyx unleashed a torrent of thick, brown liquid that cascaded towards Xiao Gang like a fountain. In an instant, Xiao Gang was treated to an unforgettable taste. Soon, he found himself thoroughly filled. Yet Onyx showed no signs of stopping. As he reached out to block Onyx's mouth, he momentarily forgot that Onyx was still being swung in circles by Sharpedo. The moment he loosened his grip, he was flung away, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Struggling to rise, Xiao Gang pressed on his swollen belly and retched futilely a few times, feeling a sense of despair wash over him as he glared at Xiao Chun with fury. All right, Sharpedo, enough of the games. Let us get down to business. Having had his fill of amusement, Xiao Chun instructed Sharpedo to cease its antics, for there were matters of greater importance to attend to. Sharpedo halted its playful spinning, and with a resounding thud, Onyx's massive body crashed to the ground. Yet, Sharpedo's actions did not relent. It advanced forward, gripping Onyx's tail with one hand and its head with the other, while its feet pressed down on Onyx's body. A sinister grin spreading across its face as it began to exert its strength. Roar! Onyx let out a cry of anguish. Meanwhile, Xiao Gang watched the scene unfold, a sense of déjà vu creeping over him, followed by a drastic change in his expression. You bastard, stop this at once. He bellowed at Xiao Chun. Yet, Xiao Chun remained unfazed, allowing Sharpedo to continue its merciless grip. As Sharpedo's pulling force intensified, Onyx's body began to emit audible cracks, and fine fissures appeared upon its rocky exterior. No! Xiao Gang screamed in despair, the sight rekindling haunting memories. But Xiao Chun would not relent. Undeterred by Xiao Gang's cries, under Sharpedo's relentless force, Onyx's wails echoed across the skies. With a deafening roar, the colossal Onyx was forcibly torn asunder by Sharpedo, its stony form severed in two. In an instant, Onyx ceased to struggle, its massive head drooping lifelessly to the ground. No, Onyx! Xiao Gang rushed to the fallen creature's side, shaking it desperately, but received no response. You bastards, I'll fight you to the end. Xiao Gang clenched his fists and charged at Xiao Chun. Sharpedo delivered a swift slap to bring him back to his senses. Without waiting for Xiao Gang to reach him, Sharpedo's powerful strike sent him tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, trembling and bloodied, his head askew, clearly on the brink of death. Xiao Gang. At that moment, Wu Neng noticed his son's dire condition, abandoning the approaching enemy to rush to his son's side, propping him up against himself. Heartbroken, he beheld his son's bloodied visage, wishing he could turn back time. He would never have brought his son to defend Nibi City. Xiao Gang. Just then, Ash and Dawn arrived, their expressions filled with sorrow upon witnessing their companion in such a state. Ash, puzzled by Xiao Gang's current predicament, recalled that in the original story, none of this had occurred. Wasn't he supposed to be alive and well by the end? What had happened? Moreover, Ash recollected that during this juncture in the Pokémon World's timeline, Team Rocket had not yet commenced their nefarious antics. He found himself pondering whether his very presence had instigated this divergence, attributing the unfolding events to the butterfly effect of his own transdimensional journey. Unbeknownst to him, the current Pokémon world bore little resemblance to the one he had envisioned. At least, this was true for the Kanto region. Should Sharon become aware of Ash's musings, he would likely erupt in laughter. Just a few days into his arrival, and Ash presumed himself the catalyst for the world's transformations. One would think he had imbibed a few grains of peanuts to be so intoxicated with self-importance. Hey, why are you weeping over a corpse? Losing this one child won't affect your multitude of offspring, and rather than indulging in your tears, you might as well return and conceive another, Sharon remarked derisively, observing Wooting as he wept over Brock's lifeless form. At this moment, Wooting turned his gaze towards Sharon, the very perpetrator behind his son's demise. You scoundrel! I demand retribution for my son's life. Wooting charged at Sharon. With a smirk, Sharon signaled to his Garchomp. In an instant, Garchomp understood the cue, swiftly dispatching Wooting with a single, lethal strike that cleaved him in two. Wooting's upper half soared through the air, landing beside Brock's corpse, while the lower half stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing onto the ground. Thus, Brock and his son were officially written out of the narrative. Chapter 126, The Conquest of Nibby City. Uncle Wooting. Xiao Wang gasped in shock as she witnessed Wooting's demise before her very eyes. Just moments ago, the two had been engaged in conversation, and now they lay lifeless before her. She struggled to accept this grim reality. Sharon, why have you done this? She confronted him, bewildered by how he had morphed into such a heartless fiend. I am a member of Team Rocket. Does one require justification to kill? Sharon replied, regarding Xiao Wang as if she were a fool. You. Xiao Wang was infuriated by his words. Hey, bullying a girl like that hardly makes you a man. Sharon stood defiantly before her, attempting to strike a pose he deemed heroic. Although he was aware that his previous life's Pokémon animations did not feature a character named Sharon, the memories of the original Ash provided him with insights regarding this individual. Despite Karen's formidable prowess, Ash was the protagonist. How could Sharon possibly rival him? Furthermore, Xiao Wang was the heroine Ash had cherished most in his past life, and witnessing a heroic rescue scenario unfold before him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Oh, am I not a man? Why don't you inquire with the lady behind you if I am? Sharon taunted, casting a lewd glance at Xiao Wang, who stood behind Ash. What do you mean? Ash momentarily failed to grasp Karen's insinuation, but upon glancing at Xiao Wang, the truth became evident. Xiao Wang's face was flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her hands clenching tightly together. Though Ash had remained single throughout both his lives, he had consumed ample emotional content and immediately understood her demeanor. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Sharon, regretting not having arrived in this world sooner. Had he arrived earlier, all of this could have been his. Sharon, do you dare to duel with me? Ash declared, his Pikachu perched upon his shoulder, echoing his challenge with fervent cries, while his Charizard glowered menacingly at Sharon. A duel? You hardly possess the merit for such a contest, Sharon derided Ash. Damn it, Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower upon Sharon. Ash commanded, his fury palpable. For a moment, Charizard hesitated. Ash had never ordered an attack against a trainer before. What are you staring at? Move already, Ash shouted, incensed by Charizard's inaction. Feeling unjustly scolded, Charizard complied with Ash's directive, releasing a torrent of flames towards Sharon. Garchomp, Sharon remarked coolly, unfazed by the incoming flames. The time elapsed since the Sinnoh League had not seen any significant improvement in Ash's Charizard's strength. With a mere flick of its fin, Garchomp effortlessly dissipated Charizard's onslaught. What? How is this possible? Ash gazed at Karen's Garchomp in disbelief, questioning how his once mighty Charizard could appear so feeble. He initially thought he was imagining things. Let me demonstrate what true flamethrower prowess looks like, Sharon continued indifferently. Garchomp, he commanded, and a flame erupted from Garchomp's mouth, exponentially more potent than Charizard's, surging directly towards Ash and his companions. Ah! Ash's anguished cries emerged from within the inferno, as the flames gradually subsided. The charred remains of Brock and Wooting lay on the ground, reduced to cinders, still crackling with embers, signifying their complete incineration. Charizard had endured much of the fiery assault and now lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Pikachu, owing to its diminutive size, had sheltered behind Ash, escaping harm, though the tip of its tail was singed, suggesting it was not far from evolving into a little Charizard. Ash emerged from the ordeal, appearing significantly more mature, his head completely shorn. Even his eyebrows had nearly vanished. Yet his attire seemed remarkably anachronistic. He now bore tattered remnants of cloth that flickered with flames, reminiscent of a legendary return to ancestral roots. At that moment, Xiao Wang's Empoleon swiftly deployed its protective barrier, shielding her from harm, ensuring she remained unscathed. You, I will fight you, Ash roared, seizing a hefty rock from the ground and charging at Sharon. I do not duel with savages. I would not want others to mock me in the future, Sharon retorted, unwilling to engage in a protracted conflict with Ash. With a single kick, he struck Ash in the groin, sending him sprawling several meters away. Ash clutched his groin, writhing in agony on the ground, muttering something about it being over for him. Sharon ignored Ash's lamentations, instead focusing on Xiao Wang, contemplating how to handle this girl with whom he had shared a moment of warmth. Seeing Sharon's unwavering gaze upon her, Xiao Wang instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Meanwhile, Yulong Tiantian, who had been observing Sharon's actions, gently tugged at his clothing, shaking her head in disapproval. Sharon understood that she was urging him to spare Xiao Wang. He had no intention of causing her harm. He was not so devoid of compassion. Since Yulong Tiantian wished for Xiao Wang to be released, Sharon decided to heed her and simply walked past Xiao Wang without further comment. You should leave quickly, Yulong Tiantian advised Xiao Wang before hastening to catch up with the already distant Sharon. Awakened by Yulong Tiantian's words, Xiao Wang finally regained her composure, her heart heavy as she gazed at Karen's retreating figure. Yet, upon witnessing Ash still writhing in pain on the ground, she rushed to assist him, instructing their Pokémon to escort Ash to the hospital. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Nibi City's forces had suffered significant losses, quickly descending into chaos. With only Mayor Miku and a handful of others putting up a valiant struggle, yet they found themselves ensnared in the overwhelming encirclement of Team Rocket. As Wu Zhen and his companions prepared to resign themselves to their fate, all the members of Team Rocket encircling them abruptly ceased their actions, surrounding them without aggression. Wu Zhen and his cohorts exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether these individuals were concocting yet another scheme. At that moment, the Team Rocket members before them parted to reveal a pathway. This unexpected development left Wu Zhen and his companions even more perplexed. Unsure of what trick Team Rocket was playing, Wu Zhen glanced at his subordinates, exchanging silent looks, none daring to make the first move. Mayor, it seems they are intimidated by your dominating presence, afraid to act against us. They intend to let us go, exclaimed a diminutive subordinate named Zhang San, who, despite his seemingly trivial name, was adept at flattering Wu Zhen, earning his trust. Encouraged by Zhang San's words, Wu Zhen felt a surge of confidence, as if he had not just been nearly defeated by Team Rocket. Since they recognize my prowess, why don't they leave? Someone fetch me some food. After battling with you lot, I'm starving, Wu Zhen declared, exuding arrogance as he regarded the Team Rocket members, dismissing them entirely. Suddenly, a sharp stone hurled through the air, piercing Wu Zhen's heart, and his expression froze in shock. Chapter 127, The Enigmatic Fruit Tree. Wu Zhen, gazing at the stone embedded in his chest, attempted to identify the assailant, but his body grew heavier, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His subordinates were left in stunned disbelief, witnessing their once mighty mayor now reduced to a lifeless corpse. Zhang San, ever the quick thinker, recognized that the situation had spiraled out of control and immediately knelt before the impending chaos. The others, witnessing Zhang San's submission, followed suit, all kneeling on the ground. At that moment, Xiaochen approached from the pathway that the Team Rocket members had created, heading towards the kneeling Zhang San and the others. Behind him followed a Sharpedo, wielding a piece of sharp stone, the very weapon that had felled Wu Zhen. The Sharpedo had somehow transformed the stone into a makeshift throwing knife, much to Xiao Chun's amusement, as he allowed it to indulge in its newfound playfulness. As Xiao Chun surveyed the prostrate Zhang San and his companions, he initially intended to inquire about some matters, but quickly dismissed them as fools. He had observed Zhang San's sycophantic praise and Wu Zhen's peculiar arrogance, realizing that such dimwits would yield no valuable information. Greetings, my lord, I am Zhang San. To see you is an honor, if you do not reject me. I would like to pledge myself as your adopted son, Zhang San implored, crawling to Xiao Chun's feet and bowing repeatedly. Xiao Chen was taken aback by this display, wondering if Zhang San had suddenly lost his senses. Observing Zhang San's shamelessness, the others followed suit, offering their own desperate oaths of fealty. I, Li Si, wish to pledge myself as your adopted son. I, Wang Wu, also wish to pledge myself. I, Wang Matzi. Does your father know you're doing this? One individual interjected as they observed Wang Matzi's fervent kowtowing. Mind your business, Wang Matzi retorted, shoving the person aside and continuing his insistence. Xiao Chun regarded the scene before him, bemused by how far these individuals would go to preserve their lives. Eliminate them all, he stated coldly, recognizing that a group devoid of any backbone was of no use to him. Just as the Sharpedo prepared to carry out his command, Zhang Xin seized the hem of Xiao Chun's trousers. My lord, I possess an important piece of information that you will surely find useful. Spare my life, and I can be of service to you. Zhang Xin pleaded, grasping desperately at this final lifeline. Important information? Then let us keep this one alive, Xiao Chun remarked, signaling the Sharpedo to proceed. The Sharpedo smashed the stone it held against the ground, shattering it into fragments that flew toward the prostrate figures. My lord, we also have the kneeling individuals attempted to emulate Zhang San's survival strategy, but Xiao Chun denied them the opportunity. The debris from the Sharpedo pierced their bodies, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Zhang San alone remained. Gazing at the corpses of his companions, Zhang San's face revealed a hint of disdain. Those who wished to imitate him would have to wait an eternity. Speak, what crucial information do you possess? If it fails to satisfy me, your demise will be far worse than theirs. Xiao Chun addressed Zhang San with an indifferent tone. The latter, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to sweat profusely. Rest assured, my lord, this information will surely please you, Zhang San replied, donning a sycophantic smile. Go on, Xiao Chun prompted, wary of any trickery from Zhang San, contemplating ancient methods of punishment in his mind. Leaning closer, Zhang San whispered into Xiao Chun's ear, recognizing the confidentiality of the matter. My lord, I inadvertently overheard that the Alliance is secretly cultivating a batch of miraculous fruit trees in Nibi City, capable of enhancing Pokémon strength. They are located not far from Nibi Mountain, Zhang San informed Xiao Chun, pointing towards the distant Nibi with eyes filled with a desperate longing for survival. How many? Xiao Chun inquired intently. A whole grove, with thousands of them, Zhang San replied eagerly, sensing Xiao Chun's interest and hurriedly divulging all he knew. This revelation surprised Xiao Chun. He had not anticipated the existence of such resources in Nibi City. The miraculous fruit trees were notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring meticulous conditions to bear fruit. If even a single requirement was unmet, the tree would yield nothing. Moreover, the miraculous fruits were not produced annually. They depended on the nutrients absorbed by the trees, and the longer they matured, the greater their potency. The effects of the miraculous fruits were akin to the extraordinary candies from Xiao Chen's past. They could enhance a Pokémon's capabilities. However, their efficacy diminished with each subsequent fruit consumed, with the first being the most beneficial. Consuming more than 3 would render them ineffective. An excessive intake could harm the Pokémon's health. Nevertheless, this discovery was promising. Xiao Chen knew that Team Rocket also possessed miraculous trees, likely numbering in the hundreds, though their exact locations were known only to a select few. If Zhang San was truthful, the miraculous fruit trees on Nibi Mountain could significantly bolster Team Rocket's strength in a short span. Tian, take Ling Feng and the others to Nibi Mountain. Xiao Chun instructed the nearby dragon trainer Tian. He entrusted the task to her because he felt reassured knowing his own people would be the ones to investigate this valuable resource. He did not disclose the specifics of what awaited them on the mountain, trusting that Tian and her team would know how to proceed. With that, Tian and her companions soared toward Nibi Mountain atop their Pokémon. Xiao Chun gazed at Mount Nibi, a towering and perilous peak that indeed seemed like an ideal hiding place for treasures. My lord, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. I am certainly not lying. Zhang San, sensing Xiao Chen's doubt in him, hurriedly sought to clarify, for the corpses of those unfortunate souls still lingered nearby, and he wished to avoid sharing their grim fate. Rest assured, if your words ring true, you shall reap the rewards, Xiao Chun reassured Zhang San. Meanwhile, within the Alliance headquarters, a sense of urgency permeated the air. President, we have a grave situation. Bar rushed into Jiaxi's office, forgetting even to knock. Jiaxi, savoring his tea, found his moment of tranquility interrupted as Bar burst in. His hand, poised to bring the cup to his lips, froze mid-air. What has you so flustered? Jiaxi inquired, visibly displeased with Bar's lack of decorum. The rocket team has seized control of Nibi City. Bar exclaimed, his face a mask of terror, fully aware of the implications of this news. Is it merely Nibi City? What do you mean by that? Jiaxi's disbelief was palpable, and in his rage, he shattered the cup in his grasp. Chapter 128, The Wrath of Jiaxiai. Repeat that. Jiaxiai seized Bar by the collar, his fury unmistakable. Nibi City has been taken by the rocket team, Bar stammered, his anxiety evident. How could this happen so swiftly? What of Mount Nibi? Where are our dispatch personnel? Jiaxiai pressed on. Since Nibi City fell to the rocket team, no further reports have emerged, and our people are likely still en route, Bar replied. Jiaxiai released Bar, realizing the magnitude of his miscalculation. When he had previously denied assistance to those in Nibi City, he had secretly arranged for individuals to head there, not to aid Xiao Gang and his companions, but to retrieve the miraculous fruit trees he had cultivated on Mount Nibi. He had already resolved to relinquish Nibi City to the rocket team, as it held little value for him. His true concern was ensuring the miraculous fruit trees were extracted before the city fell into enemy hands. Jiaxiai had not anticipated the rocket team's rapid advance, and his mind was filled with curses for Xiao Gang and his team, lamenting their failure to hold Nibi City for even a short duration. Bar, you must personally lead a team. Bring back as many miraculous fruits as you can, and burn the trees afterward, especially the Tree King. It must not be left for the rocket team, Jiaxiai instructed, focusing solely on minimizing his losses. Yes, I will depart immediately. Bar, sensing Jiaxi's fury, wasted no time in preparing to head to Nibi City. As Jiaxiai watched Bar leave, he realized it would take at least half a day for them to arrive, hoping fervently that the miraculous fruits had not been entirely ravaged by the rocket team. The unique fruit, in particular, could not suffer any mishap, as it was specifically reserved for him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun had waited patiently, and the team led by Yulong Tiantian had finally returned from their reconnaissance of Mount Nibi. Tiantian, how did it go? Xiao Chun inquired, his gaze fixed on Yulong Tiantian. She nodded, understanding the need for discretion given the number of onlookers present. While the rocket team had not explicitly mandated the surrender of spoils, knowledge of the miraculous fruits would incite a frenzy among the gathering, making it impossible for her to contain the situation. Given the allure of the miraculous fruits, it was conceivable that other generals or commanders might arrive, further complicating Xiao Chen's share of the bounty. Thus, it was imperative that only Xiao Chen knew how to divide the spoils. Observing Tiantian's nod and the excitement on her and Ling Feng's faces, Xiao Chun was assured that Zhang San's words had indeed held truth. Very good, Xiao Chen commended, patting Zhang San on the shoulder. This is merely my duty, Zhang San replied, mistaking the gesture for leniency and feeling quite pleased. Lead the way, Xiao Chen instructed. Of course, my lord. Right this way, Zhang San eagerly obliged, though bewildered by Xiao Chen's decision to have him guide them again after an earlier expedition. However, he soon rationalized that this was a testament to Xiao Chen's regard for him, and with that thought, he happily led the group forward. As Zhang San reveled in his newfound confidence, Xiao Chen cast a glance at the fierce land shark. The creature understood the unspoken cue and swiftly hurled a sharp stone towards Zhang San. Suddenly, the exuberant Zhang San felt a chill down his spine, followed by a sharp pain. You traitor, he gasped, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Chun. Ignoring him, Xiao Chun watched as Zhang San gradually succumbed to the ground. After dealing with Zhang San, Xiao Chun accompanied Yulong Tiantian and the others up Mount Nibi, leaving the remaining rocket team members behind in Nibi City to regroup. Soon, they arrived at a clearing on Mount Nibi, where a grove of trees laden with vibrant red fruits caught Xiao Chen's eye. These were indeed the miraculous fruits. Nearby lay several bodies, dispatched by Yulong Tiantian and her team during their reconnaissance. Xiao Chen's excitement surged at the sight of the abundant miraculous fruits. He was eager to pluck a few to test on his Pokémon. Xiao Chen Gidge, Tiantian called out, halting him as she pointed to a particular spot. Following her gesture, he noticed a towering miraculous fruit tree standing majestically in the center of the grove, towering over the others by more than double its height. Unlike the other trees, this one bore but a single miraculous fruit. Though solitary, this fruit was no ordinary specimen. While the other miraculous fruits resembled slightly larger apples, this one was the size of a large watermelon. Its exterior diverged from the typical red apple appearance, exhibiting a translucent quality that revealed its inner seed. What is this? Xiao Chen approached the tree, entranced by the mouth-watering fruit. This fruit was evidently the result of meticulous cultivation, a veritable tree king among its peers. All other fruits had been stripped away, allowing this singular fruit to absorb the tree's full nourishment, promising effects that would surely astound. Xiao Chun surveyed the surroundings, noting that only this tree bore a solitary fruit, while the others were plentiful. Yet, it was understandable. The cost of nurturing a tree to produce just one fruit would be exorbitant. Even the Alliance would likely hesitate to undertake such an endeavor. All right, everyone, Each person should gather 3 magical fruits for their Pokémon. Let's move quickly, Xiaoqing urged as he looked at Lingfeng and the others. After all, with so many exquisite treasures at hand, indulging himself while neglecting his loyal companions would be unfathomable. Yulong Tiantian was also beckoned by Xiaoqing to join Lingfeng and the others in the quest for the wondrous fruits. All present descended to harvest the magical fruits, and Xiaoqing was no idle bystander. He summoned his Sharpedo to retrieve a particularly immense magical fruit from its perch. Subsequently, he instructed Sharpedo to gather several more magical fruits from the surrounding trees, intent on allowing his Pokémon to feast to their heart's content. Gazing upon the plentiful fruits, Xiaoqing recognized that his Pokémon's strength could ascend to new heights. Chapter 129, A Surge in Power. As Xiaoqing prepared to distribute 3 magical fruits to each of his Pokémon, he found himself at a crossroads regarding the enormous and conspicuous magical fruit. This fruit was undoubtedly the finest among the harvest, yet Xiaoqing hesitated in deciding which Pokémon should receive it. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to bestow the largest fruit upon Sharpedo. Given Sharpedo's formidable prowess and the fact that trainers typically focus their commands on a single Pokémon, Xiaoqing found this decision prudent. The disparity in strength between Sharpedo and his other Pokémon was significant. In encounters with powerful adversaries, only Sharpedo would be able to contend effectively. Thus, Xiaoqing opted to enhance Sharpedo's capabilities further. Having made his decision, Xiaoqing wasted no time. He entrusted the colossal magical fruit, along with 2 ordinary ones, to Sharpedo, while distributing 3 magical fruits to each of his other Pokémon, prompting them to begin their consumption. Upon sighting the magical fruits, the Pokémon's eyes sparkled with excitement. At Xiaoqing's command, they eagerly devoured the fruits and subsequently entered a meditative state to absorb the energy within, drifting into slumber. As the Pokémon ingested the magical fruits, their auras surged and their strengths rapidly escalated. Xiaoqing observed this transformation with awe, marveling at the remarkable efficacy of the magical fruits, which could facilitate a qualitative leap in his Pokémon's abilities within such a short time frame. Before him lay an expansive grove of magical fruits, and Xiaoqing envisioned boundless wealth beckoning him. However, he harbored no intentions of hoarding this bountiful grove solely for himself. The news of his fortunate discovery had likely already spread, and no matter how discreet he tried to be, secrets have a way of revealing themselves. Thus, Xiaoqing resolved to report the entire grove, considering that it was better to preemptively disclose the information rather than wait for others to seek him out. He speculated that Banmu might already be aware of his discovery, and it would be less troublesome to report it willingly. The absorption of the magical fruits by the Pokémon was swift. Before long, they began to awaken from their restful slumber. Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile at the newfound strength exhibited by his Pokémon. Electivire, 83, champion level. Scyther, 82, champion level. Metagross, 81, champion level. Charizard, 80, champion level. Lucario, 75, near champion level. Xiaoqing's strength had significantly increased once again. Yet, the focus remained on high-end combat capabilities. Battles are often determined by the mightiest Pokémon. He turned his gaze to Sharpedo, who continued to absorb the magical fruit, its aura intensifying with no signs of abating. Given the size of that magnificent fruit, it was only natural for it to take some time to fully assimilate. Xiaoqing eagerly anticipated the heights of power Sharpedo would attain upon completion of this process. Under Xiaoqing's watchful eye, Sharpedo's energy gradually stabilized, and it slowly opened its eyes. Sharpedo, 99, near master level. Seeing that Sharpedo had not quite reached master level left Xiaoqing with a tinge of disappointment. After all, the other Pokémon had each elevated their levels by at least 4, while Sharpedo, bolstered by the immense magical fruit, had only ascended by 3. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, Xiaoqing acknowledged the logic. Sharpedo's strength far surpassed that of the others, and the threshold for master level was a formidable one. A 3-level increase was indeed commendable. After recalling his Pokémon into their Pokeballs and leaving a few individuals behind to guard the grove, Xiaoqing departed with Yulong Tiantian and the others. The faces of Yulong Tiantian and the others radiated joy, for each of them had experienced considerable growth in strength, and with power comes happiness. What is happening? In a hospital room, Xiaoji's furious roar echoed. Xiaoji, please calm down, Xiaoguang urged gently, glancing at the disgruntled nurse and the other patients in the vicinity. Since awakening, Xiaoji had been incessantly shouting, much to the chagrin of the nurses and surrounding patients. How can I calm down? As a man, the most important part of me was removed without even consulting me. How can I remain calm? Xiaoji shouted, glaring at Xiaowang. Xiaowang, faced with Xiaoji's fury, found himself at a loss for words. The other patients nearby exchanged sympathetic glances, having only known that Xiaoji had undergone surgery upon entering the ward, unaware of the circumstances. When Xiaowang brought Xiaoji to the hospital, the doctors found him covered in blood and in a state of unconsciousness, emanating an odor reminiscent of barbecued meat. The doctors acted swiftly, sending him for examination. Fortunately, the results revealed no significant issues in other areas of his body. After all, the constitution of a super novice is not to be trifled with. However, Xiaoji's second brother had suffered grave injuries. Xiaoqing's kick had fortuitously led to an intimate encounter with Xiaoji's second brother, resulting in internal bleeding. To make matters worse, the curvature that had persisted throughout Xiaoji's brother's life was completely severed by Xiaoqing's kick. Following a thorough examination, the doctors determined that Xiaoji's brother had succumbed to irreversible necrosis, leaving no reason for preservation. Given that Xiaoji was already alone and had no other family, and with him still unconscious, the doctors sought Xiaowang's consent to proceed with the removal of Xiaoji's second brother. Xiaowang prioritized Xiaoji's life and thus agreed to the surgery. Why? Why did you make such a decision without consulting me? Xiaoji bellowed in fury. He had only recently traversed into the Pokémon world and had yet to enjoy the freedom of life. Many female protagonists awaited him. Before him stood Xiaowang, Serena, and the other female leads. He had not yet shared a romantic moment with any of them. And now to learn that he had lost his second brother. Who could withstand such a blow? Come on, it's just a couple of inches of flesh, right? It's not the end of the world. Who knows? You might even find enjoyment in a different path. A burly man in the adjacent bed, whose left leg was suspended, remarked to Xiaoji, licking his lips with an inappropriate glint in his eyes. Xiaoji immediately grasped the man's implication and was engulfed by rage. Xiaoji mustered the strength to rise from his bed, pointing an accusatory finger at the man in fury. As the crowd anticipated that Ash would unleash a tirade upon the burly man, his expression suddenly shifted, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting pained groans. It's splitting. It's breaking. The line is taut. Chapter 130. The Four Generals of Team Rocket. At that moment, at the gates of Nibi City, Xiaoqing and numerous members of Team Rocket awaited the arrival of a distinguished individual. Not long after, a grand procession made its way towards them. This contingent consisted of only a few dozen individuals, yet each appeared formidable in their own right. The most striking figure among them was a commanding man, none other than the leader of Team Rocket, Banmu, accompanied by his guards. Banmu, upon receiving word that Xiaoqing had discovered a grove of miraculous fruit trees in Nibi City, was filled with excitement. Although he was the leader of Team Rocket, he was equally captivated by the allure of these extraordinary trees and hastened to inspect them without delay. Xiaoqing, well done. You've managed to seize Nibi City so swiftly. Banmu praised, clapping Xiaoqing on the shoulder. This is no solitary achievement. It is the result of my brother's hard work and your adept leadership, boss, Xiaoqing replied, ensuring to acknowledge his subordinates as well as Banmu. Banmu was delighted by Xiaoqing's words. Not only was he eloquent, but he was also astute. Upon learning about the miraculous fruit trees, Banmu rushed over, fearing that if he delayed, Xiaoqing might claim them all for himself. However, just as he was about to depart, he encountered Xiaoqing's messenger. The fact that Xiaoqing was not one to hoard spoils thrilled Banmu, even though he was aware that Xiaoqing had taken a few. It was only natural. Had it been Athena and the others arriving before him, they would have likely taken half. Boss, shall I take you to see the grove of miraculous fruit trees? Xiaoqing gestured invitingly, indicating for Banmu to proceed ahead. He understood Banmu's priorities and, recognizing his hesitation to voice them, took the initiative to suggest it. Oh, let us go, Banmu replied, unable to suppress the smile on his face at Xiaoqing's thoughtfulness. At that moment, a few flying Pokémon approached from the sky, landing gracefully. The individuals riding these Pokémon dismounted and headed straight for Xiaoqing. As they passed, members of Team Rocket parted respectfully, for the newcomers were the original four generals of Team Rocket. Xiaoqing, I've heard you've acquired quite a number of miraculous fruit trees. What is this? Are you planning to hoard them all for yourself? The impatient Vorin spoke first, adopting an accusatory tone. Indeed, while you have been granted the title of general by the boss, you ought to understand your limitations. Such treasures are beyond your grasp. Famas chimed in before Xiaoqing could respond. If it were up to me, keep a few for yourself, but surrender the rest to us. In the future, we shall ensure you are well taken care of in Team Rocket, Giant Feng added, while Wu Jianbing had already begun to allocate the miraculous fruit trees. In truth, the moment they learned of Xiaoqing's acquisition of a substantial number of miraculous fruit trees, they set off immediately. knowing that such treasures would be claimed if they arrived late, especially after Banmu was informed. En route, they encountered others with similar intentions, and thus they arrived together. They had already divided the fruit trees into 5 portions on their way, with each of the 4 generals claiming one share, and the remaining one reserved for Banmu. The leader of Team Rocket, Xiaoqing, a newly appointed general and a mere youth, was not even a consideration for them. Standing quietly to the side, Athena observed Wu Jianfeng and the others engage in conversation, refraining from interjecting. She was well aware of Xiaoqing's formidable strength, even surpassing her own, so she chose to remain silent and watch the unfolding events, content in the knowledge that she would benefit regardless of their actions. Meanwhile, Banmu, concealed behind several subordinates, noticed that Athena and the others had yet to recognize him and decided to discreetly assess the situation. Oh, does Team Rocket abide by such a principle of shared spoils? Xiaoqing inquired, regarding the group before him. Our words are the law. You would do well to comply, Wu Jianfeng retorted, displeased by Xiaoqing's apparent lack of deference. He had expected that upon encountering him, Xiaoqing would at least be courteous, offering the miraculous fruit trees with respect, but found himself taken aback by Xiaoqing's blatant disregard. Oh, your words are the law? Are you more formidable than Boss Banmu, then? Xiaoqing responded, his tone imbued with a hint of sarcasm. At this, the generals were momentarily at a loss for words, for with so many witnesses present, failing to regard Banmu would surely have repercussions if the words reached his ears. However, unbeknownst to them, Banmu was indeed watching from the crowd. Kid, you'd best, Wu Jianfeng began to scold Xiaoqing, but was cut off by Famas. Listen closely. You'd better hand over the miraculous fruit trees without resistance, or else don't blame us for taking them by force. Famas threatened directly, his confidence unshaken by the presence of a mere youth. You wish to fight? Xiaoqing thought they had merely come seeking benefits, but upon witnessing their demeanor, a steely resolve began to harden in his gaze. Seems we must teach you a lesson about Team Rocket's rules, Wu Jianfeng declared, summoning forth his Pokémon without hesitation. Seeing Wu Jianfeng's aggression, Athena and the others promptly released their Pokémon as well, ready to support him in the impending conflict. Wu Jianfeng's Pokémon was a Tyranitar, Voron's was a Hydreigon. Fama's commanded an Arbok, and Athena's was a Charizard. Pokémon, Tyranitar. Level, 93, Near Master level. Ability, Sandstream. Moves, Giga Impact, Stone Edge. Pokémon, Hydreigon. Level, 94, Near Master level. Ability, Levitate. Moves, Dark Pulse, Dragon Rush. Pokémon, Arbok. Level, 95, Near Master level. Ability, Intimidate. Moves, Sludge Bomb, Giga Impact. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 97, Near Master level. Ability, Solar Power. Moves, Flamethrower, Earthquake. As Xiaoqing beheld the formidable Pokémon of Team Rocket's generals, a flicker of excitement ignited within him, pondering whether they could collectively stand against him. Shark. I leave this to you, Xiaoqing declared, determined not to hold back now that they had escalated the situation. Reassured by Banmu's presence that he would not bear the blame for any ensuing conflict. With a roar, the Sharpedo emerged, its eyes gleaming with battle fervor as it regarded the 4 powerful Pokémon before it, and let out a thunderous roar. Wu Jianfeng and the others were taken aback by Xiaoqing's Sharpedo, sensing its strength surpassed their own, and with Xiaoqing's ability for Mega Evolution. They felt uncertain about their chances of victory. Banmu, observing from within the crowd, was astonished at the strength of Xiaoqing's Sharpedo, realizing it was on the verge of breaking through to master level. However, Banmu had surmised that Xiaoqing had likely caused the Mega Sharpedo to consume the miraculous fruit, and thus, he was no longer surprised. Banmu had not anticipated that Xiaoqing could potentially be the second member of Team Rocket, aside from himself, to ascend to the master level. Observing the imminent clash between his strongest subordinates, Banmu decided it was time to intervene. You all should cease this at once. Chapter 131, The Arrival of Ball. Just as Xiaoqing and Athena's group were about to engage in combat, Banmu spoke up. Boss. The 4 of them exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Banmu's unexpected presence, and quickly bowed in respect. Boss, what brings you here? Athena inquired, realizing that had they known Banmu was present, they would never have spoken to Xiaoqing in such a manner. In fact, had they been aware of Banmu's arrival, they would not have come at all. Why shouldn't I be here? Is it true, as Wu Jianfeng claimed, that his rules are absolute? Banmu countered, gazing at Athena's group. Forgive us, Wu Jianfeng replied, lowering his head, entirely stripped of his earlier arrogance, for he was now in the presence of Banmu. Then let us discuss the miraculous fruit tree you sought, Banmu continued, casting a glance at Wu Jianfeng and the others. Upon hearing Banmu mention the miraculous fruit tree, they refrained from responding. setting aside the matter of the fruit tree's ownership. What audacity for you to demand that Xiaoqing relinquish what he rightfully obtained without any effort on your part. Are you resorting to brute force? Do you wish to hoard it all for yourselves? You likely do not know that Xiaoqing notified me the very moment he acquired the miraculous fruit tree. Had it been any one of you, you would have likely claimed it for yourselves without a second thought, forgetting your allegiance to Team Rocket. Moreover, what time is it? At a moment when we are launching an offensive against the Alliance, you abandon your posts for your own gain, disregarding the years of planning Team Rocket has invested. You have truly disappointed me. Now look at Xiaoqing. When he obtained something valuable, his first thought was for the organization, for his comrades, and for me as his leader. In such stark contrast, you seasoned members appear less considerate than a newcomer who has only recently joined Team Rocket. Do you understand your missteps? After reprimanding Athena and the others, Banmu turned to them with a probing gaze. We do understand, they replied in unison. Then why do you not apologize to Xiaoqing? It must be sincere, Banmu insisted, emphasizing the necessity of sincerity. Brother Xiaoqing, it was our fault. We sincerely apologize. The four of them stepped forward to express their contrition. What say you, Xiaoqing? Will you not forgive them this time? Banmu inquired. Boss, they did not intend any harm. I forgive them, Xiaoqing replied, understanding that Banmu's inquiry was merely formal. In truth, punishing these four generals was unrealistic. Despite their initial wrongdoing, having them apologize was already a considerable concession. Thus, when Banmu spoke, Xiaoqing was willing to grant him this favor, allowing the matter to rest. Pleased with Xiaoqing's diplomatic approach, Banmu was relieved that a conflict between Xiaoqing and Athena's group had been averted. As he spoke of a rising star while acknowledging his seasoned subordinates, Banmu's desire for a swift resolution to the situation was fulfilled. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for this incident, Banmu said, patting Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Thank you, boss. Xiaoqing responded, knowing that the matter was now settled, and it would be inappropriate for anyone to mention it again in the future. At that moment, a commotion stirred in the distance, as if something were approaching Xiaoqing and the others. Raising their eyes, they beheld numerous flying Pokémon in the sky, each ridden by their trainers. The sheer number of flying Pokémon created a dark cloud, descending upon them. Xiaoqing and his companions were bewildered. Who are these people? Prepare for battle. They are the Alliance's aerial forces, Banmu instructed as he observed the approaching Pokémon. Upon hearing Banmu's command, Xiaoqing and the others readied their Pokémon for combat. Yet, rather than attacking, the newcomers halted in midair not far from Xiaoqing. I am Elder Ball of the Alliance. I grant you 10 minutes to leave peacefully. Should you remain, none shall be spared. The leader, perched atop a Charizard, declared as he swooped closer, addressing Xiaoqing's group. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 100, near master level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Xiaoqing was taken aback, as he had not expected the Alliance to send an Elder with a near master level Pokémon. Truly the Alliance, having long operated in the Kanto region, possessed numerous formidable individuals. Ball, dispatched by Jiasi, assumed the figures below were mere fodder, easily vanquishable. However, he was unaware that the very embodiment of Team Rocket's elite stood before him, including all 5 generals and Banmu himself. The higher-ups of Team Rocket were no strangers to Ball's name. Seize that old fool. Eliminate the rest, Banmu commanded, his expression dark as he glared at Ball hovering above, who clearly disrespected him by flaunting his position. He would not tolerate anyone overshadowing him. With Banmu's order, Xiaoqing and Athena promptly directed their Pokémon into action. Xiaoqing charged ahead, uninterested in the lesser threats. His sights were set solely on Ball. You seek your demise, boy, Ball seethed, incensed not only by the disrespect shown by Team Rocket, but also by Xiaoqing's audacity to confront him directly. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Ball commanded, watching as the approaching Mega Sharpedo closed in, instructing his Charizard to initiate the attack. Mega Sharpedo evaded the assault and engaged Charizard in close combat. Xiaoqing observed, realizing that if Mega Sharpedo approached Charizard, Ball would be unable to unleash its full power due to his presence on its back. Charizard, retreat. As an experienced trainer, Ball quickly discerned Xiaoqing's strategy and hastily commanded Charizard to increase the distance from Mega Sharpedo. Everyone charge, Ball shouted to his subordinates. But his call met with silence as no one responded. Ball turned his gaze towards the rear, and in an instant, his expression twisted with disbelief. All the subordinates he had brought lay motionless upon the ground. Chapter 132, A Reunion with Yolongdu. Ball observed the encroaching figures of Athena and her companions, then glanced down at the numerous fallen men around him. He had not anticipated that his formidable entourage would be so easily dispatched by these individuals, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. You seek death. Ball seethed with rage, for all his elite troops from the Alliance's aerial division had been vanquished. Even if he managed to return safely, Jia Xi would not spare him from the consequences. Fire Dragon, unleash flamethrower. Ball roared, his heart burning with vengeance, determined to eliminate these adversaries before him. Naturally, Xiao Chun and his companions would not remain passive in the face of Ball's onslaught. They commanded their Pokémon to counter the Fire Dragon's attack. Given that Ball's Fire Dragon had attained master-level prowess, while Xiao Chun's Pokémon were at the semi-master level, the battle was fiercely contested. Roar! Ball's Fire Dragon unleashed a deafening roar, forcing the Pokémon of Xiao Chun's group to retreat. Indeed, the disparity between semi-master and master levels was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Even with 5 semi-master Pokémon, they were no match for Ball's formidable Fire Dragon. Garchomp, Mega Evolve. As Ball's Fire Dragon advanced, Xiao Chun resolved to unleash his full power. Upon uttering these words, the keystone resonated with Garchomp's Mega Stone, initiating its transformation. As the brilliance subsided, the Mega Garchomp let out a fearsome roar directed at the Fire Dragon. Although the previous Garchomp had struggled against the Fire Dragon, the newly evolved Mega Garchomp regarded it with scorn. With its level soaring to 103, it surpassed the master-level Fire Dragon in strength. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw, Xiao Chun commanded, casting a glance at Ball, aware that the time for counterattack had arrived. Fire Dragon, use Flamethrower. Ball, taken aback by the sudden surge in Garchomp's might, hastily instructed his Fire Dragon to respond. Garchomp's Dragon Claw cleaved through the Fire Dragon's Flamethrower with unrelenting speed, striking the Fire Dragon before it could react, inflicting considerable damage. How can this be? Ball exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. The Garchomp that had previously been dominated by his Fire Dragon had now become a formidable adversary. Even the watching members of Team Rocket were taken aback by Xiao Chun's prowess. The 4 generals who had once boasted before him now wore expressions of grave concern. They had previously resented Banmu for favoring Xiao Chun, believing he had intervened out of fear that Xiao Chun could not match their strength. Yet now, it seemed Banmu was indeed protecting them, for the Fire Dragon they had struggled against was being thoroughly outclassed by Xiao Chun's Garchomp. Banmu himself felt a twinge of astonishment, having never witnessed Xiao Chun unleash his full potential. Observing the Mega Garchomp, his curiosity regarding Mega Evolution was piqued. Garchomp, do not relent. Follow up with Rocket Headbutt. Xiao Chun pressed the attack, urging Garchomp onward. The beleaguered Fire Dragon found itself unable to mount any defense, succumbing once more to Garchomp's relentless assault, reeling from the blows. Damn it, Fire Dragon, retaliate! Ball shouted in desperation. In truth, the Fire Dragon was capable of defending itself against Garchomp. However, Ball's panic had hindered his ability to issue the correct commands. Just as Ball was on the verge of collapse, another figure emerged. Dragonite, use Fire Blast. The voice rang out, and a torrent of flames surged towards Xiao Chun's Garchomp. Reacting swiftly, Garchomp evaded the oncoming attack. Who dares? Xiao Chun wondered, perplexed by this sudden ambush. You have quite the short memory, haven't you? A jubilant Dragonite appeared, bearing a red-haired man, none other than the previously elusive Yulongdu. After escaping from Xiao Chun, he had sought refuge to heal his Pokémon before returning to the Alliance. Upon arriving at the Alliance's headquarters, he learned from Jia Xi of Ball's mission to reclaim the Miracle Fruit Tree in Nibi City. Now, without the support of Yulong Mingyang and the entire Yulong clan, Yulongdu found himself diminished in value in the eyes of Jia Xi and others. Hearing of Ball's intentions, he sought to join the endeavor to prove his worth. Well, if at ISNT the Kanto champion, reduced to a pitiful state, your desperate escape suits your title quite well. Yulongdu mocked, recalling the near annihilation of the Yulong clan. It was shocking that one of its pillars had fled when the clan was on the verge of destruction. And yet, a seasoned expert like you cannot best someone who has only just begun their journey. Perhaps you should consider finding a place to bury yourself, my friend. What purpose do you serve in this world? Xiao Chun retorted, his disdain palpable. Yulongdu's anger nearly rendered him speechless. Xiao Chun's barbed tongue had consistently bested him. Enough of the banter. Are you brave enough to face us both in battle? Ball interjected, noticing how Xiao Chun's words had rattled Yulongdu. He glanced at his rejuvenated Fire Dragon, ready to ally with Yulongdu against Xiao Chun. Oh, so you wish to overwhelm me with numbers? Xiao Chun remarked, understanding Ball's strategy. Though he remained unfazed by the addition of Yulongdu, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. Glancing at Ball and Yulongdu, then at Athena and her companions behind him, an idea blossomed. Are you afraid, boy? If you are, kneel and beg for mercy, and we might let you go. Ball taunted, believing he had instilled fear in Xiao Chun. Since you want to gang up on me, I shall not hold back. Gentlemen, I would appreciate your assistance. Xiao Chun declared, ignoring Ball and signaling to Athena and her companions to join him. Seeing Xiao Chen's cue, Athena and the others moved to encircle Yolongdu and Ball. If you enjoy overwhelming your opponents, then allow me to show you the taste of your own medicine. Xiao Chen sneered at Yolongdu and Ball. Chapter 133. The Champion's Demise. As Xiao Chun and his companions closed in, both Ball and Yolongdu felt a surge of anxiety. They were acutely aware of Athena's formidable strength, and a single misstep could lead to their undoing. I must survive, Banmu suddenly interjected, having decided that keeping Ball and Yolongdu alive held potential value. After all, these two were high-ranking members of the Alliance. Their lives would undoubtedly prove more beneficial than their deaths. Indeed, Xiao Chen's group replied in unison. Regardless of the futility in slaying Yolongdu and Ball, since Banmu intends to spare their lives, so be it. The Garchomp unleashed Dragon Pulse. Observing that Yolongdu and Ball showed no inclination to strike first, Xiaoqing resolved to take the initiative. The Charizard employed Origin Pulse. Ball shouted towards his Charizard, and this time, he reacted swiftly. The Origin Pulse from Charizard countered the Dragon Pulse of Garchomp. Although Ball had temporarily thwarted Xiaoqing's advance, Yolongdu found himself in dire straits. Yolongdu's Dragonite was encircled by the Pokémon of Athena and her companions, compelled to fend off assaults from all directions. Despite Dragonite's superior strength, the simultaneous onslaught from 4 Pokémon of comparable master-level prowess left him overwhelmed. How infuriating! Witnessing his Dragonite ensnared in a fierce struggle, Yolongdu seethed with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Ball, seeing that Yolongdu was on the verge of succumbing, repeatedly attempted to send Charizard to assist him. But Charizard was relentlessly held back by Xiaoqing's Garchomp, leaving no opportunity for support. Realizing Ball was preoccupied, Yolongdu too became incensed, commanding Dragonite to retaliate fiercely. Though Dragonite bore numerous wounds, Yolongdu pressed on, knowing that failure to fight with all his might would mean death. Garchomp executed Draco Meteor. Xiaoqing, noticing Charizard's fruitless assault, devised a plan. Garchomp expelled a colossal energy sphere skyward, which detonated, transforming into a rain of meteors. Charizard, be cautious. Ball urgently warned his Charizard, which promptly prepared to evade the descending meteors. However, to their astonishment, the meteors were not aimed at Ball's Charizard but were all directed towards Yolongdu's Dragonite. What? By the time Yolongdu realized the meteors were targeting him, it was too late. They descended upon Dragonite with overwhelming force, leaving him no chance to evade. Boom. The meteors struck, burying Dragonite beneath their debris. Dragonite! Yolongdu cried out, rushing towards the pile of fallen stones, desperate to rescue his Pokémon. You must be all right. We promised to stand atop the world together. Yolongdu's hands rummaged through the rubble, bloodied and bruised by the sharp fragments. Unbeknownst to him, Wujian had circled behind him while he was preoccupied with digging. Taking advantage of Yolongdu's distraction, Wujian delivered a powerful kick to Yolongdu's side, sending him flying. And you dare claim to stand atop the world? Wujian scoffed at the sight of Yolongdu being flung away. At that moment, Yolongdu remained silent, prompting Wujian to wonder why he lay there, unresponsive despite the humiliation. Yolongdu lay face down, the ground beneath him stained with blood, slowly spreading outward. No, it can't be that he's dead. Wujian glanced at Athena and her companions, uncertainty clouding his brow. Why not check for yourself? Athena shot Wujian a scornful look, signaling him to investigate. Cautiously, Wujian approached Yolongdu, gently flipping him over. Yolongdu's face was smeared with blood, his eyes wide open. Wujian placed a finger on Yolongdu's nose, then turned to Athena and the others, shaking his head. The champion of the Kanto region, Yolongdu, had perished just like that. Panic washed over Wujian. Banmu had instructed that Yolongdu be kept alive, and now, due to his kick, he had inadvertently caused Yolongdu's demise, leaving Wujian anxious about Banmu's potential wrath. Yolongdu, Ball, witnessing Yolongdu's death, was consumed with rage. He cast a glance at Yolongdu while fending off Xiaoqing's Garchomp's attacks. Yet Ball's fury was not born from grief over Yolongdu's demise, but rather from his incompetence. Now, he was left to contend with numerous adversaries. Curse it! Charizard, unleash Blast Burn. Ball commanded, hoping to temporarily force back Xiaoqing's Garchomp and escape. Yet Athena and her companions blocked his retreat. What is this? Do you wish for mutual destruction? Ball glared at Xiaoqing and the others as they closed in, their intentions clear. Fish may perish, but the net shall not break. Garchomp executed Dragon Dive, while Xiaoqing shouted commands. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ball readied himself for a desperate struggle. Bankira, employ Shadow Wave. Hydreigon, unleash Dark Pulse. Abiogai, use Poison Sting. Charizard, Flamethrower. Just as Ball's Charizard prepared to counter Xiaoqing's Garchomp's attack, Athena and her companion struck, directing their Pokémon to assault Ball's Charizard. Roar! Charizard was struck by the combined assaults of Athena's Pokémon, letting out a pained roar. The attack it was about to unleash interrupted. Garchomp's Dragon Dive collided directly with Ball's Charizard, which, overwhelmed by the barrage, fell to the ground. Seeing his Charizard down, Ball, realizing the battle was lost, slumped helplessly to the ground, awaiting the wrath of Team Rocket. Elder Ball. At that moment, Banmu emerged from behind Xiaoqing and his companions, standing before Ball. Hearing his name called, Ball looked up, startled to see the leader of the Tokiwa Gym, Banmu, standing there. Banmu, please save me. These Team Rocket fiends killed Yolongdu monsters. All of them. Ball hid behind Banmu, eyeing Xiaoqing and the others warily. With Banmu's presence, a glimmer of hope flickered in Ball's heart. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and his companions could not help but smile at Ball's comical demeanor, perceiving him as a jester. Banmu, act quickly, Ball urged from behind. Banmu ignored Ball and turned his attention to Xiaoqing and the others. Everyone, tell him who I am. Banmu bellowed. Boss Banmu. The Team Rocket members shouted in unison. Their declaration left Ball momentarily stunned, causing him to step back, and in his panic, he stumbled and fell to the ground, yet his gaze remained fixed on Banmu. Why, you're the leader of Team Rocket? Ball stammered, pointing at Banmu. Despite having already formed a conclusion in his mind, he still sought Banmu's confirmation. After all, it was hard to believe that a gym leader of the Alliance would suddenly claim to be the head of the largest criminal organization in Kanto. Indeed, that is I. Banmu replied, meeting Ball's gaze. Upon receiving Banmu's confirmation, despair enveloped Ball. He lay flat on the ground, motionless, having resigned to his fate. Take him away and ensure he is well guarded. Banmu disregarded Ball and summoned 2 subordinates to escort the unconscious Ball from the ground. Boss, at that moment, Wu Jianfeng stepped forward, gazing at Banmu, his heart racing with trepidation that Banmu might punish him for having killed Yolongdu. I know what you wish to say. It's merely Yolongdu, a mere casualty. Just be more cautious next time. Banmu showed no intention of reprimanding Wu Jianfeng. Hearing Banmu's words, Wu Jianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping punishment was a blessing. Now that the battle here has concluded, you should return to your respective territories and continue executing the plan, Banmu directed, his gaze shifting towards Athena and her companions. Yes, Athena and her group responded in unison, turning to depart. Wait, Banmu spoke again, causing Athena and her companions to halt in their tracks, turning back to await his words. I am aware that your purpose in coming here was to acquire the miraculous fruit tree, and I understand its allure to you. Rest assured, you shall receive your share of the spoils this time. However, I do not wish to witness another incident like what transpired today. Banmu's expression remained impassive, but his words carried a hint of admonition. Thank you, boss. The relief and joy on Athena and her companions' faces were palpable. They had initially feared that their visit would yield no rewards and tarnish their standing in Banmu's eyes. To their astonishment, not only were they spared his ire, but they also secured what they desired, thereby deepening their loyalty to Banmu. Such is perhaps the method by which Banmu adeptly manages the entirety of Team Rocket, offering a slap followed by a sweet date. Satisfied, Athena and her companions departed. Come, Xiaoqing, guide me to the miraculous fruit grove, Banmu instructed after Athena and her group had taken their leave, eager to finally explore the grove he had longed to see. Under Xiaoqing's guidance, Banmu beheld the miraculous fruit grove, his delight evident as he surveyed the enchanting scenery, a smile never leaving his face. After a lengthy gaze, he left the grove, ensuring that a squad of elite guards remained to protect this cherished locale. Upon descending from Nibi Mountain, Banmu remained in high spirits, insisting on hosting a celebratory feast to reward the many members of Team Rocket for their hard work. The banquet was a lively affair, with Team Rocket members toasting and sharing laughter, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. In stark contrast to the revelry at Team Rocket's banquet, the atmosphere in Jiaxi's office was unusually somber. He sat surrounded by clouds of smoke that transformed his office into a surreal realm, yet his expression remained cold and detached. He had just received alarming news. Yolongdu was dead, and even Ball had fallen into the hands of Team Rocket. Jiaxi initially found it hard to believe, for Yolongdu and Ball were no ordinary foes. They were formidable powerhouses standing at the zenith of strength, especially Ball, a true master whose capture seemed implausible. However, after attempting to reach Ball and failing, Jiaxi's skepticism turned to certainty. There had never been a time when Ball did not respond to his summons. The inability to contact Ball signaled that something grave had transpired. Having lingered here for quite some time, Jiaxi knew he needed to secure an escape route. In the ongoing conflict with Team Rocket, his forces had suffered considerable losses, while Team Rocket only grew stronger, bolstered by new trainers joining their ranks. While his own team dwindled, some even fleeing at the mere sight of Team Rocket. What troubled Jassy most, however, was that some individuals within the alliance had turned their weapons against their own, defecting to Team Rocket. He recognized that the populace was increasingly disenchanted with the alliance, preferring to align with Team Rocket rather than continue fighting for the alliance. Moreover, rumors detrimental to the alliance were spreading within its ranks, igniting unrest among many. Jassy understood the root of the problem, yet he felt powerless to address it. He had contemplated eliminating these dissenters, but doing so would only provoke further rebellion. With the Yulong clan annihilated, and even his direct subordinate Ball captured by the enemy, he could only depend on himself to uphold the alliance's integrity. Without Jassy, the alliance would be easily vanquished by Team Rocket. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jassy took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke billowing from his nostrils. Meanwhile, after capturing Nibby City, Banmu granted all members of Team Rocket a day of rest following the celebratory feast, acknowledging the need for a reprieve after their hard work. Once the holiday concluded, Xiaocheng and his team were set to resume their operations. Xiaocheng learned from Banmu that the forces led by Yulong Bing had been unstoppable during this time, overpowering the alliance's members with ease. As Banmu spoke of Yulong Bing, a smile adorned his face. Such a valiant subordinate, obediently following orders and working tirelessly without demands, was one that even Banmu held in high esteem. Eager not to be outdone by Yulong Bing, Xiaocheng also commanded his team to prepare for their journey. Soon, the troops assembled, and Xiaocheng led them forth on their quest. Chapter 135, Qingyuan City. Qingyuan City, a picturesque locale, was now shrouded in an atmosphere of panic. Once bustling streets lay deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly sealed, as if bracing for an impending catastrophe. Within the mayor's office, Mayor Zhu of Qingyuan City convened with several high-ranking officials, their expressions grave and silent, tension palpable in the air. Mayor Zhu, Team Rocket is nearing our Qingyuan City, and during this time, a significant number of our citizens have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The populace is gripped by fear. What should we do? A middle-aged man, named Yejian, the Minister of Public Security responsible for the city's defense, inquired with a quiver of apprehension in his voice. They had received word that Team Rocket had recently captured Zhangta City, not far from Qingyuan, and it was anticipated they would reach Qingyuan before nightfall. In a desperate attempt to prevent further defections to Team Rocket, the Alliance's upper echelons were disseminating tales of the organization's malevolence, warning of the torturous fates awaiting those captured by Team Rocket, portraying them as merciless demons who would leave no survivors. Certainly, while it is true that the majority of the messages disseminated are false, a significant portion of the populace still believes in them, resulting in a dwindling number of those willing to ally with the Rocket Team. Many would rather fight to the bitter end alongside the Rocket Team than surrender. At this moment, seated at the conference table is Zhu, who wears a furrowed brow. As the mayor of Qingyuan City, he finds himself in a predicament more dire than anyone else. Qingyuan City stands as the last bastion before the Quartz City, the headquarters of the Alliance, and is the final line of defense against the Rocket Team. The president of the Gando Alliance, Jia Ci, has communicated with him, leaving no avenue of retreat. Should Qingyuan City fall to the Rocket Team, even if Jia Ci manages to escape, he would dispatch assassins to eliminate Zhu, whose family has already been relocated to Quartz City under the Alliance's control. Even if Zhu were to flee, his family would face retribution from Jia Ci. However, as long as Zhu steadfastly defends Qingyuan City, even in the event of its downfall, his family would be looked after by the Alliance. Were it not for his family being in the Alliance's grasp, Zhu would have already aligned himself with the Rocket Team. He possesses a secret weapon, one that he believes would compel the Rocket Team to spare him due to its significance. Yet, with his family already ensnared by the Alliance, Zhu finds himself with no path of retreat, compelled to defend Qingyuan City with his life. Nonetheless, when the topic of missing persons arises, a flicker of madness briefly flashes in Zhu's eyes, unnoticed by the others. What shall we do? Do you truly believe the Rocket Team will spare us? You must not entertain any other thoughts. We have but one path to tread, and that is to hold our ground. We shall fight to the end against the Rocket Team. Zhu gazes into the night, surveying the senior officials of Qingyuan City gathered around him, his tone resolute, both admonishing them against any inclination to side with the Rocket Team and affirming his determination to continue the fight. At that moment, the numerous high-ranking officials of Qingyuan City fall silent, with a few who had initially advocated for retreat now too intimidated to voice their opinions. Very well, everyone. The rocket team is not as formidable as the tales suggest. If we unite our efforts, they shall not breach Qingyuan City. Minister Yi, please proceed to assign our defensive tasks. Zhe Wu offers encouragement to the assembly, turning his gaze to the Minister of Defense, Yi Jian, who secretly supports the notion of evacuating Qingyuan City, finds himself unable to speak up with his allies now silenced. And thus he must follow Zhe Wu's directives to begin organizing the city's defenses. Witnessing this unfold, Zhe Wu feels a surge of assurance regarding the defense of Qingyuan City. Though unbeknownst to those present, he harbors a secret weapon that even the alliance's president, Jia Xi, is unaware of. This weapon is the wellspring of his confidence. Meanwhile, not far from Qingyuan City, Zhangta City has transformed into a raging inferno, its skyscrapers reduced to rubble. Inside the mayor's office of Zhangta City, a lifeless body is being dragged out by two members of the rocket team. Xiao Qin gazes at the deceased with a grim expression. The body just removed was that of the mayor of Zhangta City. During this time, Xiao Qin has observed that the cities closest to the Alliance headquarters are increasingly difficult to conquer, especially their high-ranking officials, who typically exhibit cowardice but now seem willing to risk everything, even fighting back fiercely. The recent mayor of Zhangta City exemplifies this. Initially thought to have surrendered, he attempted to approach Xiao Qin under the guise of capitulation, only to be discovered and slain by Xiao Qin in turn. Xiao Qin understands that this is likely a scheme orchestrated by the Alliance. Seated in the chair that once belonged to the mayor of Zhangta City, Xiao Qin feels no elation from his victory. He resembles a volcano that could erupt at any moment. The assault on Zhangta City has been fraught with difficulties. The trainers resist with their lives, and even ordinary citizens have risen against the rocket team, occasionally ambushing members and causing Xiao Qin considerable frustration, with no solution in sight. After all, he cannot simply exterminate everyone. Xiao Qin is indifferent. To him, they are merely inconsequential figures, and their deaths would not concern him. However, Ban Mu has long emphasized the importance of not harming those ordinary individuals lacking the means to defend themselves. Were it not for Ban Mu's orders, the rocket team's first course of action upon conquering a city would be to thoroughly pillage it. Yulong Tian, sensing Xiao Qin's distress, approaches him from behind and begins to massage his shoulders. With her presence, Xiao Qin gradually regains his composure. General, we have completely taken control of Zhangta City. What should our next step be? Inquires Ling Feng, Xiao Qin's foremost subordinate. Xiao Qin gazes at Ling Feng, deep in thought. What shall we do? Assemble the troops and launch a direct assault on Qingyuan City to rendezvous with the boss. He issues the command to Ling Feng. Recently, he received word that Ban Mu and Yulong Bing's forces have already breached the last line of defense of the Alliance headquarters, and he is eager not to lag behind. Understood. Ling Feng promptly departs to execute Xiao Qin's orders. Qingyuan City? After Ling Feng's departure, Xiao Qin begins to examine the intelligence regarding their next target, Qingyuan City. In a small town named Tianming, not far from Quartz City, a gathering of individuals clad in uniform attire, emblazoned with a prominent R on their chests, signifies the arrival of the rocket team. Within a larger house, a man sits on a sofa while a woman holding a folder stands behind him, and two diversely dressed women occupy the adjacent sofa. The man gazes intently towards Quartz City, his eyes glimmering with fervor. He's the last one. Chapter 136, Breaching Qingyuan City. Where is Demuchen now? Inquires Ban Mu, seated on the sofa, addressing the attendant behind him, Zhen Yao. Athena and Yulong Bing, also seated on the sofa, share a curiosity about Xiao Qin's current whereabouts, given that he is the only one yet to arrive. According to the latest intelligence, General Demuchen is positioned in Zhangta City and is likely en route to Qingyuan City. Zhen Yao reports Xiao Qin's status. Qingyuan City? Ban Mu muses over the name, as if struck by a thought, and turns to Zhen Yao. Have the other three generals reached their designated positions? All three generals have arrived at their assigned locations and are awaiting your command to commence operations, Zhen Yao replies. Ban Mu nods, now awaiting news from Xiao Qin's end. At this moment in Qingyuan City, darkness has descended. Xiao Qin stands not far from Qingyuan City's towering gates, flanked by numerous members of the rocket team. Prepare to initiate the attack on Qingyuan City in 30 minutes, he instructs Ling Feng. Yes, Ling Feng responds before turning to implement Xiao Qin's orders. Before long, half an hour passes, and the rocket team is ready. Xiao Qin, surveying the city walls of Qingyuan City, releases his Garchomp, intending to take the lead in this assault. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Rage. Xiao Qin commands his formidable Pokémon. Soon, an immense energy converged within the maw of the fierce Garchomp, which was ultimately unleashed in a powerful blast. The Dragon Rage, imbued with colossal force, hurtled towards the city walls of Qingyuan. A thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by the ominous sound of stones tumbling. At the moment of the explosion, the previously darkened sky was illuminated. As the shockwave dissipated, a gaping breach was left in the city walls ahead. Brothers, advance. Xiaocheng commanded with a sweeping gesture towards the numerous Team Rocket members behind him, leading the charge into the heart of Qingyuan City. Inside the city, chaos erupted in the wake of the explosion. Many who had been asleep were jolted awake, and fear swiftly spread throughout Qingyuan. Bang, bang, bang. Mayor, we have a situation. Yi Jian frantically pounded on the door of Zhe Wu's residence, the sound echoing urgently. At that moment, he was oblivious to his own appearance. Inside, Zhe Wu had already been roused by the explosion and, hearing the fervent knocking, deduced that something was amiss. What has happened? What was that explosion? Zhe Wu inquired of Yi Jian, his brow furrowed with concern. Mayor, Team Rocket has breached Qingyuan City. That explosion was their assault on our walls. Yi Jian, brimming with anxiety, understood the gravity of the situation. The city walls were their primary defense against Team Rocket, now rendered ineffective, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Despite the advantages provided by the high walls in the Pokémon world, the reality was dire. Zhe Wu's heart sank at Yi Jian's words. Qingyuan had fallen so easily. He had hoped to hold out for at least 2 days behind the walls while seeking reinforcements from Jiaxi, only to discover that the defenses had been shattered. Mayor, Team Rocket is inside the city. What should we do now? Yi Jian, observing Zhe Wu's momentary daze, felt a wave of despair wash over him. If Zhe Wu had no plan, their fate was sealed. There's no choice now, Zhe Wu contemplated before turning towards the garage adjacent to his house. Yi Jian, noticing Zhe Wu's movement, hastily followed. As Zhe Wu opened the garage door, a spiral staircase leading downwards came into view. Yi Jian paused in confusion, unable to comprehend why there would be such a lengthy staircase beneath the mayor's garage. Zhe Wu approached the stairs and pressed a switch, illuminating the descent, though the end remained obscured. Let us proceed, Zhe Wu declared, descending first, with Yi Jian promptly trailing after him. They continued their descent, the staircase seemingly endless. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Qingyuan, with the cries of the populace echoing throughout the city. Lying scattered across the ground were the lifeless bodies of people and Pokémon, a sight that instilled dread. Xiaocheng strolled through the mayhem, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he absorbed the despairing screams and wails surrounding him. Yulong Tiantian followed closely behind, her expression cold as she surveyed the scene. Initially frightened by such sights, she had grown accustomed to them over time, her demeanor transforming into one of chilling detachment, contrasting sharply with her former innocent appearance. Only in Xiaocheng's presence did she display her naive side. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, along with a contingent of guards, encircled Xiaocheng, aware that, despite his formidable strength, they could not allow external influences to disrupt him. After surveying the area, Xiaocheng grew bored. After a prolonged search, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. He casually instructed his subordinates to seize an individual to guide them to the mayor's office. The unfortunate soul, nearly paralyzed with fear upon seeing Xiaocheng and his entourage, quickly complied, leading them towards the mayor's office in Qingyuan. Meanwhile, Zhe Wu and Yi Jian were still navigating the staircase, with Yi Jian hesitating, words caught in his throat. They had already been descending for nearly half an hour without reaching the end, and Yi Jian feared that if they continued much longer, Qingyuan would fall into Team Rocket's hands. At last, after some time, they arrived at a stone door. What is this? Yi Jian inquired, puzzled, but Zhe Wu remained silent. Approaching the stone door, Zhe Wu pressed a recessed panel, triggering a series of mechanical clicks. As the door slowly opened, a passage stretching several meters revealed itself. With a firm step, Zhe Wu entered, and Yi Jian followed closely. Upon traversing the passage, they encountered an ordinary wooden door blocking their path. Zhe Wu pushed it open, and as the door swung wide, a flood of light enveloped them, momentarily blinding Yi Jian. Once his vision adjusted, he peered inside and was left utterly stunned. Chapter 137. The monsters created by Zhe Wu. Yi Jian stood at the threshold, momentarily speechless at the sight before him. He could clearly discern a human skeleton facing him. Though he could not immediately ascertain its authenticity, it evoked a profound discomfort within him. Ignoring Yi Jian's shock, Zhe Wu strode forward into the chamber. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Jian gritted his teeth and followed. Inside, the sight that greeted him sent chills down his spine. Towering containers filled with blue liquid loomed nearby, each encasing human bodies submerged within. But it was not merely the presence of these bodies that unsettled Yi Jian, it was the grotesque appearance of the figures within. Rather than humans, They resembled monstrous aberrations. Some displayed twisted expressions, their mouths agape, revealing elongated fangs, while others sported a multitude of eyes across their faces. A sight that made Yi Jian shudder. The most horrifying of all were those whose bodies were grotesquely covered in an array of misshapen arms, resembling grotesque, fleshy spheres. These entities defied description as mere humans. "Welcome to my laboratory," Zhe Wu exclaimed, raising his arms in excitement as he regarded Yi Jian. "What are these?" Yi Jian asked, his voice trembling as he observed Zhe Wu fiddling with the instruments nearby. At the center of the containers stood a colossal apparatus adorned with incomprehensible runes, which Zhe Wu was currently manipulating. "These merely failed experiments," Zhe Wu scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the monstrous beings contained within. "Failed experiments?" Yi Jian questioned, bewildered by the implications of Zhe Wu's words. At that moment, Yi Jian discovered something that instantly clarified Zhe Wu's intentions. He rushed towards a container, staring incredulously at a grotesque little girl within, her expression fierce, with two arms protruding from both her back and chest. "Isn't that the little Lan who went missing in Qingyuan City not long ago? The mass disappearance of citizens is your doing. You are conducting human experiments," Yi Jian exclaimed, turning to confront Zhe Wu, seizing his collar with fervor. "Is it so surprising?" Zhe Wu shrugged off Yi Jian's grip, his demeanor indifferent. "How dare you use the citizens of Qingyuan City for your experiments? You are the mayor," Yi Jian shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhe Wu. He could not comprehend how the amiable mayor, who was so well regarded by the public, could transform into a demon engaged in such horrific practices. Even the experimentation on Pokémon was illegal. It was unfathomable that Zhe Wu would dare to use living humans in his tests. "Yi Jian, you remain naively oblivious, do you not? They are mere ordinary people, powerless to resist when faced with danger. I can grant them formidable strength, even enabling a defenseless child to possess the might to rend beasts asunder. I aim to bestow such overwhelming power upon all ordinary individuals. Can you not comprehend?" Zhe Wu regarded Yi Jian, gesturing towards the people in the surrounding containers, passionately articulating his terrifying vision, his demeanor bordering on madness. Yi Jian stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to bring this deranged man back to reason. "You fail to grasp my words, so follow me," Zhe Wu declared, dismissing Yi Jian's bewildered expression and striding deeper into the facility. Yi Jian, compelled by an inexplicable urge, followed suit. Before them lay a darkened passage, from which echoed a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of savage beasts. They traversed the corridor, arriving at another door. As Zhe Wu pushed it open, a foul stench, mingling with the characteristic odor of a livestock farm, assaulted their senses, accompanied by the distant growls of beasts. Yi Jian, overwhelmed by the stench, leaned against the wall, retching. Zhe Wu cast a glance at him before stepping inside, and after regaining his composure, Yi Jian followed. Upon entering, Yi Jian found himself in a circular amphitheater, with a circular iron mesh at its center, descending several dozen meters below, reminiscent of an ancient coliseum. Below, a multitude of humanoid creatures swarmed, an overwhelming number. No, they were better described as humanoid monsters, who possesses a dozen arms and two heads. These monstrosities mirrored those he had seen in the laboratory's containers. Yet now they were alive. As they noticed Yi Jian's arrival, the creatures erupted into a cacophony of roars, causing the entire horde to stir. Yi Jian stood aghast, his worldview shattered by the grotesque spectacle before him. At that moment, Zhe Wu activated a switch in the amphitheater. Suddenly, a hatch in the iron cage opened, and a massive mechanical arm descended, carrying a cow. The mechanical arm slowly lowered the cow towards the creatures below. The sight sent the monsters into frenzied excitement, their eyes turning blood red as they roared in anticipation. "Moo!" The cow emitted a terrified cry, yet the mechanical arm showed no signs of halting. Some of the creatures, unable to contain their eagerness, leapt from their positions, pouncing upon the cow with frenzied roars. The cow's anguished cries filled the air, but the monsters continued their assault, an ever-growing number overwhelming the animal, which was soon engulfed in a sea of ravenous beasts. In mere moments, the cow was devoured, blood smearing the creatures' mouths. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Yi Jian could no longer contain himself and retched violently. "You are responsible for creating these abominations?" he gasped, his eyes filled with terror as he turned to Zhe Wu. "Indeed, I am their creator. Do you not find them remarkable?" Zhe Wu replied, his gaze filled with a yearning for validation. "No, you are nothing but a madman, a remorseless demon, an utter beast," Yi Jian shouted, pointing at Zhe Wu in outrage. Zhe Wu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. "It seems you must experience their perfection firsthand to truly understand," he retorted. With that, The mechanical arm that had previously held the cow suddenly seized Yejian, dragging him towards the throng of monsters. As the mechanical limb descended, Yejian found himself perilously close to the creatures below, the stench of blood and decay assaulting his senses. "Zwu, stop this!" Yejian cried out, horrified as the monsters, saliva dripping from their jaws, fixated on him. "Stop? Huh. They have not feasted in ages. That cow merely whetted their appetites. Now, you shall serve as nourishment for the warriors who will fight for me," Zwu exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Yejian struggled desperately against the mechanical grip, aware that even if he escaped, he would face the multitude of monsters below. There would be no escape from his demise. At that moment, an 8-legged creature twisted its body, propelling itself towards Yejian, landing atop him. One of its hands gripped the mechanical arm, while the other seized Yejian's limb, dragging it to its jaws to devour. Blood spurted from Yejian's severed arm, creating a horrifying tableau. Yejian screamed in agony, watching helplessly as the 8-legged monster feasted upon his flesh. The sounds of teeth grinding against bone echoing in his ears. Despair enveloped him as other creatures, witnessing the feast, joined in the carnage, tearing him apart. After Yejian was consumed, the remaining monsters continued to search for more food, emitting low growls as they scanned their surroundings. Zwu, witnessing their behavior, waved his hand, and the monsters fell silent, obediently awaiting his command like soldiers awaiting orders from their commander. Had Yejian still been alive, he would have been astonished to see that Zwu could command these creatures. Zwu laughed heartily, reveling in the sight of his creations, filled with satisfaction. These monsters were the culmination of decades of his labor. Once a doctor, Zwu had witnessed the fragility of human life when he lost his parents in an accident. He became obsessed with the idea of enhancing humanity through bodily modification, which led him down the dark path of human experimentation. Don Zwu, devoid of familial ties and the backing of others, found himself isolated. For few dared to overtly support the undertaking of human experimentation, a venture deemed intolerable by the world at large. Thus, he was compelled to conduct his clandestine experiments in solitude. In pursuit of sustaining his research, he relinquished his medical profession and ventured into the political arena, fully aware that acquiring the necessary resources for his experiments necessitated a measure of power. Ultimately, he ascended to the position of mayor of Qingyuan City, granting him easier access to the materials required for his endeavors. However, due to his inexperience in human experimentation, the results of his research were predominantly failures. Over time, Zwu's original intentions shifted. No longer did he aspire to enhance human strength purely for its own sake, but rather sought to augment individuals' capabilities while simultaneously exerting control over them. Yet these efforts frequently culminated in failure. Recently, after enduring decades of trials and countless setbacks, Zwu finally succeeded in creating his first viable experimental subject, though its exterior left much to be desired. Its performance in terms of strength and obedience exceeded Zwu's expectations. Upon obtaining the final data, he promptly initiated mass production of this type of experimental subject, resulting in the grotesque creatures before him. Raising his hand to check his watch, Zwu realized he had been absent for quite some time. The rocket team must have already seized control of Qingyuan City. Gazing at his formidable creations, he activated a button on the adjacent wall. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently as a vertical passageway appeared above, while the ground beneath the monstrous beings began to rise gradually towards the newly formed tunnel. Grasping the nearby railing tightly, Zwu understood that this passage led directly to the central square of Qingyuan City. A glint of triumph sparkled in his eyes as he surveyed his proud creations. "Rocket team, prepare to witness my prowess." Meanwhile, Qingyuan City lay entirely under the control of the rocket team. Xiao Qin sat before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the mayor's office. Gazing at the city, he had completely subjugated. "Have we located the mayor of Qingyuan City?" he inquired, turning to Ling Feng beside him. "Not yet," Ling Feng replied. "Our search efforts have extended to his residence and potential hiding spots, yet we have still found no trace of him. Our personnel are broadening the search area." Xiao Chun contemplated the few high-ranking officials from Qingyuan City who had been captured, now kneeling before him, some trembling in fear. "Speak. Where has your mayor vanished to?" he demanded, fixing his cold gaze on the nearest individual. "I do not know," the man replied defiantly, regarding Xiao Chun with disdain, leaving it ambiguous whether he was genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance. "Throw him out of here," Xiao Qin ordered, choosing not to press further. Ling Feng promptly seized the man and, without hesitation, hurled him out of the nearby window. The sound of impact echoed, and those present understood that the man had likely met a grim fate. "And you? Where has your mayor gone?" Xiao Chun turned his attention to another individual, whose body shook uncontrollably. I do not know. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I truly have no idea where the mayor is. The man, utterly terrified, prostrated himself on the floor, repeatedly banging his head until blood stained the ground beneath him. Leave no one alive, Xiao Chun stated coolly. It appeared these individuals genuinely had no knowledge of the mayor's whereabouts, rendering their continued existence pointless. Why had the mayor of Qingyuan City suddenly disappeared? According to the high-ranking officials captured, Mayor Zhe Wu had resolutely vowed to fight the rocket team to the bitter end, declaring his intent to stand with Qingyuan City through thick and thin. Now, however, he had inexplicably vanished. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chun resolved to cease his pursuit of the mayor and planned to rendezvous with Ban Mu at dawn. At that moment, Xiao Chun felt the ground vibrating beneath him. This was the 10th floor. Nearby, in the central square of Qingyuan City, an iron mesh cage slowly emerged from the ground. Observing this from the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Chun surmised that the recent tremors were undoubtedly connected to this development, indicating imminent upheaval. At that moment in the square, Zhe Wu and his monstrous army had reached the surface, and the iron cage surrounding them collapsed. As Zhe Wu beheld the members of the rocket team encroaching upon him, a predatory smile crossed his face. Let the hunt begin. What are those things? Yulong Tian exclaimed, pointing at the bizarre humanoid creatures at the center of the square. The onlookers were left astounded by the sight of these 8-legged, 4-armed beings with 2 heads. What on earth were they? Even Xiao Chun was witnessing such abominations for the first time, creatures that were neither human nor Pokémon. That is Mayor Zhe Wu, a high-ranking official from Qingyuan City, who had yet to be silenced by Ling Feng, cried out, pointing toward one of the creatures. The crowd soon recognized the solitary normal figure among the grotesque beings. It was indeed the mayor they had been seeking. Xiao Chun observed Zhe Wu, who remained motionless in the square, intent on discerning his intentions. Xiao Chun was not naive enough to believe that the mayor had been idle during his prolonged absence. Now, as Zhe Wu surveyed the encircling members of the rocket team, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Kill them. Leave none alive, he bellowed. As his command echoed, the monstrous horde behind him erupted into a frenzy, charging toward the rocket team members. The creatures moved with astonishing speed, and before the bewildered members could react, the monsters were upon them. Watch out! A rocket team member, taken by surprise, attempted to summon his Pokémon only to be swiftly dispatched by a creature's lethal strike to his throat, collapsing before he could utter a word. The ensuing chaos saw the relentless slaughter of the rocket team, as even those who managed to release their Pokémon found them quickly overwhelmed by the sheer number of creatures. One member's Onix was brutally cleaved in 2 by a single strike from a 1-armed monster. What are these things? Ling Feng gasped from his vantage point above, astonished by the creature's razor-sharp appendages, which had effortlessly severed the rock-bodied Onix. Xiao Chun, watching the massacre unfold, was filled with icy resolve. Stop those bastards. He could not stand idly by while his subordinates were slaughtered. Summoning his Garchomp, he shattered the glass of the window and leaped onto its back, plunging toward the chaos below. As the group behind Yulong Tian observed that Xiao Chun had already taken action, they swiftly released their Pokémon to follow suit. Eliminate them all, Zhe Wu commanded, watching with delight as his loyal subordinates ruthlessly slaughtered the members of Team Rocket, who were utterly defenseless against these monstrous creatures. At that moment, Zhe Wu noticed a lone Team Rocket member, whose Pokémon was engaged in battle with his minions. Zhe Wu, captivated by the carnage, felt a surge of excitement and decided to join in. He released his own Pokémon, a formidable Chavalang, and commanded it to strike the unfortunate Team Rocket member. Before the Team Rocket member could react, Chavalang's foot was already perilously close to his head. Realizing evasion was futile, he could only brace himself for the inevitable demise. Suddenly, a massive claw grasped Chavalang's leg, flinging it aside with tremendous force. General Mu Chun, the rescued Team Rocket member, exclaimed in sheer relief. Leave at once, Xiao Chun instructed, nodding for the Team Rocket member to escape while he turned his attention to Zhe Wu. Meanwhile, Yulong Tian and the others launched their own assaults against the surrounding Team Rocket members. Are you their leader? Zhe Wu spoke before Xiao Chun could utter a word. Indeed. What do you intend to do? Xiao Chun replied, keen to discern Zhe Wu's intentions. Naturally. I shall eliminate you. Zhe Wu's demeanor shifted, his eyes gleaming with malice as he crouched low, summoning his Chavalang from behind to deliver a fierce kick toward Xiao Chun. Unfazed, Xiao Chun regarded the oncoming attack with a disdainful smile, not even raising an eyelid. For such an assault posed no threat to him. As predicted, Chavalang's attack was intercepted before it could reach Xiao Chun, caught by the jaws of Lai Yao Lu Sha, which immobilized it completely. Lai Yao Lu Sha, render him incapacitated, Xiao Chen commanded, intending to demonstrate to Zhe Wu that not every wretch could prance about in his presence. A sickening crack echoed through the air, accompanied by Shava Lang's anguished cries, as Lai Yao Lu Sha crushed its legs, rendering the creature utterly useless. Shava Lang, Zhe Wu shouted, horrified as he beheld his beloved Pokémon, which had accompanied him on countless journeys, now crippled. Return this wretch to Mayor Zhe Wu, Xiao Chen remarked, observing Zhe Wu's distress with a smirk, instructing Lai Yao Lu Sha to relinquish Shava Lang. With a swift motion, Lai Yao Lu Sha tossed the unconscious Shava Lang at Zhe Wu's feet. Shava Lang. Zhe Wu rushed forward to cradle his Pokémon, relieved to find it merely unconscious, yet heartbroken at the sight of its broken legs. With a heavy heart, Zhe Wu recalled Shava Lang into its Pokeball, glaring at Xiao Chen, the instigator of this tragedy, with eyes filled with murderous intent. I will have your life. Zhe Wu roared, lunging toward Xiao Chen in a fit of rage. Xiao Chen regarded Zhe Wu's reckless charge with disbelief, never expecting someone would willingly rush to their demise. Lai Yao Lu Sha retaliated with a swift strike, sending Zhe Wu crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he knelt before Xiao Chen. At that moment, two nearby monsters, having noticed Zhe Wu's plight, charged toward Xiao Chen. Intrigued, Zhe Wu observed the advancing creatures, while Xiao Chen speculated that they were once human, likely victims of grotesque experimentation at Zhe Wu's hands. To Xiao Chen's astonishment, he realized that there existed individuals more deranged than the Yulong clan. These abominations were mere shadows of their former selves, stripped of humanity. Lai Yao Lu Sha dispatched the two approaching monstrosities with brutal efficiency, severing them in twain. Xiao Chen assessed their strength, determining they were largely at the level of elite trainers, capable of defeating ordinary foes but no match for true powerhouses. Just then, a sense of impending danger washed over Xiao Chen. Without hesitation, he instinctively fell backward. A sickening sound echoed as flesh was sliced. Zhe Wu's arm had extended, wielding a bone dagger, blood dripping from its lethal tip. Chapter 140, Teetering on the Brink of Death. In Tianming Town, Ban Mu glanced at the time. Dawn was approaching. What news of Demu Chen? He inquired of Zhen Yao, the two of them the only souls present. Previously, word had reached them that General Demu Chen had successfully taken Qingyuan City, yet complications had now arisen. What sort of trouble? Ban Mu pressed, curious about Xiao Chen's unusual delay in completing his mission. Zhen Yao recounted the encounters with Zhe Wu and the grotesque creatures, relaying every detail. Monsters? Is there footage? Ban Mu inquired, intrigued by Zhen Yao's description. Zhen Yao produced a video of the battle between Team Rocket's creations and Zhe Wu, playing it before Ban Mu. Interesting. Ensure Xiao Chen navigates through Qingyuan City swiftly. He must rendezvous with us before nightfall, Ban Mu instructed after viewing the footage. Although the creatures Zhe Wu had fashioned piqued his interest, it was merely a fleeting curiosity. Ban Mu would never resort to human experimentation. Meanwhile, in the square of Qingyuan City, a distinct laughter echoed across the battlefield. Ha ha ha, did you ever expect this, kid? I avenged Shava Lang. Zhe Wu cackled, reveling in the sight of Xiao Chen collapsed on the ground, wounded by his attack. Lai Yao Lu Sha, enraged at seeing its trainer harmed, charged fiercely at Zhe Wu. Upon reaching him, it swiped with its claws, only for Zhe Wu to block the strike with a bone protrusion from his arm. Despite defending himself, the force of the attack sent Zhe Wu sprawling backward. Lai Yao Lu Sha, distressed at Xiao Chen's stillness, desperately clawed at him, tears nearly spilling from its eyes. Just as it was about to abandon hope and strike down Zhe Wu, a hand landed on its arm. Ah, Lai Yao Lu Sha, stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy, Xiao Chen managed to say weakly, feeling nauseated from the creature's fervent shaking. Lai Yao Lu Sha, overjoyed at Xiao Chen's return to consciousness, assisted him in rising. Upon standing, Xiao Chen glanced at his right arm, now pierced by Zhe Wu's bone dagger, a shiver running down his spine. Had he not instinctively fallen backward, the dagger would have surely impaled him further, potentially costing him his arm, if not his life. The sensation of teetering on the brink of death was profoundly unsettling, yet Xiao Chen couldn't fault himself. After all, who would expect a bone dagger to suddenly manifest from a person's arm? Xiao Chen cast a glance towards Zhe Wu in the distance, a figure both formidable and merciless, who not only conducted experiments on others, but also subjected his own body to grotesque modifications. No, how is it that you remain unscathed? Zhe Wu exclaimed, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face, as he had presumed that his earlier strike would have ended Xiao Chen's life. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen stood before him, uninjured. I am unharmed, but you shall soon find yourself in dire straits. Xiao Chen glared fiercely at Zhe Wu. his animosity toward the man who had nearly taken his life palpable. "Come protect me." As Zhe Wu perceived Xiao Chun's intent to strike, he shouted desperately for the nearby creatures to shield him. His call proved effective, as dozens of monsters swiftly converged, encircling Zhe Wu in a protective barrier. Their unwavering gazes fixed on Xiao Chun and the fierce Bite Land shark, as if poised to attack should Xiao Chun dare to approach. "Huh, with them here. Do you think you can slay me? Dream on." Zhe Wu, emboldened by the presence of his loyal minions, sneered derisively at Xiao Chun. Ignoring Zhe Wu, Xiao Chun scrutinized the monsters guarding Zhe Wu, perplexed as to what could possibly bind them to him. "Oh, you will soon comprehend that, in the face of absolute power, your so-called subordinates are utterly inconsequential." Upon uttering this, Xiao Chun signaled the Bite Land shark to attack. With a powerful thrust of its right leg, the Bite Land shark launched itself toward Zhe Wu like a cannonball. "Block him," Zhe Wu shouted at his minions. Having learned of the Bite Land shark's formidable might during their previous skirmish, otherwise, how could his Shaowa Long have been so easily vanquished? Following Zhe Wu's command, the monsters huddled together, forming a wall of flesh to shield him. The Bite Land shark regarded this with disdain, swiping at the creature in its path, cleaving it in two with a single stroke. In less than a minute, all dozens of monsters crumbled before the Bite Land shark's ferocity, leaving Zhe Wu in a state of utter disbelief, his legs weakening as he collapsed to the ground. "This cannot be. It's impossible. You must be cheating. How could it be so effortlessly to breach their defenses?" Zhe Wu stared incredulously at the Bite Land shark, claiming that Xiao Chun's creature was overpowering. He was well aware of his minions' capabilities. After his modifications, their skin had become impervious to blades and bullets. So how could they be so easily dispatched by the Bite Land shark? "You know not the extent of its power." The Bite Land shark cleaved him as Xiao Chun had no intention of granting Zhe Wu further chances, urging the creature to relentlessly pursue him. As the Bite Land shark bore down upon him, Zhe Wu hastily raised his arm in a futile attempt to retaliate, but he was no match for such a beast. In the violent collision, he coughed up blood, his right hand severed from his body and sent flying as he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. Just as the Bite Land shark prepared to strike again, several monsters from Zhe Wu's ranks appeared to impede its advance. In this moment, Zhe Wu seized a fleeting opportunity to escape, ordering one of the creatures to carry him away. Xiao Chun, discerning Zhe Wu's intent, summoned all his Pokémon to block the path of his retreat. Cursed be this fate. Zhe Wu fumed as he witnessed his escape route obstructed. Although reinforcements were on the way, a significant number of Zhe Wu's monsters had been intercepted by Team Rocket's other members, leaving only a scant few to reach his side. Yet, these creatures proved inadequate against Xiao Chun's Pokémon, who swiftly toppled them with ease, leaving only the one that bore Zhe Wu. "Now, I shall see where you can flee." Xiao Chun approached Zhe Wu, nursing his injured arm, the pain igniting a desire for vengeance. Xiao Chun's Pokémon encircled Zhe Wu, leaving him with no avenue of escape. "Quick, hold them off and find me an opportunity to flee," Zhe Wu whispered urgently to the creature carrying him. "Why should I?" The creature glared at Zhe Wu, its tone rough. Zhe Wu faltered, failing to grasp that they might dare to defy him. Chapter 141, Monsters Beyond Control. "What did you just say?" Zhe Wu looked incredulously at the creature he had created, astonished that, as their master, they would dare question his authority. "I said, why should I?" The creature replied, enunciating each word with clarity. "I am your master. You cannot defy my commands." Zhe Wu bellowed in rage at the creature standing before him. Observing this spectacle, Xiao Chun signaled his Pokémon to halt, sensing an impending twist of fate. "Master, from this moment forth, you shall be no more." The creature's gaze bore a bloodthirsty glint as it locked eyes with Zhe Wu. "Put me down this instant." Realizing he had lost control of the situation, Zhe Wu desperately sought to escape from the creature's grasp. The creature, however, was resolute, refusing to relinquish its hold on him. "Let me go? I command you to release me." Zhe Wu shouted anxiously, striking at the creature's head, but his blows were ineffectual against its tough exterior. "Release you? Very well." The creature hurled Zhe Wu to the ground with ferocity. Zhe Wu landed with a jarring impact, feeling as though all his bones had shattered. "You insolent wretch. I am your master." After a moment, Zhe Wu finally regained enough strength to rise, pointing an accusatory finger at the creature that had thrown him down, still oblivious to the gravity of his predicament. "Master? Ha ha ha." The creature erupted into laughter, and the surrounding monsters ceased their actions, converging on Zhe Wu's position. Xiao Chun, witnessing this unfolding drama, called off his Pokémon, eager to observe what these creatures intended to do. "Hurry, this lunatic has gone mad. Quickly, restrain him." Zhe Wu shouted at the approaching minions, directing them to subdue the creature that had defied him. Yet, the monsters remained still, encircling Zhe Wu without moving. Their eyes alight with a hunger for prey. You have turned against me. I am your master. I created you. Zhe Wu fumed as he realized these creatures were no longer under his control. Regret washed over him for not employing more potent means to dominate them. He had merely used a serum to command their obedience, and it seemed the effects had worn off, leaving him powerless to enforce his will. You say you created us? You should rather be blamed for our destruction. I once had a happy family, with a gentle wife and a beloved son, but because of you, we were brought to your laboratory. You transformed us into your experimental subjects, altering our bodies at will, even forcibly modifying our wills to ensure our obedience. My wife and son perished in your experiments, and I have become this abomination, neither human nor ghost. My sole desire at this moment is to slay you, vile beast, to grant my family's spirits the peace they deserve. The monstrous entity, filled with wrath, unleashed a torrent of accusations against Zhe Wu, its eyes aflame with a crimson hue. Terrified, Zhe Wu retreated a couple of steps, only to collide with another creature lurking behind him. As he gazed upon these fiends, he recognized the same malevolent glare reflected in their eyes, plunging his heart into despair. Brothers, avenge Zhe Wu and restore honor to our families. The creature that had just spoken emitted a deafening roar, lunging forward to violently rend Zhe Wu's arm from his body. The agonizing shriek of pain echoed as his limb was brutally torn away. Avenge! The multitude of monsters responded in unison, converging upon Zhe Wu and tearing at his flesh. In no time, his arms and legs were completely wrenched from his torso, leaving him merely a head atop a mutilated trunk. Yet, these fiends refrained from consuming his blood and flesh, unlike their usual practice of feasting upon their vanquished foes. For they believed devouring Zhe Wu would only serve to conceal their own bellies. Xiaochen stood silently by, observing the horrific scene unfold before him. The sheer hatred these monsters harbored for Zhe Wu was palpable, for he had reduced them to this grotesque state and had slain their kin. Zhe Wu's current predicament was indeed a consequence of his own malevolence. Were it Xiaochen in Zhe Wu's position, he would not have dealt with him in such a manner, for he deemed it a mercy too lenient. Instead, Xiaochen would have summoned 100 burly men to administer a thorough massage to Zhe Wu, followed by the finest physician to inflict daily torturous cuts upon him, ensuring that he would not be allowed to perish until the final sliver of flesh had been excised from his body. At that moment, Zhe Wu lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. "Kill me," he murmured, his voice barely audible, as he gazed upon the very monsters he had once created. All he longed for was liberation through death. However, the creatures paid him no heed. Their hesitation to end his life was a deliberate torment, allowing him to experience the despair they had felt during his cruel experiments. As Zhe Wu sensed the warm lifeblood seeping from his body, he felt a profound agony that rendered life unbearable. "Please, I beseech you, end my suffering," he implored, his gaze shifting to Xiaochen, desperation lacing his tone. But Xiaochen merely regarded him with curiosity, intrigued by the actions of these creatures now emancipated from Zhe Wu's control. The monsters fixated their gaze upon Zhe Wu, observing his painful struggles. After a brief interval, his head tilted awkwardly, and he succumbed to eternal stillness. A triumphant roar erupted from the monsters as they celebrated the demise of their tormentor, releasing their pent-up grievances. In the ensuing chaos, several creatures near Zhe Wu's lifeless form began to trample upon his body, soon rendering it unrecognizable, a mere pulp beneath their feet. Perhaps this was the legendary desecration of a corpse. The cacophony of roars persisted for some time before finally subsiding, leaving the monsters motionless in place. Meanwhile, members of Team Rocket had encircled the creatures, awaiting Xiaochen's command to strike and eliminate them. Xiaochen surveyed the scene, prepared to order his team to annihilate the monsters at the slightest indication of aggression. Suddenly, an unexpected gesture from the creatures caught Xiaochen off guard. They all knelt before him in submission. "What?" he exclaimed, bewildered by the sight of the once menacing monsters now prostrating themselves before him, unable to fathom their sudden reverence. "My lord, we are willing to submit to you and serve you henceforth. Please grant us our lives." The lead monster, the one that had initially defied Zhe Wu, took a step forward, bowing its head in supplication. Xiaochen, momentarily at a loss for words, contemplated the implications. It was clear that these creatures could never lead a normal existence, given their grotesque appearance, which would surely terrify any ordinary person, making their release impossible. In that moment, an idea sparked within Xiaochen's mind. Given their formidable strength, why not recruit them into his ranks? After all, they represented a substantial force. "I shall allow you to live," but your lives will henceforth belong to me. Do you consent? He addressed the throng of monsters. Thank you, my lord. We are willing to brave fire and water for you. The creatures rejoiced upon receiving Xiao Chen's acceptance of their plea. From now on, you will be under the command of De Yong. His word is my word. Do you comprehend? Xiao Chen assigned the monsters to De Yong's oversight. Understood, the monsters affirmed, apprehensive of defying Xiao Chen's orders. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen summoned De Yong to his side. Upon seeing Xiao Chen beckoning him, De Yong hurried over. De Yong, these creatures possess formidable power and are not easily managed. Can you keep them in line? Xiao Chen inquired, confident in De Yong's loyalty, as he had been with Xiao Chen since his arrival at Team Rocket. However, De Yong's own strength posed a challenge, even after administering the miraculous fruit to his Pokémon. His strongest remained at the champion level, making it daunting to oversee monsters generally at that same echelon. I have confidence in my abilities, De Yong replied, his gaze resolute. He understood that Xiao Chen's decision to entrust these powerful beings to him was an expression of faith, and he felt compelled to prove himself. Then I shall entrust them to you, Xiao Chen said, patting De Yong's shoulder, relieved to find him willing to accept the task. Having resolved the fate of the creatures, Xiao Chen intended to reunite with Ban Mu and the others. Although he had intended to proceed earlier, the delay caused by the monsters had cost him precious time, and Ban Mu was now urging him to arrive. Xiao Chen promptly gathered his team and set off toward Ban Mu's location. Unbeknownst to them, a significant upheaval was occurring within the city of Quartz. In a meeting room, Jia Xi sat at a triangular arrangement with two others, none daring to break the silence. Gentlemen, Team Rocket has reached Quartz City. To put it bluntly, the city is now encircled by them. Are you still planning to sit idly by and watch? Jia Xi remarked, his expression darkening as he addressed Jun Sha and Xiao Yi. During this recent period, Jia Xi has been unable to sleep due to the affairs concerning the rockets, and now that Qingyuan City has fallen into their hands, only the Quartz City remains under her control. Yet, the two individuals before her show no inclination to assist. Instead, Jia Xi notices their clansmen busily packing their possessions and consolidating resources, seemingly preparing to flee. Chairwoman Jia Xi, what do you mean by that? Are we merely spectators? The rockets are formidable, and we are merely biding our time to gather strength. Moreover, have you not remained in Quartz City without taking any action? Jun Sha remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Indeed, Chairwoman Jia Xi, we are simply strategizing for a more effective confrontation with the rockets, Joy added in agreement, standing beside Jun Sha. But the rockets have already reached our doorstep. Are you not preparing to confront them? Did you not claim you were making preparations? Yet I see your people packing up. Are you planning to abandon this place and relinquish Quartz City? Jia Xi glared at Jun Sha and Joy, filled with indignation. Jun Sha and Joy remained unfazed by Jia Xi's words, showing no signs of anger or response, sitting calmly as if Jia Xi's concerns were of no relevance to them. Frustrated, Jia Xi realized she was at a loss with these two. Although her power surpassed theirs, she was merely the chairwoman of the Kanto Alliance. While they held positions as representatives of their families in the Kanto region, the influence of Joy and Jun Sha's clan spanned the entire Pokémon world, leaving Jia Xi cautious in their presence. Moreover, it was evident that the two had no intention of engaging the rockets. Just as Jia Xi's agitation peaked, one of her subordinates arrived with news that brought her great joy. Reinforcements had finally arrived. A smile broke across Jia Xi's face as she immediately stood up, disregarding Jun Sha and Joy, and made her way outside. Jun Sha and Joy exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what had transpired, and decided to follow Jia Xi to uncover the source of her newfound optimism. They pursued her to an open area outside, where Jia Xi stood, seemingly waiting for something. Chairwoman Jia Xi, what could possibly have brought you such delight? Jun Sha inquired, her expression one of curiosity. With a radiant smile, Jia Xi replied, I just received word that our reinforcements have arrived in Quartz City. We are saved. She excitedly shared the news with Jun Sha and Joy, brushing aside any prior unpleasantness. Reinforcements? Just as Jun Sha and Joy were processing this revelation, several figures appeared in the sky, descending onto the open space before them. Their mouths fell agape in shock upon recognizing the newcomers. It's Dai Wu. Chapter 143, Jia Xi's Reinforcements. Jun Sha and Joy stood frozen, astonished that the reinforcements Jia Xi had mentioned were led by none other than Dai Wu. Accompanying him were several formidable trainers from the Hoenn region, including a few Elite Four members, along with Qian Li, who had also arrived. President Tian Li, it has been far too long. Jia Xi greeted a middle-aged man leading the group, extending her hand. The leader of the reinforcements was not Dai Wu, the champion of the Hoenn region, but rather Tian Li, the president of the Hoenn League. Though Tian Li's strength slightly surpassed that of Jia Xi, he was considerably younger. It has indeed been a while. Chairwoman Jia Xi, Tian Li responded, shaking her hand. I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance, President Tian Li. I truly cannot express my thanks enough. Jia Xi said, her gratitude evident. Had Tian Li not brought reinforcements, she would have been at a loss in confronting the rocket's assault. It is my duty. I could never stand by as a nefarious organization wreaks havoc, Tian Li stated with conviction, conveniently omitting the substantial resources he had previously demanded in exchange for his aid. Is it just the few of you who have come? Jia Xi asked, noticing the limited number of individuals accompanying Tian Li. She had expected a larger force, and felt somewhat disappointed that Tian Li appeared to be deceiving her. Oh, we discovered that Quartz City was heavily surrounded by the rockets when we arrived, making entry rather challenging. Thus, I, along with Dai Wu and the others, decided to come in first to regroup with you, while the main force remains outside. We can then launch a coordinated strike on the rockets to decisively eliminate them, Tian Li explained his strategy to Jia Xi. Upon hearing Tian Li's plan, Jia Xi felt relieved to know that the main force was indeed outside, and she joyfully invited Tian Li and the others indoors to extend her hospitality. President Tian Li. It has been far too long. Joy and Junsha stepped forward to greet Tian Li. Ah, Junsha and Joy, you are also here. Tian Li acknowledged them in return. Junsha, Joy, we must ensure we treat President Tian Li with utmost respect during his visit. Jia Xi smiled at the pair, intentionally avoiding any tension from their earlier disagreement, knowing their support would greatly enhance their chances against the rockets. Rest assured, we will ensure President Tian Li is well taken care of, Junsha and Joy responded, feeling a bit sheepish at Jia Xi's amiable demeanor. Having expected her to hold a grudge, they realized that had they known Jia Xi could secure Tian Li's support, their previous confrontation would have been unnecessary. However, it was not too late to amend their stance. Exchanging glances, they prepared to lend their strength in the impending battle against the rockets. Let us proceed inside, Qian Li said to the few individuals he had brought along as Jia Xi and Tian Li moved ahead. All right, father, Xiao Yao replied, glancing at Qian Li. When Qian Li set out, Xiao Yao insisted on accompanying him, unable to resist his daughter's wishes, especially since she had been downcast since the departure of Xiao Sheng. Qian Li brought her along. Alongside them were Cao Ping, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Guang. Cao Ping, currently an apprentice at Qian Li's Orange Flower Gym, had also requested to join when he learned Xiao Yao wanted to come along. Qian Li, having noticed Cao Ping's genuine interest in Xiao Yao, was favorably inclined towards the earnest young man, especially since Cao Ping had been there to comfort and care for Xiao Yao during Xiao Sheng's absence. Thus, he agreed to Cao Ping's request. As for Xiao Ji, he insisted on joining because he knew their target was the rockets and brought Xiao Guang along as well. As expected, Ash would be coming, given that he is one of the few friends of my daughter, and moreover, his prowess is not to be underestimated. Therefore, I decided to bring him along. At this moment, outside of Viridian City, the troops led by Xiaoqing had finally arrived after an uninterrupted march, and they had now joined forces with Banmu. You brat, you finally made it. Everyone's here, and you were the last to arrive, making us wait quite a while. Banmu remarked to Xiaoqing, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. Boss, I may have arrived a bit late, but I have prepared a grand gift for you. Xiaoqing replied with a smile. Oh, a grand gift? What is it? Banmu expressed surprise, intrigued by what Xiaoqing had in store for him. The memory of the miraculous fruit from Shulin that Xiaoqing had previously gifted him still brought joy to Banmu's heart, and now, with another gift on the horizon, his anticipation grew. Boss, look over there. Xiaoqing pointed to a certain area, beckoning Banmu's attention. What Xiaoqing indicated was the army of monsters that Daong had brought from Qingyuan City. Initially, Xiaoqing had anticipated that these monsters might resist Daong's commands and cause trouble. But to his delight, they were remarkably obedient, following Daong's every instruction without a hint of rebellion, demonstrating impressive compliance. Are these the peculiar creatures from Qingyuan City? Banmu inquired, clearly recognizing them from the videos he had seen. Xiaoqing nodded affirmatively. These creatures have now pledged their allegiance to Team Rocket, and they will serve you in the future. Boss, Xiaoqing stated, eyeing the monsters with pride. Excellent. This will significantly bolster Team Rocket's combat capabilities. You have truly performed a great service for us, Banmu exclaimed, joyfully patting Xiaoqing on the shoulder. Now go prepare. When we launch our full assault, you will lead this monstrous legion as our vanguard. Make sure to set a good example for Team Rocket, Banmu instructed. Understood, Xiaoqing replied, promptly setting about his arrangements. Banmu surveyed the scene before him, the city of Viridian, along with his subordinates, knowing the grand offensive was about to commence. Chapter 144, the assault on Viridian City. At this moment, Viridian City was devoid of its previous tension. In the banquet hall hosted by Jia Xi, attendees were merrily raising their glasses and dancing to welcome the arrival of Tian Li and others. Jia Xi had swiftly organized this feast to treat everyone to a warm reception. Observing Tian Li, who was joyfully embracing two beautiful women, a smile illuminated Jia Xi's aged face. Prior to Tian Li's arrival, Jia Xi had been plagued with worry, fearing that Team Rocket would strike at any moment. However, with Tian Li present, his previous anxieties dissipated, rejuvenating his spirit significantly. The banquet was lively, with guests exchanging toasts and laughter. Xiaoyao, do try this, it's quite delicious, Caoping said, sitting beside Xiaoyao and placing a piece of fish into her bowl. Thank you, Xiaoyao replied, savoring the morsel. Qianli, watching this interaction, began to harbor different thoughts. His daughter did not seem averse to Caoping, and it was evident that Caoping held some affection for her. Additionally, Xiaoyao was uninterested in Pokémon battles and aspired to participate in the Pokémon showcase. Previously, with Xiaosheng poised to inherit the Changhua Gym, he had no cause for concern. However, with Xiaosheng's unfortunate demise, the gym now required a successor. Caoping, who presented himself as a suitable candidate, lacking any powerful backing and possessing a clear lineage, was worth considering. Should Caoping and Xiaoyao become a couple, Qianli could confidently pass the Changhua Gym into Caoping's capable hands. Thus, Qianli had facilitated numerous opportunities for Caoping to engage with Xiaoyao. And Caoping, being perceptive, often looked out for her once he grasped Qianli's intentions. Meanwhile, Ash's corner felt rather desolate. Since the passing of his younger brother, Ash had undergone a transformation. He spoke less and seemed lost in thought. He could not comprehend why, having traversed into the Pokémon world and taken on Ash's identity, he was not the protagonist, the chosen one, but rather reduced to this state. Unbeknownst to him, within the pages of this narrative, it was Xiaoqing who held the mantle of the main character, while Ash merely served as a secondary antagonist, a stepping stone on the protagonist's path to greatness. Next to him, Xiaowang silently consumed her food. Initially reluctant to attend, she was acutely aware of Team Rocket's formidable nature, having experienced their terror firsthand during previous confrontations. Her focus was on the showcase, and the recent events had already delayed her progress. Without securing the ribbon badge soon, she would miss out on the grand celebration. Nonetheless, Ash insisted on bringing Xiaowang along, as she was a dear friend, leaving her with no choice but to accompany him. As the banquet progressed, laughter and chatter filled the air. Suddenly, a resounding explosion interrupted the merriment, shocking the attendees and leaving them with a ringing in their ears. The ground trembled with the force of the explosion, indicating the magnitude of the destruction caused. This is bad, it's Team Rocket. Everyone, follow me to the city gate. Jia Xi shouted instinctively, leading the way out of the banquet hall. The guests hurriedly followed suit. At the city gate of Viridian, a massive breach marred the entrance. It was less a crack and more a substantial portion of the wall that had been obliterated in the recent explosion. Xiaoqing, witnessing the chaos, felt a chill of apprehension. Banmu had instructed him to use a specially designed explosive from Team Rocket to breach the gates. Banmu had cautioned him about the bomb's immense power, which Xiaoqing initially dismissed, questioning how potent a single bomb could truly be. Thus, he positioned the explosive before the wall and stood a short distance away, eager to witness its destructive capabilities. The moment of detonation unleashed an immense pressure that radiated outward, nearly sweeping Xiaoqing off his feet. Fortunately, his Garchomp had arrived just in time to shield him from the blast, or else Xiaoqing would likely have been incapacitated for the assault on Team Rocket. Nevertheless, he was left dazed and disoriented, with a ringing in his ears. Everyone, our target is Viridian City. Attack! Banmu commanded, witnessing the shattered city wall, rallying his troops. Charge! With Banmu's command, the Team Rocket forces surged forward into Viridian City. Hearing Banmu's voice snapped Xiaoqing back to reality, shaking his head. He joined the main force in their advance towards the city. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 3 additional explosions echoed, as Team Rocket launched their assault from 3 other directions within Viridian City. At this moment, the tardy Jia Xi and his companions could only behold the shattered city walls and the surging mass of Team Rocket members advancing towards them. Counterattack! Quickly, counterattack! Jia Xi shouted to the crowd behind him, subsequently releasing his Pokémon. Jia Xi's Pokémon was a colossal Axedragon, its appearance immediately capturing the attention of many. Pokémon, Axedragon. Level, 106, Master Level. Ability, Breaking the Mold. Skills, Dragon God Dive, Dragon Tail. Xiaochun, observing the Axedragon's stats, realized they were up against formidable foes. Only Banmu could match it in a battle of strength. Just as fate would have it, Banmu and his Beedrill stood firmly before Jia Xi. Banmu, if you disband Team Rocket now, I shall pretend nothing has occurred. You may continue as the gym leader of the Johto Gym, and I can even appoint you as an elder of the league, Jia Xi proposed, presenting an enticing offer. After all, engaging in a bloody conflict with Banmu would result in substantial losses, even if victory was achieved. Jia Xi preferred a resolution without resorting to violence. Don't even think about it. Today, it's either your demise or mine. Charge, brothers, Banmu retorted, his disdain for Jia Xi palpable as he rallied his Team Rocket members, who clashed fiercely with the League's forces, resulting in a chaotic melee. Xiaochen also unleashed his Pokémon, joining the fray, but instead of his Garchomp, he opted for Lucario, reluctant to reveal his true strength too soon for fear of drawing unwanted attention. The battle between Banmu's Beedrill and Jia Xi's Axid Dragon raged on, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a fierce flame surged towards Beedrill, but Banmu reacted swiftly, commanding Beedrill to evade the attack. Who was that? Banmu wondered, eager to identify his assailant. To his astonishment, he beheld a Pokémon of equal strength to Beedrill, shock evident on his face. Chapter 145, Fierce Battle. Ha ha ha, Banmu. Did you ever imagine I had an ally even stronger than you? Surrender now. Jia Xi laughed heartily at Banmu's bewildered expression. At that moment, Tianli approached Jia Xi, accompanied by his own Pokémon, a three-headed Hydra. The flame that had threatened Beedrill had originated from Tianli's Hydra. To think you'd have me surrender. That is utterly impossible. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. Banmu, undeterred by the presence of two powerful adversaries, commanded his Pokémon with resolve. Beedrill's attack surged towards the Hydra and Axid Dragon, but was intercepted, leaving Beedrill in a precarious situation, surrounded by two formidable foes. Xiaochen, witnessing Banmu's plight, glanced towards others, noting that Team Rocket's 4 generals were currently engaged with Tianli's reinforcements, unable to extricate themselves. Yulongbing had intended to assist Banmu, but found herself intercepted by Hoenn champion Daigo and his Metagross. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 100 Master Level. Ability, Clear Body. Skills, Meteor Mash. Comet Punch. To Banmu's dismay, it seemed the Hoenn champion's prowess surpassed that of the Kanto champion. Yulongdu, however, it was understandable. Had Xiaochen not thwarted Yulongdu's efforts multiple times, his strength would certainly rival Daigo's. The clash between Yulongbing and Daigo's Metagross ensued, neither side gaining a clear advantage. Seeing that none could come to Banmu's aid, Xiaochen resolved to intervene. Just then, Banmu's voice halted him. Xiaochen, you need not concern yourself with me. I can handle it. Beedrill, Banmu called out to his Pokémon, understanding his trainer's intent. Beedrill promptly bit into a Mega Evolution serum it had been holding, the substance coursing through its body, amplifying its power to surpass that of the Hydra and Axid Dragon. Beedrill, unleash Fury Cutter. Banmu commanded as Beedrill launched a furious assault on Jia Xi and Tianli, fully aware that time was of the essence. Once the effects of the serum wore off, it would struggle to fend off their Pokémon. Empowered by the serum, Beedrill turned the tide of battle, pressing the advantage against the Hydra and Axid Dragon. Seeing Banmu was capable of handling himself, Xiaochen refrained from further interference and began to survey the battlefield. His attention was immediately drawn to Qianli, who was decimating Team Rocket members left and right with his slacking, forcing back any who dared approach. Were it not for its considerable girth, one might liken slacking to a legendary hero, a sight to behold. Xiaochen's disdain for the name slacking was palpable. He believed it unworthy of such a title. Beside Qianli stood familiar faces, Xiao Yao, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Ji. Upon noticing the presence of Caoping near Xiao Yao, a surge of murderous intent welled within Xiaochen, recalling the betrayal that had once been orchestrated against him. With determination, Xiaochen and Lucario charged towards Caoping, instructing Lucario to launch an assault. Caoping, however, was too preoccupied with Xiao Yao to notice the impending threat. Crash! Just as Lucario's fist was about to shatter Caoping's skull, the attack was intercepted by a massive hand, Qianli slacking. At that moment, Caoping turned to face Xiaochen and Lucario, grabbing Xiao Yao as they made a hasty retreat. What a despicable brat, resorting to such underhanded tactics, Qianli remarked, appearing behind slacking, his gaze filled with animosity towards Xiaochen, who had brutally slain his son. Oh, is that you, Mr. Qianli? Are you seeking to play the part of a pathetic father? Xiaochen taunted, his eyes glinting with malice as he regarded the retreating figures of Xiao Yao and Caoping. Pathetic father? Return my son's life. Slacking prepared to unleash a devastating blow. Qianli, unable to contain his fury, commanded Slacking to attack. As Xiao Qin's Lucario rushed forward to intercept, the disparity in strength sent it flying. You seem to have made little progress. You, of all people, dared to pursue my daughter? Qianli scoffed, his tone dripping with derision as he regarded Xiao Qin like refuse. When have I ever claimed to pursue your daughter? Xiao Qin was taken aback by Qianli's accusation. Realizing he had merely entertained the notion out of curiosity, Qianli had taken it far too seriously. Humph, even if you wished to pursue her, you ought to consider your own abilities. Do you truly think you are worthy? Qianli dismissed Xiao Qin's protests, reveling in his misfortune. Oh, am I unworthy? Yet, I seem to be under 20, while you must be over 30, and your prowess is hardly impressive. Have you perhaps taken the form of a mere dog? Xiao Qin retorted, confident in his abilities. You will die? Slacking unleashed a devastating attack, Destruction Ray. Qianli was struck at his vulnerable point by Xiao Qin, erupting in fury as he demanded the latter's demise. Xiao Qin recalled Lucario and summoned Garchomp, determined to teach Qianli a lesson today. Garchomp, incapacitate that gorilla, he commanded, disregarding Qianli entirely. Before the King of Leaves could unleash his destructive beam, Garchomp swiftly closed the distance and delivered a resounding slap to the king's face, rendering him unconscious. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Garchomp seized one of the king's arms and yanked it, dislocating it with a forceful tug. After rendering the king incapacitated, Garchomp disdainfully tossed him aside, considering such a worthless creature beneath him. King of Leaves. Qianli bellowed in outrage upon witnessing the defeat of his companion, attempting to rush to his aid. However, Xiao Qin was not about to let him succeed. He delivered a swift kick to Qianli, sending him sprawling to the ground. Let me clarify. The one who killed your son is not me, but Kaoping. You're still oblivious to that fact, Xiao Qin stated, locking eyes with Qianli. You're talking nonsense. How dare you slander Kaoping? Qianli retorted loudly. I have no need to defame a worthless person. If I wished, I could eliminate you all at any moment. I simply do not want to take the blame for someone else's deeds, Xiao Qin replied, casting a glance toward Kaoping nearby as he spoke of worthlessness. I will not heed a single word you say, Qianli declared stubbornly, oblivious to the fact that he had already fallen into Xiao Qin's grasp. Xiao Qin, angered by Qianli's defiance, raised his fist, ready to strike. Stop. At that moment, a figure interposed between Xiao Qin's fist and Qianli. Xiao Qin, nearly landing a blow, halted just in time as he recognized the interloper to be Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. Kaoping rushed over, concern etched across his face as he looked at her. Seeing Kaoping approach, Xiao Qin sighed in relief, finally having a place to land his fist. He directed a powerful punch straight at Kaoping's face, shattering his glasses and causing him to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Kaoping, are you all right? How could you resort to violence? Xiaoyao exclaimed, rushing to support the fallen Kaoping, her tone shifting to reproach as she glared at Xiao Qin. Tell me, do you treat the murderer of your brother with such kindness? Xiao Qin questioned Xiaoyao, a mocking smile on his lips. Why are you so concerned for the one who killed my brother? If you knew the truth, would you not collapse under the weight of it? Xiaoyao shouted at Xiao Qin, anger bubbling within her. You dare lie about who killed Xiaoxing? Speak, or face your end, Xiao Qin coldly demanded, ignoring Xiaoyao's accusations and turning his attention to Kaoping. It was me. I killed Xiaoxing. Please, do not harm Xiaoyao or Uncle Qianli. I am the one who committed the act. Kaoping unexpectedly knelt before Xiao Qin, confessing. See, he has admitted it. Surely you believe us now, Xiao Qin said, glancing at Xiaoyao and Qianli. That is absurd. You clearly coerced Kaoping into confessing. He only did it for our safety. Qianli seethed, eyes blazing with fury. Kaoping is a good person. Why must you frame him? Xiaoyao echoed her sentiments in defense of Kaoping. Xiao Qin was momentarily taken aback by their reactions. But he has confessed. Why do you still doubt? Kaoping shot Xiao Qin a knowing look, as if to say, even if I did it, what can you do about it? Xiao Qin's rage boiled over as he pushed Xiaoyao aside and seized Kaoping by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Do you believe your schemes are so clever? He hissed, his voice icy. What are you doing, Damachin? Let him go? Xiaoyao cried, attempting to intervene. This time, Xiao Qin did not relent. He kicked Xiaoyao away. Xiaoyao. Qianli rushed toward his daughter. Kaoping, ignoring Xiaoyao's fall, fixed his gaze on Xiao Qin. Is my plan really so inept? You've been dancing to my tune all along. Yes, I killed Xiaoxing, but who would believe it? Yet, I owe you my gratitude. I have not only garnered the attention of Mr. Qianli, but also the concern of Xiaoyao. My future is bright, while you shall bear the blame for me. As Kaoping noted that Xiaoyao and Qianli were distracted, he taunted Xiao Qin. Oh, you don't think I expect the forgiveness of the Qianli family, do you? Xiao Qin smiled, his eyes glinting with malice. What do you mean? Kaoping asked, confusion clouding his face. Who am I? I am Team Rocket. I kill without a second thought. And to whom must I justify my power? Qianli is but a trivial character I can eliminate at will, as you just witnessed when I easily incapacitated his ace, the King of Leaves. Do not think that just because I killed his son, he could stop me from slaughtering his entire family. You believe Qianli is your protector, yet in my presence, he is nothing. If I desire your death, who could possibly stand in my way? I recall telling you before that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are futile. Surely, you have not forgotten? Xiaoqin's voice chilled as he regarded Caoping, who was now sweating profusely, suddenly realizing the gravity of his situation. Indeed, even Qianli was no match for Xiaoqin's might. If the latter desired Caoping's life, it would be an effortless task. Realizing he had been toying with death, Caoping instinctively attempted to distance himself from Xiaoqin, but the grip on his collar prevented any retreat. What is the matter? Afraid? Just a moment ago, you were so bold. Where are those grandiose schemes of yours? Perhaps you should consider trading your life? Xiaoqin taunted him. You cannot kill me. I can confess to Mr. Qianli that I killed Xiaosheng. Please spare my life. Caoping pleaded desperately. Xiaoqin, intrigued by Caoping's offer, decided to let him speak the truth. He released Caoping, gesturing for him to explain himself to Qianli. As soon as Xiaoqin loosened his grip, Caoping rushed to Qianli's side, but his next words left Xiaoqin utterly astonished. Mr. Qianli, Damuchen forced me to confess to killing Xiaosheng. He ordered me to leave the Chenghua dojo and to keep my distance from Miss Xiaoyao, claiming I am unworthy. I know I am not worthy of Miss Xiaoyao, but I acknowledge that I am inferior to Damuchen. I do not even dare to hope to be with Miss Xiaoyao. Simply seeing her is enough for me. Caoping collapsed to his knees before Qianli, his voice trembling with emotion. He's talking nonsense. How dare that beast think he is worthy of my daughter? Upon hearing this, Qianli's eyes turned red with fury as he glared at Caoping. Caoping, don't pay him any mind. We stand firmly by your side. Xiaoyao immediately helped the kneeling Caoping to his feet, and the two embraced each other. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqing felt a mix of anger and amusement. Caoping's performance was so dramatic it seemed he had suffered an unbearable injustice. Xiaoqing had never faced such a profound grievance in his life and finally understood the depth of Do Yi's sorrow in the past. Hey, Caoping, have you no shame? A man weeping and wailing like this. You're merely a worthless schemer. Xiaoqing taunted as he approached Caoping. No matter how you slice it, Caoping is 1,000 times better than you. Xiaoyao pulled Caoping behind her, confronting Xiaoqing with a fierce glare. Indeed, my daughter will only marry a man of integrity like Caoping, not a lowly scoundrel like you. Give up on that notion. Qianli stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing regarded the group before him, his gaze icy, especially upon seeing Caoping's smug expression. He resolved to end the conversation and eliminate these people with a single stroke. You think my brother would want to be with your daughter? Is she even worthy? Just then, a chilling voice cut through the tension. Chapter 147, The Truth Revealed. Yulong Tian had, unbeknownst to anyone, approached Xiaoqing's side, grasping his hand while casting a murderous glance at Qianli and the others. She had witnessed the unfolding drama and understood clearly how these individuals repeatedly opposed her brother Xiaoqing, particularly Caoping, who, despite being a useless fool, dared to smear Xiaoqing's reputation. Truly repugnant. It was as if he had sought his own demise. Xiaoqing, noticing Tiantian's presence, tightened his grip on her small hand. Indeed, she was his sweetest treasure. Little sister, do not be deceived by this man. He is a remorseless devil. Keep your distance. Caoping, seeing Tian stand by Xiaoqing in a manner that could provoke her relationship with him, felt a pang of jealousy, especially at the sight of her beauty. Silence. You worthless fool. What right do you have to speak about my brother Xiaoqing? Clearly, he was right about you. All you can do is play your petty tricks. Tian retorted angrily at Caoping, who had intended to say more, but shrank back upon noticing the fierce gaze of the dragon behind her. Unable to muster the courage to respond. How can you speak so about Caoping? He only meant well, caring for your welfare. Instead of expressing gratitude, you resort to insults. Xiaoyao interjected, vigorously defending Caoping. And what is Caoping to you? Why do you feel the need to defend him? Is a man without strength and only skilled in gossip not a fool? Tian showed no mercy to Xiaoyao simply because she was a girl. Anyone who spoke ill of her brother Xiaoqing was her adversary. What of my defense of Caoping? And what of that great wooden Xiaoqing? Why do you feel compelled to speak on his behalf? Xiaoyao shot back. Xiaoqing is my boyfriend. What is wrong with me speaking up for him? Or is Caoping also your boyfriend? Tian raised the hand that was interlaced with Xiaoqing's, showcasing their bond, and turned her gaze towards Xiaoyao and Caoping. Xiaoyao, meeting Tiantian's stare, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Caoping looked at Xiaoyao, hoping she would affirm their relationship as Tian had done. No, Caoping and I are merely friends. Xiao Yao glanced at Cao Ping before speaking. She felt a slight affection for him, but regarded him only as a friend, harboring no other intentions. Cao Ping, overhearing Xiao Yao's response, stood frozen in place, disheartened to realize that his long-standing efforts had failed to penetrate her heart, leaving him with a bittersweet expression. Ha ha, you green-haired turtle. What is that expression? You can't possibly believe she would take an interest in you, can you? Just look at yourself, utterly pathetic. Xiao Qing laughed heartily, pointing at Cao Ping without hesitation. At that moment, Cao Ping clenched his fists, fury threatening to overwhelm his reason. Regardless of anything else, the fact remains that you killed Xiaoxing. Are you truly so cowardly as to deny it? Cao Ping fixed his gaze on Xiao Qing, suppressing his rage. He could only resort to the matter of Xiaoxing's death. Oh, you want me to admit it? Care to listen to this? Xiao Qing retorted, pulling a recording device from his pocket, something he had prepared long ago, having carried it since Cao Ping's previous scheming against him. He pressed play, and Cao Ping's voice echoed from the device. I killed Xiaoxing, but who would believe it? The recording played Cao Ping's own words, and as he lunged forward to stop it, he was effortlessly kicked aside by Xiao Qing, forced to listen until the end. Once the recording concluded, Xiao Qing beheld the frozen expressions of Qianli and his daughter, along with the terror etched on Cao Ping's face. And a sardonic smile crept across his lips as he anticipated their next move. Is that truly your voice on the recording? Xiao Yao gazed at Cao Ping in disbelief, instinctively stepping back to create distance. No, it wasn't me. Xiao Yao, you must trust me. Cao Ping's panic surged as he sought to explain, but he found himself at a loss for words. Desperate, he reached for Xiao Yao's hand, only for her to evade him. Mr. Qianli, it's Demu Chun who is framing me. I did not kill Xiaoxing. Cao Ping insisted, turning to Qianli as doubt began to cloud Xiao Yao's eyes. Humph. Why would I need to frame you? I merely refuse to bear the burden of your misdeeds. Qianli, I could kill you at any moment. Do you think I seek your forgiveness? Xiao Qing's words, spoken with a calm demeanor, were directed at both Cao Ping and Qianli. Mr. Qianli, you must believe me, Cao Ping pleaded, seeing Qianli's silence. He fell to his knees before him. Cao Ping, speak the truth. Who killed Xiaoxing? Qianli's gaze bore into Cao Ping, taken aback by Qianli's inquiry. Cao Ping took a step back, lowering his eyes to avoid meeting Qianli's gaze. Qianli, observing Cao Ping's demeanor, felt a sense of dread wash over him. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. It was unfathomable that the true murderer had been hiding in plain sight all along. Not only had he failed to uncover the perpetrator to avenge his son, but he had also harbored hopes of uniting him with his daughter. What a twisted fate. Cao Ping, you truly killed Xiaoxing. Xiao Yao clutched Cao Ping's collar, screaming in fury. Yes, I did kill him, Cao Ping finally admitted, realizing the futility of further concealment. He understood that it no longer mattered whether he had done it or not. As Xiao Qin remarked, they were merely refuse in his eyes. Slaying them was as effortless as a flick of his wrist. No matter how much they might protest, if Xiao Qin desired their demise, they would ultimately be unable to escape death. Why are you doing this? Xiaoxing has not wronged you. Why must you kill him? Xiao Yao shouted at Cao Ping, striking him across the face with such force that a vivid crimson imprint was left behind. Xiao Qin observed the scene with keen interest, prepared to witness this spectacle of mutual destruction. Cao Ping lifted his gaze towards Xiao Qin, his eyes brimming with malice, before turning back to Xiao Yao. Why? Why should he, Demu Chun, be so favored? Why should his strength surpass mine? Why does he hold me in contempt? What gives him the right to dismiss my proud strategies as mere refuse, to humiliate me time and again? I shall frame him for my misfortunes. And who are you to lack foresight, so easily manipulated by me? At that moment, Cao Ping no longer cared. He spoke freely, unrestrained. 666. And now even the worthless flaunt superiority. Xiao Qin nearly succumbed to laughter at Cao Ping's absurdity. What a peculiar assertion. Unable to tolerate the success of others. Consumed by envy and jealousy? If one is inferior and subjected to humiliation, then one must endure it, rather than concocting nonsensical grievances. So what if I am worthless? Wasn't it you who fell into my trap before? Your escape was quite the spectacle. Cao Ping recounted the time Xiao Qin was relentlessly pursued, relishing the anger etched upon Xiao Qin's face. Huh, I admit you have provoked me, but do you comprehend the consequences of such provocation? Xiao Qin's gaze was icy as he regarded Cao Ping. Do as you wish, kill or maim, it matters not to me. Cao Ping responded nonchalantly. Resigned to the fact that he would not leave alive today, he might as well go down in flames. Oh, but I hear you have a mother and sister waiting at home, Xiao Qin mused, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. What do you intend? If you dare harm them, I will haunt you even in death. Cao Ping's composure shattered at Xiao Qin's words, and he lunged at him, only to be met with a fist that nearly sent him sprawling. Haunting me? I shall indeed target them, Rest assured, their fate will not be better than yours. You will all keep each other company down below. Xiao Chen gestured mockingly across his throat. No, spare my family. They are innocent. You cannot hurt them. Cao Ping cried in despair. You have slaughtered the families of others for your own selfish schemes. Are they not innocent? Why should I spare yours? If you have something to say, speak to them. Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Yao and Qianli. Recalling how Xiao Sheng had affectionately referred to Cao Ping as Brother Cao, and how his father had once shown him kindness. How could you commit such an act? Xiao Yao lamented, tears streaming down her face as she remembered her deceased brother. Cao Ping stood motionless, his heart heavy with regret for having crossed Xiao Chen. You bastard! I will kill you! Qianli roared, charging at Cao Ping and delivering a powerful kick that sent him to the ground. As Cao Ping attempted to rise, Qianli relentlessly stomped on him until he collapsed once more. Unsatisfied, Qianli retrieved a thick wooden stick from the ground and mercilessly struck Cao Ping, who coughed blood with each blow. Finally, Qianli, exhausted, discarded the stick and collapsed beside Cao Ping, who lay bloodied and hollow-eyed. Ling Feng, take him away and ensure he receives proper medical attention. Do not let him die. When his family arrives, let them witness his punishment. He will be the last. Forced to watch the entirety of it, Xiao Chun commanded Ling Feng. Cao Ping, hearing these words, glared at Xiao Chun, but the earlier blow had rendered him speechless. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Ling Feng complied and escorted Cao Ping away. Afterward, Xiao Chun turned to Qian Li and Xiao Yao. I apologize. We misunderstood you earlier, Xiao Yao offered, her voice tinged with remorse. I understand, Xiao Chen replied coolly. We truly had no idea Cao Ping would act in such a manner. Please forgive us. Xiao Yao continued, acutely aware of her father's past actions, fearing Xiao Chun would direct his ire toward him. Take care in the next life, Xiao Chen stated, before plunging a knife into Xiao Yao's heart. Why? Xiao Yao's bewildered gaze met Xiao Chen's, unable to comprehend his actions. To offend me is to invite death. Do not worry, Qianli will soon join you. Xiao Chen said, his expression devoid of emotion. Xiao Yao attempted to utter more, but her consciousness faded. She reached out to grasp Xiao Chun, but he evaded her grasp, and her hand fell limply to her side. No, Xiao Yao, awaken. Do not frighten your father. Qianli cried, cradling his daughter's lifeless body in despair. Utterly shocked by the turn of events, Xiao Chen coldly observed, granting Qianli a moment to mourn. Why did you kill Xiao Yao? Qianli bellowed. Did you not claim I murdered your son? Yet the truth is clear, I did not kill him. However, since you wrongfully accused me, I could not suffer in vain. So I avenged myself by taking your daughter, Xiao Chun replied nonchalantly. Qian Li's anguish intensified, and he knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. After some time, he gently laid Xiao Yao's body on the ground, brushing the dirt from her face, and stood, straightening his attire. Go on, kill me, Qianli said, his voice steady. Do you have any final words? Xiao Chen inquired. I misjudged you, but what is done is done. There is no point in further discussion. I only ask one thing. Spare my wife, Qianli pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation. Do not worry, I will ensure she joins you soon. It will not be long, Xiao Chen assured him, before swiftly slicing Qian Li's throat, eliminating any uncertain factors. As Qian Li collapsed, regret and defiance etched upon his features. Xiao Chun turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The combat raged on, with neither side gaining the upper hand. On the other side, Ban Mu, empowered by a super evolution serum, continued to fight valiantly against Jia Xi and Tian Li's Pokémon. Meanwhile, the battle among Team Rocket's 4 generals remained fiercely contested, with no resolution in sight. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in ice plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground near Xiao Chun, and he immediately recognized the individual as Yulong Bing. The majestic ice dragon, enveloped in a thick layer of ice, emerged relatively unscathed. Xiao Chun glanced at the opponent of the ice dragon, and to his astonishment, it was none other than the champion of the Hoenn region, Daigo. Suspended before him was a Metagross in its mega evolution state. It was no wonder the ice dragon struggled to prevail. Even Xiao Chen's Garchomp, after undergoing mega evolution, was still at a disadvantage compared to Metagross. How are you holding up? Xiao Chun inquired as he approached the ice dragon. I'm fine. The ice dragon's gaze remained fixated on Daigo and Metagross, feeling utterly frustrated, having never faced such a significant setback before. Garchomp, Mega Evolve, Xiao Chen shouted, determined to join forces with the ice dragon against Daigo. Chapter 149, The Battle Against Daigo. The Mega Garchomp, radiating an imposing presence, stared intently at the distant Mega Metagross, exuding a powerful aura. This marked the first time it encountered an opponent capable of Mega Evolution, and naturally, it yearned for a fierce contest. The ice dragon was surrounded by a swirling chill, as if intent on freezing the very air around it. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Daigo promptly commanded Metagross to prepare for the impending confrontation. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw, Xiao Chen directed, initiating the assault on Metagross. Meanwhile, the ice dragon stood resolutely by, crystallized shards of ice coalescing around it, ready to unleash its power. Metagross, use Meteor Mash to prevent Garchomp from getting too close. Daigo bellowed. If Garchomp breached the distance, the situation would become dire for Metagross, especially with the ice dragon lurking in the background. The Meteor Mash surged forth, aimed directly at Garchomp, who was compelled to forego its close-range attack and instead evade the incoming assault. Garchomp, after dodging, used Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen commanded. Metagross, deploy Psychic. Daigo countered, as a tremendous psychic force enveloped Garchomp. Garchomp, dodge and then launch Stone Edge. Xiao Chen instructed, determined to maintain the offensive. The clash of attacks culminated in a violent explosion, shrouding the battlefield in a thick haze, obscuring the view of the ongoing struggle. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the ice dragon, which hovered gracefully in the air, and understood his intent. The ice dragon pointed towards a specific location amidst the smoke. Garchomp, use Dragon Dive. With the ice dragon's guidance, Xiao Chen swiftly commanded Garchomp to attack. Garchomp's strike dispersed the fog, hurtling toward the bewildered Metagross. Roar! The impact sent Metagross flying, struggling to regain its footing upon crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Garchomp pressed on with a flamethrower. Xiao Chen refused to squander such a golden opportunity, urging Garchomp to unleash its fiery assault. Metagross, evade! Daigo shouted, aware that a direct hit could spell disaster. Just as Metagross attempted to levitate and escape, the ground beneath it erupted in ice, ensnaring its limbs and rendering it immobile. No. As Garchomp's flamethrower reached its target, it scorched Metagross, eliciting a pained roar as the fire-type attack struck true, inflicting significant damage. Damn it! Daigo seethed, nearly driven to the brink of fury, as his Metagross suffered yet again due to the ice dragon's intervention. Metagross, now marred by flames, sustained grievous injuries. Daigo scanned the battlefield, seeking allies for assistance. Yet his formidable companions were preoccupied with their own adversaries, leaving him with no choice but to rely solely on himself. Charizard, use Flamethrower. A sudden voice rang out, and a blazing stream of fire surged toward Garchomp. Garchomp, dodge! Xiao Chen reacted swiftly, guiding Garchomp away from the oncoming attack. As he turned to face the source of the assault, he beheld a young boy accompanied by a robust Charizard, striding confidently toward them. The boy wore a cap and carried a travel backpack, with a yellow rodent perched on his shoulder, none other than Ash. Take it easy, Ash. Just then, a girl donning a white knit hat and accompanied by an Empoleon rushed over, chasing after Ash, none other than Dawn. Mr. Daigo, we're here to assist, Ash declared, positioning himself alongside Daigo, eager to fight together. Glaring at Xiao Chen, Ash's eyes burned with resentment. This was the very individual who had caused him to lose his brother, leaving him unable to live a normal life. The dreams he harbored before his arrival had all shattered into mere illusions. Ash's ambition was not to become a Pokémon master like his predecessor, but to gather all the female protagonists of each generation into his harem. That was his true desire. Yet, before he could even begin, it had all come to an end. Thus, upon seeing Xiao Chen, his heart brimmed with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to eliminate him. Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Xiao Chen was undeterred by the arrival of Ash's reinforcements. To him, it was time to act. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ash, witnessing the initiation of the attack, promptly commanded Charizard to retaliate. However, as Charizard expelled flames from its mouth, they collided with Garchomp's Dragon Rage, dissipating in an instant. While Dragon Rage surged forward unabated toward Charizard. Metagross, save it! Daigo shouted, realizing the precarious situation. Responding to Daigo's command, Metagross rushed to pull the stunned Charizard away. But in the process, it was struck by Dragon Rage, compounding its previous injuries. Daigo's expression darkened, nearly dripping with despair. Ash had not only failed to aid him, but had further exacerbated his predicament. Metagross, now gravely wounded, could scarcely endure any longer. Casting a glance at Ash and Dawn, Daigo suddenly formed a plan. Garchomp, use Stone Edge. Xiao Chen, unwilling to afford Daigo a moment of contemplation, launched another assault. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Ash and Dawn commanded their Pokémon in unison. Boom. The three attacks mutually negated each other. Mr. Daisuke, let us join forces to defeat Daiki. Ash exclaimed, realizing that he and Koharu were no match for Daiki. He called out to Daisuke, who stood behind him, but received no response. Confused, Ash glanced back. only to find that Daisuke had vanished. This is left to you. Daisuke's voice suddenly echoed from afar as he rode away on his Metagross. The esteemed champion of the Hoenn region, Daisuke, had fled at this moment. Chapter 150, Abandoning Companions. Ash stood frozen, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated Daisuke would choose to run away. Had he known, he would never have dared to confront Daiki, seeing that only two insignificant opponents remained. Gerudo's lost interest in the battle and sought out other adversaries. Now, only Ash and Koharu remained, and Ash was at a loss for how to confront Daiki. In that moment, Ash looked in the direction Daisuke had fled, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Koharu, let us command our Pokémon to unleash their full power together. It is the only way we might seize a glimmer of hope, Ash declared, though he harbored ulterior motives. Koharu nodded in agreement, as she too had no better plan. Your Daisuke has scurried away like a frightened dog. What will you do now? Daiki taunted, looking at Ash and Koharu with a smirk. Charizard, unleash your flames. Ash did not respond to Daiki's provocation, but ordered his Charizard to attack. After the flames erupted from Charizard, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with his Pokémon and stealthily climbed onto its back. Kingdra, use Metal Claw. Seeing Ash initiate an attack, Koharu quickly commanded her Pokémon to follow suit. Garchomp, shred them with Dragon Claw. Daiki remarked nonchalantly, now uninterested in the battle since his opponents had changed to Ash and Koharu. Garchomp's claws effortlessly tore through the attacks of Charizard and Kingdra. Kingdra, use. Koharu began, but was interrupted as Daiki raised a hand to halt her. Confused, she looked at him, unsure of his intentions. Look behind you, Daiki instructed. His gaze peculiar. Koharu turned to find Ash had distanced himself significantly, and it dawned on her. Ash had abandoned her, fleeing just like Daisuke. In disbelief, Koharu sank to the ground. She never imagined her companion would act so treacherously. Garchomp, retrieve that boy, and as for that Charizard, extinguish it, Daiki commanded coolly, sealing the fate of Ash's beloved Pokémon with mere words. Once Garchomp had departed, Daiki approached Koharu, who sat lost in thought. Kingdra instinctively positioned itself protectively in front of Koharu, unwilling to let Daiki advance. Kingdra, we were once quite familiar. Do you remember the new energy fishing rod? Daiki grinned. Reminiscing. Kingdra shivered at the memory, a past it wished to forget. It recalled the first encounter with Daiki and Ash, and how that fishing rod had put it through a tumultuous ordeal, the mere thought sending shivers down its spine. Let him come over, Koharu finally spoke. Seeing that his trainer had spoken, Kingdra stepped aside, allowing Daiki to approach. Daiki stood before Koharu, gazing down at her without uttering a word. Do you find me laughable now? Koharu asked, raising her head to meet Daiki's gaze. Ash fled. Daiki responded not to her question, but rather, he turned his attention to where Ash had vanished. The actions of Ash perplexed Daiki. When had Ash learned to abandon his companions and flee alone? Despite his disapproval of Ash's actions, Daiki knew Ash was not inherently the type to forsake his friends, yet no matter how he pondered, he could not conjure a rationale to explain it. He is no longer Ash. Koharu's words struck Daiki like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her meaning. What do you mean by that? He inquired. Quite literally, the Ash of now is not the Ash we once knew, Koharu replied flatly. Huh. The current Ash is not Ash? What does that even mean? Daiki's confusion deepened with her words. While Ash was hospitalized, as he had just undergone surgery and required care, I stayed by his bedside. One day, as he slept, I overheard him mumbling in his dreams, lamenting about being in Ash's body and how things were not going well. Speaking of being the chosen one or a protagonist, though I could not grasp most of it, I discerned from his words and his demeanor that he was not the Ash we once knew. Koharu recounted her experience to Daiki. Daiki's expression turned to one of shock. He had not anticipated that there were others who had traversed to the Pokémon world. The details Koharu shared were perhaps beyond her comprehension, yet they resonated deeply with Daiki. From her account, it was clear that Ash's body housed a soul not belonging to this world, familiar with the Pokémon realm, likely a compatriot of Daiki's. The only distinction between them was that Ash had experienced soul transference, while Daiki had been born into this world. Compared to Ash's soul transference, Daiki's birth was considerably safer. In soul transference, one's identity could easily be scrutinized, while being born into this world allowed for a greater margin of error in behavior without raising suspicions. However, Daiki now felt a growing curiosity to meet this Ash, the traveler, for they shared a common origin, and a conversation would surely be intriguing. Just then, Garchomp returned, clutching Ash, who struggled fiercely but was unable to escape its grasp. Let me go. Hurry up and let me go, Ash shouted, but Garchomp paid him no mind. Garchomp approached Daiki and unceremoniously dropped Ash at his feet, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Koharu, you should leave now. Sweetheart, please escort her out, Daiki instructed, gesturing for Koharu to depart. The request for Sweetheart to accompany her was merely a precaution. With Sweetheart nearby, Team Rocket members would be less inclined to act recklessly. Koharu was bewildered. She had assumed Daiki would not allow her to leave, yet here he was, permitting her to go. Thank you. Koharu expressed her gratitude to Daiki before following Sweetheart away. Ash, I was wrong. I should not have opposed you. Please, let me go, Ash pleaded, crawling towards Daiki's feet. Believing that since Daiki had released Koharu, he might extend the same courtesy to him. Daiki looked down at Ash, a smile forming on his face as he slowly crouched. Meeting Ash's gaze. How long have you been in the Pokémon world? Chapter 151. A fellow villager stabs another in the ribs. Xiao Chen's words detonated in Xiao Ji's mind like a thunderclap. Xiao Ji lifted his gaze to meet the beaming face of Xiao Chun. How do you know? Xiao Ji stammered, pointing at Xiao Chun, his expression a portrait of terror. How do I know? Because I am also a transmigrator, Xiao Chun confessed openly, revealing the fact that he too had crossed over. He had no intention of concealing anything from Xiao Ji, for he knew that the dead would keep his secrets safe. You are also a transmigrator? Xiao Ji inquired, bewildered. Indeed. Would you care to share from which world you have traversed? Xiao Chen asked, eager to ascertain if they hailed from the same realm. Xiao Ji promptly recounted some tales from his past life, believing that if he could satisfy Xiao Chen's curiosity, perhaps he would be spared. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's narrative, Xiao Chen realized they originated from the same world. Do you possess any special abilities? Perhaps a system or an old man guiding you? Xiao Chen asked, his face alight with anticipation. If Xiao Ji had such advantages, it might imply that he could share in them too. A system? An old man? I have none of those. Xiao Ji shook his head. If he had possessed such aids, he would not be in this dire predicament, begging for mercy. Xiao Chun, somewhat speechless at Xiao Ji's lack of any advantages, thought to himself that having crossed over without acquiring anything was a futile endeavor. He gazed at Xiao Ji, realizing that since he was aware of his secret as a transmigrator, there was no reason to let him live. Fellow villager, who would have thought we would meet in such a place? Look at this situation. It's as if family members do not recognize one another. You cannot imagine how I feel right now. It's like a fellow villager encountering another, tears welling up in our eyes. Together, we can conquer this Pokémon world. Xiao Ji stood, rambling excitedly about their future, envisioning themselves standing together at the pinnacle of Pokémon prowess. Suddenly, a knife pierced through Xiao Ji's chest. Stunned, Xiao Ji looked down at Xiao Chun, who was grinning while holding the weapon. Why? Xiao Ji gasped, clutching Xiao Chun tightly, his voice trembling. You learned my secret, and still wish to live? Haven't you heard the saying, a fellow villager stabs another in the ribs? You should be pondering whether you can transmigrate once more, Xiao Chun remarked, twisting the knife with force before kicking Xiao Ji to the ground. Falling. Xiao Ji coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, filled with regret as he never imagined he would meet his end in such a manner. Xiao Chun disregarded the lifeless form of Xiao Ji, redirecting his attention back to the battlefield, where the conflict had intensified. Both sides were engaged in fierce combat. However, Team Rocket's members, bolstered by the power of Mega Evolution potions, had gained a significant advantage, overpowering the League's fighters. If this continued, victory would soon be determined. Boom. A colossal figure suddenly crashed to the ground before Xiao Chun, sending dust billowing into his face. He wiped the grime from his features and looked at the immense creature, eager to discern what had fallen. Before him lay a gigantic three-headed dragon, its head spinning in disorientation, clearly incapacitated. Initially, Xiao Chun assumed it had been defeated by Tian Li. However, a closer examination revealed otherwise. This creature possessed only the strength of a quasi-master. And the only other three-headed dragon of such caliber on the battlefield belonged to one individual, Warren, one of Team Rocket's generals. Xiao Chun glanced toward Warren, who was currently engaged with Athena and the other three Rocket generals. From the outset, they had targeted Junsha and Joy, but the duo's formidable strength compelled the four of them to unite against them. Pokémon, Rapidash. Level, 101, Master Level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat. Pokémon, Blissey. Level, 100, Master Level. Ability, Natural Cure. Skills, Egg Bomb, Focus Punch. Junsha and Joy's Pokémon were on an entirely different level compared to those of Athena and her companions, prompting them to act cautiously. As soon as the battle commenced, they administered Mega Evolution potions to their Pokémon, barely managing to withstand the fierce onslaught from Junsha and Joy, yet they were still struggling. Just moments ago, As the effects of the Mega Evolution potions began to wane, Walren's three-headed dragon was struck by Rapidash's attack, rendering it defeated. With the absence of the three-headed dragon, Athena and her companions found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation, on the verge of being overwhelmed by Junsha and Joy's relentless assault. Seeing the dire circumstances, Xiao Chun hurriedly summoned his Garchomp for support, while Yulongbing also recognized the situation on Athena's side and rushed to assist. Roar! Athena's Charizard was struck by Blissy's fist, emitting a pained cry. Damn it! Athena clenched her fists, glaring at Joy, yet found herself powerless against her. Among the four, Athena possessed the greatest strength. Thus, she faced Joy's assault alone, while the others contended with Junsha. Meanwhile, Wu Jianfeng's side struggled even more as they faced Rapidash without the support of Walren's three-headed dragon. Athena realized that she could not rely on the others any longer. Blissey, use Focus Punch. In her moment of distraction, Joy commanded Blissey to attack Athena's Charizard. Unable to issue timely commands, Athena could only watch helplessly as Blissey's fist barreled toward her Pokémon. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. At that moment, Xiao Chen arrived with Garchomp. The creature's claw struck Blissey on the forehead, halting its attack on Charizard and inflicting considerable damage. Relieved by Xiao Chen's timely intervention, Athena exhaled deeply, grateful for his arrival, knowing that with his strength, she could rest easy. At that instant, Wu Jianfeng's side also received reinforcements. Just as they were about to falter, an ice wall shielded them from harm. Yulongbing positioned himself in front of Junsha's Charizard. Upon seeing Xiao Chun and Yulongbing arrive, Junsha and Joy immediately regrouped, aware that Xiao Chun and Yulongbing were not as easily dealt with as Athena and her companions. Particularly, Xiao Chen's Mega Garchomp exuded a palpable sense of overwhelming pressure. Chapter 152, Junsha and Joy. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, we would have been taken down by those two, Wu Jianfeng remarked, still shaken by the earlier chaos. He had been tense throughout that encounter, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Humph, how dare you speak when you couldn't even defeat them? Weren't you quite formidable before? Yulongbing scoffed at Wu Jianfeng. Wu Jianfeng offered no retort, merely smiling faintly, acknowledging the truth of his inferiority. The pressing concern was to address the two before them. Everything else could wait. Xiao Chen interrupted the exchange between Yulongbing and Wu Jianfeng, fully aware that the two adversaries were masters in their own right, and even he dared not be careless. You will cover for me, Liu Yalusha. Use Dragon Claw, Xiao Chen commanded, gesturing towards Yulongbing before directing Liu Yalusha towards Junsha's Fengsugo. Surrounding Yulongbing were icicles, poised to assist Xiao Chun at any moment. Athena and her companions were also on high alert, ready to spring into action at the first sign of trouble. Fengsugo, use Protect. Junsha, realizing the impending threat from Liu Yalusha, hastily instructed her Pokémon to raise its defenses. The Dragon Claw attack from Liu Yalusha collided with the protective barrier of Fengsugo, resulting in a stalemate. Happiness Egg, use Double Slap. Joy, seizing what she believed to be an opportunity, commanded Happiness Egg to attack. Yet, just as the slaps were about to connect with Liu Yalusha, several ice spikes struck critical points on Happiness Egg, causing it significant damage and thwarting its assault. Liu Yalusha, use Dragon Dive. Xiao Chen shouted. For his true target had never been Fengsugo, but rather Happiness Egg. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Jengar, use Poison Sting. Bankira, unleash Hyper Beam. Athena and her comrades simultaneously directed their Pokémon towards Happiness Egg, while Walrun, incapacitated by the three-headed dragon, could only watch helplessly. What? Joy exclaimed, astonished that Xiao Chun and his allies would suddenly launch a full-scale attack against her, leaving her no time to react. She could only stand by and witness the barrage directed at Happiness Egg. As the attacks converged, a colossal explosion erupted, engulfing the arena in dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, the battered form of Happiness Egg came into view, its hands braced against the ground, eyes filled with unwavering determination. Despite its grievous injuries, it refused to succumb, intent on fighting until the very end. Suddenly, Liu Yalusha appeared, delivering a resounding slap to Happiness Egg's forehead, causing it to finally collapse in exhaustion. Liu Yalusha roared, as if to say, why put on such a show? You should have fallen sooner instead of pretending to be strong. The sight of Happiness Egg's struggle had irked Liu Yalusha, prompting the strike. After Joy recalled Happiness Egg into its Pokeball, she attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Walrun. He regarded her with a smug expression, confident that dealing with her posed no challenge despite lacking his own Pokémon for battle. Seeing no other option, Joy resigned herself to becoming Walrun's captive. With her capture, Only Junsha remained to face the onslaught alone. Now, there's just one left. Xiao Chun turned his attention to Junsha and Feng Sugo. Sensing the precariousness of her situation, Junsha stepped back, attempting to escape with Feng Sugo, but Yulong Bing appeared behind her, blocking her retreat. I'll fight to the end. Feng Sugo, use overheat. With no escape route, Junsha decided to go all out. Liu Yalusha unleashed dragon rage. Xiao Chun, too, was unwilling to back down, commanding Liu Yalusha to retaliate. With a thunderous explosion, the attacks from Liu Yalusha and Feng Sugo clashed, neutralizing each other. Damn it! Feng Sugo, use quick attack. Junsha urged her Pokémon to continue the assault. Charizard, use flamethrower. Gengar, deploy sludge bomb. Bankira, use rock slide. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to instruct Liu Yalusha to counter, Athena and her companions preemptively ordered their Pokémon to attack. Xiao Chun looked quizzically at Athena and her friends, perplexed by their intentions. Leave Junsha to us. We can handle it. Athena declared confidently, convinced that the three of them could take down Junsha. Xiao Chun's expression turned incredulous. Did they genuinely believe Feng Sugo was on the brink of collapse? Even if it were bloodthirsty, it was not a foe they could easily trifle with. As expected, Feng Sugo's quick attack zipped past the trio of Pokémon, sending Charizard flying while Bankira and Gengar collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to battle. What? Athena stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that after such a prolonged confrontation, the opponent still possessed such strength. Sigh, you all need more training, Xiao Chun remarked, patting Athena on the shoulder in exasperation. Baffled by their decision to recklessly rush into battle, Athena's face flushed with embarrassment. It was truly a humiliating moment. Liu Yalusha, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun resumed command of the battle, directing Liu Yalusha to launch a renewed assault on Junsha. Feng Sugo, use Flame Wheel. Junsha ordered. As Feng Sugo encased itself in flames and charged at Liu Yalusha, the Dragon Claw strike met the Flame Wheel, causing the flames to disperse upon contact. While Feng Sugo seized Liu Yalusha's arm in its jaws. Roar! Liu Yalusha winced in pain, attempting to shake off Feng Sugo. But the more it struggled, the tighter Feng Sugo clamped down. Feng Sugo, use Flamethrower. Junsha urged, prompting Feng Sugo to unleash a torrent of flames upon Liu Yalusha's arm, causing it excruciating agony. Liu Yalusha, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chun commanded. The other arm of Liu Yalusha struck Feng Sugo on the head, yet no matter how fiercely Liu Yalusha attacked, Feng Sugo refused to relent, steadfastly gripping the arm with tenacity. Now, let us see how you deal with this, Junsha exclaimed, exhilarated, as she witnessed Xiao Chun struggling to find a solution. But then, an unsettling sound echoed, akin to flesh being rent asunder. Junsha glanced down, only to discover a gaping wound in her chest, blood seeping forth. She collapsed to the ground, defeated. Chapter 153, The Loyal Feng Sugo. At that moment, Yulong Bing stood coldly behind Junsha, having just delivered the fatal blow. Junsha had foolishly exposed her back to the enemy. A grave mistake in the heat of battle. After eliminating Junsha, Yulong Bing unleashed another ice spike, dispatching Joy as well. Keeping her alive served no purpose. Oh well. Feng Sugo, witnessing its trainer's fall, immediately released Liu Yalusha's arm and rushed to Junsha's side. It desperately nudged her with its paws, striving to awaken its trainer, yet to no avail. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to awaken Junsha, the mighty Houndoom realized that its trainer had departed. It lay beside Junsha's lifeless body, emitting mournful cries, tears slowly cascading from the corners of its eyes. What a loyal Pokémon it is. Xiao Chun couldn't help but express his admiration upon witnessing Houndoom's sorrowful demeanor. Athena and the others watched on, envious of such a powerful and devoted Pokémon. Tyranitar. Finish off Houndoom, Xiao Chun suddenly declared, shocking Athena and the others, who had just been praising its loyalty. How could he so swiftly call for its demise? What purpose does it serve to keep it alive? Whoever among you can command it, let it remain. Xiao Chun, realizing the incredulous gazes directed at him, understood the gravity of the situation. This Houndoom was no ordinary Pokémon. Having achieved the master level, it excelled in every aspect. Unlike weaker Pokémon, which could be tamed through strength or other means, such tactics were futile against a Pokémon of this caliber. Furthermore, they had already slain its trainer. Pushing both parties to a point of no return, one must perish for the other to survive. Rather than risk having it unexpectedly create trouble, it was more expedient to eliminate it outright. Tyranitar approached Houndoom from behind. The latter was still engulfed in grief over its trainer's demise, entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. Tyranidar's gaze bore a fierce intensity as it recalled how this creature had previously clamped onto its arm, refusing to relent, leaving it still aching. With a swift motion, Tyranidar delivered a powerful blow to Houndoom's vulnerable neck, the sound of bone cracking echoing through the air. Houndoom let out a faint whimper before collapsing. Thus, the formidable master-level Houndoom met its untimely end. Athena and the others watched this tragic scene with profound regret. What a magnificent Pokémon it was, now lost forever. Yet, even had they not slain Houndoom, it was clear they were not capable of claiming it for themselves, as they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Just as they lamented Houndoom's death, an unexpected commotion erupted on the battlefield. With a thunderous crash, a mighty Beedrill was struck by Jiaxi's dual-axis dragon, sent flying into a nearby skyscraper, which crumbled instantly. Beedrill emerged from the ruins, battered and bruised. As the effects of the Mega Evolution Serum waned, Beedrill was no longer a match for the combined force of dual-axis dragon and Hydreigon. Xiao Chun and Yulong Bing rushed towards Beedrill's location, while Athena and the others recognized that they were ill-equipped to engage in such intense combat and sought assistance elsewhere. Dual-axis dragon, unleash flamethrower, Jiaxi commanded, determined to finish Beedrill once and for all. A torrent of flames erupted from dual-axis dragon's mouth, aimed directly at Beedrill, who would be rendered helpless if struck. Just as the flames were about to engulf Beedrill, a thick ice wall rose before it, blocking the fiery assault. The one who intervened was none other than Yulong Bing, who had been clearing the lesser threats within the alliance. Upon witnessing Yulong Bing's timely arrival, Bamu felt a wave of relief. Had she not intervened, disaster would have ensued. Damn it, meddling girl. Hydreigon, use Oblivion Wing, Tianli exclaimed, furious that Yulong Bing's interference had thwarted their plans. Tyranitar, use Dragon Rage. Xiaoqin joined the fray, countering Hydreigon's attack with Tyranidar's own, shifting the dynamics of battle from 2 against 1 to 3 against 2. Curse it, Jiaxi roared in anger, realizing that with the addition of a master-level girl, their situation had become precarious. Their side was already at a disadvantage, especially with Dao Wu having fled. Without a means to turn the tide, their defeat was inevitable. We must eliminate one. Beedrill lunged at dual-axis dragon with a fury cutter. Bamu aimed to take down dual-axis dragon first before dealing with Hydreigon. Dragon Rage. Xiao Chun followed Bamu's lead, attacking dual-axis dragon. The massive creature evaded Beedrill's strike, but was struck by Tyranidar's Dragon Rage, collapsing under the assault and sustaining considerable damage. Hydreigon, assist dual-axis dragon, Tianli urged, realizing that Jiaxi's Pokémon was faltering. If dual-axis dragon fell, he would be next. As Hydreigon prepared to assist, it was suddenly bombarded by a flurry of ice shards, forcing it to abandon its support of dual-axis dragon to evade the icy onslaught. Yulong Bing stood firm before Hydreigon, her mission clear, to stall it while Bamu and Xiaoqin dealt with dual-axis dragon. Hydreigon, use Dragon Pulse to eliminate her, Tianli commanded, pushing for a swift resolution. Hydreigon launched a fierce assault at Yulong Bing, eager to end the fight quickly. Yet, Yulong Bing refused to engage head-on, opting instead to evade the attacks. Just as Hydreigon considered abandoning the chase to aid dual-axis dragon, Yulong Bing would dart in to harass it, provoking the creature's furious roars. Meanwhile, as Tianli directed Hydreigon against Yulong Bing, Jiaxi was struggling. Under the relentless onslaught from Tyranitar and Beedrill, Jiaxi's dual-axis dragon ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Now, only Tianli remained. In that moment, Tianli's heart raced with despair at the sight of dual-axis dragon's fall. With Bamu and Xiao Chun now advancing towards him, commanding their Pokémon to close in on Hydreigon, he found himself cornered. Yulong Bing, persistently wearing down Hydreigon's stamina, left Tianli at a loss. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. Rather than waiting for inevitable defeat, he resolved to escape. Hydreigon, return, Tianli called out, summoning his Pokémon back to his side. Climbing onto Hydreigon's back, he fled into the distance without a backward glance. Bamu and the others made no attempt to pursue. Capturing him would not be easy, nor would it yield any benefit, so they let him go. As Tianli vanished into the horizon, Jiaxi remained dumbfounded, staring at the retreating figure, utterly at a loss. He yearned to continue the battle, yet his Pokémon had already succumbed. He felt trapped, unable to escape, and comprehended that he was utterly powerless to turn the tide this time. With a resigned sigh, he awaited his fate at the hands of Giovanni. Giovanni approached Cyrus, his gaze calm yet penetrating, refraining from uttering a word. As their eyes met, Cyrus sensed the hidden menace lurking beneath Giovanni's tranquil demeanor. His intuition was not amiss. Giovanni had initially intended to eliminate Cyrus on the spot, for the losses incurred by Team Rocket at the hands of this old fool had thoroughly vexed him. However, Giovanni recognized that the elderly man still held significant value, and preserving his life was far more advantageous than extinguishing it. "Kill me if you dare," Cyrus proclaimed, spreading his arms wide as if inviting death itself to embrace him. "I offer you a chance to live. Join Team Rocket, and choose any position you desire," Giovanni proposed, presenting a tantalizing offer. The reason behind Giovanni's desire to keep Cyrus alive was clear, despite the Kanto League being a mere shell of its former self. Numerous loyalists remained devoted to Cyrus across Kanto and beyond. The potential for these individuals to stir trouble was considerable, and enlisting Cyrus would simplify the resolution of such issues. Beside them, Sharon was taken aback by Giovanni's willingness to extend such an offer to Cyrus. "Do not waste your breath. I shall never join Team Rocket." "Nor do you truly believe you have emerged victorious?" Cyrus replied, regarding Giovanni with a peculiar expression. "Oh, but the entirety of Kanto is now under my command. Do you truly think you can turn the tables?" Giovanni inquired, intrigued. "Haha, whether or not I can reverse the situation remains to be seen, but I assure you, Team Rocket will not be the ultimate victor," Cyrus laughed, exhibiting none of the despair one might expect from a defeated man. Giovanni's unease grew as he observed Cyrus's demeanor. Could it be that Cyrus possessed a hidden strategy? Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Giovanni dismissed the absurdity of such a notion. Cyrus was already in his grasp, and it was implausible that he had any tricks left up his sleeve. "Take this man away and ensure he is closely monitored," Giovanni commanded, waving his hand for two subordinates to escort Cyrus. "You will come to regret this, Giovanni." Cyrus spat, his eyes glinting with malice. Giovanni felt a surge of anger at being so openly disdained, nearly losing his composure and dispatching Cyrus then and there. He had never been so openly belittled. Nevertheless, he restrained himself and motioned for his subordinates to lead Cyrus away. As Cyrus departed, he erupted into laughter, casting a glance back at Giovanni filled with murderous intent. "Since you have spared my life, it seems I shall be the one to hunt you down next," he thought, exhilarated by the knowledge that his contingency plan was en route, and once it arrived, Team Rocket would be entirely obliterated, unbeknownst to Giovanni. Returning to the battlefield, the absence of leadership among the League had left them in disarray, with countless fleeing like the cowardly Thunderous. However, lacking the formidable strength of Thunderous, they fell before their foes before they could escape. Soon, the cacophony of battle subsided, and the victor was clear. Team Rocket had decisively triumphed. The remaining members of the League were either slain or had surrendered. As the dust settled, Sharon sat amidst the devastation, observing the battlefield strewn with debris. His Garchomp stood resolutely beside him, having reverted from its mega-evolution, yet its aura remained that of a true master. Indeed, in this fierce conflict, Garchomp had achieved a breakthrough, ascending to genuine mastery. The battlefield lay littered with the bodies of both men and Pokémon, while Team Rocket members scoured the area for any surviving comrades. This clash had been more brutal than any prior siege. Although Team Rocket emerged victorious, the cost was substantial. Not only had ordinary members suffered losses, but even a third of Team Rocket's cadres had perished, underscoring the ferocity of this war. The greatest casualties were among the monstrous legion that Sharon had captured. They had spearheaded Team Rocket's advance into Quartz City and had withstood the League's most ferocious counterattacks. By the battle's conclusion, the once mighty legion had dwindled to a mere dozen. Sharon and the upper echelons of Team Rocket followed Giovanni to the League's headquarters in Quartz City. Standing in what was once Cyrus's office, Giovanni surveyed the entirety of Quartz City, a broad smile illuminating his face. Team Rocket had definitively established control over Kanto. Giovanni was now its new sovereign. That evening, Giovanni hosted a celebration to commemorate Team Rocket's successful conquest of Kanto. The following day, he convened the high-ranking members of Team Rocket in a meeting room, for with the region now under their dominion, new arrangements were imperative. In the meeting room, the members of Team Rocket wore expressions of delight as they anticipated Giovanni's announcement regarding territorial divisions. With Team Rocket having claimed all of Kanto and become its new rulers, it was necessary to appoint individuals to manage the various cities within the region, and they were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. This arrangement would effectively transform their identities from members of a nefarious organization into administrators of their respective territories, an aspiration many had long harbored in their unwavering allegiance to Team Rocket. Giovanni delivered a series of speeches, more akin to the reflections of a victor, recounting the suffering endured by the citizens of Kanto under Cyrus's regime and outlining the changes he intended to implement during his rule. After concluding his remarks, The moment everyone had eagerly awaited arrived, the distribution of territories. Each member would receive their own domain, yet their fundamental roles would remain unchanged, merely rebranded. Team Rocket would no longer bear that name. It would be re-established as the Kanto League. Sharon eagerly anticipated the position Giovanni would assign to him. In the 155th chapter, The Seven Masters, Giovanni, as the leader of Team Rocket, assumed the role of the overlord of the Kanto region. He divided Kanto into 6 zones, centered around Quartz City, with Sharon and 6 other generals appointed as the chief overseers of each area, concurrently serving as elders of the League. Each city, town, and village within these regions would be managed by former Team Rocket officers, effectively replacing the prior League officials with their own people. Sharon was assigned to the area north of Quartz City, known as the Summit District. With the arrangement of Team Rocket's members complete, the meeting concluded. As a regional ruler, Giovanni's schedule was undoubtedly demanding. The administration of a newly established regime required his personal oversight, and numerous aspects necessitated refinement. After exiting the meeting room, Sharon and his comrades prepared to depart Quartz City, as they were set to assume control of their respective territories. At the city gates, Sharon stood shoulder to shoulder with his companion, Sweet Dragon, while a few of his followers trailed behind. They were about to embark on their journey to the Summit District. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared before Xiaoqing. It was none other than Professor Oak. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Xiaoqing inquired, puzzled. After all, Professor Oak had been granted access to any information regarding Team Rocket by Boss Sakaki, allowing him to continue his research of interest in Quartz City. However, what perplexed Xiaoqing was the nature of the experiments Professor Oak had been conducting since joining Team Rocket. Each time he attempted to investigate, the professor had evaded his queries, citing confidentiality. "Of course, I can't help but worry about you, my boy," Professor Oak chuckled, looking at Xiaoqing with a smile. "I've spoken to Boss Sakaki and have received his approval to establish a research facility in your jurisdiction. You must ensure that it is located close to you, so I can keep a watchful eye on you." Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile wryly at his grandfather's words. It seemed he still viewed him as a child, unable to shake off his concerns. "What? Are you unwilling?" Professor Oak gazed at Xiaoqing with wide eyes. "Of course not. How could I possibly refuse?" Xiaoqing laughed. After Professor Oak's arrival, Xiaoqing intended to lead his companions away from Quartz City. However, just as they were about to depart, the sky suddenly darkened. Xiaoqing looked up and was taken aback to see the sky densely populated with Pokémon, all hovering above Quartz City, with figures perched atop them. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiaoqing. These unexpected arrivals certainly signified trouble. At that moment, a Metagross soared into the sky from Quartz City, bearing 2 figures upon its back. Xiaoqing instantly recognized them as the previously escaped Steven and the supposed inmate, Cyrus. "Quick, prepare for battle," Xiaoqing shouted to his subordinates. With Cyrus escaped from prison and the ominous crowd gathering above, Xiaoqing realized the gravity of the situation. He instructed his men to swiftly retreat into Quartz City while leaving his trusted aides, including Lingfeng, to keep Professor Oak and the Dragon Tamer Suite outside the city, as he was uncertain of what might unfold next and believed it would be safer for them there. Having organized everything, Xiaoqing mounted his Garchomp and flew towards the looming threat. "Boss Sakaki, come out," Cyrus bellowed from below, wielding a loudspeaker that magnified his voice throughout Quartz City. As his words echoed, several figures soared into the sky, led by Athena and her companions. "How dare you show such disrespect to our leader? You seek death." Warren, one of the generals of Team Rocket, exclaimed angrily at Cyrus, feeling insulted by the affront to his superior. Just then, a streak of light hurtled towards Warren, who had no time to react before it pierced through his chest. He plummeted from his Hydreigon, crashing heavily to the ground. Thus, Warren, one of Team Rocket's generals, met his demise. The sight horrified Athena and the others, prompting them to hastily return to the ground, distancing themselves from Cyrus and his cohorts. Warren was among the most formidable members of Team Rocket, and his swift defeat without even a glimpse of his attacker was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the figures in the sky followed Athena's lead and descended to the ground. Emerging from behind Cyrus was a striking woman clad in a black gown, accompanied by a blue Jengar that cackled eerily over the lifeless body of Warren. Clearly, it was responsible for the fatal blow. Pokémon, Jengar. Level, 106, Master Level. Ability, Cursed Body. Moves, Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Ball. The chilling laughter of this powerful Jengar sent shivers down spines. Following Cyrus, more figures appeared, accompanied by formidable Pokémon. A slender man stood behind Cyrus, accompanied by a Snorlax that seemed incongruous with his appearance. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, 107, Master Level. Ability, Thick Fat. Moves, Body Slam, Hyper Beam. This Snorlax was significantly larger than an ordinary one, its strength reaching master level. The previously fleeing Tianli also reappeared, with his Hydreigon howling, seemingly seeking to reclaim lost dignity. The Sinnoh League's champion, Lanin, and the Kalos League's champion, Dazhuang. Athena recognized the identities of the alluring woman and the slender man. The striking woman was indeed Lanin, the champion of the Sinnoh region, while the slender man was Dazhuang, the current champion of the Kalos region. At that moment, another figure emerged from behind them, accompanied by Pokémon that left the crowd in shock. They were familiar faces seen countless times on television. The Sinnoh champion, Julien, and the Kalos champion, Karyuni. With their ace Pokémon, Garchomp and Gardevoir. Pokémon, Garchomp. Level, 100 Master Level. Ability, Rough Skin. Moves, Draco Meteor, Dragon Rush. Pokémon, Gardevoir. Level, 100 Master Level. Ability, Trace. Moves, Magical Shine, Teleport. Yet another pair of Master Level Pokémon. In response, Cyrus unleashed his injured dual-bladed dragon, still exuding a fierce presence despite its wounds. The overwhelming aura emanating from Cyrus Master Level Pokémon pressed heavily upon Team Rocket's members. Xiaoqing arrived on the scene, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. A total of 7 Master Level opponents. Chapter 156, The Power Behind the Throne. Xiaoqing immediately commanded his Garchomp to land, recognizing the precariousness of the situation. These individuals were clearly not here for friendly exchanges. Getting too close would undoubtedly expose him to their attention. He knew his own strength would render him a target. Though Boss Sakaki and his grandfather treated him well, in this dire moment, he could only utter his apologies. However, Xiaoqing was not inclined to flee. He awaited an opportunity to strike. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Athena and her companions assessed the formidable adversaries before them, hesitant to make a move. Conversely, Cyrus and his group regarded Athena's team with disdain, believing they were unworthy of engagement, awaiting the arrival of their true leader. Gentlemen, why have you brought such a multitude into my court city, and what is your purpose? Furthermore, why did you indiscriminately slay my subordinate? Boss Sakaki arrived on the scene, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the powerful figures before him, particularly emphasizing his final inquiry with a menacing glare. Warren had been one of Sakaki's strongest subordinates, a rarity in Team Rocket, and the fact that he had been killed without warning demanded a response. Failure to act would surely dissuade others from loyally serving him. It turns out you are the illustrious leader of the Rockets, Banmo. You seem rather unimpressive, and I can't fathom why you would retain such ineffectual subordinates. Killing them would be doing you a great favor. You should be thanking me instead of addressing me in such a tone. At that moment, Lanin stepped forward, her voice laced with provocation as she regarded Banmo. Banmo's gaze towards Lanin was frigid. You seek death, Athena shouted in fury, pointing at Lanin. Her words undoubtedly insulted all present, for Wolin was one of the 6 generals of the Rockets, a force to be reckoned with. To disparage Wolin as worthless was effectively to cast aspersions upon them all. Oh, how amusing. Just moments ago, you cowered before my sister like a dog. Now that your master has arrived, you dare to bark? A woman beside Lanin sneered disdainfully at Athena. Trailing behind her was a Jengar of merely king-level strength. While formidable in ordinary circumstances, she was clearly unqualified to speak in this company. Moreover, her prowess was insufficient to stand alongside Jiazi and the others. Yet her sister was Lanin. Ah, dear sister, do refrain from disparaging others. A lack of strength is not their fault. We cannot dismiss them based solely on that. Observe. They too possess their own merits. At the very least, they recognize their inferiority and are willing to serve others, a trait we lack. Lanin feigned self-reproach as she conversed with her sister, her gaze fixed on Athena, brimming with mirth. Your sister imparts wisdom, I understand, echoed Lanin's sister in agreement. Athena trembled with rage at this scene, yearning to charge at the two and fight, yet her inferiority and strength restrained her. What is your purpose for being here? Banmu inquired in a deep voice. Although the loss of his subordinates pained him, he recognized that the individuals before him were beyond his capability to confront. Thus he wished to avoid conflict. Banmu, do you truly believe the Rockets have emerged victorious? Jiazi retorted, spreading his arms to indicate the army behind him. Do you honestly think your people stand a chance against us? I certainly recall, but bringing in such a multitude of allies must have cost you dearly, has it not? What benefits have you promised them? Banmu feigned contemplation. Jiazi, incensed by Banmu's words, had indeed invested heavily to summon these reinforcements, pledging various rewards and even promising to allocate a significant portion of the Kanto region to them upon success. Furthermore, they intended to intervene in the internal affairs of the Kanto alliance, effectively undermining his authority as president. Nevertheless, Jiazi felt compelled to enlist their help. Survival depended on it. To fall into the hands of the Rockets would be tantamount to death. Banmu, spare us the pleasantries. Surrender your weapons and take your own life to atone for your failures, and I may yet show mercy to your subordinates. Jiazi's gaze was fixed on Banmu, for he needed the Rockets' remaining personnel, having lost most of his original subordinates to Banmu's forces. These were the very individuals Jiazi had spent a lifetime cultivating, and he could not replace them overnight. The Rockets members could temporarily fulfill that need, and with Banmu's demise, they posed little threat, easily subdued. Furthermore, once he had his own people, he could solidify his power, knowing that his newly acquired allies would not dare to overstep their bounds. Banmu hesitated, recognizing that those before him were formidable opponents. Engaging in a fight would surely lead to the demise of his remaining subordinates, while he himself was unafraid. The thought of their deaths weighed heavily on him. Since Jiazi was willing to offer his subordinates a chance at survival, Banmu wished to see them live. Boss, let's fight them. Athena, seeing Banmu's indecision, assumed he was considering acquiescing to Jiazi's demands. Indeed, boss, we follow you alone. Wu Jianfeng stepped forward. Boss, we are not afraid to die. We will fight them. Famaz added, his face aflame with fury. Kill, kill, kill. The members of the Rockets shouted in a chorus of rage. Seeing this display of loyalty, Banmu's wavering resolve solidified. Indeed, his subordinates were unafraid. As their leader, how could he cower? Death was merely a word. He would charge forth. Ah, Banmu, your loyal hounds are indeed steadfast, willing to accompany you to death. Truly, these powerless fools are your pets. At that moment, Lanin's sister stepped forward once more, mocking Banmu. Her disdainful gaze surveyed him and his comrades, emboldened by her sister's presence. Oh, are you relying on your sister's influence, you worthless wretch? Just then, a sound sliced through the air as a shadow darted towards Lanin, seizing her sister and swiftly removing her from the scene, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What? Lanin gasped, having witnessed the shadow zip past her, taking her sister with it. Sister, save me. Lanin's sister found herself before Banmu and the others, now being held aloft by a Sharpedo. Who was playing tricks? Lanin seethed with fury. It had been ages since anyone dared to mock her, and now they had dared to abduct her sister. Oh, I merely came to correct your sister's remarks. She claimed others were worthless and were relying on influence. In that case, is she not worthless before me? Was she not also relying on influence? Xiaoqing appeared beside the Sharpedo, seizing Lanin's sister and gripping her throat, casting a provocative glance at Lanin's group. Release my sister at once, or I will ensure you regret it. Lanin's fury surged as she beheld Xiaoqing's grip on her sister's throat. This was her only kin. In that moment, she cared not for Xiaoqing's taunts. Her sole desire was for her sister's safety. You had best release her now, or you will find yourself in dire straits. Lanin's sister, struggling against Xiaoqing's hold, found her voice strained yet threatened him, seemingly oblivious to her precarious situation. Xiaoqing, observing her audacity, tightened his grip further. I can hardly breathe. I need air. Lanin's sister's face flushed, hands flailing against Xiaoqing's arm. Release my sister at once. Lanin cried, desperation clawing at her heart. Were it not for her sister's peril, she would have charged at Xiaoqing without hesitation. Very well, I shall return her to you. Xiao Chan gazed upon the anxious visage of Lanin, releasing her younger sister, who was on the verge of losing consciousness from asphyxiation. At that moment, Lan Yin's sister collapsed onto the ground, gasping for the fresh air. You scoundrel! I will have my sister kill you. She glared at Xiao Chun with eyes full of resentment. Alas, do you truly lack the capacity to comprehend human speech? Xiao Chun sighed. I have warned you against leveraging your sister's influence, yet you persist in your folly, barking like a dog, despite being utterly worthless yourself. Xiao Chun regarded the scene before him with a sense of exasperation. Take heed in your next life. With that, he extended his hand once more, gripping Lan Yin's sister by the throat, and amidst her terror-stricken gaze, he snapped her neck. Lan Yin's sister's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone would dare to take her life before her sister. In that fleeting moment of death, her heart was overwhelmed with regret. Had she not relied on her sister's power to oppress others, perhaps her fate would have been different. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret, and she could only succumb to her demise, burdened with endless remorse. Xiao Qin callously tossed Lan Yin's lifeless body before her sister. No, Lan Yin cried out in fury, rushing forward to embrace her sister's corpse, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, those behind Lan Yin watched impassively, some even appearing to smirk. Among them was Zhu Lan, who felt a profound sense of joy at the demise of Lan Yin's sister. For this individual had taken full advantage of her sister's status to demonstrate her tyrannical behavior in the Sinnoh region. Zhu Lan herself had also been subjected to her arrogance, yet had tolerated it due to her sister's standing. Now that Xiao Chun had eliminated Lan Yin's sister, it symbolized the eradication of a bully in the Sinnoh region. Much to Zhu Lan's delight, after weeping for a considerable time, Lan Yin finally lifted her head, her eyes blazing with fury. "I will kill you. Jengar, use Shadow Ball." She commanded her Pokémon to launch an attack against Xiao Chun. "Sharpedo, use Dragon Claw to shatter it." Xiao Chun responded, initially taken aback by the incoming Shadow Ball. Wasn't she a paragon of the Alliance? Why was she attacking a trainer? But he quickly regained his composure, instructing Sharpedo to obliterate the approaching attack. "Everyone charge!" Lan Yin shouted to those behind her. Zhu Lan and her companions surged towards the Team Rocket members, while Tian Li and the others exchanged glances before following suit. "Brothers, on!" Ban Mu commanded his subordinates to initiate an offensive, as he and his Beedrill confronted Jia Xiai and Tian Li, now joined by another formidable ally. Though the name de Zhuang might elicit a chuckle, respect must be afforded, for it was his name. Yet, laughter was inevitable, as perhaps he enjoyed the contrast. Ban Mu surveyed the three powerful adversaries before him with grave concern. Previously, he had managed to contend with two foes thanks to the Super Evolution Potion. But now stripped of that advantage, facing three opponents seemed a daunting prospect. Meanwhile, Yulong Bing found herself in a similarly dire predicament, facing Zhu Lan and Karuni, unable to escape their formidable challenge. Athena and her companions fared even worse, as they confronted Dawu. Their strength paled in comparison, and without the Super Evolution Potion, their chances were slim. The ordinary members were also struggling, as the reinforcements summoned by Jia Xiai were exceptionally powerful, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to retaliate effectively. "Sharpedo, use Flamethrower," Xiao Chen commanded, keenly aware that Lan Yin's relentless gaze was fixed on him. He understood that if he did not resolve this matter today, his escape would be exceedingly difficult. "Use Magical Shine, Jengar," Lan Yin countered, her Jengar's attack successfully neutralizing Sharpedo's Flamethrower, ultimately striking the Pokémon. Sharpedo staggered back, but fortunately sustained only minor injuries. "Sharpedo Mega Evolve," Xiao Chen shouted, recognizing that to contend with Lan Yin's Jengar, he needed to elevate his own Pokémon's power. Amidst a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, Sharpedo underwent Mega Evolution. Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Lan Yin, now feeling more confident in his strength. So what if you Mega Evolved? I can do it too," Lan Yin retorted, a keystone appearing on her wrist identical to Xiao Chen's. She and her Jengar began their own Mega Evolution. Pokémon, Jengar, Mega Evolution. Level, 108, Master Level. Ability, Cursed Body. Skills, Magical Shine, Shadow Ball. Xiao Chen stood frozen in astonishment upon realizing that Lan Yin's Jengar could also Mega Evolve. How was he to combat this? Chapter 158, A Gruesome Battle. Xiao Chen stared at the astonished Jengar, mouth agape, shocked that Lan Yin and her Pokémon had mastered Mega Evolution. However, upon reflection, it was no surprise. After all, Zhu Lan, the champion of the Sinnoh region, possessed this ability, and as the president of the Sinnoh League, it was only natural for Lan Yin to do so as well. Yet, while it was unsurprising, Xiao Chun was solely focused on how to contend with this newly Mega-evolved Jengar. Prior to Jengar's transformation, the odds had been 3-7 in favor of Sharpedo. But now, it felt as if the scales had tipped to 90-10, with Sharpedo at 9 and Jengar at 1. A single punch from Jengar could shatter Sharpedo into fragments. "Sharpedo, use Dragon Ascent," Xiao Chun commanded, yet his mind raced with thoughts of how to escape. The opposing forces had reached a level of power far beyond his own, and remaining here would surely lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Ban Mu's side was struggling as Beedrill faced overwhelming odds, contending against three opponents of equal strength, plunging it into a fierce struggle. Especially daunting was De Zhuang's Snorlax. Beedrill felt as though it were striking an iron wall, unable to penetrate its defenses. Yulong Bing was similarly beleaguered, facing Zhu Lan's Sharpedo and Karuni's Gardevoir, completely outmatched. During the battle, unable to withstand the onslaught, Yulong Bing suffered a grievous injury as Zhu Lan's Sharpedo bit off her left arm. With no time to tend to her wound, she fought on with her remaining hand, but her combat effectiveness had drastically diminished, and defeat was merely a matter of time. On the other side, Athena and her remaining companion faced an even grimmer fate. In their recent encounter with Dawu's Metagross, Famas and his Pokémon were struck by a brutal meteor mash, resulting in Famas' Arbok losing consciousness, while Famas himself was left battered and lifeless. With their companion lost, Athena and her remaining ally found their fighting spirit crushed, desperately seeking an opportunity to flee. This battle was no longer one for mortals. The disparity in power was so vast that continuing would be tantamount to a death sentence. Just as Wu Jianfeng, accompanied by his Pokémon, braced against another attack from Metagross, Athena spotted a prime opportunity to escape. Without uttering a word, Athena mounted the back of the Charizard, preparing to flee. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that the Metagross had already gathered its energy for a devastating attack. Just as Athena and Charizard ascended into the sky, the concentrated destructive beam erupted from Metagross's mouth, piercing through their bodies in an instant. Charizard and Athena plummeted heavily to the ground, and at that moment, Athena's expression still radiated the joy of what she believed was a successful escape, yet her life was forever frozen in that fleeting moment. "Banjira, run!" Wukong Fengjin shouted. Realizing Athena had also perished, he was no longer inclined to fight and hurriedly called for his Pokémon to retreat. But Daigo would never allow Wukong Feng to escape so easily. Metagross materialized directly in front of Wukong Feng and Banjira. And before Wukong Feng could issue a command to Banjira, it was swiftly knocked to the ground by a single punch from Metagross, losing its ability to fight. Witnessing this, Wukong Feng let out a desolate laugh and, taking out a dagger, plunged it into his own heart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thus, the original 4 generals of Team Rocket had all met their demise. How infuriating! Banmu seethed as he watched his longtime subordinates perish before his eyes, consumed by an unbridled rage. Yet, anger often clouds one's judgment. In his fury, Banmu commanded Beedrill to attack, his mind solely fixated on revenge, disregarding all else. At that moment, Daigo stealthily appeared behind Banmu, wielding a sharp blade that he thrust into Banmu's chest with blinding speed. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Banmu's torso, and he turned to see Daigo grinning at him. Killing the leader of Team Rocket was indeed a significant achievement. Banmu, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, pushed Daigo away but stumbled and fell to the ground. Beedrill, witnessing its master being ambushed, rushed to Banmu's side but, in its singular focus on him, failed to notice it was still facing 3 formidable opponents. Beedrill was struck and ultimately collapsed, powerless. As Banmu watched Beedrill fall, he coughed up blood, acutely aware of the life ebbing from his body. He realized he had been utterly defeated. "Banmu, did you ever envision this day would come?" At that moment, Daigo approached Banmu, the blade still in hand, a smile gracing his face. Banmu now appeared to him like a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any threat. "Banmu, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider sparing your life," Daigo taunted, envisioning the thrill of having the notorious leader of Team Rocket kneel before him. Just then, Jiaxi and others joined Banmu's side. Jiaxi felt a long-awaited sense of vengeance fulfilled, his excitement palpable. "Ha ha ha, Banmu, look at you now." He laughed heartily, relishing the sight of the one who had once claimed his territory, now at his mercy. Banmu ignored Jiaxi, his gaze fixated on the blade in Daigo's hand. Initially intended for Daigo, but now rethinking his strategy, with Jiaxi standing before him. Just as Jiaxi approached, expecting Banmu to remain passive, Banmu suddenly sprang into action, snatching the blade from Daigo's grasp and seizing Jiaxi, pressing the blade against his neck. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned, unable to fathom Banmu's audacity. "Release me at once. I can grant you anything you desire. I can let you and your subordinates leave," Jiaxi exclaimed, thoroughly panicked, fearing that one tremble of Banmu's hand could spell his end. Daigo and the others regarded Banmu warily, cautious of any further tricks. "I want you dead," Banmu declared. And with that, he swiftly slit Jiaxi's throat. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth from Jiaxi's severed neck, spraying Daigo, whose expression twisted in horror. Jiaxi's eyes widened in disbelief as Banmu killed him without a second thought, leaving him no chance to escape. With a thud, Banmu released his grip, and Jiaxi's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Gasping for breath, Banmu was utterly exhausted, already grievously injured and now feeling dizzy. He surveyed his surroundings, slowly raising the blade once more. Daigo and the others hesitated to approach, uncertain of Banmu's next move. They had no desire to share Jiaxi's fate. Banmu raised the blade high and plunged it into his abdomen, blood spraying forth as he twisted the blade. His face contorted in agony before he lowered his head and fell to the ground. The once formidable Banmu had met his end. Boss. Upon witnessing Banmu's fall, many members of Team Rocket were filled with despair. Banmu had been their beacon of hope, their courage in the face of adversaries. With his demise, it signified the collapse of their morale, leaving them devoid of the will to fight on. with Banmu's death and the 4 generals slain. The remnants of Team Rocket were regarded as a mere rabble in the eyes of the League. Daigo and his allies surrounded the remaining members of Team Rocket, taking them down one by one. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, witnessing Banmu's fall, comprehended that Team Rocket had utterly failed. Remaining here would only lead to his demise. "Garridos, let us go," he shouted, needing to escape quickly while the majority of attention was diverted away from him, for once those eyes were upon him, there would be no chance of escape. Garridos, having deflected an attack from Gengqi, raced towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing mounted Garridos' back, and together they swiftly fled the scene, heading towards the outskirts of Court City. Observing this, Lanyin immediately pursued in the direction Xiaoqing had fled, intent on avenging her sister's death. At this moment, Yulongbing, seeing Xiaoqing retreat and Banmu slain, felt her heart grow cold. Her remaining arm, neglected in battle, was struck and broken. Yulongbing fell to the ground, spitting blood. Her gaze fixed on the approaching Zhulan-s Garridos and Karuni-s Shinedo. Exhausted and unable to rise, she watched as Zhulan and Karuni drew near. As if she already foresaw her grim fate, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. With a desperate resolve, Yulongbing thrust an ice spike into her own heart. The sound of her fall echoed, and with her demise, Team Rocket's remaining members were left with no strength to continue fighting, as Daigo and his allies cleansed Court City of their presence. At that moment, Xiao Chun, riding on his fierce Garridos, finally arrived at the outskirts of Court City, where he found Yulong Tiantian and the others. "Xiao Chun, what on earth happened in the city?" Professor Oak asked, his expression laced with concern. The sounds of chaos and battle had echoed through the air, even reaching their location outside the city. And Xiao Chen's disheveled appearance only heightened his fears regarding the situation within. "It's over, utterly over. Team Rocket has been completely annihilated," Xiao Chun exclaimed in a state of panic. What transpired? Professor Oak was taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. How could Team Rocket, which had seemed fine just moments ago, suddenly be no more? Jia Ci gathered many allies, including him. There were 7 masters. Banmu was killed, and Athena and the others are also dead. Yulongbing had already fallen when I escaped. Now, apart from me, all the upper echelons of Team Rocket are gone. Xiao Chen revealed this shocking news, leaving Professor Oak and the others speechless in disbelief. 7 masters? Banmu and the others are all dead. They were at a loss as to what to do next. "Hurry, we must leave this place. It will soon be too late." Xiao Chun urged everyone to flee, pulling Yulong Tiantian onto Garridos' back. While Professor Oak rode on a Pidgeot he had nurtured since joining Team Rocket, which had reached quasi-champion level under his special care, Ling Feng and the others also released their flying Pokémon, preparing to escape this dire situation. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Lanyin, accompanied by her Jengar, caught up with them, her gaze locking onto Xiao Chun and his party as she sped towards them with a sinister grin. "Run!" Xiao Chun shouted desperately for the group to leave, but Ling Feng and the others remained frozen in place. "What are you waiting for? Move quickly!" Xiao Chun yelled at the still motionless Ling Feng and the others. "Boss, though Banmu is our leader, in our hearts, you are the true leader. Without you, we wouldn't be who we are today. So, please, take Professor Oak and the others and escape. This time, we will do something for you, brothers. Let us go," Ling Feng declared, leading De Yong and the others toward the approaching Lanyin. "Come back," Xiao Chun shouted after Ling Feng and the others, but none turned back. "Xiao Chun, we must go now. We cannot let their sacrifices be in vain," Professor Oak urged, snapping Xiao Chun out of his shock. "Go." Xiao Chun commanded Garridos to soar into the distance, his heart heavy with sorrow. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Lanyin, seeing Xiao Chun's attempt to flee, immediately ordered Jengar to pursue, dismissing Ling Feng and the others entirely. Just as Lanyin prepared to chase after Xiao Chun, Ling Feng and the others stood defiantly in her path. "Anyone who wishes to live, step aside." Lanyin glared at Ling Feng and his companions, clearly unwilling to waste her time on them. "Brothers, charge!" Ling Feng shouted, leading his Pokémon toward Lanyin, the others following suit, their actions demonstrating their resolve. "A bunch of fools. Jengar, eliminate them." Lanyin, enraged by their defiance, commanded Jengar to begin harvesting their lives. Ling Feng and his companions were no match for Jengar. With each wave of its hand, one of them fell. Within 10 minutes, all of Ling Feng's group lay defeated at Jengar's hands, with Ling Feng clinging desperately to Jengar's leg in a final effort to buy time for his leader. "Humph, Demu Chun, do not think you can escape. Jengar, let us continue the pursuit." Lanyin directed Jengar as she chased after Xiao Chen's departing figure. Chapter 160. The escape. Xiao Chun was dashing away with Yulong Tiantian and Professor Oak, but Lanyin quickly closed in on them. realizing the disparity in their strengths. Xiao Chen dared not pause for a moment. Xiao Chen, we should split up, Professor Oak suddenly suggested. No, Grandpa, it's too dangerous for you alone. I can't let you take that risk. Xiao Chen firmly rejected Professor Oak's proposal. Do you not understand? Lan Yin is after you. As long as she hasn't captured you, she won't waste time on me. Professor Oak reasoned. All right, just be careful. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen acknowledged the truth in Professor Oak's words. He looked down at Yulong Tiantian, who was riding with him on Gyarados, and considered sending her to join Professor Oak for safety. This way, when Lan Yin pursued him, Yulong Tiantian and Professor Oak could successfully escape. However, upon seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Yulong Tiantian tightly grasped his hand and vigorously shook her head, her actions clearly indicating her refusal to part ways. Seeing her determination, Xiao Chen tightened his grip on Yulong Tiantian's hand, deciding to keep her by his side. He noticed Professor Oak veering to the left, while he and Yulong Tiantian flew to the right. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, as soon as he departed, Professor Oak returned to his original position, watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure with reluctance. Yet, someone had to stay behind to hold off Lan Yin, after all. Indeed, Professor Oak was prepared to confront Lan Yin to buy Xiao Chen more time. He retrieved a storage ring, quickly pinned a letter with some instructions, and handed the ring to his Pidgeot. Although Pidgeot was confused by Professor Oak's intentions, believing he was simply asked to hold on to it, it accepted the ring into its beak. Pidgeot, I have a task for you. Are you willing to take it on? Professor Oak gently stroked Pidgeot's head, his gaze earnest. Pidgeot nodded, ready to obey any command from its trainer. Take this ring and catch up with Xiao Chen, ensuring it reaches him safely. Can you accomplish this mission? Professor Oak asked, gazing intently into Pidgeot's eyes. The contents of the ring were what Professor Oak had initially intended to give Xiao Chen before he left. However, he feared that once Xiao Chen realized he was meant to stay behind, he would refuse to leave. Thus, he decided to send Pidgeot with the items after Xiao Chen had departed. Pidgeot didn't respond but flapped its wings against Professor Oak, indicating that it understood the gravity of the situation. It recognized that its trainer was sacrificing himself to ensure the young man could escape safely, but if it too departed, who would face the formidable foe left behind? Do not worry, I have my own plans. The contents within this ring are vital. You must deliver it to Xiao Chen personally, understood? Professor Oak said sternly, locking eyes with Pidgeot. Pidgeot nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance in its demeanor. All right, go. Professor Oak patted Pidgeot's wing and slipped a blue pill into its beak, a potion that would grant Pidgeot enhanced speed for a brief period, albeit at a great cost to its health and future growth. Though it may seem somewhat unfair to Pidgeot, at this moment, Professor Oak found himself devoid of alternatives. If he did not administer this pill to Pidgeot, it would be impossible for the bird to catch up with Xiao Chen's Mega Sharpedo. Pidgeot cast a glance at Professor Oak, unfurling its wings and taking flight in pursuit of Xiao Chen. Observing Pidgeot's departure, Professor Oak retrieved several items from his storage ring. Blue Een would arrive shortly, and he needed to be adequately prepared. The contents he extracted were numerous and substantial, notably including 2 Gatling guns. The installation of these devices was remarkably straightforward, capable of being completed by a single individual in under 10 minutes. As Professor Oak arranged these contraptions around him, he soon spotted Blue Een approaching with Jengar. Upon alighting before him, Blue Een exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Professor Oak? It has indeed been a long time." A smile graced her face, clearly indicating their prior acquaintance. "Indeed, it has been nearly a decade since our last meeting," Professor Oak replied, somewhat wistfully. "You know, I had intended to intervene after the defeat of Team Rocket to ensure your safety, considering our past camaraderie and the assistance you have provided me. However, your grandson has committed the heinous act of killing my sister. If you wish for his release, you must surrender him to me." Blue Yin's smile vanished as she spoke of Xiao Cheng's actions. "Xiao Cheng is my grandson. I cannot relinquish him. To take his life, you must first contend with me." Professor Oak's gaze bore into Blue Yin's. "As far as I am aware, you currently possess no Pokémon. What means do you have to confront me without them? Aside from your research, what else can you accomplish? Can your studies stand against me?" Blue Yin could not help but chuckle at Professor Oak's assertion. "Indeed, it is through my research," Professor Oak declared, swiftly grasping a remote control and pressing its solitary button. A resounding rumble echoed around them, followed by the ground trembling beneath their feet. Several gun barrels emerged from the earth, all aimed squarely at Blue Een. With a crack, bullets erupted towards her. "Jengar, use Protect," Blue Een shouted in alarm, instructing Jengar to raise a defense. Jengar's barrier successfully intercepted the bullets, but almost immediately, several half-human height robots emerged, their mechanical arms poised to strike at Blue Een. Jengar, employ Will-O-Wisp. Blueine promptly devised a countermeasure. Jengar unleashed several orbs of ghostly flame towards the robots, which melted upon contact with the searing heat. Humph, is that all you can muster? Just as Blueine felt a surge of confidence, two Gatling guns rose from behind Professor Oak, their glimmering barrels aimed directly at her. Suddenly, they unleashed a torrent of powerful bullets. What? Jengar, evade! Blueine shouted, realizing that a direct hit would be catastrophic. Jengar, along with Blueine, swiftly dodged the onslaught of bullets, their movements frantic. Observing the barrage, Blueine understood that they could not continue in this manner. Jengar, use Shadow Ball to obliterate those machines, she commanded. Jengar quickly complied, launching a series of Shadow Balls that struck each weapon in succession. With each explosion that followed, Professor Oak's defenses crumbled. Once the danger had passed, Blueine wiped the sweat from her brow and approached Professor Oak. I nearly fell for your trap. Do you truly believe it is over? Professor Oak replied, a smile gracing his features, his gaze regarding Blueine as if she were a mere jester. What do you mean? Blueine inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Professor Oak pressed the remote's button once more, and Blueine felt as though the spirits of her deceased ancestors beckoned to her. Bombs materialized around them, encircling the pair. Chapter 161, The Strengthening Potion. Blueine was taken aback by the sight before her. The ground was littered with explosives, and even the air was ensnared with wires, each adorned with a bomb. She had no doubt that a mere touch of those wires would trigger a catastrophic explosion. What do you think? Did you ever anticipate that my grandfather possessed such a trump card? How will you escape this predicament? Professor Oak said with a grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. These bombs, enhanced by Professor Oak, held tremendous power. A simultaneous detonation could envelop the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. In truth, Professor Oak could have detonated the bombs before Blueine even had the chance to react, ensuring the demise of even a master-level Jengar. However, killing Blueine was not his intention. He merely sought to delay her, granting Xiaoqing the precious time to flee. With each passing second, Xiaoqing's safety grew increasingly assured. Professor Oak, please remain calm. Do not act recklessly, Blueine implored, her eyes fixed anxiously upon him, fearing he might resort to self-destruction. Although she yearned to bypass him in pursuit of the one who had slain her sister, the gravity of her situation rendered her hesitant to act rashly. Professor Oak remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Blueine. As long as she remained still, he would not act. However, any sign of unusual behavior from her would prompt him to detonate the bombs, leading to their mutual demise. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and his Mega Sharpedo raced away at breakneck speed with Yulong Tiantian, unwilling to slacken their pace. Acutely aware of the dire consequences should Blueine catch up to them. Just as they sped forward, a flash of light darted before them, and a figure materialized in their path. Pidgeot, Xiaoqing exclaimed, surprised to see the panting bird blocking their way. Shouldn't it have been with his grandfather? The appearance of Pidgeot here raised unsettling questions about Professor Oak's whereabouts. Pidgeot approached Xiaoqing and, with a gentle motion, presented a ring it had been holding in its beak. Xiaoqing inspected the ring with curiosity. It was a storage ring. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 vials containing a liquid resembling a potion and a letter. As he unfolded the letter, he recognized Professor Oak's handwriting and began to read. The letter detailed the origins and effects of the potions, revealing them to be strengthening agents for Pokémon, a project Professor Oak had been researching since joining Team Rocket. As the name implies, these agents were designed to enhance Pokémon strength directly. While numerous individuals had attempted to create similar potions in the past, the results had often been unsatisfactory. The products developed could indeed bolster a Pokémon's power, but the effects were frequently temporary, akin to the Team Rocket's Mega Evolution potions, where strength would revert once the time elapsed. Some failed attempts not only failed to enhance a Pokémon's abilities, but also inflicted harm upon them. Once upon a time, a potion emerged in the market, claiming to grant Pokémon everlasting strength without any adverse effects. This elixir was immediately met with frenzied demand, leading to chaos as individuals fought over a single vial. Even the higher-ups of the league collaborated with the potion's creator. However, it wasn't long before grave issues arose. Pokémon that had consumed the potion began to exhibit alarming symptoms. Following examinations, it was discovered that the vitality of many affected Pokémon was rapidly deteriorating, and their organs aged at an astonishing rate, as if a youthful individual had suddenly transformed into an elderly person. Tragically, some weaker Pokémon succumbed to the potion's effects almost instantaneously. In response, the League swiftly intervened, regulating the distribution of this potion and apprehending those who had consumed it. They assembled a premier research team to conduct an in-depth analysis, revealing that while the potion indeed enhanced Pokémon abilities, its side effects were horrifying. The potion converted the Pokémon's life force into the energy they required, achieving enhanced power at the cost of their very existence. Soon, the League publicly disclosed the potion's detrimental effects, causing many who still possessed it to refrain from further use. Yet, despite this, the damage inflicted upon the Pokémon could not be undone, resulting in significant losses. Xiaochen never anticipated that Professor Oak had also studied this potion. And according to the letter from Professor Oak, it had seemingly succeeded. If what was written in the letter were true, then this potion would undoubtedly be in high demand if released without issues. However, the drawbacks were substantial. Without sufficient strength, not only would one be unable to profit from creating such a potion, but the creator would likely perish upon its production. Yet, the Pokémon strength-enhancing elixir had not yet commenced full-scale production, with only 3 vials in Xiaochen's possession. Upon finishing the letter, Xiaochen surmised that it was originally intended for Professor Yamaki, but for reasons unknown, it never reached him. However, he realized he could no longer deliver it. At that moment, he noticed a line at the bottom of the letter that caused him to lose composure. "Live well, your grandfather." Those 9 brief words shattered Xiaochen's resolve. In seeing this sentence, he understood everything. Why Professor Oak had suggested they part ways. Why Pidgeot had come to deliver these items to him. His grandfather was sacrificing himself to confront the enemy. No, he could not allow his grandfather to face the enemy alone. He had to return. "Sharpedo, we are going back," Xiaochen commanded, his tone resolute. "Brother Xiaochen, what are you planning to do?" Yulong Tian gasped in shock. Tian, I must return to save my grandfather. He is my only family left in this world." Xiaochen replied, his expression grave. "Stay here. If I do not return, you must leave." He set Yulong Tian down, uttering those words before preparing to depart. Yulong Tian watched Xiaochen's retreating figure, a pang of sorrow piercing her heart. She had also read the letter and understood that Professor Oak was buying them time with his life. "Are you a match for Lanin? Do you intend to let Professor Oak die in vain?" Chapter 162, Professor Oak's Determination. Yulong Tian shouted at Xiaochen, who was preparing to leave. She too wanted to rescue Professor Oak, but she could not bear to watch Xiaochen march to his doom. Xiaochen paused, struck by Yulong Tian's outcry. "Brother Xiaochen, Professor Oak stayed behind so you could live. We must survive. Only then can we avenge him," Yulong Tian implored, tears brimming in her eyes as she grasped Xiaochen's arm. Seeing her pitiful expression, Xiaochen came to a realization. Indeed, why had his grandfather chosen to confront Lanin? It was to ensure his safe escape. If he returned now with his current strength, not only would he be unable to rescue Professor Oak, but he would likely perish as well. At that moment, Xiaochen felt a sense of helplessness regarding his abilities. Although he had reached the pinnacle of strength in this world, it still felt inadequate. "Let us go," Xiaochen said gently, looking at Yulong Tian. Yulong Tian lifted her tear-streaked face to meet his gaze, her expression one of confusion. She did not understand where he meant to go. "You are right. We cannot allow grandfather's sacrifice to be in vain. Let us depart quickly," Xiaochen asserted. Yulong Tian smiled, relieved that Xiaochen had decided not to return. "Sharpedo, let us continue onward." Xiaochen directed the Sharpedo to resume their escape route. However, he noticed that Pidgeot remained stationary, showing no inclination to follow. "Pidgeot, come with us," Xiaochen called out. "Pidgeot." The bird cried out before turning away, determined to return to its trainer's side, wishing to stay with him. Seeing Pidgeot fly away, Xiaochen said nothing further, urging Sharpedo to hasten their departure. Meanwhile, Professor Oak continued to stand his ground against Lanin, both wary of making a misstep. Lanin feared that Professor Oak might activate the detonator, while Professor Oak kept a vigilant eye on Lanin's Jengar, apprehensive of any sudden movements. Lanin's legs began to ache from standing, her eyes darting around, desperately seeking a way to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Professor Oak's hand, gripping the detonator, began to sweat slightly. His forehead was already slick with perspiration. Faced with the master-level Jengar, he could not afford to let his guard down, knowing that even a fleeting opportunity for Jengar could spell his demise. At that moment, a bead of sweat trickled down Professor Oak's brow, landing directly in his eye, causing discomfort as he instinctively reached to wipe it away. Seizing the opportunity, Jengar, who had been waiting for such a moment, charged toward Professor Oak. As Professor Oak realized what was happening, Jengar was already upon him. Bang! Professor Oak was struck by Jengar, blood spewing from his mouth, and a deep wound marred his chest. Yet, he clung tightly to the detonator. Jengar, seeing that this blow had not claimed Professor Oak's life, retreated to Lanin's side, wary of him pressing the detonator. Professor Oak, gazing at Lanin from a distance, felt his eyelids growing heavy, but his resolve solidified. If it must be, then let us meet our end together. He shouted at Lan, pressing the detonator. Professor Oak gazed towards the direction from which Little Chun had departed, only to be engulfed by the blinding light of an explosion. Jengar! Lan cried out. However, in the next moment, both Jengar and Lan were also consumed by the violent blast, leaving only the echoes of explosions in their wake. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony of destruction gradually subsided, revealing a landscape devastated beyond recognition. Cough, cough. At that moment, two disheveled figures emerged from a heap of debris, revealing themselves to be Lan and Jengar. That vile Daiki Shueching actually dared to perish alongside me. Little did he know he underestimated Jengar's strength. Lan said as she struggled to her feet, her injured body still trembling. The danger had been so acute that she had barely escaped with her life, thanks to Jengar's timely use of its protective ability, though she still bore considerable wounds. We must leave. Lan surveyed her surroundings and, with a sense of resignation, resolved to depart. She had initially intended to pursue Little Chun, but now both she and Jengar were injured. Most critically, the time spent with Professor Oak had left her uncertain of which direction Little Chun had taken, rendering any pursuit futile. Just as Lan prepared to leave, a swift shadow lunged towards her. Despite its speed, it could not evade Jengar's keen senses, which locked onto the figure the moment it drew near. In a deft maneuver, Jengar turned and unleashed a shadow ball, striking the figure, which fell to the ground. Oh, so there are still those who return to deliver themselves to their demise? Lan remarked, regarding the Beedrill that should have fled. The Beedrill glared at her with fury, having heard the cataclysmic explosions moments before. Realizing that its trainer might be in peril, it flapped its wings with all its might in an attempt to reach her quickly, but arrived too late. By the time it got there, Professor Oak was nowhere to be seen. Only Lan and Jengar remained at the scene. The Beedrill quickly deduced that its trainer had fallen victim to these two foes, and in a fit of rage, it launched an attack. Yet, it was no match for Jengar's prowess. Injured and lying on the ground, the Beedrill fixed its gaze on Lan and Jengar, exuding an intensity that suggested if looks could kill, they would already be dead. Ah, that defiant gaze still harbors resistance. Do you wish to bite me? Lan teased as she approached the obstinate Beedrill. At that moment, the Beedrill's stinger darted towards her head with blinding speed. A strike that would surely spell her doom if it connected. However, the Beedrill had underestimated Jengar. The instant it attacked, Jengar reacted, delivering a powerful slap that sent the Beedrill crashing to the ground, unable to rise again, its eyes burning with murderous intent. How dare it? Jengar, finish it! Lan exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of such a weak Pokémon to attack her. Had Jengar not acted in time, she would have surely met her end. In response to her command, Jengar did not hesitate, delivering a final blow to the Beedrill, extinguishing its life. Without lingering, Lan departed with Jengar, leaving behind the lifeless Beedrill, which lay peacefully upon the scarred earth. Chapter 163. The Search for the Research Base in the Kanto League. Following the demise of the high-ranking members of Team Rocket, the entire Kanto region had returned under the League's dominion. However, in the wake of Jotzi's death, the upper echelons of the Kanto League had also suffered significant losses in their struggle against Team Rocket, leading to the leadership being assumed by Daigo, Julien, and Karuni. The scattered members of Team Rocket across the Kanto League, and those factions that had allied with them during their rise, would soon face the League's reckoning. Daigo and his companions showed no mercy. The moment they took control of the Kanto League, they issued orders to eradicate any organization linked to Team Rocket, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, they also targeted groups that had previously violated League regulations, ensuring a thorough purge. Such news swiftly spread throughout the Kanto region, inciting fervent resistance from those associated with Team Rocket. After all, Daigo and his ilk had left them no avenue for survival, not even the option to surrender. The ensuing rebellion led to increasing casualties within the League, yet Daigo and his companions pressed on, indifferent to their own losses, determined to impose their iron-fisted rule over the entire Kanto region. Thus, a brutal massacre unfolded across Kanto. Meanwhile, in the midst of a vast mountain range within the Kanto region, Little Chun and his companion Yulong Tiantan were on a quest to locate something significant. Their destination was the experimental base for the strength-enhancing potion mentioned in Professor Oak's letter. Given that all processes related to the experimental potion were documented at this base, Chun could not allow the League to discover it and claim such a substantial advantage for themselves. This knowledge was not exclusive to Professor Oak. After all, the strength-enhancing potion could not have been developed by him alone, as he had numerous assistants. These aides had been taken to Quartz City when the potion was developed, and they knew the location of the experimental base better than little Chun. Presently, Chun could only rely on a map in his possession to locate the base. He dared not let his guard down. Should this information reach the ears of the League, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it. And Chun aimed to remove all valuable items from the base before they could discover it. Even if the League eventually learned of the base, they would find it stripped of any worth. However, no matter how diligently Little Chun searched, he could not pinpoint the location of the experimental base. In the League's conference room, Daigo, Julien, and Karuni were discussing measures to address the current issues facing the League. Suddenly, one of Daigo's subordinates entered the room and whispered something in his ear. Daigo's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. For he had caught wind of some news regarding the strength-enhancing potion. What has transpired? Karuni inquired, curiosity piqued by Daigo's unusual display of emotion. Having never witnessed such fervor from him before. Bring them here immediately, Daigo commanded, ignoring Karuni's question. Wait, if all goes well. A monumental piece of news is on the way, he added, casting a glance at Julien and Karuni. He had considered concealing this information, but upon reflection, he surmised that if his subordinate knew, it was likely that Julien and Karuni's aides were already en route to report as well. Rather than hiding the news and facing potential complications later, he deemed it more prudent to share the intelligence. Intrigued by Daigo's cryptic demeanor, Julien and Karuni were left wondering what kind of momentous news could elicit such a reaction from the champion of the Hoenn region. Soon, Daigo's subordinate returned, accompanied by a man clad in the garb of Team Rocket. The subordinate introduced the man to Daigo with a respectful bow before taking his leave upon Daigo's gesture. Left alone, the man in the Team Rocket attire stood there, somewhat at a loss. Daigo, however, regarded him with keen interest. Both Subarana and Karuni exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Daigo's demeanor. Let us commence with introductions, Daigo said, fixing his gaze upon the man. Relieved that Daigo had initiated conversation, the man responded, Greetings, my name is Nowherezawa, and I am a researcher for Team Rocket. What is the purpose of this individual? Daigo. Karuni could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, her confusion evident as she pondered Daigo's intentions in bringing a member of Team Rocket to their midst. Please share all that you know regarding the potion, and remember, it must be everything you know, Daigo instructed, ignoring Karuni's question and focusing on Nowherezawa. Yes, I am with Team Rocket. Nowherezawa began to recount his knowledge. He had originally been an assistant at Professor Oak's laboratory and had participated in the research of the strength-enhancing potion. He divulged all the information he possessed regarding this potion. Initially, Subarana and Karuni were indifferent, as similar potions had appeared in the market before, yet with unsatisfactory results. However, their expressions shifted to shock when Nowherezawa described the potion's effects, asserting that their research had yielded a strength-enhancing potion devoid of any side effects. Before long, Nowherezawa had finished relaying all he knew, standing there, awaiting Daigo's next command. Daigo and the others did not rush to speak, as the volume of information shared was overwhelming. Daigo, can we trust this individual? Karuni asked, her skepticism palpable regarding Nowherezawa's assertions. They had previously attempted to develop similar strength-enhancing potions, all culminating in failure, and she found it hard to believe that Team Rocket had succeeded. It is the truth. I assure you, my lords, I speak only the truth. Nowherezawa trembled at Karuni's words, his gaze filled with fear, for he understood that losing his worth in the presence of these individuals could mean the loss of his life. Whether true or false, we shall ascertain the facts. Karuni, let us take this fellow to verify his claims. The current times are tumultuous. Subarana, you shall remain at headquarters, Daigo declared, and both agreed to his arrangement. Under Nowherezawa's guidance, Daigo and Karuni proceeded toward the research base for the strength-enhancing potion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Chun was still in despair over the inability to locate the research base, unaware that others were already en route to it. Chapter 164, The Research Base. Where on earth is this research base? We've searched for several days and haven't even caught a glimpse of it, Xiao Chun lamented, leaning against a tree, exhausted. He and Yulong Tian had been scouring these mountains for 3 full days without finding anything related to the research base. According to the map left by Professor Oak, the base should be located here, yet no matter how hard Xiao Chun searched, he could not find it. Yulong Tian rested beside him, both of them weary from their relentless pursuit. Just then, Xiao Chun's arm brushed against something. Turning to investigate, he discovered a peculiar low-hanging branch. Wait, how can a branch grow this low? He pondered, bewildered. Typically, branches grow in the upper sections of trees. It was strange for one to be at such a low height. As he reached out to break the branch, he heard a sharp crack. Rather than breaking off, The branch seemed to press down in a manner that defied logic. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds echoed around them, as if numerous mechanical gears were turning. Xiao Chen sprang to his feet, positioning Yulong Tian behind him, his wide eyes scanning the surroundings, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The clicking ceased, and the ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. Ahead, the ground began to collapse, revealing a descending staircase before a stone door, marked conspicuously with a red R. Xiao Chen gazed at this scene, realizing he had likely found Professor Oak's research base. It was no wonder he had struggled to locate it. The concealment measures were so comprehensive that anyone unaware of its existence would have almost no chance of discovery. Had he not stumbled upon it by chance, he would have surely met with failure. Approaching the stone door, Xiao Chen scrutinized it closely and noticed a protruding circular disc at its center. He pressed down on the disc, which indeed acted as a switch, causing the stone door to rumble and slowly open. A pathway unfolded before him, with illumination lamps flickering to life along its sides. Glancing back at the stone door, Xiao Chen took Yulong Tiantian's hand and ventured inside. Once within, they followed the path until they arrived at an enormous doorframe. Though curiously, there was no actual door. Upon entering, Xiao Chen was astounded by the sight before him. Experimental apparatuses were scattered around, and several makeshift tables were positioned in the center, laden with research data that bore Team Rocket's distinctive R emblem. At that moment, Xiao Chen was certain he had indeed arrived at Professor Oak's research base. However, he was taken aback by the simplicity of the setup. Aside from the equipment, there was little else present. Xiao Chen approached the research data, discovering that it all pertained to the strength-enhancing potion, which was precisely what he had come for. He signaled Yulong Tian to help gather the data, recognizing its immense value. He believed that once these findings were unveiled, they would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval, and he intended to enlist trustworthy individuals for further research. As he currently possessed only 3 vials of the potion himself, a fact that left him yearning for more. Suddenly, Xiao Chen spotted another vial of the strength-enhancing potion on the table, likely left behind by Professor Oak. After all, the vial he currently held was meant for Banmu, and it was reasonable to assume that Professor Oak would retain some for his future research. This vial was surely what the professor had kept for himself. Xiao Chen's excitement surged at the discovery of this unexpected treasure, and without hesitation, he pocketed the vial of the strength-enhancing potion. After all, this item is currently in his possession, and it is uncertain when new ones will be manufactured. Xiao Chen still needs these strength-enhancing potions to bolster his Pokémon's capabilities. Just as Xiao Chen was organizing the research materials, the alarms of the entire research facility suddenly blared, indicating that someone had opened the entrance from the outside. When there are individuals inside the facility, the alarms will sound if anyone attempts to enter, prompting a response from those within. Startled by the sudden cacophony, Xiao Chen immediately halted his collection of research data. He had no knowledge of who was outside, whether they belonged to Team Rocket or the Alliance, but he understood that anyone who could breach this place must be aware of its contents. If they had not acquired what was here, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Gazing at the plethora of incomplete experimental data, he clenched his teeth and made a painful decision. Xiao Chen resolved to destroy all the research materials. Since the intruders had already entered, they would likely reach him within moments. He had no time to waste. Rather than leaving these precious research findings to others, he would prefer to obliterate them. The facility had a self-destruct protocol designed to prevent any malicious individuals from seizing its contents. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen swiftly made his way to the control center and activated the self-destruction sequence, which would cause the base to explode in 1 minute. The countdown echoed ominously throughout the facility. Xiao Chen found this design utterly unreasonable. If one were to self-destruct, why issue a countdown? Wouldn't the enemies simply flee upon hearing it? After initiating the self-destruct sequence, he immediately grabbed his Pokémon, Yulong Sweet, and made his way toward a secondary escape route. The facility had multiple exits. Otherwise, it would become a veritable trap. Meanwhile, as Xiao Chen approached the entrance of the research base, 3 individuals were making their way inside. Daigo's expression was one of excitement as he anticipated the imminent acquisition of the strength-enhancing potions. Just as he was about to enter, the lead guide, Nawahara, suddenly halted. Standing still, Nawahara listened intently to the faint countdown echoing from within the facility, his face instantly betraying panic. He turned to Daigo and Karuni, shouting, "Run! Run!" Nawahara urged. Sprinting toward the exit, Daigo and Karuni stood frozen, momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Nawahara's frantic behavior. "Run! Someone has activated the self-destruct sequence. It's about to explode." Seeing that Daigo and Karuni remained unresponsive, Nawahara shouted once more before continuing his flight. Having alerted them, he could not be held accountable if they failed to escape. Upon hearing the imminent explosion, Daigo and Karuni snapped out of their stupor and hastily followed Nawahara outside. Just as the trio dashed out, a tremendous explosion erupted within the research base. Daigo and his companions were taken aback by the scorching wave of heat emanating from the entrance, relieved that they had fled in time. Otherwise, they would have likely perished inside. What on earth happened? Were you trying to get us killed? Daigo angrily seized Nawahara by the collar, his frustration palpable as he confronted the threat to their lives. And no, sir. I had no idea why the explosion occurred. There must be someone inside. They triggered the self-destruct sequence upon discovering our entry. Nawahara recalled something, exclaiming loudly. Someone else? Daigo queried, puzzled about who could have arrived before them. Daigo, do you not recall President Lanning mentioning that Professor Okido's grandson, Okido-chun, escaped from her grasp? Moreover, Okido-chun is one of the 6 generals of Team Rocket, the sole remaining high-ranking member. It is not surprising that he would be aware of this place. Additionally, do not forget that he is the grandson of Professor Okido, the owner of this research facility. It is possible that Professor Okido divulged everything to him before his demise. Karuni interjected, blocking Daigo's path. Daigo then remembered Xiao-chun, the boy with the exceptionally powerful Garchomp. So, you mean to say that Okido-chun perished inside? Daigo directed his gaze at Nawahara. This research facility has another exit, Nawahara replied quietly. Upon hearing this, Daigo's elation dissipated instantly, as he had initially thought Xiao-chun had perished within. If an explosion had occurred, it meant that all the experimental materials were now obliterated. Daigo coldly stated while looking at Nawahara. Why yes, Nawahara stammered, frightened. In that case, you have no reason to live, Daigo declared, producing a dagger and swiftly slitting Nawahara's throat. Nawahara's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Daigo stared at the corpse and then at the bloody dagger in his hand, inscribed with his name. Though reluctant, he ultimately discarded the weapon. Let us return, Daigo said to Karuni, his anger evident, not towards her, but from the disappointment of having come all this way without attaining his desired goal. He had contemplated pursuing the individuals inside, but if, as Karuni suggested, Xiao-chun were among them, even if he set off immediately, he would not catch up. Karuni, seeing Daigo's demeanor, chose not to say anything further and nodded in agreement as they departed. Meanwhile, Xiao-chun, accompanied by Yulong Sweet, had already emerged from a different exit. Xiao-chun gazed back at the entrance, now shrouded in smoke from the explosion, lost in thought about whether those who had entered the research facility had met their demise. Overcome by curiosity, he resolved to return and investigate the situation. After all, with his current strength, he could easily flee from any formidable adversaries. Xiao-chun did not re-enter through the same entrance, as the explosion had rendered it unrecognizable. Even if he ventured back in, he would find nothing of value, and the conditions inside were uncertain. If a collapse were to occur upon his entry, it would spell disaster. Instead, he directed Yulong Sweet toward the original entrance through which they had entered the research facility. Having just traversed this path, Xiao-chun easily located the entrance without the prior struggle. From a distance, he spotted a figure lying at the entrance, wondering if they had been ejected by the explosion. However, shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Considering the magnitude of the blast, anyone propelled outward would hardly remain intact. As Xiao-chun approached, he realized that the figure lying on the ground was someone he had encountered before. Previously, he had seen this individual, known as Nawahara, in the company of Professor Okido, serving as his assistant. Xiao-chun was taken aback to find a member of Team Rocket in this place, and he regretted triggering the self-destruction protocol of the base so hastily. Had he known it was one of his own, he would not have detonated it. However, a question lingered in his mind. If this was indeed one of his own, then who had slain Nawahara? At that moment, Xiao-chun noticed a bloody dagger lying nearby. He picked it up and examined it closely, noting the 2 characters Daigo engraved on the hilt. In an instant, everything became clear to him. It appeared that Nawahara had been captured by the Alliance and had betrayed them in a desperate bid to save his own life. Unfortunately, Xiao-chun had arrived first and activated the base's self-destruct sequence, leaving Daigo with no choice but to take out his fury on Nawahara. Without further contemplation, Xiao-chun quickly took Yulong Tian and departed from the scene. He was uncertain of Daigo's whereabouts, but he assumed he was still in the vicinity. After all, Daigo had certainly not acquired the data on the strength-enhancing serum, and remaining there would pose a danger. Although he was not afraid of Daigo, he could not ascertain whether Daigo had come alone. With 4 strength-enhancing serums in hand, Xiao-chun resolved to enhance his own power before proceeding. He found a secluded spot and began to deliberate on which of his Pokémon should receive the serums. Meanwhile, In an office within the Alliance, Daigo furiously smashed a teacup to the floor, shattering it into countless pieces, with a few drops of tea splattering onto himself. Just a little more. If only that brat Okido had not interfered. Had it not been for Okido, he would have secured the invaluable data on the strength-enhancing serums. The potential wealth it could yield was immense. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, Daigo understood that possessing the strength-enhancing serum would lead to inexhaustible riches. Yet, all of this was now lost due to Okido's unexpected appearance. Someone, he bellowed, summoning his subordinates. A moment later, one of his men entered the room. Chairman. The subordinate respectfully awaited Daigo's orders. Indeed, Daigo was currently the chairman of the Kanto region, with Tsubaki and Karuni serving as vice-chairpersons. Immediately issue a warrant for the arrest of Okido throughout the entire Kanto region. Anyone who provides information about him will receive a reward from the Alliance. If he is captured, regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure he is welcomed into my Devon Corporation, Daigo commanded, his determination to capture Xiao Chun unwavering. He was prepared to invest significant resources to achieve this goal, knowing that obtaining the data on the strength-enhancing serums would yield a substantial return on his investment. Daigo's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the coveted serum data that he believed to be in Xiao Chun's possession, his heart brimming with desire. Meanwhile, not far from the experimental base, Xiao Chun and Yulong Tiantian found themselves amidst a mountain. Before Xiao Chun stood his 6 Pokémon, while he held 4 strength-enhancing serums in his hand. Yet, he had yet to decide which Pokémon should receive them. His initial intent was to administer all the serums to his Garchomp, as it was the only one capable of taking on formidable foes. However, while sorting through materials in the research facility, he discovered that each serum could only be used once per Pokémon. This meant that after a Pokémon consumed the serum, it would be ineffective for subsequent uses, and Xiao Chun had only 1 dose of each. Looking at his 6 Pokémon, he resolved to prioritize the stronger ones for the serums. He distributed the strength-enhancing serums to Garchomp, Electivire, Scizor, and Metagross, instructing them to step aside and absorb their enhancements. As Garchomp and the others began to absorb the serums, Xiao Chun glanced at Charizard and Lucario, feeling a pang of guilt for not including them. However, Charizard and Lucario seemed to bear no ill will towards Xiao Chun, understanding that their own strength paled in comparison to their companions, rather than believing Xiao Chun favored others. Relieved that there was no discord among his team, Xiao Chun watched eagerly as his Pokémon absorbed the serums, with Yulong Tiantian by his side. Soon, Garchomp was the first to complete the absorption, elevating its strength by 1 level. Although this was a modest increase, Xiao Chun was nonetheless pleased, as Garchomp was already at the master level, where every advancement required immense effort. The fact that the serum had enabled Garchomp to rise in power was a satisfactory outcome. The other 3 Pokémon completed their absorption almost simultaneously, experiencing significant gains in power. Metagross reached level 85, Scizor attained level 86, and Electivire climbed to level 87. Overjoyed by the substantial improvements in his Pokémon, Xiao Chun was nonetheless preoccupied with the question of where they should go next. With Team Rocket no longer a threat, and the Kanto region back under the Alliance's control, any exposure of their identities would surely lead to pursuit. Therefore, their immediate priority was to find a safe haven. Just then, a group of individuals approached Xiao Chun, having spotted him. Recognizing that he had been seen, Xiao Chun chose not to flee but instead stood his ground, cautiously preparing to confront them alongside Yulong Tiantian. As the group drew nearer, one figure among them astonished Xiao Chun. It was Jean Bird, the secretary of Banmu. Xiao Chun had an inkling as to why Jean Bird had come, likely concerning the affairs of Team Rocket, but he remained unaware of her exact intentions. General Okido, we are from Team Rocket. I am Jean Bird, she called out, anxious that Xiao Chun might misinterpret their presence and inadvertently cause harm, a risk she dared not take. Despite recognizing Jean Bird, Xiao Chun's vigilance did not wane. He scrutinized her as she approached, ready to act should anything seem amiss. General Okido, we have searched high and low for you, Jean Bird lamented, standing before Xiao Chun with a pained expression, acknowledging Yulong Tiantian with a nod. As Banmu's secretary, Jean Bird was undoubtedly aware of the relationship between Xiao Chun and Yulong Tiantian. Possessing first-hand knowledge of Team Rocket's operations, perhaps even more than Banmu himself. Jean Bird, what brings you here? Xiao Chun inquired, curiosity piqued. Xiao Chun gazed at Jin Yao, his expression tinged with confusion as he pondered the purpose of her visit. General Demu Chun, she began, the leader Banmu has been slain by the Alliance, and the other generals have also fallen at their hands. Our Team Rocket has suffered grievously, and we are left with only a handful of members who must remain vigilant against the Alliance's relentless pursuit. Many have hidden their identities, too fearful to admit their past allegiance to Team Rocket, and they now live in the shadows. The individuals behind me are those I have painstakingly gathered during this time. We are eager to follow you and hope you will assume the mantle of our new leader, guiding us in our battle against the Alliance. Zhen Yao's eyes sparkled with fervor as she looked at Xiao Chun, while the group behind her regarded him with reverence, as if prepared to follow his command into the depths of peril. Xiao Chun understood that those whom Zhen Yao had brought were staunch loyalists of Team Rocket, all seeking a formidable figure to rekindle the banner of their organization. He had indeed considered rallying the remaining members of Team Rocket with his strength, confident that many would respond. However, the upper echelons of Team Rocket had been decimated in the battle at Court City, leaving him questioning the utility of gathering mere foot soldiers. Zhen Yao, I understand your desire to restore our former glory, and I share that ambition, but you must realize, what can we accomplish with just a handful of us? Can we truly stand against the Alliance with our meager numbers? Xiao Chun said, his heart heavy with the weight of his limitations in reviving Team Rocket. General Demu Chun, we do have a contingency, Zhen Yao replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with an unusual intensity. Chapter 167, The Rocket Technology Company. Oh, what contingency do we possess? Xiao Chun inquired, intrigued by the prospect that Team Rocket might still harbor some hidden strength. Yet, skepticism lingered in his mind. How could Team Rocket, nearly extinguished, still have a backup plan? Even Ban Mu, their leader, had perished. What could possibly remain? And why had it not been employed sooner? General Demu Chun, I wonder if you are aware that we have a squad currently in the Sinnoh region, composed of a man, a woman, and a talking Meowth, Zhen Yao explained, her voice steady. Xiao Chun immediately recalled her words, realizing she was referring to Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Ordinarily, they were fixated on capturing Ash's Pikachu. However, since his travels with Ash in the Sinnoh region, he had not encountered them again. Had they not returned to Kanto with Ash? Zhen Yao's implication that they were part of their contingency left him perplexed. After all, their unreliable nature made it hard for him to comprehend why Zhen Yao would consider them a viable backup. Was she not concerned about potential chaos? He acknowledged their unique talents, particularly their impressive robotic creations, yet he remained unconvinced of their overall capability. Zhen Yao, perceiving his reservations, understood that while their past performance had been lackluster, she desperately needed Xiao Chen's strength to rejuvenate Team Rocket. General Demu Chun, they received orders from Ban Mu to remain in Sinnoh to expand our influence, and have sent numerous reinforcements. Under the guidance of Musashi and her companions, they have achieved significant success, reportedly establishing themselves as a formidable force in the Sinnoh region. Should you wish, we can immediately head to Sinnoh to bolster our ranks, Zhen Yao implored, her expression rife with hope. Without Xiao Chen's agreement, Team Rocket would find itself bereft of any noteworthy strength. In truth, Musashi and her companions were a contingency planned by Ban Mu, who anticipated the possibility of failure in their bid for Kanto's power. He had sent agents to collaborate with Musashi and her team in Sinnoh as a fallback, ensuring that if they faltered, they could regroup and rise again. Xiao Chun, however, did not respond immediately, but fell into contemplation. He had already entertained thoughts of dissociating from Team Rocket. There was little left to hold his interest. Yet, hearing that Musashi's trio had achieved notable accomplishments in Sinnoh sparked his curiosity. After all, he and Yulong Tian had yet to determine their next destination, and joining Zhen Yao and her group in Sinnoh seemed a promising option. Despite his impending departure from Team Rocket, the fact that he had once been a general could not be erased. He would inevitably bear the label of Team Rocket in the future. Very well. Let us journey to Sinnoh and see what your Musashi and her companions have accomplished. It has been quite some time since I last visited Sinnoh, Xiao Chun finally agreed, preparing to set forth with them. That is splendid news. General Demu Chun, I mean, Big Brother Demu, let us proceed to Sinnoh at once. Zhen Yao's address shifted from General Demu Chun to Big Brother Demu, further acknowledging Xiao Chen's ascent to leadership within Team Rocket. Zhen Yao was astute. She understood that Team Rocket required a strong figurehead to maintain their stature, and with Xiao Chen's prowess, others would be less inclined to underestimate them. Thus, Xiao Chun unwittingly found himself the leader of Team Rocket, as he and his companions embarked on their journey to the Sinnoh region. Meanwhile, in a towering building within the bustling city of Daban in Sinnoh, three individuals were observing the world from the office atop the edifice. To be precise, it was a man, a woman, and a cat like Pokémon, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Musashi, I have heard that Zhen Yao is bringing our new leader to us. What shall we do? Kojiro inquired, looking to Musashi, who was typically the decision-maker among the trio. I will only acknowledge Ban Mu as my leader. If this newcomer lacks strength, I will not submit easily, for our current capabilities are insufficient to secure our position in Sinnoh. If this new leader proves weak, our claim to this building may not remain intact. Musashi replied, a hint of worry crossing her face as she regarded the structure beneath them. Beginning with nothing, they had gradually established themselves in Sinnoh under Ban Mu's guidance, leveraging their technological prowess to make significant strides in machinery. Ban Mu had provided them with ample resources and personnel, leading to the establishment of the Rocket Technology Company. With their expertise and Ban Mu's support from Kanto, the company had gained considerable recognition in Sinnoh, and their robots and various mechanical products were now widely utilized and appreciated. Notably, their robots could rival many high-tier Pokémon, serving both as helpers and in battle, earning them much admiration. Many individuals have even replaced Pokémon with the robots created by Team Rocket's technology company. However, Musashi and her companions have retained a distinct advantage, as they possess the ability to control any robot manufactured by Team Rocket. Due to the robot's immense popularity among the masses, Musashi and her team have reaped substantial financial rewards. Yet, wealth often invites peril. When one's riches surpass one's strength, those more powerful may covet what one possesses, seeking to convert your fortune into their own. In such moments, one must either relinquish a portion of their wealth to appease these individuals or face the dire consequences of losing both resources and personnel. At this juncture, Musashi and her team's technology company has also attracted the attention of many, hinting that they may soon be forced to part with their wealth to avert disaster. However, Musashi is unwilling to allow her hard-earned achievements to fall into the hands of others, and with the formidable support of Ban Mu behind her, she remains unafraid of these threats. Yet, upon learning of Ban Mu's demise and the destruction of Team Rocket, Musashi finds herself at a loss for how to proceed. Indeed, she has even contemplated the possibility of defecting to the Sinnoh League. Chapter 168, Musashi's Dilemma. Why does Musashi entertain the notion of siding with the Sinnoh League? In truth, Musashi does not genuinely wish to betray Team Rocket. Rather, it is because the Sinnoh League has shown great interest in Team Rocket's technology company, especially given that it is evidently a lucrative prize. The impressive capabilities demonstrated by the company only heighten their desire for this bounty. Observing the various factions vying for Team Rocket, the Sinnoh League also wishes to partake in the spoils, yet their greed knows no bounds, as they aspire to claim the entire technology company as their own. Consequently, Musashi and her companions would find themselves under the League's protection. After all, should Team Rocket align with the Sinnoh League, no faction would dare to act against them. Following the news of Team Rocket's downfall, Musashi resolves to join the Sinnoh League, intending to gradually amass strength with the aim of avenging Ban Mu in due time. However, just as she prepares to acquiesce to the League's demands, she receives word from Jinx that Team Rocket has acquired a new leader, one who is, in fact, one of their former generals. Upon learning that this new leader is to arrive, Musashi decides not to rush into agreeing to the Sinnoh League's offer, believing she can afford to delay for a few days. Nevertheless, Musashi and her companions do not place their hopes in this new leader, as they remain entirely uninformed about Shota. Having spent considerable time in the Sinnoh region, they are unaware of his reputation and harbor doubts about his strength. After all, how could they trust someone whose name they have never even heard within Team Rocket? However, since Shota is on his way to meet them, Musashi resolves to wait until he arrives before making any further plans. No matter who the new leader is, I only recognize Ban Mu as my superior. Meow. Meowth huffs, declaring that everything he does is solely to earn Ban Mu's approval. According to Jinx, this new leader was held in high esteem by Ban Mu during his lifetime and possesses strength comparable to Ban Mu's. Kojiru shares the information he has gathered, contemplating how they will know for certain when the time comes. They decide to patiently observe the new leader's capabilities. Musashi gazes into the distance, inexplicably hopeful about this new leader, wishing for someone strong enough to rescue them and Team Rocket from their dire predicament. Meanwhile, Shota and his companions have already arrived in the Sinnoh region after several days of travel. As they disembark from the ship, Shota is accompanied solely by Gyarados and Jinx, while the rest of their party has arrived ahead of them. After all, traveling together would draw too much attention, blatantly revealing their intentions. Jinx has already informed the Team Rocket members accompanying them to proceed directly to their destination, Jubilife City. While on the ship, Shota learned about Musashi and her companions, but he was taken aback to discover that they had established a company, which is currently a highly sought-after entity in the Sinnoh region. Additionally, upon learning about the technology company created by Musashi and her team, Shota's perception of them underwent a significant transformation. He never anticipated that the trio he once regarded as foolish would achieve such success, prompting him to reassess his previous judgments. Shota, together with Gyarados and Jinx, spent half a day traversing to Jubilife City, where the technology company established by Musashi and her team is located. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket members who arrived earlier were already waiting around the company's premises, and upon seeing Shota, they all rushed towards him. Shota remained silent, leading them towards the main hall of the technology company. The employees within the company, observing the influx of people, sensed something amiss and quickly summoned security personnel to surround Shota and the others, while some staff members immediately contacted their superiors. Shota intercepted the approaching security personnel, halting their subordinates' aggressive intentions. Noticing that the security team merely encircled them without taking action, he recognized their intent to seek approval from higher authorities. Thankfully, no melodramatic twists of fate ensued, and the security personnel did not engage in any excessive behavior. With nothing else to occupy his time, Shota surveyed his surroundings and could not help but admire how well Musashi's trio managed the technology company. At least, it appeared to be operating without any apparent flaws. Soon after, Musashi, accompanied by Kojiru and Meowth, hurried towards Shota. "Oh, it's you," Musashi exclaimed upon recognizing Jinx, instructing the surrounding employees to step back and leading Shota's group to the lounge. Following them, Shota and Gyarados entered the office under Musashi and her companion's guidance. "How could it be you?" they exclaimed in unison, pointing at Shota in astonishment. Musashi and her companions had recognized him the moment they entered the hall, but they refrained from expressing it due to the surroundings. "Oh, you know each other?" Jinx remarked, puzzled. It seemed strange that they could possibly know one another, given that Musashi's trio was still developing in the Sinnoh region when Shota joined Team Rocket. "Of course we know each other, quite well, in fact," Musashi replied, her tone laced with sarcasm. They had firmly etched the memory of Shota into their minds from the moment he had sent them flying like refuse. They had long harbored thoughts of seeking revenge for that humiliation, though they had yet to devise a specific plan, knowing they were not inherently malicious individuals. "Are you surprised to see me?" Shota inquired with a smile. "Certainly surprised. Why are you here?" Kojiru asked, intrigued. "I came with Jinx." "What do you think brings me here?" Xiao Chun continued to speak with a smile, and one could not help but remark on the rather sluggish reflexes of these three individuals. Musashi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon as if struck by a revelation, they pointed at Xiao Chun and shouted, "You are the new leader of Team Rocket." Chapter 169, Demonstrating Strength. Musashi and his comrades, astonished, found their voices trembling as they pointed at Xiao Chun. They simply could not bring themselves to accept that this newcomer was the new leader of Team Rocket. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them, and there were only three individuals besides themselves present. It was evident that Jinri was not the leader, and they were already aware that the new leader was male. The adorable little girl accompanying Jinri could not possibly be the leader either. Thus, only Xiao Chun remained. They were incredulous that Xiao Chun could possibly be the leader of Team Rocket. Wasn't it just a short while ago that he wasn't even part of the team? How could he have ascended to leadership so swiftly? Musashi and his companions believed that Xiao Chun was merely jesting with them, playing an elaborate prank. "By what right do you assume the mantle of leader? You must have colluded." Meowth, unwilling to accept the reality of Xiao Chun's leadership, charged at him, claws at the ready. Musashi and Kojiru attempted to intervene, but Meowth had already reached Xiao Chun. With eyes closed, Musashi and Kojiru braced themselves. For no matter how formidable Xiao Chun's Pokémon might be, how could a mere trainer stand against a Pokémon? Xiao Chun remained still. Yet the Pokeball at his waist sprang open, and the fierce Garchomp materialized before him. Meowth collided with Garchomp, yelping in pain as it stumbled back a step. Musashi and Kojiru caught their falling comrade, and all three gazed at Xiao Chun's Garchomp. Their eyes were fixed on it, for if they were not mistaken, this Garchomp possessed formidable strength. They had encountered powerful Pokémon before, especially Meowth, who had once followed Banmu and had witnessed the might of his Beedrill. However, Meowth felt that the Garchomp before them was no less imposing than Beedrill had been. Musashi and his companions looked at Xiao Chun with burning admiration. It seemed this fellow truly possessed strength. A silent understanding passed among the three, and their minds were made up. Musashi had seen the leader. Kojiru had seen the leader. Meowth had seen the leader. Suddenly, the trio bowed respectfully to Xiao Chun, shedding their earlier demeanor. Xiao Chun was taken aback by the rapid transformation of their attitudes. Just moments ago, they were ready to engage in a fierce battle, and now they had turned docile. "What is this?" Xiao Chun asked, perplexed, as he regarded the trio. "We are paying our respects to our new leader," Meowth replied. Their prior resentment towards Xiao Chun stemmed from ignorance of his capabilities. They had presumed that Jinri had merely selected someone at random to placate them. However, having witnessed Xiao Chen's prowess firsthand, they were now entirely convinced of his suitability for leadership. After all, their strength was nowhere near his level, and they were in dire need of a capable leader like him. Jinri, observing Musashi and the others, felt a wave of relief. She had feared that they would stubbornly refuse to acknowledge Xiao Chun as their leader, which would have created significant complications. Now, let's not stand idly by. Since I am your leader, please inform me about the current situation at Rocket Technology Company, Xiao Chun instructed Musashi and her companions. Given that Team Rocket had little else to rely on aside from Rocket Technology Company, it was imperative for Xiao Chun to quickly grasp the company's status. Our company's situation is rather dire, Musashi began. The Sinnoh League is keeping a close watch on us, almost viewing us as easy prey. Compared to the League, those who once sought to absorb Team Rocket have been deterred by the League's presence. However, should we refuse the League's demands, not only will they turn against us, but those who covet Rocket Technology Company will also strike. Our position is indeed precarious. Listening intently to Musashi's account, Xiao Chun grasped the gravity of the situation at Rocket Technology Company, yet he remained unperturbed. Everyone present understood that to break free from this predicament, they needed a strength so formidable that others would not dare to underestimate them, and Xiao Chun possessed just that. What is there to fear? Continue with your duties as usual. If they come knocking, I shall handle it, Xiao Chun declared, unfazed by the threats. In the entire Sinnoh region, few could pose a danger to him, and even if they did come, Xiao Chun would not be intimidated. With Xiao Chun's assurance, Musashi and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, as they recognized the strength he wielded. Just then, the phone in the office rang, and Musashi approached to answer it, her expression growing grave. Musashi, what has happened? Kojiro inquired, observing her demeanor. Musashi did not respond to Kojiro but instead turned to Xiao Chun. The League's representatives have arrived downstairs. They claim they are here to take over Rocket Technology Company. Musashi looked at Xiao Chun, seeking his intervention to resolve the matter. After all, with Xiao Chun's presence, they could deter those seeking to exploit Rocket Technology Company and assert their strength, ensuring that no one would dare to encroach upon them. Then let us go see what these individuals desire, Xiao Chun replied, indicating for Musashi to lead the way. Meanwhile, in the lobby of Rocket Technology Company, a horde of uninvited guests had arrived, numbering in the hundreds, effectively blocking the entire area. The security personnel were overwhelmed, having just dealt with one group and now faced with another. This latest crowd was even more unreasonable. One security staff member who approached to reason with them had been met with violence and was now lying on the floor, leaving others too intimidated to intervene. I am Jiada, a subordinate of Elder Pinyin from the Sinnoh League. Hurry and bring your boss out, or we will take matters into our own hands. A burly man bellowed from the front of the crowd. He was a trusted subordinate of Elder Pinyin, dispatched to take control of Rocket Technology Company. Jiada was well aware of the company's lucrative assets, which had drawn the envy of many in the Sinnoh region. Most importantly, there were no formidable opponents present, which emboldened him to shout so brazenly. As he surveyed the opulent surroundings of the lobby, Jiada began to envision extorting a hefty sum for himself. Is your boss not coming out yet? If not, my men will be forced to take action, Jiada declared, noticing that the opposition seemed to disregard him, raising his hand to signal his subordinates to prepare for a confrontation. At that moment, a voice rang out. Are you members of the League or mere bandits? Chapter 170, None Shall Remain. Just as Jiada was about to command his men to strike, a mocking voice interrupted, and suddenly, a crowd appeared, surrounding Jiada's followers completely. Jiada's subordinates halted, taken aback by the sight before them. A young man was accompanied by a group of individuals approaching from a distance. Xiao Chun, flanked by Musashi and others, gradually made his way toward Jiada, ultimately halting before him. Are you the overseer of this Rocket Technology Company? Jiada inquired, gazing at the young man and his companions before him, dismissing the surrounding figures as mere security personnel, unworthy of his concern, for the individuals he had brought were elite. Indeed, I am the overseer of Rocket Technology Company. Are you the bandits from that hill? Xiao Chun retorted, his eyes brimming with disdain as he brazenly labeled Jiada and his company as thieves. What nonsense are you spouting? We are not bandits. We serve under Elder Acrylic of the Sinnoh Alliance, here to take control of the Rocket Technology Company, Jiada replied. A hint of irritation in his voice at being deemed a thief, yet he articulated his purpose, invoking Acrylic's name in an attempt to intimidate Xiao Chun and his group. Oh, since you assert you're not bandits, I never claimed I would relinquish the Rocket Technology Company to you. By what right do you speak of accepting it? If you seek to seize it from me, how does that differ from the actions of a bandit? Xiao Chun countered, his gaze unwavering. Giada found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering in response. Your strength cannot protect such a vast enterprise. Only with our alliance's assistance can you safeguard it, he proclaimed assertively. Xiao Chun regarded Giada with contempt, baffled as to why he insisted on presenting their unscrupulous tactics as righteous. If you wish to act, do so directly. Whether or not you can protect it is of no concern to us. Let my words be clear, even if it meant feeding it to dogs. I would never hand over the Rocket Technology Company to your alliance. If you desire it, send someone to fight for it. Spare me your pretentious theatrics, Xiao Chun declared, brusquely rejecting the alliance's demands while exposing their intentions. You insolent wretch, Giada shouted in anger, pointing at Xiao Chun. Taken aback by the audacity of the young man before him. Kill him, Giada commanded in a fit of rage, instructing his men to employ force to seize the Rocket Technology Company, viewing Xiao Chun merely as a braggart. Unfazed, Xiao Chun retrieved the pokeball containing his Garchomp from his waist and tossed it lightly, the formidable creature appearing before Giada and his entourage. Do you take us for mere clay? He bellowed, as Giada promptly unleashed his own Pokémon, a Torterra. Pokémon, Torterra. Level, 86, champion level. Ability, Overgrow. Moves, Solar Beam. Frenzy Plant. Though Giada's Torterra possessed commendable strength, it paled in comparison to Xiao Chun's prowess, and he regarded Giada's companions with utter disdain, viewing them as little more than trifles. Garchomp, leave none standing, Xiao Chun commanded, his tone indifferent. At that moment, Giada's men felt a wave of trepidation sweep over them, the pressure emanating from Xiao Chun's Garchomp overwhelming. As Garchomp advanced, it casually swiped with its claws, and one by one, Giada's men collapsed, lifeless on the ground. Boss Damu, what should we do now? Musashi inquired, as he directed his subordinates to begin clearing away the bodies of Giada's fallen comrades while glancing at Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun had obliterated Giada's group, it was evident that the alliance would not let this transgression go unpunished, and the next adversaries would undoubtedly be far more formidable. I'll kill any who come, Xiao Chun declared resolutely before departing, leaving Musashi and the others in a state of bewilderment. Musashi observed Xiao Chun's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. She recognized Xiao Chun's formidable strength, yet witnessing someone so brazenly confront the alliance was unprecedented. Not only had he dispatched their envoy, but he seemed to regard the alliance with utter disdain. Individuals like Giada held little significance within the alliance. Their demise would not serve as a testament to strength. Musashi Kojiro began, uncertain of how to proceed, turning to Musashi, who typically made the decisions during their trials. What else can we do? We'll take it one step at a time. We, Team Rocket, have never known fear, Musashi declared, turning to leave. Kojiro and Meowth exchanged glances before reluctantly following suit. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black observed intently from a distance, adorned with a golden insignia resembling the character for 8 emblazoned on the back of his robe. Interesting. A master-level presence resides here, the cloaked figure mused before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Sinnoh Alliance, an elder hurled his teacup violently to the ground, his eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. Before him stood 2 burly men, bent over in deference, too intimidated to speak. This elder was none other than Elder Acrylic, one of the few formidable trainers possessing master-level Pokémon within the Alliance. His fury was ignited by the news delivered by his subordinates. The men he had dispatched to Daban City had all been slaughtered, the culprits being those he sought to control, the Rocket Technology Company. Elder Acrylic had recently taken note of the surging popularity of the Rocket Technology Company and, captivated by its lucrative prospects, had devised a plan to seize it for himself. In sending Giada, he had assumed that the personnel of the Rocket Technology Company would yield to his authority, hence he had not dispatched his most powerful subordinates, entrusting the task to the relatively weaker Giada. However, he was utterly unprepared for the audacity displayed by the Rocket Technology Company's personnel, who not only refused to capitulate, but had also annihilated his dispatched subordinates, a humiliation he could scarcely bear. Furthermore, the Rocket Technology Company had publicly declared that if Elder Acrylic desired their company, he should come to seize it himself rather than resorting to intimidation. This revelation effectively laid bare Acrylic's true nature before the public eye, and while no one dared to openly mock him, it nonetheless stripped him of dignity. Those among the Alliance's higher echelons who were equal in strength to him could only stifle their laughter, as expressing their mirth could provoke Elder Acrylic's ire. Raising his gaze to the 2 trembling subordinates before him, a peculiar glint flickered in Elder Acrylic's eyes. You two, come here. Acryl gazed at his 2 subordinates, who were trembling with fear, and beckoned them closer with a sinister flick of his fingers, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty intensity. The two muscular men, nearly collapsing in terror at Akryl's summons, nonetheless mustered their courage and cautiously approached him, uncertain whether Akryl might unleash his wrath upon them in a fit of rage. They felt trapped. If they disobeyed his command, their lives would undoubtedly be forfeit, yet approaching him could also lead to their demise. With a sharp crack, Akryl's gaunt hand struck the shoulders of the two men, causing them to flinch violently, nearly toppling to the ground. Dali, Tianwu, why do the personnel from the rocket technology company dare to defy my orders? Akryl's voice was frigid as he addressed his trusted lieutenants. Hoping they could provide him with a satisfactory explanation. They must have found a powerful ally. Only then would they dare to oppose us. Dali quickly responded, fearing that any displeasure from Akryl could lead to his own execution. Oh, an ally? Akryl's gaze bore into Dali, his grip on Dali's shoulder tightening, causing the latter's bones to creak ominously. Akryl detested the feeling of losing control over situations, a sentiment that gnawed at him. Sire, I meant no such thing. Dali gasped through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Then what do you mean? You have taken it upon yourself to assign my mission to another without my consent. And now it has failed. You dare disregard my orders? Do you seek to usurp my position? Akryl's eyes narrowed as he continued to exert pressure on Dali's shoulder, leaving him unable to speak, half kneeling on the ground. In truth, Akryl was not merely tormenting Dali for amusement. The recent debacle involving Jayad was somewhat tied to him. Initially, Akryl had designated Dali for the mission to the rocket technology company, but Dali, believing it to be overkill, had transferred the task to Jayad without informing Akryl. Thus, the deaths of Jayad and his associates, along with the ensuing chaos, were inextricably linked to Dali. Elder, grant us a chance. We will ensure that the rocket technology company submits at your feet. Tianwu interjected, noticing the sweat beading on Dali's forehead and realizing he was on the brink of collapse. Seeing Tianwu step forward, Akryl released his grip, observing both men as Dali collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, fearing that if Akryl continued, his shoulder might shatter. Very well, I shall grant you both another opportunity. The task remains unchanged. I demand the rocket technology company. But now with an added stipulation. You must eliminate all those responsible for our losses. Should anyone dare to resist, they must be killed. Akryl's gaze swept over Dali and Tianwu, his eyes particularly piercing as they settled on Dali, a barely concealed murderous intent simmering within. If it were not for this fool, things would not have escalated to their current state. Akryl was indifferent to the deaths of Jayad and his group, viewing them merely as expendable subordinates. He could easily replace them with countless skilled individuals eager to serve him. What truly concerned Akryl was the audacity of someone bringing their confrontation with the rocket technology company into the open, tarnishing his reputation and inviting scrutiny from other high-ranking members of the Alliance. After all, the Divine Alliance was not solely under Akryl's dominion. He maintained a delicate balance with its other leaders, who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to extract concessions from him. Had Dali not been one of Akryl's most competent and loyal subordinates, he would have been slain long ago. Yes, thank you, Elder. Dali and Tianwu expressed their gratitude as they made their way toward the exit. Once they had fully exited Akryl's office and closed the door behind them, they exhaled a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere from earlier having been overwhelming, making them feel like ants before a colossal elephant, constantly on the verge of being crushed. Dali and Tianwu quickly dismissed their fears, focusing on the task Akryl had assigned them. The consequences of failure were not something they could bear. Akryl watched them intently until they were completely out of sight. Come forth, do not hide, he said calmly, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, as if he had been speaking to himself. What? Since you have come this far and eavesdropped for so long, do you still wish to remain concealed? Must I summon you? Akryl's gaze fixed on the empty windowsill, despite it appearing devoid of life. After a prolonged standoff, a flicker of movement finally broke the tension. Elder Akryl, it has been a long time. I trust you are well. A voice resonated within the office, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the spot Akryl had been observing. Clad in an oversized black robe emblazoned with the character for 7, his face concealed by a Shura mask. Only his crimson eyes were visible. Behind him trailed a Pokémon resembling an owl, a nocturnal beast known as the Night Owl. Akryl had sensed another presence in his office from the moment he began conversing with Dali and Tianwu. However, he refrained from revealing the intruder's identity until now. Despite the figure now standing before him, Akryl was taken aback, recognizing him from a previous encounter. It is you, Akryl exclaimed, his expression rife with apprehension. This individual hailed from a newly emerged, enigmatic organization in the divine region known as the Qin Dynasty. Chapter 172, the Qin dynasty. Acryl regarded the figure before him with a gaze filled with trepidation. He had witnessed the black-robed individual in action before and knew his strength was on par with his own. Moreover, the organization known as the Qin dynasty was what truly instilled fear in Acryl. The emergence of the Qin dynasty could be traced back 3 months, when they dismantled the once dominant criminal syndicate, the Galaxy Team, from the Divine region. After obliterating the Galaxy Team, the Qin dynasty revealed itself to the public, prompting the Divine Alliance to take note of this sudden rise. What transpired next was unexpected. Members of the Qin dynasty boldly made their way to the doorstep of the Divine Alliance, instilling fear among its high-ranking officials. The Alliance's president, Lanin, along with other leaders, naturally would not tolerate such an affront and engaged in battle with the Qin members, only to find themselves outmatched. However, the Qin dynasty showed no intent to remain adversarial. After their victory, they refrained from further aggression and withdrew entirely. In the aftermath, the Divine Alliance chose not to retaliate against the Qin dynasty, tacitly acknowledging their existence. Acryl vividly recalled the scene of the battle between Lanin and the members of the Qin organization. The leader of the Great Qin is a youth of relatively tender years, yet his prowess exceeds that of Lanin by a considerable margin. Moreover, aside from the leader, the Great Qin is supported by 8 formidable guardians, all of whom have attained master-level strength. Acrylic finds himself perplexed by the sudden emergence of such a multitude of powerful figures. After all, masters are not as common as stray dogs, and the entire Divine Alliance boasts no more than 10 master-level practitioners, while the Great Qin has unveiled 9 in one fell swoop. Following the confrontation with the Great Qin, Lanin decreed that the Divine Alliance would refrain from intervening in any matters pertaining to the Great Qin, provided that they do not cross the red line established by the Alliance. The Great Qin possesses the capacity to subvert the Divine Alliance, and Lanin harbors no desire to antagonize such an organization. At this moment, the figure before Acrylic, clad in black robes, is one of the 8 guardians of the Great Qin, known as Qin Shi. Acrylic has learned that the names of the 8 guardians range from Qin I to Qin 8, with the earlier numbers denoting greater strength. The leader of the Great Qin refers to himself as the First Emperor. What brings you here? Acrylic inquires of Qin Shi, his gaze filled with apprehension, while he scans the surroundings, wary of potential ambushes lurking nearby. Acrylic suspects that Qin Shi's arrival bodes ill for him, and if he intends to take action against him, it is likely that he is not alone. Elder Acrylic, there is no need to be so anxious. I come not to create trouble, but to offer assistance, Qin Shi states, a smile gracing his lips as he observes Acrylic's tense demeanor. Assist me? What do you mean? Acrylic responds, a note of confusion lacing his words. Elder Acrylic, are you not currently troubled by matters concerning the Rocket Technology Company? The Great Qin can provide assistance in this regard, Qin Shi remarks casually. The Rocket Technology Company? You covet this lucrative prize as well. Unfortunately, I have already dispatched subordinates to handle it. So there is no need for the Great Qin to concern itself, Acrylic replies, taken aback by the realization that they too are vying for the Rocket Technology Company. Yet he is unwilling to relinquish this hard-won bounty. Elder Acrylic, do not be so hasty in your refusal. The strength of the Rocket Technology Company is formidable, and your lackluster subordinates will not be able to subdue them, Qin Shi observes, his eyes glinting with amusement. I am well aware of the Rocket Technology Company's capabilities. As you have just witnessed, my 2 subordinates are more than sufficient, Acrylic retorts with a disgruntled snort, feeling insulted by Qin Shi's disparagement of his subordinates. Oh, had it been the previous incarnation of the Rocket Technology Company, your men would have sufficed. But what if I were to say that they currently have a master-level guardian? Qin Shi states, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he regards Acrylic. What? A master-level guardian? How could they possibly possess such power? Acrylic exclaims incredulously, believing that Qin Shi must be deceiving him. He has been monitoring the Rocket Technology Company for quite some time and finds it implausible that they could suddenly harbor a master-level practitioner. If the Rocket Technology Company had always had a master-level guardian, no one would have dared to entertain thoughts of seizing their assets. Even Acrylic himself would refrain from taking action against them, for the risk of offending a master far outweighs the value of what the Rocket Technology Company possesses. Our people witnessed it firsthand. Your earlier subordinates were slain by this master-level guardian, Qin Shi continues, noting Acrylic's skepticism and pressing on. Acrylic's gaze intensifies as he scrutinizes Qin Shi's eyes, seeking evidence of deceit. However, Qin Shi's calm demeanor leaves Acrylic without the answers he seeks. Realizing that Qin Shi is not lying, Acrylic hastens to a nearby communicator, intending to summon his subordinates, De Li and Tian Wu, who have already set out. If Qin Shi is truthful, then De Li and Tian Wu are merely walking into a trap. While their strength is commendable, they would stand no chance against a master. And he does not wish for his subordinates to meet a needless demise. Just as Acrylic reaches for the communicator, Qin-Shi interjects, stopping him in his tracks. Acrylic glares at Qin-Shi, anger simmering within him, uncertain of the man's intentions. Since your subordinates have already embarked on their mission, let them proceed. Our people from the Great Qin will join forces with your subordinates when the time comes, Qin-Shi states, his expression resolute. Why should I collaborate with you? Acrylic retorts, disliking the feeling of being maneuvered. Do you truly believe you alone possess the strength to contend with the master-level guardian of the rocket technology company? Moreover, the other prominent figures within the alliance are eyeing you with predatory intent. Qin-Shi counters, his tone dripping with condescension. If you are willing to collaborate with us, we will dispatch individuals to help you secure the rocket technology company. Who knows? We may even assist you in claiming the position of president of the Divine Alliance in the future. Qin-Shi's disdainful gaze towards Acrylic suggests he views the latter's strength as inconsequential, yet he dangles an enticing proposition before him. Acrylic's fury at Qin-Shi's words is palpable, yet he finds himself unable to retort, for his current circumstances are indeed dire. Among the high-ranking officials of the alliance, he occupies a position of relative weakness, despite possessing resources that far exceed those of his peers. Acrylic is a loyal subordinate of the former president, who had entrusted him with many resources, ensuring his standing within the alliance. While others may have resented this, they dared not voice their discontent given the former president's formidable strength. However, following the former president's mysterious disappearance several years ago, the presidency of the Divine Alliance was inherited by Lan Yin, allowing those who had previously harbored grievances against Acrylic to openly undermine him. Acrylic has made several attempts to align himself with the new president, Lan Yin, in hopes of gaining her favor, but she has treated him with indifference, seemingly intent on marginalizing him entirely. Those who had previously ignored him now seize the opportunity to intensify their antagonism, plunging Acrylic into a difficult predicament. Yet, it is precisely due to this turmoil that Acrylic has stumbled upon a revelation that would shock everyone. The former president's disappearance is linked to Lan Yin. Chapter 173, Miyazaki's Journal. Months after the disappearance of the former president of the Divine Alliance, an election was held internally, resulting in Lan Yin being appointed as the new president. As a trusted confidant of the former president and a senior member of the Divine Alliance, Acrylic naturally assumed the task of clearing out the former president's office to make way for the new president, Lan Yin. However, while sorting through the items in the former president's office, Acrylic uncovered a shocking secret. Among the items, he discovered a diary belonging to the former president, Miyazaki. Acrylic was aware of Miyazaki's habit of keeping a daily journal, having witnessed him write on numerous occasions during their time together. Upon finding the diary, Acrylic eagerly opened it, hoping to glean insights that might elucidate the reasons behind the former president's disappearance. At first, the entries appeared ordinary, mere reflections on work and life. However, as Acrylic perused the entries from the months leading up to the former president's disappearance, he detected an anomaly. A name was conspicuously inscribed within, Lan Yin. At that time, Lan Yin was merely a young girl with some potential, whom the former president had favored, appointing her as his secretary. Acrylic recalled this event vividly, having previously advised Miyazaki that Lan Yin lacked the experience necessary for such a crucial role, even suggesting several more suitable candidates. Many within the alliance expressed their disapproval of Miyazaki's decision to appoint Lan Yin as his secretary. However, Miyazaki steadfastly rejected the recommendations put forth by Akira and others, ultimately overriding the opposition, and Lan Yin was appointed as his secretary. Observing Miyazaki's unwavering resolve, Akira and the others ceased their objections, reasoning that it was merely a matter of a secretary. If necessary, they could always find a few experienced individuals to assist Miyazaki with the affairs of the alliance. At that time, Akira presumed that Miyazaki's intention to appoint Lan Yin as the president's secretary stemmed solely from an appreciation of her potential, given that Lan Yin's capabilities were indeed exceptional within her generation. However, the contents of the diary shattered Akira's previous assumptions. The relationship between Miyazaki and Lan Yin appeared to transcend the typical superior-subordinate dynamic, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. No, more accurately, it seemed that Miyazaki was harboring a secret infatuation for Lan Yin. Akira found it hard to believe his own eyes, considering Miyazaki was nearly 60 years old, while Lan Yin was merely a young woman in her 20s. Yet, with the evidence from Miyazaki's diary, Akira had no choice but to accept the truth. July 5th. Today, I encountered a young woman named Lan Yin. She is truly beautiful. The diary is accompanied by a photograph depicting a smiling Lan Yin, her expression sweet, though the angle suggests it was taken surreptitiously. July 8th. I intend to have Lan Yin as my secretary, but those individuals dare to obstruct me, even Akira? July 10th. I have triumphed against the odds and successfully appointed Lan Yin as my secretary. I am utterly elated. July 15th. Lan Yin is simply adorable in her work. However, I should assign her fewer tasks next time to prevent her from becoming overwhelmed. A photograph captures a blue-haired girl, her brow furrowed in concentration. July 20th. Tomorrow is a day of rest. I wonder if I might have the chance to invite Lan Yin over to my home. I feel a twinge of anticipation. July 21st. Alas, Lan Yin declined my invitation. She might be rather shy, huh? August 5th. It has been a month since I met her, yet when I prepared a bouquet for her, she rejected it, leaving me heartbroken. A photo shows Miyazaki holding a bouquet of flowers. August 10th. I have come to realize that I am smitten with this charming young woman. But how do I express my feelings to her? Would she ever reciprocate the affections of an old man like me? August 17th. Today, I resolved to confess my feelings to Lan Yin, yet she did not appear, leaving me profoundly saddened. August 18th. Lan Yin mentioned that she would introduce me to her family tomorrow. I am somewhat nervous about meeting them for the first time. What should I wear? August 19th. Catastrophe. Lan Yin's family turned out to be her husband. How could she be married? Witnessing the affectionate bond between Lan Yin and her husband pierced my heart with anguish. As I saw her husband holding her hand, I felt an urge to intervene. Yet what position would I assume? Her superior? August 20th. After much contemplation, I have resolved to forget her. August 23rd. Each day, watching her flit around me makes it impossible to forget her. Perhaps I should transfer her elsewhere. August 24th. Seeing Lan Yin's tearful expression upon learning of her transfer nearly shattered my heart. Yet it seems we are beyond any opportunity. August 27th. It has been several days since Lan Yin departed. My subordinates inform me that she has been arriving at work with red-rimmed eyes. I have decided to reach out and console her. August 29th. Yesterday, I intended to provide her with comfort, but to my surprise, upon seeing me, she began to weep uncontrollably. Observing her swollen eyes, I could not resist pulling her into my embrace. Although startled by my sudden action, she did not struggle, merely weeping softly. I sensed her distress, and while my initial intention was to offer her solace, feeling her softness ignited an overwhelming longing within me. Listening to her gentle sobs in my arms, I lost control and pressed her down onto the sofa. At that moment, I made a decision. I must possess her. Upon witnessing my actions, Lan Yin fought desperately, but she was no match for my strength. Ultimately, she capitulated to my forceful demeanor. In the end, I achieved my desire. And on the office sofa, I claimed her. Afterwards, she gazed at me with tear-filled eyes, her hands tightly clasped, her entire being trembling. I was at a loss for words as I beheld her state. Ultimately, after dressing, she departed without a single word exchanged between us. September 13th. Since that incident, Lan Yin and I have not spoken. She deliberately avoids me, leaving me uncertain of how to proceed. Lan Yin has not confided in anyone about my mistreatment, including her husband. I am aware of her husband's position. He is a mere investigator within the alliance, far beneath Lan Yin, let alone in comparison to my status as the alliance's president. I cannot fathom why Lan Yin would choose him. September 15th. Each time I see Lan Yin, I am compelled to approach her, yet her demeanor towards me grows increasingly cold. When I confront her, she remains silent, a situation I find intolerable. However, when I observe her walking alongside her husband, I cannot help but feel envy for him. How fortunate he is. Jealousy distorts one's perception. Yet my heart compels me to possess her utterly, and in that moment, a wicked plan formed within me. I must eliminate him. Chapter 174, Collaboration. September 25th. After many days, I finally found an opportunity to eliminate him. With my authority, I need not have taken matters into my own hands. Yet I yearned to personally rid myself of this enviable interloper. I arranged for my confidant, Akira, to bring him to my office just as he was preparing to embark on a mission. Ultimately, I ended his life within my office. His lifeless body was bound to the very sofa where Lan Yin and I had once lain together, and together, we cast it into the sea. Surely, without this man, Lan Yin would be inclined to be with me. September 28th. It has been several days since I disposed of Lan Yin's husband, and I have heard she is fervently searching for his whereabouts. Yet, I remain unfazed. How could she possibly find him? I am meticulous in my undertakings, leaving no trace behind. September 30th. After days of searching, Lan Yin finally found her way to me, pleading for my assistance in locating her husband. Observing her heart-wrenching distress, I refrained from immediately acquiescing. Instead, I approached her and gently caressed her face. I could sense her trepidation at my touch, yet she remained still. Knowing she needed my help, I proceeded to the next step and claimed her on the newly acquired sofa. Afterwards, I assured Lan Yin that I would assist her in her search for her husband, and she left with reddened eyes. October 2nd, Lan Yin returned to me once more, inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. However, I had not dispatched anyone to search, for I was the one responsible for his disappearance. How could he possibly be found? However, with her arrival, the thought of desiring her once more crossed my mind. Yet this time, she declined my advances and left before I could even react. This left me somewhat displeased. I never anticipated that she would still be preoccupied with that deceased individual, which irked me greatly. On October 7th, Lan Yin sought me out again, beseeching me for information regarding her husband's whereabouts. I was forthright, stating that if she accompanied me once, I would divulge what I knew. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced to my request. Afterwards, as I held her in my arms on the sofa, I reflected on the recent encounter. With reddened eyes, she looked at me once more, inquiring about her husband, who I suspected had long since been consumed by fish. Seeing her in such a state ignited my ire. Why should that corpse hold such sway over Lan Yin's thoughts? In a moment of unwarranted candor, I blurted out that I had been the one to end her husband's life. I recounted the torment I had inflicted upon him until his anguished pleas for mercy echoed in her ears. After I finished my tale, I observed Lan Yin's reaction. Eager to see how she would respond to the revelation of her husband's demise, she was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across her face, before she pushed me away and staggered out of my office. I watched her retreat with a cold gaze, contemplating that she would come to terms with it in a few days. On October 10th, Lan Yin unexpectedly invited me to her home the following day, which filled me with joy. It seemed she had begun to accept me. As I continued reading, I discovered that Miyazaki's diary abruptly ended here. It dawned on me that the former President Miyazaki's disappearance was undoubtedly intertwined with Lan Yin. Otherwise, why would he vanish into thin air after mentioning a visit to her home? In the wake of Miyazaki's disappearance, I had dispatched numerous individuals to search for him, yet all efforts yielded no results. Although I had narrowed down the suspect to Lan Yin, I remained perplexed as to how she could have managed Miyazaki, given his formidable strength. I had contemplated confronting Lan Yin to clarify matters several times, yet I hesitated. After all, she was now the president of the alliance, and I was merely a subordinate. Even if she were indeed culpable, my own strength would be insufficient to subdue her, and I feared I might become a casualty myself. Thus, I resolved to let the matter lie for the time being. Well, Elder Bien, are you inclined to cooperate with us? Qin Shi inquired, observing Bien's prolonged contemplation, assuming he was still wavering. Bien regarded Qin Shi with newfound resolve, realizing he could leverage the power of the Daqin to bolster his own strength. Once he had amassed sufficient power, he would be in a position to investigate President Miyazaki's fate. Though he need not concern himself with Miyazaki's disappearance any longer, after all, he had been missing for quite some time, and his fate was uncertain. Bien was a man who believed in repaying kindness. Miyazaki had shown considerable care towards him within the alliance. Without that support, he would not have ascended to the rank of elder. Hence, regardless of the cost, he was determined to uncover the truth behind Miyazaki's vanishing. With firm resolve, Bien narrowed his eyes at Qin Shi, contemplating a mutually beneficial arrangement that would serve both their interests. Guardianing Qi, I am amenable to collaboration. However, I would like to know what you require from me in return. Bien addressed Qin Shi, fully aware that Daqin would not extend assistance without expecting something in return. For human nature is inherently self-serving. Ha ha ha, nothing escapes you, Elder Bien. It's not so much a matter of sacrifice. We simply require your support when you take charge of the Shanao Alliance in the future, Qin Shi replied, an unmistakable grin lighting up his face as he recognized Bien's decision to collaborate. Bien scrutinized Qin Shi, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the terms proposed by these individuals were far from simple. Their insistence on needing his assistance once he assumed leadership of the alliance suggested that their plans would not be easily executed and would likely pose significant challenges. Moreover, their audacity to imply that he would lead the alliance demonstrated their confidence. Nevertheless, Bien made his choice, motivated by his own ambitions and his loyalty to the former president. Then let us look forward to our forthcoming collaboration. He extended his hand first. Looking forward to our partnership. Qin Shi clasped Bien's hand firmly. After a brief exchange, Qin Shi departed, as he had other tasks to attend to. Bien observed Qin Shi's retreating figure, quietly contemplating his next steps. At the entrance of the rocket technology company, a sizable crowd had gathered, effectively encircling the establishment. These individuals were the subordinates of Bien, led by Dali and Tianwu. who were preparing to launch a surprise attack on the company. Meanwhile, in the top-floor office of the rocket technology company, Xiaoqing lounged leisurely on the sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. Yulong lay quietly in his embrace, resembling a slumbering kitten, while Xiaoqing savored this tranquil moment. He was acutely aware that danger loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, Jin Yao, along with Musashi and two others, burst into the office, urgency evident in their demeanor. "Boss, trouble's brewing. The alliance has arrived." Musashi, feeling a surge of frustration at Xiaoqing's nonchalance, hesitated to express his irritation, knowing the current power dynamics. "Boss, the alliance's people are at our doorstep. The rocket technology company is surrounded." Jin Yao exclaimed anxiously, blocking Xiaoqing's path, reminiscent of the anxious energy that once characterized Banmu. Xiaoqing shook his head at his subordinate's impatience, reflecting on how today's youth lacked composure. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of addressing the alliance's presence. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. "Let us go see what is happening," Xiaoqing stated, rising to his feet, eager to uncover the alliance's intentions. As Xiaoqing and his companions entered the lobby of the rocket technology company, they gazed outside to find the crowd dispersed, replaced by a throng of individuals clad in alliance attire, effectively sealing off any escape routes. It appeared the alliance was no longer attempting to conceal their motives. They were poised to strike directly. Xiaoqing remained calm, observing the alliance members as he awaited their next move. After a brief interval, two men emerged from the throng of alliance personnel. One of them held a megaphone and began addressing Xiaoqing and his associates. "Listen up, everyone inside. I am a subordinate of Elder Bien from the alliance. Your rocket technology company is suspected of violating alliance laws. Please allow us to conduct a search. You have half an hour to deliberate. Once time is up, we will resort to force." Dali, megaphone in hand, announced loudly, while Tianwu stood by, coldly surveying the scene. They hoped to avoid a full frontal assault. Such an action would undoubtedly incur losses on their side. Instead, they aimed to compel a surrender without a single shot fired, wishing to earn favor with Bien in the process. In the grand hall of the rocket technology company, Xiaoqing listened to the fervent proclamations of the League's representatives and could not suppress a derisive chuckle. The audacity of these League members was truly astounding. Whether from the Kanto League or the Sinnoh League, none could be deemed virtuous. Previously, the Sinnoh League had dispatched individuals whom he had vanquished, and now they dared to insinuate that there were issues within the company. Was it not blatantly evident that they were seeking a pretext to infiltrate rocket technology? Xiaoqing was acutely aware that should they gain entry, the company would likely change hands. "Musashi, prepare your subordinates. We must be ready to engage them at any moment." His expression turned grave as he surveyed the individuals outside, uncertain if the Sinnoh League had sent formidable foes of his caliber, should they possess such strength. His allies would stand no chance against them. "Boss, I have an idea, Miao." At that moment, Miao Miao spoke up. Xiaoqing and the others turned their skeptical gazes toward Miao Miao, questioning whether this usually ineffectual creature could conjure a viable strategy. "Musashi Kojiro, do you recall the new product we are about to launch?" Miao Miao inquired, looking at Musashi and Kojiro. "I do, but how does that relate to our current predicament?" Kojiro responded, bewildered by Miao Miao's implication. They had recently developed a batch of security robots intended for sale to those in need of protection. After all, robots as bodyguards were far more reliable than certain humans, as these machines could exhibit unwavering loyalty, something human bodyguards often lacked. The materials used to fabricate the robot's armor were composed of an exceptionally resilient metal, which had been tested to withstand the assaults of gym-level Pokémon without sustaining any damage. They had yet to determine the upper limits of their durability. Equipped with an array of small firearms and even grenade launchers, these robots were more than adequate for confronting gym-level Pokémon. This batch of robots had been completed days prior, awaiting performance testing before being launched into the market. Kojiro remained perplexed about Miao Miao's mention of the robot's relevance. "These robots possess offensive capabilities. We have produced a staggering 5,000 units, each boasting strength surpassing that of gym-level Pokémon. Does this not imply that we wield a fearless battalion of elite warriors?" Miao Miao's eyes gleamed with fervor, envisioning its mechanical army wreaking havoc in battle. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this?" Kojiro exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he realized that this robotic army might indeed extricate them from their dire circumstances. "Well then, let us behold this formidable battalion you speak of," Xiaoqing remarked, his curiosity piqued at the prospect of witnessing this ironclad force. Musashi and the others led Xiaoqing to the production warehouse within Rocket Technology Company, where rows of robots stood in meticulous formation, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Xiao Chun was taken aback by the sight before him. He approached, scrutinizing these humanoid machines. They were clad in silver, standing upright with arms hanging at their sides. Each wrist bearing a pair of sharp short blades, and each shoulder mounted with a menacing firearm, while a cannon as thick as an arm protruded from their backs. Upon striking the surface of one robot, Xiao Chun noted its remarkable hardness, confirming Meow Meow's earlier description. These are no mere security robots. They embody a relentless, obedient army. Xiao Chun felt a surge of anticipation regarding their combat prowess. How long will it take for all these robots to mobilize? He inquired, turning to Meow Meow. As they have yet to be sold, we control their terminals. Should you require them, boss, I can have them ready to receive your commands within 10 minutes. Meow Meow replied, pride radiating from its expression, for these robots were a product of its own craftsmanship. Excellent, prepare them post-haste. Xiao Chun commanded, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he gazed at the impressive machines. Alliance. Just wait, soon you shall witness our might. Meanwhile, outside Rocket Technology Company, a group of uninvited guests, cloaked in uniform black robes that concealed all but their eyes, were fixated on the establishment. Among them were two individuals adorned with black robes embroidered with the numbers 7 and 8, Qin Shi and Qin Ba, who had departed from acrylic not long ago and had been lying in wait. Are we ready? Qin Shi inquired of Qin Ba, who assured him, rest easy. Our men have encircled the area. Even if the League fails to seize rocket technology, we shall intervene, ensuring they cannot escape our grasp. That is reassuring. Let the brethren remember, after the League has been vanquished, we shall make our move. Our numbers are currently insufficient, Qin Shi remarked, his eyes narrowing. Although the Daqin organization was formidable, its internal manpower was lacking, as membership required not only strength, but also a test of loyalty. Qin Shi felt the selection criteria were somewhat stringent, but he dared not voice his dissent, for the emperor was revered as a deity among them, commanding profound respect and admiration. The 8 guardians wielded master-level Pokémon, granted to them by the emperor himself. After all, it was no small feat to suddenly unveil 8 master-level warriors. As the first and most loyal subordinates of the emperor, they had been bestowed with such power. Back inside Rocket Technology Company, Xiao Chun observed the synchronized movements of the robots with palpable excitement. Meow Meow had successfully calibrated the machines for combat. Boss, all is ready. Here is the remote control. By pressing the activation switch, these robots will heed your commands, Meow Meow announced, presenting a remote control to Xiao Chun. Accepting the device, Xiao Chun turned to exit, resolved to confront the League and discern their true intentions, opting to rely on his own strength before deploying the robots. After all, one's own strength had long been unveiled, yet those robots and individuals remained oblivious. I do not intend to reveal my capabilities so soon. They can serve as my trump card. Xiao Chun and his companions arrived outside the Rocket Technology Company, where the half-hour given by De Li and his group had elapsed. They approached the company with a fierce demeanor, coinciding perfectly with the emergence of Xiao Chun and his companions. Are you the owner of the Rocket Technology Company? De Li inquired, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chun, who stood at the forefront. Indeed, that would be me, Xiao Chun replied, scrutinizing De Li, who appeared to be nothing more than an incompetent fool. Have you made up your minds? If you surrender and hand over the Rocket Technology Company to us, we will allow you to leave unharmed. De Li regarded Xiao Chun and his companions, mistakenly believing they were intimidated and ready to capitulate. Xiao Chun looked at the group before him, a disdainful smile creeping across his face. These individuals had abandoned pretense, having previously claimed they merely wished to inspect the company. Now they brazenly demanded he surrender it to them, utterly lacking in shame. Surrender the company to you? How utterly shameless. However, if any of you can defeat me, I shall gladly relinquish my company, Xiao Chun declared, his derision unmistakable in his gaze. Oh, in that case, I shall engage in a contest with you, De Li said. Now intrigued, he enjoyed seeking out opponents, and since Xiao Chun had suggested the challenge, he saw no harm in indulging him. Wait, Xiao Chun interrupted, halting De Li, who was about to unleash his Pokémon. What is it? Are you afraid, boy? If you are, then take your people and leave. You are nothing but an eyesore here. De Li assumed Xiao Chun was frightened, cursing him internally and feeling his enthusiasm weighing. Afraid? Why would I fear you? What I meant was, if I lose and must surrender my company, shouldn't there be some stakes for you as well? Xiao Chun smiled at De Li, casually proposing a wager, fully confident in his own superiority. Oh, you think I will lose? How amusing. What stakes do you propose? Anything I can offer is fair game, De Li replied, intrigued by Xiao Chun's audacity. He was willing to accept any terms, as the mission to the rocket technology company had been entrusted to him by Elder Bingqing. And he dared not gamble with that. Let us wager our lives. If I lose, my company and my life will be yours. However, if you lose, I shall take yours. What do you say? Are you willing to bet? Xiao Chun said with a grin, his expression brimming with confidence. Dali was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Xiao Chun would stake his life in such a manner. Very well, let us wager our lives. After a brief hesitation, Dali agreed, bolstered by his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. He believed he could not possibly lose, and even if he did, he had many brothers behind him. He was certain that even if he stood still, they would not dare to kill him. Go ahead. Otherwise, once I make my move, you won't have another chance. Xiao Chun stated coolly. Arrogant. I shall teach you a lesson, you big-mouthed brat. Dali fumed at Xiao Chun's dismissive attitude, determined to show this insolent boy the consequences of his arrogance. Dali's Gulpin, a rosy creature, had already reached the threshold of semi-master level, which was the foundation of his confidence. As he observed Xiao Chun's lack of movement, he assumed Xiao Chun was paralyzed with fear. Vicious Bite Shark, obliterate them. Xiao Chun commanded, not even lifting his gaze. In his eyes, Dali and his crew were no different from worthless trash, posing no threat whatsoever. The Vicious Bite Shark materialized, emanating an aura uniquely characteristic of master-level Pokémon. Master level. Dali was rendered speechless by the sight before him. This level of power was something he had only witnessed in Elder Bingqing's Pokémon. He could hardly believe that Xiao Chun possessed a master-level Pokémon. Without hesitation, the Vicious Bite Shark lunged forward, claws poised to strike at Dali. Wait! Dali shouted, but the Vicious Bite Shark showed no signs of slowing down. Barreling towards him, Gulpin attempted to shield itself in front of the Vicious Bite Shark, but it was utterly futile. In an instant, Gulpin was torn apart by the Vicious Bite Shark. What? Dali was dumbstruck. Although his Gulpin had just entered the quasi-master level, he had expected it to withstand at least some of the attack, yet it was annihilated in a heartbeat. The sound of flesh being shredded echoed as the Vicious Bite Shark's claws pierced through Dali's chest. Dali's face contorted in disbelief. He never anticipated death would come so swiftly. His head lolled, and he collapsed to the ground. Dali, Tian Wu, witnessing his companion's demise, was stunned. This ally, whose strength rivaled his own, had perished right before his eyes, and he had not even had time to react. You dare to kill Dali? Tian Wu pointed an incredulous finger at Xiao Chun, fully aware that they were members of the alliance, and Dali was one of Elder Bingqing's subordinates. Is it so strange that I killed him? Do not fret. Now it is your turn, Xiao Chun replied, fixing his gaze on Tian Wu. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Tian Wu chuckled nervously, stumbling backward before collapsing to the ground. His two companions rushed to assist him, lifting him back up. Xiao Chun couldn't help but find amusement in their predicament. How dare such feeble beings come and wreak havoc on his turf? It was sheer folly. Vicious Bite Shark. Eliminate them all without exception, Xiao Chun ordered, his eyes trained on a specific location, for the Vicious Bite Shark had detected the presence of powerful entities nearby, and many others were still lurking in the vicinity. Uncertain of their identities, Xiao Chun surmised that since they had not intervened earlier, they were likely not part of the alliance. He decided to have the Vicious Bite Shark eliminate those alliance members to test whether the hidden figures would make their move. Sure enough, just as the Vicious Bite Shark was about to rend Tian Wu apart, a figure emerged, striking the Vicious Bite Shark and forcing it back. The Vicious Bite Shark retreated to Xiao Chun's side, vigilant as it regarded the formidable new presence. With a fiery orange body, a pair of wings, and a long tail ablaze, it was unmistakably a Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 102, Master Level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Xiao Chun's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated that the opponent concealed yet another Master-level Charizard. However, before he could fully process this revelation, events unfolded that would astonish him once more. A second Charizard flew to join the first, standing beside it. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 101, Master Level. Ability, Blaze. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat. Once again, a Master-level Charizard appeared. And at that moment, Xiao Chun felt somewhat challenged. He glanced around, apprehensive that another Master-level Charizard might emerge. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Just then, a number of individuals clad in black emerged, encircling Xiao Chun and the members of Team Rocket in a tight formation. Two figures in black robes appeared beside the Charizards, revealing themselves as the hidden Qin Shi and Qin Ba. I am De Chun Mu, the proprietor of Rocket Technology Company. May I inquire as to your identities? Why do you intervene in matters concerning me and the Alliance? Xiao Chun cautiously probed, aware that if they were not affiliated with the Alliance, perhaps a monetary incentive could persuade them to depart. However, if they were indeed members of the Alliance, the situation would decidedly become more precarious. After all, he was faced with two formidable master-level Pokémon, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Moreover, he deliberately rearranged the order of his name, as revealing himself as Mu Chun could potentially attract unwanted attention. After all, he had slain the sister of the Sinnoh League's president, and it was conceivable that a manhunt was underway for him. We are of the Great Qin. I am Qin Shi, one of the 8 guardians. And this is Qin Ba. We have come at the behest of our emperor to assist the Sinnoh League, Qin Shi declared, unveiling their identities and intentions. I see that Mr. Dechun Mu is a powerful trainer with a master-level Pokémon, and at such a young age, your future is boundless. Our emperor is eager for talents, and I believe Mr. Dechun Mu would be most welcome should you choose to join us. Qin Ba extended an olive branch, recognizing the value of allying with a master-level powerhouse. Great Qin, Emperor? Upon hearing these unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar terms, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. Could the emperor they spoke of be akin to the previous Ash, a traveler from another world? After all, this world already had one version of himself. And with Ash's arrival, another traveler would not seem implausible. The mention of Great Qin and the emperor resonated with his past life, leading him to suspect that his interlocutors might be fervent admirers of the emperor from his previous world, hence their arrival in this alternate realm. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Chen began to formulate a plan. If this were the case, why not seize the opportunity to join this power known as Great Qin? The rocket technology company had already caught the attention of the Alliance and several local powers in the Sinnoh region, and with the emergence of Great Qin, the prospect of continuing operations seemed increasingly untenable. Joining Great Qin appeared to be a prudent choice. What say you, Mr. Dechun Mu? Have you made your decision? Qin Shi inquired, unable to conceal his eagerness as time passed without a response. He exchanged a glance with Qin Ba, prepared to act should Xiao Chen attempt any treachery. Observing Qin Shi and Qin Ba, Xiao Chen slowly provided his answer. I am willing to join Great Qin. What? The moment his words were uttered, Musashi and the others behind Xiao Chen were immediately taken aback. They could hardly fathom that their leader of Team Rocket was about to join another organization. Musashi and Meowth glared at Xiao Chen with fury, perceiving him as a traitor. Just moments ago, they had been strategizing on how to navigate their predicament, and now, upon realizing the strength of their adversaries, Xiao Chen brazenly sought to join them. Fortunately, Jin Ji, being the most rational among them, intervened to restrain the impulsive Musashi and urged Kojiro to keep Meowth in check. Musashi, calm down and assess the situation before reaching any conclusions. Jin Ji covered Musashi's mouth, fearing she might erupt in anger. Indeed, as Jin Ji anticipated, Musashi was poised to unleash a tirade, but with her mouth covered, only muffled sounds escaped her lips. Xiao Chen noticed the commotion behind him but deemed the matter at hand of greater urgency, intending to clarify things with Musashi and the others later. Oh, Mr. Dechun Mu, are you certain? Qin Shi asked, his excitement palpable. Securing a master-level fighter for Great Qin would be a significant achievement, prompting him to seek confirmation once more. I am certain, but what of my rocket technology company? Xiao Chen turned to Qin Shi and Qin Ba, hoping to ascertain whether he could retain control over the company, given their interest in it. The rocket technology company must be handed over to us, but we will allow you time to gather your belongings. Once you are ready, we shall return, Qin Shi replied, fully aware that they were sent by the emperor and that the company needed to be transferred to the hands of the emperor's appointed individual. Very well. Please grant me some time. My subordinates and I need to prepare, Xiao Chen conceded, recognizing their determination to acquire the company. Agreed. We shall return here tomorrow morning to escort you. Qin Shi confirmed the timing. Understood, Xiao Chen affirmed. With his response, Qin Shi turned to Tian Wu, who had been supported by 2 of his companions. You may leave now. The rocket technology company will be ready for transfer tomorrow. Yes, Tian Wu responded respectfully, fully aware of the power of master-level trainers, akin to Elder Bing Shi. He dared not show any disrespect. Failing to comply could endanger both himself and his subordinates' lives. Since they had offered their assistance, he felt assured that they were indeed on his side, and their promise to return the following day was a minor inconvenience. After conveying his instructions, Qin Shi exchanged farewells with Tian Wu and Xiao Chen before departing with Qin Ba and the rest of their Great Qin entourage. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Wu also led his group away, knowing that the body of De Li still lay on the ground. With the departure of Qin Shi and Tian Wu, only Xiao Chen and the members of Team Rocket remained. Turning around, Xiao Chen noted the fury etched on Musashi and Meowth's faces, alongside the bewildered expressions of Jin Ji and Kojiro. He understood their sentiments at that moment. Only Yulong Tian, who who stood quietly behind Xiao Chun, seemed unaffected, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, for she cared not where he went, as she would follow him wherever he chose. Everyone disperse and tend to your tasks. New matters await us, Xiao Chun instructed the members of Team Rocket. Musashi, Kojiro, Meowth, and Jinji, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you, Xiao Chun declared, taking Yulong Tiantian's hand as he departed, with Musashi and the others trailing behind, eager to uncover Xiao Chun's intentions. In the lofty office of the Rocket Technology Company, Xiao Chun sat at his desk, while Yulong Tiantian stood behind him. And Musashi along with 3 others stood before him, the atmosphere charged with tension. I trust you all are curious about my reasons for consenting to join the Dachin organization? Xiao Chun initiated, observing that Musashi and his companions remained silent, clearly eager to learn of his motivations. I have chosen to join Dachin primarily to preserve our strength, as I do not wish for our people to be extinguished in this impending battle. You have witnessed that they possess 2 master-level warriors, while we have only myself. To be candid, in a desperate confrontation, I could allow my Tyranitar to undergo hyper-evolution and potentially vanquish them. However, even should we emerge victorious, how many of our comrades would remain? If I am beset by their forces, can you manage against their reinforcements? In the end, how many of you would survive? Even if we triumph this time, what then? It would irrevocably sever our ties with them, and we would face the full brunt of retaliation from both the Alliance and Dachin. Let us not forget the words of Qin Shi. You heard him speak. They are merely 2 of Dachin's 8 guardians, and above them looms the first emperor. Are we truly their equals? Since the Rocket Technology Company lacks the capacity to protect itself, why not relinquish it to them? We can take what we need and evacuate our brethren, thus retaining the means for our continued survival. Once we have grown in strength, no longer beholden to the constraints of the Alliance and Dachin. What significance does your previous allegiance to any organization hold? Xiao Chun, gazing at Musashi and the others, articulated his thoughts with patience. He did not wish to witness these individuals march to their doom, yet if he could not dissuade them, he would not press further. Their lives were their own, and if they sought death, he could not intervene. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Musashi and the others began to regain their composure. They were not fools and comprehended his intent, essentially, to endure as subordinates first, and then reclaim their power. So what shall our next step be, boss? Zhen Yao inquired. Looking at Xiao Chun, first, we must allow those below to take what they need, for starting tomorrow, this will become the Alliance's territory, Xiao Chun replied. And what about our brothers? Will Dachin accept them? Musashi interjected, concerned that the majority of his companions might not meet Dachin's stringent standards of strength and loyalty. However, these were the comrades who had stood by him in building the Rocket Technology Company. Musashi could not abandon them. Xiao Chun found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if we divide our forces? Divide our forces? Musashi and the others were momentarily perplexed by Xiao Chun's suggestion. We can split our personnel into 2 groups, one comprising our strongest members to accompany me into Dachin, while the bulk of our forces can take the resources we have salvaged from the Rocket Technology Company and seek a new location to thrive. This way, none of our brothers would be forsaken. Xiao Chun was quite pleased with this plan, deeming it the most pragmatic solution available. Musashi and the others contemplated this approach, acknowledging its efficacy in addressing their immediate dilemma. So, who among our brothers will go to Dachin, and who will lead the resources elsewhere? Zhen Yao asked. Looking at Xiao Chun, after surveying the group, Xiao Chun spoke thoughtfully. I propose that Zhen Yao take Meowth and the majority of our forces to seek a new place for development, while Musashi and Kojiro accompany me to join Dachin. What do you all think? After a moment of reflection, the 4 expressed their agreement, recognizing the soundness of Xiao Chun's reasoning. In terms of management skills, Musashi and Kojiro were undoubtedly not as adept as Zhen Yao, making her leadership of the larger group the wisest choice. Furthermore, with Meowth's ability to communicate, it would be prudent to keep her away from potential dangers until they understood the inner workings of Dachin. Very well, then. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, the Alliance will arrive to assume control of our territory, Xiao Chun instructed, prompting Musashi and the others to depart, aware that there was much to organize in light of the sudden developments. Brother Xiao Chun, what about me? Yulong Tiantian asked anxiously after Musashi and the others had left. Xiao Chun glanced at her, his resolve firm. Tiantian, you should leave with Zhen Yao and the others. Dachin is fraught with peril, and I lack the resources to protect you. For your safety, please accompany them, all right? He spoke gently, wishing for her to join him, yet understanding that his current strength was insufficient. Tiantian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lashes trembling, a clear sign that she was on the verge of crying. Yet, she managed to smile instead. "Brother Xiao-chun, do not worry. I will take care of myself," she assured him. Xiao-chun was taken aback by her readiness to accept his decision, having braced himself for her refusal. "Very well, then, I shall leave these few Pokémon to protect you." He retrieved 4 Pokeballs from his waist, containing all his Pokémon except for Tyranitar and Electivire. To ensure Yulong Tiantian's safety, he resolved to leave his Pokémon by her side. At Xiao-chun's level, victory no longer depended on the sheer number of Pokémon. The distinction between master-level Pokémon and those just below was vast. His remaining Pokémon paled in comparison to Tyranitar, often not even having the opportunity to engage when faced with formidable foes. Most trainers now typically relied on only one Pokémon. As the challenges of nurturing additional Pokémon escalated with increased strength, many chose to develop their strongest Pokémon, while others remained in a semi-retired state. Xiao-chun was no exception. One Tyranitar sufficed, and he kept Electivire as a precaution, ready to intervene should Tyranitar be unable to act at a crucial moment. "No, they must stay by Brother Xiao-chun's side. What if you encounter danger?" Tian insisted, refusing to accept the Pokeballs, pushing Xiao-chun's hand back towards him. Resolute in her stance. Ultimately, it was only after Xiao-chun firmly pressed the Pokeballs into her hands that she reluctantly accepted them. Determined to check on Musashi and the others, Xiao-chun recalled that there were still 5,000 Guardian robots within the Rocket Technology Company, which could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Thus, the logistics of their transportation posed a significant challenge, and he needed to ascertain how Musashi and the others planned to manage these robots. At this moment, Xiao-chun and Yulong Tiantian arrived at the warehouse where they stored the Guardian robots, only to discover that the place was utterly devoid of any presence. The entire warehouse was stark and empty, completely stripped of the robots. Xiao-chun rubbed his eyes, convinced that he was seeing things. He had just been here not long ago, and now, where could his 5,000 robots have vanished? Furthermore, the control terminals for these robots were still in his possession. They could not have simply walked away on their own. Just as Xiao-chun was engulfed in confusion, Meow Meow approached him, clutching a fist-sized orb, trailed by Musashi and Kojiro. "Meow Meow, where have the robots gone? Why are they missing?" Xiao-chun inquired, knowing that their disappearance was certainly tied to Meow Meow and the others. "Of course, they are right here, Meow." Meow Meow replied, handing the orb to Xiao-chun. He examined the orb but could not fathom its intricacies. "Here?" Xiao-chun looked at Meow Meow in bewilderment. "You may consider this a large storage ring, specifically designed for housing the robots we developed. Those 5,000 robots are safely contained within. Whenever needed, I can release them all at once. I call it divine armament descending." Meow Meow's eyes sparkled with pride as he gazed at the orb, a testament to his invention. Intrigued by Meow Meow's explanation, Xiao-chun realized that this orb could indeed serve as a formidable weapon on the battlefield. When enemies believed they had the upper hand, releasing the stored robots would leave them utterly astonished. Following Meow Meow's instructions, Xiao-chun released all the robots from the orb, and instantly, the previously vacant warehouse was once again filled with the robots. He discovered that by simply retracting the orb towards the robots, they could easily be recalled back inside. Xiao-chun couldn't help but marvel at this remarkable device. He spent some time playing with the orb, alternating between summoning the robots back and releasing them, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, Musashi, Meow Meow, and the others regarded Xiao-chun with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment, as it was unusual for anyone to exhibit such childlike glee. Noticing the bemused expressions of Musashi's group, Xiao-chun felt slightly embarrassed. "I just remembered that I still need to prepare some things. You all go about your business," he stated, preparing to leave, sensing that further lingering might provoke their comments about him. "Wait, boss. I believe it is essential to enhance everyone's strength before we depart," Zhen Yao called out, halting Xiao-chun in his tracks. Chapter 180, Journey to Daqin. Having initially intended to leave, Xiao-chun turned back upon hearing Zhen Yao's words, somewhat perplexed about what she meant by enhancing strength. Musashi and the others also looked at Zhen Yao, their expressions revealing their shared confusion. "How do we enhance strength?" Xiao-chun asked Zhen Yao. "With this, of course," Zhen Yao exclaimed, producing a vibrant red fruit from her storage ring. Musashi and the others fell into contemplation, pondering how such a small fruit could possibly enhance their strength. "This is a miracle berry." Xiao-chun instantly recognized it as the same fruit he had encountered before. He had previously fed this fruit to his Pokémon, so it was unmistakable. However, he was puzzled about why Zhen Yao had brought out a miracle berry and how it could relate to enhancing everyone's strength, as one fruit would hardly suffice for so many. "Indeed, it is a miracle berry. I intend to elevate the overall strength of our Team Rocket with it," Zhen Niao declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. But how can just this one miracle berry boost our strength? Kojiro interjected. Well aware of the fruit's effects, but cognizant that a single berry could only benefit one Pokémon. Who says I only have one? Zhen Niao replied, as she cleared a space for herself, and soon, one after another, more miracle berries tumbled out from her storage ring, forming a small hill of them on the ground. Whoa, that's a lot of miracle berries, Kojiro exclaimed, astonished at the mountainous pile before him. Meanwhile, Meow Meow's mouth watered, captivated by the allure of the miracle berries. Xiao Chun, equally surprised by the abundance of miracle berries, wondered where Zhen Niao had acquired such a bounty. These miracle berries were procured by Boss Ohm from the trees on Nibi Mountain, Zhen Niao explained, observing the expressions of the group. Me? Xiao Chun was taken aback, unsure of the connection between these miracle berries and himself. These are the miracle berries you gathered from the trees during our time on Nibi Mountain. After we were defeated and retreated from the Kanto region, I brought all of these miracle berries with me, while I burned the trees to prevent anyone else from benefiting. These are all the miracle berries I managed to salvage, Zhen Niao clarified. Then let us distribute these miracle berries to everyone, so that all may enhance their strength. The journey ahead will undoubtedly be arduous, Xiao Qin remarked to the group, aware that the future for Team Rocket was shrouded in uncertainty. Zhen Niao instructed others to distribute the miracle berries among the members of Team Rocket, and at that moment, Xiao Qin noticed that Zhen Niao had remarkably reached the rank of Quasi-Master. He had always thought of her merely as a secretary for Banmu, responsible for relaying information, but he was astonished to discover her formidable strength. Not wishing to linger any longer, Xiao Qun departed with Yulong Tiantian, eager to savor their time together before their imminent separation. The following morning, at the entrance of the Rocket Technology Company, a group of dozens stood, including Xiao Chun and Musashi. This select group, handpicked for their prowess within Team Rocket, was set to accompany Xiao Chun to Daqin, while the rest would follow Zhen Niao to seek opportunities elsewhere. As they awaited the arrival of Qin Shi, they were instead greeted by Tian Wu and his entourage. Mr. Dachenmu, may we enter now? Tian Wu approached Xiao Chun, speaking in hushed tones, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, for he dared not offend a master-level expert. He remained vigilant, wary of Xiao Chen's potential displeasure, fearing he might meet a dire fate should he provoke him. Xiao Chen paid no heed to Tian Wu, his gaze fixed on the newcomers with a distinct air of hostility, as these individuals were poised to seize control of his company. Naturally, he had no intention of affording them any cordiality. What's the rush? The people from Daqin haven't arrived yet. What reason do you have to enter? You may as well cool your heels outside, Musashi interjected, stepping forward to address Tian Wu with irritation. After all, the Rocket Technology Company was co-founded by her, Kojiro, and Meow Meow, and the thought of it soon being claimed by others left her unsettled. As for Tian Wu being a quasi-master, Musashi felt no trepidation, confident that with Xiao Chun, a true master, by her side, the likes of a quasi-master posed no threat. After receiving a reprimand from Musashi, Tian Wu dared not show his displeasure, for a master-level expert was observing him. Despite the turmoil in his heart, he could only present a facade of a smile and quietly awaited his turn at the side. Before long, Qin Shi and his companions arrived. Although Qin Ba was notably absent this time, with only Qin Shi bringing a few subordinates along. Mr. Dachenmu, is this all the people you brought? Qin Shi inquired, noticing the significantly reduced number of individuals compared to the previous day. Indeed, as each person has their own aspirations. I have sent away those of average strength and those harboring alternative intentions. What remains are the elite, Xiao Chen replied, casting a knowing glance at Qin Shi. Reassured by Xiao Chen's words, Qin Shi felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Initially, he had worried about the potential influx of Xiao Chen's numerous followers into the Daqin, fearing it would disrupt the equilibrium, as not everyone was deemed suitable for Daqin. Yet, he also feared that rejecting Xiao Chun's subordinates might lead to the loss of a master-level combatant, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had resolved this dilemma himself, alleviating Qin Shi's concerns about the few dozen individuals he now led. Then, Mr. Dachenmu, shall we proceed to the headquarters of Daqin? Qin Shi asked, his gaze fixed on Xiao Chun. Certainly, I am eagerly anticipating my visit to Daqin. Xiao Chun replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, our esteemed Emperor Qin will be pleased to know that Mr. Dachenmu is on his way. The other members of the 8 Guardians are already awaiting you at our headquarters, Qin Shi proclaimed, then mounted his Charizard, leading the way for Xiao Chun and his entourage. Xiao Chun and his companions, riding their own Pokémon, followed closely behind. Once the group departed, Tian Wu finally stepped forward. He had refrained from speaking while Xiao Chun was present. Quickly, order a full takeover of the Rocket Technology Company. Tian Wu instructed his subordinates, elated that the company was now within his grasp. Chapter 181. The Spatial Portal Qinshi. How much longer until we reach the Daqin headquarters? Musashi, feeling the fatigue in his legs, asked with a hint of irritation. They had traversed the mountains for an entire day, yet Qinshi kept assuring them they were close, while the headquarters remained elusive. As they neared the mountain range, Qinshi instructed everyone to dismount and proceed on foot. He explained that all newcomers wishing to join Daqin must undergo this experience. Those venturing to the base for the first time were required to walk. In truth, Qinshi was not keen on walking either, as he too felt exhaustion creeping in. However, this was a decree set by the emperor. To join Daqin, one must enter the mountains on foot, leaving him with little choice. With the promise that the base lay just ahead, the group followed Qinshi into the mountains, albeit with skepticism. As the hours dragged on from morning until dusk, they had yet to reach their destination, and many began to lose patience. Even Xiao Chen expressed his discontent, for he was not a machine. After a long day of trekking mountain trails, he too was fatigued. Let us rest here for the night. We shall resume our journey at dawn, Qinshi suggested. Glancing at Xiao Chen and observing the encroaching darkness, it was prudent to halt their journey, as traversing the mountains at night could pose dangers, given the myriad Pokémon lurking within. Upon hearing Qinshi's proposal, Musashi and the others slumped to the ground, weary and ready to protest if they were to continue. Xiao Chen leaned against a sturdy tree, retrieving a water flask from his storage ring and drinking deeply. The day's exertions had taken their toll. Meanwhile, Qinshi organized his companions to keep watch, aware that the area was far from safe after dark. Even though his Pokémon were formidable, the trainers themselves were vulnerable. In a forest where visibility was limited, a surprise attack could spell disaster. Soon, Qinshi's subordinates were stationed around the perimeter, while Xiao Chen's group, having only verbally indicated their intention to join Daqin, was not compelled to assist. Xiao Chen had no desire to lend a hand either. After all, who would prefer labor over leisure? Taking a seat beside Xiao Chen, Qinshi engaged him in idle conversation, sharing provisions to replenish their energy. Exhausted from their trek, the group soon succumbed to slumber. In the midst of their deep sleep, a sudden blue light streaked across the sky, plummeting toward the ground not far from Xiao Chen and the others. Upon impact, it erupted into a violent explosion, creating a crater and unveiling a blue portal at its epicenter. Had Xiao Chen been present, he would have recognized it as resembling a spatial teleportation portal. A curious monkey, roused from its rest by the explosion, cautiously approached the scene. Observing the blue portal, it tossed a banana towards it, only to witness the fruit vanish upon contact. Startled, the monkey retreated, but after a moment of hesitation, it bravely returned to investigate, extending a hand toward the portal. In an instant, the monkey was drawn into the portal, leaving it pulsating in place. At that moment, Xiao Chen and his companions were awakened by the sound of the explosion, gazing toward the source of the commotion. The area was illuminated by a brilliant blue light, casting an otherworldly glow upon where they stood. What just happened? Qinshi inquired of the nearby sentry. A blue light streaked across the sky and crashed over there, resulting in an explosion. The subordinate recounted the events. Blue light. Explosion? Qinshi pondered this, curiosity piquing within him. Qinshi, shall we investigate? Xiao Chen suggested, approaching Qinshi's side. With his extensive experience as a traveler, he surmised that something significant had emerged from that direction, likely a treasure of sorts. Very well, let us proceed. Qinshi resolved, understanding that fortune favors the bold. He promptly instructed everyone to prepare and dispatched someone to relay the news back to headquarters before leading Xiao Chen and the others toward the site of the explosion. Informing headquarters was a precautionary measure. If valuable items were indeed present, others would surely come to contest them. Moreover, as Xiao Chen's strength was comparable to Qinshi's, the latter harbored some reservations about fully trusting him. Better to have backup from headquarters, lest Xiao Chen become a rival in pursuit of the treasure. What exactly transpired? Musashi marveled at the glowing portal before them as they reached the crater left by the explosion. Xiao Chen and the others scrutinized the radiant portal, and Xiao Chen realized it was likely a gateway to another realm. However, Xiao Chen did not act recklessly, for the potential dangers of this object remained unknown. If he were to act impulsively, who could predict the uncontrollable events that might ensue? This appeared to be a spatial portal, which he had previously encountered in an ancient tome. It was said that such a portal could lead to an uncharted realm. Though the tome lacked detailed accounts of the specifics, Xiao Chen glanced at Qinshi, who wore a bewildered expression, and began to elucidate. Recognizing that Qinshi had likely never witnessed anything of this nature before, he attributed his knowledge to the ancient text. After all, The Pokémon world was still rich with ancient civilizations that remained undiscovered by humankind. Even if they wished to investigate, they would find themselves at a loss. A spatial portal? Qin queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. He had never seen such a phenomenon, and had Xiaoqing not mentioned it, he would have been entirely unaware of its existence. Are you implying that it can lead to other locations? He inquired, pointing towards the portal, intrigued by its novelty. Perhaps, but the true nature of this portal is still uncertain. It may lead to a hidden realm, Xiaoqing replied, withholding any definitive answers, as he had yet to test it himself. At that moment, Musashi, unable to restrain his curiosity, placed his hand upon the portal, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Musashi, Kojiro exclaimed in shock, and in a desperate attempt to retrieve him, he lunged towards the portal, only to disappear as well. What? Chapter 182, The Hidden Realm. Xiaoqing was rendered speechless by the turn of events. Just as he was about to advise them against touching the portal, Musashi and Kojiro had vanished in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Qin was equally taken aback. It was unfathomable that two individuals could simply cease to exist. They must have entered the spatial portal, but we remain oblivious to what lies within, Xiaoqing said gravely, unsure of whether he should follow. Entering could lead him into perilous circumstances, and the mere thought of plunging headlong into molten lava was disconcerting. Yet, as their leader, he could not simply abandon Musashi and Kojiro. As Xiaoqing hesitated, he caught sight of Qin beside him, and an idea struck him. Since Qin was unaware of the situation, it would be more advantageous to persuade him to enter alongside him. Qin, I recall from the ancient text that whenever a spatial portal manifests, it invariably conceals treasures awaiting discovery. The commotion here is bound to attract numerous onlookers. Why don't we venture in to assess the situation? With our combined strength, we should not be easily outmatched. In a bid to convince Qin to join him, Xiaoqing wove a tale. This. Qin hesitated, finding Xiaoqing's proposition enticing. After all, if there were valuable items within, they ought not to allow others to seize them first. However, the concept of a spatial portal was entirely foreign to him, causing him to waver. Remain here while I investigate what treasures lie within. I refuse to believe anything could pose a threat to me, Xiaoqing declared, observing his subordinates closely. Sensing Qin's indecision, he stoked the flames of urgency within him. I will join you. As Xiaoqing reached for the portal, Qin could no longer contain himself. Indeed, with his capabilities, what was there to fear? Relay our findings back to headquarters and request reinforcements from the Emperor, Qin commanded one of his subordinates, who swiftly departed on their Pokémon. Since Mr. Dechinmu has entrusted his men to guard the area, my people shall accompany us into the portal. After all, strength lies in numbers, Qin remarked to Xiaoqing. Yet, his thoughts harbored ulterior motives. More individuals meant more treasures to claim, though unbeknownst to him. This decision would lead to the demise of his subordinates. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement with Qin's strategy. He was well aware of Qin's intentions, but was unconcerned. For he believed that quality outweighed quantity. A few extra companions would not alter the outcome significantly. Once a decision was reached, Qin instructed Xiaoqing to follow behind, while his subordinates proceeded first. As Qin's men disappeared into the portal, he exchanged a nod with Xiaoqing before stepping through himself. Xiaoqing, however, did not rush to follow. Instead, he turned to the remaining members of Team Rocket. Immediately distance yourselves from this location and seek refuge in a safe area. I will find you once I emerge, Xiaoqing instructed his subordinates. He had no intention of leaving them to guard the portal, for it was certain that others would come. And should conflict arise, his subordinates would likely not survive. Xiaoqing did not wish to see them sacrifice their lives in vain. Upon receiving Xiaoqing's command, the group of Team Rocket members quickly departed, understanding that their involvement was unwarranted. Xiaoqing initially considered releasing his Garchomp to accompany him into the portal, but reconsidered. If the portal were to transport them randomly, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Abandoning the idea of summoning Garchomp, Xiaoqing reached out to touch the portal. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt as if he were spinning wildly, only for his surroundings to brighten once more, revealing a scene unlike any he had ever witnessed. Before him lay a landscape shrouded in a delicate white mist. Although it posed no immediate threat, it severely hampered his visibility. Xiaoqing could only discern the area within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that, all was obscured by the fog. As he had surmised, the spatial portal likely operated on an individual basis, for he had not spotted Qin or his companions. They must have been transported elsewhere. For safety, Xiaoqing released Garchomp, recognizing that he needed a sense of security in this unfamiliar terrain. Let us proceed, Garchomp, Xiaoqing urged, following closely behind his Pokémon as they ventured forward. uncertain of their location and merely selecting a direction to advance. Not far from Xiaoqing, a clearing lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of humans, while several oversized wild dogs feasted upon the remains, creating a gruesome spectacle. The corpses donned black robes, a distinctive symbol of the Daqin, identifying them as Qinqi's subordinates. Nearby, within a thicket, a few individuals in black robes huddled, trembling in fear. They had convened using a specialized locator within Daqin, only to be ambushed by the wild dogs upon their arrival. These creatures were several times larger than any they had encountered before, and their formidable strength rendered the group powerless to resist. They had managed to evade the same fate as their unfortunate comrades by seeking refuge in the thicket. Are these wild dogs? Their size is astonishing, and judging by their strength, they should have evolved into large canines by now. Could this be the work of the Hidden Realm? One member of Daqin speculated, casting a wary glance at his companions. Indeed, the Pokémon here are utterly astonishing. One would suffice, as certain exceptional entities are somewhat acceptable. However, the uniformity of their peculiarities compels one to suspect that the anomaly lies within this secret realm. Just then, a sandshrew appeared to have detected something, letting out a fierce howl that caused the surrounding sandshrews to halt their feasting on the carcasses and gather together. Assuming a stance indicative of impending aggression, could they possibly have detected us? A member of the Qin faction expressed, his voice laced with trepidation. The others were similarly unnerved by his words, frozen in place, fearing that should they be discovered, they might share the same fate as their fallen comrades sprawled on the ground. You seek your own demise. At that moment, a voice of profound authority resonated, instilling a flicker of hope among the members of the Qin faction. Concealed within the foliage, several members of the Qin immediately emerged, their expressions brimming with excitement at the sight of the figure soaring above. Lord Qinqi, you have finally arrived, one of them exclaimed, gazing up at Qinqi perched atop a Charizard. Qinqi, upon noticing his comrades below, directed the Charizard to descend. His heart surged with fury as he beheld the lifeless bodies of his subordinates and the sandshrews devouring them, initially believing his entire team had succumbed to these creatures, only to discover that a few survived. What on earth transpired? Qinqi inquired, his face a mask of anger. For the treasure remained elusive while his team was perilously close to annihilation. Anyone would be displeased under such circumstances. One member recounted the events that had unfolded, and with each detail, Qinqi's ire intensified, turning to glare at the sandshrews poised to attack. He found it perplexing. Usually, the appearance of his Charizard sent the weaker Pokémon scurrying for safety, yet these sandshrews remained undaunted, seemingly eager to engage in combat. Intriguing, Qinqi mused. Sensing that something unusual was afoot, these sandshrews would not behave thus without reason, and perhaps hidden treasures lay in wait. Just then, a sandshrew let out a chilling howl and led the charge toward Qinqi and his companions, the rest of the sandshrews quickly following suit. Upon witnessing the assault, the members of the Qin hastily took refuge behind Qinqi, lacking the means to confront these creatures. Qinqi shot a disdainful glance at his subordinates before turning to face the advancing sandshrews. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Without hesitation, he commanded his Pokémon to retaliate. As the flamethrower engulfed the charging sandshrews, they writhed in agony, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The relentless flames swept over them, and soon the sandshrews lay roasted on the ground, their wails silenced. Pathetic, hardly a challenge. Qinqi scoffed at the defeated sandshrews, a cold sneer on his lips. Lord Qinqi is truly formidable, his subordinates praised, their safety now seemingly assured with him in their midst. Yet, at that moment, colossal shadows emerged from the nearby underbrush, one after another, in staggering numbers. It's the great hounds, a member of the Qin exclaimed, eyes wide in horror. Before them stood massive hounds, their numbers easily exceeding 180, radiating an aura of power far surpassing that of the earlier sandshrews. Unlike the average hound, which stood at most half a human's height, these beasts towered over them, exuding a terrifying presence. The hounds glared at the lifeless sandshrews on the ground, their eyes filled with fury as they emitted low, menacing growls. However, they did not charge recklessly. Instead, they encircled Qinqi and his group with a tactical precision that was unexpected. With a resounding howl from one of the great hounds, they surged forward in unison toward Qinqi and his companions. Charizard, deploy Flamethrower to block them. Qinqi commanded, his expression grave, realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly instructed Charizard to create a wall of flames, encasing himself and his subordinates within its protective grasp, while the hounds were deterred from crossing the fiery barrier. Although the hounds were momentarily thwarted from attacking, they did not disperse, instead leveraging their numerical superiority to maintain the encirclement. Observing this, Qin narrowed his eyes. It seemed they would have to break free. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, a crowd had gathered, comprising trainers from nearby adventures and others drawn by the news. Several individuals had already been drawn into the spatial portal upon contact, while the rest hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. Suddenly, 4 dark figures approached the portal with remarkable speed, for cloaked individuals positioning themselves at each cardinal point, driving the crowd back. Those who had planned to protest were silenced at the sight of the 4 Charizards standing sentinel behind them, each a master-level Pokémon, the prized assets of the Qin's guardians. With the arrival of the 4 cloaked figures, hundreds more donned in black robes followed suit, further intimidating the onlookers. Guardians. One of the cloaked figures bowed before the 4 formidable presences. Each of these guardians bore insignias of the numbers 2, 5, 6, and 8, unmistakably marking them as the elite protectors of the Qin. Now that everyone is assembled, let us proceed, Qin stated, surveying his gathered subordinates before addressing the other 3 guardians. Qin, robust in stature, could not conceal his muscular build even beneath his cloak. The moment Qin relayed the news to their headquarters, their sovereign dispatched them to this location, driven by an unusual interest in the spatial portal and secret realm. Upon learning of this development, the sovereign was rarely stirred, almost eager to lead all 8 guardians into action, but ultimately delegated command to Qin due to other pressing matters. Qin surveyed the crowd before him, recalled his Pokémon, and was the first to reach out and touch the spatial portal, vanishing from sight. One by one, the members of the Qin followed suit, entering the portal. Once the Qin had departed, the remaining onlookers cautiously approached, emboldened by the absence of the cloaked figures, and soon formed small groups to enter the portal themselves. After the departure of those individuals, another group arrived at the spatial gateway, and a figure waiting at the site immediately approached them with a beaming smile. "Lord Aoyama, you have arrived," exclaimed the individual, his excitement palpable as he gazed upon the leader of the group. The man named Aoyama donned a flowing azure robe, and despite being male, his face was adorned with exquisite makeup, making it easy for the unknowing to mistake him for a woman. However, none dared to underestimate him, for he was the newly appointed elder of the Alliance, Aoyama. Chapter 184, The Alliance's Conspiracy. "What is the situation?" Aoyama inquired with a tone of indifference, surveying those before him. "Elder Aoyama, hundreds have already entered, and just moments ago, for master-level experts from the Great Qin also made their entrance. It seems there may be treasures within." The man relayed his observations to Aoyama, noting the unmistakable attire of the 4 from Great Qin. "For masters from Great Qin? Intriguing," Aoyama murmured. Upon receiving this news, he hastily gathered his people, only to find that the Great Qin had already outpaced him. With their 4 master-level experts having entered before him, Aoyama hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed, as he was but a solitary figure. Should he encounter those 4 masters, his chances of survival would be negligible. "Leave half of our forces here to prevent anyone from approaching. Should anyone emerge, detain them all. Immediately inform headquarters of the situation and request reinforcements. The rest will accompany me inside," Aoyama commanded decisively. With so many master-level experts involved, the treasures within could hardly be mundane. He resolved to seize the opportunity. Moreover, once the news reached headquarters, they would undoubtedly dispatch aid. Thus, Aoyama dismissed his concerns. If the reinforcements arrived, he could simply maneuver around the master-level experts until they arrived to handle the situation. After all, the Shinao Alliance and Great Qin were not on amicable terms, and the latter's prior demonstration at their headquarters had displeased their leader. Yet, given Great Qin's considerable strength, they felt powerless against them. If they could eliminate those masters here, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the Alliance, significantly diminishing the threat posed by Great Qin. As for leaving half of his forces behind, it served a dual purpose: to prevent intrusions and to intercept anyone who might emerge from within, ensuring that any treasures found would ultimately belong to their alliance. Convinced of his sound strategy, Aoyama proceeded without further hesitation, leading his contingent into the secret realm. Meanwhile, those he left behind swiftly secured the area around the spatial portal, preventing any subsequent arrivals from gaining entry. Those who came later were incensed by the blockade. Yet recognizing the authority of the alliance, they had no choice but to depart in frustration. At that moment, within the secret realm, Qin found himself in a precarious situation. His fire dragon was battered and bruised, surrounded by a relentless pack of large hounds. Witnessing this scene nearly provoked an outburst from Qin. Although his fire dragon was formidable, it could not withstand the sheer number of these hounds. Initially, He had surmised there were only 100 or so, but as the battle continued, more hounds emerged, overwhelming them. The fire dragon, expending energy with every attack, was nearing exhaustion. As Qin gazed at the seemingly endless tide of hounds, regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have ridden his fire dragon far from this cursed place. Now, with its stamina dwindling, escape was no longer an option. Suddenly, as the fire dragon was on the verge of collapse, powerful jets of flame descended from the heavens, driving back the encroaching hounds. Qin looked up to see 4 fire dragons hovering above, each carrying a rider, none other than Qin and his companions. Fire dragon, attack! Qin exclaimed, elated at the sight of his reinforcements, directing his fire dragon to retaliate. Meanwhile, the members of Great Qin who accompanied Qin joined the fray, commanding their Pokémon to assist in felling the scattered hounds. Under the combined might of their forces, the hounds were soon repelled. Qin, what is the situation? Have you discovered any treasures? Qin inquired, approaching Qin. Don't even get me started. Since entering the secret realm, I've been besieged by these beasts. Forget about searching for treasures. Had you not arrived, I would have met my end here. Qin lamented, expressing his frustration. Did you not come with Dichinmu and the others? How is it that only you remain? Qinba asked, having returned to headquarters earlier, expecting Dichinmu and his subordinates to be with Qin. Dichinmu got separated from us. He lacks our specialized communicator, so I have no idea where he is now. If he encountered a situation like mine, he may no longer be among the living, Qin replied, a hint of regret in his tone. After all, Dichinmu was poised to join them, and losing him would be a setback for Great Qin, regardless of his whereabouts. The presence of those hounds indicates that this secret realm is anything but ordinary. Let us search for any treasures while also looking for Dichinmu, Qin suggested. They had come in search of treasures, and if Dichinmu had perished within, it would simply be a matter of fate. With that, Qin led the members of Great Qin forward to explore, doing so without a hint of caution. They felt invincible, with 5 master-level experts among them. If they could not handle any threats, who could? Unbeknownst to Qin and his companions, several pairs of eyes were watching them from an unknown space. In this mysterious location, 5 massive Pokémon stood in opposition to one another. Before them floated a screen displaying the scene of Qin and his compatriots slaughtering the hounds. How dare these wretches slaughter my kin so ruthlessly? They are asking for their own demise, roared a colossal hound, its size akin to a small mountain. Was it not your kin who attacked them first? If they were slain in retaliation, they have only themselves to blame, retorted a similarly sized Jengar, taking the opportunity to vex the hound, with whom it had a long-standing rivalry. Silence, bellowed the largest Pokémon, effectively silencing the quarrel between the hound and Jengar. The Abomasnow and the Houndoom gazed towards the center, their formerly imperious expressions now tinged with a hint of trepidation. They were engulfed in fear, for the creature before them exuded a strength that provoked an involuntary terror. Chapter 185, Ancient Pokémon. A colossal Snorlax let out a thunderous roar, its icy gaze directed at the Abomasnow and Houndoom. This Snorlax was several times larger than both Abomasnow and Houndoom, rendering them mere children in its presence. The Houndoom and Abomasnow buried their heads into the ground, their bodies quivering slightly from fear, regretting their quarrel in this very spot. They had once possessed a companion who had defied the Snorlax's command, daring to oppose it, only to meet a gruesome fate when the Snorlax severed its head. Since that incident, the Snorlax had ascended to the true throne of authority among the beasts, and none dared to defy it. Thus, the Houndoom and Abomasnow were now apprehensive that the Snorlax might turn its wrath upon them. Meanwhile, the other 2 Pokémon remained silent, unwilling to embroil themselves in the fray. One was a Jengar, and the other a Sceptile. If you 2 quarrel again, I shall ensure your demise. The Snorlax glared menacingly at the Abomasnow and Houndoom. Yes, the Abomasnow and Houndoom could only lower their heads in submission. Seeing the 2 comply, the Snorlax shifted its gaze back to the screen beside it, its heart simmering with indignation. While these creatures were kin to the Houndoom, they were also its subordinates. How could it not feel furious witnessing the slaughter of its own? Houndoom, eliminate these nuisances, the Snorlax commanded without glancing at the Houndoom, speaking in a subdued tone. Yes, the Houndoom responded promptly, eager to exact vengeance for its fallen kin. You all should assist the Houndoom. A single individual cannot handle this alone, the Snorlax instructed the Abomasnow and its companions. After delivering its orders, it closed its eyes and soon began to snore lightly. Yes, although the Abomasnow and its companions were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey the Snorlax's command. Once the Abomasnow and its companions departed, the Snorlax reopened its eyes, fixating once more on the screen displaying Qin Air and others, its gaze radiating an endless chill. Damn it. I'm on the verge of maturation. I never anticipated an intruder would emerge at this crucial juncture. I can no longer delay. Should my preparations of millennia be discovered, all shall be in vain. The Snorlax murmured before collapsing onto the ground, finally succumbing to slumber. At that moment, on the edge of a cliff, Xiao Chun lay in a state of vexation, arms and legs spread wide like a star. With his head resting perilously close to the cliff's edge, this sight instilled dread in the nearby Garchomp, who feared that a mere misstep from Xiao Chun might send him tumbling over the precipice. Xiao Chen's frustration stemmed from the lengthy search he and Garchomp had conducted within the secret realm, yet they had encountered not even a trace of treasure. Before venturing into the realm, Xiao Chun had envisioned it akin to the descriptions in novels, where treasures lay scattered abundantly, and even a mere stone could be gold. However, reality had delivered a harsh blow. Not only were there no treasures, but even valuable items were conspicuously absent. All that met his gaze were stones and grass. And Xiao Chun mused that he might as well scrape a patch of earth to take with him. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from below the cliff, startling Xiao Chun and nearly causing him to tumble over. He instinctively stepped back, away from the edge, and patted his chest, relieved that he had narrowly escaped disaster. After a brief moment, when the silence returned to the depths of the cliff, he cautiously leaned over the edge to discern what had startled him moments ago. However, his gaze met only the abyss, as he saw nothing but the unfathomable depth below. Feeling disheartened, Xiao Chun decided to depart, having lingered far too long. Just as he rose to call Garchomp and leave, another roar erupted from below the cliff. This time, without a chance to assess the situation, Xiao Chun saw several colossal figures ascending from the depths. Alarmed, he swiftly recalled Garchomp and concealed himself in the nearby foliage. Lying still in the grass, he strained to understand what these formidable beings were. Soon, several massive forms came into view, and Xiao Chun gaped in astonishment. They were, astonishingly, Pokémon. It was no surprise if they were ancient Pokémon, as Xiao Chun had always known them to possess grand proportions. Pokémon, Houndoom, Ancient. Level, 105, Master Level. Ability, Intimidate. Skills, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse. Pokémon, Abomasnow, Ancient. Level, 105, Master Level. Ability, Shed Skin. Skills, Poison Jab, Solar Beam. Pokémon, Gengar, Ancient. Level, 106, Master Level. Ability, Cursed Body. Skills, Will-O-Wisp, Dazzling Gleam. Pokémon, Sceptile, Ancient. Level, 106, Master Level. Ability, Overgrow. Skills, Seed Bomb, Solar Flare. Xiao Chun, pressed flat against the ground, was anxious to avoid detection by these four titanic creatures. After all, given his own strength, attracting their attention would likely spell his doom. The Gengar floated above, wearing a sinister grin, occasionally emitting a chilling laugh. The Sceptile sported a pair of broad wings on its back, its demeanor suggesting a desire for solitude. The Houndoom, with two pairs of wings, wore a fearsome expression, as if ready to rend everything asunder. Meanwhile, the Abomasnow was even more formidable, boasting 4 pairs of wings that stirred the winds around it with each flap. I sensed a powerful aura here just moments ago. Now it seems to have vanished. Abomasnow murmured softly. I believe you merely misperceived. There's no need for such alarm. Houndoom retorted, their rivalry palpable. What? Do you wish to fight? Abomasnow glared at Houndoom in fury. Come on, who is afraid? Houndoom defiantly roared back. Enough of your bickering. Let us not forget the task entrusted to us by Snorlax. Sceptile interjected, seeking to quell the discord. Indeed, should you two jeopardize Snorlax's mission, I fear you shall face dire consequences, Gengar added. Abomasnow and Houndoom exchanged disdainful huffs, turning their gazes away from one another. With that, the 4 Pokémon soared into the distance. Xiao Chun gazed at the 4 Pokémon that gradually receded into the distance, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had found himself in a perilous situation, where a single misstep could have led to his demise. Chapter 186, The Green Fruit. Once the formidable Pokémon had completely vanished from sight, Xiao Chun emerged from the thicket. He contemplated the direction in which the powerful creatures had departed, reflecting on the high level of danger present in the area. After all, he had encountered 4 master-level Pokémon in just a brief moment. Who could ascertain whether other Pokémon lurked nearby? As Xiao Chun prepared to leave, a daring thought struck him. Since these colossal beings had descended from the precipice, it was highly probable that their lair lay below. If it truly was the abode of these Pokémon, the treasures within would undoubtedly be plentiful. Having spent considerable time without discovering a single item of value, Xiao Chun was resolute in his decision not to return empty-handed. Thus, he resolved to venture down the cliff. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun summoned his Garchomp, climbing onto its back as it began the descent. They glided downward. But after what felt like an eternity of flight, they had yet to reach the bottom, and Xiao Chun's impatience grew. Had he known the distance would be so great, he would have thought twice about this venture. However, having come so far, he decided against returning to the heights and pressed on to explore what lay below. At long last, after an extended flight, Xiao Chun finally beheld the ground below. Yet, the environment here struck him as peculiar, starkly contrasting with the verdant landscape above the cliff. While the cliffside was teeming with lush grass and vibrant life, this place was barren, devoid of any greenery, save for a stark expanse of stone. Pondering the oddity of the scene before him, Xiao Chun's curiosity was piqued. He surmised that the peculiar conditions must be attributed to some unknown factor, perhaps indicating the presence of hidden treasures. The mere thought of treasures invigorated him, prompting him to search diligently alongside Garchomp. Upon thorough inspection, Xiao Chun indeed stumbled upon something intriguing. He halted before the entrance of a cave, peering intently into its depths. A radiant green light emanated from within, yet he refrained from entering hastily, uncertain of the dangers that might lurk inside. At that moment, the robots that Xiao Chun had kept by his side proved invaluable. He deployed one of them, instructing it to venture into the cave while he followed closely behind, with Garchomp standing guard beside him. As they delved deeper, the green luminescence intensified, becoming almost blinding, necessitating the use of sunglasses to continue their advance. Eventually, Xiao Chun stopped before an unfamiliar plant, from which the vibrant green light radiated. His eyes widened with curiosity, for he had never encountered such an unusual specimen. The plant reached only to his knees, lacking leaves, and sported a robust trunk that culminated in a fruit the size of a fist, emitting the green glow. What struck Xiao Chun as most peculiar was the plant's roots, which, unlike typical flora, did not delve deeply into the earth, but rather rested on the surface, with only the tips slightly embedded in the ground. These roots were visibly absorbing something from the soil at an astonishing rate. At a loss for what to do next, Xiao Chun recognized that this plant was likely no ordinary specimen, yet he was unfamiliar with it. If he were to uproot it, he had no way of knowing whether it would prove beneficial. Just as doubt clouded his mind, Garchomp took the initiative. With a swift motion, Garchomp yanked the fruit from the plant's end and, before Xiao Chun could utter a word, devoured it whole. In the instant that the fruit was removed, the plant withered rapidly, and the cave began to tremble, as if on the brink of collapse. Xiao Chun, sensing the urgency of the situation, wasted no time in recalling Garchomp to its pokeball and sprinting towards the cave's exit. He dashed with remarkable speed, barely escaping just as the entire cavern collapsed behind him. As he emerged into safety, he exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his swiftness. Had he hesitated even briefly, he would have been buried alive. Now secure, Xiao Chun released Garchomp from its pokeball, having previously neglected to assess its condition. He needed to ascertain the nature of what Garchomp had just consumed. Knowledge of the dangers of wild edibles weighed heavily on his mind, particularly since the fruit was entirely unfamiliar. It could very well be toxic. Upon releasing Garchomp, Xiao Chun conducted a thorough examination, and upon finding no abnormalities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he thought Garchomp was unscathed, it emitted a powerful roar, its body enveloped in a green glow. The transformation mirrored that of the fruit it had just ingested, leading Xiao Chun to deduce that there was an undeniable connection. "What has happened to you, Garchomp?" Xiao Chun inquired anxiously. Garchomp responded with another roar, but did not take further action, merely radiating the green light. Observing Garchomp, Xiao Chun could sense an overwhelming vitality emanating from it, and to his astonishment, Garchomp's strength was steadily increasing. It was no small feat for a Pokémon of such caliber to level up, yet Xiao Chun could feel that a breakthrough was imminent. Before long, Garchomp ascended to the next level, achieving level 101. Xiao Chun's excitement surged as he realized the significance of the green fruit. It had the potential to enhance a Pokémon's power. As Garchomp's strength increased, the green glow diminished, ultimately vanishing once the effects of the fruit had been fully absorbed. Overjoyed by Garchomp's newfound prowess, Xiao Chun concluded that the green fruit was indeed the coveted treasure he had been seeking. A resolute determination formed in his heart. He would continue his search for more of these extraordinary fruits. If he could find several, and allow Garchomp to consume them all, he could only imagine how formidable it would become. Though uncertain of where to locate more, Xiao Chun devised a plan. He noted that these green fruits seemed to thrive in barren areas devoid of other vegetation. With this understanding, he intended to ride Garchomp through the skies, seeking out similar environments in his treasure-hunting expedition. Without further ado, Xiao Chun mounted Garchomp and set forth in pursuit of his next discovery. Chapter 187, Master Level Annihilation. Have you found any treasures? Qin Air inquired of Qin Shi, who stood nearby. They had been scouring the area for quite some time without uncovering anything of value, and this lack of success had begun to fray his nerves. No, here there is nothing but grass and trees. Not even a shadow of treasure can be seen. Qin Shi felt somewhat helpless. He and his companions had been searching for a long time without a single clue. Just as they pondered why they could not locate the treasure, an unexpected event occurred. A scream pierced the air, followed by a blood-soaked figure, clutching his shoulder and missing an arm, rushing towards Qin Air. He stumbled past everyone and collapsed at Qin Air's feet. What happened? Qin Air recognized the man as the vanguard he had dispatched not long ago to scout ahead. But how had he ended up in such a dire state? Qin Air hurriedly pulled his fallen subordinate up and inquired about the incident. No, it's bad. A large group of Pokémon are charging straight towards us. I can't even count them. The man exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a torrent of Pokémon surged towards Qin and his companions. Not only that, but Pokémon from the surrounding area were also converging on them, completely cutting off their escape routes. Let's take them down together. The rest do not engage too heavily. Look for an opportunity to break through. Qin Air initially intended to lead everyone away, but given the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, a direct confrontation would lead to significant casualties on their side. However, they were now surrounded with no way out. Thus, Qin Air resolved to have a few bodyguards eliminate the approaching Pokémon to carve out an escape route for his men. Without hesitation, Qin Air and his 5 bodyguards unleashed their Charizards. With 5 master-level Charizards in play, the morale of Qin's group steadied as they began coordinating their attacks against the encroaching foes. Under the onslaught from Qin Air and his comrades, the Pokémon army began to falter, and they managed to tear a gap in the encirclement. Quick, everyone retreat through that opening, Qin Air shouted. Although they had gained the upper hand in the recent battle, they had still suffered some casualties, and he did not wish to linger any longer. Hurry, follow me. At this moment, Qin Lu, riding atop his Charizard, led the Qin group towards the gap they had created. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A burst of black flames shot towards Qin Lu and his Charizard. What? Qin Lu was startled by the sudden appearance of the flames. But as a master-level trainer, his reflexes were swift. He immediately commanded his Charizard to evade the attack. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought he had escaped danger, unaware that the true peril was only beginning. After Qin Lu and his Charizard dodged the flames, a beam of light suddenly struck towards them. The Charizard quickly twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the solar beam that grazed its wings. However, a subsequent wave of attacks followed, as a flurry of poison jabs rained down upon the Charizard, which could not evade such a dense barrage. The Charizard could only shield itself with its wings, protecting its vulnerable spots and its trainer alike. The poison jabs pierced through its wings, but fortunately, it held strong. The Charizard descended slowly, the damage inflicted upon its wings rendering it unable to continue flying. Just then, several sharp stones hurtled toward Qin Lu and his Charizard. Thud! Qin Air, caught off guard, was struck by a shard, leaving him breathless. He opened his mouth to utter a word, but his voice caught in his throat, rendering him silent. Qin Air collapsed heavily to the ground, a master-level bodyguard of Qin lost. Meanwhile, the Charizard was not spared either. Its massive form was punctured by 3 jagged stones. One had pierced its right arm, while 2 others were embedded in its abdomen. The Charizard lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Were it not for the resilience of Pokémon, it would have succumbed already. Now, however, it faced a fate worse than death, lying still as it awaited the inevitable. Qin Lu. Qin Air bellowed, witnessing the death of Qin Lu. This all unfolded in the blink of an eye, and he had not even had the chance to assist Qin Lu before it was too late. The remaining bodyguards were struck with alarm at the sight of their fallen comrade. They understood that Qin Lu was no ordinary fighter. He was a bona fide master-level warrior, ranked among the strongest of Qin's guardians. To see such a formidable ally felled by the enemy in an instant, albeit through a surprise attack, compelled them to adopt a more cautious stance. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Qin Ba shouted into the void, but there was no response. Just then, an eerie laugh echoed around them, followed by the appearance of an enormous Jengar before Qin Ba and the others. Is that a Jengar? Qin Ba asked incredulously, gazing at the Jengar that resembled a small mountain. Qin Air did not answer Qin Ba's question, for this was also his first encounter with such a colossal Jengar. while some powerful trainers could raise their Pokémon to sizes significantly larger than average. This Gengar was absurdly oversized. He had never seen a Pokémon of such magnitude. But their astonishment did not end there. Behind the Gengar emerged 3 more Pokémon, each as formidable in size as the Gengar itself. That is a Houndoom. Qin stammered. Is that an Arbok? How can it be so large? Qin pointed at the Arbok, which flicked its tongue menacingly. That lizard king seems to be staring at us. Its gaze is terrifying. Qin felt a surge of trepidation as he regarded the lizard king. Qin observed his brothers and then glanced at the many subordinates behind them. While his brothers seemed relatively composed, some of the subordinates had already collapsed to the ground in fear. However, Qin bore no ill will towards them, for he could see that the 4 colossal creatures before them were undoubtedly master level, possibly even stronger than himself. As he regarded the advancing Pokémon and the sinister smiles on the faces of the 4 behemoths, he made a resolute decision. Run. Chapter 188. Bitter Struggle. Qin shouted suddenly and immediately dashed away in the opposite direction of the Gengar, not bothering to check on his stunned companions. He had warned them. Whether they chose to flee or not was now up to their own fate. Qin did not wish to abandon everyone, but the enemy was simply too powerful. He felt that he could not hope to defeat any one of the 4 Gengar and its companions. Moreover, with the gap in strength between him and Qin, there was little hope for victory. Surrounded by a multitude of Pokémon, if they did not flee now, they would be left to face certain death. As Qin and his companions witnessed Qin's sudden flight, they stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned. By the time they gathered their wits, Qin had already distanced himself, riding on his Charizard. However, escape eluded him, for Gengar abruptly materialized before him, blocking his path. Qin glared at the grinning Gengar, his anger igniting. If a battle was to ensue, he would fight with all his might. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. After instructing Charizard to set him down, Qin immediately commanded the fiery dragon to launch an assault on Gengar. The reason for dismounting was clear. Remaining on Charizard's back would not only place him in peril, but also hinder Charizard from unleashing its full potential. After all, engaging a formidable opponent while simultaneously worrying about his trainer's safety would undoubtedly distract Charizard from focusing entirely on the battle. Once Charizard had set Qin down, it charged toward Gengar, intent on delivering a stern lesson to the assailant who had slain its companion. Gengar, unaffected, maintained its cheerful demeanor as Charizard approached. Just as Charizard's sharp claws were about to strike, Gengar nonchalantly extended its pudgy little hand to deflect the attack. Qin was taken aback by this scene. His Charizard was at level 105, and the opposing Gengar's strength was comparable, yet it had effortlessly thwarted Charizard's assault. After parrying Charizard's attack, Gengar swiftly unleashed a Shadow Ball toward the fiery dragon. Due to the close proximity, Charizard had no choice but to absorb the hit, staggering backward from the force of the blow, clearly sustaining considerable damage. Damn it! Qin seethed at the sight of his Charizard faltering. Haha, surprised are we? Although your levels are similar, the disparity in strength is monumental, Gengar taunted, its grin widening. What? You can talk? Qin exclaimed, astonished to discover that Gengar could articulate human speech. What? Is it so strange? Your language is not difficult for us to learn. And don't you wish to know why your Charizard is no match for me? Gengar continued to smile as it spoke. What do you mean? Qin asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Because your Pokémon have become utterly inept. Over time, they have lost their primal instincts, becoming docile under your care, and have completely forfeited their inherent abilities. You humans are the architects of their weakness, Gengar retorted, its expression now one of anger. Qin, still perplexed by Gengar's words, failed to grasp their significance. What you say holds no weight. If a battle is to be fought, let it commence, he declared boldly. Do you wish to become powerful? I can offer you an opportunity. You surely do not wish to remain shackled by these so-called trainers, allowing your strength to diminish. If you eliminate this self-proclaimed trainer, I shall grant you power akin to mine. With your newfound strength, you could attain far greater rewards than you possess now. What say you? Gengar extended an enticing proposition to Qin's Charizard. Roar. If it's a fight you want, spare me the chatter. Charizard bellowed angrily, resolute in its loyalty to its trainer. Stubborn to the end. In that case, embrace your demise. Gengar, incensed by Charizard's defiance, unleashed a wave of dark energy toward the fiery dragon. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Qin commanded as he orchestrated a counterattack while scanning the surroundings. Aware that prolonged conflict would inevitably lead to their defeat, he sought an opportunity to escape. The situation in other battlefields was equally dire, with the forces of Qin suffering setbacks across the board. Soldiers clashed with Gengar's army of Pokémon. while the remaining 4 guardians of Dachin engaged in combat with Jengar and its companions. The members of Dachin were being overwhelmed, often requiring multiple individuals to coordinate against a single Pokémon. Already at a numerical disadvantage, the Dachin forces suffered further losses as they faced relentless waves of enemy Pokémon, while the opposition continually replenished their ranks. Meanwhile, the remaining guardians struggled against formidable opponents. Qin Wu faced off against a Jengar, his Charizard at level 103, struggling against the superior might of its adversary. The relentless assault from Jengar forced Qin Wu to adopt a defensive stance, where even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. The situation was even graver for Qin Shi, whose Charizard had previously sustained injuries, rendering it defenseless against the ferocious Houndoom. After a few exchanges, his Charizard was left battered and bruised, on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Qin Ba found himself in an even worse predicament, ranked lowest among the Guardians. He faced a powerful Lizard King. From the onset, Qin Ba's Charizard was on the receiving end of a relentless onslaught, with no opportunity to retaliate. His position was precarious, surrounded by hostile Pokémon, forcing him to manage both his Charizard's battle and guard against ambushes from others. Just as Qin Ba focused intently on the fight between his Charizard and Lizard King, a Houndoom seized the moment to ambush him from behind. Arg! The Houndoom lunged at Qin Ba, sinking its teeth into his neck. In an instant, before Charizard could react, Qin Ba lay lifeless on the ground. Chapter 189, The Fall of 3 Master Trainers. With a roar of anguish, Charizard witnessed its trainer's tragic demise. Enraged, it abandoned any thoughts of Lizard King and charged straight at the Houndoom that had slain Qin Ba. The Houndoom, lacking the strength to withstand Charizard's wrath, was swiftly dispatched with a single blow. Charizard stood by its trainer's lifeless body, tears of sorrow welling in its eyes. Lizard King, observing the scene coldly, refused to grant Charizard a moment's respite. With lightning speed, it approached Charizard and struck with a leaf blade, severing its neck. The mighty dragon collapsed, joining its trainer in death. Qin Ba. The remaining guardians roared in fury at the loss of their comrade, incredulous that they had suffered 2 losses in such a brief span. Even more terrifying was the emergence of another formidable foe poised to strike at any one of them. Already struggling to hold their ground, the addition of yet another adversary meant certain doom. Damn it! Qin Air surveyed the dire circumstances before him, his voice rising in a furious shout. If this continued, it would not be long before he and his companions faced total annihilation. He glanced at Qin Wu and Qin Shi, who were still valiantly holding their ground, then turned to observe his own men being mercilessly slaughtered by the opposing Pokémon army. And a resolution formed within him. Without hesitation, Qin Air commanded his Charizard to disengage from its battle with Gung Gui and head towards Qin Wu and Qin Shi. Understanding his intent, Qin Shi and Qin Wu immediately ceased their struggle against their adversaries and made their way towards Qin Air. The 3 of them converged. You 2 take the brothers and break through. Escape as far as you can. I shall hold them off. Qin Air declared to Qin Shi and Qin Wu, resolute in his decision to remain behind. Given his unparalleled strength, neither Qin Shi nor Qin Ba could withstand the onslaught for long. Thus, the heavy burden of covering their retreat fell solely upon him. No, we shall leave together, Qin Shi insisted, reaching out to pull Qin Air along, determined to depart as a united front. I have made my decision. Take the brothers and flee. Qin Wu, you must lead Qin Shi away. Qin Air forcefully pushed Qin Shi aside, urging Qin Wu to take Qin Shi and escape. Yet, Qin Wu did not move, merely gazing at Qin Air, clearly reluctant to abandon him. You wish to leave? None of you shall escape. At that moment, Gung Gui and its companions charged towards Qin Air. Flee. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Qin Air bellowed, directing Charizard to confront Gung Gui and its cohorts. Qin Shi and Qin Wu watched as Qin Air charged at Gung Gui, gritting their teeth before ultimately deciding to retreat. Hurry! Qin Shi called to his subordinates as he and Qin Wu mounted their Charizard and soared into the distance. With Qin Shi and Qin Wu's departure, Qin Air felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as they escaped, that was all that mattered. Charizard, I apologize for burdening you this time, Qin Air said, extending his hand to caress Charizard's wing. Roar! Charizard responded, as if to say that death was a trivial concern, they would face it head-on. You humans are such peculiar creatures. You typically vie for power and engage in fierce battles for material gains, yet at this moment, you are willing to relinquish your lives for others. It truly eludes my understanding, Gung Gui observed, gazing at Qin Air who stood in its way. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. In response, Charizard released a torrent of searing flames. Altogether, eliminate him, Gung Gui commanded, and the 4 Pokémon, including Lizard King, launched their assault on Charizard. In mere moments, Charizard lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while Qin Air leaned against Charizard's fallen body, his breath extinguished. Gung Gui surveyed the deceased Qin Air and the battlefield before departing alongside Lizard King and their subordinates, having already dealt with the majority of their foes. Those who had fled posed little threat. The Pokémon army, seeing their leaders had departed, also chose to withdraw, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses. The land stained crimson with blood. In this battle, the majority of the Qin forces that had ventured into the secret realm had perished, and 3 master-level warriors had fallen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun gleefully clutched a green fruit, the very one that had previously enhanced the strength of his fierce Bite Land Shark. Through his relentless search, Xiao Chun had discovered 2 more of these green fruits. Finding them was not particularly challenging. One merely needed to seek out areas devoid of life and search diligently. Though Xiao Chun was unaware of the fruit's name, he understood well that it could bolster a Pokémon's power. However, he was puzzled as to why these fruits were unguarded. Typically, such treasures would be protected. Yet, having found 3 without encountering any guardians was fortuitous for Xiao Chun. He did not hoard the green fruits, but instead allowed fierce Bite Land Shark to consume them. After witnessing the 4 colossal Pokémon earlier, Xiao Chun understood that this secret realm was no trivial matter. Only those with sufficient strength could hope to survive within it. After devouring 3 green fruits, fierce Bite Land Shark's level rose to 103, and it was not far from reaching level 104. Xiao Chun was exhilarated as he beheld his Pokémon. The effects of the fruit remained potent even after 3 consumptions, prompting Xiao Chun to continue searching for more. He aimed to transform fierce Bite Land Shark into the world's strongest Pokémon. In stark contrast to Xiao Chun's elation, another figure was consumed by rage. Roar! Snorlax let out a thunderous roar. Upon awakening, he sensed that 3 of the sacred fruits he had cultivated were missing, igniting his fury. These fruits were essential for his breakthrough. Gung Gui and his companions were aware of this transgression, which deterred the Pokémon within the secret realm from acting. However, the sudden revelation that several of the fruits had vanished, fruits painstakingly nurtured over thousands of years, was intolerable for Snorlax. Gung Gui and his companions trembled in fear, hoping that Snorlax's wrath would not be directed at them. After all, when Snorlax was enraged, they would surely suffer the consequences. Yet, as fate would have it, Snorlax's gaze fell upon Gung Gui and his companions, and he approached them with heavy steps. Lowering their heads, Gung Gui and the others dared not meet Snorlax's gaze. "You will retrieve my sacred fruits and bring back that thief alive. I shall have his body torn asunder." Snorlax roared in fury. "Yes." Gung Gui and his companions responded in unison before hastily fleeing. They understood that failing to accomplish this task would result in dire consequences at the hands of Snorlax. Chapter 190. Qin Shi sets the trap. Observing the disheveled figures of Gung Gui and his companions fleeing, a glint of determination flickered in Snorlax's eyes. The cultivation of those sacred fruits had demanded immense effort from him, as their growth siphoned vitality from the land, rendering the surroundings lifeless. The roots bearing the fruits drew life from the earth. Moreover, to ensure the optimal growth of these fruits, Snorlax periodically commanded Gung Gui and his companions to capture other Pokémon, using their blood to nourish the sacred fruits. The ultimate purpose of these fruits was to enable his ascension. Snorlax had lingered at level 109 for an unfathomable number of years. Now, with the sacred fruits taken from him, Snorlax realized that the remaining fruits might not suffice for his breakthrough to the legendary divine level. However, he had alternative means. He could utilize Gung Gui and his companions as substitutes for the sacred fruits, for the power contained within them far surpassed that of the fruits. In a nearby cave, a dozen individuals rested against the stone walls, appearing quite disheveled. These were the survivors, Qin Wu and his companions. "Qin Shi, it's just us left now. What shall we do?" Qin Wu gazed at Qin Shi and inquired. Apart from the 2 of them, only a handful of subordinates had managed to escape, while the rest had perished. Qin Shi remained silent, as he too was uncertain about their next course of action. Initially, they had dispatched 5 master-level warriors along with numerous underlings. Believing that the threats they faced would be trivial, incapable of inflicting any significant harm. However, the reality struck them like a slap. 3 of the 5 master-level protectors had fallen, leaving only a meager dozen of their men alive. To witness such formidable masters, who commanded respect outside, being easily subdued here was beyond his imagination. "Qin Wu, perhaps we should flee this place. It is far too terrifying," one of the trembling subordinates uttered, fear evident in his voice. "I wish to escape this dreadful place as well, but I am at a loss for how to do so." Qin Wu lamented helplessly. If he had known the way out, he would not have lingered in this cursed location. Upon hearing their protector's words, the subordinates felt a wave of despair wash over them. If their leader was also without an escape route, it seemed they could only await their demise here. Do not lose heart. We still have a chance to escape. Qin Shi reassured the despondent group. Oh, do you have a plan? Qin Wu's expression brightened with a glimmer of hope as he turned to Qin Shi. I have no plan, Qin Shi replied, causing the smiles on Qin Wu and the others' faces to vanish, replaced by a bitter frown. Yet, Qin Shi's next words kindled a flicker of hope within them once more. Although I lack a solution, Dichimu must have a way. He possesses considerable knowledge about such secret realms, and he should know how to exit this one. All we need to do is find him, and we will surely find our way out, Qin Shi declared, addressing Qin Wu and the others. Dichimu? Is he not the master-level warrior who recently joined our Qin dynasty? Can he truly help us escape this dreadful place? Qin Wu questioned, skepticism lingering in his tone. At this moment, we have no other options but to place our hopes in him, Qin Shi replied firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wu conceded, recognizing that given their current predicament, they indeed had no better alternatives. But where shall we search for this Dichimu? This place is vast, and since our arrival, we have yet to encounter anyone aside from our own. Qin Wu voiced his concern, understanding that locating someone within this realm, where everyone had been dispersed randomly, would prove arduous. Without their unique locator devices, they would not have been able to regroup so swiftly. We can only take it step by step. We have no superior strategy, Qin Shi stated, and with little choice left, Qin Wu agreed. After a brief period of rest, Qin Shi and the others emerged from the cave, determined to seek out Dichimu's whereabouts. However, as they stepped outside, they unexpectedly collided with a group of individuals. Oh, are these not the two protectors of the Qin dynasty? What a coincidence to encounter you here. A man clad in a cerulean robe, accompanied by several followers, blocked their path. It was none other than Elder Qingye of the Alliance. Qingye, what brings you here? Qin Shi inquired coldly, aware that the other party had no noble intentions in stopping them. What? Is it not permissible to engage in a friendly chat with Protector Qin Shi if there's nothing pressing? Qingye retorted, his demeanor almost provoking Qin Shi to act. Elder Qingye, our Qin dynasty and the Alliance have maintained a respectful distance. If your actions escalate this minor conflict into a full-blown confrontation between our factions, I wonder how your leader, Lanin, would respond. Qin Wu interjected calmly. Although Qingye ranked low among the Alliance elders, he and Qin Shi could easily handle him. However, given their current dire situation, Qin Wu preferred to avoid any altercation. Humph. Qingye scoffed, initially hoping to extract intelligence about the secret realm from Qin Wu and the others, having made little progress in his own explorations. Yet, the tension between them made it clear that a confrontation would be unwise. Not only was he outmatched, but he might also find himself trapped should hostilities break out. We're leaving, Qingye announced, realizing he could not obtain useful information from Qin Shi and his companions. Wait. Qin Shi suddenly called out, halting Qingye's departure. What is it? Do you have further suggestions? Qingye asked, his expression darkening. While he was not one to instigate trouble, he was unafraid of the Qin dynasty's members seeking conflict. I merely wish to mention that I spotted a flock of dragonites heading that way, each carrying 2 eggs. They are likely relocating their nests. If you are in pursuit of valuable items, you might want to investigate that direction, Qin Shi suggested, pointing towards an area where they had previously battled against Gongue. Qin Shi aimed to leverage those Pokémon against Qingye and his group, as engaging them directly would be unwise. It would be advantageous to let those Pokémon contend with Qingye's crew. Given their strength, Qingye would likely perish in the encounter. Qin Shi smiled at Qingye, eager to see if he would take the bait. Chapter 191. Qin Wu's Determination. Qingye scrutinized Qin Shi, contemplating the veracity of his claims. If you truly seek valuable items, why not pursue them yourselves? Why extend such kindness to us? Qingye's skepticism was palpable. After all, the dragonites Qin Shi mentioned were powerful creatures, and it was hard to believe the Qin members were not tempted. Alas, I would prefer not to inform you. But as you can see, we have just emerged from a battle, and our Pokémon require rest. We cannot tackle those dragonites at this moment. Our priority is to regroup with our allies. Qin Shi fabricated a reasonable excuse, shaking off some dirt clinging to his clothes. Given their current disheveled appearance, his reasoning seemed plausible. Qingye regarded Qin Shi and his companions, half believing their words. In that case, thank you, he stated before hastily departing with his followers, eager to seize the dragonites and their eggs. As Qingye and his group retreated, a sinister smile crept across Qin Shi's face. He was eager to see how Qingye would meet his end. Yet, just as Qin Shi reveled in his cunning, a furious roar erupted, followed by Qing Ye and his subordinates fleeing in disarray towards him. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Shi, for he knew Qing Ye, despite his lack of strength, was mounted on a powerful dragonite, fleeing in terror from something. Qin Shi recalled that while Qing Ye might not be formidable, his dragonite was on par with the deceased Qin Ba's Charizard. The fact that he now appeared so frightened made Qin Shi realize what was pursuing them. Gung Gue, indeed. It seems as if to validate Qin Shi's conjecture, Gung Gue materialized behind the fleeing team of Qin Yi, relentlessly reaping the lives of his subordinates. With Gung Gue's emergence, the likes of Lizard King, Big Wolfhound, and ABO Monster appeared without exception. Qin Shi, you must act swiftly to fend them off. Qin Yi shouted anxiously towards Qin Shi and the others. Just moments ago, he had been elated, leading his subordinates in search of the dragonite swarm Qin Shi had mentioned, only to encounter these formidable adversaries. Recognizing the strength of these creatures, Qin Yi wasted no time in unleashing his dragonite. However, his intention was not to engage in battle, but rather to utilize dragonite for his escape. After all, he understood that he was no match for them. Staying would mean certain death. While he fled, his subordinates lacked the powerful dragonite's assistance and were left behind, falling victim to Gung Gue's relentless pursuit. Run, Qin Shi shouted, ignoring Qin Ye's pleas, before releasing his Charizard and dashing into the distance. What? Qin Wu stared in disbelief as he witnessed Qin Shi's flight. By the time he released his Charizard, it was already too late. Gung Gue had blocked his path. Glancing back at Qin Wu being thwarted, Qin Shi cursed under his breath but did not linger, continuing his flight into the distance. Although he yearned to return and assist Qin Wu, he understood that doing so would only lead to their mutual demise, thus rendering it futile. After all, even 5 master-level trainers had failed to subdue Gung Gue and his companions. How could just the 2 of them stand a chance? Thus, Qin Shi could only flee with all his might. Qin Wu, observing Qin Shi's retreating figure and the grinning Gung Gue before him, grasped the inevitability of his fate. He did not harbor resentment towards Qin Shi for abandoning him. He recognized that Qin Shi's actions were justified. After all, sacrificing oneself for a cause deemed hopeless was hardly a rational choice. Resolute, Qin Wu resolved to buy some time for Qin Shi. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, he commanded, leading Charizard into an assault against Gung Gue. Overestimating oneself, Gung Gue scoffed, conjuring shadowy spheres in each hand and launching them towards Charizard. Upon contact, the shadowy spheres detonated, sending Charizard hurtling several meters away. In this brief encounter, Charizard proved no match for Gung Gue. Having already sustained injuries from previous battles, Charizard's condition had worsened to the point of being unable to continue fighting. Beads of sweat adorned Qin Wu's forehead as he recognized his utter helplessness. Meanwhile, apart from the fleeing Qin Shi, the remaining members of the Great Qin had all succumbed to the Pokémon army that had accompanied Gung Gue. Qin Yi and his subordinates fared no better. They were nearly annihilated, with only a handful surviving the relentless onslaught. In that moment, Qin Yi felt as though he were already dead. With both arms severed and the lifeless form of his dragonite before him, he knelt beside its corpse, his face etched with terror. Mere moments prior, he had been besieged by the fierce attacks of the other 3 formidable creatures, and in an instant, his dragonite was vanquished. With a swift motion, Lizard King severed Qin Ye's head, and thereafter, accompanied by Big Wolfhound and ABO Monster, they advanced toward Qin Wu. Observing the growing number of adversaries and his incapacitated Charizard, Qin Wu retrieved a round bomb from his spatial ring. Though small in size, this explosive possessed the capability to devastate an area with a radius of approximately 500 meters, a recent product from the Rocket Technology Company. Its explosive power sufficient to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Even master-level Pokémon, caught off guard, would face destruction from this bomb. He prepared to take them all down with him. Yet before proceeding, Qin Wu glanced at his Charizard, his eyes filled with reluctance. Charizard, understanding his trainer's intent, summoned the last of its strength to approach Qin Wu, collapsing beside him, gasping for breath. So what will it be? Surrender, and I can ensure your survival as my slaves, Gung Gue proposed, observing Qin Wu intently. Meanwhile, Lizard King and the others coldly regarded the unfolding scene, curious to see how this human would choose. Silence enveloped the surroundings. As Qin Ye's men lay annihilated by the Pokémon army, all eyes now fixated on Qin Wu. Qin Wu, placing a hand on Charizard's wing, smiled faintly before resolutely activating the bomb in his grasp. Let us journey together. Chapter 192, The Descending Duo. At the moment Qin Wu detonated the bomb, expressions of horror crossed the faces of Gung Gue and his companions. They had not anticipated Qin Wu's willingness to perish alongside them. Without hesitation, Gung Gui erected a protective shield around himself, fortifying his defense. Lizard King and the others responded with equal swiftness, shielding themselves before the explosion erupted. Boom! The bomb detonated violently, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic blast that persisted for nearly a full minute before abating. As the dust settled, Gung Gui and his companions emerged. Having evaded significant harm due to their timely reactions, they bore only minor injuries, though even they would not emerge unscathed from such a blast. The Pokémon army that had accompanied them, however, was not so fortunate. Those closest to the explosion were obliterated, while those further away suffered grievous wounds. The countenance of Gung Gui and his companions darkened, shocked that a mere insignificant figure could inflict such substantial losses upon them. Enraged, Gung Gui prepared to pursue the direction in which Qin Shi had fled, intent on exterminating these detestable foes. However, he was halted by Lizard King. Do not forget the mission entrusted to us by Snorlax. Should you jeopardize it, I trust you can imagine the consequences, Lizard King remarked coldly. Halted by Lizard King's words, Gung Gui's discontent was palpable, but he dared not voice a retort. He recalled a prior incident. They were unaware of the whereabouts of the individual who had stolen the sacred fruit from Snorlax. Thus, they could only search systematically through locations where the sacred fruit might be found. Fortune favored them as they stumbled upon a male and female duo harvesting the sacred fruit. Assuming they had found the thieves, Gung Gui immediately advanced to deal with these intruders. Unleashing a wave of dark energy, he aimed to obliterate them, only to find them propelled skyward in the explosion's wake. As the two individuals took flight, their unwelcome presence left Gung Gui feeling quite vexed. The journey continued. Lizard King, accompanied by Gung Gui and a legion of Pokémon, advanced along their predetermined path. Musashi, Kojiro, Xiao Chun gazed in bewilderment at the two figures who had suddenly plummeted from the sky and landed right before him. He had not anticipated that Musashi and Kojiro would make such a distinctive entrance. It dawned on him that he had forgotten about them amidst his quest, having been solely focused on his pursuit of the green fruit. Their unexpected appearance before him was a fortunate reprieve from his search. "Boss, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Musashi inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Hearing her words, Xiao Qin's lips twitched. It was rather ironic that they were now attempting to shift the blame, when they were the ones who had suddenly materialized. "By the way, how on earth did you fall from the sky?" he questioned, not wishing to dwell on the matter of who had appeared first. "That is a long story. We were originally searching for treasures and had been at it for quite some time. Eventually, we stumbled upon a green fruit in a cave. However, we were suddenly confronted by several enormous Pokémon, and before we could react, we were sent flying, only to land right in front of you, our boss," Musashi recounted, raising her hands in exasperation. "Indeed, those colossal creatures could converse like Meowth. It was utterly terrifying," Kojiro chimed in, affirming Musashi's account. From their words, Xiao Qin realized that they had encountered the very four giants he had seen earlier. However, it was Musashi's mention of the green fruit that piqued his interest. "What green fruit are you speaking of? What does it look like?" Xiao Qin asked eagerly, as he was currently on a quest to find such a fruit. "Oh, is this what you mean?" Musashi produced a green fruit, presenting it before Xiao Qin's eyes. "This is it," he exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He hadn't expected Musashi and Kojiro to have found one. "What is this fruit called, and what purpose does it serve?" Musashi observed Xiao Qin's elation and inquired. "Do you truly wish to know?" "I'm not sure of its name, but I do know that this fruit can enhance a Pokémon's power. Previously, I found 3 of them, which significantly boosted the strength of my Gyarados." Xiao Chun explained the fruit's effects. Though he felt a strong desire for the fruit in Musashi's possession, he refrained from taking it, as it was a reward earned by his subordinates. At that moment, Musashi's gesture left Xiao Chun momentarily speechless. "Boss, since this fruit can enhance strength, I'll give it to you." Musashi extended the green fruit towards him. Xiao Chun stood frozen, hesitating to accept. He hadn't anticipated Musashi would so readily offer it to him. "This can enhance Pokémon strength. Are you certain you want to give it to me?" he asked incredulously. "Absolutely. It holds little significance for my Pokémon. It is only by empowering your Pokémon that our Team Rocket can grow stronger," Musashi stated earnestly. Acknowledging Musashi's conviction, Xiao Chun accepted the green fruit without delay, instructing his Gyarados to consume it immediately. After devouring the fruit, Gyarados successfully leveled up to level 104. "Congratulations, boss. Gyarados has grown even more powerful." Musashi and Kojiro congratulated Xiao Chun, for his strength also signified the enhancement of Team Rocket's might. Xiao Chun felt a swell of joy at his Pokémon's newfound prowess. Once Gyarados had consumed the green fruit, Xiao Chun resolved to continue searching for more of these fruits with Musashi and Kojiro. With a few more, Gyarados would become unstoppable. Wonderful. I have finally found you. Just then, a voice pierced the air. Chapter 193, The Enraged Snorlax. Xiao Chun turned towards the voice, spotting a disheveled figure sprinting towards him, cloaked in black, obscuring their features. Everyone, be cautious and prepare yourselves, he warned Musashi and Kojiro, his expression turning vigilant as the figure approached. As the person drew nearer, Xiao Chun was taken aback to discover it was a familiar face, an exhausted Qin-Chi. Wearing a tattered robe, his demeanor weary. The remnants of a character 7 were faintly discernible on his robe. It was indeed the same Qin-Chi who had entered this secret realm alongside Xiao Chun. Qin-Chi, what has transpired? What has happened? Xiao Chun inquired. Rushing to support the staggering figure, curiosity piqued by the state of this esteemed master. Qin-Chi faltered, tears welling in his eyes, struggling to articulate the calamity that had befallen him. All his brothers had perished, and he was now utterly alone. Qin-Chi, let us take our time to discuss this, Xiao Chun reassured, sensing the turmoil within him. They're all gone. The brothers who accompanied me have all perished. Qin-Chi cried, tears streaming down his face. He had long suppressed his sorrow, but at this moment, he could contain it no longer. Xiao Chun observed Qin-Chi in confusion. Even if his subordinates had fallen, one would expect him to remain composed, given his status. Why was he so affected by the loss of mere subordinates? Qin-Chi, what exactly happened? Xiao Chun sensed something amiss. Qin-Chi's distress was clearly not solely due to the loss of his men. Qin-Chi, with tears flowing, recounted the events surrounding Qin-Er and the others, his sorrow palpable. Upon hearing Qin-Chi's account, Xiao Chun finally grasped the gravity of the situation. After they entered the secret realm, the forces of Qin, having received intelligence relayed by Qin-Chi, had also infiltrated the confines of the realm. Unfortunately, upon reuniting within the secret realm, they encountered Gung Gue and his companions, leading to the demise of all but Qin-Chi. Xiao Chun was astonished. He had not anticipated that the colossal beings he had observed on the cliff were, in fact, targeting Qin-Chi and his team. Understanding the depth of Qin-Chi's grief, Xiao Chun empathized with him. Witnessing the death of numerous subordinates, including his close brothers, would be devastating indeed. However, Xiao Chun was equally stunned to learn that 4 of Qin's guardians had been vanquished by Gung Gue and his companions, leaving him uncertain whether to commend the prowess of Qin's guardians or to lament the formidable strength of Gung Gue's group. The loss was staggering for Qin. They had suffered a grievous blow, losing 7 master-level warriors in one fell swoop. Xiao Chun understood that Qin possessed only 9 master-level fighters, and now they had lost half of their ranks. Come now, you must gather your resolve and seek vengeance for them. Instead of wallowing in despair, Xiao Chun admonished, finding it intolerable to witness a grown man weeping beside him. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Qin-Chi ceased his weeping and turned his gaze towards him. Mr. Mu Chun, how shall we escape this secret realm? Qin-Chi inquired, his eyes searching for answers. Although Xiao Chun possessed a greater understanding of the secret realm than most, he found himself momentarily stumped by Qin-Chi's question, for he too was uncertain about the means of exit. I am afraid I do not know how we can get out, Xiao Chun admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. For he had lured Qin-Chi into this predicament, yet now lacked a way to guide them back to safety. The moment Qin-Chi heard Xiao Chun's admission, his countenance paled, for he had placed all his hopes of escape upon Xiao Chun, only to discover that even he was at a loss. While I may not know how to exit at this moment, I understand that such secret realms typically reveal a path of escape after a certain period. Generally, it does not take too long, so we merely need to wait patiently for the realm to unveil the exit, Xiao Chun reasoned. Though he was not entirely certain of his own assertion, he had no other strategy for departure. Upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, Qin-Chi felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. By the way, Qin-Chi, you mentioned that the Alliance has sent someone here as well, did you not? Xiao Chun seemed to recall something, having just heard Qin-Chi reference the Alliance. Indeed, the Alliance dispatched that fellow Qin-Yi, who is also a master level. But he has since perished. Why do you ask? Qin-Chi replied nonchalantly, puzzled by Xiao Chun's interest in an Alliance member. No particular reason. I harbor a grudge against the Shun-Ao Alliance. Had those Alliance members survived, I would have sought them out for a proper reckoning, Xiao Chun replied coldly. His memories of the Alliance's leader, Lan Yin, pursuing him in a state of disarray, and the murder of his grandfather, fueling his vow to annihilate the higher-ups of the Shun-Ao Alliance for revenge. What shall we do now? Are we to simply wait here? Qin-Chi inquired, casting a glance at Xiao Chun. Certainly not. We must search for the treasures hidden within this realm, Xiao Chun said, a smile gracing his features. For the verdant fruits found here were not available outside, and he was keen to seize the opportunity to gather more. Just as Xiao Chun and the others prepared to depart, a resounding roar echoed through the air, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. What in the world is happening? Kojiro stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he looked to Xiao Chun for an explanation. Xiao Chun remained silent, uncertain of the source of the roar. Yet he recognized that it signified the presence of a formidable Pokémon, far stronger than the likes of the Haunter they had previously encountered. At that moment, in a nearby clearing, a colossal Snorlax stood, its eyes ablaze with fury. Before the Snorlax lay 4 massive Pokémon, including Haunter and its companions. The surrounding weaker Pokémon cowered in fear, too intimidated to move, some even collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Why have you failed to capture that little thief? Speak, the Snorlax demanded, its anger palpable as it glared at its subordinates, pointing a trembling finger at the quaking Houndoom. We were on the verge of capturing the thief of the sacred fruit, but the Houndoom stuttered. But what? Speak. The Snorlax growled, growing impatient. It was Haunter. We intended to retrieve the little thief for you to deal with, but Haunter insisted on playing, and in the end, it sent those 2 little thieves flying. The Houndoom explained, pointing a paw accusingly at Haunter, recounting how Haunter had thwarted their efforts and the sacred fruit they had yet to reclaim. Oh, is that so? The Snorlax's sharp gaze fell upon Haunter, who trembled in fear, feeling the murderous intent enveloping him. I did not mean to let those 2 escape. You must believe me, Haunter pleaded, not even glancing at the Houndoom that had betrayed him, but instead bowing repeatedly before the Snorlax, genuinely terrified that it might end his life. Believe you? What of the sacred fruits I have lost? It is one thing to have not recovered the previous ones, but for those thieves to have taken another right under your noses, what reason do I have to trust you? The Snorlax's gaze bore down on Haunter as if he were already a corpse. Please grant me another chance. I will recover all the missing sacred fruits, I swear. Haunter beseeched, fervently bowing before the Snorlax, hoping for mercy. The Snorlax regarded Haunter coldly, lifting him by the scruff of his neck to meet his eyes. I have already given you a chance. It is too late now. With that, a strange light erupted from the Snorlax, enveloping Haunter, who began to tremble in fear. He struggled desperately to break free from the light, but his efforts were in vain. Realizing he could not escape, Haunter collapsed before the Snorlax, continuously pleading for mercy. However, before he could utter many words, he began to writhe upon the ground as if being torn apart by unseen forces. Haunter struggled violently for some time before finally lying still. As Haunter's movements ceased, a tender sprout emerged from his body, rapidly growing into a small tree. This tree appeared to draw its energy from Haunter, who gradually withered, while the tree flourished. Ultimately, a vibrant green fruit formed at the apex of the tree. A sacred fruit indeed. The Snorlax approached the small tree, eyeing the glowing fruit with avarice. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this sacred fruit, born from the vitality of a strong being, is unlike any ordinary fruit. I can sense the powerful life force within, the Snorlax exclaimed, his gaze fixated greedily upon the fruit. The remaining members of the Lizard King, witnessing Haunter's gruesome demise, remained silent, bowing their heads in hopes that the Snorlax's wrath would not be directed at them. Lizard King, the Snorlax suddenly called out. Huh, yes, the Lizard King, startled by the Snorlax's voice, stood at attention, regarding him with utmost respect. This sacred fruit is not yet fully matured. When one sins, the entire clan must bear the consequences. Go and gather all of Haunter's kin and bring them here. I shall have them toil alongside Haunter. All for the sake of this sacred fruit, the Snorlax commanded, a glimmer of something terrifying in its eyes. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, the Lizard King affirmed, eager to leave the presence of the ferocious Snorlax. At that moment, the Houndoom and Arbok exchanged a glance, summoning their courage to stand before the Snorlax. The subordinate wishes to atone for past misdeeds. We seek to join forces with the Lizard King in capturing those members of the Gungue clan. The Maitaina and the Abogrot lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of Snorlax. As they observed Snorlax's prolonged silence, their bodies trembled with fear. After all, the corpse of Gungue still lay nearby, and they certainly did not wish to become sustenance for the holy fruit, as Gungue had. Finally, just as the pressure on Maitaina and Abogrot became nearly unbearable, Snorlax spoke. Since you are eager to make amends, you may accompany the Lizard King. Snorlax regarded them with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Snorlax's words, both Abogrot and Maitaina exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully before hastening after the Lizard King. Snorlax, however, did not turn to watch them depart. Instead, it continued to gaze at the newly sprouted holy fruit, contemplating whether it should cultivate a few more of such fruits. In a clearing, two factions stood at an impasse. On one side were Xiao Chun and Qin Shi, while on the other stood a makeshift team composed of dozens of trainers who had entered this secret realm. Xiao Chun had initially intended to continue searching for the green fruits with Qin Shi and the others, but they were intercepted by these individuals. This group, comprised of trainers, had banded together to plunder the belongings of anyone they encountered in the secret realm. Unfortunately for Xiao Chun and his companions, they were precisely the targets of this unscrupulous band. Recognize your situation and hand over your money and Pokémon, or I'll ensure none of you leave here alive. The fierce-looking leader of the gang threatened, glaring at Xiao Chun and his friends. Xiao Chun regarded these individuals with a cryptic smile, eagerly anticipating the moment they would comprehend the extent of his power. Just as he prepared to demonstrate his strength, he was halted by Qin Shi. Let me handle this. I've been itching to vent some frustrations. Leave them to me, Qin Shi declared, his expression dark as he approached the bald leader and his gang. Fueled by the rage of having lost his companions, he relished the opportunity to unleash his fury upon them. Well, look who dares to seek their own demise. The bald leader exclaimed, taken aback by Qin Shi's boldness as he approached. Oh, I believe it is you who is courting death, attempting to rob us, Qin Shi retorted, his eyes cold and disdainful, as if he were gazing at a corpse. You're asking for it, the bald leader bellowed, tossing a pokeball to summon a Nidoking into the fray. The moment Xiao Chun laid eyes on the Nidoking, he felt assured it was merely of gym-level strength, and its status as the leader of this gang indicated that the others were hardly formidable. Haha, now you seem afraid. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender all your belongings and kneel before me. Then I will allow you to leave. The bald leader laughed, reveling in his perceived dominance. Qin Shi, however, remained unfazed, his expression flat as he released his own Pokémon. Roar. His Charizard emerged, unleashing a fearsome roar directed at the Nidoking. To everyone's astonishment, the Nidoking staggered and collapsed, dazed and bewildered. What? The bald leader gasped, his disbelief palpable as he watched his Nidoking lie incapacitated. Qin Shi scoffed disdainfully at the bald leader's expression, commanding his Charizard to advance menacingly. Quick, everyone, they're more formidable than they seem. Attack together, the bald leader shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, his companions unleashed their Pokémon. As Qin Shi observed the Pokémon of the gang, a broader smile crept across his face. To him, they were nothing but trash, the strongest among them barely reaching the elite level. He had expected a more entertaining challenge, considering that those who ventured into this secret realm should possess confidence in their abilities. However, it soon became evident that their confidence was not matched by their actual prowess. Charge! The bald leader commanded, and his followers directed their Pokémon towards Qin Shi's Charizard. Yet, Qin Shi gazed at the advancing swarm of weak Pokémon, utterly disinterested. Charizard! Eliminate them all. His tone was nonchalant. Even a cannon firing at ants seemed excessive for such insignificant foes. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the approaching Pokémon before they could even draw near. The bald leader and his gang were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed their numerous Pokémon being effortlessly defeated by a single attack from Charizard. They could not fathom the outcome. Do you truly believe you can challenge a master-level Pokémon? Qin Shi scoffed, strolling deliberately towards the bald leader and his cohorts. What? Master level? The bald leader's mind reeled at the revelation. They had unwittingly provoked a master-level powerhouse. Without a moment's hesitation, he and his gang dropped to their knees before Qin Shi. Great One, we were blind to your might. Please spare our lives. The bald leader's tone had shifted from arrogance to abject desperation, as he repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, prompting his companions to follow suit in a chorus of pleas for mercy. They now understood the gravity of their mistake. Having encountered a being of master-level prowess, initially intent on exterminating them, Qin Shi found no interest in eliminating such spineless individuals. He turned to leave, content to abandon them to their fates, as their Pokémon had already been decimated by his Charizard. Wait, Great One, we only just witnessed your formidable power and now comprehend the vast chasm between us. We implore you to accept us, granting us the opportunity to serve you. The bald leader, sensing Qin Shi's intent to depart, hastily called out, recognizing that aligning with a strong ally would ensure their safety in this perilous environment. Yes, Great One, please take us in. His companions echoed, each fervently pledging their loyalty to Qin Shi. As he turned to regard the desperate faces of the crowd behind him, Qin Shi's eyes swept over them with a discerning gaze. To speak frankly, Qin Shi had not initially intended to accept these individuals. After all, in his eyes, They were no different from worthless debris after the recent battle. In the past, even if they had begged to serve as his subordinates, he would have looked down upon them. However, the circumstances had changed. Half of the protectors of the Great Sheen had perished, along with many of their subordinates. Although the people before him were hardly of any use, if he were to provide them with powerful Pokémon, they might still be of some assistance. As for the issue of these individuals lacking the strength to command Pokémon, while it posed a significant challenge for others, it was not a concern for Qin-Shi. After all, he was a master-level expert, and should any Pokémon dare to disobey, he had ample means to rectify that. Considering your apparent sincerity, I shall temporarily accept you. However, let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to defy me will face consequences beyond their capacity to bear, Qin-Shi stated coldly as he regarded the group. Yes, my lord, we shall heed your every word. The bald man and his companions hurriedly replied. Then let us proceed together, Qin-Shi said with indifference. Of course, my lord. The bald man and his companions quickly followed suit. Thus, the bald man and his group joined Xiao Chen's team. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Chun remained nonchalant. After all, the bald man and his associates were not worthy of his attention. If Qin-Shi wished to take them along, so be it. However, it was not long before these individuals sought to provoke Xiao Chun. Let us head this way. Xiao Chun indicated a direction to Qin-Shi. Since Xiao Chun had been leading the way throughout the journey, Qin-Shi had not voiced any objections, yet Xiao Chun still sought his opinion. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at my lord? You must be seeking death. Before Qin-Shi could respond, the bald man took the initiative to confront Xiao Chun. He was irked by the audacity of a mere boy daring to gesture in front of Qin-Shi, and in a bid to curry favor with Qin-Shi, he boldly stepped forward. Indeed, how dare you direct my lord? You are unworthy. The bald man continued. You would do well to kneel and beg for my lord's forgiveness, or today shall mark your demise. With the bald man leading the charge, two others joined in the attack on Xiao Chun. Eager to ensure they did not let the bald man steal all the glory and wishing to leave a favorable impression on Qin-Shi, Xiao Chun regarded the trio with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated their sheer foolishness. Did they not see that Qin-Shi had not objected to his words? Their audacity was commendable, particularly the bald man, who had previously provoked Qin-Shi but was spared. Now, he dared to act defiantly before Xiao Chun. However, this time, the bald man was doomed. Xiao Chen's gaze turned frigid as he assessed the three, having already passed judgment upon them. Chapter 196. You fear him, but do you not fear me? What are your identities to speak to our boss in such a manner? At that moment, Musashi could no longer remain silent and stepped forward, fuming. Xiao Chun was their leader, and the bald man's words were tantamount to an insult to them all. Indeed, do you dare to challenge me? I could easily wipe the floor with you lot, you blind fools. Kojiro also stepped forward, glaring at the bald man and his companions. They had lost their Pokémon and still dared to act so arrogantly. Their audacity was beyond comprehension. Musashi and Kojiro summoned their Pokémon, preparing to teach the insolent ones a lesson. Haha, you two must be as much of a waste as this kid if you recognize him as your leader. The bald man retorted without hesitation, fully aware that without his Pokémon, he was no match for Musashi or Kojiro. But he found solace in the presence of Qin-Shi, the master-level expert standing behind him, emboldening him against the two. Xiao Chun intervened, blocking Musashi and Kojiro from moving forward. His eyes remained fixed on the bald man. No one had dared to label him as worthless. The bald man's words irked him greatly. Have the courage to repeat what you just said, Xiao Chun demanded, his tone icy. Are you deaf? What does it matter if I repeat it? You are just the bald man began, but was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap from Qin-Shi, halting his tirade. The sound echoed sharply, leaving the bald man momentarily dazed. Turning in anger, he sought to identify the fool who had dared to assault him, only to find that it was Qin-Shi. The scornful retort he had been ready to unleash evaporated, replaced by a smile of ingratiation. Qin-Shi ignored the bald man, offering an apologetic smile to Xiao Chun. He had no desire for the bald man's foolishness to tarnish the rapport he shared with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun cast a glance at Qin-Shi, who remained indifferent, his gaze still fixed on the bald man. Sensing the tension, Qin-Shi sighed in resignation and stepped aside. Given Xiao Chun's demeanor, it was clear that the bald man was doomed. His arrogance had led him to this fate, and he had no one but himself to blame. The bald man was momentarily confused as he watched Qin-Shi step away. Could it be that a master-level expert was afraid of this boy? You fear him. Do you not fear me? Xiao Chun pointed at the formidable figure of Qin-Shi, challenging the bald man. You worthless. The bald man's words faltered as he froze in shock. His mouth agape, terror etched across his face. For behind Xiao Chun stood a colossal figure. glaring menacingly at the bald man. It was Xiao Chen's Garchomp. The bald man gulped, realizing that this Garchomp exuded an aura even more formidable than Qin Shi's Charizard. He understood now why Qin Shi had distanced himself. It was to avoid being splattered with blood from an impending confrontation. The bald man wished he could tear his own mouth apart, regretting the words he had so foolishly uttered. The memory of his reckless provocations lingered, filling him with remorse. The other two who had joined the bald man in mocking Xiao Chen were equally paralyzed with fear, their minds consumed by a singular thought. It was over. The onlookers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Many had initially considered joining the bald man in chastising Xiao Chen. Thank goodness they had refrained from stepping forward, or they would have met an untimely demise without even understanding how. My lord, it was my fault. I should not have spoken to you in that manner. I beg you to spare me this once. I promise never to do so again. The bald man, now genuinely terrified, frantically slapped his own face, reflecting on his earlier relief at having escaped Qin Shi's wrath, only to find himself at odds with an even more powerful foe. He and his companions turned their pleading eyes toward Qin Shi, hoping for salvation from their master. Qin Shi stood aside, deliberately ignoring their desperate appeals for help. Qin Shi was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the sudden enhancement in the prowess of Xiao Chen's Sharpedo. Previously, it had been inferior to his own, yet now it was evidently far superior. At this moment, Qin Shi recalled Xiao Chen mentioning a green fruit that purportedly could amplify strength. Initially, he had been skeptical, for ascending through the ranks of mastery typically demanded considerable time and faced numerous challenges. However, he found himself inclined to believe now and was eager to witness the green fruit that Xiao Chen spoke of. Be more cautious in your next life, Xiao Chen remarked nonchalantly. Please, my lord, spare me. I truly understand my mistakes. The bald men, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, intensified their kowtowing, their foreheads bleeding profusely. Yet they paid it no heed. After all, only Xiao Chen could grant them a chance at survival. Kill, Xiao Chen uttered, disregarding them entirely. Subsequently, under the terrified gazes of the bald men, Sharpedo dispatched them with a single swipe of its claw. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, instinctively shielded their eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shi refrained from further comment. After all, they were merely a few foolish subordinates who had provoked Xiao Chen first. He deemed it unnecessary to offend Xiao Chen on their behalf. So, Brother De Chun, shall we continue our journey? Qin Shi approached Xiao Chen and inquired, choosing not to acknowledge the fallen bald men as if they were not his subordinates at all. My apologies, Qin Shi. I couldn't help but eliminate your subordinates. I sincerely regret it. Please, if there is any form of compensation you desire, I shall not hesitate to comply, Xiao Chen said, casting a glance at Qin Shi. Despite his verbal expressions of remorse, it was evident that he had no intention of compensating Qin Shi. After all, the bald men were Qin Shi's subordinates who had provoked Xiao Chen. It was enough that Xiao Chen did not seek recompense from him. It is of no consequence. They were merely a few insolent fools. Their demise is inconsequential. Let us not allow this to impede our progress. Qin Shi waved his hand dismissively, downplaying the notion of compensation. He felt gratitude towards Xiao Chen for not pursuing the matter regarding the bald men, especially since they were his subordinates. Moreover, he wished for Xiao Chen to guide him in the search for the fruit that could enhance his abilities. As for the bald men, who were they? Qin Shi did not recognize them. Xiao Chen said little more and continued leading Qin Shi and the others onward, leaving the corpses of the bald men behind, unattended. Chapter 197. The Arrival of the First Emperor. Beside the entrance of the secret realm, a group was gathered around the spatial teleportation portal. Had Qin Shi been present, he would have recognized one of the three leaders as the previously encountered Bing Shi. Why has there been no news from Qin Yi? Who has been inside for so long? Has he encountered misfortune, or has he discovered something of great value and wishes to keep it from us? The speaker was an elder named Tian Tong from the Divine Alliance, a master-level powerhouse. Tian Tong's suspicion of Qin Yi was not unfounded. After all, the absence of news for such an extended period would provoke thoughts in anyone. However, Qin Yi had, in fact, sent messages previously, but due to the spatial constraints within the secret realm, information could not be transmitted, leaving those outside in the dark regarding the internal circumstances. If you believe there are treasures inside, then why not enter yourself? You know the method to do so, another elder named Disha interjected. No, Disha. Are you genuinely trying to provoke me? Tian Tong retorted, visibly irked by Disha's interruption. He merely mentioned entering as a passing thought, fully aware that several protectors from the Great Qin had already entered. The relationship between the Alliance and Great Qin was tenuous at best, and given his own strength, entering could lead to conflict with the Great Qin members, essentially a death wish. Weren't you the one asserting that Qing Yi was seeking treasures within? If you wish to enter, then do so. Disha replied dismissively. Enough, gentlemen. This matter is of great significance. Let us refrain from squabbling over such trivialities, Bingshi interjected with exasperation. The two bickering elders were a constant source of annoyance, perhaps due to their names, one representing the heavens and the other the earth. Furthermore, both possessed strength surpassing Bingshi's, leaving him with little choice but to mediate. Humph. Upon hearing Bingshi's words, both elders snorted in unison, ceasing their quarrel. Masters, esteemed elders, we have grave news. At that moment, a frantic subordinate rushed over, appearing to bear urgent tidings. What is it? Why the commotion? Bingshi remarked, evidently displeased by the interruption. Alas, it is dire news. Elder Qing Yi has perished. The subordinate's shocking announcement left everyone in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. Repeat that, Tian Tong demanded, seeking confirmation. Convinced he had misheard. The headquarters has informed us that Elder Qing Yi's life talisman has shattered. Elder Qing Yi is dead. The subordinate reiterated the message from headquarters. Upon realizing Qing Yi had indeed perished, the trio's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated such an outcome. It must be those scoundrels from Great Qin. No one else could have killed Qing Yi. Tian Tong exclaimed in fury, already attributing blame to Great Qin. Indeed, while Qing Yi's prowess may not be invincible, he certainly could have fled. Only the protectors from Great Qin possessed the capability to have slain Qing Yi within the secret realm. Disha reluctantly concurred with Tian Tong's assessment. Bingshi remained silent, acknowledging the validity of their claims. Aside from the Great Qin members, no others had the strength to have defeated Qing Yi. At that moment, several figures soared toward Bingshi and the others, numbering 4, each mounted on a fire-breathing dragon. They landed a short distance away. It is him. The trio was taken aback, never imagining this individual would arrive. Elder Bingshi, are you and your alliance preparing to enter this secret realm? The first emperor inquired, directing his attention toward Bingshi. No. We previously had one elder enter the interior of the secret realm. We do not plan to follow, Bingshi replied candidly. Oh, can you establish contact with your elder? The first emperor asked. Since entering the secret realm, there has been no further communication, Bingshi responded. Oh, could it be that the murderer has some connection with him? Murmured Shi Huang. Acrylic listened to Shi Huang's words, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he could sense the chill emanating from Shi Huang whenever he mentioned the murderer. Acrylic glanced over at Tian Tong and Disha, who both nodded in agreement, prompting him to continue. We have just received news that Elder Qing Yi, who entered the secret realm with us, has been confirmed dead, Acrylic stated flatly while gazing at Shi Huang. What? Your people are also dead? Shi Huang exclaimed loudly, his gaze fixed on Acrylic. Also, Acrylic was somewhat confused by Shi Huang's implication. Sighing, Shi Huang said, to be frank, I cannot conceal this for much longer. 4 of the 5 guardians from our Great Qin who entered the secret realm have perished. I initially believed this was the work of your alliance. But it seems you only sent 1 elder in, and clearly, that would not suffice to vanquish 4 of my guardians. Yet, who could be the perpetrator? Shi Huang was filled with bewilderment. Upon receiving the news of the 4 guardians' insignia shattering, he was consumed with rage. He had presumed that the alliance had dispatched a considerable number of individuals into the secret realm to ambush his guardians, which prompted him to lead several other guardians in pursuit of vengeance. However, hearing from Acrylic that they had only sent 1 elder, whom Shi Huang knew to be Qing Yi, he found it implausible that such a figure could have slain 4 of his guardians. Acrylic and his companions were equally astonished. They had assumed that it was the people of Great Qin who had taken down Qing Yi, only to discover that Shi Huang claimed 4 of his guardians had perished. It was unfathomable to them, considering that those guardians were formidable masters, not mere commoners. At that moment, a sudden blue light illuminated the entrance of the secret realm, blinding everyone momentarily. What was happening inside? Curiosity filled the hearts of the onlookers. Never mind. We shall enter first, Shi Huang declared, immediately stepping into the secret realm, with the other Great Qin guardians hastily following suit. We should go as well, Acrylic urged, observing that the Great Qin group had already entered, and promptly led Tian Tong and Disha into the secret realm. Chapter 198, The Fall of Qin 7. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Chun and his companions stumbled upon a green fruit, yet the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The main issue was the distribution of the green fruit. Determining who should receive it was a dilemma given the number of people involved. Others need not consider it, as they had no claim, leaving only Xiao Chun and Qin 7 eligible. Both desired the green fruit, but neither was willing to speak up first, as the question of ownership was challenging to resolve. Just as hesitation lingered in the air, Qin 7 broke the silence. Brother Chun, why don't you take this fruit? He suggested, looking at Xiao Chun. No, no, no. This fruit was found by everyone. It should go to you. Xiao Chun replied, not accepting it. After all, both he and Qin 7 belonged to the Great Qin organization, and the perils of the secret realm made him reluctant to engage in conflict over it. Moreover, since Qin 7 was willingly offering it to him, Xiao Chun felt even less inclined to accept it. How about you take this one for now, and when we find another, you can give it to me? Qin 7 proposed a more conciliatory solution. That sounds perfectly fine, Xiao Chun agreed, seeing that Qin 7 had made such a generous offer, and handed the green fruit directly to the fire-breathing dragon. After consuming the green fruit, the fire-breathing dragon's level rose to 105. Xiao Chun felt elated at seeing the fire-breathing dragon's strength increase once more. This expedition into the secret realm felt fortuitous indeed. Qin 7, witnessing the fire-breathing dragon's power boost from such a modest fruit, was equally thrilled and prepared to urge Xiao Chun to search for more green fruits. But just then, the ground shook violently, and green light began to coalesce in the sky, swiftly forming a light green portal. Everyone's gaze turned skyward, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this phenomenon. While the others were bewildered, Xiao Chun instantly recognized that this portal resembled the entrance to the secret realm, likely serving as a passage back to the outside world. At that moment, the somewhat ethereal portal in the sky began to clarify. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated, and a gigantic Snorlax soared into the sky. Everyone, the portal is open. It is time for us to leave this cursed place. The Snorlax's voice echoed throughout the secret realm. Xiao Chun and the others looked at the Snorlax, momentarily unsure of what it meant. But as soon as the Snorlax finished speaking, a multitude of flying Pokémon appeared in the sky, while many Pokémon on the ground rushed towards the portal. The Snorlax waved its massive hand, sending dozens of green fruits floating towards itself. Those were fruits capable of enhancing strength. Qin 7's eyes sparkled at the sight of the green fruits in the sky, and without waiting for Xiao Chun to say anything, he leaped onto the fire-breathing dragon's back and soared towards the Snorlax. He did not want to miss such an excellent opportunity, as the fruits were about to be consumed by the Snorlax. Moreover, he did not perceive the enormous Snorlax as a threat to his fire-breathing dragon. To him, the Snorlax was merely large in size. Xiao Chun closed his eyes in resignation as he watched Qin 7 rush towards the Snorlax, realizing that Qin 7 was no match for its formidable power. Pokémon, Snorlax. Level, 109, Master Level. Abilities, Thick Fat. Skills, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam. Indeed, upon noticing Qin 7 approaching, the Snorlax's expression turned to one of fury. It extended its hand toward the fire-breathing dragon and Qin 7. With a single strike, the Snorlax captured the fire-breathing dragon effortlessly, crushing Qin 7 in the process. Xiao Chun sighed at the sight of Qin 7's demise, lamenting, everyone is willing to risk their lives for a mere trinket. After Qin 7's death, the Snorlax gazed greedily at the fire-breathing dragon. It then waved its massive hand, enveloping the fire-breathing dragon in a green energy. The fire-breathing dragon let out a pained roar. Yet it was futile. Soon, the fire-breathing dragon, encased in green energy, was dissolved into a puddle of green liquid. The Snorlax opened its mouth wide and swallowed the liquid entirely. A look of ecstasy spread across the Snorlax's face. Although converting the fire-breathing dragon into a life-energy-rich liquid was not as effective as transforming it into a sacred fruit, time was of the essence, and the Snorlax had to resort to the simplest method of consumption. Xiao Chun's eyes widened in astonishment at this bizarre scene. He had not anticipated that this creature possessed such strange abilities. After devouring the liquid formed from the fire-breathing dragon, the Snorlax consumed all the remaining green fruits before closing its eyes to begin digesting them. At that moment, 3 lizard kings appeared to guard the Snorlax. Scoundrels! Kill that Snorlax! At that moment, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, accompanied by several subordinates, arrived on the scene. He witnessed the brutal slaughter of his underlings at the hands of Snorlax. Furthermore, having seen how effortlessly Snorlax had dispatched Qin Chi's Charizard, it was evident that the demise of his other subordinates was inexorably linked to this formidable creature. The emperor's fury erupted, and he charged towards Snorlax with his companions. Meanwhile, the trio of acetylene, who had been trailing behind the Qin entourage, saw that they had engaged and quickly commanded their Pokémon to join the fray against Snorlax. After all, they had just witnessed Snorlax's prowess. Failing to eliminate this beast alongside the Qin forces could spell disaster should they falter, as Snorlax would inevitably turn its wrath upon them. Thus, joining forces with the Qin was the prudent course of action. Block their path, commanded Lizard King, observing the advancing group with urgency. He promptly directed Arbok and Houndoom to the front lines while positioning himself beside Snorlax to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Boom. The clash of battle commenced swiftly. The Emperor and his subordinates engaged in combat with Arbok. The Emperor's Pokémon, a Charizard of level 107, proved formidable. While the other Guardians of the Qin were no slouches either, Qin Yi's Charizard stood at level 105, with Qin San and Qin Si also demonstrating considerable strength. Arbok found itself retreating under the relentless assault. Conversely, Acetylene and his companions faced a dire situation against Houndoom, who pressed the attack, leaving them on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, Xiao Chun was not preoccupied with the ongoing conflict. His gaze was fixed on the portal in the sky, which had solidified and now stood open. Step forward. We must hasten. Xiao Chun shouted to Musashi and Kojiro, who were still engrossed in the battle above. He summoned his Mega Sharpedo and prepared to ride it. Intent on departing. Let them fight. I, Damu Chun, have already reaped sufficient rewards within this secret realm. It is time for me to leave. Remaining here could invite trouble should those fighters turn their attention towards me. Musashi and Kojiro, jolted from their reverie by Xiao Chen's shout, promptly followed suit, racing toward the spatial portal in a bid to escape unnoticed. However, evading attention proved impossible. Amidst the chaos of battle, their attempt to flee was conspicuous. Particularly for Xiao Chun, riding a master-level Mega Sharpedo made stealth nearly unattainable. Who is that? The Emperor questioned, observing Xiao Chen's retreat toward the spatial portal. But no one could provide an answer, as none knew his identity. Everyone, I shall take my leave first, Xiao Chen declared, stepping into the portal alongside Musashi and Kojiro, their forms vanishing from the sight of the Emperor and his entourage. Upon passing through the portal, they emerged into the outside world, only to find themselves encircled by a group clad in alliance uniforms. What are you doing here? A voice rang out, and a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Tian Wu, the one they had encountered previously at the Rocket Technology Company. Oh, it's you. Are you here to stop us? Xiao Chun recognized Tian Wu, a smile playing on his lips. Tian Wu took 2 steps back, remembering how close he had come to death at Xiao Chen's hands. The smile on Xiao Chen's face sent chills down his spine. Step aside, everyone. Tian Wu barked at his subordinates, realizing the precariousness of the situation. Wait, you can't let them go. Lord Tian Wu, didn't the elders decree that no one is to be released? A few obstinate individuals remained, questioning Tian Wu's commands. Tian Wu inwardly cursed his luck. How could there still be fools who failed to grasp the danger of provoking Xiao Chun? Even if the elders had issued an order, one must have the means to enforce it. He longed to silence the insolent subordinate. Silence. This is Lord Damu Chun, a master-level powerhouse. You have no right to question him. Tian Wu stepped forward and knocked the insolent one to the ground, then proceeded to inform his subordinates of Xiao Chen's formidable status. Upon hearing that Xiao Chun was a master-level fighter, those who had contemplated rising against him hesitated, particularly the one now sprawled on the ground, who feigned unconsciousness rather than risk standing up. Lord Tian Wu, may I leave now? Xiao Chun inquired with a grin, unable to suppress his amusement at Tian Wu's evident distress. Clearly, his earlier intimidation had left a lasting impression. Of course, Lord Damu Chun, please, right this way. Tian Wu replied, his tone overly obsequious, personally guiding Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, seeing Tian Wu's demeanor, chose not to press the issue further and, along with Musashi and Kojiro, sought out their subordinates stationed outside. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Arbok had fallen under the relentless assault of the Emperor and his guardians, prompting Lizard King to step in and take Arbok's place in the skirmish against the Emperor's forces. On the other hand, Acetylene and his companions were faring poorly against Houndoom. Their combined strength was inadequate, and they were being pushed back, with even the Pokémon of Disha sustaining severe injuries and unable to continue fighting. The pressure on Acetylene and Tian Tong intensified as their numbers dwindled from 3 to 2, praying that the Qin forces would swiftly conclude their battle to come to their aid. Boom. Just as the two factions clashed, a tremendous sound erupted from the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and the spatial portal vanished. Lightning flickered through the dense clouds. Roar. At that moment, Snorlax, who had been with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. As if sensing something, it emitted a thunderous roar towards the sky. Gradually, Snorlax began to ascend higher, nearing the cloud cover. A formidable aura enveloped Snorlax, its gaze fixed intently upwards, seemingly awaiting some celestial arrival. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky towards Snorlax. Yet, instead of cowering, Snorlax extended its hand to meet the descending thunderclap. The Emperor and his subordinates stood stunned, unable to fathom Snorlax's audacity in confronting the lightning with its bare body. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The bolt of lightning was dissipated by Snorlax. What? How is this possible? Acetylene shouted in disbelief. The very lightning that had threatened him moments ago could have obliterated his Pokémon. With the first bolt of lightning dissipated, the energy within the clouds surged, seemingly preparing for the next strike. Run! The Lizard King gazed at the Great Dane, who remained frozen in place, fully aware that the ensuing spectacle could inadvertently harm the onlookers. Upon hearing the Lizard King's warning, the Great Dane hesitated not a moment longer and promptly followed the Lizard King away. Observing their departure, Emperor Sure and the others also chose not to linger, for they understood that the storm was imminent, and thus they trailed the Lizard King into the distance. Ultimately, they settled in a clearing some distance from the Snorlax to observe the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Emperor Sure inquired of the Lizard King, knowing that the latter possessed crucial knowledge. Humph, the Lizard King scoffed, initially reluctant to respond to Emperor Sure's question. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to divulge some information, for sharing it would undoubtedly instill greater fear. Rest assured, Lord Snorlax is currently undergoing a tribulation, he proclaimed with an air of arrogance, as if he were the one ascending to the heavens. Tribulation? Emperor Sure queried, his brow furrowed in confusion, as he had never heard of Pokémon undergoing such a process. Humph, your ignorance is evident. When a Pokémon reaches a certain level of power and wishes to advance further, it must endure a tribulation. Surviving this trial allows one to ascend to the divine level. The Lizard King spoke with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Divine level. The moment the words left the Lizard King's lips, Emperor Sure and the others fell into deep contemplation. They had all reached the pinnacle of their strength, yet none understood the true meaning of the divine level, nor were they aware of the existence of even more formidable realms beyond it. What exactly do you mean by divine level? Acrylic inquired, his tone notably amiable, eager to glean the specifics regarding the divine level from the Lizard King. Given your courteous demeanor, I shall enlighten you about this so-called divine level, the Lizard King replied, recognizing Acrylic's sincerity and choosing not to withhold information. The divine level is attained when a Pokémon reaches the zenith of the master level and seeks to progress further by undergoing a thunder tribulation. It is said that there are 9 trials, which we refer to as the 9 heavenly tests. Only those who successfully pass through these 9 tribulations can attain the fabled divine level. Of course, not everyone can reach the divine level. After all, a Pokémon expends an immense amount of energy to attain the master level. Even upon reaching it, ascending to the divine level is nearly impossible. The Snorlax has dwelled at the master level for tens of thousands of years, planning its ascent to the divine level for just as long. Even so, it required external assistance to take this step. The Lizard King looked toward the Snorlax hovering in the air as he spoke. Divine level. Emperor Sure and the assembled master level individuals were filled with yearning at the notion of the divine level, wholly disregarding the challenges the Lizard King had described. What happens if one fails to pass the thunder tribulation? Sheen inquired, directing his gaze toward the Lizard King. Failing to pass the thunder tribulation? There are 3 possible outcomes. The first is death, obliterated by the force of the tribulation. The second possibility is survival despite failing the tribulation. Yet all of one's power is dissipated in the process, leaving one to merely exist in a pitiful state. The third scenario is somewhat unique. It applies to those who have survived the tribulation but suffered damage to their foundation during the experience. Although they have endured the tribulation, they are unable to attain divine level power, which we refer to as semi-divine level. Such individuals will not harm themselves, but their strength will fail to reach the master level, and they will never be able to attain the divine level. The Lizard King articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Emperor Sure's eyes glimmered with longing for the divine level, for he believed that with his Charizard's strength, he stood a chance at reaching it. However, the others had abandoned their previous aspirations, recognizing that with their current capabilities, not only was the divine level out of reach, but even navigating the master level remained uncertain, let alone that elusive divine level. Boom. Just then, the second thunder tribulation descended from the heavens. Roar. The Snorlax unleashed a beam of destructive energy towards the incoming bolt of lightning. Boom. The thunder and the beam clashed, resulting in a violent explosion in the sky. Yet, the Snorlax had no respite, for the third thunder tribulation soon followed. As the third bolt approached, the Snorlax realized that the previous attack had drained a significant portion of its energy. With the subsequent tribulations growing ever stronger, it needed to conserve its strength. So it resolved to withstand this strike with its formidable physique. What is the Snorlax doing? Is it seeking its own demise? Emperor Sure observed, mistaking the Snorlax's lack of response to the thunder tribulation as an indication of surrender. What is happening with Lord Snorlax? The Lizard King, too, was incredulous. Having never experienced a thunder tribulation himself and unable to comprehend the Snorlax's actions. Boom. The third thunder tribulation struck heavily upon the Snorlax, causing its fur to bristle. Roar. The Snorlax roared defiantly, using its robust body to absorb the impact of the thunder, successfully holding back the third bolt. Huff, huff. In midair, the Snorlax gasped for breath, having sustained considerable damage from that strike. While it was not incapacitated, it had undoubtedly weakened its ability to face the upcoming tribulations. However, the thunder tribulations would not relent simply because the Snorlax was in a weakened state. A bolt even more powerful than the previous ones descended from the sky, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed intent on consuming the Snorlax. Roar. The Snorlax faced the incoming thunder with a defiant roar, exhibiting no trace of fear as it charged toward the bolt. Boom. Despite the Snorlax's immense strength, it was still overwhelmed by the force of the thunder, struggling to breathe as it summoned every ounce of energy to disperse the bolt entirely. At this point, the Snorlax felt a wave of exhaustion wash over it. Reluctantly, it began to descend toward the ground, realizing it would have to endure the remaining 5 tribulations there. Are you not going to assist the Snorlax? Emperor Sure inquired of the Lizard King and Great Dane, who were merely spectators beside him. This thunder tribulation can only be overcome by the Snorlax itself. Any interference would only amplify the power of the tribulation. Moreover, with our strength, we would merely be a burden, unable to withstand even a single bolt. The Lizard King replied with a touch of resignation. If assistance were possible, the Snorlax would have long since summoned other powerful Pokémon to shield it from the tribulations. The Lizard King knew the Snorlax well, having been acquainted with it for so long. Boom. Just as the conversation concluded, the 5th thunder tribulation descended from the heavens. Roar. The Snorlax let out a mighty roar, gathering energy in its mouth and compressing it before launching it at the thunder. Boom. The thunder collided with the destructive beam, resulting in an explosion that engulfed the surroundings, blinding the onlookers. After a considerable time, the explosion subsided. At that moment, the Snorlax knelt on one knee, struggling to support its massive frame. Its breathing was erratic. To withstand this bolt, it had expended all the strength within its body. Yet still, for more tribulations awaited it. Snorlax found himself bereft of breath, for the 6th bolt of tribulation thunder had descended from the heavens, bearing an immense force aimed directly at him, as if intent on utterly shattering Snorlax with this singular strike. So you wish to kill me? In your dreams. Curse you, heavens. Snorlax rose, fury igniting within him as he gazed upon the approaching thunder, letting out a roar of defiance, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into his right hand. He leaped high, reaching out to confront the thunderbolt head-on. With a deafening explosion, Snorlax's form was completely engulfed. The Lizard King and Emperor Sure Huang stood transfixed, their focus unwavering, eager to discern the outcome of this climactic clash. After a protracted moment, the swirling dust began to settle, revealing Snorlax's enormous body sprawled upon the ground, marred by blood, and his right arm conspicuously absent. Had Snorlax perished? Chapter 201, The Lizard King's Sacrifice. The Lizard King was taken aback, unable to fathom that the seemingly invincible Snorlax had succumbed so easily. This bolt of tribulation was indeed formidable. Even a creature as powerful as Snorlax had fallen prey to it. Emperor Sure Huang, equally astonished, recognized that Snorlax's strength surpassed that of his own Charizard. And now witnessing its fall gave him a stark awareness of the thunder's might. Suddenly, the thunderstorm overhead showed no signs of abating. It continued to coalesce ominously. This shouldn't be. Snorlax is dead. Why does the thunder still gather? Unless... The Lizard King fixed his gaze upon Snorlax, seeking to validate his suspicions. Indeed, he observed a faint tremor ripple through Snorlax's massive form, and the remnants of his arm began to stir. Snorlax was not dead, screamed the Lizard King, his voice ringing out. As if stirred by his declaration, all eyes turned to Snorlax, who, though battered, had risen to his feet once more. With a defiant roar, Snorlax swung the soul arm he had left towards the sky, as if declaring war against the thunderstorm. The thunder seemed to respond, gathering even more ferociously. At that moment, Snorlax began to consume a long-sought precious herb, striving to restore his vitality in preparation for the impending thunder. The 7th bolt of tribulation had completed its gathering, and with a resounding crash, it hurtled towards Snorlax. In that instant, Snorlax appeared diminutive against the wrath of the thunder, yet he faced it without fear, charging forward. The thunder struck him down, but it too had been thwarted by Snorlax's resilient stand. However, Snorlax's condition had deteriorated further. One of his legs had been obliterated. Is it truly necessary to continue? Without limbs, even if he succeeds in weathering the storm, what remains? Emperor Shi Huang inquired, glancing at the Lizard King. Alas, once the tribulation begins, it cannot be halted. If one fails to endure the thunder, it will only cease when the aspirant perishes. Moreover, it is said that surviving the tribulation grants the body a chance to be reforged anew. Thus, for Snorlax, persevering is the wisest course. The Lizard King observed Snorlax, who stood valiantly on one leg, gazing defiantly at the sky, and felt a surge of admiration for his indomitable spirit. "Hey, Lizard King," Snorlax suddenly called out. Was he addressing you? Emperor Shi Huang looked at the Lizard King. The Lizard King was momentarily bewildered, unsure of why Snorlax sought him now. Did he require assistance? But this was a tribulation. His presence would be futile. "Lizard King." Snorlax's voice rang out again, dispelling any hesitation. The Lizard King moved toward Snorlax, aware that this summons could bode ill, yet compelled to respond. Long ago, before he ascended to mastery, Snorlax had once saved his life, and he had vowed to repay that debt. Approaching cautiously, the Lizard King halted at a safe distance, mindful that advancing too close would place him within the storm's reach, which he wished to avoid to spare Snorlax further challenges. "My Lord Snorlax, do you require my assistance?" he inquired, ensuring that Snorlax truly desired him to approach, knowing that any ensuing trouble would rest upon Snorlax's shoulders. "Stay where you are, but I require something from you. Will you oblige?" Snorlax responded, aware that while he could act directly, his current state, coupled with the distance, might hinder his ability to compel the Lizard King. "Speak your request, whatever I possess, I shall grant you." The Lizard King, having gleaned some understanding, pressed for clarity. "Due to the tribulation, I find myself unable to continue the fight. Another bolt will soon descend, and in my current state, I cannot withstand it. Therefore, I wish to borrow your life force to help me navigate this perilous moment. Will you consent?" Snorlax's gaze held a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Snorlax's proposition, the Lizard King's expression darkened as his fears were confirmed, yet he ultimately resolved to accept. "My Lord Snorlax, I shall comply, but I have a small request. Should I fall, I hope you will protect my kin. I implore you to honor this vow. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your lineage and ensure that a master-level existence emerges among them once more." Snorlax assured the Lizard King. "Then let us proceed." The Lizard King closed his eyes. In a fit of elation, Snorlax wasted no time, unleashing a surge of green energy towards the Lizard King, a technique reminiscent of his earlier maneuver with Jengar. Enveloped by the verdant essence, the Lizard King endured the excruciating sensation of his life force being siphoned away. Yet he bore the agony stoically. In a brief span, the Lizard King's vitality was entirely drained, leaving him a lifeless husk. Observing from a distance, Emperor Shi Huang marveled at the unwavering loyalty of Snorlax's subordinate. Nearby, the great hound trembled in fear, dreading a similar summons from Snorlax, for unlike the Lizard King, it was unwilling to sacrifice itself. With the Lizard King's life energy consumed, Snorlax felt his injuries mend at a visibly rapid pace. Though his severed limbs would not regrow, the power within him surged back to its zenith. Snorlax emitted a soothing murmuring sound, its masterful life energy having surpassed the pinnacle of power. Thunder rumbled ominously as the 8th lightning tribulation completed its buildup, hurtling towards Snorlax. To Snorlax's surprise, excitement glimmered in its eyes as it beheld the approaching tribulation. "I fear you not anymore," Snorlax bellowed skyward. Chapter 202, Half-Step to Divinity. "At long last, I found you. Your hiding place is exceedingly well concealed," Musashi remarked, somewhat incredulous, as she observed her subordinates all tucked away within a cave. She had not anticipated that this group would choose such a refuge. It took considerable effort from her, along with Shota and Kojiro, to locate them. "Isn't it our instruction for them to wait outside?" Shota interrupted Musashi, noting that he too would have sought shelter given the presence of so many master-level beings. "Let us proceed to the spatial teleportation portal." "Wait, did we not just come from there? Why must we return?" Musashi queried, perplexed. "When we exited, several master-level individuals entered, and I observed a few of the Qin protectors trailing behind a young man. That individual is likely the Emperor of Qin, and our intent is to join the Qin. Is it not? We must await our future leader," Shota explained, harboring ulterior motives, as he anticipated further developments within the secret realm once those inside emerged. "Very well," Musashi conceded reluctantly. Although she was hesitant to return, she felt compelled to follow her superior. With their target established, Shota led his subordinates toward the entrance of the secret realm, contemplating whether to venture inside once more. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Snorlax faced the encroaching lightning tribulation, unleashing a destructive beam with all its might. Despite having reached the zenith of its power, the ninth tribulation loomed, and Snorlax expended nearly all its strength to withstand the eighth. Gazing skyward, Snorlax's eyes burned with fervor. Only one final tribulation remained. If it could endure this last trial, it would ascend to divinity. What? Just one final tribulation left? Surely it cannot succeed. Acrylic exclaimed in terror, fearing that should Snorlax achieve divinity, it might turn against them. Where else can you flee? The teleportation portal has vanished, and do you believe our wolf brother will allow you to escape? Am I not correct, wolf brother? The emperor remarked with a smile, directing his gaze at the great wolf dog. Though the great wolf dog remained silent, it thought to itself that if not for the fear of Snorlax exacting revenge later, it would have been the first to flee. Acrylic, hearing the emperor's words, could only stand helplessly, silently wishing for Snorlax to fail its tribulation and perish. Boom. At that moment, the lightning tribulation in the sky coalesced into a singular bolt, erupting with a resounding crack as it surged toward Snorlax. Come and fight. Snorlax roared with determination, knowing that if it could withstand this final trial, it would attain the fabled realm of divinity. With a thunderous clash, Snorlax collided with the ninth tribulation, the resulting shockwave radiating outward. After an extended silence, the world returned to calm. The dark clouds dissipated, and the spatial teleportation portal reappeared. How did it go? Did Snorlax succeed? Acrylic asked eagerly. But no one could provide an answer, as they were all searching for Snorlax's figure. Could it be dead? The great wolf dog interjected, a hint of excitement in its tone, for if Snorlax were to perish, it would mean the remaining master-level beings would fall under its dominion. Do you wish for my demise? A voice suddenly echoed. Snorlax appeared, having materialized not far from the emperor and his companions. It looked ragged, with both arms missing and only one leg remaining, seemingly at the end of its tether. Yet, no one dared to underestimate Snorlax. Its survival through the tribulation indicated it had likely entered the realm of divinity, a power they could not afford to provoke. My lord Snorlax, you must have misheard. I meant to congratulate you on successfully overcoming the tribulation and breaking through to divinity. I would gladly serve you henceforth, the great wolf dog declared, eager to pledge loyalty upon witnessing Snorlax's survival. Breakthrough? Not quite. I was mere moments away from achieving divinity. Snorlax's voice was frigid, laced with fury. It had been so close to transcending, yet due to severe injuries, it could not absorb sufficient energy during the tribulation, resulting in only a half step to divinity. As previously mentioned by the Lizard King. The breakthrough failed? The great wolf dog looked at Snorlax, bewildered that it had not succeeded. Indeed, countless years of preparation reduced to nothing in this moment. Snorlax chuckled bitterly, the notion of merely a half step to divinity being an unbearable outcome. Moreover, its body was gravely wounded from the tribulation. If it did not tend to its injuries swiftly, it might struggle to maintain even its half-step status. Suddenly, Snorlax's gaze fell upon the emperor and his companions, a glint of greed in its eyes as it observed the powerful Pokémon by their side. An idea formed in Snorlax's mind. Might I inquire who you are? Snorlax asked, directing its attention to the emperor. Greetings, I am Shi Huang, the leader of the Qin. And these are the elders of the League, the emperor explained, aware that Snorlax had not attained divinity, yet its strength remained formidable. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Snorlax contemplated not their identities, but how to subjugate them. Great Wolf Dog, would you consider becoming part of my being and battling alongside me in the future? Snorlax suddenly addressed the Great Wolf Dog. The Great Wolf Dog was momentarily at a loss for words. It certainly did not wish for death. However, Snorlax did not grant it the luxury of contemplation. Green light surged from Snorlax, enveloping the Great Wolf Dog. Roar! The Great Wolf Dog howled, taken aback by Snorlax's sudden action, struggling to respond in time. As it was ensconced in the verdant light, it felt its strength being relentlessly siphoned away, and it resisted fiercely. The Great Wolf Dog did not wish to meet the same fate as the Lizard King and Jengar, and it sought to save itself. Why do you not stop it? If you wait until it regains its strength, you will be next. The Great Wolfhound shouted towards the Emperor Qin and his companions, hoping to receive assistance. Chapter 203, The Tenacious Snorlax. Upon hearing the Wolfhound's plea, the Emperor and his comrades did not hesitate to adopt a battle stance against Snorlax. Observing the determined demeanor of the Emperor and his entourage, Snorlax squinted slightly. Initially, It intended to absorb the wolfhound's energy first, recuperate some strength, and then confront the Pokémon of these humans. However, it did not anticipate that the wolfhound would disrupt its plans. What? You intend to fight? If you leave now, I shall pretend nothing has occurred, Snorlax said, eyeing the Emperor and his companions with narrowed eyes. It could sense their formidable power, whereas it was grievously injured. Should a confrontation ensue, it might not stand a chance against them. Even if it managed to win, its wounds would only worsen, prompting it to wish for the Emperor and his companions to withdraw. Attack! The Emperor commanded, having detected the glint of greed in Snorlax's gaze as it eyed his Pokémon. If they allowed Snorlax to absorb the wolfhound, their fate would be sealed once it regained its strength. Roar! The Emperor's Charizard launched the first fiery assault towards Snorlax, and the others followed suit, directing their Pokémon to attack. Damn it! Snorlax, infuriated by the sudden onslaught, ceased its absorption of the wolfhound's power and turned to face the incoming attacks from the Emperor and his companions. However, severely wounded as it was, it could only stand on one leg, struggling to withstand the barrage from 7 Master-level Pokémon. Snorlax gathered destructive energy in its mouth, unleashing a devastating beam towards the incoming threats. Boom! The clash of numerous powerful moves created an astonishing explosion. Snorlax, reduced to one leg, was sent flying by the overwhelming force but suffered no significant harm. Glaring at the Emperor and his companions, Snorlax's fury was barely contained. Yet, it recognized that it was not a match for them at this moment. In its heart, a scheme began to form. The sheer number of adversaries posed a challenge. But if it could eliminate a few, the remaining would prove no threat. I surrender. Snorlax abruptly bent its remaining leg and knelt before the Emperor and his companions, declaring its capitulation. Indeed, upon witnessing Snorlax's surrender, the Emperor and his companions ceased their assault and approached the colossal creature. The Emperor gazed at Snorlax, his mind racing with thoughts. In this secret realm, he had already lost 5 Master-level Guardians, a considerable setback. However, capturing Snorlax could not only recover his losses, but also bolster the strength of his Qin dynasty. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The once kneeling Snorlax suddenly sprang to life, opening its cavernous mouth wide. But its target was not the Emperor. Snorlax was no fool, aware of Charizard's formidable strength. It aimed instead at Tian-Tong and his Pokémon. With a swift kick, Snorlax crushed the unsuspecting Tian-Tong, turning him into a mere pancake. Simultaneously, it pounced on Tian-Tong's Pokémon, sinking its teeth into its head. Tian-Tong's Pokémon struggled desperately to escape Snorlax's grip. Yet, Snorlax would not grant it any opportunity. With a powerful bite, a sickening crunch echoed as it severed the creature's neck, its head tumbling away. In the blink of an eye, Snorlax had dispatched a master-level opponent. Damn it! Eliminate it quickly! The Emperor exclaimed, astonished by the swift demise of one of his comrades. No longer hesitating, he commanded his companions to attack Snorlax. Yet, Snorlax had no intent of engaging directly. It deftly evaded their onslaught and charged towards Disha and his Pokémon. Disha's Pokémon had been gravely injured in its prior battle with the Wolfhound, making it an easy target for Snorlax. Without hesitation, Snorlax lunged at Disha and his Pokémon. Although they attempted to react, Snorlax's powerful kick sent Disha's Pokémon crashing to the ground, while Disha, a mere trainer, could not prevent the impending assault. Disha was crushed under Snorlax's foot, and his Pokémon met a similar fate. Disha, Bingxiang shouted, horrified to witness his 2 companions fall before his eyes. Destroy that beast. Bingxiang commanded his Pokémon, fully aware of the dire consequences of losing all his master-level allies, especially with the discord between him and the leader, Lan Yin. Though he was a master-level warrior, he knew he would face repercussions from Lan Yin. While he would not face death, he would undoubtedly lose much of his authority. Roar! Snorlax roared in anger as it was struck by Bingxiang's Pokémon, sending it flying. Charizard, unleash your flame. Just as Snorlax prepared to finish off Bingxiang, the Emperor and his guardians rushed to provide support. Snorlax found itself retreating under their relentless assault. Wolfhound, will you not assist? Do you think I would fare well if I perish? Snorlax bellowed angrily at the onlooking Wolfhound. After a moment of hesitation, the Wolfhound finally joined the fray. Snorlax grinned at this development, emboldened by the Wolfhound's participation, believing it could now annihilate the humans entirely. What? Wolfhound, we just saved you. The Emperor shouted in disbelief, not expecting the creature to betray them after their assistance. Ignoring the Emperor, the Wolfhound charged directly towards Snorlax. Just as Snorlax assumed the Wolfhound was there to aid it, an unexpected twist occurred. In a leap, the Wolfhound lunged onto Snorlax. opening its gaping maw to bite at Snorlax's head. It was not for lack of trying that the wolfhound did not target Snorlax's neck. The creature's thick fat made it nearly impossible to reach. Roar! Snorlax, taken off guard by the sudden attack, let out an enraged roar as the wolfhound savagely tore at its head. With no hands to grasp the wolfhound, Snorlax could only hop on one leg, desperately shaking its head in an attempt to dislodge the assailant. Yet, all efforts proved futile. In that moment, Snorlax devised a plan. Summoning all its strength, it toppled forward, bringing both itself and the wolfhound crashing to the ground. Roar! The immense impact forced the wolfhound to release its grip on Snorlax. Seizing the opportunity, Snorlax opened its jaws wide, aiming for the wolfhound. Die. Chapter 204. A bloodbath against Snorlax. Snorlax glared at the wolfhound, filled with fury, and lunged to bite down. Wait, Snorlax, I was wrong. Spare me. Crunch. The wolfhound's plea was cut short as Snorlax bit down on its neck, severing its head, which rolled away lifelessly. Such was the fate of those who betray me. Snorlax glared at the lifeless great wolf dog, seething with anger. Despite having vanquished the beast, it bore considerable wounds. Its face was a gruesome mess, one of its eyes completely missing, leaving behind a hollow socket, and one of its ears had been torn off. Kill this wretch. The first emperor, witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon Snorlax, realized that it could not endure for much longer. Upon hearing the command from the first emperor, several guardians of the Qin dynasty advanced, directing their Pokémon to launch an assault on Snorlax. Aware of the impending threat, Snorlax deftly rolled aside to evade the first wave of attacks. However, the first emperor and his allies were not to be trifled with. They swiftly initiated a second round of offensive maneuvers. Snorlax, nearly spent, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Submit and perish, the first emperor declared, understanding that if Snorlax could not be tamed, it must be eliminated. Everyone, assist me in blocking these humans. Seeing the menacing approach of the first emperor and his entourage, Snorlax dared not linger and immediately directed its body to fly away. Simultaneously, it called upon the Pokémon army that had been too frightened to come closer. At Snorlax's command, the army surged forward, positioning themselves in front of the first emperor and his companions. Ignore them. Pursue Snorlax, the first emperor shouted at his subordinates, unwilling to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Should Snorlax escape and recuperate, revenge would surely follow. The first emperor and his closest allies hastily dispatched the surrounding Pokémon, who posed little threat to them and were unable to withstand the might of the Qin without a master-level Pokémon leading them. Yet unexpectedly, Snorlax seized the moment of distraction to launch a counterattack, charging directly at the first emperor. Snorlax understood the strategy of capturing the leader first. If the first emperor were slain, the rest would be rendered impotent. What? The first emperor was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Snorlax. His Charizard engaged in battle with the Pokémon army and unable to defend him in time. As Snorlax approached, the first emperor found himself at a loss. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Just then, Qini stepped in front of the first emperor with his Charizard, blocking Snorlax's advance. Realizing the dire situation, Snorlax attempted to retreat. But it was too late. It was cornered by Qin and two other guardians of the Qin, while the first emperor's Charizard returned to the fray. Snorlax now faced 5 opponents. Where do you think you're going? I shall grant you one last chance. Submit to me, or face death. The first emperor regarded Snorlax, still hoping to capture it. Damn humans. You wish to capture me? In your dreams. Come forth in battle. Snorlax roared in fury, charging toward the first emperor and his allies. However, Snorlax overestimated its abilities. Against the combined might of 5 master-level Pokémon, the severely injured Snorlax stood no chance, and the tide of battle shifted in favor of the first emperor. Cursed be this creature. Snorlax was knocked to the ground, rising in anger, now 1 ear less, a symbol of its defeat. Understanding that escape was futile, Snorlax gritted its teeth, resolved to take its foes down with it. With a mighty roar, Snorlax lunged at the first emperor, the target of its deepest ire. Charizard, use Fire Blast. The first emperor, unfazed by the approaching Snorlax, calmly commanded his Charizard, confident in its superiority. Unwavering, Snorlax opened its maw, unleashing a beam of destructive energy to counter the attack. The two assaults collided, creating a vast explosion that obscured Snorlax's form in a cloud of smoke, leaving the first emperor and his cohort disoriented, unable to ascertain their positions. Nevertheless, the first emperor was unconcerned about Snorlax escaping, as they had strategically positioned themselves to prevent any such occurrence. Be cautious, the first emperor warned as Snorlax vanished from view. But it was too late. A piercing scream shattered the tension. Not good. The first emperor realized with dread that the cry belonged to his subordinate, Qin Shi. Charizard, disperse the smoke. The first emperor immediately commanded, and Charizard obeyed, flapping its powerful wings to clear the haze. Snorlax's figure reemerged, now facing Qin Shi's Charizard. While Qin Shi lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Not foolish, Snorlax recognized its slim chances of defeating a master-level Pokémon, so it shifted its focus to the vulnerable trainer. Seizing the moment, Snorlax bypassed Qin Shi's Charizard and swiftly dispatched him. Pokémon accustomed to their trainer's commands falter without them, regardless of their prowess. Qin Shi, the first emperor's fury ignited upon witnessing yet another subordinate fall. In this secret realm, he had already lost 6 men, an unbearable loss. Enraged, the first emperor and his companions launched their most ferocious assault against Snorlax. With its trainer slain, Qin Shi's Charizard, consumed by rage, charged at Snorlax for vengeance. Snorlax, faced with a barrage of powerful attacks, could only attempt to evade. However, its stamina waned, and ultimately, it succumbed to several strikes. Huh, you vile creature. You have finally met your end. Were you not invincible moments ago? The first emperor declared, pressing his foot down upon Snorlax's head as he spoke. The others joined in, relieved to see the formidable beast finally subdued. Qin Shi's Charizard approached, mimicking the first emperor's gesture, stepping onto Snorlax as a means of retribution for its fallen trainer. Yet at that moment, the seemingly lifeless Snorlax stirred. Chapter 205, Unwelcome Guests. What? No. The first emperor realized with horror that Snorlax had not perished, but being so close. Escape was implausible. In its moment of desperation, Snorlax raised its head, not targeting the first emperor, but aiming at Qin Shi's Charizard, unleashing a beam of energy. Thud. Qin Shi's Charizard was pierced through the throat by the beam. Gasping in agony, it attempted to roar, but was rendered silent, ultimately collapsing in defeat. A smirk crept upon Snorlax's lips as it witnessed the fall of the Charizard, casting an eerie smile at the first emperor and his companions. Haha, I have perished. But do not expect to have it easy. After uttering these words, Snorlax tilted its head and succumbed to its demise. Meanwhile, Emperor Qin and his companions finally regained their senses, astonished that Snorlax had exchanged itself with their side in its final moments. The Emperor paid no heed to Snorlax and instead approached to examine the Charizard belonging to Qin Wu, only to find it beyond salvation. The death of the Charizard ignited a furious wrath within the Emperor, for it was his invaluable asset in this world. Indeed, he was a time traveler. Originally known as Qin Lao San, a delivery rider working for a fast food enterprise named Liang de Kuai on the Blue Planet, catering to the insatiable appetites of customers. However, during a delivery, he encountered a fabled trap, which was not the ordinary kind, but rather one that transformed a single client into 10. Faced with 10 formidable women, Qin Lao San felt his legs tremble. While he might have managed with 10 alluring ladies, these individuals were robust and well past their 40s. Embodying the predatory instincts of wolves. Realizing that he could not escape unscathed, he prepared to flee, only to find the door blocked by their anticipatory instincts. Despair filled his heart as he gazed upon the 10 muscular women, their eyes glinting with the predatory gaze of wolves eyeing a rabbit. Yet, as the saying goes, the customer is king, and with the promise of a generous tip, Qin Lao San reluctantly accepted the daunting assignment. After a night of arduous endeavors, he finally completed the task. Upon settling the bill, he stepped outside, but was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. His vision blurred, and he felt as though he were floating. As he descended the stairs, he accidentally missed a step and tumbled downwards. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he rolled from the 10th floor to the ground level, executing smooth turns at every corner until he finally came to a halt. Although the descent was graceful, it cost him his life. However, through this bizarre twist of fate, he found himself in the world of Pokémon. Lacking any system, he nevertheless arrived with 10 master-level Charizards. Realizing the potential within his grasp, he swiftly gathered a following and established a faction named Qin. Holding deep admiration for a great figure from ancient history, he adopted the title of Emperor Qin. Subsequently, he selected 8 loyal subordinates from Qin, assigning each a Charizard to expand their influence, thus marking Qin's emergence in the Sinnoh region. Little did he anticipate that the formidable faction he had painstakingly built would suffer such grievous losses due to a mere secret realm. This time, he ventured forth with nearly all of Qin's might, retaining only 1 master-level Charizard at headquarters as a precaution. Yet, the outcome was catastrophic. Not only did he lose 6 loyal subordinates, but also 6 master-level Pokémon, inciting his furious ire. As he surveyed the scene, particularly the lifeless bodies strewn about, his heart ached with sorrow. Suddenly, he recalled that a secret realm must harbor treasures, prompting him to lead a search with a few subordinates. Even if no treasures were found, capturing some near-master-level Pokémon from the slain foes could mitigate his losses. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, fissures appearing as the earth cracked open. The sky mirrored the chaos below, fracturing ominously as Emperor Qin and his companions witnessed the phenomenon often referred to as the sky falling. Boom. Chunks of cloud plummeted from above, shattering upon impact. The Pokémon in the vicinity, startled by the unfolding spectacle, scattered in panic, yet faced a grim fate regardless of their attempts to flee. What shall we do? Acrylic glanced at Emperor Qin, panic evident in his voice. The Emperor, equally astonished by the scene, suddenly spotted the spatial portal previously used by Xiao Chun and the others. As a fellow time traveler, he understood its significance. Quick, that spatial portal. We must make our escape, he bellowed to the remaining few. Mounting his Charizard and racing toward the portal, he realized that this unstable realm was on the brink of collapse. Any delay could spell doom for him. The others, hearing his command, hastened toward the portal as well. At last, just as the space completely crumbled, Emperor Qin and his companions stepped through the portal. Once they had departed, the realm collapsed entirely, leaving nothing but void in its wake. Ah, we are finally out. Upon emerging, Emperor Qin and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled by the scene before them. They found themselves encircled by a group of individuals, their Pokémon glaring menacingly at them. Above, 6 figures perched upon their Pokémon observed Emperor Qin and his companions with cold gazes. The central figure, a woman seated atop a Jengar, regarded them with icy malevolence, commanding the Jengar to advance toward them. Emperor Qin's instincts kicked in. These newcomers were not to be trifled with. Chapter 206, The Crisis of Daqin. President Lanin, what is the meaning of this? Emperor Qin squinted at the approaching Lanin. Indeed, the one encircling Emperor Qin and his companions was none other than Lanin, president of the Sinnoh League. Behind her stood the champion of Sinnoh, Zhelan, the president of the Hoenn League, Tianli, the champion of Hoenn, Daegu, the president of the Kalos League, Dazhuang, and the champion of Kalos, Karuni. At this moment, Emperor Qin felt a deep-seated apprehension toward Lanin. Daqin's power had significantly waned, and he had previously provoked them on their home turf, leaving in defeat. His actions had undoubtedly humiliated Lanin, and her gathering of such a formidable assembly could only signify intentions of retribution. With his current strength, should they wish to act against him, Daqin would be in peril. Elder Acrylic, may I inquire why the 3 elders, including Tiantong, who entered the secret realm alongside you, did not emerge with you? Lanin ignored Emperor Qin, her gaze fixed intently on Acrylic. Originally, she had no intention of entering the secret realm, but upon receiving news of Qingye's demise, she was merely taken aback. However, upon learning of the deaths of Tiantong and Dishan, she could no longer remain passive. At that moment, she was engaged in discussions with the presidents and champions of the Hoenn and Kalos Leagues regarding plans for the Kanto region. But the sudden loss of 3 master-level powerhouses from her faction left her restless. In the realm of mastery, few serve under her command. Yet the trio from Tiantong held unwavering loyalty to Lanin. The sudden demise of all 3 was an unbearable blow for her. Consequently, Lanin promptly terminated the meeting and hastened to this location, accompanied by Dazhuang and others, who were equally astonished by the event. Acrylic, observing Lanin, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, with the 3 elders deceased and having emerged alongside the individuals from Daqin, suspicion was inevitable. None of those who entered with Acrylic had survived, and Lanin would surely distrust the words of the Daqin members. Given her already strained relationship with Lanin due to the former president's affairs, any misstep could spell trouble for Acrylic. Nevertheless, he chose not to conceal anything and recounted the events in the secret realm truthfully, detailing their discovery of Qingye's demise, the encounter with the Snorlax that led to the downfall of Tiantong and Dishan, and their subsequent departure after vanquishing the Snorlax. Lanin gazed intently into Acrylic's eyes, hoping to detect any hint of deceit, yet found none. In truth, Lanin harbored a desire to eliminate Acrylic, a staunch supporter of the former president. Aside from Acrylic, the remaining loyalists had been discreetly dealt with. Had this incident occurred in the past, she would have swiftly resolved Acrylic's fate. However, the current circumstances compelled her to refrain. With 3 master-level figures lost within the alliance, the repercussions were irreparable. Should she also eliminate Acrylic, the alliance would undoubtedly falter, jeopardizing her own position. Thus, for the sake of her own interests, Lanin resolved not to act against Acrylic at this juncture. Meanwhile, Dazhuang and the others behind Lanin were intrigued by Acrylic's words. particularly the mention of the god-level beings above the master rank, which ignited their aspirations. Elder Acrylic, please return to the Alliance for now. We shall discuss your matters later. Lanine refrained from further inquiries and instructed Acrylic to leave, then turned her attention to Shi Huang and his companions. Shi Huang, it is truly unexpected that your Daqin suffered the loss of 6 master-level figures in this secret realm. Lanine's tone carried a hint of mockery as she regarded Shi Huang. While she mourned the loss of her 3 master-level elders, the news of Daqin's 6 guardians perishing in the secret realm alleviated her distress considerably. Shi Huang, perceiving the derisive expression on Lanine's face, felt a surge of anger but restrained himself, knowing that any confrontation could endanger both himself and his 2 brothers. Chairwoman Lanine, do you have any further instructions? If not, we shall take our leave. Shi Huang spoke with a neutral demeanor. Instructions are not my concern. I simply wish to ascertain whether the deaths of my 3 elders are connected to your Daqin. Lanine's tone sharpened, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Shi Huang. Did not Elder Acrylic state that the deaths of your 3 elders were caused by the Snorlax? It has nothing to do with us, Shi Huang replied, maintaining his composure. Unyielding to Lanine's accusations, he was prepared to confront her if she persisted in her unfounded claims. While Elder Acrylic mentioned that Tiantong and Dishan fell to the Snorlax, he was uncertain about Elder Qingye's demise. May I infer that it was your Daqin that killed Elder Qingye? Lanine stated coolly. Even if Qingye had not perished at Shi Huang's hands, Lanine sought to place the blame squarely upon him. The Daqin faction instilled in her a profound sense of caution. Despite their current weakened state, Lanine could not afford to let her guard down entirely. She plotted to ally with her companions to eradicate the Daqin threat entirely. Shi Huang, realizing that a resolution to this matter was unattainable, understood that leaving today without a resolution was impossible. What do you intend to do? He asked, unwilling to engage in conflict, preferring to pay a price for a safe departure. What do I want? I suspect that you have conspired to assassinate my alliance's elders. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, none of you shall leave this place alive. Lanine declared, her voice ringing with authority. As her words echoed, the onlookers prepared for battle, their eyes glinting with hostility, ready to pounce on Shi Huang at Lanine's command. What explanation do you seek? Shi Huang struggled to maintain his composure. Despite the urge to confront Lanine directly, he recognized that should he perish today, all would be lost. His only chance lay in returning to headquarters, where he might find a path to redemption. All personnel from Daqin are to be absorbed into my alliance from this day forth. I shall appoint you all as elders. But your Pokémon must be temporarily surrendered to me. Once stability is restored, I will return them. Naturally, during this period, the alliance will provide Pokémon for your use. What say you, Shi Huang? Lanine proposed, her intent to seize Shi Huang's Pokémon driven by her lack of trust, as their formidable power posed a threat that the current strength of the Sinnoh alliance could not contain. Shi Huang, enraged by Lanine's terms, felt that he would prefer death over such an arrangement. Without his Pokémon by his side, Lanine could strike whenever she pleased. You must be dreaming. Chapter 207, Lanine's Sacrifice. You expect us to surrender our Pokémon? Not a chance. We would rather perish together. Shi Huang roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Lanine. The notion of relinquishing their Pokémon was utterly unacceptable. Lanine's expression darkened upon Shi Huang's outburst. She had not anticipated such defiance. Staring at Shi Huang and his allies, now poised for battle, she hesitated. Her intention was to recruit them, not annihilate them. After all, eliminating Shi Huang would yield her nothing, while persuading them to serve her would provide her with powerful allies. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you surrender or not? Lanine took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Let battle commence. Shi Huang bellowed, directing his Charizard toward Lanine, his resolve clear through his actions. Qin Yi and Qin Sen wasted no time and commanded their Pokémon to follow suit. Damn it, Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Enraged by Shi Huang's sudden assault, Lanine retaliated, directing her Jengar to counterattack. The Shadow Ball neutralized Shi Huang's Charizard's assault, yet Qin Yi and Qin Sen's attacks came in swift succession, causing Lanine's Jengar to stagger back under the onslaught. Curse you, Zhulan. Are you blind? Hurry and assist me. Lanine shouted in fury at Zhulan. Although her anger was more a rallying cry to the spectators behind her, yet Zhulan could not be faulted. The sudden aggression from Shi Huang had left her unable to respond immediately. With Lanine's fury ignited, Zhulan wasted no time and commanded her Sharpedo to join the fray. Da Zhuang and Tianli exchanged a glance, yet neither exhibited any intention to intervene. Just moments ago, Lanine had unequivocally lambasted them all, and they were disinclined to offer assistance. Meanwhile, Dao and Kalyuni, who had initially intended to step forward, were halted in their tracks by their leader's stern gaze. Despite the addition of Zhulan, the situation for Lan Yin remained dire. Her Gingawei was at a lower level than Shi Huang's Charizard, firmly suppressed, while Qin Yi's Charizard lurked nearby, occasionally launching attacks on her Gingawei. If this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable for Lan Yin. Zhulan's predicament was even more precarious. Her Sharpedo was significantly outmatched by Qin San's Charizard, leaving her disoriented and at considerable risk of losing. Observing the unfolding scenario and the indifference of her companions behind her, Lan Yin was consumed by anger and regret for her earlier impulsiveness. Gingawei Mega Evolve, Lan Yin commanded, reluctantly urging her Gingawei to undergo Mega Evolution to augment its power. Upon evolving, Gingawei's level surged to 108, surpassing Shi Huang's Charizard by a notch. "Humph, you are no longer my match," Lan Yin declared, her expression radiating arrogance as she regarded Shi Huang. "Oh, is that so? Then behold this," Shi Huang replied, extending his wrist to reveal a colorful stone. The keystone. Lan Yin gasped in astonishment. Shi Huang possessing a keystone indicated that his Charizard could also Mega Evolve. Charizard Mega Evolve. As anticipated, Shi Huang's Charizard underwent Mega Evolution. As a time traveler, he could hardly forsake such a method to enhance his strength. Upon stabilizing in this world, he had his subordinates procure the Mega Stones and Keystones for him. He had always regarded Mega Evolution as a means of survival, having refrained from using it even in his previous encounter with Snorlax. Since he could now Mega Evolve with Charizard, only he and Charizard were privy to this ability, making this his first public display of Mega Evolution. With a resonant roar, Charizard was enveloped in a spectrum of vibrant light. As the light dissipated, a jet-black Charizard emerged. Indeed, it was the X form of Charizard. Lan Yin. It remains uncertain who is the true adversary, Shi Huang taunted, as his Charizard's level ascended to 109, surpassing Lan Yin once more. Infuriated by Shi Huang's words, Lan Yin found herself at a loss for a retort. "Charizard, use Dragon Claw," Shi Huang commanded, launching his X-Charizard at Lan Yin's Gingawei without granting her time for contemplation. "Gingawei, use Dark Pulse," Lan Yin countered defiantly, determined not to yield despite being at a disadvantage in levels. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Just as the battle between Lan Yin and Shi Huang intensified, Qin Yi directed his Charizard to strike from behind Lan Yin's Gingawei. Caught unawares, Lan Yin's Gingawei was struck by Qin Yi's Charizard, sustaining significant damage. "Cursed be this," Lan Yin seethed, witnessing her Gingawei besieged by the two adversaries. "How much longer will you stand idly by? Must you wait until I am defeated?" Lan Yin's fury erupted as she glared at Dazhuang and the others who were merely spectating. "Lan Yin, although we are good friends, this is a conflict between the regional powers of Sinnoh and your faction. It is perhaps best if we outsiders refrain from involvement," Dazhuang remarked with a smile, seemingly disinclined to intervene. "Indeed, President Lan Yin, as outsiders, we ought not to interfere in the territories of others. It is against the rules." Tianli chimed in, further incensing Lan Yin. Realizing their intentions were to exploit her predicament, Lan Yin gritted her teeth, knowing she had to concede. "The Kanto region will soon be under your management. I will have Zhulan retreat," Lan Yin declared through clenched jaws, recognizing that the loss of several strong allies in the Sinnoh alliance necessitated Zhulan's return. Thus, she begrudgingly resolved to cede territory in Kanto to gain their assistance. "Well, since President Lan Yin is so sincere, we shall certainly assist you in overcoming this crisis," Dazhuang and Tianli exclaimed, elated at the prospect of obtaining Kanto territory, which was a lucrative prize worth their effort. Without hesitation, they plunged into the fray. With their intervention, the tide of battle swiftly turned in Lan Yin's favor. Tianli stepped in to replace the beleaguered Zhulan and her Sharpedo, while Dazhuang shielded Lan Yin from Qin Yi and his Charizard. With the pressure alleviated, Lan Yin could now focus entirely on Shi Huang and his Charizard. At that moment, Shi Huang found himself entangled with Lan Yin, unable to extricate himself, while Qin Yi and Qin San proved no match for Dazhuang and Tianli, placing the Daqin side in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to both battling factions, a group nearby was covertly observing their every move. "Boss, should we lend a hand?" Musashi inquired of the nonchalant Xiaoqing, who regarded the situation with indifference. After all, they had previously agreed to ally with Daqin, and it was only right to offer support in their time of need. "Assist? With our numbers. We would merely be an inconvenience," Xiaoqing replied coolly. While the odds of victory were favorable should he aid Shi Huang, the risk was still present. Furthermore, with his liaison Qin Shi deceased, Shi Huang and his group were strangers to him. There was no reason to place himself in danger on their behalf. Thus, Xiaoqing resolved to wait for an opportune moment when both sides were severely weakened before making his move. He had long harbored a desire to eliminate the members of the alliance, and he had not forgotten the grudge against his grandfather. Lan Yin must be dealt with. Meanwhile, hidden within the grass nearby was a figure, Bing Qing, who had departed on Lan Yin's orders. He had not forgotten his collaboration with Da Qin. If Da Qin fell, his meticulously planned schemes would be thwarted. Therefore, after feigning departure, he stealthily returned, intending to deliver a fatal blow unbeknownst to Lan Yin. Ha ha ha, Shi Huang. What does it matter if you can defeat me? Your subordinates will soon falter. Lan Yin observed her Gengui being overwhelmed by Shi Huang's Charizard, and rather than feeling anger, she found joy in Shi Huang's anxious demeanor. At this moment, Qin Yi and Qin San were on the brink of collapse. If De Zhuang and Tian Li were to eliminate the two of them, they could then hasten to assist Lan Yin in confronting the first emperor. Meanwhile, Dou Wu and his companions refrained from joining the fray, not only because their involvement was unnecessary, but also because their strength made them vulnerable to being easily dispatched should they intervene. Fire Dragon, Qin San exclaimed, gazing at his fire dragon. In the battle against Tian Li, his fire dragon had proven to be no match, and at this moment, it was utterly overwhelmed by Tian Li's three-headed dragon. Lying battered on the ground, struggling to rise. Fire Dragon, unleash your mega explosion. The first emperor, witnessing one of his subordinates defeated, felt a surge of urgency, directing his fire dragon to swiftly extricate itself from Lan Yin's grasp and rush to aid its fallen comrade. Jengar, use magical shine. Lan Yin was determined not to grant the first emperor an opportunity to escape. She took delight in witnessing his anxious demeanor, knowing all she needed to do was stall him until De Zhuang and Tian Li could arrive. Damn it! The first emperor seethed in fury as he realized his inability to extricate himself. Haha, perish! Tian Li, observing the downed fire dragon and the defenseless Qin San, prepared to command his three-headed dragon to execute them. Just then, a flame erupted, halting the advancing three-headed dragon. The source was a fire dragon, whose strength rivaled that of Tian Li's beast. Brothers, charge! Rescue Lord First Emperor and the Protectors. A commanding voice resonated, followed by the sudden appearance of hundreds of individuals from the distance, unmistakably members of the Qin forces. At last, they have arrived. The First Emperor breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the reinforcements. The moment he exited the secret realm, he had sensed something amiss and promptly activated his communicator to send a distress signal to headquarters. Indeed, the fire dragon stationed at headquarters alongside his subordinates had rushed forth to his aid. With the arrival of his reinforcements, the First Emperor felt a surge of confidence, focusing on directing his ex-fire dragon to launch a fierce assault on Lan Yin's Jengar. Meanwhile, the other fire dragon was under Qin San's command to confront Tian Li. Annihilate them. Lan Yin's expression darkened as she witnessed the First Emperor's reinforcements, and she shouted for Dou Wu and the others to take action. Without hesitation, Dou Wu and his comrades rallied their troops to engage the First Emperor's reinforcements. With 3 master-level fighters from the Yu Alliance on their side, and no such strength among the First Emperor's reinforcements, his forces suffered heavy casualties. Scoundrel! The First Emperor's face contorted with rage as he beheld the slaughter of his subordinates. If only his 8 protectors were present, such arrogance from the Alliance would not have been tolerated. However, there were no what-ifs in this scenario. The First Emperor's only hope was to swiftly eliminate Lan Yin to minimize further losses among his men. Yet, Lan Yin proved to be a formidable opponent. She understood that she was no match for the First Emperor and chose to evade confrontation, persistently harassing and evading rather than engaging directly. Emperor Nebo, use your metal claw. At that moment, a figure emerged from the nearby underbrush, tossing a pokeball towards Lan Yin. The imposing Emperor Nebo charged toward Lan Yin's Jengar, catching it off guard and knocking it to the ground. What? Biqing, what are you doing? Lan Yin exclaimed, astonished at Biqing's sudden command for his Pokémon to attack her. What am I doing? I'm here to help the First Emperor send you, the venomous woman, to hell. Biqing retorted angrily. What nonsensical talk is this? Quickly, help me subdue these people. Lan Yin, bewildered by Biqing's unexpected aggression, urged him to assist her. Lan Yin, I ask you, is the disappearance of President Miyazaki your doing? Biqing's gaze fixed intently on Lan Yin, awaiting her response. Taken aback, Lan Yin momentarily faltered, seemingly puzzled as to why Biqing would pose such a question. But soon, her expression shifted to one of eccentricity, bordering on madness. Miyazaki? Still thinking about him after all this time? Lan Yin suddenly shrieked, appearing to be agitated. Tell me, what have you done to President Miyazaki? Realizing Lan Yin's demeanor, Biqing understood that she was indeed responsible for Miyazaki's disappearance and pressed further with urgency. What has happened to him? Lan Yin pondered for a moment, then slowly lifted her head to meet Biqing's gaze, her eyes reflecting a strange light. He is, of course, dead. Chapter 209, The Wrath of Beeching. He is, of course, dead. Lan tilted her head at Beeching, an eerie smile gracing her lips. Why did you kill President Miyazaki? He treated you so well, why would you harm him? Beeching looked at Lan, confusion etched across his features. Those close to Miyazaki knew of his considerable care for Lan, even to the point of adoration. He treated me well? Ha ha ha. You dare say he treated me well? How utterly laughable. Lan Yin's tone shifted from laughter to fury as she addressed Beeching. You claim he treated me well? He not only forcibly claimed me, but cruelly murdered my husband. Is that kindness? Elder Beeching, do you truly believe this is kindness? Lan Yin challenged, her eyes blazing with indignation. Beeching found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by her counter. To Beeching, Miyazaki was undoubtedly a good man, having treated Beeching exceptionally well and trusted him greatly. Yet to Lan, Miyazaki was a monster, exploiting his power to dominate her while taking the life of her husband, an act of sheer monstrosity. It was simply a matter of differing perspectives. Nevertheless, the question of right or wrong was inconsequential at that moment. Beeching understood only that Miyazaki had been kind to him. And regardless of what Miyazaki had done to Lan, her admission of his murder was a fact Beeching could not overlook. Thus, he sought to avenge Miyazaki by eliminating Lan. Elder Beeching, do you know how Miyazaki met his end? That day, I personally invited him to my home. You cannot imagine how elated he was, unaware that I had prepared to take his life. When he arrived at my home and saw my welcoming smile, he was overjoyed, repeatedly claiming that I had finally come to my senses. That wretched man even eagerly sought to insult me in my own abode. But I steadied him, saying I wanted to showcase my culinary skills. Miyazaki, that old rascal, was overjoyed at the prospect. To ensure my plan's success, I locked away all his pokeballs under the pretense of wanting no interruptions. I thought he would never agree to such a ludicrous request, yet he acquiesced. Little did he know I had prepared poison for him. After he happily consumed the delicacies I had prepared, he soon collapsed from the toxin's effects. In his final moments, he looked at me with despair in his eyes. You cannot imagine the satisfaction I felt at that moment. I suspect his expression was much like that of my husband when he was slain by him. After his death, I cast both his corpse and his Pokémon into the sea, and I ascended to become the new president of the Sinnoh League. As Lan recounted her murderous act against Miyazaki, her face radiated a sense of vindictive joy, her eyes reflecting a madness that sent chills down Beeching's spine. You wretched woman. Indeed, President Miyazaki, it was you who murdered him. Acrylic seethed with anger upon hearing Lan Yin's admission of her culpability in Miyazaki's demise. And what of it? I am now the president of the Shinao Alliance. Even if the whole world knows I killed Miyazaki, what consequence could it possibly hold? Do you think they would hold me accountable for the death of a mere mortal, as you do? Lan regarded Acrylic with disdain, her tone dripping with contempt. She was now unafraid of anyone. You wretched, ungrateful harlot. I shall avenge President Miyazaki by ending your life. Acrylic, consumed by rage, drew a dagger and lunged at Lan, intent on avenging Miyazaki. Acrylic's Jengar charged alongside its trainer, its target set on Lan's Jengar. As Acrylic charged toward her, a peculiar smile crept across Lan Yin's face. With both hands gripping the dagger, Acrylic aimed for Lan Yin's heart, confident that her Pokémon could hold off Jengar long enough for her to execute her plan. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed through the air. Acrylic, staring incredulously at Lan Yin's smiling visage, found herself in disbelief. Before she could exact her vengeance, Lan Yin had plunged a knife into her own body. Acrylic's Pokémon fell victim to Lan Yin's Jengar in an instant. How could you? Acrylic gasped, staring at Lan Yin in shock. Acrylic, you have grown old. It is time for you to join President Miyazaki, Lan Yin declared, twisting the blade she had thrust into Acrylic with force. With a sickening sound, Acrylic coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, her ambition to avenge Miyazaki unfulfilled. It seems you were unable to kill me after all. Lan Yin remarked disdainfully as she surveyed Acrylic's lifeless body, her tone laced with scorn. Despite Acrylic's fervent desire to end her life, she simply lacked the strength. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. At that moment, Shi Huang seized the opportunity to attack while Lan Yin was distracted. Charizard's claw struck Jengar, sending it hurtling backward. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Lan Yin seethed, her fury directed at Shi Huang for the sudden assault. Unfazed, Shi Huang disregarded her ire and swiftly retreated with Charizard toward another battlefield. Over on that battlefield, Daqin's forces were being systematically overwhelmed by the onslaught led by Daegu. It would not be long before they were utterly annihilated. Huh. These fools are utterly pathetic. Daegu taunted as he commanded his Metagross to vanquish the Daqin soldiers, while Zhulan and Karuni by his side remained silent, merely directing their Pokémon to eliminate the enemies. Scoundrel! Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Shi Huang, enraged at witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered, ordered Charizard to retaliate against Daegu's team. What? Daegu and his companions were startled by Shi Huang's sudden arrival. Before they could react, Charizard's Flamethrower struck. Metagross. Daegu's Metagross fell victim to the attack before it could even respond, collapsing and losing its combat capability. Sharpedo used Dragon Claw. Shinado used Magical Shine. Realizing that Daegu's Metagross had been defeated in one blow, Zhulan and Karuni quickly countered. Charizard unleashed a powerful Fire Blast at Sharpedo, aiming to knock it out. After evading the attack, Shi Huang decided to eliminate Sharpedo first. Sharpedo. Zhulan's Sharpedo was struck by Charizard's Fire Blast and fell, leaving only Karuni's Shinado standing. Shinado used Dazzling Gleam. Karuni, aware of her disadvantage against Shi Huang and his Charizard, commanded her Pokémon to retaliate. Foolish! Shi Huang scoffed, instructing Charizard to attack. Charizard's Dragon Claw shattered Shinado's Dazzling Gleam, charging forward without losing momentum. Shinado stood still, and a line of blood trickled from its head to the ground. Chapter 210, A Last Stand. With a thud, Karuni's Shinado was cleaved in two by Charizard. Shinado! Karuni cried out in fury, witnessing her longtime companion's demise. Though she longed to confront Shi Huang, reason prevailed, reminding her that engaging recklessly would only lead to her own death. Shi Huang, you seek your own demise. At that moment, Lan Yin arrived with her Gengar, frowning at the state of the battle. She was taken aback to see Shi Huang had defeated 3 master-level trainers in such a short time. President Lan Yin, I must apologize. It seems you have arrived a moment too late, Shi Huang taunted, a smirk on his face. How infuriating. Gengar, use Will-O-Wisp. Enraged, Lan Yin commanded her Gengar to attack Shi Huang. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Unfazed, Shi Huang ordered his Charizard to retaliate. Yet, Lan Yin's Gengar was still no match for Shi Huang's Charizard, and compounded by its earlier wounds. Gengar was gradually being overwhelmed. Lan Yin, it appears you are not as formidable as you thought. Just then, Dazhuang approached Lan Yin, his Snorlax lumbering behind him, carrying a person on its shoulder. Shi Huang's expression changed dramatically as he recognized the person slung over Snorlax's shoulder. It was none other than his subordinate, Qin Yi. Now unconscious and bleeding, Qin Yi lay motionless. Seeing Dazhuang's success, Lan Yin breathed a sigh of relief. With Dazhuang around, her burden was considerably lighter. What have you done to Qin Yi? Shi Huang glared at Dazhuang, rage boiling within him. Your question is rather peculiar. We are adversaries, after all. Naturally, we would eliminate our enemies. Dazhuang shrugged, unceremoniously dropping Qin Yi onto the ground. During the previous encounter, Dazhuang had feigned a weakness with his Charizard, luring Qin Yi into a rash attack, which ultimately led to the defeat of Qin Yi's Charizard by Dazhuang's Snorlax. Without his Pokémon to protect him, Qin Yi met his end at Dazhuang's hands. How dare you? Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Shi Huang, consumed by rage at the loss of his subordinate, commanded his Charizard to launch a vicious assault on Snorlax, seeking vengeance for his fallen ally. Come at me. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Dazhuang, equally resolute, directed Snorlax to counterattack. The collision of the two Pokémon resulted in an unexpected outcome. Despite its massive size, Snorlax found itself at a disadvantage, struggling against Shi Huang's Charizard, which was relentlessly pressing forward. However, this was to be expected. After all, Charizard's prowess was undeniable, proving that size alone did not determine strength. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Seeing Dazhuang's Snorlax falter against Shi Huang's Charizard, Lan Yin quickly commanded her Gengar to provide support. Roaring in pain, Charizard was struck by the surprise attack, pushing Snorlax back before charging toward Gengar. Gung Gue valiantly obstructed Charizard, but Snorlax charged forward, launching an assault on Charizard. Meanwhile, Charizard, having fought continuously from the depths of the secret realm, found itself somewhat fatigued and was being suppressed by the two formidable opponents. Upon witnessing the plight of his Charizard, Shi Huang's countenance darkened. His gaze shifted to Qin San in the distance, who was also under duress, leading Shi Huang to momentarily contemplate retreat. At that moment, fleeing seemed to be the most prudent course of action, as the likelihood of victory appeared far slimmer than that of defeat. After all, his Grand Qin had already laid everything on the line, while the members of the League had yet to arrive. Furthermore, he was contending against a coalition of 3 regional alliances. Should their reinforcements arrive, escape would be impossible. Qin San, retreat. Shi Huang bellowed towards Qin San. instructing Charizard to repel Gung Gue and Snorlax. He then mounted Charizard, preparing to flee. Yet, Lan Yin and Dezhuang would not allow Shi Huang to escape so easily. They promptly directed their Pokémon to intercept him. Charizard had to fend off enemy attacks while also keeping an eye on Shi Huang on its back. Momentarily blocked by Snorlax and Gung Gue, unable to depart. "Boss, go on ahead. I'll hold them off for you." Qin Sen rushed to Shi Huang's side, commanding his Pokémon to shield Shi Huang from the incoming assaults of Snorlax and Gung Gue. "We leave together." Shi Huang was unwilling to abandon his subordinate. "Boss, only if you survive will there be a chance for us to avenge our brothers. If you perish here, who will take revenge for them? Hurry." Qin Sen pushed Shi Huang onto Charizard's back and then took his second Charizard to obstruct their pursuers. Shi Huang clenched his fists at the sight of Qin Sen, gritting his teeth as he departed with his Charizard. Although he longed to battle alongside his comrades, Qin Sen's words resonated. If he were to fall, the vendetta of Daqin would remain unavenged. For the sake of his brothers and himself, Shi Huang had no choice but to flee. As Qin Sen saw Shi Huang depart, he exhaled in relief. With Shi Huang's escape, Daqin had a chance for renewal. "Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Don't let Shi Huang escape. Pursue him at once." At that moment, Tianli arrived, observing Lan Yin and Dezhuang being obstructed by Qin Sen. The duo snapped back to reality, preparing to chase after Shi Huang. "To pursue Lord Shi Huang, you must first step over my corpse." Qin Sen interposed himself, blocking the three who sought to give chase. "Very well, then I shall deal with you." Tianli, now incensed, gestured to Lan Yin and Dezhuang, signaling them to attack together. Both Lan Yin and Dezhuang nodded in response. "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Qin Wu commanded his Charizard to initiate the offensive. "Gung Gue, unleash Shadow Ball." "Snorlax, deploy Hyper Beam." "Hydreigon, utilize Dragon Pulse." The three of Tianli commanded their Pokémon to unleash their attacks simultaneously. Roaring, Charizard faced the multitude of powerful adversaries, displaying no hint of fear, and charged towards them with a mighty roar. With a swipe, Charizard tore apart the Shadow Ball released by Gung Gue and used its claws to block the Dragon Pulse of Hydreigon. However, before Charizard could catch its breath, Snorlax's Hyper Beam struck, sending it hurtling backward, crashing into a large tree. Struggling to regain its footing, Charizard leaned against the fallen tree, utterly drained. Meanwhile, Tianli and his companions approached slowly with their Pokémon, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Qin Sen, witnessing this scene, felt no dread. Today, he would risk everything to buy Shi Huang more time. Chapter 211, Scheming for Daqin. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Qin Sen shouted as the enemies drew nearer, attempting to command Charizard for one final assault. However, Tianli and his companions had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Hearing Qin Sen's command, Charizard strained to rise and attack, but was struck squarely in the face by Dezhuang's Snorlax, rendering it completely incapacitated. "Damn it!" Qin Sen glared at the fallen Charizard, his teeth clenched. "Ha ha ha, now what can you do?" Dezhuang laughed at the sight of Qin Sen, now isolated and defenseless. Qin Sen's eyes were fixed intently on the three adversaries before him, his fists tightly clenched, oblivious to the fact that his nails had dug deeply into his flesh. "Don't underestimate me. Who says I'm out of options? I still have it." Fuming with anger, Qin Sen hurled a Pokeball into the air. A flash of red light revealed another Charizard on the battlefield. Yet, this Charizard appeared in dire condition, breathing heavily and covered with wounds. Merely standing seemed an arduous task. "Charizard, let us fight together one last time." Qin Sen gripped his Charizard's right arm, his gaze resolute. Sensing the unwavering determination in his trainer's eyes, Charizard's spirit surged. The wounds it bore seemed insignificant at that moment, its aura formidable once more. "Just a futile struggle," Dezhuang sneered. "Snorlax, use Heavy Slam." Dezhuang viewed Qin Sen and Charizard with disdain, regarding him merely as a reckless madman. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Sen was willing to risk everything to buy more time for Shi Huang. Meanwhile, Shi Huang was galloping furiously on his Charizard towards the headquarters of Daqin. To maximize speed, he refrained from allowing Charizard to Mega Evolve. Suddenly, three figures appeared to obstruct his path. Upon seeing this, Shi Huang immediately ordered Charizard to halt. He scrutinized the three individuals ahead. The two flanking figures posed no concern to him, easily dispatched with a flick of his fingers. However, upon seeing the individual in the center, his pupils constricted. This person's Mega Garchomp was also of master rank. Indeed, the figures blocking Shi Huang were none other than Xiao Chun and Musashi. After witnessing Shi Huang's departure, Xiao Chun conceived a plan. If he could ally with Shi Huang, It would provide an opportunity to contend with Lan Yin and her group. Yet, Xiao Qin's ambitions extended far beyond that. He desired not only to eliminate Lan Yin and her foes, but to seize Deqin itself, with Shi Huang and his 8 guardians. Deqin was undoubtedly a treasure trove of wealth, and with Team Rocket still in the process of establishing itself, acquiring Deqin would alleviate many complications. Given that Shi Huang posed a significant obstacle to Xiao Qin's plans, he resolved that Shi Huang must perish here. Earlier, during the confrontation between Shi Huang and Lan Yin's group, should Xiao Qun have intervened, Lan Yin's faction would likely have retreated, and Shi Huang's side would lack the capability to detain them, causing them to flee as well. Thus, the plan to eliminate Lan Yin would collapse, and the chance to claim the bounty that was Deqin would also slip away, something Xiao Qun was unwilling to accept. Therefore, he trailed Shi Huang during his retreat, knowing that even if Qin San, who was covering Shi Huang's escape, survived, he would be too fatigued to continue battling. Under the relentless onslaught of battle, it is inevitable that Blue Sound and her companions have sustained some injuries to their Pokémon. With the Emperor Qin drawing fire, Xiaoqing has a significant opportunity to exploit the chaos and ultimately vanquish both factions. This would not only serve as retribution against Blue Sound and her allies, but also allow him to claim the Qin for himself, a truly fortuitous twofold gain. It is you. The Emperor cast a wary glance at Xiaoqing and his companions. At this moment, he recognized them as the very individuals who had fled through the spatial portal amidst the turmoil of his confrontation with his subordinates. Although their strength paled in comparison to his own, he was oblivious to their true identities, and, should they be allied with the League, their presence could spell trouble, especially if Blue Sound and her group were to catch up. Indeed, I am the one known as Deqinmu. I wonder if you are familiar with this name? Xiaoqing inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the Emperor Qin. Deqinmu? You are the master-level powerhouse mentioned by Qin Shi, who seeks to join my great Qin. The Emperor pondered for a moment before his expression shifted to recognition. Indeed, I am Deqinmu, Xiaoqing affirmed with a calm demeanor. What is your purpose in obstructing my path at this juncture? The Emperor remained vigilant, his trust in Xiaoqing unyielding despite the latter's apparent intent to join his ranks. I wish to inquire if you, my esteemed Emperor, desire vengeance for your fallen brethren? Xiaoqing posed the question earnestly. Of course I do. But what does that have to do with your interference? The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his readiness to engage palpable, prepared to strike at the slightest hint of danger. I have previously expressed my intention to join the Qin, and my motivation is rooted in my enmity towards those from the League. Surely, esteemed Emperor, you harbor a similar animosity toward them. Why not join forces to eradicate our common foes? Xiaoqing extended his invitation. Though the Emperor found merit in Xiaoqing's proposal, he hesitated. For even with Xiaoqing's assistance, their combined strength might still fall short against Blue Sound and her companions. Given your current prowess, do you truly believe you can contend with them? The Emperor's skepticism was unmistakable, aware that Xiaoqing's capabilities were significantly inferior to those of Blue Sound and her allies. While Musashi and Kojiro were hardly combatants in this scenario, perhaps this will change your perspective. Xiaoqing revealed the key he held, while his Mega Rayquaza emitted a faint shimmer, showcasing its Mega Evolution Stone. The Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Xiaoqing possessed the means to harness Mega Evolution. With such a power at his disposal, Xiaoqing could indeed stand toe-to-toe with the League's champions. Nevertheless, the Emperor remained cautious, reluctant to engage in battle with someone he scarcely knew. Perceiving the Emperor's indecision, Xiaoqing recognized it was time to unveil his trump card. Have you ever heard of Blue Star, esteemed Emperor? The Emperor was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoqing's inquiry, eventually gazing at him with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. Seeing the Emperor's reaction, Xiaoqing felt a surge of satisfaction. He had not intended to disclose the secret, for mere nomenclature could not confirm the Emperor's status as a fellow traveler. Xiaoqing had merely speculated about the Emperor's origins, with no definitive proof. However, given the Emperor's current reluctance to cooperate, Xiaoqing felt compelled to reveal his own status as a fellow traveler in hopes of persuading the Emperor to ally with him. At that moment, Xiaoqing was certain that the Emperor shared his origins. Had he not been a traveler, he would have exhibited the same bewilderment as Musashi and Kojiro upon hearing the name Blue Star. What did you just say? Despite having heard Xiaoqing, the Emperor could not help but seek clarification. Have you never heard of Blue Star? It is a place of unparalleled beauty, Xiaoqing replied, a smile dancing on his lips. The Emperor, now enlightened by Xiaoqing's demeanor, acknowledged the truth. They were both travelers from the same world. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. The Emperor regarded Xiaoqing with newfound respect. Then what are your thoughts on the collaboration I proposed? Xiaoqing inquired once more. I accept, the Emperor declared, astonished to encounter a fellow traveler in this realm. Let us make haste, esteemed Emperor, lest we arrive too late and find those wretches have fled, Xiaoqing urged. Agreed. The Emperor nodded affirmatively. Ensure that you bring our companions to this location. After we have dealt with those adversaries, we shall return to you, Xiaoqing instructed Musashi and Kojiro, mindful that their strength would scarcely contribute to the impending confrontation. Understood. Both Musashi and Kojiro acknowledged, understanding their limitations and refraining from insisting on joining the fray. Once arrangements were made for Musashi and Kojiro, Xiaoqing and the Emperor ventured forth toward Blue Sound and her associates. After distancing themselves from the uninvolved parties, the Emperor finally posed the question that had been on his mind. Are you truly a traveler from Blue Star? The Emperor gazed intently at Xiaoqing, incredulous that they shared such a remarkable origin. Do you still harbor doubts? Xiaoqing responded, exasperated by the Emperor's continued skepticism. How did you ascertain that I am a traveler? And what leads you to conclude that I hail from Blue Star as well? The Emperor pressed, curious about Xiaoqing's reasoning, for he was aware that travelers hailed from a myriad of worlds. Is your behavior not sufficiently indicative? Xiaoqing retorted, rolling his eyes. Is it that obvious? The Emperor queried, perplexed. Who would arbitrarily establish an organization called the Great Qin? And do you not think that your self-identification as the Emperor would draw attention? Xiaoqing remarked with an amused expression. The Emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment, having chosen that title out of admiration for the historical figure, never anticipating that he would encounter another traveler from Blue Star. Fortuitously, it seems we are the only two travelers here. The Emperor felt a sense of relief, realizing that Xiaoqing was the sole individual privy to his origins, for Xiaoqing would not divulge such information lightly, lest his own identity as a traveler be compromised. You are mistaken. We are not the only ones who have traversed to the world of Pokémon. Xiao Chun regarded Shi Huang with a look akin to that reserved for a simpleton, pondering the absurdity of their situation. It was not an exclusive privilege for the two of them to traverse time. Perhaps, unseen, other time travelers were observing them as well. Are you suggesting that there are other time travelers? Where? Upon hearing this, Shi Huang's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. He was acutely aware that the names Shi Huang and the Qin dynasty attracted attention. Should others ascertain this, it would unmistakably identify him as a time traveler. In such a scenario, with enemies lurking in the shadows while he remained exposed, he would find himself in a precarious position. Of course there are. Xiaoji, do you not know? He is one such traveler. Xiao Chun, feeling somewhat bored, intended to amuse Shi Huang. Xiaoji is a time traveler? But isn't he a character native to this world? Shi Huang's incredulity was palpable. He could hardly believe that Xiaoji was also a time traveler. Are you not inhabiting the body of a character originally from this world? Could it be that you are merely a reincarnation? Xiao Chen found Shi Huang's somewhat naive query exasperating. He discerned that Shi Huang had likely not been a time traveler for long. Otherwise, he would have attended the Pokémon League in the Sinnoh region, an event that lured many time travelers. Oh, I see. You mean the time traveler has usurped the original Xiaoji? Shi Huang now grasped Xiao Chen's implication. Soul transmigration? This was a concept he was quite familiar with. Xiao Chen, however, was disinclined to engage in conversation with the current incarnation of Shi Huang, perceiving little difference between him and a fool. How do you know that the original Xiaoji was usurped? Where is he now? Shi Huang bombarded Xiao Chun with questions, his excitement palpable upon encountering a compatriot in this foreign realm. As for Xiaoji, once I discerned he was a time traveler, I eliminated him. After all, there can only be one time traveler in this world, Xiao Chun replied coolly, a hint of frostiness in his tone. He had no desire to become too familiar with Shi Huang, especially since he was planning to betray him shortly. Forming too close a bond might hinder his resolve when the time came. Shi Huang was taken aback by Xiao Chen's revelation. The individual who had inhabited Xiao Ji's body had been killed by the person beside him? This world could only harbor one time traveler? Would he himself become a target? Startled by Xiao Chen's words, Shi Huang regretted his inquiries. Noticing Shi Huang's silence, Xiao Chun relished the peace as they hurried onward, soon arriving at the site where Shi Huang had previously battled Lan Yin and her companions. Yet, the scene that unfolded before them left both Shi Huang and Xiao Chun in shock. A bloodied man was engaged in a fierce battle with Pokémon. Chapter 113. Shi Huang, trapped. Qin San, half kneeling and drenched in blood, lay beside his lifeless Charizard. Lan Yin and her companions stood above him, regarding him as one might observe a mere jester. What could possibly be going through your mind? You possess formidable strength and could have escaped alone. Yet you choose to sacrifice your life for others. How utterly foolish. Lan Yin looked disdainfully at the barely breathing Qin San. deeming his willingness to protect Shi Huang as an act of sheer folly. Individuals like you will never comprehend. In your eyes, comrades can betray one another at will. Yet for the safety of my companions, I would willingly lay down my life. Qin San proclaimed with unwavering conviction. If that is the case, then perish. The imposing De Zhuang wielded a long blade, preparing to sever Qin San's head as a trophy. Qin San, gazing at the approaching blade, felt no fear. He had long since reconciled himself with the concept of life and death. At that moment, a sharp stone struck De Zhuang's blade, diverting it from its intended target and sparing Qin San's life. Who dares to interfere? De Zhuang seethed with rage upon realizing someone had thwarted his plans. It is I. Shi Huang and his Charizard appeared not far from De Zhuang and his companions. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin remained hidden behind a tree, biding his time. He and Shi Huang had devised a plan. Shi Huang would draw De Zhuang's attention, while Xiao Qin awaited the opportune moment to strike. If Xiao Qin could ambush any one of Lan Yin's Pokémon, they could then defeat the remaining two. Oh, you dare return? De Zhuang was surprised to see Shi Huang, astonished that he had not fled. Lord Shi Huang, why have you returned? Qin San felt despair upon witnessing Shi Huang's return. He could no longer shield him from the enemy, and now Shi Huang was trapped as well. Ha ha ha, since you've come back, then let us all perish together. De Zhuang laughed heartily, finding it amusing that such a fool would return to face death after having escaped with his life. As De Zhuang's laughter faded, 3 Pokémon encircled Shi Huang from different directions, effectively cutting off any retreat. Yet, instead of panic, Shi Huang wore a smile, for it was they who were now ensnared. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Shi Huang shouted, then quickly crouched and rolled aside, wary of potential collateral damage in the ensuing battle. Boom! Charizard's Flamethrower erupted, engulfing the area in flames. Gengar unleashed Shadow Ball. Snorlax employed Hyper Beam. Hydreigon unleashed Flamethrower. Lan Yin and her companions retaliated fiercely, commanding their Pokémon to counterattack. And chaos ensued as the arena became a maelstrom of attacks. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin watched the fray with secret delight. Fight! Strike with fervor. The more intense the battle, the better. Let both sides annihilate one another, and I shall effortlessly claim victory. Indeed, Xiao Qin's ambitions extended beyond merely defeating Lan Yin and her comrades. Shi Huang was also a target. The notion of collaboration was merely a ruse to amuse Shi Huang. Xiao Qin had no intention of intervening until both parties were sufficiently weakened or one was utterly vanquished. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Unbeknownst to Shi Huang, he had unwittingly fallen into Xiao Qin's trap, fervently directing his Charizard to engage in battle against Lan Yin's Pokémon. Shi Huang naively believed Xiao Qin was merely waiting for the right moment to strike. Thus he held nothing back, urging Charizard to fight with all its might. Shi Huang had not contemplated that once Charizard was exhausted, he would be left without any means of defense. Lan Yin and her companions, too, believed Shi Huang was on a fool's errand, and they did not hold back, commanding their Pokémon to unleash their full assault upon Charizard. As Charizard faced the onslaught of 3 formidable foes, its strength began to wane, and its attack frequency diminished. Shi Huang recognized this predicament, but felt powerless. Having leaped into the enemy's trap, there was no opportunity to retreat. Emperor Shi Huang cast his gaze toward the great tree where Xiao Qin was concealed, puzzled by the latter's reluctance to make his move. If this continued, he would surely falter. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin, aware of the emperor's scrutiny, chose to remain unresponsive, cautiously retreating. As this place was far from secure, the Charizard, besieged by formidable adversaries, could no longer endure and descended before the emperor, its eyes brimming with urgency. As if questioning why that individual had yet to intervene, the emperor comprehended the Charizard's sentiments, but remained bewildered by Xiao Qin's intentions. A thought surged through his mind. Could he have been deceived? The more he entertained this notion, the more it seemed plausible, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead in a state of panic. Regret began to settle within him as he realized that Xiao Qin likely aimed to play the role of the unsuspecting yellow sparrow in the age-old tale of the mantis stalking the cicada. He should not have placed such blind trust in Xiao Qin's words, but it was too late for regrets now. Ha ha ha, surrender willingly. At that moment, Lan Yin and her companions approached the emperor, their expressions smug, as they had already secured the upper hand. The emperor squinted, since Xiao Qin dared to betray him. He too would not allow Xiao Qin to escape unscathed. Do you think you have me cornered? A smile crept across his face as he addressed Lan Yin and her companions. Initially taken aback by the emperor's words, Lan Yin and her friends quickly became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. However, after a thorough examination, they found nothing suspicious and redirected their focus back onto the emperor, suspecting he was merely attempting to mislead them. "Oh, do you have some hidden trump card?" Lan Yin inquired, her expression darkening, as she began to suspect the Emperor was simply stalling for time. "A trump card? Indeed. I have summoned assistance." The Emperor replied with a grin directed at Lan Yin. "Who? Where is he?" Lan Yin demanded, her displeasure evident as she felt the Emperor was mocking her. "He is just behind that tree." The Emperor pointed to a large tree not far away, the very spot where Xiao Chun was hiding. Lan Yin's eyes widened, and Gung Gue immediately understood, launching a shadow ball towards the tree. In an instant, the tree was obliterated, revealing a figure before them. A smile curled at the corners of the Emperor's mouth. Since he dared to betray him, they would all perish together. Chapter 114. Instantaneous Defeat of Gung Gue. However, as the figure became clearer, the smiles on their faces faltered. Lan Yin's expression morphed into one of fury as she glared at the Emperor, incredulous that he would dare to toy with them at such a critical moment. They were intent on skinning this impostor alive. The Emperor, too, was taken aback. The figure behind the tree was not Xiao Chun, but rather, it was not human at all. Emerging from the wreckage was a heavily made-up woman, her features marred by the recent explosion, with various parts of her body missing, from which a viscous gel oozed. The resemblance to Lan Yin was uncanny. It was a life-size doll crafted in her likeness. The Emperor, observing the enraged expressions of Lan Yin and her companions, was at a loss for words, fully aware that he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, having retreated to a safe distance, could not stifle his laughter upon witnessing the chaos. He had stumbled upon this amusing doll in the Guangdong region and had decided to purchase it on a whim. Now it was proving quite useful. The atmosphere grew tense as De Zhuang and Tianli flanked Lan Yin, their eyes alternating between the doll and her, their hands sketching something in the air, entirely unperturbed by Lan Yin's presence. Seeing her companions beside her, Lan Yin was filled with indignation, her fists clenched tightly as her fury could no longer be contained. "Gung Gue, unleash ghost fire," she declared, initiating the assault. Her ire directed primarily at the Emperor for his audacity in mocking her with that doll while so many were watching. "Charizard, unleash flamethrower." The Emperor recognized that any further attempts at explanation would be futile and prepared to fight back. However, Charizard was no match for Gung Gue, quickly finding itself overwhelmed. De Zhuang's Snorlax and Tian Li's Hydreigon showed no interest in spectating, joining the fray against Charizard. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of two additional foes, Charizard, already at a disadvantage against Gung Gue, succumbed under the combined assault of three powerful Pokémon, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The Emperor observed this scene in silence. Recognizing that once he was outsmarted by Xiao Chun, his fate was sealed. His earlier attempts to resist were merely desperate grasps for survival. With Charizard now down, the Emperor found no escape route left, resigned to await his demise. "Gung Gue, incinerate him to ashes with ghost fire," Lan Yin commanded, her anger palpable as she directed Gung Gue. The Emperor, watching the approaching attack, had no intention of evading. He merely gazed at the advancing ghostly flames. Yet, just as the flames were about to engulf him, Qin Sen intervened, lunging forward to push the Emperor aside, only to be struck by Gung Gue's ghost fire, which swiftly engulfed him. Though engulfed in flames, Qin Sen held his ground, eyes fixated on the Emperor, silent yet resolute. The Emperor felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Qin Sen had sacrificed himself to secure his escape, and now he faced the grim reality of returning to meet his end. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh as Qin Sen was reduced to a smoldering husk, never uttering a sound from beginning to end. "All right, your subordinate has died in your stead. Now you shall join him," Lan Yin spoke coldly to the Emperor. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression devoid of fear, only a serene acceptance of his impending fate. Without further ado, Lan Yin commanded Gung Gue to deliver the final blow. Thus, the formidable figure who once stood atop the world, the founder of the great Qin faction in the Pokémon realm, met his demise. "Now that this matter is resolved, let us prepare to depart," Lan Yin addressed De Zhuang, Tian Li, and her many subordinates. Upon receiving her command, those surrounding her swiftly mobilized, ready to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, approached a nearby thicket, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Yin and her companions as he contemplated his next move. "Attack!" Xiao Chun bellowed, releasing his Mega Sharpedo's Pokeball, targeting Lan Yin's Gung Gue. As Mega Sharpedo emerged from its Pokeball, it immediately brandished its razor-sharp claws toward Gung Gue. However, Gung Gue, having already expended considerable energy through numerous battles and just reverting from Mega Evolution, was caught entirely off guard by this sudden turn of events. With a swift motion, the confrontation escalated. Before Gung Gue could even register what was happening, the razor-sharp claws of the Mega Sharpedo pierced through its chest. Gung Gue's eyes were filled with disbelief, yet as it felt its body gradually slipping from its control, it ultimately succumbed to the ground. Gung Gue, Lan Yin was utterly shocked by the scene before her. Witnessing her Gung Gue being suddenly slain right in front of her was too much, even for her usually composed demeanor, and she couldn't help but scream. Mega Evolve Sharpedo. Xiao Chun had no intention of wasting time and immediately commanded his Sharpedo to undergo Mega Evolution. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Hydreigon, unleash Flamethrower. Upon witnessing Lan Yin's Gung Gue being eliminated in an instant, Dezhuang and Tian Li dared not hesitate, swiftly instructing their Pokémon to launch an assault on Xiao Chen's Mega Sharpedo. At that moment, the newly Mega Evolved Sharpedo showed no fear towards Snorlax and Hydreigon. As the three powerful Pokémon engaged in battle, though Sharpedo was outnumbered, Snorlax and Hydreigon had already been through prior encounters and were now being overwhelmed by Sharpedo's ferocity. Holding the lifeless body of her Gung Gue, tears streamed down Lan Yin's cheeks. These four were not merely her Pokémon, they represented her future. Without Gung Gue, her formidable ally, those who doubted her would surely emerge, and she would be left defenseless against them. Quick, what are you all waiting for? Charge! Obliterate this scoundrel! Seeing that Dezhuang and Tian Li were struggling against Xiao Chun, Lan Yin shouted fervently to her subordinates, hoping to exhaust Xiao Chun with their numerical advantage. Upon receiving her command, her followers unleashed their Pokémon, rushing towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, witnessing this scene, smirked. It was time for his guardians to showcase their might. Chapter 215, The Display of the Guardian Robots. As Xiao Chun observed the approaching members of the Alliance, he felt no trace of panic. Calmly extending his hand, a storage ring appeared on his finger, from which he retrieved a sphere, the storage orb containing 5,000 Guardian Robots. Staring at the orb in his hand, Xiao Chun decided it was time for these robotic sentinels to shine. As the Alliance drew near, he wasted no time in summoning the Guardian Robots from the sphere. Instantly, Lan Yin and the others felt a dark cloud gather above them, and looking up, they were met with the sight of robots gazing down at them with their red glowing eyes, sending chills down their spines. Especially upon counting the number of robots, the members of the Alliance could not help but halt in their tracks, astonished at the sheer volume of these mechanical beings. However, Xiao Chun would not grant them the luxury of hesitation. The moment the robots were released, they were given battle commands, ready to swarm at Xiao Chun's word. Kill! Xiao Chun commanded, pointing at the members of the Alliance. Swish, swish, swish. The robots did not immediately charge forward, but instead aimed their weapons at the Alliance, the ominous barrels sending shivers through their ranks. Bang, bang, bang. All the Guardian Robots opened fire on the Alliance, unleashing a torrent of formidable firepower upon them. Quick, defend! Tian Li shouted, his eyes wide with rage as he urged everyone to shield themselves. Without delay, he commanded Hydreigon to protect him, recognizing that running amidst such concentrated fire would only lead to devastation. Dezhuang also sought refuge behind Snorlax's massive form. Even if the enemy's firepower was directed at him, it would not breach Snorlax's defenses. Lan Yin, too, took cover behind Dezhuang's Snorlax, having lost Gung Gue and now relying on the protection of others. Soon, the robot's onslaught commenced, with bullets and small projectiles raining down into the midst of the Alliance, throwing them into disarray. Some heeded Tian Li's advice, commanding their Pokémon to take defensive positions, struggling to withstand the enemy's assault. Yet, the sight of bullets hurtling toward them sent many into a panicked frenzy, scattering and shouting their surrender. But the bullets showed no mercy. Those fleeing, along with their Pokémon, were mercilessly mowed down, blood staining the ground. The barrage continued until the robot's ammunition was entirely depleted, bringing an end to the onslaught. The scene among the Alliance was one of utter devastation, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered all around. Following the recent attack, they had lost a third of their ranks. Those who remained were not faring much better. Their faces were smeared with the blood of their fallen companions, and while some had survived, they were now paralyzed by fear. Xiao Chun surveyed the dismal condition of the Alliance. While tragic, it was not his desired outcome. He sought total annihilation. Moreover, the ones who had perished were merely weaklings. Tian Li and Dezhuang still had their Pokémon intact. Kill! Xiao Chun commanded once more, directing the robots towards the remnants of the Alliance. Upon receiving Xiao Chun's orders, the robots retracted their firearms, and in a synchronized motion, extended their arms to reveal large blades, charging towards the beleaguered Alliance. Stay calm, retaliate. De Zhuang bellowed as he noticed the chaos unfolding behind him. Some were even kneeling in surrender. His furious shout managed to rally many, restoring some semblance of order as they prepared to fight back. Yet, a portion remained in a state of panic. De Zhuang refused to linger idly. He resolved to take the initiative. Snorlax, let's go, he commanded, charging alongside his partner towards the robots. Meanwhile, Tianli took a more calculated approach, systematically directing the others to form ranks in preparation for battle. The enemy robots were formidable. Only through unity could they hope to withstand the assault. At that moment, De Zhuang had already engaged the robots. Snorlax's powerful punches sent robots flying, inflicting significant damage upon them, with some even rendered completely inoperative by a single blow. The blades wielded by the robots merely left superficial scratches on Snorlax, whose tough hide proved impervious to their sharpness. In contrast, Tianli and his allies faced a different predicament. Hydreigon lacked the formidable defenses of Snorlax and could not afford to absorb the robot's attacks directly. Instead, he commanded Hydreigon to evade while retaliating. As for the grouped members of the Alliance, their situation was grim. The robots outnumbered them by dozens. And although their Pokémon managed to temporarily fend off the onslaught, the trainers who lost their Pokémon immediately became prime targets for the robots, swiftly falling to their blades. While the Pokémon soon followed suit, Xiao Chun gazed at the situation before him, reassured by his command over it. He was confident that these individuals would soon be subdued. However, his attention was drawn to the rampaging De Zhuang and Snorlax. And a pang of sympathy struck him as he realized that his robots had suffered numerous casualties at their hands. Salamence, use Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen felt compelled to personally deal with the troublesome Snorlax. At that moment, Snorlax was energetically pummeling the robots, blissfully unaware of the impending danger that lurked nearby. Just as Snorlax was about to unleash another blow on a nearby robot, a sharp claw lunged towards its neck. Snorlax suddenly felt a chill run down its spine and instinctively dodged to the side, but Salamence's claw grazed its neck, leaving a severe gash across its abdomen. Blood gushing forth. The injury was grave. Snorlax's insides were visible through the wound. Snorlax, De Zhuang cried out, unable to contain his despair at the sight of his beloved Pokémon being so severely wounded. Snorlax stood up, waving a hand to signal that it was unscathed. Snorlax. It roared again, its aura swelling with renewed strength. Aware that its injuries would not sustain it for long, Snorlax prepared for a desperate battle against its foes. Chapter 216. I never said surrender would spare you. Xiao Chen observed this scene without ordering Salamence to advance. After all, a powerful Pokémon on the brink of death could be terrifying when it retaliated. Nevertheless, even without Salamance's assistance, Xiao Chen had a strategy to handle Snorlax. All of you, attack. He commanded a swarm of robots to charge at Snorlax. These robots, already damaged from the previous battle, missing limbs and suffering from other impairments, were now perfect for this task. As they would require extensive repairs anyway, the robots rushed towards Snorlax, but instead of attacking, they all leaped onto its massive form. Once atop Snorlax, their limbs transformed into barbed hooks that dug mercilessly into its flesh. Roar. Snorlax was tormented by the excruciating pain, nearly losing its sanity. It grabbed one of the robots affixed to itself and violently yanked it off. With a brutal tug, it tore away a sizable chunk of its own flesh. Blood pouring forth. Enraged by the sight of the barbed robot in its grasp, Snorlax crushed it in its palm. Snorlax. De Zhuang, filled with concern for his Pokémon, wished to rush forward, but Snorlax was now surrounded by the relentless robots, rendering him unable to approach. Xiao Chun watched with exhilaration, realizing that these robots were indeed formidable weapons. As long as they could close the distance, they were unstoppable. Meanwhile, Snorlax's condition deteriorated further as more and more robots clung to it. Understanding that it could no longer remove them without injuring itself further, Snorlax resolved to fend off any approaching robots, but it was futile. Its body was now adorned with countless machines. Seeing that Snorlax had been thoroughly ensnared, Xiao Chen knew it was time to conclude this encounter. Cease the assault. Have all of you self-destruct. He directed his robots. Indeed, Xiao Chen intended for the robots to obliterate Snorlax through self-detonation. Each robot was laden with a significant amount of energy, and once ignited, the explosive power would be tremendous. A simultaneous detonation of dozens of robots would undoubtedly seal Snorlax's fate. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's command, the robots attached to Snorlax began to glow ominously, their temperatures soaring. Snorlax sensed the abnormality but found itself powerless to act. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the robots exploded, engulfing Snorlax in a fiery inferno. Snorlax. Zhuang watched in furious disbelief as his Pokémon faced this grim fate. He disregarded the robots entirely and dashed toward the epicenter of the explosion. Yet, before he could reach it, he was thrown back by the shockwave. The explosions were short-lived, dissipating quickly. As the smoke cleared, Snorlax's massive form became visible. But it was now marred by the devastating injuries inflicted by the blasts. There was not a single intact piece of flesh left, and Snorlax had drawn its last breath. Snorlax awakened. Zhuang pleaded as he rushed to Snorlax's side, vigorously shaking its arm, desperately hoping for a miracle that would not come. You will pay for Snorlax's life. Accepting the tragic reality of Snorlax's demise, he turned to Xiao Chun, his eyes ablaze with fury, seeking vengeance for his fallen companion. However, Xiao Chun regarded Zhuang with indifference. A trainer who had lost their Pokémon posed no threat. Before Zhuang could reach Xiao Chun, a robot swiftly dispatched him with a lethal strike. Thus, the president of the Kalos League met his end. Xiao Chun's gaze shifted to Tian Li and the others, who were still struggling against the relentless robots. Only about 10 individuals remained behind him, the rest having perished in the recent skirmish. Tian Li and his companions were encircled by the robots, and had it not been for Tian Li's Hydreigon holding the line, they would have already been eliminated. Yet, in their efforts to protect the remaining members, Tian Li and Hydreigon had missed their chance to escape and were now trapped within the robots' tight formation. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the surrounding robots immediately halted their advance, retreating to form an impenetrable barricade. I offer you an opportunity. Will you surrender? He addressed Tian Li coolly. With the robots ceasing their assault, Tian Li and his group finally had a moment to breathe. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Tian Li hesitated. He did not wish to yield, as doing so would tarnish his reputation as a league president. If he showed weakness to a mere youth today, how could he maintain authority over his subordinates in the future? Yet, if he refused to surrender, he would surely meet his demise here. Had he not just witnessed Zhuang's Pokémon fall to a mere handful of robots? Tian Li doubted his Hydreigon could withstand a wave of self-detonations. My patience is limited. President Tian Li, what is your answer? Xiao Chun inquired, his expression growing impatient. Seeing Xiao Chen's resolve, Tian Li ceased to waver, returning Hydreigon to its Pokeball and stepping forward with a grim determination. I am willing to surrender. He begrudgingly bowed to Xiao Chun, his demeanor excessively respectful. Internally, Tian Li seethed with frustration, knowing that had it not been for the pressure from Xiao Chun, he would never have submitted. Excellent. And where's Lan Yin? Xiao Chun suddenly noticed Lan Yin's absence from the crowd. Despite losing Jengar, she should not have perished so easily. After all, the 3 champions, including Daegu, were still alive and well. Lan Yin killed Xiao Chen's grandfather, and Xiao Chun was determined to personally take Lan Yin's life. She had just escaped amidst the chaos. Tian Li remarked that since Lan Yin had betrayed her companions to flee, he saw no reason to conceal her whereabouts. Upon hearing that Lan Yin was merely on the run and not dead, Xiao Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It was evident she would return to the Shanao Alliance, and finding her would not prove difficult. Kill them. Xiao Chun commanded the robots before him, intent on not leaving anyone alive. You promised me that if I surrendered, you wouldn't kill me. You cannot go back on your word. Tian Li exclaimed, startled by Xiao Chen's intent to kill him, and immediately confronted him. Oh, when did I ever state that I wouldn't kill you? I merely requested your surrender, but I never claimed that surrender would guarantee your life. Xiao Chun replied with a smile, yet at that moment, he appeared to Tian Li as a demon from the depths of hell. Chapter 217, Pleading for Mercy. You are shameless. Tian Li, infuriated, could hardly articulate his words, trembling as he pointed a finger at Xiao Chun. Oh, and what of it? You killed my rocket team members without a hint of compassion, did you not? Xiao Chun responded coolly, addressing Tian Li and his comrades. It was you who murdered Banmu's leader, was it not? You were complicit in the annihilation of my rocket team, were you not? Xiao Chen's tone had shifted entirely, filled with a murderous intent that sent shivers through Tian Li and his companions. If it weren't for you, would my rocket team have faced such destruction? If you had not intervened in the Kanto region, how could I possibly find myself here today? Therefore, your deaths today are entirely of your own making. Is my justification for killing you insufficient? Xiao Chun lowered his gaze upon Tian Li, gently patting his cheek. In other circumstances, anyone daring to treat Tian Li as such would have been met with lethal force. However, at this moment, Tian Li dared not move. Fully aware that any act of defiance would lead to his immediate demise, he did not wish to die just yet. My lord, I acknowledge my previous transgressions. I should not have interfered. I implore you to show mercy this once, and I vow to serve you faithfully in return for your grace. As he spoke, Tian Li repeatedly bowed his head, blood streaming from his forehead, yet he did not cease, knowing that his survival depended on seizing this solitary chance for life. Xiao Chen observed the prostrating Tian Li in silence, offering no response. After a moment, he turned away from Tian Li and regarded the three champions standing some distance away, along with their entourage. Spare only those three, he commanded the robots, gesturing towards Dai Wu and the others. Please, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. My lord, just grant me my life. The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Chen's intent to execute them, began to plead for mercy, bowing their heads to the ground. Xiao Chen coldly regarded the scene, deeming them unworthy of his attention. Their fates were not even worthy of his contemplation. The robots, unperturbed by the pleas, executed Xiao Chen's orders without hesitation. With swift precision, heads began to roll, leaving only Dou Wu and the other champions remaining. Xiao Chen's gaze did not linger on the fallen, but rather fixated on Dou Wu and the others, his eyes glinting with latent menace. Believing they had been spared, Dou Wu and his companions exhaled in relief. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Dou Wu was the first to bow deeply before Xiao Chen, while Zhulan and Karuni stood silently behind him, observing the unfolding scene. I never stated that I would spare you. Xiao Chen interrupted, observing the fervent bows of the three. Dou Wu halted, raising his head to gaze at Xiao Chen, confusion etched across his features. My lord, what do you mean by that? He inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Have you forgotten how eagerly you participated in the slaughter of my rocket team members? Initially, I had no intention of pursuing this matter, but now that I am the leader of the rocket team, this vengeance must be exacted. So, I kindly ask you to prepare for your demise, Xiao Chen stated nonchalantly. The three were struck with terror, their faces drained of color. Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a robot presented him with a long knife. He examined the blade, testing its sharpness with casual swipes through the air. Then, he approached Dou Wu and the others, who recoiled in fear at the sight of the knife, drawing closer. The robots swiftly restrained them, leaving them unable to escape. Standing before them now, Xiao Chen raised the knife, its tip aimed at Dou Wu's face. Feeling the cold steel so near, Dou Wu was rendered speechless, gripped by fear. Let us begin with you, Xiao Chen declared, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My lord, I beseech you. I have connections with the Douyin Company. Surely you have heard of it? If you spare me, the company will provide you with ample rewards. Dou Wu stammered, desperately invoking the name of the company as Xiao Chen prepared to strike. Oh, do you think that killing you would pose any threat to the Douyin Company? Once you are gone, I could easily eliminate the company's upper echelons, and the Douyin Company would then be mine, Xiao Chen retorted, amusement flickering in his eyes at Dou Wu's frantic desperation. Dou Wu attempted to plead further, but Xiao Chen had no intention of granting him any more opportunities. With a swift motion, he severed Dou Wu's head from his body. Zhulan and Karuni, standing behind Dou Wu, gasped in horror as they witnessed his severed head roll to their feet, his wide-open eyes frozen in terror. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to the two, appraising them. Zhulan, the champion of the Shanao region, had been one of Xiao Chen's favorite characters in his past life. However, in this Pokémon world, he felt no inclination towards her. He placed the knife against Zhulan's neck, yet refrained from making the final move, curious to see if she would react like Dou Wu. Zhulan simply lifted her gaze to Xiao Chen, her resolve hardening as she drew her neck against the blade. Blood erupted forth as she collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Chen had not anticipated her silence, yet it mattered little. They were all destined for death, and Zhulan's self-inflicted end was merely a surprise. Xiao Chen then turned his attention to Karuni, a renowned champion of the Kalos region and an illustrious actress. He observed her beauty, her porcelain skin adorned with light makeup, and the fear she exhibited made her appear even more pitiable, stirring a sense of compassion within Xiao Chen that was difficult to suppress. Karyuni also perceived the gaze of Xiao Cheng, a look she was all too familiar with. Observing Xiao Cheng in such a state ignited a spark of inspiration within her to devise a means of survival. Gradually, Karyuni approached Xiao Cheng, allowing a few tears to well up in her eyes as she cast a pitiable glance his way. My lord, if you are willing to release me, I shall comply with your every desire. Chapter 218, A Dog. My lord, if you would only let me go, I shall acquiesce to your every whim. Karyuni spoke in a delicate tone, her body undulating enticingly as she spoke. Xiao Cheng, taken aback by this unexpected facet of the illustrious champion of Carlos, found himself momentarily captivated. It must be said, her figure was undeniably impeccable. Noticing Xiao Cheng's unwavering gaze, Karyuni inwardly rejoiced, believing she had successfully ensnared him. Filled with hope, she reached out a hand toward his chest, intent on completely winning him over. However, before her hand could make contact, A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through her abdomen. She looked at Xiaoqing, her expression one of utter disbelief. At that moment, Xiaoqing had plunged a knife into her gut, the blade protruding grotesquely from her back. You. Karyuni attempted to utter something. Yet her body betrayed her, sapping her of strength as she succumbed to the ground in despair. How old are you to be tempting a young man like me? You lose face while I have my pride. What would others think if they learned I was so starved that I would accept anything? Xiaoqing spat disdainfully at Karyuni's lifeless form. At this juncture, Xiaoqing had disposed of the champions from 3 regions with relative ease. For him, slaying these 3 champions was as effortless as dispatching 3 dogs. His gaze then fell upon the remaining Tianli. Tianli, trembling at the sight of Xiaoqing's attention, stepped forward, awaiting his instructions. He had witnessed Xiaoqing's execution of Dahu and the others, and was consumed by an overwhelming fear. Tianli, my esteemed leader, Xiaoqing said, patting Tianli on the shoulder. What commands do you have for me, my lord? Tianli, perceiving Xiaoqing's gesture as a sign of leniency, felt a wave of relief wash over him, eagerly awaiting further guidance. Do you believe these 3 deserve their fate? Xiaoqing inquired, gesturing towards the corpses of Dahu and his companions. Tianli, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, they deserve to die. How dare they oppose my lord? At that moment, Tianli dared not voice any dissent. Even if the fallen were his own kin, he would only dare to proclaim their deserved demise. He knew that uttering a single word of protest could seal his own fate, leading him to share their grim end. Alas, I fear they may feel lonely in death. Xiaoqing sighed. Rest assured, my lord, they will not be alone, Tianli replied, though bewildered by Xiaoqing's tone. Perhaps you could join them this afternoon. It would be good company for them. Xiaoqing proposed. This, my lord, Tianli finally grasped Xiaoqing's implication. He was being summoned to join Dahu and the others in death. My lord, I assure you, I am wholly loyal. I shall henceforth be but a loyal dog to you, a good dog, woof, woof. In a moment of desperation, Tianli prostrated himself, mimicking a dog's bark before Xiaoqing. The depths of Tianli's subservience were further exemplified as he extended his tongue to lick the dust off Xiaoqing's shoes, ignoring the grime with fervent dedication. Xiaoqing, observing Tianli's actions, could not help but marvel at the lengths to which one would go to preserve their life, epitomizing the notion of a sycophant. This dog is truly repugnant, Xiaoqing remarked before plunging his knife into Tianli, silencing his actions once and for all. With a final withdrawal of his blade, Xiaoqing surveyed the scene. He was now the sole survivor. His next course of action was to exact vengeance upon the scoundrel Blue Sound. However, he surmised that she had likely retreated to her alliance headquarters, making a direct assault somewhat troublesome. Yet, as he glanced at the multitude of robots surrounding him, his hesitation dissipated. What did it matter about headquarters? Most of Blue Sound's subordinates had perished, and with an army of formidable robots at his command, he could easily confront her head-on, dismissing any complications. Resolving to take action, Xiaoqing commanded the robots to stand by, mounting his fierce land shark, ready to storm Blue Sound's stronghold. Meanwhile, Blue Sound, having sprinted back to her base, the headquarters of the Divine Alliance in Ningyu City, collapsed onto her office sofa, still shaken. She had never anticipated that allowing one enemy to escape would lead to such formidable repercussions. It was evident that apart from her, all others had likely perished at the hands of that individual, filling her with regret for not having eliminated him without hesitation when she had the chance. Someone, Blue Sound shouted toward the door. Moments later, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered. He was her secretary. Quickly, inform Elders Bodo and Daegu to return to headquarters immediately, Blue Sound instructed, acutely aware that she was the one responsible for the death of Xiaoqing's grandfather, fearing retribution. Chairwoman, Elders Bodo and Daegu are currently occupied with their tasks and are not in Ningyu City. Perhaps it would be best for them to finish their errands before returning. The secretary replied. Blue Sound's face contorted with anger upon hearing her secretary's response. Her eyes glared with barely contained fury. Did you not hear my command? Now, immediately summon them back. Do you not understand? She roared, furious that a mere secretary would presume to instruct her. Yes, I understand. I shall convey your orders at once. The secretary, sensing her wrath, hurriedly exited to relay the message, fearing that any delay would render him the target of her fury. As Blue Sound watched her secretary depart, unease settled within her. She regretted her involvement in the Kanto region's affairs. Not only had she lost her subordinates, but her Pokémon had also been slain. Should news of Jingar's demise spread, her position as the leader of the alliance would be untenable. However, her primary concern remained Xiaoqing. She fervently wished he would not pursue her here. Chapter 219, The Master's Fall. So this is Ningyu City. I wonder if Blue Sound is already preparing for me? At this moment, Xiaoqing rode his Garchomp at full speed and had already arrived outside the bustling city of Ningyu. He gazed at the vibrant metropolis before him, murmuring to himself. Just then, two individuals approached rapidly on their Pokémon from behind. Xiaoqing instantly recognized that the Pokémon they rode were both masters. One was a master-level Beedrill, and the other a master-level Dragonite. Xiaoqing noted their unwavering intent to confront him, deducing they must belong to the Sinnoh League. Given his irreconcilable feud with the Sinnoh League, and considering that both of their Pokémon had merely just entered the master level, he resolved to settle matters with them right there and then. The two figures noticed Xiaoqing blocking their path and commanded their Pokémon to halt before him, eager to discern the intentions of this unexpected young man. "Do you have any idea who we are, boy, to dare obstruct our way?" inquired a somewhat stooped elder, gazing at Xiaoqing. "Oh, and who might you two be?" Xiaoqing replied with a playful smile. "Humph, I am Elder Bodo of the Sinnoh League, and this beside me is Elder Daegu. You dare to block our path? You must be seeking death." Bodo introduced himself and his companion, his tone turning icy as he noted the audacity of this young man who still dared to smile. "Ah, so you two are elders of the Sinnoh League. How delightful." Xiaoqing maintained his grin, emboldened by their self-identification, reassuring him he wouldn't be mistaken in his actions. "Bodo, why waste breath on him? He's about to become a corpse." Elder Daegu, lacking patience, ordered his Pokémon to attack Xiaoqing. Boom. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between Xiaoqing and Daegu, but it was brief, quickly settling into silence. Xiaoqing stood firm, his Garchomp poised beside him, while Bodo and Daegu's Pokémon lay defeated on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. Both elders knelt before Xiaoqing, realizing their Pokémon were no match for his Garchomp, which had dispatched them with ease. "My lord, we were blind to your grandeur, and we inadvertently crossed your path. Please spare my life, and I shall repay you in the future," Bodo respectfully implored, astonished to discover that this young man was indeed a master-level powerhouse, surpassing both of them in strength. Elder Daegu was filled with regret, realizing that had he known better, he would have refrained from attacking. But now he could only kneel in submission. "I must inquire, what has prompted your urgent rush to Ningyu City?" Xiaoqing asked the two. "It is President Lanin who instructed us to immediately abandon our tasks and return to Ningyu City." She seemed quite anxious, though we are unaware of the specifics, Bodo divulged, revealing what little information he possessed. "I should know the reason behind President Lanin's urgency in summoning you back." Xiaoqing smiled at them. "You do? What is it?" Bodo asked, taken aback, wondering how this young man possessed knowledge that eluded them. "Of course, it is because of me." Xiaoqing decided to tease the pair before him. "Because of you?" Bodo was perplexed, unable to grasp the significance of Xiaoqing's words, knowing only that Lanin was insistent on their return without revealing the reason. "Indeed, your esteemed President Lanin's Jengar fell to my blade. I suspect that aside from you two, all the other master-level elders of the Sinnoh League have met their demise. Now, the entire Sinnoh League likely consists solely of the two of you. Do you think she can rest easy without summoning you back?" Xiaoqing quipped, observing their reactions with keen interest. "What did you say? President Lanin's Jengar was killed by you? The other elders of the League are dead?" Bodo's face was a mask of disbelief, recalling that they had assumed the other elders were merely occupied with matters concerning the secret realm. They had scoffed at the notion of sending so many elders to address a trivial secret realm issue, yet now they were faced with the shocking news of their demise. Even more astonishing was the claim that this young man had slain their president's Jengar. How could they possibly believe such a thing? "Fear not, for I shall now send you to join them," Xiaoqing declared, gesturing for Garchomp to strike. In a swift motion, Garchomp severed their heads, bringing an end to all master-level combatants of the Sinnoh League. With Bodo and Daegu dispatched, Xiaoqing set forth into Ningyu City, his mind still intent on dealing with Lanin. Meanwhile, within the city, Lanin was in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. "Where are Bodo and the others? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Lanin asked her secretary, her mood darkening. Despite having instructed the elders to drop everything and rush to her side, their absence was troubling. Logically, they should have reached by now. "I just contacted them, but received no response," her secretary reported. Upon hearing this, a sinking feeling overwhelmed Lanin. Could it be that Bodo and the others had encountered trouble? "Quickly, use every means at your disposal to establish contact with Bodo and the others. Even if they have perished, we must find their bodies," Lanin commanded, her expression grim, knowing that failure to reach them likely indicated calamity. "Yes," her secretary affirmed without hesitation, immediately preparing to act. Just then, a violent explosion reverberated, causing Lanin's office to tremble. Go check what is happening. She directed her departing secretary. Before the secretary could leave, a disheveled figure burst into the office without knocking. President Lanin, trouble is upon us. Someone has breached our command center. Chapter 220, Do not think to die easily. Someone has breached our command center. A bloodied man exclaimed as he entered, shouting upon sighting Lanin. What on earth is happening? Lanin stood, fixing her gaze upon the intruder, her foreboding sense intensifying. A young man accompanied by a Garchomp has stormed our headquarters. That Garchomp is formidable, likely a master level, and they are currently at the main entrance. Our men can hardly hold their ground. The newcomer hurriedly relayed the unfolding crisis. Upon hearing this, Lanin immediately understood that Xiaoqing had arrived. She staggered back, collapsing onto the sofa in shock. Lanin was acutely aware that Xiaoqing had come to claim her life, especially since her Gingue had already fallen victim to him. With the remaining two elders unaccounted for, she surmised that her doom was imminent. President, what troubles you? Lanin's secretary quickly approached, supporting her and inquiring about her condition. It's over, utterly over. We are doomed, Lanin murmured to her secretary, her face devoid of color. President, with your formidable strength, that individual cannot possibly match you. We need not fear him, the intruder, who had entered the office, remarked, puzzled by Lanin's demeanor, unaware that her Gingue had been slain by the man outside. My Gingue is gone, Lanin uttered in despair. What? Gone? The man was momentarily perplexed by Lanin's words. Indeed, it was killed by that man outside, Lanin responded, her anger barely contained, though she knew she was powerless against Xiaoqing. What? The man was taken aback, realizing that the pillar of the Sinnoh League had indeed fallen, and he was now drenched in cold sweat, understanding that the person outside was intent on their annihilation. President, we still possess an army of 1,000 trainers. With their support, we can outlast that individual, Lanin's secretary suggested, stepping forward. Upon hearing this, Lanin's previously colorless gaze ignited with hope. She recalled the elite guard of 1,000 she had assembled for her safety and stature. Each trainer in this force was at least of gym leader caliber. A sharp blade at her disposal. Yes. Immediately summon Sankey to me. No. Have him bring all his men to the central square to await me. We will confront that scoundrel in a decisive battle, Lanin declared, a newfound determination propelling her to her feet as she strode towards the exit. Before long, Lanin and her two subordinates arrived at the central plaza of the headquarters, only to be paralyzed by the horrific scene before them. The ground was strewn with bodies, both human and Pokémon, all clad in the League's uniform. In the center stood a man who had lost both arms, and upon seeing Lanin's arrival, he opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could utter a sound, he collapsed. That's Captain Sankey, Lanin's secretary cried out in terror, recognizing the fallen figure. Indeed, this man was the captain of Lanin's 1,000-strong guard, and the lifeless bodies around them were her last hope, now extinguished. Lanin gazed in disbelief at the scene, unable to fathom what had transpired in her brief absence. At that moment, a small stone fell at her feet with a soft thud. I'm right here. A voice suddenly emanated from behind Lanin and her companions. Startled, Lanin turned to see the figure that filled her with dread, Xiaoqing, accompanied by his fierce Garchomp. What do you want from me? Lanin stammered, trembling as the reality of her fallen guard shattered her will to resist. She was left utterly defenseless. Her two subordinates stood frozen, nearly paralyzed with fear, for the aura of Garchomp was overwhelmingly intimidating. What do I want? Do you recall how my grandfather, Professor Oak, met his demise? Xiaoqing regarded Lanin with icy contempt. I did not kill your grandfather. He activated the bomb himself, Lanin retorted, hoping to divert suspicion. Huh, suicide? Had you not pursued us, he would never have resorted to such an act. Today, I shall spill your blood in his honor. Xiaoqing's expression turned ferocious. You cannot kill me. I have 2 master-level elders at my command. If you dare to take my life, they will exact vengeance. Lanin threatened, a glimmer of hope igniting in her heart. Oh, are you referring to those 2? Xiaoqing replied, and at his command, 2 robotic figures approached, each carrying a lifeless body, which they unceremoniously dropped at Lanin's feet. The 2 elders. Lanin's secretary gasped in shock, realizing the fate of their missing leaders. Lanin recognized the faces of the elders she had hoped to utilize against Xiaoqing, now lying lifeless before her. She sank to her knees, utterly bereft of any capacity to resist. Quick, you must help the president escape. I will hold him off. One of Lanin's subordinates stepped forward, urging her secretary to flee while he prepared to confront Xiaoqing. Bang, bang. Before Lanin and her secretary could react, 2 gunshots rang out, and both the secretary and the brave subordinate fell to the ground, struck down. Xiaoqing disregarded the fallen figures and advanced towards Lanin, towering over her. Do you have anything left to say? Xiaochen asked coolly. To the victor go the spoils. I have nothing left to say. Just kill me. Lanine averted her gaze, awaiting the arrival of death. Xiaochen, enraged by Lanine's indifference, resolved not to allow her a swift demise. After your death, I shall slay everyone connected to you, ensuring they know you were the reason for their demise. Furthermore, I will expose the sordid tale of how you, the current President Lanine, ascended by orchestrating the downfall of the former president, and how you surrendered the Sinnoh region to Team Rocket. Xiaochen laid out his intentions, refusing to let Lanine die unburdened by the weight of her actions. Indeed, Lanine's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How dare you? Chapter 2:21, A New Journey. Lanine fixed her gaze on Xiaochen, her eyes ablaze with fury. Had her glare been capable of inflicting harm, Xiaochen would have been reduced to mere fragments. She had anticipated that her death would mark the end of her story, but she was taken aback by the malicious intent of this young man, who sought not only to extinguish her life, but also to tarnish her reputation. Oh, what's wrong? Why shouldn't I act as I please? You are now my captive. You must endure whatever I choose. Xiaochen reveled in Lanine's rage, for that was precisely what he desired. You cannot do this. You may kill me, but you cannot defame me. Lanine shouted vehemently, unwilling to allow her legacy to be sullied by falsehoods. Oh, since you care so much, I will ensure that my words echo throughout the entire Sinnoh region, nay, the entire Pokémon world. I will make your story, Lanine, infamous. Xiaochen gazed at Lanine. Upon hearing his words, Lanine wished to utter something further, yet Xiaochen denied her the opportunity, plunging a dagger into her heart. Lan Yin's eyes widened in shock. But ultimately, she succumbed to her fate. Thus, the president of the Shun-Ao Alliance met her demise. After resolving matters with Lanine, Xiaochen had no intention of fulfilling the prior conversation he had with her. After all, his desire was for her to perish with a sense of resentment. And with that objective accomplished, there was no necessity to engage in further troublesome endeavors. Brother Xiaochen. At that moment, an exuberant voice resounded. Without hesitation, Xiaochen turned around, arms outstretched. Soon, a fragrant and delicate figure leaped into his embrace, none other than Yulong Tian. Prior to Xiaochen's impending strike against the Shun-Ao Alliance, he had dispatched Wu Zong and Kojiro to locate Yulong Tian and her companions. The original plan was for Xiaochen to lead a faction into the Daqin, while Yulong Tian and Zhen Niao would seek sustenance elsewhere with their larger forces. However, having resolved to seize control of the Shun-Ao Alliance, Xiaochen deemed it unnecessary for Yulong Tian and the others to search for another place, summoning them all to his side. The Shun-Ao region had now been firmly occupied by Team Rocket, and they were poised to become the new sovereigns of this land. 3 months later, after diligent effort, Team Rocket had fully established dominance over the Shun-Ao region. All opposing forces had been ruthlessly eradicated by Xiaochen's formidable methods, leaving only the voice of Team Rocket in the region. Zhen Niao had been appointed by Xiaochen as the president of the Shun-Ao Alliance, overseeing the entirety of the Shun-Ao area, while Wu Zong and Kojiro assisted him. As for Xiaochen, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Outside of Ningyu City, he grasped Yulong Tian's hand and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me? Wherever Brother Xiaochen goes, Tian shall follow." Yulong Tian gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. From the moment she chose to follow Xiaochen, she resolved never to part from him. Very well. Let us embark on this new journey together. Xiaochen looked towards the horizon, embracing Yulong Tian tightly. Thus, Xiaochen and Yulong Tian commenced their new odyssey. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe and give a thumbs up in support. Until we meet again in the next story.